Since finding out that the girl is a fake rich girl, the classmates in the class are extremely excited. They are not trying to mock her, but are finally able to see what poor people look like. And finally someone has qualified for the poverty assistance. Her adoptive parents were not as sharp-tongued and harsh as described in novels, directly kicking her out of the house. In the face of the real daughter's sweet words, no one paid her any attention. Instead, they asked the girl about her future plans. Meng Anren took a sip of hot tea and said lightly, "Since your biological daughter has returned, I naturally need to find my real parents." Lu Zhong really liked Meng Anren for this reason. She was straightforward and efficient in her work. Unfortunately, there was no blood relation. No matter how generous and appropriate he was, it couldn't compare to the value of a biological daughter. So when she wanted to leave, Lu Zhong naturally wouldn't keep her, only saying, "You have half a month to transfer your household registration. I'll give you 3 million at that time, and the rest will depend on you." This was not out of concern for Meng Anren's future living conditions, but rather to buy out this father-daughter relationship with 3 million, and also to secure a guarantee for the Lu family's reputation. Beside her, Lu Qingcheng screamed, 3 million? At this moment, the grievance and understanding on her face had long since disappeared, replaced by a nearly twisted expression of jealousy. Lu Zhong coldly glanced at her and asked, "Is there a problem?" Even when facing his own daughter, there was not a trace of emotional fluctuation in his eyes. The oppressive aura of a superior was like a fierce beast. Just a glance made Lu Qingcheng feel intimidated, and she lowered her head and said timidly, "And no." Meng Anren took a sip of the freshly brewed black tea, pressed down the corners of her lips, and said, "Then thank you, Mr. Lu. I will remember the kindness of raising me for 17 years. This was a promise. As long as she received 3 million, even if she left the Lu family, she would not cause any negative impact on them. This is the Lu family, completely devoid of human feelings, where everyone only cares about benefit, and warmth is worthless here." Lu Zhong made a sound of acknowledgement and said, "Pack your things well and let Uncle Lu take you over." Meng Anren put down her teacup and stood up to go upstairs. Just as she reached the stairway, she heard Lu Qingcheng's anxious voice behind her, "Sister, the Foster family's house is very small. If you bring too much luggage, there might not be a place to put it. Besides, their family is so poor that you won't be able to use those luxury items. Making a bad impression on them during our first meeting is not a good idea." The implication was that she didn't want Meng Anren to take the Lu family's things. Bai Yujin frowned unhappily and said, "That little bit of stuff is nothing to the Lu family. If Lu Qingcheng doesn't let Meng Anren take it, it will only make our Lu family look stingy." She glanced at Aunt Liang waiting nearby and said, "Go help her, throw away everything she doesn't take." Lu Qingcheng was instantly stunned. Just picking out any one of those items would be worth hundreds of thousands. Throwing them all away is no different from throwing money into a burning factory. Meng Anren smiled amusingly, walked straight up the stairs, took a small sheepskin backpack, packed important documents and her phone, and instructed Aunt Liang to send her school uniform to the Meng family. She didn't bring anything else and left the Lu family without any nostalgia. Originally, she had planned to escape the Lu family after turning 18, but Lu Qingcheng's appearance advanced her plan by a year, while also giving her a more suitable reason. Did the Lu family really seem like a good place? Perhaps for boys, it was a pyramid chasing fame and fortune, but for girls, in the end, it was nothing more than becoming a tool for capital marriage, with blood relations merely adding value to the tool. Lu Qingcheng should just count on her own luck. The car took her to the entrance of an old residential area. Meng Anren looked at the address she had taken a picture of on her phone and quickly found the Meng family. She politely knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Accompanied by a gentle and pleasant voice, the wooden door was opened, revealing a face that was slightly made up yet still retained its elegance. Meng Anren said, "Hello, I am most likely your biological daughter." Su Wanman was stunned. The girl in front of her looked just like her younger self. Meng Rong heard the sound and walked over, shocked to see a face that resembled his wife's by 70%. Standing outside the iron gate and being watched felt a bit strange. Meng Anren politely asked if he could come in, and Su Wanman suddenly came to her senses, quickly opened the iron gate, and invited Meng Anren inside. The house is not big, but it is clear that they live with great care. There are a few lilies on the corner table, emitting a faint fragrance. Su Wanman somewhat shyly poured her a cup of warm water and said, "Please sit down and have some water." Meng Anren took the cup with both hands to thank her. "You can just call me Anren." She took a sip of the cool boiled water that had a rusty taste. She wasn't used to it but didn't show any dissatisfaction. Her posture relaxed, as if she were the original owner of the house. She asked, "Lu Qingcheng should have told you the general situation, right?" Su Wanman and Meng Rong both shook their heads in confusion. A group of bodyguards in black suits took Lu Qingcheng away earlier, saying she was a child of the Lu family and that they were going to take her back. Before anything could be clarified, Lu Qingcheng left without looking back, and there has been no news since. Meng Anren didn't expect it to turn out this way, so she simply explained that she and Lu Qingcheng were switched at birth, and she was the real daughter. Although Meng Rong and the others had speculated about this possibility, facing their elegant and noble biological daughter now made them feel somewhat uneasy. Meng Anren took the initiative to break the silence. I have read the information of the Meng family. Do you have any questions to ask me? Su Wanman nervously wiped her hands on her pants and asked, what do you like to eat? I will go to the market to buy some food and come back to make it for you. Meng Anren gently said that she would not pick. Su Wanman immediately decided to go to the vegetable market and asked Meng Rong to call the other children back. Meng Anren then got up and looked around, asking, do you mind if I take a look around? After receiving permission, she walked around the house in her small high heels. The house was structured with 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. The master bedroom belonged to Meng's parents, containing only a bed and a double-door wooden wardrobe, which looked like it was from the 80s or 90s, lacking any aesthetic appeal. The second bedroom was for her sister and Lu Qingcheng, with 2 single beds facing each other, and a shared wardrobe. There were several boxes piled under the beds, making the space feel particularly cramped. It was clear that Lu Qingcheng had left in a hurry and was quite ruthless, as all her belongings were still in the room. The guest bedroom was for her brother and younger brother, featuring a bunk bed, with a small desk and wardrobe in front of the window. The Meng family has a car and a house, barely making it to a moderately prosperous level, but with 4 children to support in their education, life is inevitably a bit tight. However, just by looking at the environment, one can tell that despite the poor economy, the children have never been neglected. The older sister is at the age where she loves to dress up, with a full set of skincare and makeup products, not high-end brands but still decent. The younger brother, being the youngest member of the family, has the most clothes, and on his desk, there is a stand that holds more than half of his picture books. The older brother is considered half of the family's support during the holidays. He even takes on part-time jobs to help with household expenses. The items left by Lu Qingcheng are the most expensive in the family, but when she was brought back to the Lu family, she was wearing a worn-out and ill-fitting dress, desperately trying to evoke sympathy. The dress probably belonged to her older sister. At this moment, the sound of the door opening came from the entrance, and Meng Anren walked out of the room after hearing the noise. The first to push the door open was a girl in her early 20s, with long black hair and straight bangs, wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans. This was Meng Jiejia's eldest daughter, Meng Ling. The 8 or 9-year-old boy holding her hand was her younger brother, Meng Changhong. Looking at the luxurious and out-of-place Meng Anren, Meng Ling was stunned and lowered her head in silence. Even Lu Qingcheng, who grew up with her, found the house shabby. This young lady must have a lot of grievances. The boy who entered afterwards was very tall. He instinctively lowered his head as he stepped through the door, and his clear and refined appearance exuded an elegant temperament. This was Meng Yushu, the second son of the Meng family. Upon seeing the 3 of them, Meng Anren smiled gently and said, "Nice to meet you. I am Meng Anren." Hearing the polite voice, Meng Ling's heart trembled, thinking, does she not mind the simplicity of the Meng family's home? Su Wanman went into the kitchen after coming back from grocery shopping, seemingly avoiding a conversation with Meng Anren. After a few introductions, Meng Anren and Meng Rong sat on the fabric sofa, while the other 3 sat cross-legged on the floor, making the space crowded and the atmosphere awkward. After a long time, Meng Rong sighed, "You have seen our family's situation. It must be uncomfortable for you to squeeze in with us. I can rent a place for you outside and send you living expenses every month. How does that sound?" Meng Anren just pressed her lips together and asked, "Don't you welcome me back home?" Meng Rong quickly explained that he was just worried she wouldn't be used to it. After getting permission, Meng Anren looked very happy. "If you don't mind, I would like to go back home." Meng Yu's eyes froze upon hearing this. He originally thought Meng Anren was just curious and wanted to meet her biological parents, but she actually said she wanted to stay here. Meng Ling pondered for a moment and then spoke up, planning to tidy up a room for her to switch to a larger bed, while she would go to school to live on campus. Meng Anren smiled and agreed. After changing the bed, "We can put a dressing table in, so my sister's cosmetics don't have to be stored under the bed. During the long vacation, I can sleep with my sister." Everyone looked at Meng Anren in surprise. Lu Qingcheng had mentioned many times that Meng Ling shouldn't come back and that she wanted to live in the room alone, but Meng Anren said she could sleep with her. Seeing that they were silent, Meng Anren continued to speak, suggesting that she had a designer friend who could modify the layout of the room for Meng Yushu and herself. Noticing that Meng Yushu looked a bit embarrassed, Meng Anren added, "He's a good friend I've known since childhood. It won't be a bother." Only then did Meng Yushu nod. "Then I'll trouble you with it." At this moment, Su Wanman came out of the kitchen and called a few people to eat. Now that it was confirmed that Meng Anren had really accepted the Meng family, the unease and awkwardness in everyone's hearts had lessened a bit. The dinner was very sumptuous, but Meng Anren, who was used to delicacies, didn't have much of a reaction. Yet she could feel the Meng family's care for her. Under Su Wanman's expectant gaze, Meng Anren picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth. Mom, your cooking is really good. This flavor could open a restaurant. Su Wanman was instantly overjoyed and kept serving Meng Anren more dishes. If you like it, eat more. If you want to eat anything in the future, just tell me, and I'll make it for you. Looking at the piled-up dishes, Meng Anren was momentarily stunned, then smiled slightly. Thank you, Mom. A meal was enjoyed with great joy, and the awkward atmosphere dissipated. Meng Rong cleaned the bowls and washed the dishes. Su Wanman went to find clean bedsheets, and Meng Ling and Meng Yushu were clearing out the items left by Lu Qingcheng in the guest room. When Meng Yushu went downstairs alone to throw away Lu Qingcheng's belongings, his heart felt as if it were being stabbed 1,000 times. When he received a call from his father today, he had fantasized that perhaps Qingcheng would come back. After all, she was family for 17 years and must have feelings for them. But the moment he saw Meng Anren, he knew Qingcheng would not return. He couldn't believe that the sister he had pampered for 17 years had decisively abandoned their family ties and left without a word. Looking at the raccoon doll in the cardboard box next to the trash can, Meng Yushu clenched his back teeth. Little Lu Qingcheng loved this doll very much, just as she once loved this home very much. But everything changed after the Meng family went bankrupt. Dream Anren led her brother back to the neighborhood, and from a distance she saw Dream Yushu pick up another doll from the box of rags that should have been thrown away. He held the doll and gently patted off the dust on it, like picking up bits and pieces of happiness in a forest of weaving knives, and his beautiful eyes flowed with inexhaustible despondency and reluctance. A strong sense of responsibility will be more emotional, so for Lu Qingcheng to leave the Dream family this matter, the most disappointed is the Dream Feather book, the most sad is the Dream Feather book, the most unable to let go of the Dream Feather book. Brother! Hearing Meng Anren's voice, Meng Yushu panicked and hid the doll behind his back, looking at Meng Anren walking over, getting more and more vain, afraid that Meng Anren would be unhappy if he knew that he didn't want Lu Qingcheng to leave, afraid that Meng Anren would think that he didn't value her. Dream Anren was ancient and said faintly, "There's no need to hide it, I saw it." Meng Yushu lowered her eyes like a child who had done something wrong and slowly took the doll out. Qingcheng used to love this raccoon doll and kept it on her bedside, hugging it to sleep every night. I didn't think that she wouldn't even want this anymore. She doesn't want more than that. Dream Anren's salty words were like a stab into Dream Yushu's heart. Feeling the pain to wake up, she sighed darkly and asked, "You want to take it back?" Meng Yushu looked down at the doll in his hand, his fingers gradually tightened, his heart was torn and struggling. After a long time, he threw the doll back into the cardboard box and pulled a smile at Meng Anren. "Don't want it, it's not worth anything." Meng Chunghong stared at the thrown-away doll for a long time. He liked this doll very much, but it was the former second sister's treasure, so he couldn't rob it even if he liked it. But now that this former treasure has become discarded trash, my brother must be very sad, right? Brother, look. Second sister bought me candy canes. Give you one to eat. Meng Chenghong smiled brightly and handed the sugar gourd to her brother. She wouldn't be sad if she ate something sweet. Looking at his understanding younger brother, the depression that was wrapped around Meng Yushu's heart almost dispersed a bit. The corners of his lips lifted up in a gentle smile as he squatted down and bit the first strawberry covered in syrup right into his little brother's hand. It's sweet and delicious. Small electric fan in the summer night creaking turn, sound insulation is not good. House still can hear the living room. Su Wanman and Meng Rong whispering conversation. The window also came from outside the other family's voice. Accustomed to the quiet villa area, the relatively light sleeper Meng Anren lay on the bed for a long time or did not fall asleep, smelling the scent of laundry detergent on the quilt. A pair of eyes turned and stared at the ceiling. Suddenly remembering that he hadn't told someone about leaving the Lu family, he grabbed his cell phone again and sent a message over. After a nearly sleepless night, he woke up to hear the whispering of Natalie Dream outside with her parents. Enron isn't up yet, is he? Nope, heard her rolling over all the time last night, guess she's not used to the bed. Why don't you guys buy her a thick mattress? There's pay-as-you-go with online shopping, and my scholarship will be sent out next week, so I'll pay for it then. Nico, there are only 2 daughters in the family. Mom and Dad know you always took your own living expenses to buy things for Qingqing before. It's better for you. Keep the scholarship for yourself. Dad can take care of the mattress. That's right, Nico, you are also Mom's daughter. Mom also wants you to dress up outside. Keep this month's living expenses for yourself, and take this $300 to buy yourself some new clothes. No Mom, you keep it. I work part-time in the school cafeteria. I don't need to spend my own money on food. I still have money to earn. It's enough to spend. Anren just came here. A lot of things are still not used to. Try to improve the home food. Let her eat better. The trio spoke softly, but the house was not big and the soundproofing was poor, so Dream Anren could hear them clearly. By the time she got changed and went out, Natalie and Dreamwing were already out the door. Mom, where are Dad and my sister going? Su Wanman poured a cup of warm water and handed it to Meng Anren. School starts in a few days. Your sister is studying at a university outside of the province and said she's going back early to clean the dormitory. Your father went to run an online car and sent your sister to the train station on the way. Traveling long distances by train is especially hard, but it's cheaper, and the tickets will be cheaper in the morning. which Nico is obviously trying to save money on. The person who will save money to the extreme is afraid that she will not sleep comfortably and decisively spends more than $1,000 to give her a soft mattress. Meng Anren frowned lightly, the feeling in her heart was a bit strange. Chapter 5 So you missed me. What do you want for breakfast? Is it okay to put down a noodle? Su Wanman asked, her person had already entered the kitchen. I'll eat whatever you cook. Dream Anren went to the bathroom to wash up. Meng Yushu and Meng Chenghong also got up. The four of them sat around the coffee table and ate egg noodles. That's right mom, my account is still in the Lu family and hasn't been moved out. Why don't you give me the account book later? I'll go do the paperwork. Su Wanman seemed to have just realized this. Shall I accompany you? No, it'll be quick. Finished just in time to meet up with a friend. When Meng Anren said this, Su Wanman didn't insist anymore. After breakfast, Meng Yushu to go to work, Meng Chenghong to find other children in the neighborhood to play, Su Wanman to the neighborhood next to a handicraft workshop to do odd jobs to subsidize the family. Only Dream Anren was left at home by himself. Hearing a knock on the door, she got up and went to pull the wooden door open, and couldn't help but hook her lips in a diffident manner when she saw the other woman's grinning face through the iron door. It's early, she said, pushing open the metal door to let someone in. That's right, Missy, she didn't even eat breakfast, she flew here, isn't that righteous? Xiaohan entered the door, and Meng Anren followed him to introduce a few rooms and talk about his claims. Xiaohan took out a tape measure, measured here and there, and finally asked, how much is the budget? Dream Anren thought for a moment, 20,000. 20,000? Xiaohan's features crumpled into a ball, looking a little embarrassed. Missy, your mattresses used to be more than $20,000, now you're asking me to take care of the whole house for 20,000? Meng Anren crossed her arms and leaned on the doorframe. There's no need to trouble you, Grand Designer Xiao, with things that aren't difficult. Few could hear complimentary words from Meng Anren's mouth. Xiaohan immediately cleared his throat, tugged at the wrinkles on his clothes, and said with dark pleasure, that's for sure, there's nothing I, Xiaohan, can't do. You can rest assured that I will go out and do it. Meng Anren nodded in agreement. I'm sure I'm relieved when Grand Designer Xiao takes a shot. After measuring the whole house, Xiaohan made a record and already had a rough layout in his head. Have a glass of water. Xiaohan had been here for more than half an hour before Meng Anren thought of pouring him a cup of water. After all, Miss Thousand Gold had never done the job of serving tea and entertaining guests before. The two of them returned to the living room and sat down. Xiaohan closed the tablet and filled the entire glass of water in one gulp, breathing a sigh of relief and looking thievishly askance at Meng Anren beside him. Missy, have you really decided to stay here? You're tired of eating the delicacies of the sea, and you're going to try the savory white congee? Xiaohan can understand Meng Anren too well. The children raised in the Lu family don't care about kinship or blood, they only care about interests. Dream Anren's willingness to go back to live in Dream's house was bound to be not for the sake of her relatives, so it couldn't be that she had a penchant for helping the poor, could it? Dream Anren smiled meaningfully. Do you know why the Dream family went bankrupt back then? Xiaohan thought about it and seemed to have heard a little bit of news. It was said that when Nico Meng was working part-time, she bumped into the young girlfriend of the second youngest member of the Lu family, and the second youngest member of the Lu family bankrupted the Meng family. Big difference, it was indeed because of this incident, but Meng Anren was clear that it wasn't Natalie Meng who really caused the Meng family to go bankrupt. Coming back to the Dream family was not only because she wanted to go against the Lu family's second youngest master, but also because the textual description in the information was too boring, and she wanted to know if this family had really accepted reality as frankly as it appeared on the surface when they fell from the clouds to the mortal world. Still, harboring more complex emotional responses. It's funny, isn't it? In the midst of the idle chatter, suddenly there was a sound from the doorway, and as they looked over, they saw Meng Rong come in. Dad, didn't you go to take orders? Dream Anren was surprised. I forgot to charge my cell phone and came back to get a charging cable. Meng Rong said. His eyes fell on the teenager beside Meng Anren. Always feeling a bit familiar, this is? Meng Anren introduced. He's my friend Xiaohan, a decorator. I told you guys yesterday to invite him over to look at the house layout. Xiaohan is very dissatisfied with this introduction. Obviously interior designers, by the dream of Anren decoration 3 words make instantly fall a lot. But still, he stood up and greeted politely. Good day uncle, Anren entrusted me to redesign the room layout. It's not disturbing, right? Meng Rong had already abstracted. He had heard of Xiaohan's name, a famous genius interior designer in China, who had won a lot of awards at the age of 20. How many people spend a lot of money begging Xiaohan to do the design? Xiaohan simply do not see it. It is said that there was once someone who smashed $10 million to beg Xiaohan to come up with a design. He suspected that other people were no taste, aesthetics is worrisome, and will directly drive people out the door to go. Notoriously bad-tempered. Surprisingly, it was a friend of Anren's. No disturbance, you guys chat. I'll take a data cable and leave. Meng Rong was afraid that she had disturbed Xiaohan's work, so she hurriedly took the data cable under the tea table and went out again. After all, the Dream family used to be a powerful family, and Xiaohan was well aware of how much his reputation had spread in the circle of powerful families, so he was not surprised by Meng Rong's perverse attitude. The two did not talk more. Xiaohan rushed back to draw the design. Meng Anren took her own documents and Su Wanman gave her account book. It is time to go to do the relocation of the household. Stopped by to see Sawani Man. The private workshop is small, with 7 or 8 women gossiping inside while labeling toys. Mom! Meng Anren just stood at the door and shouted inside. Seeing Su Wanman looking out, she continued, I'm going out. I won't be back for lunch. Good. Su Wanman smiled gently, like the gentle Jiangnan beauties depicted in ancient poems. Let's go home for dinner tonight? Well, I want to eat fish. How about Mom makes you pickled fish? Good. I'm off then. As soon as she left, a few of the women gabbed in disgust. Wanman, is this pretty little girl your daughter? Why haven't I seen her before? Su Wanman's face was satisfied and proud when she mentioned Meng Anren, second daughter. Second daughter? I just saw your second daughter a few days ago. I don't think she looks like this, does she? Su Wanman's smile stiffened for a split second, tugging at the corner of her lips. It's a bit complicated, so I won't mention it. She's my second daughter. Oh, this girl at a glance with you a mold out of awe. Beautiful Lu. When everyone saw Su Wanman's expression not looking too good, they all had the sense not to ask about that complicated story and praised Meng Anren with a smile. A black McLaren pulls up at the intersection through the food market. Dream Anren pulled open the back door and shortened to get into the car. The young man next to her had a warm and spirited look, and since he saw Meng Anren from afar, he had never taken his eyes off her. Missy is so cruel, such a big deal to only inform me now. Meng Anren curved the corner of her lips, pulling over his hands that were resting on her legs, gently twisting his fingertips one by one. Her movements so natural that it seemed as if she had already done it 1,000 times. Didn't you just come back home? What's the use of telling you earlier? The teenager gave a meaningful O and teased, so it's because you miss me, and you're being grumpy with me. Chapter 6 Lessons Learned in the Land Family. Meng Anren was amused, both speechless and amused. Qin Mu, where did you learn to speak narcissistically? Qin Mu sighed despondently, it can't be helped, Missy hasn't contacted me for so long, I can only coax myself. Okay you, stop acting. Dream Anren was speechless, her fingertips poked his palm. Qin Mu stopped joking, can you get used to it in the dream house? Definitely not used to it, didn't even sleep well last night. Dream Anren leaned on Qin Mu's shoulder and closed her eyes, listening to his slightly low voice. Suddenly the whole person relaxed and spoke more and more softly. I just told Xiaohan to come and see the layout, I should be able to start construction the day after tomorrow. Xiaohan is still moving quite fast, if you can't sleep well go to my place first tonight and stay for the night. After Qin Mu finished speaking, he didn't hear Meng Anren squeak and slightly hung his head to look at her, realizing that she had already fallen asleep. He hooked his lips helplessly and instructed the driver to turn up the air conditioning temperature. The citrus fragrance of Qin Mu's body wafted through the carriage, and every time he smelled this flavor Meng Anren would feel relaxed. Of the people she had befriended around her, she trusted Qin Mu the most. So much so that it took 2 hours of sleep against Qin Mu's shoulder before he woke up, and the car had long been parked in the car park of the office hall. Woke up from your nap? Qin Mu held her hand with one hand and scratched her chin with the other. Aha! Dream Anren had just woken up from a nap, and her voice was a bit delicate. Qin Mu's small movements on his hands violently paused, the tips of his ears dyed powder in a flash, feeling his throat tighten a bit, and swallowed unnaturally. When Meng Anren sobered up a bit, he accompanied her into the office hall. The procedures for moving the account were done very quickly, the process is all Qin Mu on the run. He took the information to let Meng Anren sign which she signed so trusting that even the name of the document did not even look at a glance. After all the formalities were taken care of, Meng Anren's household registration information was printed on the account book whose head of household was Meng Rong. Qin Mu checked and counted the relevant documents one by one and loaded them into Meng Anren's backpack, confirming that there were no omissions before taking her away. It was 1 p.m. Before lunch was served, and Meng Anren poked at the steak that Qin Mu had cut and placed in front of her, always feeling as if she had forgotten something. Frozen it, the phone ding-dong into a text message. Lu family news is really good, just after moving the account, this will be 3 million hit her card. The Lu family is quite generous, $3 million to seal your mouth. Qin Mu hung his head and sliced his steak, his tone laced with a smile, somewhat meaningless. Doesn't matter, it's not like I'm after their money. Meng Anren shrugged her shoulders, put down her fork and took a sip of orange juice. After receiving this 3 million, the Lu family doesn't have to worry that I'll go around spreading rumors, and I don't have to worry that the Lu family will create trouble for me. Everyone is more comfortable, how nice. After filling his stomach and chatting about some business, Qin Mu sent Meng Anren back. Still parked at the intersection behind the food market, Dream Anren hooked up her backpack. I'm leaving. Qin Mu rubbed Meng Anren's long hair, the gentleness under his eyes could drown a person. Well, remember to submit the works of creative painting. When he mentioned it, Meng Anren realized what the thing he had forgotten was, get it tomorrow. You're also tired today, go back and rest early. After all, it came to pick her up as soon as she got off the plane. Touched, Missy will feel sorry for me now. Qin Mu falsely deflated his mouth, a bit indebted in Meng Anren's eyes. She laughed and cursed, don't care later. Qin Mu couldn't pretend anymore, joy filled his heart and couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Go back, be careful on the road. You too. Meng Anren got out of the car and it wasn't until she walked into the food market that Qin Mu ordered the driver to leave. After receiving a long-distance order, Meng Rong couldn't go home to eat dinner, so Wan Man loaded him up and left a separate copy, and then called the children to start dinner. It so happened that Meng Yushu also arrived home from work, and hurriedly washed his hands and sat over. Dream Anren had never eaten pickled fish, and finally had the honor of tasting it. The fish slices were tender, the pickles were sour, the fish soup was delicious, and the sour, spicy and fresh flavor increased one's appetite. It was by and large the fullest meal she'd had in 17 years, and she'd had 2 bowls of fish soup alone. Seeing her like, Su Wanman's face smiled and blossomed, and secretly made a note to think about making a meal for Meng Anren every now and then in the future. By the way Anren, school starts the day after tomorrow. I called the director of teaching at the first middle school today and asked, if you come to the first middle school to study, it's just the right time to fill Lu Qingcheng's place. Meng Yushu was a bit cautious when she said this, afraid that she had used the wrong words and mentioning Lu Qingcheng would make Meng Anren unhappy. City no. One middle school is a key middle school. The number of student places admitted each year is limited. If Lu Qingcheng does not transfer to another school, Meng Anren can only study on loan in City no. One middle school. But today on the phone, the director of teaching said Lu Qingcheng's school records have been transferred away. Dream Anren want to go to school in a middle school. If the opening school to take a qualification examination passed it can officially transfer the file into a middle school. Bringing up the matter of going to school, Meng mother hung her eyes and pursed her lips, and spoke with deliberation. Anren, our family's economic situation really can't afford to pay for you to continue to go to school in Shenhua. It's really not right for you. Meng Anren's eyes moved slightly. She was puzzled as to why her dream family always said they couldn't do right by her. I feel sorry for her because of my poor financial condition. I feel sorry for her because my house is too small. I feel sorry for her because I couldn't pay for her to go to an expensive school. What is there to be sorry about? If you want something, you should fight for it yourself, and if you count on the help of others, you will never be able to get it back, even if the others are your own family members. It was a truth she had learned in the Lu family. Thank you brother for asking for me about transferring to another school, but I'll be staying at SA. Edwards. But, not waiting for Dream Mother to get her words out, Dream Anren already knew what she was thinking and slightly raised her hand to stop her speech and continued. The top of the grade at Shanghua Middle School is tuition free. So mom, you don't always have to say you're sorry for me. I'll get what I want on my own because it's in my interest and shouldn't have to be paid for by you in the first place. Dream Mother's eyes abruptly red, crystal tears swirling inside. She forced herself not to let the tears fall, pursed out a smile pleased to look at Dream Anren. Meng Yushu silent head down drinking hot and sour fish soup. This moment in the heart seems to have certain things that have been tightly gripped not to let go released. After the bankruptcy of the Dream family, the obedient and well-behaved Lu Qingcheng started from wanting to buy new clothes and shoes every few months, to later becoming more and more vain, and recklessly asking for everything the family had left. She wanted too much, and when the family couldn't satisfy her growing vanity, she became abhorrent, slamming chopsticks, making a fuss, hurling abuse at her parents, and even laying hands on Nico. Over the past 2 years, Dream Mother has suffered too much resentment from Lu Qingcheng. The guilt of not being able to fulfill her child's wishes deepened, and she lost count of how many times she said, "I'm sorry." Mothers who treat their children as treasures end up being slaves to them. Chapter 7 Cheapest Car. Meng Yushu tidied up his emotions before raising his head to resume his warm smile. Since Anren has the conditions to stay in Shanghua, we definitely support your decision. Shanghua is not far from City No. One middle school. In the future after school brother will go pick you up and go home together. Good. Meng Yushu gathered the dishes and went into the kitchen to clean them, and Meng Anren took her brother to draw, leaving her mother to take a bath first. In the brothers' room, Meng Chenghong sat at the table drawing. Meng Anren sat on her brother's bed, flipping through the picture book that Meng Chenghong had finished drawing. Children's drawings are always full of innocence and pure, talk about no technical content, can fly in the sky of the car, sphinx-bodied bird man, hidden in the flowers of the small sparrow, unrestricted imagination is particularly creative. Page after page, Meng Anren found that although Meng Chenghong's paintings have no skills, but the use of color is very bold, watercolor brush coloring collision in a piece, there is a very strong visual impact, and the most wonderful in the picture structure is very harmonious. This kid, he seems to have some talent. Dream Anren closed the picture book and put it back on the stand, and touched her brother's little head. Little Hong, go to bed early tonight, tomorrow I'll take you outside to paint, okay? Meng Chenghong blinked his eyes. Why do you want to go outside to paint? Meng Anren thought for a moment and said, second sister has a friend who owns a painting studio. He has more than 100 colors of paint there. Would you like to go and play? Meng Chenghong instantly glows with both eyes and nods vigorously. I want to. Second sister, will he let me play? He'll agree when I tell him. Meng Anren hooked up the corner of her lips, and then thoughtfully said, but, you have to paint a picture tomorrow and send it to me. Yes. Experts say, the child grows the body when sleepy is normal, sleep can grow, so the Dream Mother has never objected to Dream Chenghong vacation sleep. When she saw the boy appear in the living room at 7 o'clock in the morning, dressed and refreshed, Su Wanman panicked. You're not sick, are you? Why do you look like you've got chicken blood in your veins? Mom. Second sister said she'd take me to the studio today. Then there's no need to get up so early, right? Su Wanman said, worriedly touched Meng Qinghong's forehead, confirming that there was no fever before sighing in relief. It so happened that Dream Anran came out of her room with her bag on her back. She walked straight into the kitchen and poured a cup of warm water and drank it in one gulp before saying, Mom, I'm taking Xiaohong to my friend's place. It's a bit of a long trip, so I'll go out early. Don't cook breakfast, let's go out to eat something together. Su Wanman could see that Meng Anran was in a bit of a hurry, and hurriedly nodded her head in response. Okay, I'll go change some clothes. What about brother? Dream Anran asked again. Brother is changing too. Meng Qinghong replied. For her part, Manrong went out at 6 o'clock to take orders. When Su Wanman and Meng Yushu changed their clothes, the four of them went together to the breakfast store at the food market entrance to simply eat some. Checkout time. Dream Feather Book consciously takes cell phone scanning code. Dream Anran did not fight with him. Mother and brother are in, reasoning that it is not her turn to show. For $30 or $40, there's nothing to argue about. Brother, my friend is coming to pick up and drop you off at your part-time job on the way. Meng Anran had called Qin Mu last night to borrow his driver. By now the car was parked at the same intersection as yesterday, waiting. After saying goodbye to Su Wanman, the three children set off. Meng Yushu and Meng Qinghong froze when they saw the car they were about to ride in. Dream Anran scanned the Toyota's badge and sweated. She asked Qin Mu to send the cheapest car he could find, and he said he'd lend her a Toyota. Who'd have thought it was the latest Toyota Alpha MPV? It was really cheap for Qin Mu, nearly $1 million. But isn't it a little overpriced when you compare it to the used car that Dream's family bought for over $30,000? Anran, is this your friend's car? Meng Yushu wasn't thinking that it was impossible for Meng Anran to know a rich friend, but rather that Meng Anran could still casually borrow a nearly $1 million car after leaving the Lu family. For a while, he was a little bit in a trance. Was Meng Anran still the daughter of the Lu family or not? Right. Meng Anran quickly settled her mind. It should be said that she wasn't panicked at all, merely a little helpless about Qin Mu's arrangement. After getting into the car, the siblings sat in the middle two seats. Meng Qinghong stayed in the back row by himself. Brother, give me the address of your part-time job. Meng Yushu woke up and said to the driver, Jiang Yuan Western Restaurant, please. The driver started the car and departed. Meng Anran held her cell phone and weighed in on Qin Mu. Dreaming peacefully, young Master Qin, is this the Toyota you were talking about? Qin Mu, more than 2 hours drive it. Afraid of you sit for a long time uncomfortable, specially chose this car. Dreaming peacefully, I don't remember you having this car in your garage. Qin Mu, newly purchased, just so I can squint for a while on my way to the airport during the week, it's useful. With the words already out of her mouth, Meng Anran didn't say much, even if she knew that Qin Mu had bought it especially for her. After dropping off Meng Yushu at the River's Edge Western Restaurant, the car got back on the road and drove to the suburbs on the other side of the city. Meng Qinghong was so excited last night that he didn't sleep much, and today he got up too early, and now he is lying in the back seat and falling into dreamland. The road was a bit boring, and Dream Anran tediously flipped through today's financial news and fell asleep in a daze. When I woke up again, I had reached my destination. In front of us is a courtyard of green bricks and green tiles by the mountains. Pushing open the mahogany door and walking in, the courtyard is full of verdant bamboo. Following the stone path around the koi pond to reach the main building, a silver-haired but athletic old man sat on the porch in a taiji chair, swaying with his eyes closed, like sitting in a cradle and lulling yourself to sleep. Elder Wu. Hearing the familiar voice, Wu Lao violently exploded up, but the movement was too large, causing the taisher chair to shake violently, struggling for a few seconds before finally sitting up. His eyes were as wide as brass bells as he stared at the girl who was only a few steps away from him and was currently smiling like a flower. He quickly got up and sauntered over, slapping Dream Anran on the arm and sniffling in aggravation. You heartless one, you still know to come see me. Tell me, how long have I not seen you? Meng Anran rubbed the place where she was hit by Wu Lao and said indignantly, I'm not here. I also brought you a good seedling, do you want it or not? If not, I can leave. After she finished speaking, she turned around and made a gesture to leave. Wu Lao hastily pulled her back. Don't I'm bored to death staying here as an old man, so if you're here, you can stay with me for a while. Meng Anran gouged him out grudgingly and pulled out Meng Qinghong, who was hiding behind her, and brought him forward. This is my brother. Meng Qinghong timidly greeted, hello Grandpa Wu. So good. Wu Lao's eyes were full of love as he pinched the child's cheeks. This sound of Grandpa sounded sweet in his heart. And then suddenly reacted, the smile was withdrawn, staring squarely at Meng Anran. Not right, where did you get your brother? Chapter 8 Genius, this is genius. I'll talk to you about this later. Where are your paints? Take it out for the child to play with. Meng Anran led Meng Qinghong straight past Wu Lao and barged towards the painting room. Wu Lao was confused for a moment. After reacting, he was shocked and followed up, Ancestor. My pigments are all made from my own ores. They are very expensive, so I can't use them to play with them. If the child wants to play with them, I'll get him some other pigments, okay? Mononan paused, that's fine too. She was only doing it to hand in her school assignment. It didn't matter if the paint was expensive or not. Anyway, the paints here at Wu Lao's place weren't that bad, and they had a lot of colors and were correct. It's enough for Meng Chenghong to get creative. Afraid that Meng Anren would waste his more expensive than gold paints, Wu Lao hurriedly went and pushed a cart of ordinary paints to come, and also prepared the canvas and brushes. Selected an empty drawing room, Meng Anren let Meng Chenghong slowly play here, use imagination to draw a pair of paintings to give her. After that, he went to drink tea and chat with Elder Wu under the pavilion in the courtyard. You mean, you're not a young lady at all, and your relative's family is struggling? After listening to the story of the real and fake Shen Jin, Wu Lao's eyebrows converged into a Chuan character. How can there be such an outrageous and bloody thing? How can you carry your own daughter by mistake? Are you all out of your minds? After sighing, Elder Wu continued, but it's good that you can leave the Lu family. Too many rules and regulations will stifle your artistic talent. The Meng family is in poor financial condition. Why don't you just come here and be my disciple, and master will take you to eat and drink. Meng Anren took a sip of hot tea and cast a sidelong glance over. Die of this heart, I will not be your disciple. Wu Lao suddenly deflated his mouth and cried, oh, I've dedicated my life to art, I'm 70 years old, I'm not married, I don't have children, I don't even have a disciple. Can you bear to see me die alone, with no one to inherit the mantle? This move didn't work on Dream Anren, she leisurely said, you're only 63, what's 70 years old? Besides, didn't I bring you a seedling over? Wu Lao looked disgusted. You mean that kid? Looking at it, it doesn't have much of an artist's temperament. Geniuses are all a bit eccentric, like you, like me. Dream Anren snorted lightly, not saying much. She doesn't care too much about whether Wu Lao can look at Meng Chenghong. Today she came over mainly to rub Wu Lao's paint in place, let Meng Chenghong paint a picture for her, and by the way, it is also a long time not to see Wu Lao came over to visit. At lunchtime, the maid called out for dinner, and Meng Anren walked back to the main house with Elder Wu, first going to the drawing room to find Meng Chenghong. Meng Chenghong loves painting. Paint is like his partner, he lies on the ground, his little hand dipped into a pile of red paint on the canvas as much as possible, immersed in it, playful. Seeing him dirty, Wu Lao couldn't bear to look at him. Heartache for his paints. But when Wu saw Meng Chenghong's unfinished paintings, his old eyes seemed to see the new life of early spring, and there was an abundance of vitality. Hong, go wash your hands at the faucet outside and eat before you paint. Wait a minute, there is still a little bit left. Meng Chenghong did not even lift his head, rummaged around in the paint box, and finally took some blue and yellow and put them in the palette and stirred them up a bit. Then snapped his little hand on the blob of paint and snapped again, leaving his palm print on the painting. The painting is done. Second sister, this painting is for you. I'm going to wash my hands. He climbed up and bounced out. Meng Anren picked up the frame and looked proudly at Wu Lao, the meaning in his expression needless to say. Wu Lao's eyes were like a scanner wandering back and forth on the paintings. He stepped in step by step as if he had found a rare treasure, unable to hide his shock. When you look at it closely, it is just a pile of paint, but when you look at it from a distance, it is a vast expanse of stars. Reversing the usual blue as the base color of the universe, a hot and brilliant red is used instead, while the stars, which are usually depicted in white and light yellow, are switched to be shown in black. The reversal of warmth and cold, light and darkness coexist. The bold and novel use of color completely subverts conventional thinking, perfectly showing the warm and brilliant world inside the painter. The last small handprint printed on it, in a blue-green mix, represents the subject wrapped in this passionate universe, always this beautiful planet where human beings live together. The child's palm print in turn seems to symbolize more concretely the guardianship of a beautiful home that relies on being passed down from generation to generation. Genius, this is genius. Wu Lao eyes do not want to leave the painting for a moment, want to touch, and in the way of the paint is not yet dry for fear of ruining the painting. I've said it's a good seedling. Meng Anren leaned the frame against the wall and patted Elder Wu's shoulder. This painting is mine, don't move it. Elder Wu bristled. Petty. At the dinner table, Wu repeatedly asked Meng Chenghong why he chose this color. The child were to think so deep, purely for fun, only inadvertently the inner world expressed in color. Wu was so excited that he didn't even eat a few mouthfuls of rice, and continuously gave Meng Anren a wink. This is a painting genius, don't stay for him as a disciple. He can't close his eyes when he sails to the west, Meng Anren treated it as if she didn't see Wu Lao's hints and focused on eating. Wu Lao pursed his lips in disgust. This stinky girl even brought the seedlings here, can't she say a few words for him? After a moment of deliberation, Wu Lao stared kindly at Meng Chenghong, his tone coaxing and deceiving. Little Hong, do you want to learn painting from Grandpa Wu? Being Grandpa Wu's disciple, you can use lots and lots of paints to paint your favorite things every day. Meng Chenghong blinked her eyes and innocently asked, Grandpa Wu, are you good at drawing? Of course. No one dares to recognize me as the second best in the country. Wu Lao was not modest, and continued, after dinner later, will you take you to see my paintings? If you want to learn from me, you can live here with Grandpa in the future. Meng Chenghong thought about it and shook his head again. No, it's so far away, it'll be hard for me to see my mom and dad if I live here. Seeing Wu Lao's deflated expression, Meng Anren couldn't help but laugh, holding her cheeks as she said, Wu Lao, Xiaohong still has to go to school, so it's really inconvenient for you to live here. Otherwise, you should move back to the city to live. You are old, living in this 10-mile uninhabited suburb, with only one maid to take care of you. In case something happens, the ambulance won't even be able to save you in time. The matter of moving Dream Anran has been said many times. Wu Lao waved his hand in annoyance. Okay you, small age nagging, I'll reconsider. Meng Anran shrugged. Take your time to consider. Anyway, if you don't move, this disciple of yours is definitely gone. If you are willing to move, Qin Mu has already arranged the house for you. One call and tomorrow someone will come to help you pack up your things. The day after tomorrow you will be able to withdraw, and the day after tomorrow you will be able to collect the gift of worship. Chapter 9 Anran's personal bodyguard. Wu Lao has lived here for 7 or 8 years and is not very happy to leave, so he decided to leave this issue aside for the time being, and took Meng Chenghong to look at his idol work with gusto. It wasn't until 4:30 p.m. that the siblings returned. Along the way, Meng Chenghong small mouth blatting, especially excited. It can be seen that he also very much want to let Wu Lao teach him to draw. It doesn't matter, Meng Anran doesn't care, the painting she wants has already arrived. As for whether Meng Chenghong will become Wu Lao's disciple, it doesn't matter. She's just trying to use this to force Wu Lao to move back to the city. Wu Lao to renew her favor. She also do not want a Wu Lao in that remote suburb of the old man alone, afraid of the suddenness of the incident when she cannot even catch up to see the last side. Living in the city offers easy access to transportation and medical facilities, plus a wide network of people to look out for. When I got home just in time for dinner, Meng Chenghong excitedly told all about today's events, and said he wanted to learn painting from Grandpa Wu. Hearing the end, the rest of the people didn't know who this Grandpa Wu really was, and they all turned their gazes to Meng Anran. Meng Anran swallowed the rice in her mouth and replied nonchalantly, seeing that Xiaohong is quite fond of painting, I happen to know old Mr. Wu Changxi, so I brought Xiaohong over to have some fun. A few people were unsettled. Meng Rong was so surprised that he couldn't help but raise his voice a few points. Old Mr. Wu Changxi? It's that top domestic national painting master, old Mr. Wu Changxi. Wu Chongxi old Mr. Paintings that are hard to find. More than 10 years ago a masterpiece clear bamboo price of more than 100 million by the Lu family auction, but he was over half 100 will be living in seclusion no longer come out of the mountains, since then his work has more than ever been shot out of the sky. Meng Anran nodded calmly, yes, he is my friend. I also asked him today, and he said that Little Hong is quite talented and is willing to accept Little Hong as his disciple. A few people were even more shocked. The famous domestic and foreign national painting master Wu Chongxi old Mr. Willing to accept their small Hong as a disciple? The Dream family has been living a somewhat abstract life these past few days. First the internationally renowned and famous interior designer Xiao Han came to design the layout of the house for them, and then the old Mr. Wu Chongxi, a master of Chinese painting, who has been in hiding for more than 10 years, is willing to accept their children as his disciples. The two big shots who have power and money and may not even be able to meet each other are good friends with their youngest daughter? The Dream family reacquainted with Meng Anran, the daughter who had been back for only 2 days, and they finally knew why Meng Anran was able to easily accept the fact that the fake $1,000, and returned to this poor home still spoiling herself. That was because Meng Anran's confidence never relied on the Lu family's power, but rather stemmed from her own strength. After sitting in the car all day, Meng Anran was a bit tired. After dinner went to take a shower and went to bed early. School starts tomorrow, and Meng Yushu and Meng Chenghong didn't ink anymore and took turns bathing and sleeping. Only the dreamers were left in the living room. Su Wanman pursed her lips and thought for a long time, as if she had made up her mind about something. Husband, we can't always rely on Anran's connections, we should also put up another fight while we're still in our middle age. Meng Rong nodded approvingly. In the past 2 days since Anran came back, I also thought a lot. In order for this family to lead a better life, we shouldn't rest on our laurels. Running an online car is earning hard money, not much of a way out. In the end, we still have to do business. Speaking to the point, Su Wanman is also thinking about this problem. However, now business cannot be good. Look at those who opened the factory. A lot of them have closed down. It's okay, we can succeed once, we can succeed twice. Meng Rong put his arm around his wife's shoulder. His tone was extraordinarily firm. During this period of time, first all walks of life to find out the market, do a good job of preliminary research is always safer. Good. On the day of the start of the school year, Dream's father sent Dream Chenghong to the elementary school. Meng Anran studied in the Shanghua Middle School as a private aristocratic school, and Meng Yushu studied in the city of the first high school as just across the road thing, brother and sister together to take the bus back to school. The bus terminal was only 2 stops away from the platform near their neighborhood, and there were plenty of empty seats when they boarded the bus. Meng Yushu drops the bus pass twice and carries Meng Anran to the back seat. Meng Anran stared at the bus card on the zipper of Meng Yushu's book bag for a long time. It was the first time she had ever taken a bus and the first time she had ever seen a bus card. It looks pretty convenient. You have to enter your PIN for bank cards, but you can just touch your bus pass. Brother, where did you get your bus pass? She wanted to get one too. Meng Yushu was silent for a few seconds, unhooked his bus card and handed it over. I have to go to the convenience center to do it. You can use mine first. What about you? Now you can WeChat scan the code to ride the bus. Meng Yushu smiled gently. He was seeing that his sister was quite curious about this card and simply gave it to her to play with. Thank you, brother. Dream Anren was not polite and hung it on the zipper of his backpack. One after another, more people get on the bus. This time of the year, in addition to students and office workers, there are also a lot of go to the supermarket to grab the eggs of the grandpa and grandma. More people will be crowded, and in the hot summer, the air in the carriage becomes poorly circulated, gradually filled with a sweaty odor. At one time Lu Qingcheng disliked the smell, and especially disliked taking public transportation. Meng Yushu glanced at the girl beside her with skin like gelatin. She was sitting by the window, the breeze from outside blew and dancing the broken hair at her temples, those bright eyes curiously looking at the scenery outside the window. Suddenly feeling that this overly mature sister was a bit cute, Meng Yushu lowered her eyes and laughed silently. The road was a bit congested, the bus driver, always pugnacious, did not delay the students at all, and it took 40 minutes to get to the school stop. The site is right in front of the city's first middle school, and Meng Yushu had to send Meng Anren to the school gate. There was still time to spare, and the siblings walked slowly past. Quite a few luxury cars drove by on the road, and occasionally there would be one that lowered its window to greet Meng Anren loudly. Meng Yushu's heart was clear. Her sister had good interpersonal relationships in school. She just didn't know if her classmates would let her suffer when they knew she was no longer the Lu family's daughter. Until the entrance of Shanghua Middle School, seeing one student coming down from a luxury car wearing a purely handmade customized high-grade uniform, Meng Yushu was a little embarrassed to approach. You go inside and I'll come back and pick you up after school. Seeing Meng Yushu's constraint, Meng Anren smiled and nodded. Good. Before the words fell, a figure came flying over. Anran. Meng Anren's body swayed a bit as she was rushed by the other party's passionate embrace, and the other party hugged Meng Anren tightly, but her eyes fell on the big handsome man beside her. Woohoo, Anren, stunning. Dream Anren sked lightly and introduced herself graciously. This is my brother. Your brother? Lanji froze for a moment before reacting that it was the eldest son of the Meng family. She hurriedly stood up well and behaved herself uncharacteristically. Good day, brother. I'm Unran's classmate Lanji, and also Unran's personal bodyguard. Chapter 10. Want my brother to be a mistress? Meng Anren cocked her head in confusion. When did you get another bodyguard status? Lanji came to Meng Anren's ear and whispered, young Master Qin's orders, fearing that she'll be bullied for your fake Qin status. After saying that, she stood up straight again, hooked onto Meng Anren's shoulder and looked at Meng Yushu with a smile on her face. Brother, put a million hearts, I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. With me here, no one can touch a single hair on Anren's head. Meng Yushu looked at the cheerful girl in front of her with super short hair and a warm smile appeared on her face. Good, thank you for taking care of Anren. When he smiled, Blue Branch felt like wildflowers were blooming in the mountains. Seeing that Lanju was about to commit philandering again, Meng Anren hurriedly waved her hand. Brother, go back to school, don't be late. Well, I'm off. Call me if you need anything. Eyeing Meng Yushu's back, Lanju remained in a nymphomaniacal state. Anren, does your brother have a girlfriend? Do you mind me being your sister-in-law? How handsome, comparable to those popular male stars in the entertainment industry. At least in the capital circle, other than Qin Mu, she had never seen anyone that good-looking. Warm and moist like jade, dumping those two brothers of the Lu family 800 streets. Meng Anren sighed softly helplessly. Don't forget that you have a fiancé. Do you want my brother to be a junior? Blue Branch's heart aches, Blue Branch weeps, Blue Branch hates the world. Stop acting, let's go. Meng Anren looked at her wristwatch. There are still 15 minutes left. I don't want to be late with you. She took a quick step to her classroom, and Blue Branch hurried to follow. Anren, I heard that the Meng family owes a lot of debt after bankruptcy, but all the assets that have some value were sold to pay off the debt, and now they moved to a small broken residential building. Can you live there? Why don't I give you that small villa and give you a driver and nanny? Meng Anren laughed. If you really want to move, it's still your turn to behave? Lanji was not happy when she heard this. So what? If Mr. Qin can send it to me, can't he send it to me? I'm your own good girlfriend. Saying that, she took Dream Anren's arm and pressed against it, her face rubbing against the other's shoulder. Dream Anren was helpless and amused. Right. When did this group of people have the hobby of helping the poor? Not moving to send a car to send a house, but also with a driver with a nanny, make it seem as if she left the Lu family had a miserable life like. By the way, how's that winery of yours coming along? Meng Anren asked. Last month, Blue Branch opened a winery and asked her to go over there several times to have fun. She was busy with other things at that time and hadn't been there until now. Lanji sighed heavily. Not bad. Ming Jingnet said that a new batch of wine was brought to me to try, and there is no news until now. When I see him later, I'll have to beat him up. Between gossip to the classroom, they just went in. The original lively classroom suddenly cooled down, each frozen expression staring at the Dream Anren. Did I move the knife? Worth the look on your faces when you've seen a ghost? Hearing Dream Anren's words, everyone laughed out in relief. Which plastic surgery hospital dares to go after Ran's face? Ran-san, that can't be true, can it? All no ah? Dream Anren's posture was bland, and she went back to her own position to fall down, not seeing the slightest bit of sadness. Who in our circle has a bit of news that doesn't travel 100 miles? When Ming Jing, who was sitting in a dangling posture, saw Meng Anren, he hurriedly moved the chair under his butt and went over. Sister Ran, I still have a house, it's not very big, but it's better than the place you're living in now, isn't it? How about it? How about I give it to you first? Not waiting for Meng Anren to say anything, Lan she slapped over, she won't even take my house, can she take yours? Ming King bristled. Come on, he couldn't argue with this feisty woman. The group was so noisy that they didn't even know when the homeroom teacher came. What are you talking about? You guys are the noisiest in the whole floor. As soon as the teacher came, everyone quickly returned to their seats and sat obediently, not daring to squeak. Shanghua was an aristocratic school, and the students were all children of powerful families, but they were no different from ordinary students, with the same fear of teachers and the same fear of disciplinary action. The uninformed thought that the private noble academy was full of uneducated, juggling rich kids who knew how to skip classes, play around, and contradict their teachers all day long. The truth, however, is that they are more inwardly scrolling than the average middle school student, navigating multiple subjects such as economics, aesthetics, and equestrianism in addition to the usual GCSE subjects, and that the school-wide rankings are more reserved than the city-wide rankings. Talking back to teachers is even more nonsense. The founder of Shanghua is a top powerhouse. The discipline of students' character is very strict, but any disrespect to teachers will be severely punished. Not only the students themselves are penalized, but even their families are affected. First day of school, so I won't bother with you guys. You'll all wake up in your last year, stay out of trouble, and get through it peacefully, okay? No. Very well. Let's start with one thing. A new student has been transferred to our class this semester. Student Lu Qingcheng, come in. The faces of the crowd varied. You looked at me, I looked at you, and finally dropped their eyes to the podium. Lan Shi gave Meng Anren a look, and the latter just smiled faintly, watching the show with an inscrutable demeanor. After receiving a few days of intense etiquette training, Lu Qingcheng finally had some of the manners of a lady. She smiled sweetly and made a self-introduction without any hesitation. Hello everyone, I am Lu Qingcheng. I was carried by the wrong person when I was a child, and only now have I found my real parents and returned to the Lu family. I hope to get along with everyone in the coming year. Lu Qingcheng was wearing a high-fashion pink dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders, quite a bit of a soft neighbor-sister's sense of vision. If she had been in the first grade school she used to study in, there might have been quite a number of people who felt sorry for her for being hijacked and robbed of her life as a young lady for more than 10 years. Or they would have courted her to curry favor with her because of her status as the daughter of the Lu family. Unfortunately, this was Shanghua, and her little mind was simply not enough. As Lu Qingcheng's words fell, there was just a silence in the class. Seeing Ming Jing's pretentious face, he was very irritated and asked carelessly, the Lu family's real daughter is just different, just returned to the Lu family and drove Lu Anren away? Lu Qingcheng's eyes trembled, habitually changed into a simple and harmless small white flower persona, drooping eyes pursed lips seemed to be tangled for a long time, before saying, Sister Shi. I thought that mom and dad raised her for 17 years, she will not be able to give up mom and dad. I didn't expect her to ask for $3 million with dad, and left without looking back. I really don't understand why my sister can be so desperate. Absolutely your aunt. A violent anger echoed in the classroom. Lu Qingcheng looked over in fear and saw a manly woman with angry eyes. There was also Mon Anren, who was smiling good-naturedly next to the other side. Chapter 11 Finally, a poor man in our class. Blue Branch, pay attention to your attitude. The class teacher, Talia, frowned unhappily and stared at Lan Ji, who had tapped the table, who pursed her lips and sat down obediently. Getting backed up, Lu Qingcheng suppressed the slightly upturned corner of her lips and clutched the hem of her skirt in an aggrieved manner. It's okay, teacher, my adoptive father's family is poor, and my sister's living conditions fell too far, so it's normal for her to have a grudge against me. Talia was not speaking for Lu Qingcheng. This was a school, he was a teacher, he had the responsibility to control the students' speech and behavior. Lan Ji was acting recklessly in front of him, it was impossible for him to turn a blind eye. 2/3 of Shanghua's students are family heirs, and even if they are marginal characters in the family, they will definitely be the leaders of a certain industry in the future. And how can the teachers who can teach in Shanghua be simple characters? Lu Qingcheng's trick Talia recognized at a glance, only too lazy to poke through it. After a moment of silence, he didn't pick up Lu Qingcheng's play and instead said, just to remind you, Shanghua is not a place to play around. Also, remember to wear your school uniform tomorrow. Mocking low laughter rang out from the stage, and Lu Qingcheng nodded awkwardly and walked off the podium to sit down. The photos of everyone's creative painting works have been uploaded to the official website, and the voting channel has been opened for your own selection. Teacher, is it still the same as previous years when the top 10 entries are bid on campus? This time, in addition to the bidding, there is a new distinctive award, and the winning student has the opportunity to work with RT, so students who have ideas in this area can be more on the ball. RT? The RT that makes art out of gaming stuff? There was some commotion in the class, some people were shocked, some people were catching up. If I had known I would have gotten serious about this. Why is the school keeping the news so tightly under wraps? Is it too late for me to canvass? Insulting people's perceptions and aesthetics with your flowerless grass? No what? My idol is Van Gogh. Who do you think has hope in our class? Definitely Anren, she's #1 every year. Dream Anren shook her head in a high and mighty manner. To give you guys a chance, the artwork I turned in this time wasn't drawn by me. As soon as the words came out, the people around her immediately looked at her in disgust. Then I really thank you for your high-handedness. After one class, Lu Qingcheng was drowsy and finally survived until the bell rang. She tried to make nice with her classmates, but she couldn't melt into the conversation at all. How's the development of the new business district over in North City going? Our family wants a piece of it, any chance? Advise you do not. The latest news, the government wants to build a national highway over there, must be deserted. The Ning family before has not just spent a lot of money to get some oil well, now the shares smashed in the hand, crying no place to cry. Forget it then, this money is better invested in the studio. How's your costume design studio coming along? My family got in a batch of watermarked fabric, interested? Bring it here to look at it. I don't want it if it's not good quality. That's for sure, knowing your taste, you won't fool you with inferior fabrics. Lu Qingcheng looked left and right, the people around her were discussing business matters, she didn't know anything and felt a bit overwhelmed. Finally, he cast his eyes on Meng Anren, who was surrounded by several people. Sister Ran, what's hanging on your bag? A bus pass? Hahaha, Missy has fallen on hard times, actually squeezing the bus to school? We finally have a poor person in our class. I was saying that the reward of free tuition for being first in the school year was too stingy, but now it seems to be of some use. I didn't even think of it if you didn't say it. There are still outstanding scholarships and grants for poor students in the school, arrange them all for Sister Ran. The crowd laughed and joked about Dream Anren, and the person in question was helpless and amused. Almost got it, any more damage would be rude. Lu Qingcheng thought for a moment, got up and walked over, speaking with a cowering but righteous expression. You guys are too much. How can you talk about your sister like that? The crowd inexplicably looked askance at Lu Qingcheng, they and Lu. Meng Anren is very familiar, she is more easygoing, but also can always get some strange and weird things, and occasionally who attends a banquet of any kind to let her help to find some antiques as a congratulatory gift. Between friends daily joke only, turn to Lu Qingcheng in this on the line? Meng Anren also felt that Lu Qingcheng was sick in the head. I'm sorry, I have older siblings and younger brothers, I just don't have a younger sister. Sister. Anren, I know that the foster father's family is poor, you are used to living a life of a big lady to go to the dream family will not be accustomed to, I can talk to mom and dad, and you apologize, they will certainly agree that you come back to the Lu family. Lu Qingcheng acted very much for the sake of Meng Anren, the real millennium who suffered a lot outside is not easy to return to the mansion but still on the ground for the fake millennium who has been occupying the magpie's nest for 17 years, it is reasonable that other people will think that she is simple and kind while the fake millennium does not know what's good and bad. But the air suddenly silent, the crowd like being under the head, not a word to look at the people Lu Qingcheng, as if to see what bizarre creatures. After a long time, Lanshi twisted her head to look at Meng Anren and fluttered a sentence, isn't she embarrassed? I'm even embarrassed for her. The crowd bared their teeth and laughed. Originally Lu Qingcheng was not embarrassed, but hearing this made her embarrassed. Anren, I am sincere, the dream family bankruptcy cannot give you a good life. Mom and dad are very good, yesterday also said to ask an internationally famous interior designer to change your previous room into my dressing room, it seems to be called Shaohan Bar. They may be a little angry that you do not miss the old feelings, took the money and left, you go to apologize to mom and dad, they will certainly let you come back. Meng Anren laughed breathlessly, after living in the Lu family for 17 years, she knew better than Lu Qingcheng what kind of people the Lu family couple were, they didn't even necessarily care about their own daughter, let alone an adopted daughter. Shaohan is going to design your dressing room? How come I haven't heard about this? She raised the corners of her lips meaningfully. Lu Qingcheng lowered her eyes and smiled shyly, I also told them that I don't need it, but they said that they have treated me badly for 17 years, they must compensate me properly, and they insisted on finding the best designers to remodel my dressing room, and said that they will make my room the way I like it. Lanji suddenly laughed, put the phone on the table and tapped on the speakerphone, Shaohan, hiding quite deeply, don't treat us as friends anymore? Stormy anger came over the phone. Put her grandma's bull ********. When did I promise to design for her? Lu Qingcheng, right? Yesterday I called and told you to get lost. Do you not understand human language or your brain is not evolved? And I'm the eldest daughter of the Lu family. If I give you money, just take it and shut up and do your work. The Lu family is something you can't afford to offend. Yo, look at you, who cares about that little bit of stinking money? I don't care if you're the Lu family or the Hai family or the Kung family. What kind of status do you have that you dare to order me to do my job? Rumors around the drop my value, you can afford to lose it. Chapter 12 She's the only one who's ever been in charge of me, and I'm not in charge of her. Shaohana output without stopping, yin and yang clamping gun with a stick, voice or cursing dry. Blue Branch cut off the call and raised an eyebrow invitingly at Dream Anren, who gave her a thumbs up. None of the people present were human experts, their superior family background allowed them to prematurely see the faces of people from all classes, and when faced with people of their own age in the circle, it took them 7 or 8 minutes to analyze each other's thoughts and character thoroughly. Like Lu Qingcheng, a small sparrow from an ordinary class who suddenly crossed over to a luxurious family, they didn't even need to use their brains to see her through. They didn't just come to Shanghua to study, but also to accumulate quality connections. In the future, the ones they would deal with would basically be the group of classmates around them now, and having a good relationship with valuable people would greatly benefit them in the future when they inherited the family business. It didn't matter at all to them who was the real Qianjin and who was the fake Qianjin. What mattered was whether or not the person himself had any value. Dream Anren, who had been sitting at the top of her grade for a long time, was bound to be a big shot no matter what industry she was going to be in after graduation. The school years were the best opportunity for them to get in touch with Meng Anren. Obviously, Meng Anren could have gone without the last name Lu. But Lu Qingcheng is nothing without the Lu family. In fact, they had no prejudice against Lu Qingcheng, and would have taken the initiative to talk to her in consideration of the Lu family's power, but it was a pity that she was too impatient, and dared to come and provoke Meng Anren, keeping silent because they were too lazy to poke holes in it, too lazy to spend time on worthless people. But Lu Qingcheng was not the one who ran to be over and over again, so it was not their fault. Being hit in the face on the spot was no different than walking down the road with your pants suddenly falling off. Lu Qingcheng's face was green, the corners of her eyes flushed red, helpless, and pitiful. If there were people protecting Meng Anren, there would always be people who would not like Meng Anren. You guys are too much, is it fun to fool people like that? Luca angrily got up and accused Meng Anren, Qingcheng, she's just worried about you, your family's bankrupt, she just wants to help you out a little bit, as much as you guys are ostracizing her like this? The crowd looked askance breathlessly over, knowing Luca's thoughts by heart. Luca looked angry, actually happy bad. After all, she was everywhere by the Dream Anren over ahead, and now Dream Anren bankruptcy, she can finally in turn pressure Dream Anren ahead, not to begin to pretend to take the tone of it. You can also please Lu Qingcheng, the Lu family's highly favored daughter, killing two birds with one stone. Lu Qingcheng unexpectedly raised her head, wiped the tears from her face, and threw a grateful look at Lu Ku. Lu Ku pursed her lips and smiled a little, a few points of heartache showed in her eyes, as if she really took Lu Qingcheng as a friend. The classroom door was knocked, and when everyone looked over, they saw Qinmu standing at the door with a large picture frame, smiling lazily. So lively? Under Luca's shocked and embarrassed gesture, Qinmu didn't bother to share half a glance with her and walked straight towards Meng Anren, leisurely saying, "Go ahead and curse, I'm just here to deliver something to Missy." The words were so, but where did Luca dare to open his mouth? They were the future heirs of the family, but this one in front of them was already a figure that could equal their parents. Lu Qingcheng sized up the visitor. The teenager was wearing a simple and clean white T-jeans, fair skin, and face like a crown of jade. His height was close to 1 meter 9, and he was wearing a string of deep red and oily Bodhi string on his wrist. She also smelled a faint citrus scent as she passed her heel. Lu Qingcheng ruthless heart moved. Once Dreamfeather book faces her in a middle school by all the envy of the capital, but see in front of the person, she felt that Dreamfeather book is not as good as the teenager half a point. Pity, dressed so shabbily, an errand boy at best. Lu Qingcheng does not know, just the washed jeans on Qinmu will be 5 figures, plus other accessories, especially the string, worth a set of villas in Riverside. Yo, what is it that still requires Brother Qin to make a special trip? Ming Jing teased. Qinmu's eyes fell straight onto Meng Anren, undisguised favoritism, I'm a toolman dedicated to Missy, even a leaf has to be personally delivered to her hands-on. The crowd laughed and coaxed, but Qinmu and Meng Anren didn't squirm and remained open and honest. The relationship between the two are clear to the class, childhood sweethearts too small, each other also understand each other's feelings, nothing to hide. Did not confirm the relationship is only because cannot fall in love early, but also want to put more time on the career just. Your painting. Qinmu rested the frame on Meng Anren's table, and for a moment it drew crowds of people around to marvel. They had seen Dream Anren uploading the photos of her entry on the event website, and had only thought that the color collision was quite interesting. Seeing the real thing at this moment, the bright colors of the huge painting were really shocking. Rance aesthetics really never go wrong, although there's nothing tricky about this painting, the color scheme is just very creative, I like it, I'll shoot this year. You have to win even if you shoot you, who doesn't know that Rance's work is in demand? Sister Ran Kana, the number of votes is first looks like the champion is yours again this year. Ming Jing was holding his cell phone and looking at the real-time vote count of the creative painting competition. Dream Anren's work was more than 3,000 votes higher than the second place. Meng Anren smiled without saying a word, his diffident posture as if he was supposed to be victorious. Lu Qingcheng glanced at it, and when she saw the handprints on the painting, she instantly recognized that it was painted by Mang Chenghong. Anren, this is painted by Xiao Hong, right? A few random pieces of paint applied by a child, and you used it to compete. It's too disrespectful to the other contestants. How presumptuous of you. Ming Jing looked away. This is the first place work. Do you mean a child's random paint is better than our serious paintings? Lu Qingcheng was dumbfounded, saying more was wrong. Dream Anren curved her lips and said, my brother painted with great care, this is what he specially painted to send me, where can your haphazard abstract art compare? Upon hearing Dream Anren's flirtation, the crowd disgruntledly accused her of insulting their artwork. Brother Qin, control her. Ming Jing complained. Qinmu put both hands into his pants pockets and leaned on Meng Anren's desk, she's always been the only one to control me. Where do I control her? Meng Anren lowered her eyes and smiled lowly, her fingertips hooking onto Qin Mu's string. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Lu Qingcheng reluctantly went up to Qin Mu and said, "Classmate, you're not a student at this school, are you? I can understand working part-time to earn money, but you can't mix into the school for a few $100s for running errands." Qin Mu narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He had long known that Lu Qingcheng had a bit of a brain problem, but he had never thought that she could be so blinkered. The crowd burst into laughter. Someone actually said that Qin Mu was an errand boy. This was probably the most ridiculous joke of the year. Lanji laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back and patted Qin Mu's shoulder. "Qin Mu, you're an errand boy. What are you going to do to compete with me for Anren?" Qin Mu laughed and cursed, "Get lost." Meng Anren also breathlessly raised her red lips as she retracted her previous comment that Lu Qingcheng was a little smart. Lu Qingcheng always played the innocent and harmless little white flower, indeed simple enough to be stupid. It is surprising to think that the person who can laugh and joke with this group of rich kids and be called Brother Qin by the crowd would be an ordinary person. Chapter 13 Qin Goblin seduces my wife again. Xiaohan asked me to bring a letter. The design drawings and furniture have been found, asking if it's convenient for you to start construction tomorrow. Qin Mu hung his head and stared at the scallion white hand that was hooked onto his skewer and said in a low voice, "I'll give him a letter back later." Meng Anren replied softly, picking at the linden beads one by one, suddenly raising her eyes to meet the teenager's deep eyes. "Is the merger and acquisition case finished?" "Not wrapped up yet, flying at 11, try to get it done this week." Dream Anren immediately loosened her grip and poked his sturdy little arm. "Then go quickly, don't miss your flight." "Well, I'll bring you a handwritten letter when I return." Qin Mu hooked Meng Anren's chin like he was teasing a cat, his eyes drenched in tenderness. The two men spoke with their voices softly, as if an invisible barrier had automatically risen, and the others consciously stayed away without disturbing them, noiselessly knocking on the candy. Blue Branch rested his cheeks and smacked his lips grudgingly. "Damn it, Qin Goblin seduced my wife again." A question mark slowly knocked out of Ming King's head. "Is that appropriate for you to say in front of your fiancé?" Toward the end of the afternoon, the results of the voting rankings on the official website were available. "It's too much, Ran is number one again. Over 6,000 votes? Sister Ran, did you buy a water army?" It's a good thing Ran didn't draw Morning Sea herself, or else the distinctive award would have gone to her. "Whose is the distinctive award?" "The one in third place, Song Fongtun. I'm envious, I get to participate in the auction and work with RT again. The small competition within the school will have the school reward, send stationery they do not see, pay bonuses they do not rare. The top 10 works will be used to auction, the parents of students and school board members to participate in the auction. The works of the final auction amount will be in the name of the participants will be donated to the charitable foundations. It is a reward for them a good reputation." Dream Anren thought about it, using the painting that his brother gave to him to give himself a reputation. It seems a bit wolfish. How about lying to him about a bonus? How much is appropriate? Blue Branch, how much is the average activity bonus at other schools? Lanji didn't understand why Meng Anren suddenly asked this kind of question. Couldn't it be that she wanted a bonus? But she didn't lack money. Doesn't understand, but replies, "I heard that the first school had a speaking contest last semester with 300 to 500 prizes. This is too stingy, isn't it?" Dream Anren frowned, a bit disgusted. Blue Branch pushed her head. "Missy, they usually only pay $7 or $8 a breakfast. $500 is enough for their breakfast for 2 months. Missy doesn't know what it's like to be human." "Missy, shut up. $300 to $500 for a regular school, so it would be reasonable for S.A. Edwards to give 3 to 5,000, right?" Dream Anren made up her mind and looked at Lanji. "Help me get a certificate of honor for the painting competition. Something that looks slightly more expensive will do." Blue Branch was getting confused. "What do you need that for?" Dream Anren hooked her book bag and got up, turning back toward her with a bright smile. "Lying to children." Looking at the figure of the young girl walking away, Blue Branch transformed into a subway old man. "Don't understand, but do as you are told." After school hours, the entrance to the school is the most lively. Many vendors selling snacks began to operate, despite the fact that Sheng Huali are all rich second generation, but this age still cannot resist the temptation of junk food. Among the figures coming and going, Meng Anren saw Meng Yushu, who had an exceptionally prominent figure and appearance, at a glance. He seemed like a scholar from ancient times, clear and handsome, yet gentle and soft, and when his eyes were down, a few moments of melancholy seemed to flow between his brows. Meng Anren felt that if Meng Yushu went to act in an ancient costume drama, he would definitely win the hearts of thousands of young girls. Look at the Blue Branch, no, see the Dream Feather book, has forgotten what the fiancé looks like. Brother! Brother! The two voices overlapped, and as Meng Anren followed the voice, she saw Lu Qingcheng smiling brightly as she trotted towards Meng Yushu. Seeing Lu Qingcheng's bright smiling face, Meng Yushu's mood struggled for a moment. He remembered that when he used to go to Lu Qingcheng's class after school to look for her, she also ran towards him with such excitement. He used to spoil this sister. When the Dream family had just gone bankrupt, things hadn't changed. They rode the bus home together and sometimes walked back when they suddenly got the urge to do so. Every time he walked halfway, Lu Qingcheng cried out tired and pampered him to carry him, he never refused and happily carried his sister home. She would lie on his back, shaking her legs, excitedly saying, "It's great to have a brother. My brother is the best brother in the world. I'm the happiest girl in the world." Happiness comes easily and beauty is shattered in an instant. Her smile disappeared at some point, and what emerged instead was a twisted grimace. "I don't want to squeeze the bus anymore. I'm tired of the sour smell. You carry me back. Why are you so useless, not after how far you've gone? Won't you buy a bike? If you don't have money, go work." In the end, she discarded her once favorite raccoon doll and the brother she once said was the best in the world. Meng Yushu swallowed in his throat, suppressing the emotions that were churning in his heart, not knowing what kind of attitude he should use to treat the current Lu Qingcheng. Lu Qingcheng didn't notice his abnormality, still smiling sweetly. "Brother, I miss the time when I went to school and left school with you. It's a pity that after transferring to Shanghua, my classmates don't seem to like me too much, they only play with Anren." As she spoke, her smile faded and her eyes reddened, as if Meng Anren had taken the lead in ostracizing her, making her feel aggrieved. The meaning in the words Meng Yushu also heard out. Thinking of the past few days with Meng Anren, the retort almost came out. Anren is not that kind of person. Anren wouldn't be that petty. Although she was raised in the mansion for 17 years, she was easygoing and generous. She hadn't disliked the dream home for being too small. She hadn't complained about the hardness of the bedpan. She would praise her mother's excellent cooking skills. She would buy sugar gourds for Xiaohong, and she would consider their needs and give them a helping hand. Anren, she is really good. So good that he felt guilty that he couldn't do anything to help her as a brother, but instead made her pay. Lu Qingcheng's face froze. She thought that Meng Anren left the Lu family when she left even more dryly, but just bravado. When she waited until she saw that shabby house in the dream family, all the stinky temper of a big lady would be exposed. However, Meng Yushu was surprisingly quite impressed with Meng Anren, and it seemed that in just 2 or 3 days, she had completely forgotten her sister who she had been with for 17 years, and had turned to accept Meng Anren. "How come I didn't know that MS? Lu still has the strange habit of going around recognizing her brother?" Hearing that defense of Meng Yushu, Meng Anren curved her lips and walked over. The bright peach blossom eyes relaxed slightly, revealing a few hints of danger and acerbity. "Or do you simply enjoy robbing someone else's brother?" Anren. Seeing Meng Anren, Meng Yushu's gloom was swept away, his thin lips hung a warm smile, and he no longer shared half a glance with Lu Qingcheng. "We're going home." Dream Anren's eyes trembled, and the corners of her lips slowly raised in a soft arc. "Well, go home." Chapter 14. She has everything she wants. Looking at the back of the two siblings leaving, Lu Qingcheng's eyes rose up with jealousy. They talked and laughed and looked so happy. But that kind of happiness was originally hers. Lu Qingcheng gritted her teeth and opened her teeth, clenching her fists so tightly that her newly made nails pinched into her flesh and she didn't know the pain. Her breath grew short until the siblings' figures would disappear from her sight, and only then did she hatefully turn around and get into the exclusive limousine she had once dreamed of. Yes, she had everything she wanted. Luxury cars, luxury houses, wearing gold and silver, eating and drinking, enjoying the glory and wealth. She's the one who won. What brother, what dream family? Group of poor people is just a bunch of poor people. She is the 1,000 gold miss of the Lu family. Seeing the Lu family's 3-story mansion, the resentment in Lu Qingcheng's heart dissipated, and she curved up a smug smile as she walked in. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and make tea?" Lu Qingcheng condescendingly ordered Aunt Liang. Aunt Liang bowed slightly. "Yes." After this Missy came back, as long as Mr. and Mrs. were not at home, the servants were careful and did not dare to breathe. But whenever there was a little bit of displeasure for Missy, an abusive scolding was unavoidable. Auntie Liang sighed as she made tea. Although the previous lady was picky, the tea was not good enough for them to change. The dishes were not to their liking for the chef to redo. But she never lost her temper and insulted them. At least she respected that they were a living, breathing human being. The present young lady dropped her cups and plates as if they were not servants, but lackeys whom she could scold at will. "Still not well?" Lu Qingcheng's voice filled with anger came, and Auntie Liang gathered her thoughts and hurriedly carried the tea over. Lu Qingcheng picked up the teacup and took a shallow sip. The next second violently smashed the teacup towards Auntie Liang's feet. "What the hell? It's awful." Auntie Liang subconsciously took half a step back, but still couldn't dodge fast enough, and the boiling hot tea spilled all over her hands. She hung her head down and secretly rubbed her hand, which was red from the burn, and immediately crouched down to pick up the teacup. "I'll go and rebrew it." All of this was in full view of the butler. He pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, gracefully stepped forward, and said softly, "Miss, it's time for etiquette class." Lu Qingcheng glared over angrily. "What etiquette class? I'm not going." The housekeeper's expression remained unchanged, and he spoke lightly. "The pledge banquet is set for the weekend, and Mr. and Mrs. specially instructed for you to go to etiquette class on time, so you are not allowed to make any mistakes at the pledge banquet." "How much do you mean?" Lu Qingcheng stood up, her anger rising. "Recognize your identity. You're nothing but a collared dog. How dare you order me around?" She hated etiquette class, where the teacher always had a ruler and a stern face, and would just hit her wherever she didn't do well, with no regard for who she was. To be able to be so bold, it is clear that there is Lu Zhong and Bai Yujin backing them up. The butler nodded slightly without being overbearing and said lightly, "The two young masters will be returning to attend the recognition banquet." Lu Qingcheng choked. She heard that the two young masters of the Lu family were not very good-tempered. No matter what, the first time she met her own brother, she really should show some good behavior. After she captured her two brothers, she would be the Lu family's real favorite daughter, who would dare to look down on her when she went out. Thinking of this, Lu Qingcheng suppressed her anger and resigned herself to going to the etiquette class. Unlike the condensed atmosphere of the Lu family, the Dream family's hut was full of coziness. The family huddled together happily for dinner, occasionally pinching each other's food, and 2 chicken legs were given away to each other by the crowd. Kids eat the chicken legs, adults eat the wing tips, and those in the middle of the row will eat the chicken center wings. Su Wanman smiled and pinched the chicken center wings into Meng Yushu's bowl, while the chicken legs were one for Meng Anren and Meng Chunghong. "Thanks, Mom." Meng Yushu also seemed to be in a happier mood than usual, perhaps because he had seen Lu Qingcheng again and was completely relieved. Dream Anren looked at the chicken leg that finally landed in her bowl and felt a few warmth in her heart. The Lu family is concerned about table manners, 1 meter between seats, no talking during meals, no noise, and such things as pinching each other's food are not allowed. What's more, Lu Zhong and Su Wanman were often not at home, and after the 2 young masters were sent abroad, she was the only one left to eat by herself. The Dream family is very different, will share the good things with each other, have a laugh while eating and chatting. Despite crowded in this less than 70 square feet of small house, still the atmosphere is very joyful, everywhere full of happiness. That's what you call home. Usually you guys have to go to school, and Dad goes to pick up orders to run an online car, so I want to set up a stall and do some small business. Now the boss of my odd job there said he can give me those small toys at wholesale price. I'm going to buy a little bit of goods to sell in front of the elementary school. Su Wanman rubbed her hands together, looking a little embarrassed. "I don't have much experience, I don't know if I can do it well, in case I lose money." Before she got married, she was the family's favorite daughter, occasionally helping out with household chores, but she didn't have to worry about anything else. When she married Meng Rong's business has been a bit of success. She is also at home as a full-time wife. In general, did not go out to earn money, did not suffer much. After the bankruptcy she also thought of going out to find a job to share the family's difficulties, but Lu Qingcheng always said that someone had to do the family's work, letting her stay at home as an easy housewife. In fact, housewives are not easy, washing clothes, drying clothes, grocery shopping and cooking, cleaning, all physical work. After all these a day is almost over, simply cannot be idle. It was only because she thought she could get the kids fed every day when they came back from school that she agreed to stay home as a backup. Now that Enron was here and everyone was full of fight wanting to make another effort, she wanted to contribute. "It's quite good." Meng Yushu immediately expressed her support. "Mom, you're bored at home doing housework all day long, and you don't even have anyone to chat with. It's good to go out and set up a stall, do something more meaningful, no matter if you can make money or not, just relax." "I also agree." Meng Rong put down his chopsticks and held his wife's hand. "It's been hard on you all these years. For the sake of this family, you haven't even done anything you like. People always want to realize their own value. You have the idea of setting up a stall, just go ahead and try it." Getting the support of her family, Su Wanman sighed with relief and finally looked at Meng Anren, who hadn't said anything. "Anren, what do you think?" Meng Anren thought for a moment and said, "Selling toys requires more types of goods to be purchased, and the cost required becomes higher. And elementary school students don't have much pocket money, the payback cycle is long. There are a lot of stalls and trucks selling breakfast and snacks at the end of the school day, and the business is quite good. You can consider doing some snacks to sell in that neighborhood." Shanghua, no. One middle school and no. For middle school are all over there, so there is plenty of customers, so you don't have to worry about no business. It's just that if you go out in the morning, you may have to work harder, and you have to get up very early to prepare the ingredients. Chapter 15. How is this his fault? Meng Anren's meaning was in favor of setting up a stall. Su Wanman laughed out as if relieved. "It doesn't matter if it's hard work, but my cooking skills are just to cook some home-cooked small dishes. Where would I get exquisite snacks?" "Mom, be confident, what you cook is better than many restaurants out there. Moreover, we don't go for the exquisite route, so if we make something delicious and filling for breakfast, there will definitely be a market for it," Meng Anren encouraged. As for what exactly to sell, she couldn't offer an opinion. Of all the stall carts in front of the school, she hadn't patronized any of them, or even bothered to notice what was there. To be the eldest lady of the Lu family, you have to pay attention to body maintenance, eat healthy, and also have to maintain your image and grooming at all times. The Lu family has always felt that the kind of cheap snacks will pull down the value of the body, and the gluttonous persona will also corrupt the reputation of the Lu family. During those years in the Lu family, she had long since lost her appetite, so much so that the eldest master of the Lu family had changed the Lu family's cooks from one batch to another after realizing how little she ate at each meal. It wasn't until she came to the Dream family that she realized that what really made her lose her appetite wasn't the food cooked by the chef, but the depressing and cold atmosphere of the Lu family. Anren is right. I propose that we can try selling purple rice balls. The ingredients are simple and easy to make. When I was in middle school there were rice ball sellers at the school entrance. I bought them and they tasted pretty good. And it seems like the stall carts at the school entrance don't sell rice balls now, so there will definitely be business. Meng Yushu pondered for a moment and gave her opinion. The couple looked at each other and seemed to think the offer was pretty good too. Good, tomorrow I'll go buy the ingredients and come back to try to make it. You guys are responsible for sampling it and giving your opinions. Su Wanman had never been so excited. The thought that she could go out and earn some money to share some burden for the family made her feel energized. Meng Rong threw out a key question: if you sell rice balls, do you need a customized stall cart? I've seen other people set up stalls to sell snacks, and most of them have special stall carts according to the method of preparation, and it's clear where to put each ingredient. Speaking to the point, Meng Yushu also remembered, in the past, that families selling rice balls would use a steamer box to heat up the rice, but I think we can use a wooden barrel instead. The barrel is thicker, and covered with a layer of non-woven fabric. The heat preservation effect is still quite strong. Meng Rong slapped his thighs and decided on it. Tomorrow I'll ask my car friends where I can get a used stall car back. Let's discuss what ingredients can be added to the rice balls now, and buy the ingredients to come back tomorrow to try and make them for a trial run. Dreamfeather Book immediately cleaned up the table, brought a pen and paper. We discussed together, occasionally chatting off the ad a few jokes. The family laughed. It had to be said that Dream Anran was shocked by their execution. The family is a thunderous character, just proposed to set up a stall, so quickly began to finalize the plan, debating trial production and cost. The less you have and the less you can lose, the more courageous one is in turn to try and be wrong. And it is often this courage that leads them to success. Perhaps infected by the atmosphere, not to mention that it is now also considered to be a part of this family. Dream Anran ghostly raised his hand and asked for orders. The problem of the stall car. I can handle it. The atmosphere abruptly quieted down, and everyone looked at Meng Anran, looking at her a bit uncomfortable. Meng Rong suddenly frowned, and ran. I know that you may have a bit of your own savings after so many years in the Lu family, but you are my Meng Rong's child. When you return to the Meng family, things in the house can be discussed by everyone, but there is no reasoning to let a child contribute money. Including the matter that you entrusted Xiao Han to design the house. It is true that I borrowed your light, but what new furniture was added? When the time comes, Dad will also transfer the money to you. Meng Anran pursed her lips, always feeling strange in her heart, probably because she had never experienced affection, making it a little difficult for her to adapt now. After a few seconds of silence, she explained, No, I happen to have a classmate whose family has a business in stainless steel products, so I'll go ask him. Maybe I can collect an old stall car that has been eliminated at a low price. At the end, she added, it's a cost-saving measure. Only then did Dreamwing agree. Speaking of Xiao Han, Meng Anran also went along with the fact that Xiao Han would bring workers to the door tomorrow, so that Su Wanman wouldn't be caught off guard tomorrow. The family chatted until after 11, and with 3 kids having school tomorrow, the conversation ended and everyone took turns taking a shower. Meng Anran took a shower and went into her room, unlocking the door and then laying on the bed to read the list of decorations sent by Xiao Han. I can see that Xiao Big Designer has done his best. The last materials, including the purchase of home furnishings totaling 21,800, and even the labor cost of workers have not counted with her. It is estimated to be the use of his own raised construction team. Xiao Han has been on the outside of the workers are not too assured. There are many will be in order to catch up with the progress of the less detailed, for high-grade interior design, but where a little bit of sloppiness out of the final effect will be poor. He raised his own construction team. The more important part of their own people are responsible for, of course, the money is to be counted in the customer bill, at least a little back to the capital well. It wasn't that bad between friends, so he gave her a free pass. Meng Anran had always felt that Xiao Han was a man with a foul temper, and he had never lost the upper hand in cursing and disliking people, but he was really quite righteous and had a good character, and every time he cursed someone, there was a reason for it. Well, for example, the client has no taste, for example, the other party does not know what to do. How can this be Xiao Han's fault? It is clear that the other side deserves to be scolded. After Meng Anran followed the total amount on the list and transferred it to Xiao Han without missing a single point, she received a message from him in the next second. Xiao Han, flower rub. You didn't sleep just in time. I seriously doubt that Lu Qingcheng woman is sick in the head. Guess what she just called and told me? She said I'm a lowly decorator. Where in heaven's name did she get her superiority complex? It's been years since the Qing dynasty died, and she's still talking about inferiority. I don't think she's a human being. She even used the Lu family to pressure me, saying that if I don't help her with the design, I'm looking down on the Lu family and waiting for them to shut me down. It's really the old lady who drilled the quilt and gave the master a whole laugh, trying to get the construction team to drive the excavator over to help her pull out the water in her head. She thinks the Lu family is the 9 to 5? I think Bai Yujin and Lu Zhong are also crazy. Actually, for this brain-damaged retard to drive you away, they so like to count how this cannot be counted. The funniest thing is that Lu Qingcheng just called and went crazy, and the invitation to the Lu family recognition banquet was sent to me. Do you think I should go and hit her in the face? Dream peacefully. Other than being a bit noisy on occasion, it was fine. Eyes falling on the last sentence, Dream Anran laughed softly and returned 2 words. Childish. Of course, Xiao Han was certainly not the only one who was childish. Chapter 16. Are you deliberately trying to humiliate me? I definitely have to go to the Lu family recognition banquet. Such a big and good show, I have to broadcast the whole thing live for Anren. When they met at the school entrance, Meng Jing talked about receiving the invitation, and Lan Ji hooked Meng Anren's shoulder in a righteous manner, but her expression was all gloating about Lu Qingcheng. Meng Jing understood the temperament of this little green plum, and said breathlessly, "You're not planning to go and smash the venue, are you? That's the Lu family. If you really offend your parents, they'll peel your skin off." They can blatantly express their dislike for Lu Qingcheng because they know very well that the succession of the Lu family is a fight between the two young masters, and Lu Qingcheng is just a pawn used for business marriage to solidify the relationship of interests. There is no value in offending people. Lu family 4 generations from the official 6 generations from the business, the development of strength and status cannot be underestimated. Dare to make trouble in the recognition of marriage banquet is equivalent to provoking the authority of the Lu family in the face, fell Lu family face, who will not be able to get good fruit to eat. How could Blue Branch not understand these truths? She said frankly, "How do I need to do it? Didn't you get the news? The 2 young masters of the Lu family are returning to China." Really? Meng Jing was shocked and subconsciously looked at Meng Anren like he was seeking an answer. Meng Anren's eyes stared for half a second, shrugged her shoulders and smiled. "How would I know? I'm a bankrupt ordinary high school student now. I'm not as well informed as you guys. You're still missy even if you're broke." Meng Jing raised the tip of her eyebrow, flirting with huge implications. Anren. Hearing someone shouting, Meng Anren stopped and turned back. The visitor was wearing a school uniform shirt and suit pants. The 2 buttons of the collar were loosely opened, looking like a kind of yuppie. Song Fontaine? Lanji narrowed her eyes, her line of sight fell on the other party's exposed collarbone, and on the spot she hated to pull out her own eyes and wash them before putting them back on. "When will you learn how to button your buttons? Want you to care more?" Song Fontaine parted a glance and turned to Meng Anren. "That painting you submitted is quite interesting. I want to talk to you about the right to use it." Meng Anren laughed. "When the time comes, it'll be taken to auction, and the buyers probably won't even be happy to let you use it. This is simple, I'll just shoot it." Song Fonting said it easily, as if it was as easy as buying a car off the shelf. You should know that even though it is an on-campus auction and the works submitted by the students are not famous paintings, it is about charitable investment, so the starting price is not low. Especially Dream Anren's Morning Sea was still the first place in this competition, with a starting bid of over $5 million. However, Song Fonting was happy to spend money, and Meng Anren naturally had no reason to refuse. She said, "The Morning Sea was painted by my brother, so talk to me and I'll get him to sign it." Song Fonting had long seen that it wasn't drawn by Meng Anren herself. "How can I talk to you? I'll go back and draw up a contract, and go talk to your parents then. And you're worried that I'll take a cut?" Meng Anren joked about one sentence. Song Fonting thought carefully about this reasoning and said, "Then I'll go back and draw up the contract and send it to you to take a look." "Okay." Meng Anren answered, and Song Fonting left first. The 3 returned to the classroom just in time to hear Lu Qingcheng's voice. "Mom and Dad said they're going to throw me a recognition banquet to introduce me as the Lu family's own daughter, and I don't have any friends in this circle, so I hope everyone can come then." Seeing the person coming in the doorway, Lu Qingcheng smiled sweetly and harmlessly. "Sister, you come too. There are a lot of delicious food at the banquet. If you don't have a dress, I can lend you one. Mom and Dad bought me a lot of new dresses. You can come over and pick the ones you like to wear." Lanji rolled her eyes and disliked her on the spot. "Save it, the dress you bought is only suitable for your shriveled body. Our Miss Anren doesn't wear second-hand goods, nor do we care about any so-called delicious food." Meng Anren curled her lips. Every time she faced Lu Qingcheng, she could feel her friend's favoritism. Even though she wasn't the Lu family's daughter anymore, there were people who backed her up. She didn't bother to part with Lu Qingcheng's extra eyes and walked towards her own position, lightly saying, "The etiquette class teacher that the Lu family found for you doesn't seem to be very professional. Didn't she tell you that invitations have to be handed to guests more than a week in advance? Verbal invitations are not only uncountable, but also disrespectful." The book bag was hung next to the desk and sat down before Meng Anren lifted her eyelids and stared straight at Lu Qingcheng. "Or are you deliberately humiliating me?" "Of course not," Lu Qingcheng anxiously denied, both hands twisted together, looking like she was wrongly accused of feeling aggrieved. "Sister, I just think that my adoptive father's family is too poor, and you will definitely not have a good time after you go back, so I would like to invite you to come and participate in my acknowledgement banquet as well, and take this opportunity to apologize to my mom and dad, who should agree to pick you up and bring you back." Dream Anren sneered. Lanji directly opened spray. "You have a disease, right? Apologize and apologize all day long. What did Anren do wrong to apologize to your parents?" Lu Qingcheng instantly did not dare to speak, hanging her head down, tears snapping down. Such a pathetic little white flower. Lanji is most annoyed with Lu Qingcheng's pretentious appearance. Obviously she is the first to pick a fight, shady and downright humiliate Meng Anren, actually also shamelessly cry, make it seem as if other people have bullied her. It's just as well that she loves to play the little white lotus trick, but she also acts so imbecilic that she's afraid that people can't see that she's putting on a show. Do you really think they're all blind? How could Lu let go of this opportunity to climb up the Lu family, and immediately stood out to speak for Lu Qingcheng? Lanji, Qingcheng is just being too kind. worrying that Meng Anren is not having a good time. Why are you being aggressive? Kindness? Lanji let out a cold laugh. I think she is purely sick in the head. Did she ask Anren if she wants to go back to the Lu family? Why does she need to pretend to make decisions for Anren here? Lu Ke's lips quirked, dumbfounded. Being in the same circle, she naturally saw Lu Qingcheng's falsehood, only she was different from Lanji. Blue Branch is the class of 32 people in the most unique existence, although it is a girl, but the only daughter. Parents love family harmony, but also determined to let the Blue Branch in the future to inherit the family business. But she Lu Ke, an older brother and a younger brother at home, the inheritance will not fall in the hands of her a girl. Her own ultimate fate is just a marriage for the family to exchange back a little business interests. She didn't see anything wrong with such a fate, so she was also looking for a more worthy coupling. If she could marry one of the two young masters of the Lu family, not only would she not have to worry about her own life in the future, allowing her family to climb up the ladder with the Lu family, she would also be more valued in her mother's family in the future. This was also why when everyone else was working on pulling Dream Anren in, she chose to stand on Lu Qingcheng's side. Lu Qingcheng is indeed simple and stupid for this circle, but it is the stupid people who are easier to control and utilize. Chapter 17. In this circle, you must first learn to be long-sighted. Lu Ke's intentions, Meng Anren guessed thoroughly, but she was too lazy to intervene. After all, it was always none of her business what other people planned to do. As long as they didn't mess with her head, everything was fine. How complicated the upper-class circle was, Dream Anren was more aware than anyone else present. It was better to do more than less. There was no need to make enemies for herself everywhere. Who can tell if the people who are on the fringe now will be on the tip of the pyramid later? Alright, all of you, knock it off. Thinking about this, Meng Anren opened her mouth to break the deadlock, lest Lanji offend someone in order to stand up for her. She looked at Lu Qingcheng and said in a nonchalant manner, please remember two things. 1. I have no intention of returning to the Lu family. 2. I have no interest in playing out a real or fake $1,000 gold contest with you. As long as you don't come in front of me to pick a fight, everyone will be fine, but if you dare to step on my bottom line, let's see if the Lu family can protect you. When the sobbing Lu Qingcheng heard these words, her heart violently trembled, and she incredulously looked up at Meng Anren and met the pair of peach blossom eyes that were ancient but full of calm confidence. Lu Qingcheng did not understand why Meng Anren was still able to be calm after losing her identity as the Lu family's daughter, and she did not see any inferiority complex or despondency at all. Everyone in the class defended Meng Anren as always. Even if Meng Anren went bankrupt, she was still called Sister Ran. Now Dream Anren even dared to say boldly that she could go against the Lu family. Who the hell gave her such a big head? Qin Mu? So what if Qin Mu doesn't belong to her either? Seeing Lu Qingcheng staring at Meng Anren, her eyes full of inquiry, Ming Jing hung back and sat down on the desk next to her, saying diffidently, don't think about it, it's only a ghost if you can think about it with your pig brain. Not to mention Lu Qingcheng, even their classmates who had been with Meng Anren for almost 10 years could not fathom just how powerful a force she had behind her. Just know that no matter what thousands of strange things they needed, things they couldn't get by begging their grandparents, Dream Anren could always get it back for them. Perhaps none of Meng Anren's connections compared to the Lu family, but what if all the resources were added up? Even if the Lu family stood at the tip of the pyramid in the capital circle, there would be a day when they would roll over and fall down. To hang out in this circle, one must first learn to grow eyes. Ming Jing sure said, his tone carrying a few hints of sarcasm. Lanji didn't want to give Lu Qingcheng lessons, only to save Lu Qingcheng from always coming to annoy her best friend in the future. It was rare that she didn't refute Ming Jing's words. Lu Qingcheng's back teeth were about to be clenched, those eyes staring at Meng Anren gradually turned scarlet, and finally turned around and ran out in indignation. Qingcheng! Lu Ke falsely shouted, raising his feet to go after him. Meng Anren stopped her, and after receiving a furious glare, she hooked her lips and said lightly, Lu Ke, if you want to gain a person's trust, you have to do it when the other party's psychological defense is at its weakest. Lu Ke paused and understood what Meng Anren meant. She looked at the other woman warily, you're helping me? Manon shrugged, I don't do unprofitable things, you have no value to me, but your family does. Lu Ke pursed her lips, I understand. And then, slowly out of the classroom, to find lost Lu Qingcheng. Both of the obnoxious ones left the classroom, and Blue Branch stretched out of fun to watch. She fished out a blue cover certificate of honor from her school bag and placed it on Meng Anren's desk. Anren, made it as you ordered, see if it works. If it doesn't work, I'll call someone to redo it and bring it to you at noon. Dream Anren flipped open and looked at it. The wording is standardized, the printing design is considered exquisite, except for the lack of school stamp, it can almost be fake. Pretty good, thanks. Ming Jing curiously came over to take a look. Sister Ran, what are you doing with this? Lying to my brother. Dream Anren put the certificate of honor away in her book bag, thinking to herself that it was funny. 17 years old and there's actually a time when you're trying to figure out how to lie to kids. Linking it to the question Dream Anren asked yesterday, Lanji came to a realization. You want to tell your brother that you used the painting he gave you to enter a competition to win a prize, and then give him a little money out of your own pocket? Aha! Dream Anren admitted readily. It had been decided to give 5,000, and with $5,000 for his reputation, the deal was a sure thing. The corner of Ming Jing's lips twitched. So, you're not going to tell the Dream family the true reward for winning the prize? There's no need to hide this, I just lied to them about the prize money. When this money was given out, the nature changed from me using my brother to earn fame to me not being able to bear to bury my brother's talent and wanting more people to see his paintings. That's why I brought them to the competition. And even though the person who got the certificate in the end was me, the prize money being given to him shows that I had no intention of taking credit for his work. Dream Anren was telling a story as calmly as if he were telling a story, not seeing anything wrong with this in the slightest. This time even Lanji was silent. It was worthy of being a person trained by the Lu family. There were only business interests in their eyes. There was no warmth or conscience to speak of. But it's normal, Anren played with them because they are of similar age and have known each other for many years, and the trust between them is built up with time. And the Dream family had only been reunited with Enron for a few days. To Enron those were just a few strangers with blood ties. How long do you plan to stay at the Dream house? Lanji was suddenly a bit curious about this issue. With Meng Anren's character and ability, the probability of leaving the Lu family would be that she would choose to start her own business. Now that he had gone to the Dream family and was still staying there, he probably had other plans, but he would certainly not stay in the Dream family forever. Who knows? Ma Nonan didn't elaborate. Minors are inconvenient in every way. The Dream family is a place for her to live until she reaches adulthood, and after she turns 18 she can open her own account and start her own family, but it's hard to say whether there will be any subsequent changes. She helped the Dream family is not kind-hearted, like letting the Dream Chenghong worship Wu Lao, because he happens to have a very rare talent. Wu Lao also happens to want to accept a disciple to inherit the mantle, these two conditions, but wherever there is a difference, she will not bring the Dream Chenghong to go to find Wu Lao. There is no need to talk about the decoration, purely because she wants to live comfortably. Missy can't suffer, she can't afford not to sleep well all year round. On the other hand, it was also because he hoped to wait until the day he left to be less indebted to the Dream family. Luca stood in the corridor of the 5th floor of the teaching building and looked down. Lu Qingcheng was hiding behind the wigwam alone in tears, looking very depressed. After waiting for almost 20 minutes, Luca walked down slowly. As she was about to reach the wigwam, she ruffled her bangs, did 2 sets of high knees, and panted and pretended to be in a hurry to run over to it. Qingcheng, so you're hiding here, I've been looking for you for a long time. Luca spoke gasping for air, her face flushed as if she was really worried. Chapter 18 The Blowhard Toxic Designer. Lu Qingcheng hurriedly wiped the tears on her face and unexpectedly looked at Luca. Why are you here? Luca sighed and sat down beside the other party. Worried about you, you suddenly ran away. Where would I have the heart for class? Feeling Luca's concern, Lu Qingcheng didn't expect that there would actually be someone who would be willing to stand on her side, and all of a sudden all of the grievances in her heart erupted, and her tears were like broken pearls, sobbing uncontrollably. I was just trying to get along with my classmates, and I didn't realize people were so prejudiced against me. Luca gently patted her back and comforted, their group is just like that, always looking up to Meng Anren. I can't stand to see their faces, so I don't have anyone to play with in class. Qingcheng, if you are willing, I can be your friend. Lu Qingcheng was so touched that there was light under her eyes. She sniffled and gave a heavy hm. Since returning to the Lu family, she simply couldn't find anyone to speak her mind to. The Lu family couple is not at home from time to time, and the 2 older brothers are still abroad, so the only thing in the house besides a bunch of servants with no eyesight is a Doberman pinscher in the backyard. There were no friends at school either. Everyone flattered Meng Anren and ostracized her. No one would listen to her, no one could understand her pain. You can't go and talk to a dog, can you? Luca held Lu Qingcheng's hand and whispered softly, Qingcheng, I understand you. From an ordinary family's girl suddenly turned into the daughter of a powerful family, you need to learn to adapt to a lot of things. You are under too much pressure. In the future, if there is anything you are unhappy about you can feel free to tell me. Maybe I can't help you with anything, but having someone to talk to and say all the words will make your heart a lot easier. Lu Qingcheng held Luca's hand back and was grateful. Thank you, Cuckoo. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qingcheng asked, Coco, are the people in the class so biased in favor of Anren because of that boy named Qin Mu? Yesterday, she had discovered that Qin Mu was not a student of this class, yet the people in the class were particularly respectful of him, and there was also an obvious unspoken atmosphere between Qin Mu and Meng Anren. Could it be that Meng Anren was still able to get by in class without her status as the daughter of the Lu family because of her well-known close relationship with Qin Mu? Saying that Dream Anren could eat well in her class even after she went bankrupt did if Qin Mu is part of the reason, but Luca didn't really know much about it, so she said vaguely, Dream Anren has known Qin Mu, Lanji, and Ming Jing for many years, and it's not a friendship that relies on interests between them. Especially Qin Mu, he is the only one among his peers in the circle who has already taken over his family's industry, and Meng Anren is a childhood sweetheart, although not yet a real couple, but anyone with a clear eye can see that these two are more than just friends. Together with the Blue branch, the only daughter of the family, the undoubted heir of the Blue family, and Dream Anren can be said to be a different body as concentric, bosom friend love than many of the pro-sister. With these two people backing up Meng Anren, even though Meng Anren's last name was no longer Lu, no one dared to offend her. Not to mention that Luca had to admit that Meng Anren was a very good person in his own right. When Lu Ke did not say this last sentence, Lu Qingcheng assumed that Meng Anren was able to call the shots in her class all because of Qin Mu and Lanji's support. She was curious, is the Qin family powerful? Lu can answer her doubts. The Qin family belongs to the first group of luxury families in the capital city. Assets, power, and the Lu family is not comparable to the business cooperation between the two families is close. However, the Qin family's family, that is, Qin Mu's parents, a year ago had a car accident so far lying in the hospital did not wake up. Qin Mu had no choice but to take over the family business in advance. This has long been no secret in the Beijing circle. Qin Mu is also a powerful character, that time just graduated from high school, gave up to go abroad for further study, directly take up the Qin family's huge industry. In this year, not only did not have a mess, but also well organized, fathers and mothers admire Qin Mu from the bottom of their hearts, and respectfully called Little Qin General Manager. Listening to Lu Ke's introduction, Lu Qingcheng clutched her skirt thoughtfully. The Lu family and the Qin family have a close relationship, and if Qin Mu turns out to be his fiancé, then there would be no more possibility for Dream Anren to threaten her position. Asterisk. Older residential buildings. Su Wanman tried to make rice ball today, need to buy a lot of materials. Meng Rong also did not go out of the car, at home to Su Wanman to play a hand. When Meng Rong opened the door and saw Xiao Han, she froze for a moment before remembering that her daughter had mentioned last night that Xiao Han would bring workers to her door today. He busily stepped aside and respectfully invited the person in. Designer Xiao, please come in. Xiao Han stepped inside and greeted politely, Uncle. He glanced at the busy figure in the kitchen again and raised his voice, Hello Auntie, I'm a friend of Anren's, bringing workers over to change the layout of the room, no interruptions, right? Su Wanman hurriedly washed her hands and walked out. No bother, it's you who are hardworking, sit down and have a cup of tea first, I haven't even had time to pack the things in the room. Xiao Han waved his hand, Auntie, don't be polite. Anren said that those old furniture to see if you still want it, if not, I'll let people clear all of them to go to the second-hand store to dispose of them, and you can pack out the clothes and other odds and ends. If you still want the old furniture, see where to put it, I'll have someone move it. Su Wanman and Meng Rong looked at each other, both a little confused. What do you mean? Dream Glory asked suspiciously. This froze Xiao Han whole, didn't Anren tell you guys about this? She told me to remodel the whole house and buy all the furniture new. This. Meng Rong's CPU is burning fast, all new furniture, how much will it cost? Su Wanman pulled Meng Rong's arm, signaling him to stop imagining things for a while, buy all of them, but don't delay Xiao Han's time. She busily took off her apron and placed it on the tea table, looking at Xiao Han with a kind smile, put the old furniture downstairs first, don't bother cleaning it up. It's fine, we have a big truck, it's easy to transport it. Otherwise, with so much furniture, you will still have to hire someone to collect it then. Xiao Han spoke very quickly, and could tell that he was an acute person who said nothing. Su Wanman rubbed her hands together, then, I'll go and pack up the master bedroom first, the master bedroom has fewer things, it's convenient to put them away. Good. Xiao Han answered and instructed the 5 workers behind him, you 3 move the furniture downstairs, you 2 go in and put up the wallpaper, hurry up. The couple packed up the things in each room while the workers worked and Xiao Han supervised the work. Aligned the corners of the wallpaper a little bit. How did the eyes grow? Is a gap that big reserved for ants to make a path? I don't see the siding dropping dust, so I don't know how to clean it up before I put it up. Planning on planting flowers in it to let it germinate? Window frames and door frames, don't mess with them, and if they're crooked, rip them out and reapply them. The couple who were packing their clothes in the second bedroom heard the sound coming from the master bedroom. Their sweaty hair stood up, and their hands couldn't help but move a little faster. Blowing the whistle on the toxic designer Xiao Han, it really lives up to its name. Chapter 19 Extreme Excellence, but also Extreme Flaws. The family was busy with the renovation. Meng Rong sometimes helped out with a hand, while Su Wanman went back to the kitchen to make tea and continue working on her rice balls after placing all the things in several rooms in the living room. Designer Xiao, have a cup of tea. Su Wanman poured a cup of tea and sent it over. Xiao Han was cursing with his waist crossed. When he heard the voice, his anger instantly withdrew. He turned back and took the teacup with both hands. Thank you, Auntie. Auntie don't need to be so polite. I've known Anren for many years. You can just call me Xiao Xiao. Good. Su Wanman felt that this child was quite polite and not as difficult to get along with as she had imagined. She tentatively said that, Xiao Xiao, I'm going to set up a stall to sell rice balls. I'm trying to make them at home today, and I didn't cook them at lunchtime, so if you're hungry, do you want to try them? Good. Xiao Han was half polite. It just so happens that I'm a bit hungry. A smile rippled across Su Wanman's face, and she looked at the workers who were still busy. Why don't we let them rest for a while as well? So many people won't trouble you, right? Xiao Han asked. No. I'm just looking for more people to give me advice. Since Su Wanman had said so, Xiao Han told the big guys to stop working and eat something before continuing. Su Wanman went to the kitchen to take out the finished rice balls. There are several flavors, all of them cut into 2 with one knife, so that everyone can taste and make some comments. Ooh, Auntie, real food. Xiao Han hadn't even eaten it yet. Seeing the filling in the center of the rice ball, he was already raving. It smells delicious. Nowadays, most of the things sold outside are made with fast food or frozen products, and it's rare to use fresh ingredients like you do. After he tasted it, he even gave a thumbs up. Really delicious, fake delicious, don't know. Anyway, it is a mouth to Su Wanman boasted to the sky, the emotional value to the full. The workers also ate very well, and each one of them praised Su Wanman's handiwork with a smile on their face. After filling their stomachs, the workers continued to work, and Su Wanman asked Xiaohan to sit down and have a cup of tea. Seeing that she had questions to ask, Xiaohan sat down. Ahem, Xiao, how did you and Anren meet? Su Wanman asked in a slightly formal manner. I met her at a party. She and I are about the same age and we talked. It's been 10 years since we met. Oh. Su Wanman responded thoughtfully, thought for a moment, and then said shyly, Anren has been back for 4 or 5 days, and it always feels like she's very distant from us, and we don't understand her usual habits and hobbies. Can you tell us more about her? Now Xiaohan understood that Meng Anren might have stayed in the dream family for other reasons, but the dream family was sincere in treating this dear daughter that they had just found back. But Meng Anren had never felt much affection since childhood, and her character was rather cold. Despite her easygoing attitude, there was always a gap between her and her real relatives. Su Wanman and Meng Ron want to let Meng Anren melt into this family, also want to care about her more, only to come to him this set of words. Xiaohan secretly sighed. He could sense that these two parents of the dream family were both people with gentle personalities. Before he was afraid that Meng Anren would suffer if she stayed in the dream family, now he kind of hoped that Meng Anren would be able to feel the warmth of a family here. He told the dream family couple everything he knew. When Anren was in the Lu family, her foster parents didn't care much about her, so it can be said that she was brought up by the two young masters of the Lu family. However, it is not spoiled, but love each other and fight each other, so much so that Meng Anren has not experienced much warmth since childhood, and people are less humane. There were quite a few friends around, and there was a Qin Mu, but those emotions could never fill the missing hole of family love. Once Dream Anren longed for affection. When we first met, she was still a spirited little girl. Gradually she became more and more calm. Manners, poise are better than girls of the same age, but less this age should have the frankness. Lu family, we're like a home, there is no warmth, there is no chicken scratch quarrels, cold like a factory. 3 children were raised, all of whom possessed unbelievable talent, but none of whom were normal thinkers. Extreme excellence with extreme flaws. As soon as Su Wanman heard that her own child was not favored at all in the Lu family, and that she didn't know what kind of life she was living, she couldn't stop feeling pain in her heart. She thought that her daughter should be very happy in the Lu family living a carefree life, and when she returned to the Meng family and saw the poverty-stricken family, it was difficult for her to accept it for a while before she was always alienated from them. I realize now that my daughter has never felt warmth and has become cold. She pressed, and what does Anren usually like to eat? Xiaohan shook his head. I'm really not sure about this. I've only heard that the Lu family's cooks change twice a year, and there's no one who can stay in the Lu family for more than half a year. After school in the afternoon, Meng Yushu and Meng Anren went to the second elementary school together to pick up their little brother before going home. Into the neighborhood, many people saw the Dream Feather book or greeted incidentally gossip. Yushu, did your family get rich? Why did you change all the furniture? Meng Yushu was stunned by the question and subconsciously looked at her sister beside her. Isn't it just a matter of changing the layout and adding an extra desk? Why did you change all the furniture? Meng Anren blinked and said with a straight face, Xiaohan's idea, don't worry, he knows a lot of people from furniture brands, it won't cost much. Well, let Xiaohan take the blame. Xiaohan, who was cursing again, sneezed violently and he rubbed his nose. Too dusty? Better wear a mask next time. When the 3 siblings returned home, the workers were cleaning up the garbage in the living room and 2 more were in the kitchen replacing the cabinets and sink. Meng Yushu and Meng Chenghong were shocked. There's an extra little shoe rack by the door that doesn't look like it's wide enough to fit a pair of shoes at all. But pull it open to realize that the shoes are all tilted in, and when you close the cabinet door the tilt angle is even greater, very space-saving. Although the shoe rack is small, it is big enough to put down the shoes of the whole family. Their shoes finally don't have to be piled up under the bed. The original peeling and modeled walls were covered with beige wallpaper, and the worn-out fabric sofa was replaced with a waterproof and stain-resistant tech fabric sofa, accompanied by a brand-new glass coffee table, which is simple and elegant. The little table in the corner had not been lost, and it still had a vase on it with a couple of freshly replaced carnations. The living room has a window that was originally fitted with roller blinds and is also a bit old. Now it has been replaced with plain white blinds for a cleaner and simpler look. The warm colors of the space are warm and inviting when illuminated by the lights. Back? Xiaohan walked out from the guest bedroom, seeing Meng Anren extraordinarily excited, inviting credit like to pull her over. Come and see the transformation of the guest bedroom. Package you satisfied? Meng Yushu and Meng Chenghong followed suit to see what their rooms had been changed into. Chapter 20 Starting to swindle your brother. When they saw the finished product, the brothers were so shocked that their eyes even dropped out. The overall color is fresh and comfortable sea blue, leaving the doorway less than a flat distance. Inward all the wooden boards raised, made into a tatami mat can be stored, less closet, the space seems much more spacious. It's still a twin bed, but the style has changed. The upper bed is horizontal, the lower bed is vertical, and it's just a mattress laid out on a wooden board next to a ladder leading to the upper bed, which is much safer than the original vertical ladder. Underneath each step are drawers that can be used for books for miscellaneous items. On the other side of the corner-made L-shaped desk, brothers one side of each other do not interfere. It's a great honor to be an internationally renowned interior designer who can transform such a narrow space into a spacious and nice-looking one, with all the features it should have. This drawer can be removed and it can be used as a bookshelf, Xiao Han explained, pulling out one of the drawers under the stepladder, with space underneath to put books vertically. He knocked on the raised wooden board again and looked at Meng Chenghong. Little Hong, your sister said you like to paint. This material is oil paint resistant. Once you wipe it clean, don't worry about getting dirty. Meng Chenghong's little eyes are star-like light. He excitedly thanked. Thank you, brother Xiao. Thank you, second sister. I also have my own table. I can draw to my heart's content. Seeing the child's bright smile, Xiao Han has never felt so proud. He rubbed Meng Chenghong's head, his heart satisfied. The second bedroom, with its lavender wallpaper, is larger than the guest bedroom and has more room to play. First of all, the bed was interestingly made, a staircase going up, there was a small platform, 2 beds on the same side, separated by a board, and the curtains were drawn to make a small private space. The bed also has fabric curtains that pull back to face the window so the sun can pour in. The empty space under the bed was quite large and held 2 tables that could be used as desks or dressers. With this change, sleeping is on top, studying is on the bottom, there's still room for a closet, and it's been replaced with a bigger closet with a full-length mirror that pulls out. The master bedroom is relatively simple, beige-style neat atmosphere, coupled with the original location of white things less, slightly changed the layout. The end of the bed is a closet, add a dresser in the bed. Missy, satisfied? Xiao Han tilted his body towards Meng Anren, frantically inviting credit. I'm telling you, your whole house, not counting the design fee, the cost alone is over $50,000, if not for the fact that I brushed my face and rubbed my lips together, $20,000 wouldn't be able to get it done at all. Meng Anren laughed lowly and patted him on the shoulder. Worthy of being shouted designer, his aesthetics are no match and his connections are wide, someone else would definitely not be able to do it so perfectly. That's for sure. Getting praised, Xiao Han suddenly tilted his head higher and added, if it wasn't for your low budget, I would have knocked out all the floor tiles and plastered the walls with plywood. Even pickier than me. Dream Anren lost her smile as she twisted her head to look at the person beside her. Can I buy you dinner sometime? Xiao Han shook his head. Well, don't. I heard that RT recently came out with a 98 serial keyboard for the Night of the Stars and Moon model. Meeting his expectant eyes, Dream Anren nodded brightly. Got it. I'll ask and send it to you in a couple days. Xiao Han Mua, love you so much. Dream Anren narrowed her eyes in disgust. Don't bury me. Finishing up the finishing work, Xiao Han leaves with the workers, and the Dream family couple stays for dinner, which he politely declines. The outsiders all leave and the family discusses what to have for dinner. After a busy day of renovating the house, the couple didn't have time to go grocery shopping and cook dinner, so they took the kids out for a quick meal tonight. Anren, do you like to play hot pot? Su Wanman pulled over Meng Anren's hand and held it in her palm, asking softly. Dream Anren was not used to having physical contact with people she didn't know well. After thinking about it, she still didn't pull her hand out. She answered Su Wanman's question, haven't eaten much. The only time I hit a hot pot was the year before last for Blue Branch's birthday, and went to a hot pot restaurant she owned for a get-together, which tasted pretty good, but maybe the price wasn't too affordable, and it's not often that rich people will go out to eat hot pot. So it was open for 2 months and then closed down. After that, Dream Anren didn't eat any more hot pots either. Then let's go eat hot pot. That beef hot pot at the intersection is quite good and the ingredients are fresh. Meng Yushu suggested. Her sister had worked hard to hire someone to renovate the house from top to bottom. It was time to treat her. A quick decision was made and everyone got a little ready and headed out piece by piece. A family of 5 walking to the hot pot restaurant. Su Wanman holding the hand of Meng Anren cannot let go. Meng Anren always feel that her attitude today is more intimate than usual. Maybe it's like that between mother and daughter, so she didn't care and let Su Wanman hold her. The hot pot restaurant took a large table. After seating, Meng Rong directly handed the menu to Meng Anren and told her to order whatever she liked. Meng Anren turned her hand and handed the menu to Meng Yushu again. Brother, come and order. I'm only responsible for eating. Everyone laughed at this comment. As Meng Yushu watched the point, Meng Anren rummaged through her backpack, drew out a certificate of honor and a thick envelope, and gave it to Meng Chenghong. Start swindling your brother. Little Hong, the painting you gave me the day before yesterday was especially beautiful. I brought it back to school for the competition and won first place. Meng Chenghong turned over the certificate and was stunned by the exquisite prints on it. Wow, what a beautiful award. Well, but it was entered in my name, so the certificate is also in my name. The prize money belongs to you, keep it to yourself. First place is so great, huh? Give me a look. Meng Rong became interested and took the certificate from her youngest son's hand, and the envelope went to Su Wanman's hand. Wow, Sheng Hua's certificates are really different, all the workmanship is exceptionally good. Meng Rong scrutinized the certificate. Both the outside cover and the award inside revealed high grade. Even the stamp was written in fancy English. It didn't seem to be in English though, he couldn't read it. Dream Anran rested her cheeks, half-heartedly. Of course they can't read it. It's Hindi. I'm afraid they can. It's not a school chapter after all. The word Shanghua is not even found on the entire certificate, only that they did not notice this detail. Su Wanman fell back and exclaimed, this much? She opened the envelope and read it, and inside was a thick pile of large bills, pressed into service. I remember that before the Dream Feather booked to participate in the municipal speech contest, the prize money of $500, the results of the hand found to be $500 of book purchase vouchers. How can you give money in such a tangible way? Dream Anran pursed his tea. The bonus is 5,000. Shenghuali are all the sons of the rich and powerful. The school this bonus is just demeaning. Well, since people don't care about money, Shanghua pressed for money to be handed out, and she had a good excuse to pay out of her own pocket. Meng Chenghong stared with rounded little eyes. Second sister, all of these bonuses are for me? Yeah, it was originally won back by you. Meng Anran's face was not red and her heart was not jumping. Lying was really not a difficult task for her. After all, I've cheated those two lunatics from the Lu family quite a bit in the past. Chapter 21 Emotional backstabbing is more painful. Second sister, it's better for you to take this prize money. Meng Chenghong said knowingly, if you hadn't used your place to participate in the competition, my painting wouldn't have had a chance to win the prize, and this painting was originally meant to be a thank you for taking me to Grandpa Wu's place to play, and it should be your prize money for winning the competition as well. Meng Anran had a little dazed, looking at Meng Chenghong for a long time, not knowing what he should say. Surrounded by so many relationships where benefits are exchanged, the sudden arrival of a few sincere family members has left her feeling overwhelmed. With Meng Chenghong opening this mouth first, Su Wanman hurriedly stuffed the envelope back into Meng Anran's hand. Right Anran, keep the money for yourself, you helped Xiaohong get hold of the line of old Mr. Wu Chongxi, we're already thankful. Meng Anran squeezed the envelope, her mind a mess. She immediately said, that painting will be auctioned within the school, with a starting price of $5 million, and the final amount won will be donated to charity in my name, to be used to build a Hope Elementary School for the poor mountainous area. I've already earned my fame, and this money should be allowed to be received by little Hong. Xiaohong shook his head. No, second sister. It doesn't matter in whose name the donation is made of. I'm already happy that my painting was able to make other children read. My painting wasn't worth much in the first place. It's you who made it valuable, so it's only right that you should take the prize money. Meng Yushu also chimed in. Anran, Xiaohong is right. It's you who made his painting valuable. No matter if it's 5,000 or 5 million, it's all you're doing. Meng Anran frowned slightly, having difficulty understanding why Meng Chenghong's thoughts were so clear. It's not what it looks like. What's wrong with this family? Don't you understand the principle of equal exchange? $5,000 isn't tied to fame, but she wanted fame and they were short on money. It was supposed to be a very fair exchange of benefits. How? Meng Anran cannot think. Simply take back the envelope and certificate in the bag, tomorrow to buy a deposit box for Meng Chenghong, all stuffed in. He does not receive also have to receive. After dinner Meng Yushu said that he would take Meng Anran around the neighborhood to familiarize himself with it, and incidentally eliminate his food. The parents then took their youngest son back to the shower first. The streets were lit up at 8 or 9 p.m., and the stores on either side would be lined with sales shouting slogans. As the siblings walked slowly, Dream Anran casually found a topic. Brother, why are you still in your senior year of high school? Lu family gave her information written. Meng Yushu was 1 year older than her, was supposed to study in college this year, but did not fill in the college entrance examination volunteers, but repeat a year. She felt that with the Meng family's current economic conditions, no matter what happens, Meng Yushu should go to college as soon as possible to graduate and come out to work as soon as possible, rather than choosing to spend money to find connections to repeat a year of senior high school. Bringing up this issue, Meng Yushu hung her eyes in silence, and suddenly let out a slightly self-deprecating light laugh. There were some things that Meng Anran would know sooner or later, and there was no need for him to hide them, so he slowly said, do you know why the Dream family went bankrupt? Meng Anran cocked her head. What does this have to do with the Meng family going bankrupt again? Meng Yushu rubbed his sister's head and smiled gently. When my sister went to work in a Western restaurant, she offended someone, and the Meng family went bankrupt only after being retaliated against. At that time, the Meng family was also considered to be a powerful family, but it had only been established for more than 10 years, and was no match for the other large families in the capital who had been in business for generations. Natalie was sort of watching how her family got rich, never tamely choosing to stay home and eat, drink, and be a clothed, rich girl. Instead, she chose to improve herself, and she hopes that even without the help of her family, she will have the ability to support herself and realize the value of her life, so that she can help her family's business to a higher level in the future. So since high school, every long vacation she has enrolled in classes to learn a skill, or gone to work part-time to earn her own pocket money. But I didn't realize that I had inadvertently rushed into someone I shouldn't have messed with. Qingcheng has always blamed the fault of the Dream family's bankruptcy on her sister being restless and always running away. After the bankruptcy, my sister's heart has been quite stressed. Qingcheng always spoke ill of her. She didn't even retort and bore it silently. Dreamfeather Bookside said to the key, the mood is particularly heavy. Qingcheng's temper is getting more and more violent, that time even to my sister. I, in order to protect my sister, was pushed by Qingcheng, head hit the closet. The doctor gave the results of the examination as a concussion, at that time close to the college entrance examination, although the body does not appear to have any major problems, but from time to time vomiting, vertigo, and finally the college entrance examination played poorly. My parents and teachers suggested that I repeat the year, so I did. Meng Anren pursed her lips as she listened and asked, don't you hate Lu Qingcheng? Never blamed her. Meng Yushu lost his eyes and lowered them. After all, it is her sister that she has spoiled for 17 years. There is no overnight hatred between family members. Only. Didn't expect her to go so decisively. Meng Anren understand Meng Yushu at the beginning of that self-deprecating smile, sincerely treating each other for 17 years, but in the end, miserable backstabbing. The emotional backstabbing is more painfully difficult to accept than the backstabbing of interest. Meng Yushu suddenly turned his head to look at his sister, his eyes drenched in warmth and softness. Anren, we are a family, there is no need to count many things so clearly. That certificate just now wasn't issued by your school, right? Monan's heart stuttered, you can read Hindi? Can't read it. Meng Yushu laughed lightly, but I know that Shanghua never gives out bonuses. Meng Anren pursed her lips, irrefutable. Meng Yushu continued, I won't interfere with your decision, but you should be clear that we never treat you well because we want to get anything from you in return, but simply because you are our family, and we also expect that someday you will recognize us, your family, from the bottom of your heart. Dream Anren fell silent and hummed. Passing by the boutique on the way, Meng Anren went in and bought a piggy bank that could only go in but not out, and Meng Yushu guessed what she wanted to do, but didn't stop it. It was money that his sister had given to his brother, and he was in no position to refuse it on his brother's behalf. So after buying the piggy bank, the two of them took a spot in the corner of the milk tea store and folded up the $5,000 one by one and stuffed them into the piggy bank. Brother, what specialty do you want to choose in the future? Meng Anren asked casually while folding paper bills. Law, I guess. Meng Yushu answered dryly, yet seemed a bit uncertain. Lawyers are quite promising. No matter what level of development society has reached, there will always be a need for lawyers. Moreover, the income is also relatively considerable. Dream Anren stopped moving and twisted her head to stare meaningfully at him for a few seconds before shaking her head again. I don't think it suits you. I don't dare to imagine what it would be like for a gentle nature like Meng Yushu to engage in a war of words with someone else. Meng Yushu laughed lightly, then take a teacher training program and graduate to become a teacher? Monanan shook her head again. I think you'll be bullied by the students. Meng Yushu was amused with more than a few laughs. From time to time, he felt that this sister had a kind of cute and adorable point that was different from the norm. Or maybe it's simply because a sister is good at everything in her brother's eyes. Chapter 22 You're My Card. Meng Chenghong was writing his homework in front of his new desk full of excitement. Suddenly there was an extra ceramic pig in his hand. He turned his face sideways and raised his head to meet his second sister's smile, his eyes full of doubt. A gift for you. Dream Anren leaned against the wall and said, this little piggy can only stuff money in, not take money out. The $5,000 bonus has already been deposited for you, and in the future, your bonus money can also be deposited in it, and if an unexpected situation arises one day when you are in a hurry to use the money, you can smash it again. Meng Chenghong blinked in confusion. What's a contingency? Well, Dream Anren thought about it and said, for example, like last time, brother accidentally hit his head off. If the situation is more serious, this money is likely to be used to save your life. So save your money well. She patted the top of her little brother's head gently and, without saying much else, turned and walked away. Meng Chenghong stared at the white piglet, and suddenly realized in his heart that the money was not only used to eat and buy clothes, but might be able to save his family at a critical moment. He carefully picked up the piglet and stowed it away in the drawer at the bottom of the step ladder. He'll definitely save up for the future. After taking a shower, Dream Anren chose the bed that was leaning in and lay down and covered up. The new bed is just comfortable and it finally doesn't feel like sleeping on a board. She turned on the small fan hanging at the end of her bed and sat up to call Chin Mu. The moment the phone was connected, a low laugh came from the other end. What is it that you want, Missy? It can't be that you miss me, right? Just bored and looking for you to talk to. Chin Mu knows Meng Anren, perhaps because she did not feel much affection in her childhood. She has always expressed her feelings in a very subtle way, and has never heard such words as I miss you in her mouth. If she has something serious to say, she will say it directly, and when she says I'm bored and want to talk to you, it means that she misses him. Chin Mu smiled a swinging smile, the tips of his ears flushed with cherry color. Does Missy want to talk about a 50-cent one, or a $5 one? Is there still a charge? No, I paid for it, and Missy offered to talk to me, so I must have earned it. Meng Anren couldn't help herself. Then I'll have to charge by the hour. $5 an hour I guess. Not giving me some friendly price? Chin Mu looked at the time. It was now 9:30. How about 502 for 2 hours? You're quite the businessman. Dream Anren lay back on the bed and laughed so hard his chest vibrated. How's the hustle going? It's almost done, all the documents that should be signed have been signed, tomorrow it will be sent to the notary, it should be approved in 2 or 3 days. Qingmu stopped the work at hand and leaned back in his office chair to concentrate on chatting with his little Qingmei. Aha! Meng Anren responded absent-mindedly before talking to Qingmu about tonight's events. She had thought hard for a long time. So far she still didn't understand why the dream family was unwilling to accept that bonus. The last time the question that made Meng Anren tangle for so long was still whether or not to invest in a certain clothing brand, which was related to the market value of $5 million. Now actually entangled for $5,000 for one night, Qingmu felt funny when he heard it. Are you afraid? He asked the question, speaking more like a statement, as if he knew her emotions better than Dream Anren did. Scared of what? Dream Anren wasn't retorting, but was puzzled. Qingmu said, you're in fear of intimacy. Meng Anren was silent. The onlooker was clear. When Qingmu pointed out the truth, she knew that she was indeed as Qingmu said. She's afraid. Fear of seeing hope and enduring disappointment. There was a time when she had longed for affection, when her parents had always put all their attention on her 2 older brothers, focusing on nurturing their academic achievements and business skills, and she had always been the neglected one. It was true that she had the best food and clothing in the Lu family, but she also wanted to be recognized. So she studied hard, was first in her grade every time she took an exam, and did her best in all the training classes arranged by her family, in order to get nothing more than a word of praise from her parents. Unfortunately, hopes are forever being dashed. At the age of 8 she realized why her brothers were studying business while she was taking etiquette classes, and why her brothers were watching the stock market while she could only watch speeches in foreign languages. The reason she was never exposed to what her brothers were learning was because from the very beginning she had been nothing more than a marriage tool for her parents. Just learn to be peaceful, learn to be sensible, and finally put on a wedding dress and become a hostage in exchange for benefits. She no longer expects affection. So much so that she felt scared when confronted with the care of the dream family. Feeling that what the dreamers are doing is out of character, racking their brains trying to find the slightest thought of evil in them so that they can have peace of mind. Actually, it's just her own avoidance. After a long time of not hearing Meng Anren say anything, Qingmu smiled and said, and Xiaoran, there are some things that your brain can't think of, so feel them with your heart. You are qualified to enjoy all the affection and have the strength to face all the changes. There is nothing to worry about. Qingmu's 3 or 2 words made Meng Anren's heart settle down quite a bit. 2 years ago, the Meng family went bankrupt, and at the same time she learned that she was not the daughter of the Lu family. After telling Qingmu about this, he called her in Xiaoran, as if deliberately erasing her last name. He said, and Xiaoran, no matter what your last name is, no matter what happens in the future, I will be by your side. Probably, he was the bottom line that really made her determined to leave the Lu family. And Xiaoran. The teenager's slightly muffled voice came over the phone. Just go forward, I'll always be behind you. Dream Anren curled her lips and answered, I know. You're my bottom card. Even if it means betting all your chips and throwing your weight around. As long as you're around, I can't lose. Asterisk. Perhaps the warning from that day had worked, and for a while afterward, Lu Qingcheng attended classes peacefully and didn't provoke Meng Anren again. Turning to the recognition feast. When he saw Blue Branch at the banquet, Song Fongting felt surprised. Why are you here? Aren't you on the same side as Lu Anren? Come to spy on the enemy? Correction, her surname is Dream. Lanji momentarily corrected her bestie's name before answering Song Fongting's question. The 2 young masters of the Lu family are back, so I had to come and give Anren a live broadcast? With that, she pulled out her cell phone in slight excitement, always ready to live stream to her kissing bestie. When Ming Jing entered the room, his eyes searched around, only to see his fiancée standing in the corner with other boys, talking and laughing. His face sank, and he took it in stride. Just as he was about to speak, the radio in the ballroom sounded a voice, originating from the microphone in Lu Zhong's hand on the stage. A few people looked over. Lu Qingcheng wore a snow-white sarong and stood in the middle of Lu Zhong and Baiyujin, like a highly favored little princess, smile with grace, serenity, and pride. Blue Branch was busy dialing a video call to her best friend. A good show is about to begin. Chapter 23. Bravely entering the recognition banquet. Anren, the banquet is starting. Lanshi pressed her voice to speak, and took another 360-degree deathless shot of the banquet hall. Guess what gift your 2 ex-brothers will give Lu Qingcheng? It's not going to be anything good anyway. Meng Anren sat at the desk in her room, the desk lamp reflecting her small white face, her bright eyes condensed with a beautiful halo. Cherry pink lips pursed in a silky smile. I'm not talking to you, I'm going to dinner. Take a video and send it to me if anything interesting happens. Promise to get the job done. Blue Branch gave an okay in front of the camera and hung up. Turning to the camera, he tapped on it and pressed the video function, intending to record the whole thing so he wouldn't miss a minute of the action. Lu Zhong is on stage with an introductory speech of this and that, and Baiyujin performs with a wide range of expressions, as if she is really a father and daughter, a mother and a daughter. When he was almost done talking, Lu Zhong handed the microphone to Lu Qingcheng and asked her to say hello to everyone and introduce herself. Hello everyone, I'm Leaning City, and I was surprised when I learned that my mom and dad, who have raised me for more than a decade, are not my real parents. A speech with a crown, 80% is to find a special person to write for Lu Qingcheng to recite the whole text. Blue Branch tugged at the corner of his lips in disgust, rolling his eyes in the process. Meng didn't pay attention to what Lu Qingcheng said. Anyway, none of the people present today would care about how Lu Qingcheng was mistakenly carried, what kind of life she had led in these 17 years, and how she was recovered by the Lu family. The crowd had come here simply because it was the Lu family's banquet. Whether there was business cooperation or not, it was fine. The Lu family is one of the most powerful families in the capital circle. This face had to be given. So Meng didn't care what specious topics Lu Qingcheng pulled. He only noticed that Lanji had been holding up her cell phone to record videos, and every now and then she got tired and changed her hand. I'll take it. He leaned in close to Blue Branch and lowered his voice next to her ear, reaching out to control the phone. Blue Branch subconsciously twisted his head to look at him, suddenly realized that the distance was too close to each other, and quickly turned back to him, let go of his hand, and handed over the phone to him. Ahem. Although they were an unmarried couple, both of them had just reached adulthood, and the marriage contract was a business union that had been set up since childhood, and they had been dealing with each other like brothers, with absolutely no love between men and women. At least that's what Blue Branch thought. Seeing her purse her lips and quietly move half a step to the side, Meng faintly raised the corner of his lips. Does the forceful little Qingmei also have shy moments? Lu Qingcheng on the stage hadn't memorized a few sentences yet, and Meng had just taken over the phone, when the roar of a car suddenly came from outside. The banquet hall was on the first floor, but it was in the innermost part of the hotel, and there shouldn't be the sound of cars coming in. Lu Qingcheng's speech was interrupted, and everyone twisted their heads uncertainly to look at the closed door. The next second, boom! A black Apollo Sunseeker supercar burst through the wooden doors and sped in, startling the crowd into shrill panic and ducking. Long tables with pastries and champagne towers were smashed to pieces, drinks and cream were smeared on the floor, and the whole scene was chaotic in the extreme. Lu Zhong and Bai Yujin, who were originally playing the role of a loving father and mother, suddenly changed their faces and stared at the sports car with a gloomy expression. The car braked hard and came to a steady stop in the middle of the venue. A sheepdog jumped out of the passenger window and charged towards Lu Qingcheng on the stage. Lu Qingcheng is afraid of dogs, was scared to scream, subconsciously backward, and ended up stepping on the hem of the skirt and fell backwards. Ah! Get out of here! Get lost! Die away from me! She flung her arms and legs carelessly. However, the others could see clearly that the border herd had rushed over and then sat down a step away from Lu Qingcheng, and was now obediently tilting its head and spitting out its tongue, and didn't even try to scare Lu Qingcheng. The driver's door of the sports car finally pushed open and down came a long-built boy. A pair of legs wrapped in black leggings were thin, long, and straight, topped by a loose floral shirt. Long fingers hooked off the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, and he lazily leaned sideways against the car, debauchery written all over his body. Messed up the banquet, all the time did not see him have half a bit of shame, thin cool lips hooked with a loose bad smile. Yo, sister has such a poisonous mouth? Second brother kindly sent you a cute dog as a meeting gift, you don't like it even if you don't like it, why are you cursing so dirty? Can't see where he's being nice at all, it's more like he's intentionally tearing down the field. He hooked his finger toward Bianmu. Lulu, come here. The border collie instantly behaved himself and ran towards him, sitting in front of him and wagging his tail. Lu Zhong was already so angry that his face turned blue as he angrily scolded, Louis, who gave you permission to drive your car and barge in? What if you hurt someone? Immediately take your dog and drive your car out of here. Louis put Bianmu on the car. TSK, father so angry why, son stayed abroad for nearly 2 years did not see you care about a word, and now have a daughter does not hurt the son of chanting. Don't make me say it a third time, get out. Lu Zhong's tone was a few points heavier. Louis shrugged his shoulders as if he was helpless and got into the car to reverse away. And the eldest young master, Lu Hong, came in at some point and began to calm the guests. Gentlemen, my brother's ignorance has caused you all to be frightened. I have ordered a banquet hall to be rearranged next door, so please move. With Lu Hong stepping in to smooth things over, everyone would give a few points of face, and no one bothered to pursue what had just happened. Seeing that there was no more fun to be had, Lanji retrieved her cell phone from Meng and ended the recording backhandedly sending it to her best friend. Woohoo, wonderful. The show is over, withdraw. Lanji left, and Meng and Song Fongteng didn't stay long. Even the same class came halfway through and left halfway through the play. Lu Qingcheng was brought to the restroom by Lu Zhong and Bai Yujin. The air pressure was so low she couldn't breathe, and she wrung her hands together in indescribable fear. Voice-thin mosquito flies, trembling apologized, Dad, I'm sorry, I just was scared, I've been afraid of dogs since I was a kid. Before the words fell, Lu Zhong turned around and slapped her in the face, straightening her out and causing her to fall to the ground, blood breaking from the corner of her lips. Asshole! You're full of obscenities in public, the Lu family's face has been disgraced by you. Lu Qingcheng covered her face incredulously, she had been pampered in the palm of her hand since she was young and had never been hit. She reluctantly climbed to her feet and looked up at her father, who was related to her by blood, in front of her. Dad, it's clearly the second brother. Not waiting for her to finish her sentence, Lu Zhong backhanded another slap over. If I had known that you were so incompetent, I shouldn't have picked you up. Tears fell uncontrollably. Lu Qingcheng's face hurt and her heart hurt. She didn't understand what she had done wrong. It was obvious that the culprit was Lu Yi, so why would she be the one to get beaten up? She looked at Bai Eugene as if begging. It is said that mothers and daughters are connected. Her mother will definitely help her. Mom! Don't call me Mom. Chapter 24. This is all she wants. Bai Eugene's cold face, his expression no better than Lu Zhong's, his voice so cold that it had no temperature, his words conical. How many people have been made to see the Lu family's joke today? The next time, I will directly send you away and pick Dream Anren back up. Now go home immediately and reflect. Lu Zhong plucked out Lu Qingcheng and led his wife out to deal with the mess. Her strength drained, Lu Qingcheng collapsed limply to the ground and laughed to herself. The more you laugh, the more insane you get. No wonder Dream Anren left so dryly in the beginning. Even the clothes did not pack, carrying a bag packed with important documents, before and after less than an hour to leave the Lu family. If Bai Eugene wants to pick up Meng Anren and come back, he also has to see if Meng Anren is happy to come back. Lu Qingcheng laughed so hard that she could barely catch her breath before she expressionlessly climbed up, wiped off the blood from the corner of her lips, and went out through the back door as if she were a walking corpse. It's just affection. It doesn't matter at all. She is now well dressed and bejeweled, getting all the wind and rain she wants, and living the life of a human being. All of this is what she wants. Unlike the heaviness of the Lu family's banquet, the Dream family's side was cozy and joyful. Dinner was Meng Anren's favorite pickled fish, and she complimented Su Wanman's cooking skills while drinking the sour and spicy fish soup. The latter was so happy that her eyes smiled into slits. Meng Yushu also had something to say. My classmate's sister works in a film and television company, and now it's very popular to have that kind of short drama adapted from novels, and he said that I'm quite good externally, so if I want to do a part-time job, he can recommend that I go to his sister's place to be an actor in a short drama. Reliable, ah? Now this industry is mixed, many are cheating money. I go and let you first pay $1,000 on a what training course, the follow-up said to give you a job, the result is no later. Meng Rong at least used to be a businessman. On all walks of life some of the routines hurt a lot. The moment I heard similar to the skit actor, fitting models, and so on work easy to make money fast work, the old feeling is a scam. In fact, Dream Feather book is not too sure unreliable. After all, this year the most lack of kill familiar scam, he said. I just ask your opinion first. You agree? Then I will go to the interview. If you really want to pay the so-called training fee, the big deal is to turn around and go well. I think it's okay. Meng Anren expressed her support. She had previously felt that her brother's clear, jade-like face was very suitable for playing the second male role in an ancient costume drama. Maybe he would explode in popularity as a result and be scouted by a talent scout? If it doesn't blow up, she'll be behind it and the result will be the same. Brother, you go and try it out, in case you find acting quite fun, or dig out some talent, then you can choose more choices when applying for college entrance exams. Support, and by the way, encouragement. Meng Yushu hooned, then listen to Anren. Tomorrow Saturday, Anren want to accompany brother? Meng Anren thought about it. Being idle at home is also idle. Why don't you just go out for a walk? Okay, let's go tomorrow after lunch. I want to sleep in the morning. Good. Meng Yushu dotingly rubbed his sister's head. Oh, right. Dream Anren suddenly remembered something, put down her chopsticks and ran into her room, flipping out a folder and handing it to Meng Rong. RT wants the right to use that painting that little Hong did last time. I've negotiated the terms with RT and this is the final version of the contract. Dad, as the legal guardian, review it. Meng Rong flipped open the contract and read it carefully, while asking, which company is RT? Middle-aged people don't know about gaming, but it's unlikely that young people don't. Meng Yushu asked in surprise, RT is going to work with Xiao Hong? Meng Anren nodded and said gently, Xiao Hong's painting was quite creative, and I named it Morning Sea when I submitted it for the competition. RT approached me for the picture the next day, only the contract wasn't negotiated at the time, so I didn't tell you guys for now. Meng Rong and Su Wanman looked at the dazed Meng Yushu in confusion. What's the matter? Is RT great? I'm sure every guy, even if he doesn't play the game, doesn't know about RT. Dream Feather book with mom and dad to explain briefly. Now there are many games will be held competitions. RT is the national tournament, the world tournament and other large-scale tournaments of the game keyboard, mouse, headset designated use of the brand. Its spokesperson is the gaming team that won the world tournament the previous year. And amateur gamers also like RT's products. Not only does the operation feel good, but also the color scheme of each one is new and unique, which is very popular among young people. Although parents always feel that playing games has no future, but now the gaming industry is very sought after. What the National Tournament World Tournament, they have heard of it. RT is really a top brand in electronics when it comes to being an exclusive title holder. And what an honor it is that RT is now looking at the work of Little Hong. Since Meng Chenghong had little fame and his paintings did not possess much skill and were not always accepted by buyers, the right to use them was paid on a monthly basis, and a certain amount would be paid if his paintings were used to produce a product that month. It's not much, but it's a good start. Meng Rong has read the contract and confirmed that there are no loopholes, and Meng Anren brought a signing pen for Meng Chenghong to sign. Aya, what a happy event. Meng exclaimed with a wide-eyed smile, I didn't realize that Xiaohong is the most promising person in our family at the moment. When Meng Anren heard this, she secretly surveyed Meng Yushu's expression, and only saw joy and no jealousy, and didn't think for a second that her brother being better than herself was anything to be ashamed of. Instead she was honored with it. There is no need to count too much between family members. Congratulations to little Hong for signing his first cooperation. Buy a cup of milk tea to celebrate? Dream Anren rubbed her little brother's head. Want a cupcake? Think. Meng Chenghong didn't have much change of mood about signing the contract, but milk tea and cupcakes were always a source of joy for him. Okay, I'll get it. Dream Anren put the contract back in her room, and took the food waste from the kitchen, going down to throw it away in the meantime. I'll go with you. Afraid that it would be unsafe at night, Meng Yushu accompanied her sister to go out together. The siblings went downstairs, threw out the trash, and leisurely went to buy milk tea. Only when they reached the entrance of the neighborhood, a cool and racy sports car sped up and stopped steadily in front of them. Seeing that Apollo sun god, Dream Anren stopped in her tracks, her eyes narrowed slightly revealing a few points of danger, and the smile on her face instantly dissipated. Louis got out of the car, both hands on the roof of the car, staring at Meng Anren with a gangly smile, opening his mouth without good words. Yo, isn't this my sister who ran away without saying a word? It's only been half a month since you left the Lu family, and you're dressed so shabbily? Those rags on your body don't even add up to what you used to pay for a breakfast, right? Meng Anren hooked up the corner of her lips, electricity flashed between the four eyes. Lu Ershio quite have leisure and elegant. That sister at home is not enough for you to suffer, specially ran here to care about me? Chapter 25 Your sister has another dog. Don't be so tense, brother, I care about you very much. Lu Yi's words can't be heard in half-true feelings. He came around the front of the car in front of Meng Anren, each step was taken in a loose and uninhibited manner. I haven't seen you for more than a year, and I've specially prepared a gift for you. He pulled open the passenger door. Bianmu jumped down as if he would recognize his master and walked over to Meng Anren's side, sniffing her pant leg before sitting down obediently. Meng Anren looked askance at the dog and suddenly laughed. The person in front of him was more dog than dog. You're welcome. It's not a second-hand gift that you passed on to me because your own sister wouldn't take it, is it? She hadn't watched the video that Blue Branch had sent her, but she knew that Louis had always loved cars. At the moment his favorite limited edition Apollo Helios had a deflated front end and untold battle damage, a large swath of paint scraped off, and quite a bit of a mixture of booze and cream drying and sticking to it. Then again, looking at the timing, it didn't take a brain to guess that he'd come straight over to her after breaking into the recognition party in this car. Since it didn't go anywhere else in the middle of the day, the dog was brought to the recognition feast and brought back to her. The proud little princess still hasn't changed a bit, doesn't like secondhand things. Louis leaned on the passenger door. But this dog was originally bought for you, just took it to a show, you won't be so petty, right? Meng Anren grunted and laughed. Step by step she approached towards Louis until she was half a step away from him, staring straight into his eyes. Her voice was light but sinister. Lu Ershio was really good at picking out gifts. The thing I hate the most is dogs. I don't know if I'm talking about the border herdsman at my feet or the person in front of me. The two of them were wide-eyed, their auras facing each other with sharp edges. Meng Yushu's presence was as light and elegant as a wisp of breeze, but he was not afraid of this appalling atmosphere, and fatally opened his lips. Anren, the milk tea store is closing soon. As if Louis only noticed Meng Yushu's presence now, he looked past him with contemptuous eyes. A poor boy from a bankrupt family, it's your turn to speak? Meng Yushu smiled lightly, seemingly without any hostility. Anren is my sister, no matter what some grudges you have between you, her affairs are my affairs. Ha! Lu Yi's laughter was all mockery. You don't deserve to be her brother. If he's not worthy, are you worthy? Meng Anren disliked back relentlessly, finally biting out 3 words heavily. Former second brother? Really cold. Well, at least also lived together 17 years. Louis was not angry, leaning against the car, a smile on his face, but the smile could not enter the bottom of his eyes. Dream Anren rolled her eyes. What the hell are you doing here? Take you back. Louis said lightly, unable to hear how much he meant and how much he didn't. Meng Anren looked like she had heard some kind of joke. I'm sorry, my family lives here. When you say go back, where do you mean? Louis had a disinterested look on his face. If you don't come with me tonight, the one who will come looking for you next time will be Lu Hung. You should know very well that your big brother isn't as nice as I am. He's not my big brother. Despite the confrontation, Meng Anren quickly refuted Lu Yi's words. With her pant legs being peeled back, Dream Anren looked down at the border herd whose fur was soft and clean and was wagging its tail at her in a cute manner, and her face sank. Bending down and gripping the collar around the dog's neck, he lifted it up, pushed aside Louis, who was leaning against the side of the car, with one hand, and without saying a word threw the dog through the passenger window. She no longer pays attention to Louis, who loves to find things to do when she has nothing to do, and her complexion suddenly softens when she turns her head to look at Meng Yushu. Let's go, brother, Xiao Cheng is still waiting. Hearing that natural and intimate brother, Lu Yi's diffident eyes suddenly condensed. Meng Yushu sensed this and took Meng Anren's shoulder and switched sides with her, blocking Lu Yi's line of sight. Second youngest Lu, it's getting late, go back earlier. Seeing the two figures, one tall and one short, walk away, Louis snorted lightly and fished out the cell phone in his pocket to dial out. Your sister has another dog and you don't care. The moment the call came through, he opened his mouth to say this. Lu Hang on the other end was silent for a long time and said in a salty manner, not willing? Go snatch it back yourself. Louis was furious, his eyes looking into the old neighborhood. This house is shabby and small. What's there to keep? Do you think she's sick in the head? The Lu family is posh enough, and I haven't seen you go back there a couple times. Lu Hang acted calmly, completely ignoring the anger in his brother's tone. Isn't it all thanks to you that she's living in a broken house now? If Louis was not guilty of designing the bankruptcy of the Meng family, even if Lu Anren returned to the Meng family today, she would still be considered a rich girl, wearing brand name clothes and shoes, and going out in a special car. So why would a family of 6 be crammed into a small, broken house? Louis bit his back teeth. When he did something bad, he pushed, and then he let him take the full responsibility when the east window came out. Lu Hong, this guy is getting more and more doggy. You'd better keep this attitude. Don't come and persuade Lu Anren to go back when the time comes and she doesn't care about you, making me watch the fun. When he finished, he simply pinched the line and drove off. Lu Hong put down his cell phone, his fingertips tapping the desktop, making a rhythmic sound, contemplating expressionless, but all around the oppressive sense of superiority, so that a group of people in front of the desk lowered their heads and did not dare to say anything. Afraid of messing with this temperamental Shura, Dream Anren went with her brother to buy 5 cups of milk tea and 2 matcha cupcakes, and walked home with the evening breeze, completely undisturbed by what had just happened. Meng Yushu surveyed his sister's complexion and deliberated for a moment before speaking carelessly. It seems to me that the second youngest member of the Lu family is quite concerned about you. Meng Anren paused and smiled. Brother, there's no need to test me, I don't intend to go with him. Since I left the Lu family, I won't go back. It was hard to escape the abyss. She wouldn't be stupid enough to jump back into the fire. As for Louis caring about her? Maybe more or less, but the madman's concern was more than she could handle. When she was 5 years old, she was still unaware of the situation and longed for the warmth of her family and the protection of her brother, and when she was bullied by her classmates in kindergarten, she went to snitch on Louis. Normal thinking would have been for the brother to stand up for his sister and run to the school to teach the bullies a lesson. But Louis, the epileptic, dragged her to taekwondo practice, saying that as long as she was good at kung fu no one could bully her. Then he taught himself, facing his own sister, a 5-year-old beginner, without mercy, and left her in the hospital for 3 months with a broken rib. And during those 3 months, the only person who took care of her was the maid, Auntie Liang, and Qin Mu came to keep her company every day after class. The culprit, however, never showed up and never even sent a greeting. When she recuperated and was discharged from the hospital and saw Louis again, he still didn't feel any guilt and justifiably suspected her of being too much of a weakling, suggesting that next time she should learn sparring first. Who would dare to take such a second brother? Chapter 26. Children in families with unhappy parents are not destined to be happy. Su Wanman's stall plan is methodically carried out. Today Meng Anren's friend has sent someone to send the old model stall car that has been collecting dust in the warehouse, and Meng Ron will scrub the stall car inside and out. Su Wanman is ready to try tomorrow in the market import and export stall in a crowded place. Near most of the neighborhood is familiar with the neighbors, so it is convenient for her to collect opinions, and finally improve some. The day after tomorrow, on Monday, we will officially go out and sell over at the first city high school. Wish Mom a prosperous business. Meng Chenghong raised her milk tea and they all clinked glasses together. 2 cupcakes, one for Su Wanman and the other for Xiaohong. Anren is our family's little blessing. Once she came back, every aspect of our family is going in a good direction. Meng Rong exclaimed. In the past, when Lu Qingcheng was here, every day was an endless stream of complaints, and a low atmosphere filled the house from time to time, as if everyone was in a heavy mood, muddling through the day-to-day life, as if the machine ran according to the established procedures and did not know how to change. Dream Anren came back and helped the family a lot, like a force pushing everyone forward to think about more possibilities in life. The whole house was also renovated thanks to her, and the traces of obsolescence and dilapidation were covered and washed away, and life took on a new look. Everyone became energized and worked in different directions to make the home better and better, while their hearts were bound together. Dream Anren lowered her eyes and smiled. She never dreamed that the affection that she had worked hard to give longing for but could not get would be easily within her reach 10 years later when she did not expect or give anything. If anything, it was because of the fact that he had been in the Lu family before and had no kinship with the Lu family, so he was a few degrees short of warmth. She didn't see it as necessarily. Just take a look at Lu Hang and Louis. Even if the blood of the Lu family flows in their bodies, as usual, there is not much love to speak of with the Lu family couple. Lu Qingcheng, her own daughter, returned to the Lu family, and was afraid that she would not be taken seriously as usual. Therefore, blood does not excuse the Lu family. Lu Zhong and Bai Yujin are themselves inhuman beasts. An emotionless union came together to create 3 cold machines. Children in families with unhappy parents are not destined to be happy. That was the truth of what Blue Branch had told her. If you're so happy today, make a video for your sister. Dream Anren suggested. One couldn't go through life as a family of 5 and forget about Nico. Yeah, my sister doesn't even know about the home renovations yet, let her be envious through the screen. Dream Yushu joked, taking out his cell phone to dial a video for Nico. The other end picked up quickly, and Nico had foundation smeared on her face and looked like she was just starting to put on her makeup and get ready to go out. Sis, where are you going all dressed up? Meng Yushu teased Meng Nico. Usually when Meng Nico came back from a long vacation, he had never seen her put on any makeup, so she wasn't going out on a date this late at night, was she? Natalie guessed that Meng Yushu was thinking of something small, and quickly denied it. Don't be blind, there's a school festival performance in the school tomorrow. I've rehearsed a program with my classmates, and I'm planning to try out the makeup in advance only. Seeing that the environment Dream Hashu was in looked a bit familiar and like it wasn't quite right, Natalie was puzzled. Where are you? At home. Dream Featherbook laughed softly, reversing the camera to catch the family as they all took turns saying hello. Natalie's surprised voice came out of the phone. This is our house? When was it renovated? 2 days ago. Whenever she talked about the renovation, Meng Rong was extraordinarily excited. Nico, I'll tell you a heavenly happy event. Didn't you used to love the genius designer Xiao Han? He's a friend of Enran's. This house was remodeled by Xiao Han. Really? Natalie was rarely excited. Xiao Han became famous at the age of 16 and is now 20. That is, before the Dream family went bankrupt, Xiao Han was already a very famous designer in the upper-class circles at home and abroad, and at that time the Dream family had a little money, and Nico's biggest wish was to be able to ask Xiao Han to come and design a room for her. After the Dream family went bankrupt, she never wished for it again, and she no longer even recalled the wish. I didn't expect that it would be realized quietly now. Meng Anren sipped her milk tea and chewed on her pearls, thoughtfully. So, Natalie Meng likes Xiao Han? It looked like he even idolized Xiao Han. But why did Natalie choose herbalism instead of interior design? Sis, let me show you our room. Dream Anren took the phone and got up, first showing Dream Natalie a panoramic view of the living room, then going into the bedroom. The cell phone was filled with exclamations of amazement, and Dream Anren introduced the new house while showing Natalie around. Natalie's face was all smiles. She loved the design so much. Originally the room could only fit 2 beds and a small closet, with all the space for passage. After being changed so much by Xiao Han, it was much more spacious, and there were 2 more tables that could be used for grooming and studying. The space for the steps is even more utilized, with a couple of drawers big enough to stow away miscellaneous items on a regular basis. The mauve color is also her super favorite style, light and not over the top. Worthy of being designer Xiao Han, so awesome. Natalie Meng had all but turned into a little fangirl, unconsciously letting out an exclamation. Meng Anren laughed lightly. If this was heard by Xiao Han, he was afraid that he would have to fool around in front of her for another month. Anren, it'll cost at least $80,000 to $90,000 to renovate the house like this, right? Natalie Meng suddenly frowned. Since Xiao Han was a friend of Meng Anren, the design fee should be forfeited. But none of the materials for the soft furnishings were cheap, and looking at the quality of the furniture, it wasn't anything cheap. He has acquaintances, and there are some things he's also changed with edges left over from other previous clients that didn't cost much. Meng Anren, not to mention the total amount, $20,000 with her is just a meal. There is no need to make Meng Nico psychological pressure too much. Natalie sighed and was about to speak when Dream Anren immediately interrupted as if he guessed what she was going to say. Sis, don't say you feel guilty. It's been a few days since Mom stopped saying those things, and here you are again, purely because you don't want me to be comfortable at home? Natalie froze for a moment and smiled. Okay, I won't say anything. I'll start my internship next month after I get my graduation stuff done this month, so I'll go back and buy you dinner then. Aha! Meng Anren raised the corners of her lips, and finally added, come back early to try out the bed specially customized by grand designer Xiao. I have to, as soon as the graduation ceremony is over. I'll take the bus back immediately. Afterwards, Su Wanman and Meng Rong talked to Meng Nico about the events of these days. Listening to Meng Nico, she also didn't expect her home to change so much when she went back to school for just over a week. In her heart, she knew very well that it was all because of the luck that Dream Anren had brought them. Or perhaps it was Dream Anren who planned everything behind the scenes and went out of his way to help. Chapter 27. He's a seizure, Spring Festival Plus. Since the change of bed, Dream Anren's sleep quality improved a lot. Asleep until 9 o'clock to wake up, open your eyes habitually, first look at the cell phone, there are no new messages. Shinmu, I'm back in the country, Missy, would you like to have dinner? Meng Anren yawned and returned. Today accompany Meng Yushu to go out. Tomorrow, just go to the hospital to visit aunt and uncle. Within seconds of the message being sent, Shinmu's phone call came through. What's wrong? Man Anren stayed in bed, confused and trying to go back to sleep. Milk whistling sound like a feather lightly scratching the tip of the heart. Shinmu's pen in his hand snapped and fell on the desktop, his ears slightly red. The corners of his lips are unable to suppress the smile. Nothing, just want to hear the sound of you just waking up. It's soft and hooky. Meng Anren instantly sobered up quite a bit and cursed with a laugh. Pervert are you? Shinmu hummed in disbelief. Anyway, sooner or later, the person who wakes up beside you will be me, so what's wrong with hearing about it in advance? Shinmu. Meng Anren's face went red and she moaned in a warning-like manner. Haven't seen him in a while, this guy is getting Thai. Shinmu couldn't help it. If he teased her anymore, she would blow up. He changed the topic at the right time. Louis went to look for you last night? How do you know? Dream Anren got up and out of bed and sat down at his desk to finish the water he had put in a thermos last night. This guy is abroad, and there are so many eyes left over here to keep an eye out for him? Seemingly guessing her thoughts, Shin Mu hooked his lips. Lon, she sent me a video. Louis drove a sports car and crashed into the banquet. He also brought a dog with him. According to his nature, that border collie should be a gift for you, so he must have looked for you after leaving the banquet hall. He's just a seizure. Meng Anren tugged at the corner of her lips. Her tone of voice unconcealed her disgust. Although the Lu family is a powerful family, the family is big. The circle of the upper-class families have to give a few thin face, but last night Louis drove a sports car in the banquet hall rampage, really hurt people. This thing is afraid of the Lu family cannot cover down. With a son as cynical as Louis, who knows how to cause trouble all day long, Lu Zhong is also considered to be the family's misfortune. But then again, if it weren't for the fact that Lu Yi's nature was simply uncontrollable and he had no interest in matters of commerce and business, Lu Zhong and Bai Yujin wouldn't have wanted to raise another tiny. So a third child was born, only a girl. Bai Yujin was already considered in advanced maternal age at that time, and the doctor said that if she wanted for more babies, it would be easy to have a life-threatening situation, and only then did she dispel Bai Yujin's thoughts, or else she would have to add another little grandchild after Meng Anren. The girl is to consolidate the chain of business cooperation, the boy is the candidate to inherit the family business. Lu Yi is unreliable, and failed to give birth to a small with Lu Hong healthy competition. Now Lu Hong has gradually taken over the Lu family industry, people's eyes that he is the Lu family heir. Louis, on the other hand, a rich, brainless second-generation tycoon who likes to race for his life, isn't well regarded. He did not feel ashamed, all day tugging like a 2.5 million, still I do what I want, so was Lu Zhong thrown abroad out of sight and out of mind. This time, he returned to China for Lu Qingcheng's recognition banquet, and since he had returned, he probably wouldn't leave so easily. And Lu Hong is back. There was a saying that Louis had said correctly, if Meng Anren didn't go with him, the next one to come would be Lu Hang. This ex-big brother, even tougher. Lu Hong went to Lu's group after he left the recognition banquet and didn't come home for the whole night. He should be officially taking over Lu clan this time he's back, but busy as he is, he'll definitely make time for you. Shin Mu said. Meng Anren sighed, not really wanting to deal with Lu Hang. She closed the thermos and casually said, let the two of them be crazy, the Lu family genes can't count a normal one. Let's have lunch together tomorrow at noon. I happen to have a problem I can't figure out lately, and I want to talk to you. Good, I'll pick you up at that time. Shin Mu's voice is laced with laughter, and he can't help but exhort a few more times, pay attention to safety when you go out, and call me at any time if something happens. Hang on. After pinching the line, Dream Anren charged her cell phone and went to the bathroom to wash up. Just as he pulled open the door to his room, he saw Meng Yushu, who had also come out of his room. Morning, brother. Meng Anren greeted her with a beaming brow, her long hair cascading, her strawberry pajamas lining her face that was so smooth and flawless that she could see subtle fuzz, making her whole body look soft. Dream Feather Book didn't resist rubbing her head. Morning. What do you want to eat for breakfast? Buns? Soybean milk donuts? Or should I cook you an egg noodle? Feeling the itch coming from the top of her head, Meng Anren didn't feel repulsed. He moved gently every time and wouldn't mess up her hair. She was already used to having her head touched by Meng Yushu. The feeling was like that of a brother and sister, intimate and pampered. Oh, they were supposed to be brother and sister. I guess Mom already made the rice balls. Ma Nonan walked into the bathroom. When Dream Feather Book heard that, he went to the kitchen and looked around, and it was true. 3 rice balls were left, one for each of their siblings. There wasn't much else going on in the morning, so they ate breakfast and went to their respective rooms to work on their homework. I have to say that the Dream family's children are all quite bright, and they all do exceptionally well in school. Nico, the oldest, studied traditional Chinese medicine at one of the most famous medical universities in China, and from the time she entered the school, she had developed her moral, intellectual, physical, social, and aesthetic skills in all aspects of her life. The second Dream Feather Book to the city's first in the city's first high school 3 years is also in the first position and the grade did not come down. Not only that, but also participated in many competitions inside and outside the school, have a good ranking. If not for the accident before the college entrance examination, the domestic famous university can be picked with him. Although his younger brother, Meng Chenghong, has a more cheerful personality and prefers painting to studying, the teachers in the public elementary school he now attends are not bad, and the pressure of competition is also quite strong, so he has always been able to be in the top 5 of his grade, which is quite a stable performance. Besides, he is really talented in drawing. Lu Qingcheng, who was at the bottom of the grade in the first middle school in the city before, has gone to Shanghua and even failed to keep up with the progress in any subject. If it is said that there is no blood relationship to inherit the good genes, but Meng Anren looked at the 2 young masters of the Lu family did not look so stupid. On the contrary, it is unusually smart and frightening. Without thinking much about it, Monanan flipped through his economics book and began writing this week's paper assignment. The competition at Shanghua was too fierce, the slightest slacking off would be pushed to the back of the pack, and she had to be more cautious now that she was able to waive the tuition fee to remain at Shanghua by virtue of being the first in her grade. I was only 2 paragraphs into the paper when another call came in. Meng Anren glanced at the caller ID, her eyes sank, and she hung up with her backhand. Loud again. Hanging again. Keep ringing. Keep hanging. The other party called relentlessly, and the ringing was so loud that even Meng Yushu, who was in the next room, came running to ask what was going on. Meng Anren waved his hand at Meng Yushu, signaling that he was fine and that he didn't need to worry, before annoyingly picking up the phone. Lu Hong, what the hell do you want? Chapter 28. This eye is quite sick. Low-profile luxury dark green Mercedes-Benz parked in front of the neighborhood, the man in the back row of long legs folded, exuding a reserved and calm temperament. People dare not blaspheme. Finally heard Meng Anren's voice in the cell phone. Lu Hang looked askance at the woman outside the car window who pushed a stall cart to walk by, wandering time purple rice dumplings. I'm at the door of your cell, come down to talk to me, or, I'll ask this lady to get on the car to talk. Lu Hang's voice was magnetic and seductive, but it made Meng Anren's hair stand on end. At this point in time, I guess he met Su Wanman who came back from closing the stall. You wait. Dream Anren pinched the line, copied the key and ran out. She understands Lu Hong too well, his methods are vicious and poisonous. Su Wanman's soft nature can't cope with Lu Hong. If Su Wanman is really invited by him to the car, there is no guarantee that Lu Hang this madman will not be shocked to make Su Wanman doubt life, and then, forced her to go back to the Lu family. But in 2 minutes' time, Meng Anren had already changed her shoes and ran downstairs, and also happened to meet Su Wanman. Mom! Dream Anren rested her breath, slowed her pace, and put on her usual smile. Back from closing up so soon? How was business in the morning? Su Wanman was very happy, pulling Dream Anren's hand and said excitedly, I steamed a big bucket of rice in the morning, and all of them were sold out. Today many children went to tutorial classes, also many office workers came to buy. Business is good. Then you'll have to prepare more ingredients for your official stall tomorrow. Meng Anren patted the back of Su Wanman's hand, seemingly encouraging, Mom, you go up and rest for a while, my friend came looking for me, I'll go out. Okay, I'll go back and cook the rice first, come back early Su Wanman smiled with her eyebrows and went upstairs. Lu Hong took in the interaction between the two from a distance through the car window, and only slowly retracted his sight to look ahead when he saw Meng Anren striding this way. Drive. Ha? The driver froze for a moment. Didn't he say he was coming over to look for a lady? Lu Heng's icy gaze collided with the driver's line of sight in the rearview mirror, and the driver shuddered and immediately started the car and drove off with a kick of the gas. Dream Anren happened to walk to the door and watched the Mercedes drive away from her eyes. She frowned, a question mark snapping out of her head. What's wrong with you? Meng Anren fished out her cell phone and dialed Lu Hong, and the other end quickly picked up. Not looking for me to have a chat? I came down and you left, slipping me around for fun? Meng Anren's tone was quite nasty. She herself was not happy with Lu Hong, and after being slipped around for no reason, she was even more unhappy now. Lu Hong, however, was calm and said with a straight face, suddenly I don't want to talk. Tomorrow night for dinner, I'll pick you up. And after that, a direct disconnect. Listening to the phone beeping, Meng Anren but 2 less etiquette classes were going to smash the phone on the spot. Heh, there really isn't a normal person in the surname Lu. After lunch, Meng Anren changed her clothes and put on her own small backpack, and accompanied Meng Yushu to audition for a short drama actor. Getting on the bus, Meng Anren sized up the teenager beside her and couldn't help but ask, Brother, how long has it been since you bought new clothes? Jeans do not matter. The more you wash the better, or 6 or 7 years as long as the waist is appropriate. The legs are not short will not be a problem. But the white shirt on his body has been a little yellow, the collar is also washed and deformed. She remembered that when she first arrived at the dream home she had looked at Dream Feather Book's closet, and apart from her school uniform there were only 3 or 4 sets of casual clothes, and they were all very old. The shoes were more, a pair of yellowed white canvas shoes and a pair of fallen sneakers, Old National brand, $60 or $70 a pair. Meng Anren just don't understand. Lu Qingcheng under the bed 7 or 8 pairs of $200 or $300 of beautiful shoes. How come Meng Yushu is not willing to give himself 2 pairs of Nuit? Is it really worth it to spoil your sister to such an extent when you're in the same family and your spending level is so far apart? Meng Yushu pulled a slightly embarrassed smile. I don't care too much about dressing up. The girl is different. The most youthful and moving age should be dressed up beautifully, so most of the money earned from working part-time to Lu Qingcheng to buy clothes and skincare products, they didn't save anything. At one time he thought it was worth it to work hard and save money to buy clothes and shoes for his sister. Now, let's just say he has no regrets. Although Lu Qingcheng heartlessly ignored all of his efforts, at least he can afford his conscience and can honestly say that he has never treated Lu Qingcheng badly. Meng Anren pursed her lips and sighed darkly. The Dream family were truly the strangest people she had ever met. Had Lu Qingcheng saved their lives in a previous life? After complaining endlessly about them and scolding them at every turn over the past 2 years, they were even willing to do their jobs. What's the picture? Brother, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles, 3 parts looks and 7 parts dress. How can you go out without a few lines that can support your face? In the past, you went to a restaurant to be a waitress, but now you are going to audition for a short drama. You can't dress so plainly that people will think less of you. If you dress decently, your temperament will stand out more, and you'll have a chance to get a better role. Meng ran some serious persuasion, looked at the time, they ate lunch and went out. It is still early, time is wide open. Later when you get to that neighborhood, first go buy a new clothes to change into. To go to a big company in the interview, always have to dress decently. Born in a big family, Meng was well versed in social interactions since childhood. Everyone is comparing themselves, comparing others. A person who dresses plainly and casually and a person who dresses himself cleanly and neatly, in the eyes of others, naturally, the latter appears to be more spirited and more energetic. If their dress in old and worn, meet the big scene, and other bright and beautiful people meet, their hearts will be more or less feel inferior, and lose without a fight. Therefore, even if there is no lining, you have to hold up your face, and you can't lose your momentum. Good. You'll be responsible for helping me pick it out later. Meng Yushu smiled gently, feeling warm in her heart. Once upon a time, Lu Qingcheng didn't even have a word of thanks for him, let alone thinking of him in this way. It was only Meng who would notice these details, remind him and help him. The bus took 5 stops and a half hour to transfer to the subway to get to my destination. First, he went to find a branded clothing store and bought a decent set of clothes for Meng Yushu to change into. As a result, just as he entered the clothing store, before he had the chance to pick out a set that suited his eyes, a snarky voice came in through the doorway. Yo! This is not Ms. Lu. Used to wear tens of thousands of dollars of high fashion, now a few $100s of rags, I almost did not recognize. Meng turned around, after seeing that girl with a head of pear curls, her red lips hooked up a smile, and she disliked back nonchalantly, Miss Tang can only rely on clothes to recognize people now? It seems that this eye is quite seriously ill. It's only good to go to the hospital as early as possible to have it checked out, lest your brain follow you when you're terminally ill. Chapter 29 Lick the toilet if you have a mouth to feed. You! Tang Qianxue was so angry that her face flushed red, and every time she met with Meng she always had a fight on her hands. The Tang family owned a few factories to be considered wealthy, but not enough to be a powerful family. In junior high school, Tang Qianxue and Meng were classmates. The former is a second generation of rich people, the latter is a real family lady. Tang Qianxue jealous of Meng not only excellent academic performance, highly valued by the teacher, but also the status of noble, surrounded by a group of supporters. The relationship between the two has never been very good. Tang Qianxue hates Meng but takes into account the status of the other party. At most, just talk, but she can't even talk about Meng. But times are different now. Meng is just an adopted daughter of the Lu family, and now that she has been kicked out of the Lu family, without her status as a young lady, what qualifications do she have to present a verbal argument with her? Thinking of this, Tang Qianxue turned her anger into a smile. Lu you're no longer the Lu family's daughter. What else is there to be hoity-toity about? Since you know that I have left the Lu family, you should also know that my last name is not Lu, right? Next time you call me by the wrong name, that true thousandaire of the Lu family won't be able to forgive you. Meng pulled the corner of her lips with a leathery smile, ignoring Tang Qianxue's resentful eyes, and took out a white new Chinese style from the hanger, handing it to Meng Yushu. Brother, try this one, it suits your temperament. Meng Yushu gave Tang Qianxue a wary glance, and Meng gave him a look, signaling that he didn't need to worry. He then took the clothes and went into the fitting room. Tang Qianxue snorted coldly, glaring dead at Meng you're a broken man, full of poor air, Elsa's clothes are big several hundred apiece, can you afford it? Don't just try and don't buy. What are you going to pay for the dirty clothes? What do you care if I have money or not? Go lick the toilet if you have an idle mouth, don't dirty my eyes here. Meng calmly continued to pick the right pants, her salty tone seeming even more insulting. With Lu Hong, Louis Du 17 years brother and sister, fight wisdom and courage 17 years, 2 former brother 1 more than a poisonous tongue, dream this mouth naturally will not be worse. In the past, it was to take into account the face of the Lu family, everywhere the manners of a young lady of the family, not to swear, not to swear. Now she doesn't even have the surname Lu, whoever comes to mess with her, she still dislikes her, and it's not impossible to deliver 2 slaps when she's really pissed off. Lu. Meng you wait for me. Dare to offend me, you're dead. Tang Qianxue is clear that Meng is not only good at talking, but also learned martial arts, so she can't fight in a head-on conflict. However, behind the scenes, in the shopping mall, she has to have a way to make the dream family even worse than it is now. Throwing down a vicious sentence, Tang Qianxue turned around and walked away. Meng Yushu changed his clothes and came out of the dressing room. Meng looked over, the green bamboo and white crane embroidery, just right for his light and elegant temperament. Well, it sure fits you well. Dream hooked her lips in satisfaction and went to get another pair of pants for him to try. This dress. Meng Yushu expression is not very good to see. Just now in the fitting room he all heard, hangtag he also saw, alone this dress will be more than 400. Plus pants and shoes, the whole set will cost at least 1,000. Meng took his arm and came closer to lower her voice. Brother, you're the one who said that a family doesn't need to be divided too clearly, consider it a mid-autumn gift from me to you. Meng Yushu internal struggle for a while, thought before I heard that skit actors do a good job will have a few $1,000s or even tens of thousands of daily wages, if today's interview can be passed, this more than $1,000 to buy a set of clothes and what is it? He finally exhaled and spread a smile, okay, when brother earns money, I'll buy you clothes instead. Dream Anren pursed her lips and smiled, Changed into new clothes, Meng Yushu body temperament more noble, with his original unadulterated appearance, the noble spirit of heavenly, like the ancient times from a scholarly family, erudite, simple and elegant gentleman. Dream Anren was satisfied, and that's when he went to the movie company. This film and television company is not big, only in the office building occupies 2 floors, but inside the various departments are well partitioned, looks like it is also very busy, as a main short drama shooting company in terms of scale is considered to be okay. After explaining his intentions to the receptionist, Meng Yushu went in to audition for the movie according to the guidelines, while Meng Anren waited outside. She stared at the store sign for a moment and couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Yunchuan Pictures? How come? Sounds a little familiar? Sister, you sit down for a while, we have recently carefully planned an ancient language short drama, the casting is very elaborate. There are more than a dozen people who came to audition for the movie today, your brother won't be able to come out so soon. The staff at the front desk took Meng Anren to rest and brought her a glass of water. Okay, thanks. Dream Anren thanked her in a faint voice, thinking to herself that wouldn't an ancient language skit be just the thing? Meng Yushu's clothes today, as well as his looks and temperament, he might be able to get a second male role in his first short drama. The shooting period of short dramas is not long, most of them are within a week to half a month, and the pay is daily, which is perfect for Dream Feather Book. Even if you don't get to be the main character because of school, the skit industry is so hot nowadays that as long as you're in it, you don't have to worry about not getting a movie, and coming in on the weekends to be a crowdsourced actor is an easy and fun part-time job. Why you again? After waiting for nearly half an hour, Dream Anren heard a familiar voice and put down her water cup to look back over. Well, it's Tang Qianxue again. What are you doing here? It can't be that you're here to try out for the theater, right? The bottom of Tang Qianxue's eyes were filled with sarcasm, and she finally had the capital to be smug. The much sought-after young lady has now been reduced to working for money. But I advise you to get lost. If you come to audition for a movie, you won't be chosen. Dream Anren rested her cheeks, looking at Tang Qianxue with a look of amusement, and asked with interest, is this company yours? Tang Qianxue proudly tilted her head, this is my uncle's company, as long as I give the word, no matter if it's you or your brother, you'll never think of casting a role. Oh. Dream Anren fumed thoughtfully and murmured, so this company is your uncle's. Why don't you get the hell out of here if you know? Or, if you bend over and beg me, I can consider giving you a role. As soon as Tang Qianxue's words fell, a tall, middle-aged man came out of the office, and she immediately raised her smiling face and ran over to the other side, intimately holding onto him. Uncle! Little ancestor, why didn't you tell me when you came? Lin Mi looked at Tang Qianxue with eyes full of favor. Tang Qianxue raised her hand and pointed at Meng Anren, deflating her small mouth and pouting, Uncle, she's bullying me, she's here with her brother to audition for the movie, don't let this kind of arrogant and bossy person into the crew, it'll affect the atmosphere. Lin Mi's wife died early, childless, and has always spoiled this niece as his own daughter. As soon as he heard that someone was bullying his niece, he immediately looked over angrily, but froze when he met those peach blossom eyes that were full of smiles. Mr. N, what brings you here? Chapter 30 purely to discuss Louis, plus. Such a respectful address caused Tang Qianxue to round her eyes. Mr. Lin Mi pulled away from Tang Qianxue and walked quickly towards Meng Anren. Mr. N, you usually don't show up. Are you specially coming over today to find me for something? Nothing much, just accompanying my brother to audition for a movie. Dream Anren sipped her water bashfully. Lin Mi laughed, you accounted for 50% of the shares of the company, stuffing a person in that is a simple matter, how to go through these procedures? Meng Anren's gaze fell meaningfully on Tang Qianxue, there are too many industries, thanks to MS. Tang's reminder, otherwise, I would have forgotten that I still have shares in Yunchuan. Although the Lu family couple never allowed girls to learn about business, just because they didn't hire a teacher to teach them didn't mean that Meng Anren couldn't find a teacher to learn on her own, didn't mean that she couldn't ask for advice from the people around her. Anyway, as long as she did what the Lu family couple had arranged and didn't lose face with the Lu family, otherwise, they had always been too lazy to care about her. So Dream Anren grew up with Lu Hong and Qin Mu learned a lot of things. Every month to hand pocket money is also mostly used for investment. Money for money, long time down the road she herself have forgotten to invest in which enterprises. When the contract was signed, she signed her full name, but she did not like others to call her last name. Everything she has is earned by her own efforts. Naturally, she is not willing to stick it to the Lu family in the end. Therefore, all the bosses of the businesses that had her shares called her Mr. N or MS. Anrun. Which role did Mr. N's brother audition for? I'll have it booked straight away. Lin Mi said. No need, my brother prefers to earn things on his own rather than relying on other people's power. Meng Anren stared at Tang Qianxue, her words meaning something. Lin Mi also understood and looked askance at her niece beside her. Qianxue, is there some misunderstanding between you and Mr. quickly apologized to General Manager An. There's no need to apologize, and there's no misunderstanding. Meng Anran hooked up her lips and faintly said, she is just simply disliking me. The conflict between me and her belongs to private matters, and the business cooperation between Mr. Lin and I belongs to public matters, and shouldn't have been mixed up in the first place. If she really lowers her head and apologizes to me today because of 1 or 2 words from you, it would appear that I am bullying others and holding personal grudges. Lin Me sighed in relief and responded repeatedly, Mr. And is right, or Mr. And knows what's right. This niece of mine is arrogant and spoiled. In the future I'll definitely control her more in this nature. Tang Qianxue gritted her teeth and dared to be angry. The door to the conference room opened and a dozen actors who had come to audition for the movie walked out. Among them was Meng Yushu. Meng Anran instantly put away her appalling aura and rose to greet her. Brother, how's it going? It went pretty well, but since I have to go to school, I had to share the third male role with a small part. That's pretty awesome. It's all thanks to this dress you gave me. Meng Yushu rubbed his sister's head, his smile quiet but warm. After signing the contract, the siblings didn't stay long. Meng Anran greeted Lin Mi and left, pulling Meng Yushu to go shopping, ready to buy a few new clothes for all the family. Seeing the siblings leave, Tang Qianshua's resentment could finally be released. She asked Lin Mi in a huff, Uncle, when did Dream Anran become a shareholder? How come I don't know about this? And also accounted for 50% of the shares, which is not equivalent to half of Yunchuan Film and Television or Dream Anran's, and even Lin Mi is still her subordinate? She invested money when Yunchuan Film and Television was founded, or rather, if it wasn't for her investment, Yunchuan wouldn't have been founded at all. Lin Mi sighed softly when he saw the short drama industry has the momentum of the spring, want to start their own business to ride on this wind, cannot pull the investment. Even Tang Qianshua's father, that is, his brother-in-law, do not believe in his judgment. Favored only 15 years old Dream Anran found him. At first he also thought that this little girl is joking. The result of the first investment smashed $500,000 over, became the largest shareholder of Yunchuan Film and Television. Tang Qianxue snorted coldly. It must be that Lu Hong used to advise her. She's just a bankrupt poor girl now. Sooner or later she'll lose all her properties and sit on her ass. Lin Mi looked askance at her niece, hating her. You are really confused. I heard that she invested in dozens of enterprises, all of them are making profits. How can she be sitting on the mountain empty? In addition, she has a wide range of contacts, all walks of life have her acquaintances. I advise you not to fight with her, otherwise, it's really hard to tell if your father's business will be affected. Tang Qianxue is stunned. She has always thought that Meng Anran is relying on the Lu family in order to be respected and sought after, but did not expect Meng Anran was so powerful. Seemingly, it's only natural to be embraced with respect. Over here, Meng Yushu and Meng Anran shopped all afternoon, and Meng Anran bought 2 new outfits for everyone in the family as mid-autumn gifts. Seeing that she had spent a small 10,000 at once, Meng Yushu felt more and more embarrassed. Anran, if you buy such expensive clothes and spend so much money, Mom and Dad must be too embarrassed to accept them. A couple $100 for a dress is not expensive. Good quality can be worn for a long time. A few $100 to buy a textured dress is better than a few $100 to buy 7 or 8 cheap and not durable. Dream Anran's idea of spending money is that it's better to have 1 or 2 sets of clothes in the closet that are of good quality and can be seen than to have a whole closet piled up without a single set that can hold up. It's not like she's really accepting of the Dream family or trying to be charitable by spending thousands of dollars on clothes for them. It was purely to disgust Louis. Louis was about to go mad when he received the news. What did you say? Lu Anran not only took Meng Yushu to Elsa to buy clothes, he also went shopping to buy new clothes for all of Meng's family members, and there's more than one set? Yes, but the clothes bought were not expensive, and the total expenditure was only over 7,000. Su Shang reported respectfully, signaling that Louis didn't need to worry too much. Buying such cheap clothes showed that Meng Anran didn't pay much attention to the Meng family either. What do you know? Louis's eyes were on the verge of sparking. I've been brother and sister to her for 17 years, and she hasn't even given me any clothes. Now that she's gone to the Dream family, she's bringing her cheap brother, who she's only known for 7 days, to buy clothes. No way, I'm going to go and argue with her. Louis copied his cell phone and car keys. He had to catch that girl back today. Su Shang's body flashed and blocked in front of Louis, nodding slightly. Second young Master Lu, what's the use of you going? It was your command that broke the Meng family in the first place, and the young lady is probably still gambling with you and resenting you in her heart. Louis's footsteps lurched, and a few points of remorse were revealed between the flashes of his eyes. It was indeed he who had deliberately bankrupted the Dream family in the first place, in order to prevent Dream Anran from leaving the Lu family. Who would have thought that this guy could go so resolutely knowing that the Dream family was in decline? 17 years of brother and sister, and she has no affection at all. Chapter 31. Can't you cut the drama a little? Louis in the Beijing circle has not been very good reputation, playboy, unruly, flirtatious, not doing their jobs, etc. But all with a little bad adjectives can be pasted on him. The most famous one, flirtation, is for a little girlfriend with a little bit of color to the luxury circle in the Dream family play bankruptcy. But how could the flirtatious man make such a big fuss over one inconspicuous woman among countless others? 2 years ago, when Nico rushed Louis's little girlfriend, Louis was also present, and when he saw Nico's stunning face, which was a bit similar to his own sister's, he had doubts in his heart, and let someone go to check it out. It was also then that Louis discovered his sister, who was actually not his own sister, but the daughter of the dream family. Meng Anren was probably the only existence that Louis found interesting in that cold home. He didn't want Meng Anren to leave, so he designed the Meng family to go bankrupt. Even if the true or false Qingcheng matter was exposed, Meng Anren would probably be unwilling to recognize her ancestor when she saw the downtrodden Meng family. However, he was afraid that once the truth was revealed, Meng Anren would not be able to make her own choices, in case her cold-hearted mom and dad did not drive Meng Anren out. What should she do? Can't let Meng Anren really go back to Meng family to suffer, right? So after the dream family went bankrupt, he cheaply ran to fool around in front of Dream Anren. The dream family has become poor minions, so you will obediently stay in the Lu family and continue to be my good sister, be obedient, and second brother will still spoil you just the same. In order to, is to tell the truth in advance to Dream Anren. In the state of affairs stabbed before everyone knows, Dream Anren can have time to make preparations, the use of the resources of the Lu family to do investment or, in advance to save some of the cost of living or, in the future, always not to live too bitter. He didn't think that things would be exposed so quickly. It was only 2 short years ago that Lu Qingcheng came to the door. If it is said that no one forced Meng Anren to leave, in fact is not quite right. He understands Meng Anren, since childhood stubborn, rather than stay in the Lu family as a lowly adopted daughter. It is better to leave to go out and start their own business. The only thing that wasn't within his expectations was that Dream Anren had chosen to return to the dream family. Louis rested his cheeks and sighed in annoyance, still not sure if his decision at that time was right or wrong. Just know that Dream Anarchy's departure seemed inevitable. Nope. Louis snapped over in shock. Lu Qingcheng took the initiative to come to the door? How did she know that she was carried by the wrong person in the first place? It's the same problem that's been plaguing Dream Anren lately. She started a discussion with Qin Mu when she had lunch with him at noon on Monday. As early as 2 years ago I knew that I wasn't the Lu family's biological daughter, so at that time when Lu Qingcheng appeared in the Lu family, I didn't realize that there was anything wrong. But when I think about it these days, Lu Zhong and Bai Yujin have never paid much attention to me. It's impossible for them to suddenly be curious about whether or not I'm the Lu family's real daughter, and the Meng family went bankrupt a long time ago. So Lu Qingcheng didn't have the chance to come into contact with Lu Zhong and Bai Yujin. So how did she learn that she's the Lu family's real daughter? And where did the paternity certificate come from? Qin Mu heard also feel that things are a little strange. Deep thought down, Dream Anren was born when the Lu family has been the tip of the pyramid of the Beijing circle of the batch. There are private hospitals, but also has a special VIP wards. How can be with the Dream family to hold the wrong child? This matter may be a deliberate act, and it is not even clear whether Lu Qingcheng is the Lu family's biological daughter or not. Lu Zhong is not stupid. Lu Qingcheng brought the paternity test to the door. Lu Zhong will definitely let people go to do another appraisal. If Lu Qingcheng is his daughter, then Lu Qingcheng hand where is that appraisal? If Lu Qingcheng is not his daughter, then Lu Zhong arranged that appraisal and who was behind the operation to change the sample. Meng Anren didn't care whose daughter she was, and even more so, she didn't care whether Lu Qingcheng was really the daughter of the Lu family or not, except that if someone was really manipulating this matter behind the scenes, she would become a pawn to be used by someone. Moreover, for the time being, she didn't know the true purpose of the other party, and wasn't sure whether the other party was targeting the Lu family or the Dream family, and she didn't like this feeling of being counted. I'll have someone investigate privately. You find a chance to probe Lu Qingcheng. Qin Mu poured a cup of orange juice for Meng Anren, and didn't look too worried about the matter. After all, Meng Anren was just born at that time, and even if the person behind the scenes was targeting, he definitely wasn't aiming at Meng Anren. Whether it was directed at the Dream family or the Lu family, it had little relevance to Dream Anren himself, and he naturally didn't need to worry too much. Only the other side designed to engage in a cat for a prince this is too fishy, can change under the noses of the Lu family estimated identity status cannot be underestimated, and now as if being secretly stared at, this feeling is really some appalling, surely is to check out the most secure. Well, hard work. Meng Anren had trusted Qin Mu since. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes and charged with a displeased face, Missy is so polite with me now? Alas, it's probably because we've known each other for 17 years and got tired of it. Emotions have faded and are becoming more and more like strangers. Dream anchor? She glared over and scolded with a laugh, young Master Qin, can you have less drama? I can't catch it. Look, sure enough, it's changed. You used to call me Brother Mu, then you called me by my name, and now you've become young Master Qin. Qin Mu put on a pained look, teasing Meng Anren with arched eyebrows. Stop it. Meng Anren made a gesture to hit the back of his hand, and saw that he only laughed before continuing. The 3 million that the Lu family gave me I invested in Haiyang Bio, a subsidiary of the Lehigh Group, and their research institute has a genetic testing instrument, so I'll see if I can find an opportunity to get the samples of Lu Qingcheng and Lu Zhong, and then go for a genetic match. Qin Mu sighed lightly, you'd better be honest and get your diploma in school before you leave the Lu family. You don't have to be sent abroad after graduation, but even if you apply for early graduation in the domestic universities, it will take 2 years. The company's affairs are all in my hands. busy me to death. You do not finish your studies early to help me share ah? Meng Anren nudged her mouth. Those who can do it do it. Qingmu gasped and laughed. More labor is not the production team's donkey ah, only invest money and not work. Where is a boss like you? Dream Anren lowered her head and poked a piece of tempura into her mouth. Alright, I know. St. Edwards High School. When it was time for class, the teacher walked into the classroom with the textbook. Lu Qingcheng twisted his head to look at Meng Anren's position, which was still empty, and he couldn't help but to hook his lips, and a few shades flashed in his eyes. She raised her hand, her brows slightly furrowed, slightly nervous. Teacher, Anren was picked up at noon. This is going to be a class and has not come back. Could she be in some kind of emergency before she misses class? Hearing Lu Qingcheng's tea talk, Lanxi rolled her eyes. She thought that this chick had learned her lesson, and as a result, she was looking for an opportunity to throw dirty water on Meng Anren. Lanxi raised her voice and said, Teacher, Anren went to talk to Qingmu about cooperation. Since he was picked up by Qingmu, the teacher didn't have to worry about Meng Anren's safety. Meng nodded. Turn over the textbook. We're talking about sunk costs today. Lu Qingcheng's face instantly turned green. What kind of school is this that doesn't care if a student misses class? Chapter 32. One has no heart and the other has no lungs, good enough for each other. Shang Huali is full of rich second generation from powerful families, although most of them have not yet inherited the family business, but they all have their own small business under their names, and the teacher has long been used to seeing the absence of the class due to temporary meetings and talks. Schools in this area of control is very loose. After all, Shanghua was meant to train the heir, in the end, or in order to allow students to have the ability to do business. Naturally, it is not possible to limit the students of the business practice. This class absenteeism, the end of the final does not fail all good. And the newcomer Lu Qingcheng naturally didn't understand, thinking that it was Qin Mu's power that made the teacher let Meng Anren off the hook. In that case, it seemed that in order to pull Dream Anren down, Qin Mu had to be eradicated first. If you can't eradicate it, it's not a bad idea to sow discord. When Dream Anren returned to school, it was already the third period in the afternoon. The period was equestrian class, so she changed in the locker room and went to the stable to meet her class. Yo, finally back. Lanxi smiled thievishly, hooked Dream Anren's shoulder and flirted, eating a meal with Brother Qin for a few hours. What are you talking about? Meng Anren glanced in Lu Qingcheng's direction and said meaningfully, talking about some life events. Isn't a matter of blood identity a major life event? Lanxi didn't understand the meaning of the words and said in surprise, you two talked about it? He confessed to you? Finally confirmed the relationship? What's with the confession? Meng Anren looked askance in amusement and walked to the stable to take out his own date Red Horse. He and I should be considered confidants. Blue Branch chirped, confidant a ghost oh, who does not know you two private setup? Go! Meng Anren glared at her and said without a good mood, you and Ming Jing are the fated couple, go find your fiancé, don't come flirting with me. Lanxi bristled, bull ***** destiny, I like your brother's type. What era is still engaged in the dull marriage that said, I and Ming Jing pure brother in the future really marriage, every day look at each other that face is estimated to be embarrassed to toe picking the ground. Meng Anren was speechless and amused, that's pure face control for you, my brother has a mild personality, you'll definitely find him boring if we really talk about it. Ming Jing suits you, one has no heart and one has no lungs, good enough match. Says who's heartless. Blue Branch was unconvinced and reached out to tickle Meng Anren's waist, making the latter laugh and beg for mercy. Wrong. Dream Anren dodged backward from Blue Branch's attack, and when she saw Ming Jing in her afterglow, she hastened to ask for help. Ming Jing, come and control your fiancé. Lanxi's ears reddened, and she stopped her hand at once, annoyed. Dream Anren, don't talk nonsense. Ming King's ears also reddened, and he hung his head down and touched his nose. Ahem, even though the marriage contract between the Ming and Lan families was not a secret, it was still oddly shy for Meng Anren to say it so loudly in public. Ah! A heartbreaking scream ripped through the awkward atmosphere. The crowd looked over. Lu Qingcheng sat on the back of the horse tugging on the reins by the horse to be led across the road, scared face white features twisted, equestrian teacher riding behind the chase, always looking for an opportunity to save. Lu, don't tug on the reins too tightly. Relax your body. The teacher shouted as he chased after her, trying to teach Lu Qingcheng to control the horse herself. However, the only thing that echoed in her ears was Lu Qingcheng's screams, and she couldn't relax at all, so nervous that her palms were sweating and her heart was about to jump out of her throat. The teacher was sweating, he had never seen such a stupid student. Lanxi froze, tugging the corner of her mouth breathlessly. 2 equestrian lessons a week. How does Lu Qingcheng manage to make a fool of herself in every equestrian lesson? Ming Jing followed, shaking her head and sighing. How did her brain pass the entrance exam of Shanghua? Anren, aren't you going to help? If she gets thrown down, I'm afraid her arm will be dislocated. Meng Anren shrugged her shoulders, not caring about herself. Didn't the teacher go to save it? What does it have to do with me? As soon as the words fell, the teacher's voice could be heard coming from far away. Dream Anren student, come over and help. Lanji and Ming Jing laughed gloatingly, and Meng Anren sighed in resignation, turning on his horse and chasing after them. It seems that sometimes getting 2 good grades isn't a good thing. 5 minutes later, Lu Qingcheng was yo-yoed to herself by Meng and safely brought back to the edge of the field. The teacher also found the right opportunity to jump onto the out-of-control horse and control the chaotically created fiery horse. Lu Qingcheng fainted and was taken away by the school nurse. Dream Anren touched the colt he had raised since childhood, as if to praise it for doing a good job. Lanji walked over and patted her shoulder. It's hard for you to be so kind and generous to save that little green tea, Lu Qingcheng. Ming Jing snorted lightly and said dully, Sister Ran doesn't have a heart. That's what she calls a person floating in the jungle, she can't help it. Meng Anren feigned displeasure and gouged the two. You two are singing in unison, scolding me for being inhuman? Why yes, you're overthinking it. Blue Branch smiled sarcastically and extremely hypocritical again. Ming Jing said in a good-natured manner, who let you take the first place in the horsemanship exam the previous year and show off your skills on the field, or else I wouldn't have to ask for your help by name in this matter today. Speaking of this matter, Meng Anren was annoyed. She pursed her lips. There's no way, the opponents are too strong. If I don't use some killer tactics, the first place may not be me. Maybe I can't stay in Shanghua to study at this moment. At those words, Lan Ji and Ming Jing stopped joking and looked a few degrees more serious. There is indeed a powerful character in the grade, Duan Jingyao of the first class, Meng Anren's strongest competitor in the school. Their grades are not comparable, and every time they take the test Meng Anren is narrowly winning by 3 or 4 points. Last semester equestrian examination, Duan Jingyao obtained a shocking 96 points. If not, Dream Anren see the situation is not right, temporarily added difficult movements hard to exceed him 2 points. The final results by 1 point difference narrowly won. Maybe this year Dream Anren can't continue to study in the Shanghua. This Duan Jingyao has a good-looking face and is popular in his grade, but I keep feeling that he's a bit shady. Lanji recalled Duan Jingyao's smile and couldn't help but shiver. Not that kind of clearly sinister expression, but clearly smiling like a spring breeze. But that pair of eyes feel strange. Always feel that he hides some ill will, calling people's hearts chilling. Especially the way he looked at Meng Anren, with a smile on his face, his eyes quenched with poison, but hidden deep. That hostility seemed to be there, so that people couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Ming Jing nodded in agreement. He had dealt with Duan Jingyao twice and realized that this person was like a smiling tiger. His speech did not show any flaws, but he exuded a coldness from the inside. Meng Anren was pondering. She hadn't fought Duan Jingyao, the competition was only on the achievement charts, and she hadn't bothered to inquire about the man's background. In the upper-class circles of the capital city, it seems that they have never heard of a Duan family either. Chapter 33. What was the real reason you left the Lu family? Ming Jing does know some information. I heard that he is not from Beijing, his parents died early, and he lives with his aunt. His aunt is the Shanghai circle of people. Specific name is not very clear, he did not mention, others cannot ask out, very mysterious. Only know, he is also considered a rich family's son. Shanghai circle? That means high city? Lan Ji was full of doubts. You came all the way from high city to study in Beijing? What's the point? Ming Jing shrugged, who knows? Aristocratic middle schools are rare, and there are many students from other provinces in our school, so maybe they're just too Shanghua's education and sent here on purpose? Meng Anren pondered for a moment. This Duan Jingyao is strange, but in the end, it has nothing to do with her. She doesn't even know this person, it can't be directed at herself. She stopped obsessing and loosened her frown. Forget all that for now, class is almost over, just slip in a couple laps and go get changed. The three of them rolled onto their horses and dashed around the pasture in red dust, practiced a little horsemanship, and went to change for their next lesson. Coincidentally, Meng Anren changed her clothes and came out of the locker room, and met up with the shady Duan Jingyao that Lan Ji and Ming Jing were talking about. Mr. Lu, I've heard a lot about you. Duan Jingyao's thin lips pulled out a smile, his eyes filling up, but no laughter was visible underneath. Meng Anren curved her lips as if she didn't carry any hostility. My surname is Meng, not Lu. Is Mr. Duan taking equestrian lessons to change his clothes? Or are you waiting for me here on purpose? Both. Duan Jingyao said frankly, recently, there have been many rumors in the grades that student Meng left the Lu family for $3 million. In my opinion, Meng is so talented and far-sighted that she shouldn't give up long-lasting glory for immediate benefits. Meng Anren narrowed her eyes slightly and unnoticeably, quickly returning to her normal self and smiling. Since you also know that it's a rumor, why did you have to come and say this to me? So, what was the real reason you left the Lu family? Duan Jingyao's expression remained unchanged, but Meng Anren detected a point of danger in his eyes. She replied matter-of-factly, would you believe me if I said it was to get my loved ones back? Unbelievable. If you don't believe me even if I tell you, why do you ask? Meng Anren raised her eyebrows lightly, no longer bothering with him anymore, lifting her foot to brush past him. Duan Jingyao's eyes gave a start, the smile dissipated on his face, he turned around and stared at the figure walking away, the bottom of his eyes revealing undisguised gloominess. Dream Anren went back to her classroom and sat down, unscrewing her water bottle and taking a sip, her mind reviewing the conversation she had just had. Lan Ji and Ming Jing's feeling is right, Duan Jingyao words cannot find a trace of cracks, look with a smile but eyes sinister, revealing a seemingly hostile, mysterious and dangerous, so that people cannot guess this person. It's reasonable to say that the other rich kids aren't blind. If Duan Jingyao's abnormality is so obvious, how can there be so many people in the grades who are still chasing after him? The only possibility was that he hid it so well that he couldn't hide it at all in front of her, and along with that, he showed more or less hostility to those around her. He was being hostile to her. But Dream Anran not quite understand. Today is the first time she and Duan Jingyao face-to-face conversation. Before there has never been any intersection. She is the Beijing circle, Duan Jingyao is the Shanghai circle, 8 poles cannot hit a piece, off-campus pressure has never met. Then how did she offend Duan Jingyao? Just because the grades made him the underdog for 2 years? It's not that bad, is it? Thinking about it, he had just asked her why she had left the Lu family, and seemed to care about the reason why she had left the Lu family. It was more or less mind-boggling for someone from the Shanghai circle to care about the gossips of the mansions in the Beijing circle. Is it possible that he has a grudge against the Lu family? But if he had a grudge against the Lu family, why did he come to her? If he wanted to deal with her, he should have dealt with the real daughter, Lu Qingcheng. Meng Anran couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it. What he should know would be known sooner or later. Anran, would you like to have a drink at my winery tonight? Lan Shi sat her but on Dream Anran's desk, and Ming Jing was so scared that she hurriedly pulled up her school jacket to cover her legs. I can't help but read a couple sentences. Blue Branch, can't you look good in a short skirt? It's up to you. Blue Branch, most annoyed preaching, glared at him, but still reached out and tugged on the jacket covering the legs. Turning his head to Meng Anran, he continued, come on, I opened this winery for so long and did not see you come to see, do not wait until the closure of you have not come. Ming Jing rolled her eyes. Where is your confidence in yourself so much? Knowing that the winery is bound to close down? Lan Shi sked and slapped Ming Jing on the arm. I'm talking to Anran, why are you interrupting? Before you said you'd get me a new batch of wine but it turned out to be no later, I haven't even gotten back at you for that yet. Ming Jing leaned on the other side of the desk, face to face with Lan Shi. I can't help it, the other party was found out to be cheating on taxes, and this business suddenly went bust. It's not like I intentionally didn't give it to you. When I find a good wine next time, I'll make it up to you, right? That's more like it. Listening to the two fighting, Meng Anran suddenly remembered that in elementary school when Lan Ji knew about the matter of the doll's marriage, she was still angry and went to find Ming Jing to fight and stripped his pants off in public. Ming King felt ashamed and cried so much that he locked himself in his room and didn't go to school for a week. In the end, it was Lan Ji who came to the door with a bag full of snacks, bowed her head and admitted her mistake, and it took a lot of persuasion to coax Ming Jing. Meng Anran hung her head to hide her mouth and snickered. This pair of rivals had been messing around since they were young. No wonder Lan Ji only thought of Ming Jing as a good brother in her heart. Anran, don't just watch the fun. Seeing Meng Anran laughing so happily, Lan Ji reached out and poked her shoulder. You haven't answered me yet. Are you going or not? I'll prepare 82-year-old grape juice for you. Isn't 82-year-old grape juice just wine? She's still underage, dare to let her touch wine. Aren't you afraid Qin Mu will cut you down? Ming Jing smiled and flirted. Who didn't know that Meng Anran was the person Qin Mu put on the tip of his heart? But if there was even the slightest thing that was unfavorable to her, he would have to eradicate it in order to feel at ease. If Lan Shi dared to give Meng Anran a drink, then Lan Ji would become the next harmful item for Qin Mu to eradicate. Blue Branch wisecracked. I'll just say it. Pure grape juice, fresh squeezed, okay? You two don't need to argue. I can't go tonight. Lu Hang asked me out for dinner? Meng Anran sure said. What? Lan Ji jumped down from the table at once, as if she heard some news of the sky collapsing. Her voice couldn't help but raise a few points. What's Lu Dishao's involvement again? He won't be planning to knock you out and kidnap you, right? Ming Jing patted Meng Anran's shoulder with a firm gaze and a look of pathos that he wanted to send her off to war. Anran, there's a gold silk soft armor in my house. I'll have someone steal it out for you right now. Good luck for the night. Chapter 34. How about calling the police ahead of time? No wonder Lan Ji and Ming Jing were on guard. Everyone in the circle knew that Meng Anran's relationship with the two young masters of the Lu family was like a fire and brimstone. They have known Meng Anran for more than 10 years, so they naturally know the temperament of the two young masters of the Lu family. Louis originally had a Czech wolfhound that he had raised since he was a child, and when he was 17 years old, because he was dissatisfied with Lu Hang's discipline, he let the Czech wolfhound bite the 19-year-old Lu Hang. Instead of biting, Lu Hang stabbed the dog to death without saying a word. This matter has caused unrest in the Lu family home, Lu Zhong, and by Yujin cross-examination of the two, Louis did not admit that he gave the order to the dog, and Lu Hong colluded with the family cooks to falsely accuse Meng Anran said he wanted to eat dog meat to force them to kill the dog. Lu Zhong and Bai Yujin knew that it couldn't have been Meng Anran, but they still punished Meng Anran to face the wall in her room and grounded her for a month. A month later, Louis, in order to revenge Lu Hong, sneaked into the company Lu Hang was practicing at the time, turned off the main gate. The whole company's suddenly power outage led to important data did not save, the loss of more than $1 million. Without saying a word, Lu Hang picked up a hammer and went to the garage to smash Louis's favorite sports car. At this time, the blame is naturally Louis's fault is greater. Louis, falsely accused of Meng Anran, agreed to run to pull the electric switch. Lu Zhong and Bai Yujin still know the truth, but condone Louis, and put the newly unblocked Meng Anran back in jail, punished with another month of grounding. That year, Meng Anren was 9 years old, and it was also from that time that she realized that her parents only cared about her two older brothers, and that she was just a pawn to be used in the marriage. No matter how much she knew, how motivated she was, how good she was, she would never be seen, she would never be praised, but instead many undeserved calamities would fall on her head, and she would always be the one to take the blame for the mistakes made by her two brothers, because she's not valued at all. Through these two events, she also saw the nature of her two brothers. The violent elder brother, the wild second brother. She will have to fight with her two brothers if she wants to grow up peacefully. After Lan Ji and Ming Jing found out about this, they felt more than once that Meng Anren was already considered heavily lucky to have survived to the age of 17 under the hands of Lu Hong and Lu Yi. Seriously, if you're having dinner alone with Mr. Lu, why don't you call the police ahead of time? Or bring a wolfsbane? That temper of his is unpredictable. I'm really afraid that if you say something bad, he'll just hit someone. Blue Branch heart worried her and ran baby weak, unarmed to go to the appointment. Who knows what will happen? Ming Jing cast a sidelong glance at Lan Ji and suggested, why don't you accompany Anren? Didn't you promise Qin Mu to be Anren's personal bodyguard? Lan Ji sucked in a breath of cool air and shook her head repeatedly. I can't beat Lu Hong either. Who doesn't know that the previous year, someone said the wrong thing at the Lu family banquet and had an arm broken on the spot by Lu Hong, and that's why Lu Zhong threw Lu Hang out of the country. Alright, you two just rest easy. Lu Hang is not so bad as to make a move on me. Meng Anren said in amusement, although she didn't like these two ex-brothers, she knew deep down that she wouldn't be harmed. That's not necessarily true. Lan Ji pulled a chair and sat beside Meng Anren. When you're in danger, the two young masters of the Lu family protect you at every turn, and when you're not in danger, the two of them are the biggest danger. The grounding thing is considered trivial. Have you forgotten the rib that Lu Yi made you break? Have you forgotten that Lu Hong made you limp for half a year? Meng Anren rubbed his nose, not knowing what to say. It is true that the ribs were broken by Lu Yi, but the crippling thing really does not blame Lu Hong. 12 years old, Lu Hong took her out. The result was the opposite family sent people violence. At that time Lu Hong did not have a bodyguard. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, not to mention that at that time there were 8 people across the street. Lu Hong did not protect her. She was hit by a stick on the knee and broke the left leg. Fortunately, she had also practiced a few moves and hadn't suffered many injuries, and she had dodged that baton when it came down, limping for half a year before she recovered as good as new. That half year as Qin Mu personally transported her to and from school, she heard Qin Mu said, at that time, the 8 people who surrounded the blockade all by Lu Hong wasted legs and feet. The means were brutal, and Lu Hong avenged her in his own way. But dream Anren think about her fear in the heart, so she still do not like Lu Hong. This person is often expressionless so that people cannot guess what is in the bottom of the heart, but also full of hostile means of ruthlessness. Relax, I've been fighting them for 17 years, I can't suffer any losses. Meng Anren smiled in relief. Lan Ji sighed and scratched her short hair. Alright, Qin Mu is also in the capital city. If something happens call for help at any time. We'll reinforce immediately. The sky is gradually dusk. To the end of the school time, Dream Anren pack up the book bag deep breath. Not very want to go to deal with Lu Hang. But it wasn't up to her to choose. If she didn't go today, there would be tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. She couldn't avoid Lu Hang forever, and she couldn't avoid it. As I walked to the school entrance, I saw the familiar dark green Mercedes. Unexpectedly, Lu Hong unexpectedly broke the mold and got out of the car to welcome her. Young Master Lu personally came to pick me up. It really flatters me. Meng Anren tugged at the corner of her lips and opened her mouth in a conspiratorial manner. Where's your cheap brother? Lu Hong looked around and didn't see anyone in a first middle school uniform waiting here. He had sent someone to check. Meng Yushu would come over every day after school to pick up Meng Anren, but today there was no one in sight. Dream Anren hooked her book bag and lightly said, wasn't it you who asked me to dinner? Let him go back first. Lu Heng's eyes sank, dispersing a few hints of danger. You're very protective of him. Meng Anren smiled skinlessly and met those eyes that were as deep as an abyss, and said in a single word, I'm very defensive of you. The two exchanged eye contact, tit for tat, neither one letting the other go. Lan Ji and Ming Jing who hid behind the big tree and peeped in their hearts pinched the sweat for Meng Anren. Now the battle is on the verge of breaking out, afraid that they don't need to wait to go to the hotel. They can fight at this moment. Chat what? Gunpowder flavor so thick? Lan Ji muttered in a low voice, far away from anything cannot hear, only saw Lu Hong lips moved, only said 2 words into this situation. To be safe, I think it's safer for us to go out around the back door. Ming Jing suggested. TCH, you unrighteous one. I have to keep an eye here, in case Lu Hong makes a move, I'll rush up to help. Beat it? It's okay to help call the police if you can't fight, right? Not waiting for them to argue about a way to help, the savior appeared. Big brother. Lu Qingcheng wearing a school uniform, running up pleated skirt fluttering in the wind, looking youthful and energetic, smiling sweetly and moving. She didn't say hello to her 2 brothers on that day, and she didn't see them for 2 days afterward. But in the end as a sibling, Lu Hong can come to pick up her shows that also want to ease the relationship. Moreover, seeing that the atmosphere between Lu Hong and Meng Anren was not too pleasant, it was estimated that Lu Hong did not like Meng Anren as a fake Shinjin either. Chapter 35 The things that don't make it to the top will only dirty my car. Big brother, I didn't get to greet you properly the last time we met. I'm Qingcheng, your own sister. I've always wanted to have my brother's love. In the future you have to protect me. Oh. Lu Qingcheng pinched her throat and pouted. She had to let Meng Anren see clearly how the two young masters of the Lu family favored her. Meng Anren snorted coldly and rolled her eyes. In her heart she felt for Meng Yushu. The younger sister who had been spoiled for more than 10 years was now saying to others that she longed for her brother's affection, as if Meng Yushu had wronged her when she was in the dream family. Ha, put a million hearts, meet Lu Hang, such a brother, later have to have your pain. Lu Hong didn't even share half of his eyes with Lu Qingcheng and spoke in a faint voice, get on the car. Lu Qingcheng cast a smug glance at Meng Anren, then turned to Lu Hong, putting on a thoughtful and well-behaved demeanor. Big brother, even though Anren has robbed me of 17 years of my life as a thousandaire, I don't blame her, so don't make it too difficult for her. Since you guys still have something to say, I'll get in the car first. She crossed over Lu Hang and went to pull the rear door, but found that she couldn't pull it at all. She knocked on the driver's window, signaling the driver to unlock the door, but the driver simply didn't even look at her. Lu Qingcheng twisted her head to look at Lu Han aggressively. Big brother, the driver won't open the door for me. Meng Anren couldn't help but laugh. Young Master Lu, your own sister is waiting for you. In that case, I won't accompany you. Lu Hang's eyes hadn't spared Meng Anren since the beginning. You said you'd eat together, and you're planning to run away from the battle? This time it was Lu Qingcheng who was confused. She looked at Meng Anren and then at Lu Hong. She couldn't believe that Lu Hong had come to pick up Meng Anren. There were already a lot of people in front of the school during school hours, and there were even more people watching at this moment. Early heard of the Lu family real and fake 1,000 gold dog blood drama, rare can close to eat melon. How can they let go of this great opportunity? Being surrounded by people, Lu Qingcheng must not lose face in front of so many people, pulling up a smile stiffly. So big brother invited Anren to have dinner with him. Then hurry up and get going. Mom and dad must also be very happy if they know that we are back together with Anren. This was using the name of the Lu family couple to suppress Lu Hong, so that Lu Hong could make it clear that if he didn't cooperate with her, it would be the Lu family's face that would be lost, and the Lu family couple would definitely reprimand him. Unfortunately, Lu Qingcheng had made a wrong calculation. Lu Hong had no feelings for his parents, so there was no way he would be afraid of being blamed. He ignored Lu Qingcheng's clumsy trick and never looked at her from the beginning to the end. At this moment, his thin lips slightly opened, and his words were concise. Lu Anren, get in the car. Meng Anren mortared in place and did not move. Her eyes still did not hide and did not avoid meeting Lu Hang's gradually gloomy gaze, and said word by word, my surname is Meng, not Lu. Lu Hong narrowed his eyes. Lu Anren, you've really grown up after not seeing you for a year. Meng Anren curved her lips. Deji Lu overpraised me. That's the wrong name. How would I dare to get into your car? The meaning is clear. She won't get in the car until her name is called correctly, so let's spend time here together. Lu Hang's patience was about to run out. Do you need me to knock you out and throw you up there? Go ahead and try. Let's just see what kind of trouble Louis will cause you. The Lu family is not only Meng Anren and the two young masters are on the same level, the two young masters are also incompatible with each other, from childhood to adulthood, tripping each other and then letting Meng Anren take the blame. Then later on, Meng Anren used Louis to restrain Lu Hong, and used Lu Hong to restrain Louis, while he himself never suffered again. Lu Hong clenched his back teeth and sighed helplessly and darkly. Anren, get in the car. Only the first name, not the last name, can't say it's wrong. Winning another round of the fight, Meng Anren smiled and finally agreed to get in the car. She walked over to the rear door. The driver had the sense to unlock it immediately, and she pulled it open and sat down short. After coaxing the proud young lady, Lu Hong looked indifferently at Lu Qingcheng. These days all cats and dogs want to climb up the ladder, and things that can't get on the stage will only dirty my car. The words are not referring to a car, but clearly saying that having a sister like Lu Qingcheng will only dishonor his status. Lu Hang went around to the other side and got in the car. Dream Anren lowered the window and smiled sweetly. By the way, practice horsemanship in the future. If there is another situation like today, I won't save you. After all, a white-eyed wolf is not as good as a dog. The windows went up and the car whizzed away. Lu Qingcheng was so angry that she jumped to her feet. She didn't expect that Lu Hong really didn't give any face at all, taking away Meng Anren and leaving her here. Obviously she was the Lu family's own daughter. Why was Meng Anren still respected and protected by Lu Hong when her surname was no longer Lu? Why is Dream Anren always shady? The surrounding people watched with a clear understanding that even though Lu Qingcheng was the Lu family's true daughter, she was not valued by the family, much less recognized by the two young masters of the Lu family. In Lu Hang's eyes, Lu Qingcheng was not a millionth of what Meng Anren was. Regardless of the Lu's couple's attitude, the Lu family's industry would eventually be inherited by Lu Hong, and without Lu Hang's approval, the title of the Lu family's daughter would be nothing more than a sham. If they were to foolishly try to curry favor with Lu Qingcheng, they might not be able to offend Lu Hang. Luca, who stood not far behind Lu Qingcheng's eyes darkened. It seemed that he had made a mistake. It was unlikely that he wanted to use Lu Qingcheng to climb up to the Lu family. Among the upper-class families in the Beijing circle, there is nothing more valuable than the two young masters of the Lu family and Qin Mu, the only son of the Qin family. Qin Mu was a childhood friend of Meng Anren, and was not good enough to get his hands on her. In that case, it's not impossible to climb a power outside the province. I heard that Duan Jingyao of Class 3's parents died early, following his aunt to live. His aunt is a wealthy family in the sea city, unmarried and childless. Perhaps in the future it is he who will inherit the family business. If you can marry Duan Jingyao, you don't have to worry about mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. You can be a rich wife at ease, and you can stay away from the capital circle and not be fingered by your family. Simply the perfect person for the job. Making up her mind, Lu Qingcheng hooked her lips, no longer looking at the lost soul Lu Qingcheng, turned around and left around the back door of the school. Blue Branch and Ming King noticed Lu Qingcheng, and the two were next to each other whispering crickets again. Bull asterisk 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 friend, Lu Qingcheng is seeing that he can't climb up to the Lu family and is going to cut ties with Lu Qingcheng, right? How many genuine friends can there be in our circle? Most of them are just making false pretenses for the sake of profit. That's right, it's not like the few of us. Blue Branch, suddenly proud, in the profit-oriented circle, can have a phone call to call out 3 or 2 confidants, is simply life's great fortune. Ming Jing laughed lightly and added, didn't Anren's mom set up a stall outside the school to sell rice balls in the past 2 days? Let's take a look. Go go go. Su Wanman's stall was just across from Shanghua, and she clearly saw Meng Anren confronting Lu Qingcheng for a long time, and finally getting into the dark green luxury car. Her eyes flashed with worry, and she twisted her head to look at her son, who had come over from school to help. Feishu, do you think Anren she? Knowing what her mother wanted to ask, Meng Yushu smiled faintly. Mom, trust Anren. She said herself that she wouldn't go back to the Lu family. Chapter 36, Marrying Anren in a Sedan Chair. Hello auntie, hello brother. Blue Branch ran over excitedly, and after politely greeting him, his eyes were glued to Meng Yushu's face. God's milk, how can there be such a good-looking person, like an exiled immortal in the sky, who doesn't eat earthly food? Ming Jing pursed her lips with a grudge under her eyes, sidestepping to block Lanji's line of sight before politely saying, Auntie, we're Anren's friends. We heard her say that you're doing a little business here, so we've come to join in the fun. Hello you guys, since you are Anren's friends, I'll make you a deluxe version of rice balls to try. Su Wanman smiled enthusiastically, made a deluxe spiced up rice ball and cut it in half, distributing it to Lanji and Ming Jing. Here, taste if it's good or not. Thank you auntie, you are too kind. Ming Jing respectfully took it, and Lanji ate it with relish. Auntie, you fried all these ingredients yourself, didn't you? The cooking is so good. I really want to go to your house sometime to rub a meal together. Lanji took a big bite of the rice ball, eating in a manner that was not ladylike, but made people have an appetite just by looking at it. Whenever you guys want to come over for dinner, let Anren tell me in advance. I'll cook a few more dishes. You guys are welcome to come over anytime. Su Wanman smiled so much that her eyes were only slits. The fact that their children have so many good friends in school, and they are all very kind children, shows that their children are likable and not lonely. So how can a mother not be happy and relieved in her heart? Seeing Lanji and Ming Jing chatting so happily with a woman who set up a stall here, a few students in the class couldn't help but come over, only to realize that the woman was Meng Anren's birth mother, and they all helped with the business. The more crowded the stall, the easier it was to attract customers, and it became busy for a while, with Dream Feather Book also helping out with her hands. Blue Branch was beside him the entire time, admiring Meng Yushu's divine face with a face of infatuation. Ming Jing rolled his eyes. It was even if he couldn't compare to Meng Anren in Lanji's heart. It was even if he couldn't compare to Qin Mu. Now even Meng Yushu was a head above him. The status is worrying. That marriage contract, I cannot guarantee that one day the Blue Branch of a revolt and vow of submission will be cancelled. At the end of the day, he could only be her hairdresser and best buddy. No, something has to be done. Cough, Blue Branch, do you want to go to the movies together on the weekend? Ming Jing moved his position without a trace, blocking the girl's line of sight to Meng Yushu. Lanji frowned and pulled Ming Jing's sleeve to yank him away. Just talk, don't block my view. Ming King. Burning eyes followed Dream Hashu as he took a break in his busy schedule to look back over his shoulder, laughing softly after meeting Blue Branch's starry eyes in a daze. He was familiar with this kind of look, and he also knew that he had inherited his mother's genes to have a skin that could be called excellent, and he was secretly worshipped as the senior grade grass in the first middle school of the city. Otherwise, the interview at Yunchuan Film and TV on Saturday wouldn't have gone so well. He was used to being stared at in that way, but he was a little embarrassed when the person was his sister's best friend. Randomly pulling a line, you guys seem to be very close, are you childhood friends? Lanji shook his head and boldly took Ming Jing's shoulder. At most, it's considered a hairdresser. If it wasn't for the fact that same-sex people can't get married, I'd definitely marry and ran in an 8-carat sedan chair. Ming Jing held his forehead and sweated, saying such words in front of Dream Anren's brother. Wasn't he afraid of being mistaken for a Yuri? Knowing each other for more than 10 years, he really felt that Lanji was more like a boy than a boy most of the time. No wonder she couldn't play with any other girls around her besides Meng Anren. Meng Yushu did think that Lanji's straightforward and bright personality was quite interesting, and couldn't help but laugh. You still haven't answered Ming Jing's classmate's question just now. Don't you want to go out to play on the weekend? Do you want to come with us? Blue Branch asked excitedly in return. If she could drag Dream Feather Book with her, she would be able to look at the handsome man for a little while longer. Meng Yushu, however, shook her head. I'm going to work part-time over the weekend, so you guys ask Anran. Lanji immediately lost interest and skimmed her lips. She's definitely not available, Missy is busy. In the past, Dream Anran went back to the hospital to visit Qin Mu's parents as long as she was free, and she didn't go to the hospital on the weekend in the previous 2 weeks because she had just returned to the Dream family, and this week Qin Mu also came back, so she was supposed to make a trip. Meng Yushu was not clear about what exactly Meng Anran is busy with, but after this period of time together, he also knows that Meng Anran is full of wings. Even if he is no longer surnamed Lu, he still has many unknown industries and forces. She was not an unusual 17-year-old high school student. 17 years of experience is not something that can be known thoroughly through these few days, not to mention that it was Dream Anran's personal matter. Dream Feishu did not pursue it much and only smiled. Then you guys can come to the house as guests when you have time. You are welcome at any time. When the purple rice was sold out and the stall was closed, Meng Rong came over to pick them up, and Ming Jing even helped carry the stall cart onto the trunk before leaving. The Ming family's car had been waiting by the side of the road for a long time, but Lanji told the driver to go first, and then pulled Ming Jing into the Lan family's car, taking him to her winery to help organize the newly arrived wine. Ming Jing sighed helplessly. Like Qin Mu, he was a tool person for his respective little green plums. Again, it seems like, isn't quite the same. As night falls, the glass curtain wall reflects the city lights as if they were bright stars, but also reflects the wan look of Meng Anran's interest. Again this restaurant, perhaps because in the Lu family she has never had much appetite. Rare she once praised the taste of strawberry mousse here is good. Lu Hang will buy this place, and after that time and time again to bring her to eat here. But human enthusiasm is limited, and after a long time and too many times will always get tired. Just as she was once tired of pleasing the Lus just for a compliment, and just as she was later tired of the Lu family's coldness and calculations. What's the point of going to all the trouble of dragging me out to dinner? After so many years of fighting, Meng Anran is too lazy to go around in circles with Lu Hong. Yesterday ran to find her to white slip her around, specially asked her to have dinner, probably cannot finish chatting in 3 or 2 words. Lu Hong took a sip of red wine and spoke without a hitch. Are they good to you? Meng Anran laughed at the sound of it, messing around just to ask her such boring questions? It's no worse than being the daughter of the Lu family. Lu Heng's expression was unchanged as he blandly put down his wineglass, undeniable to her answer. He had known that Meng Anran was planning to escape the Lu family as an adult, and had even given her a lot of investment advice over the past 2 years so that she could hold more assets in her hands to protect herself. But she didn't anticipate that she'd go back to the dreamers and live with the penniless, worthless people. Obviously with the industry she currently owned, taking the trouble to take care of it would be enough for her to live a nourishing life for the rest of her life. She was partial to wasting time and resources by being nosy and helping the dream family. Lu Hong was brief and concise. I've gotten you an estate in country A. If you don't want to go back to the Lu family, then come with me. Chapter 37. Haven't seen you for a while, playing so perverted? Dream Anran stopped her knife and fork and lifted her eyelids to look askance. Do you think it's the house I don't like? Lu Hong cut the steak without saying anything, and seemed to be at a loss for words. Meng Anran's existence for him and Louis was the only fun in that depressing and unfeeling home. No matter if they argued and fought or counted on each other, at least they were a living, breathing person with emotions. After Meng Anran left, that home became purely a factory for developing machines, and he and Louis didn't want to go back. Even if there was a new sister living there now, it wasn't the habitat they wanted anymore. Lu Hang actually knew very well in his heart that it wasn't just that house that made Meng Anran resentful, and it wasn't just the Lus, there was also him and Louis, the 2 older brothers with unpredictable temperaments. So you like the dream house? The house that's not even as big as your old room? Or do you like the dream family? Like Dream Yushu as your brother? The tone of his series of rhetorical questions remained calm, but Meng Anran heard the anger and instantly stared at him warily. If you dare to touch the dream family, this will be the last time I meet with you. It wasn't that she cared much about the dream family, but lately she suddenly felt like playing a game to see how long it would take to cultivate the dream family from scratch. It was hard for her to find some fun, and she had also entrusted her contacts to help the dream family. If Lu Hong went crazy now, wouldn't her previous maneuvers all be for nothing? Lu Hong snorted coldly. She knew exactly how to pin him down. I don't have the bad taste to step on ants. But, he stared meaningfully at Meng Anran, as if a beast had stared at its prey full of possessiveness. You don't want the North City Han family's project. Meng Anran narrowed her eyes. This person was a dog as always. Every time, he used the same tactics to restrain her, and when it was clear that she cared about her career, he used project cooperation to make her compromise. North City, the Han family. That project she is not unable to find a replacement, just that the project has been talked about for more than a year, poured a lot of time and energy, and now give up the words. The sunk cost is too big. However, the last thing Dream Anran lacked was the courage to start over, and it was unlikely that Lu Hang would succeed if he still wanted to blackmail her in this way. What the hell do you want? Take me away? And then what? Send me to country A to be imprisoned and spy on me every day? Haven't seen you for a while, you're playing so perverted? Lu Hong curved his lips imperceptibly. The dream family can't give you anything, so why don't you come with me? Even though there is no blood relationship and we can't be brother and sister, I can marry you. Dream anchor? Lu Hong, did the helicopter ride that lifted your canopy give your brain a seizure? She gathered up her Qingdi and looked askance at Lu Hong, her eyes undisguisedly disgusted and loathing. Do you think that with your current status, that kid from the Qin family would still choose you? His mom and dad are lying in the hospital in a coma to this day, and how many pairs of eyes from the Qin family's side relatives are staring at him? That's also something to think about in 5 or 6 years. There's no time for you to think about it. Lu Hong took a sip of red wine and spoke slowly under Meng Anren's puzzled eyes. Qin's recently talking to Lehigh Group about the chip project. If we can take the cooperation, Qin's market value will at least double. The premise is that Qin Mu will be engaged to the second miss of the Song family, which is a request made by the chairman of Lehigh. Everyone in the circle knows that you and Qin Mu are childhood sweethearts. Once Qin Mu gets engaged to Song Wanxiu, you'll be reduced to a joke in the entire Beijing circle. Meng Anren was silent for a long time, then suddenly laughed. Qin Mu and I are neither engaged nor a couple. Even if he is engaged to Song Wanxiu, he is still my hairdresser and partner. Talking about me being abandoned, what's there to laugh about? Her reaction was expected by Lu Hong. Lu Hong said no more, put down his wine glass and got up. I'm going to the restroom, you eat slowly. Dream Anren hummed and slowly and methodically continued to enjoy his steak. Not long after, the waiter brought over 3 desserts and respectfully said, Mr. Lu instructed the store to develop new desserts. This is a newly developed cake. Please try if it suits your taste. Dream Anren picked up a small fork and tasted the 3 cakes. The only one that had more than 2 bites was the Black Forest. The durian pancake is too mushy, the matcha truffle is too sweet, the Black Forest is barely passable, but the cake embryo is overbaked. She forked the Black Forest cake in front of her. Leave this one and remove the others. Yes, next time it will be improved based on your comments. The waiter bowed slightly and removed the durian pancakes and matcha truffles. Meng Anren poked the cake and hummed a laugh. Lu Han was always concerned about her diet. The chef of the Lu family changed from one batch to another, and just because she liked to eat the strawberry mousse of this store she directly bought the whole store, and she was afraid that sooner or later she would get tired of eating strawberry mousse, and she didn't forget to let the kitchen develop new products. It was quite heartfelt, so she loved and hated this big brother as well. Yo, isn't this MS? Lu? Oh, almost forgot. Your last name isn't Lu anymore, now you're a bankrupt downtrodden family. Hearing the arrogant voice, Meng Anren glanced at the visitor, very familiar. The one who had been chasing her for 3 years had been thrown a lot of cold stares by her, eventually letting Qin Mu beat her up severely to get rid of the entanglement of the Yi family's only son, He Wei. How can there be so many sincere likes in the circle of the luxury family? He Wei's original entanglement of Meng Anren is to see the Lu family power and wealth. Besides, Meng Anren is really pretty, from any aspect. As long as he chases after Meng Anren, he is not a loss. The result was that he was beaten up by Qin Mu and thrown out from the school gate. Today's times are different. Meng Anren no longer have the title of the Lu family's daughter, lost the Lu family shelter. The Qin family naturally cannot marry her, such a small family. He Wei once again have the arrogant capital. When she caught a glimpse of Lu Hong coming back, Meng Anren ignored He Wei, who was sitting frankly across from her, and lowered her head to continue eating the cake. Don't be so shy. He Wei glanced at the red wine and half-eaten steak on the table, and laughed diffidently. What old man have you gotten yourself into? You might as well follow me. Marrying you is unlikely, seeing as you have a few moments of good looks, you can barely be a canary. As soon as the words fell, there was a loud bang, and Lu Hong pressed He Wei's head violently onto the table with his large palm, causing the latter to grimace in pain. Who ah, do not grow eyes know who I am. He Wei tried to raise his head, but the force pressed on the back of his head, making it impossible for his forehead to leave the table. He struggled for a moment, his eyes glancing over his shoulder to catch a glimpse of the other man's polished leather shoes, his pupils trembling, and the next moment he heard the low, cold, hard voice of the nightmare Shura in the Kyoryu circle. Where did the dog come from? Quite bold to sit in my seat and molest my people. Lu Hong grabbed He Wei's hair and with a word on his lips, he gripped He Wei's head and slammed it hard against the table. He Wei wailed in pain and kept begging for mercy, but Lu Hong still treated it as if he didn't hear it. Canary, right? Old man, right? Tell me who's old. Chapter 38. This time, he seems to have lost. Mr. Lu, I was wrong. I know it's wrong. Please spare me. He Wei begged his grandpa and grandma at the top of his voice, his brain dizzy and his face getting paler and paler. His forehead was cracked and blood stained the tablecloth. Physiological tears smeared all over his face, and no one would come to his rescue even when his voice was hoarse from shouting. What the hell? Didn't you say that Lu Hang and Meng Anren were incompatible? Meng Anren ate the cake with a calm demeanor, letting Lu Hong make a scene. Seeing the blood, however, she immediately lost her appetite and couldn't eat the last remaining bite of cake, putting down her steel fork and sighing slightly. Defeat Xing. She picked up a napkin and elegantly wiped her mouth, and when she saw that Lu Hong still had no intention of stopping, she faintly said, Lu Hong, almost done. She didn't want to make a scene and be taken to the police station for questioning as an eyewitness. It was too bad luck. Lu Hong threw He Wei to the ground, and He Wei fainted on the spot. The waiter immediately sent a hot towel. Lu Hang wiped his hands, looked askance at the unconscious person lying on the ground as if he were looking at something dirty, and ordered in a cold voice, "Drag it away, it's dirtying the place." "Yes." The waiter respectfully answered, beckoned, and 2 more people came over, racking up He Wei and taking him away. With the dirt cleaned off, Lu Hong threw the towel he had wiped his hands with on the table and moved his gaze to the black forest cake that Dream Anren had left a bite of. "For a change, take you to something else." "No appetite." Dream Anren finished the sparkling water in her glass and hooked up her book bag. "Let's go." Lu Hong didn't say much and sent Meng Anren back. Mercedes-Benz parked in front of the neighborhood. The 2 in the back row saw at a glance the teenager who stood in the dim light waiting for a long time. Lu Hang pursed his lips in thought, twisted his head and glanced at the girl beside him. "You told him to come down and pick it up?" Meng Anren shook her head. She wasn't sure why Meng Yushu would be standing at the entrance of the cell in the middle of the night, and it looked like she had been waiting for quite a long time. The 2 of them got off the bus one after another, and Meng Yushu put on a soft smile to welcome them, and naturally took over Meng Anren's school bag. "Brother, what are you doing here so late?" Meng Anren asked. Meng Yushu rubbed her head and laughed. "I came down to throw out the garbage, and seeing as it was about time for you to return, I waited here for a while." The security measures in the neighborhood were not good. Even inside the neighborhood, there were occasional robberies at night. Meng Yushu worried about his sister's safety, but also afraid that calling her would disturb her to talk about things, simply stood at the entrance of the neighborhood and waited. Meng Anren froze for a moment, only to realize that it was now more than 10 o'clock. She hadn't even sent a single message of peace to her family. Meng Yushu was worried about her and stood here waiting for such a long time, yet he couldn't bear to blame her, still with a gentle and doting attitude. It made her heart a little sore and swollen, strange and indescribable. "Young Mr. Lu, thank you for sending Anren back." Meng Yushu looked gentle, always with a calm and cool demeanor, and seemed to carry no hostility towards anyone. Lu Heng's eyes darkened, and seeing that Meng Anren lowered her head and didn't say anything, he could guess what was going on inside her heart at the moment. He raised his eyes to Meng Yushu and faintly said, "She is my sister." The voice was light, but the eyes were clearly in competition. Meng Yushu's expression remained unchanged as he spoke gently. "I'm also happy to have so many people caring about taking care of Anren." Lu Heng's eyes moved slightly. He didn't say anything else and turned around to get into the car. This time, he seems to have lost. Meng Anren felt that Lu Heng's attitude was a bit strange. Watching the Mercedes-Benz go away, she no longer dwelled on it and took Meng Yushu's arm to go home together. "Brother, in the future, if I come back late at night I'll call you to tell you, and I'll send you a message in advance before I go home, so you won't have to wait at the door. There are a lot of mosquitoes at night in summer. Look at your hand being bitten, it's all spent." Meng Anren looked at the 5 or 6 red and swollen mosquito bags on Meng Yushu's small arms, and her heart felt a little bad. "It's fine, just go up and apply some marigold oil." Meng Yushu didn't blame Meng Anren, and even felt happy that his sister felt sorry for him, and was willing to take the initiative to report the trip in the future. She was slowly accepting him as a brother and fitting into the family. When I arrived home, the elementary school student Meng Chenghong had already laid down on the bed to sleep. Meng Rong and Su Wanman were still sitting in the living room waiting, talking about the Mercedes-Benz that they saw today. "The day before yesterday, I saw that car parked at the entrance of the district, and today, I went to Shanghua to pick up Anren. I recognized that it was the Lu family's eldest son Lu Hong, and it looked like he cared quite a lot about Anren. Feishu have been waiting downstairs for more than an hour. Will Anren not come back?" Su Wanman hung her eyes red, hard to hide her loss. "It won't." Meng Rong held his wife's hand in what appeared to be a comforting grip, but his expression was also a bit unsettled. "We should trust Anren. It's not that we don't believe in Anren, it's just that our family's conditions are really too different from the Lu family's. If the Lu family really cares about Anren and wants to take Anren back, we're not in a position to disagree with letting Anren live a better life." Su Wanman sighed despondently. The Dream family's situation today is obvious to the discerning eye. Anren came the day wearing tens of thousands of dollars of beautiful dresses. Their financial conditions can give Anren to buy a few $100s a piece of clothing is considered the top of the sky. If Anren really wanted to go back to the Lu family and live a rich life, it would be reasonable. How could they have the face to oppose it and insist on keeping her here with them to suffer? If the Dream family could be among the rich and powerful like they were in the beginning, she definitely wouldn't be willing to let her own daughter go to someone else's family as an adopted daughter. Outside the door, Meng Anren took in the words of the 2 men. For her to stay in the Dream family is just playing a game of parenting, but for the Dream family it is a treasure to be regained, to find a real family. She pushed the door in. The voices of the talk came to an abrupt end. Su Wanman and Meng Rong looked up at the same time. The bottom of their eyes were the joy of being lost and found. "Anren is back?" Su Wanman secretly wiped away the tears in the corner of her eyes, turned her worry into a smile, and couldn't wait to get up to welcome her. "Did you have enough to eat at night? Mom will cook you some snacks?" Meng Anren nodded. "Yes, the restaurants outside aren't as good as Mom's cooking. I want to eat egg noodles." "Good, sit down and rest for a while, you'll soon have something to eat." Su Wanman's joy was overflowing, sprinting into the kitchen. Dream Anren changed her slippers and Dream Yushu locked the door. The siblings went to the sofa and sat down. Dreamling had been drinking water to hide his relief. Seeing that he was obviously so nervous that his palms were sweating but still pretending to be calm, Meng Anren laughed in the bottom of her heart and opened her mouth to say, "Dad, let's talk to you about something." "Ha!" Meng Rong's hand shook so violently that a bit of water spilled out of the cup, and he hurriedly put down the cup and patted his pants, his heart starting to panic again. There was also banging coming from the kitchen. It couldn't be that Anren had been convinced by Lu Heng, and this trip back was to say goodbye to them, right? Chapter 39. Can't you count your own daughter as a human connection? Dream Anren stifled a laugh. It was so funny how mom and dad were at a loss for words. In the Lu family, having more daughters was no different from having more servants, and they were all unappreciated outsiders anyway. But for the Meng family, it is a real family member, a family member who spends time with each other and can support each other. This difference was new to Dream Anren, curious because she hadn't seen it before, so she wanted to know how life would be different with this difference. Suddenly, there was no rush to leave the dream home. Cough, Anren, what kind of things are you going to say? Meng Rong had already prepared himself mentally. Even if Meng Anren said that he would leave tomorrow, he would be able to withstand it. It's not a big deal. Meng Anren suppressed her mischievous smile and resumed her seriousness. I just want to say that our family's economic conditions are too poor. Mom can't make a lot of money from her stall, and your sports car can only maintain the family's basic expenses. If you want to start a new business, according to the current progress of the accumulation of startup capital is far from enough. So, do you want to consider changing your job? Meng Rong was confused for a split second. So it wasn't about leaving? It's good if you don't leave. Meng Rong's tense nerves instantly relaxed. As long as Enron doesn't leave, everything else is fine. A smile spread across the bottom of his eyes. From what you're saying, you have a good offer? Well, you go to work. Meng Rong froze, his eyes stared for a long time, and he dropped his eyes forlornly. Anren, it's not that Dad can't pull off a part-time job, but Dad is too old. When I just went bankrupt, I also went to many companies for interviews. No one was willing to hire me. My family had no income and was so poor that I couldn't afford to get out of the house. That's why I took out a loan to buy a second-hand car to run an online car. When this matter was brought up, Meng Yishu also sighed slightly. During that time he saw his father several times after school with a briefcase full of sadness sitting under the tree sign. The shade of the tree bent his father's waist, the harsh sunlight but the father's hair white. When he returned home, his father acted as if nothing had happened on the surface, swallowing all the cold stares he received during the interview, but he still had to be accused by Lu Qingcheng of being useless. The burden of the family was put on his father, making this middle-aged man look like a loser dog shrinking in the corner day after day. Loan to buy a car to run online car, is his father's advice. With a certain income can afford the family's daily expenses, the father's heart pressure is considered to be alleviated a little. And Ran, Dad knows that you also want to make this home better. I'll go and take orders at night in the future, save up more money, and then play to store and do a small business. The days will get better and better. Meng Rong didn't want to refute his daughter's good intentions, but he did already try to look for a job, and no one was willing to hire a man in his 50s. Seeing that Meng Rong and Meng Yushu's expressions were not very good, Meng Anren could probably guess how difficult it was for Meng Rong to find a job at one time. She leaned against the back of the chair, grabbed a pillow and hugged it in her arms, and continued to talk about her proposal. Dad, nowadays the streets are full of high achievers who can't find a job. It's natural for you to interview for junior staff with a bunch of competitors who are younger and more educated than you. But you started with nothing in the first place, and the Dream family has been rich for over 20 years. Your biggest advantage is management experience, so why don't you just interview for management? Meng Rong pursed her lips. Not even the junior staff, let alone the management? The noodles are cooked. Anren, eat your fill first before we talk. Su Wanman came out with the noodles and placed them in front of Meng Anren, bringing her a pair of chopsticks. Thanks, Mom. Dream Anren dropped the pillow and took the chopsticks to stir the bowl of egg noodles. Su Wanman sat on the armrest of the sofa on Meng Rong's side, looking at her daughter who was always happy with her attitude, afraid that she didn't know how tough this society is. She couldn't help but open her mouth and say, Anren, your father is not unwilling to try, but it's just that finding a job is really too difficult these days. Nowadays, in those companies, without some connections and background, even if you work for 5 or 6 years, you won't necessarily be able to get promoted. So how would you recruit an unknown person to be the management? Meng Anren shivered her noodles and tilted her head towards Su Wanman. This pro-daughter of mine can't be counted as a human connection? Su Wanman was confused and exchanged a glance with Meng Rong, almost forgetting that this good daughter of theirs was horribly well connected. The Dream family used to be in the automobile business, right? A friend of mine recently acquired an automobile production plant and wants to hire someone to take care of it. Dad is considered to be the right person with the right experience, so if Dad wants to give it a try, I'll make a recommendation to my friend and let Dad go for an interview. Moreover, it's easier to know the current market trends when you enter this circle, which will be helpful for re-establishing your business in the future. Meng Anren ate her noodles with her eyes downcast, her tone light as if she was talking about something as simple as casually buying a piece of clothing. Meng Rong abstracted again and asked tentatively, what kind of company is this friend of yours opening? It won't be another big shot like Xiao Han or Wu Chongxi, will it? Dream Anren blinked and said calmly, you should have heard of it, Girling Motors. Gee, Girling? Meng stuttered as he spoke. Sibling is an automobile brand that has suddenly emerged in the last 2 years, and has only come out with one off-road vehicle that sells for more than $1 million, and is famous for its extremely high safety by using full rebound glass and the latest chip technology. Affiliated to the pair Rain Automotive Group is a well-known domestic enterprises, under the name of a number of automobile brand sales in the country's top 10, the industry to do abroad, especially in the streets of a country, can be seen everywhere. Pair Rain's car. Dream Anran actually has connections with Pearly Rain? Not exactly someone who knows Pearly Rain. My friend is mainly responsible for the Girling brand. There are many automobile production parts with many processes, and naturally there are many factories. He recently is the acquisition of a factory, do car painting and parts installation. After listening to Meng Anran's words, Meng Ron's eyes are still in a rounded state. Now the car factory is full of robotic arm work, advanced. He has not seen these high-end technology with his own eyes. If there is a chance to see it, to understand the current automobile market, naturally, it is the best. Would it be too much trouble? He wanted to go, but he was afraid that his daughter wouldn't be able to pay back the favor she owed. What's measly about a family? Meng Anran put down her chopsticks and turned her head to lock eyes with Meng Yushu. Right, brother? Meng Yushu would smile. He was the one who told his sister that there was no need to care too much between the family. His sister was starting to accept them. Dad, I can only recommend you to go for the interview. Whether you can pass or not depends on your play. Meng Anran said frankly, we are all businessmen. If Meng Ron's conditions are not up to standard, she is not capable of forcing an individual to her friend to manage such a large factory. Naturally, Dad's still pretty confident. Dream Anran washed the dishes and put them up to dry, then went ahead and took a shower. Meng Ron took a sip of strong tea and couldn't stop sighing. The Dream family was like a sailboat, and Dream Anran was the oars. Without the oars, the ship can float on the water and follow the waves. With the oars, they have a direction to move forward. The family was riveted and put their strength together, believing that one day they would be able to reach the other side of the river. Chapter 40. Who stole the pen? The summer rains come suddenly and loudly, tapping on the glass windows and disturbing people all night long. The rain fell for 3 days and 3 nights and still did not stop. The sky was cloudy, could not see the bright sunshine. People's mood also became gloomy. It's annoying, it's raining every day and my shoes are wet. Blue Branch returned to the classroom and sat down, immediately kicked off the leather shoes on his feet. The socks were all wet as if they had been soaked, wrapped around his feet uncomfortably. Ming Jing came over with a bag and put it on her desk. Who told you to be stupid and not know how to prepare an extra pair of shoes on a rainy day? You're the smart one. Blue Branch glared at him, curiously picking at the bag. What's this? The eco-friendly bag contained a brand new pair of leather shoes, and a clean towel and new socks in a separate bag. Blue Branch's eyes flickered unnaturally for a moment, and he pursed his lips. It's kinda sweet. She didn't rush to change them, but looked toward Meng Anran, who was sitting in her seat drawing, and raised her voice to ask, Anran, are your shoes and socks wet? Here are new ones, should I change them for you? Ming King? Specially for you, you give it to someone else? Woman, you have no heart. No need. Meng Anran laughed softly, picking up the transparent shoe covers placed by her feet. I wore these back, I didn't get my shoes and socks wet. See more rain in the past few days. Dream Feather book 2 days ago specially bought for her. Changed the shoes set on the outside to tighten the straps can be. Then the water shoes look good and convenient. Yo 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 yo, having a brother is good. Oh, Missy used to not wear this kind of thing to pull down her image. Blue Branch flirted. Mononin shrugged. Better than getting your shoes and socks all wet, right? The corners of Blue Branch's lips pulled back, and he pursed his lips breathlessly. Blue Branch envy, Blue Branch jealousy, Blue Branch unenjoyment. Alright, hurry up and change. Wet feet are easy to catch a cold. Ming Jing couldn't help but urge Lan Ji, although it was summer, but the temperature followed by a few days of rain, girls are most likely to get sick if they are cold to their feet. Got it. When did you get so nosy? Blue Branch grumbled, taking off his wet socks and drying his feet before putting on dry shoes and socks. Ming Jing rolled his eyes. He didn't want to be nagging, but if he didn't show something obvious, his fiancée was afraid that she would run away. Right. Lanji finished changing shoes all comfortable, immediately to Meng Anran's side, lowered his voice. I heard that Lu Hang and Louis have not been home to live after returning to the country. Lu Qingcheng is clearly not favored. Ming Jing quietly picked up the conversation. Have you planted eyes in the Lu family? How do you know everything? Song Fonting told me. He said that he hadn't seen Lu Hang and Louis's cars going in and out of the rich neighborhood for the past few days, so they must not have gone home. This is nothing new. Which of the Lu family's daughters are favored? Whether it's Lu Qingcheng or Anran, they're all out of place in that family. I don't think that's necessarily true, although it's rumored in the capital circle that Anran is incompatible with Lu Hang and Louis, but aren't we clear about that? Those two young masters are tight to Anran, it's just that the way they do it is a bit unacceptable. The fact that this was the case, Dream Anran pursed her lips and smiled, not retorting. During recess, Lu Qingcheng, who had been at peace for some time, began to act out again, lying on the table and crying loudly, and many people in the class were in the way of her identity as the daughter of the Lu family, but also had to pretend to care about it. She sat up and wiped the tears on her face, crying with her eyes red, as if she was an aggrieved white rabbit, pure and harmless and pathetic. Choking back tears, he said, Dad came back from abroad and gave me a fountain pen, worth tens of thousands of dollars. I couldn't bear to use it, and I brought it back today wanting to give it to Coco, but now I can't find it. When Lu Ko heard this, she hurriedly came over to comfort Lu Qingcheng. Don't be anxious, think carefully about where you put it and look for it again. I just put it in my book bag, I've already searched for it several times, and I still can't find it. Lu Qingcheng sobbed, looking pitiful. Blue Branch crossed her legs and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Whose drawer would she find that pen in later? She guessed it would be Dream Anren. Dream Anren thought so too, and to verify her thoughts, she moved all the books in the drawer to the table, and to her surprise, she found a rectangular box that didn't belong to her at the very bottom. When I opened it, it was none other than a fountain pen. Settle down, is that what you're looking for? As soon as the words left their mouths, everyone twisted their heads and turned their gazes towards Dream Anren. Lu Qingcheng stared at the box in her hand, seemingly surprised, and hurriedly got up and went over, opened the box and looked at it. It's this fountain pen, why is it here? Meng Anren laughed coldly and looked at her meaningfully. Why is it in my drawer? Don't you know better than I do? Planting and framing, thieves shouting to catch thieves. This kind of small trick has long played with Louis countless times. Meng Anren simply do not put in the eyes, lazy to accompany Lu Qingcheng play. Lu Qingcheng's pupils quake, as if she was misunderstood and eager to clarify. Anren, what do you mean by that? I intended to give this pen to Coco, how could I put it in your drawer? I never suspected that it was you who stole my pen, yet you are in a hurry to put the blame on me. I know that you are biased against me, but you can't falsely accuse me like this. A few words in turn, Meng Anren said as a thief, anxious to clear the relationship and hit a rake of villain. The brain is spinning pretty fast, and this can go on. Anren, if you want, I can ask Dad to buy another one for you. Why do you need to make this mess? Lu Qingcheng looked angry, just like a victim who had been stolen and still forced herself to be generous. This fountain pen has a market price of $27,000, but unfortunately there is a price for it, and only 500 of them have been produced so far. Meng Anren pulled open her book bag and pulled out the pen bag. Ripping the zipper open and dumping it on the table, 4 or 5 identical pens fell out. Seeing Lu Qingcheng's increasingly ugly face, Meng Anren hooked her lips and lightly said, Don't you do a little backtracking before playing tricks? Go back and check the list of shareholders of this brand. My name is in the front, quite conspicuous. It was her first failed investment, and the 500 fountain pens, while selling poorly because they were priced too high, did right quite well, so she took a few extra for personal use. Who would have thought that there would be this drama today? The trick was broken up on the spot. Lu Qingcheng said stiffly, It's me who misunderstood you, that, maybe someone pranked me and took my pen and put it in your drawer. Lanji turned an identical pen in her hand, her tone was full of playfulness, make up lies or not to make up a decent point. This project is a senior year our class pooled funds to do entrepreneurial practice, everyone in the class has shares in the same pen. Who would be too idle to take your pen to frame Anren? This time Lu Qingcheng was truly flustered. It was only then that she noticed that the rest of the people had stopped talking since Meng Anren had turned over this pen. Even Luca was staring at her with a strange look. She's in a class that's going to be completely isolated. Chapter 41 Miss Anren is more valuable to Mr. Little Qin. Lu Qingcheng stood in place, did not know what to make. An expression, fear, panic, nervousness and other emotions mixed in her face, and finally turned from green to white, even directly rolled his eyes and fainted. Qingcheng. Luca's acting skills were much better, and at the last second he still didn't forget to show his loyalty, and quickly wrapped his eyes around Lu Qingcheng. After confirming that the other party had fainted, she put away the worry in her eyes and looked askance at the fountain pen on Meng Anren's desk, snorting lightly in disgust. I thought it was some rare item, but it turned out to be a crappy item that no one wanted. Meng Anren thoughtfully played with the pen she commonly used, and spoke only after a long time. She did remind me that I still have this money-losing project in my hand. This month, everyone mention a plan, smashing the money always have to make it back to the capital. Sister Ran is leading the charge, so I'm sure we can earn it back. It's pretty good to use, but the price is so high that it's probably hard to make it work. Let's lower the price, it's better to make less than nothing. Where can it come down to? When we first directly disked a factory, technology patents are also spent a lot of money to buy back. The cost is too high, and then drop is also a money-losing business. It is better to rot in the hands. Dream Anren quietly listened to the discussion of the crowd, and had an idea. It is impossible to lose money, things are more expensive than they are rare. You all put this on the table in your recent business negotiations, and when you sign the contract, you will boast about it twice, and the rest of them in the inventory will be given away as gifts. I not only do not reduce the price, but also let it rise. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you and nodded in response. They were very confident in Dream Anren's ability to generate money. The previous year's entrepreneurial program was led by Dream Anren, and now it was doing so well that most of the startup capital for their private property came from it. If Dream On is interested in redoing the fountain pen project, there is no way it will lose money. Boom! A loud clap of thunder, startled to interrupt the conversation. Everyone unanimously turned their heads to look at the gloomy sky outside, the rain like it was about to turn from light to heavy. Holy, this rain hasn't stopped since Monday. Where did all that water come from to fall down? Blue Branch muttered. Ming Jing narrowed his eyes. There is always an Unsettling premonition. Is that so? Meng Anren laughed softly, her demeanor relaxed and at ease. I'd like to think something good will happen. Until the weekend, this rain off and on still did not stop. Occasionally it poured down heavily, occasionally it was as fine as a silver needle, and it was disruptive and irritating on the side. The sound of arguments in the high-level conference room of Qin Group even overshadowed the sound of rain outside the window. This was the third time Qin Mu had talked to Lehigh about the right to use the chip, and the other party still insisted on the unreasonable demand of exchanging a marriage contract for cooperation. Mr. Song, business cooperation is about mutual benefit and win-win. How can we get into the marriage matter? Qin Mu could make concessions, but he would never give in on the marriage partner aspect. Song Don laughed softly, little Qin General, chip technology is the core of our songs, the interest bond alone is far from enough, the two families become a family, this is the biggest guarantee. This is my father's meaning, and also my meaning. You have been refusing to let go, is there any preconceived notions about my sister? Qin Mu's face was as gloomy as the color of the sky outside the window. He had already taken the initiative to give 2 points of profit, and it was clear that it was the Song family that did not relent, preferring to give him 2 points of profit, but also forcing him to get engaged to Song Wanshou. This cooperation has been negotiated 3 times and lasted for 2 months, and he didn't even see Song Wanshou's face, and it is assumed that Song Wanshou, like Meng Anren at the time, is a piece of twine used to bind the interests of the Qin and Song families. Little Qin always wouldn't still be unable to let go of your little green plum, right? Song Don's smile was playful. Being in the same Beijing circle, he naturally knew of Meng Anren's existence. She's no longer the Lu family's daughter. She's not the right match for you and can't give you any help. Even if you are devoted to her, will the Qin family's relatives allow it? Will the Qin family's shareholders allow it? Will she still be willing to bear the pressure of the class gap to be with you? Word for word, but word for word. Qin Mu was very clear about Meng Anren's feelings for him, but now she is still in school, mutual support and encouragement does not seem to be anything difficult, really to the age of marriage. She will be willing to bear the outside world's naysayers firmly choose him? Qin Mu never dared to gamble on the future, but he knew that it was too early and not the time to make a decision. Even if it really came to the point where they had to go their separate ways, the right to choose should also be in the hands of Meng Anren, not his unilateral bent. Therefore, he did not accept this unreasonable condition of the Song family. Mr. Song, we are talking about a project. If there are any unsatisfactory conditions for the cooperation, both sides can continue to negotiate. But if it comes to marriage matters, then we have nothing to talk about. Song Don raised his eyebrows with interest and laughed lightly. Qin Mu, after all, you're too young and not mature enough to understand what's at stake. There's no need to rush to give me an answer. You can take your time to think about it, and when you've figured it out, you can sign the contract. The atmosphere was at a standstill when someone knocked on the door outside and the secretary walked briskly to Qin Mu's side and whispered into his ear, Ms. Anren is here. Qin Mu's eyes lit up, his gloomy face suddenly became bright. He smiled politely at Song Don. Mr. Song, there is no need to talk about this cooperation any further. Also, I chose Anren, I don't care what her status is, what I care about is simply her herself. As the words fell, Qin Mu, as if he had won a battle, asked his secretary to see him off and turned around to leave the conference room. The change in attitude was so fast that Song Don didn't react for a moment, and even felt weird. He asked the secretary, why the sudden lack of cooperation? Zhuo Chang lowered his eyes and smiled, respectfully answering, compared to Lehi's chip technology, Ms. Anren is more valuable to General Manager Shao Qin. In the president's office, Meng Anren was wearing a brown dress with thick-heeled boots, which made her skin white and delicate. She sat on the sofa, her long legs folded, holding a teacup in her hand and elegantly sipping English black tea, her long hair on her temples braided into a braid and tied behind her head, revealing her delicate little face. Glancing at someone entering the door, she put down her teacup and got up, raising a warm smile and extending her hand towards the other party, Mr. Shao Qin, I'm here today on behalf of Weiming Technology to talk about cooperation with you. Qin Mu looked at the bright and charming girl in front of him, the undisguised love in the bottom of his eyes was turning over, his eyes were able to pull the threads, and even his voice couldn't help but clip out a few points of honey in his speech. Made it? Mononan nodded, well, will my wave of timely rain put out your fire? More than putting out a fire, it's simply saving a life. Qin Mu holds Dream Anren's hand and pulls her to sit down on the sofa, feigning aggression and posting accusations. They're forcing me to marry Song Wanshou, and if you come a little later, you're going to lose me as the handsome, golden in love with the brain of the little bamboo horse. Oh, Meng Anren jerked her hand back and looked past her meaningfully, so, I'm not coming, you're planning to compromise? Chapter 42 You'll know if it's good or not if you try it. Qin Mu choked and immediately put up 3 fingers, heaven can judge, heaven and earth are kind. I definitely didn't mean that. Meng Anren raised an eyebrow, so what do you mean? Qin Mu pursed his lips pitifully, pulling her hand and holding it in his palm, just, simply want to be pampered with you. Meng Anren narrowed her eyes and flirted in a slightly disgusted manner, Qin Mu, you've been getting more and more flirty lately. Qin Mu let out a laugh and didn't retort. It can't be helped, his and Xiao Ran is about to become an adult. There has to be a transition period for her to adjust before switching relationships. Don't be poor, I'm here to talk to you about cooperation. Meng Anren had even prepared the contract. After chatting about cooperation, it was just right to go with him to the hospital to visit his aunt and uncle. Since its inception, Weiming Technology had devoted itself to developing chip technology, and just an hour ago, the new chip had been successfully tested and was fully capable of replacing Lehai's chip. Meng Anren rushed over with the contract in a hurry just to keep Qin Mu from being subjected to Son's unreasonable demands anymore. Chatting about cooperation, the two seriously focused, one on behalf of Weiming, a representative of the Qin clan, for the sake of a little interest in each other, after an hour-long war of words, before finally negotiating the terms and conditions of the re-establishment of the contract to sign the contract. What would Missy like for lunch? Finishing his work, Qin Mu resumed his usual stance and dotingly rubbed Meng Anren's head, which was slapped away. Don't mess up my hair. Dream Anren glared at him grudgingly, straightened her hair, and said casually, I'm craving brisket noodles. Qin Mu lost his smile. Okay, take you to eat beef brisket noodles. The two of them took the elevator downstairs, and along the way, all the employees greeted Meng Anren respectfully and called out Miss Anren. Meng Anren sighed despondently. Qin Mu pinched her face and asked with concern, what's wrong? When will I be a total? Although she invested in many businesses, and some people would say Mr. But in the end, there was no serious position. Qin Mu was forced to sit in the position of president because of a change in his family, and she didn't envy that. She just thought that when she could also make a name for herself in the capital with the name of Mr. Then she would really have the capital to stand proudly in front of Lu Hong, instead of being used by him as a toy to make fun of, thinking that a little bit of small favors can take her away. Qin Mu laughed lightly, and Xiao Ran's desire is still so simple and unadorned from the end. In addition to earning big money in the brain is to engage in business. Lu Hong more suppression of her, the more she will be motivated to climb up, learning to invest, accumulate contacts, set up industries, experienced countless failures or still frustrated more and more courageous. This was the Xiao Ran he loved, no matter what her last name was, always the only girl he wanted. The increasing rain failed to dampen the good mood of the two. After sitting on the co-pilot, Meng Anren looked at the teenager beside her with suspicion and fear. Are you good at driving? Won't you throw me out in the middle of the road? Qin Mu couldn't help himself. Don't you know if it's good if you try it? Meng Anren glared at him. That sounded ambiguous. She was still a simple 17-year-old girl. Don't worry, I've been driving for over a year. Qin Mu leaned over and fastened her seatbelt, jokingly saying, it's definitely worse than Louis. He can drive into a banquet hall. I'm not that bold. Meng Anren smiled. It's pretty hard to find someone as crazy as Louis in the world. Then again, Louis hasn't come to me since that night. He's gone to Rongqing to race. It's said that he won a prize in the previous year and has quite a few fans in the racing circle. This time the organizers specially invited him over to show his face. Louis, from a young age, rebellious, do not like to follow the arrangements of the family to learn the boring financial. The family let him do what he is inclined to the opposite. The Lu family is the most important, is the face of the family and the rules. This person is the reverse Big Dipper run to play racing. Adults get a driver's license. The first thing is to buy a supercar. In the city center on the road to 150 mph, speeding to get back to the ticket bound up thicker than a new Chinese dictionary, was Lu Zhong and Bai Eugene trained a dozen times, went to run the mountain road. With a few second-generation ancestor in the autumn on the mountain drag racing, the beauty of the accompaniment, wrestling a little bit of color. The name of the prodigal son spread far and wide, and everyone in the capital circle had no good words to say about him, using him as a negative example to educate the next generation. Dream Anren was fortunate to be Louis caught to participate in a privately organized curved car race, but also by Louis forced to sit on the passenger side. The mountain curves are dangerous, but also drive fast. That nearly rushed off the cliff. The end of the game. Dream Anren is alive, but froze autistic a month. Do not dare to sit in the car. Meng Anren had always felt that Louis was a bit too crazy. Even if he wasn't afraid to die himself, he still wanted to drag her along with him. Then later, Louis went on to become a professional race car driver despite his family's opposition and outside rumors. It is true that he won a number of tournaments, but such honors are not recognized in the lineage, and are a sign of mischievous rebellion. Louis is like a gambler who doesn't want to die, rebelling against the Lu family's arrangement with his life and prospects, so it's not guaranteed that he won't be able to come back from one of the races. Worried about him? Think about how I've survived the last 17 years and you won't worry about him. Qin Mu hooked his lips in understanding. He knew clearly that Meng Anren wasn't being tough-talking. She really hated Louis, and if not for the mercy of the heavens, she probably would have died at the hands of Louis. The car is not fast, all the way to a smooth drive to the 7th primary school near a noodle shop called Nyoji. Meng Anren loved this brisket noodle, and often in elementary school when she didn't want to go home to her two crazy criticized brothers, she would come here to fill her stomach before going home. After graduating from elementary school, she occasionally read about this bite and would pull Qin Mu to accompany her to eat. Uncle Nyo, 2 bowls of beef brisket set noodles. Entering the door, Qin Mu ordered his meal familiarly. Okay. Uncle Nyo answered, put the powder into the pot to cook, smiled, and said, I haven't seen you guys for a long time. Where are you going to school now? Still in the city. The next year is unclear. Dream Anren smiled brightly, completely without a frame. When the seaweed noodles were hot and cooked, topped with beef brisket and ready to serve. Uncle Nyo came over with 2 bowls of noodles and placed the bowl without scallions in front of Meng Anren. Here, yours without scallions. That's all you remember, huh? Dreamin stirred the bowl of powder so that the brisket juices melted into the soup. Uncle Neo laughed a few times. Where can I forget? You once forgot to tell me not to add scallions. This kid helped you pick out the scallions one by one. It's rare to see such a sweet boy. I'm deeply impressed. Meng Anren pursed her lips. The tips of her ears suddenly tinted a few shades of scarlet. She had only taken a bite when a call came into her cell phone. Unknown caller. Chapter 43. Name your price. The atmosphere on this side of the Dream family was not good. Dream Anren went out in the morning for official business, and just as she left on the front foot, an uninvited guest came on the back foot. Looking at the man in front of her whose head was about to touch the doorframe, Su Wanman was stunned for a good half hour, and in addition to surprise, there was more fear. The other party was dressed in formal attire, such as carving like a cold face condensation, deep eyes scattered a dangerous atmosphere. Just standing there will be around the appalling pressure. Meng Rong and Meng Yushu, who were eating breakfast, also froze when they saw the visitor. Lu Heng came over so early and chose the time after Meng Anren went out, so he must not have held his fart well. Are you looking for Anren? She just went out. Su Wanman's voice was shaking when he spoke. The male anger field in front of this 20-something was too scary, as if the beasts in the Colosseum were full of hostility, calling people not to dare to make a mistake. I'm looking for you guys. Lu Hong spoke faintly. Knowing that his mother could not cope, Meng Yushu put down his chopsticks and glanced at his father, signaling him to take all the dishes back to the kitchen first. Getting up and walking towards the door, she patted her mother's shoulder in relief, and Su Wanman went to the kitchen to make tea. With a soft smile on her face, Dream Feather met Lu Heng's wolf-like sharp eyes without being overbearing. Please come in. If you have anything to say, sit down and say it. Lu Heng paced inside, sinking a handsome face as he looked around at the small house he could walk through in 2 or 3 steps. Although Xiao Han had redecorated and looked clean and relatively beautiful, it was still too small. Very unsatisfactory. It wasn't even as big as Lu Anren's dressing room and Lu's house. No wonder she didn't buy a few sets of clothes when she came to Mengjia, even though she obviously had money in her card. Such a small place wasn't enough for her to put her shoes. And she's not even living by herself. She's crammed in here with a family of 5, so the air doesn't circulate well, does it? Lu Hong sat down, his long legs looking even more cramped on the small sofa. Su Wanman enthusiastically served the freshly brewed tea, but her smile was a little awkward. Lu Heng glanced at the glass, thinking that the hygiene was still clean, but the tea used was so poor that it was not as good as the tea in the restaurant, and the water used was not mountain spring water. He merely looked askance at the cup of tea for 2 or 3 seconds without touching it. Su Wanman is even more constrained and uneasy. The young masters of the world's most powerful families are really difficult to serve. Meng Yushu glanced at his parents, signaling them to sit down first and just leave it to him. He looked at Lu Han and asked politely, young mister. Lu appeared here early in the morning. It wouldn't simply be a visit, would it? Purposely waiting for Anran to leave before coming to the door. Just tell me what's up. Lu Hong cast a sidelong glance at Meng Yushu. This kid was a dry and smart person. No wonder Anran was bent on protecting it. Since the words were all said and done, Lu Hong didn't bother to beat around the bush with the Dream family, and succinctly said, you guys make a price, and I'll take Anran away. Several people froze at these words. What do you mean? Are you going to pay for Anran? Meng Rong and Su Wanman's constraints suddenly dissipated, and they lost their good looks towards Lu Hong, really thinking that having a few stinking bucks would make them want their good daughter? Do you treat Anran like clothes hanging in a store? You can just buy them away when you want to? I thought you came to take a look because you were worried that Anran was having a bad time. But it turns out that you're asking for money. Our Meng family doesn't sell their daughters. Su Wanman was visibly angry. Lu Heng's words clearly humiliated their Meng family, and even more so, insulted Meng Anren, who in their right mind could say such shameless words. In the face of Su Wanman's anger, Lu Hong did not think, blandly said, Anren has been richly clothed since she was a child. Her bedroom alone is more than 70 square feet. There is also an independent dressing room, 2 maids wait on her, 3 meals a day by the 5-star restaurant, invited back to be responsible for the chef, travel with a car with a chauffeur. What can she get here? What can she get here? What can you give her? Su Wanman was dumbfounded. Lu Hong continued, giving you $50 million, depositing it in the bank and eating the interest is also enough for you to eat for the rest of your life. We don't want your money, even if you give us $500 million, this matter is not negotiable. Anren is my daughter, the treasure of our family, not something you can compare with a few dollars. Meng Rong's face was blue. She would never give in. It was not easy to recognize her daughter. How can she be easily taken away by others? If you really love her, can you bear to see her suffer here? You won't let her go because you can't bear to let go of the resources she has brought you. Introducing Meng Chenghong to No Wu Lao, letting Xiaohan renovate the house out of his own pocket, and then finding you a job. She has given you enough. You can't be too greedy. I'll give you $50 million to buy out your worthless affection. Lu Hong spoke venomously, half-heartedly, and was so angry that Meng Rong slapped the table. I don't care what your status is, this is my house, get the hell out immediately. You want to take away Anren, you're dreaming. Get out. Lu Hong didn't argue much with Meng Rong, took out a $50 million check from the inner pocket of his suit and placed it on the table, getting up to leave. Meng Rong was so angry that the top of his head was smoking. He grabbed the check and tore it to shreds, throwing it at Lu Heng's back. The paper ball smashed against Lu Heng's back and he paused in his footsteps. Don't know what's good for you. Su Wanman gently patted her husband's back to smooth out his breath, her eyes staring at Lu Heng's back. Obviously her heart wasn't happy either. Dream Feather Book thought for a moment, picked up the check and threw it into the trash can, while chasing after it. Under the big tree in the neighborhood, he called out to Lu Hong, who was leaving with big steps. Mr. Lu, I have something to tell you. Lu Hong stopped his steps and had the same cold face since the beginning. Looking at the teenager trotting over, he spoke in a cold voice. What else do you have to do? Meng Yushu eased his breath and put on a smile. Unlike the annoyance of the Meng family couple, he appeared calm and still didn't see any hostility. I don't know what your family's education is like, and Anren's nature is also polite with defensiveness and detachment. No matter if she accepts us or not, we definitely won't do anything to betray our daughter for honor. If she agrees to go with you, we have nothing to say. Since you took advantage of her absence to come over and say these words today, I'm sure she's not willing to go with you either, so you don't have to make any more wasted efforts to get rid of us. Lu Heng's expression didn't change. Finished? Meng Yushu curved his lips. Finally, thank you for taking care of Anren for 17 years, and thank you for caring about whether she's happy or not so far. I'll take care of her in the future. Lu Heng's pupils quivered imperceptibly, and his voice fell faintly and softly. You'd better be, turned around and walked away without looking back. Sitting in the back seat of the Mercedes, Lu Yi's phone call came through. Lu Hong connected, and a gloating voice came from the other end. Howdy yo, let me guess if young Master Lu can't take Lu Anren either. Hang on. Wait a minute. What's the rush? Lu Hong, although we've been at loggerheads for so many years, we have the same goal in taking Lu Anren away. Lu Hong directly disconnected. Louis was confused for a split second and frowned as he violently smashed his cell phone. Lu Hong the dog. Chapter 44. How long are you going to play the civilian game? On this side, Dream Anren shivered her powder and answered the unknown caller. Hello, who is it? Lu Yi's cursing voice immediately came out of the receiver. Little master me. That dog Lu Hong actually hung up on me. Mononan rolled her eyes. You're spitting in the wrong place. Bye. Louis was afraid that Meng Anren would hang up on him as well, and hurriedly said, Lu Hong went to your house. What? Meng Anren frowned. Lu Hong running to the Dream family, quasi no good. Who knows what strange things he would say when he was god nervous. How do you know that? Lu Anren, you've become stupid. Lu Hong and I have been living like a spy drama for more than 20 years. He inserted eyes to my side. I also planted spies to his side. What's so hard to understand? And do you know what he told the dreamers? Hell knows, nothing good comes out of his presence anyway. Punks, calling just to give me bad news? TSK, how heartless you are. Honestly, how much longer do you plan to play the civilian game? If you don't want to go to country A with Lu Hang, then go to country R with me. I can give you what he can give you, even more than him. Meng Anren raised her eyebrows lightly, playing with the flavor. He said he wants to marry me. Asterisk. Damn this kid's nerves, right? Louis was so shocked that he bounced up from his chair. The only fun he's had in over 20 years. Lu Hang even wanted to marry and go home to keep it private? Hang on, I'll go back and get him. The phone beeped and disconnected. Dream Anren put down the cell phone, letting those two lunatics kill each other and enjoying themselves. Shin Mu rested his cheeks and stared at the girl in front of him with good humor. Lu Hong wants to marry you? Meng Anren didn't deny it. The Song family used cooperation to force you to get engaged to Song Wanqiu, and Lu Hong used this to propose that I give up on you and go with him. Now that I think about it, I seriously doubt if it was him behind the scenes giving the Song family a dirty trick. Just thinking about it, Shin Mu was also left speechless and laughing. Lu Hong has been in the capital circle for too long. His thinking has long been assimilated by the Lu family. Everything is only about benefits. Marriage can be used for business, regardless of the emotions towards Meng Anren, as long as he keeps her by his side, even if they've been brother and sister for 17 years, and even if he's 10 years older than Meng Anren. The most ridiculous thing is that Lu Hang is very concerned about Meng Anren, belonging to the type of hard mouth and soft heart. However, he has never respected Meng Anren's wishes, and has always used the name for her own good to force her to do things she doesn't like. Therefore, Meng Anren didn't like Lu Hong either. Eat it, it won't be good if it gets cold. Shinmu chucked a few pieces of beef brisket from his own bowl to Meng Anren. His thoughtfulness was always reflected in the details, only to let Meng Anren gradually open her heart to accept his presence. After lunch, Shinmu once again drove to the hospital. The top floor of the private hospital in the capital city, a dozen VIP wards, the only one at the end of the room is inhabited, so that the whole floor is so quiet that you can hear a pin drop, and few people walk by. The Chins are lying in two adjacent beds, wearing ventilators, still not lifting their eyelids, calm as a puddle of stagnant water. The muscles of their arms and legs have shown signs of atrophy, and their faces are not as good as they were a day ago. After entering the door, Shinmu successively checked the situation of his parents, asked the caregiver in charge of the care. The caregiver conveyed the doctor's words, and still did not see any improvement. He secretly sighed. Meng Anren didn't say anything. Every time he came here, Qin Mu's mood was heavy. A year ago, the Qin couple drove back from the province to celebrate Qin Mu's adulthood, but in the intersection not far from the highway collided with a truck. The car was knocked off, spinning in the air a few circles and finally hit a tree trunk before coming to a stop. An ambulance arrived in time to stabilize vital signs after surgery, but doctors say it's still unknown when he'll wake up. So a lie, lying into a vegetable, so far more than a year has not have to wake up signs. Qin Mu let the caregiver go out first. He wanted to stay with his parents for a while and talk. After the caregiver left, the two children went into the bathroom as usual and fetched 2 tubs of warm water. Meng Anren helped Qin mother Tanya wipe her body, and Qin Mu took care of his father Qin Hua. Wet towel and then wrung out. Dream Anren gently wiped the face for Tanya. The woman has grown a stunning beauty, now lifeless lying here like a sleeping beauty in the slumber. But unfortunately Dream Anren eyes see her face is getting worse and worse. The comatose state could only rely on fluids to maintain vital signs, and the nutrition definitely could not keep up. Coupled with the fact that there had been no exercise for a long time, the muscles began to degenerate and atrophy, and Tanya's face was not as smooth and elastic as it used to be. Meng Anren couldn't stop sighing in her heart. Auntie, please wake up quickly. How can you bear to leave Qin Mu alone to face those wolves and tigers in the capital? He's only 19 years old, the age of wanton dashing, yet he has to carry such a big group. How many pairs of eyes were staring at him? How many people hated to take this opportunity to step on him in the mud and divide up the Qin clan's resources? Sons dare to think about his marriage, talk about a cooperation with a marriage contract to force him to give in. You do not wake up, so that he how to deal with those old foxes with bad intentions, so that I how to have the courage to stand by his side? Meng Anren gently wiped Tanya's hands. Those beautiful hands were not as smooth as before, the skin was wrinkled and dull. Suddenly, Tanya's fingers twitched, and Dream Anren's eyes rounded, holding Tanya's hand and staring intently at the other woman's fingers, trying to verify that she wasn't blinking. Unfortunately, no more movement. Qin Mu, Auntie's finger seemed to have moved just now. Meng Anren still told Qin Mu about this, whether or not she had misread it. It was a hope for Qin Mu. Qin Mu immediately throws down the towel in his hand, pulls open the curtain and goes in, holds Tanya's hand, looks at the current face expectantly, and softly calls out, "Mom, can you hear me? Mom, wake up and open your eyes to see me, okay?" The teenager's eyes reddened abruptly, but no reply was forthcoming. Dream Anren's nose was a bit sour. She put down the towel and sprinted out the door. "I'll go call the doctor." Qin Mu sat on the edge of the bed, holding his mother's hand tightly. "Mom, please wake up quickly. I'll never argue with you again. You said my handwriting isn't good. I have been practicing my handwriting properly, and Anren said that my handwriting now is even better than Dad's, so get up and take a look at it, will you?" Meng Anren returned with the doctor, and when she heard Qin Mu's words, her eyes suddenly became wet. Despite being a lightning rod in the business world, he's just a 19-year-old boy who longs for his mother's love. An accident left him alone to take up the whole group, facing the danger of the human heart alone. Why would he not want to have a warm home to give him a break? But what was once a haven has become a ship drifting on the sea, with his parents lying unconscious in their hospital beds, and he is constantly worried that a wave will come rushing in and topple his only shelter. Chapter 45. He's not right in the head. The doctor examined Tanya in detail for her, and sighed and shook his head under an expectant gaze. It should just be an unconscious nerve twitch. It's really hard to say when she'll wake up. It's possible that the eyes will open at night. It's also possible. The doctor didn't say any more, but told the family to be prepared for the worst, as there was a good chance that the patient would never wake up again. After sending the doctor away, Meng Anren returned to Qin Mu's side and let him embrace her in his arms. She could feel Qin Mu shivering all over. He was afraid that his loved ones would leave him forever over this. Meng Anren pursed her lips tightly, knowing that whatever she said at this moment seemed pale and powerless. She reached out to encircle Qin Mu's waist and patted his back in an attempt to give him a trace of insignificant warmth. Her shoulder was soaked with Qin Mu's tears. Meng Anren's heart clutched and ached, and in the middle of the day, she spoke in a mute voice. "Qin Mu, why don't you ask Elder Zhao to come here?" Those arms gradually tightened, seeming to embed her into his body, but letting her feel the struggle and hesitation in Qin Mu's heart. She said softly, "You don't have to think about it too much. I'll find a way to invite Elder Zhao over." The driver came over to pick up at night. Qin Mu slept all the way on Meng Anren's lap, while Meng Anren dialed a dozen calls to Zhao Lao never got through. The car arrived at Qin's house, and Meng Anren stayed with Qin Mu until he fell asleep. Then she took a car to leave. The atmosphere in the dream home is not good. Dream Feather Book has finished filming the scene back. Dream Rong is all day did not get out of the car, always because Lu Hong today's uninvited. Everyone's mood sullen. Seeing Meng Anren come back, Su Wanman pulled out a smile that was even worse than crying and asked with concern, "Have you eaten yet? Mom go cook you a noodle?" "No need." Too many things happened during this day. Dream Anren was too tired. She wanted to go directly to her room to rest, but after thinking about it, she still sat down in the living room sofa. Straight to the point, Lu Hong was here today? Yes. Meng Yushu didn't hide anything at all and told Meng Anren the ins and outs. Meng Anren frowned and said, "He's not in his right mind. You don't have to pay attention to anything he says. I'm quite comfortable living here and have no intention of leaving with him. Brother still has to shoot a movie tomorrow, and Dad also has to go for an interview tomorrow, so all of you should rest early." She pulled her lips into a smile and got up to go to her room. Meng Yushu looked at her sister's forlorn back and sensed her exhaustion, but it appeared that it wasn't because of Lu Hong, but rather, there were even heavier matters weighing on her heart. Perhaps because she was so physically exhausted, she spoke with less concealment, which in turn allowed him to hear some other information. She stayed in the dream family not because she accepted it, but that she was quite comfortable living here. Also, not planning to go with Lu Hong didn't mean she wasn't going to leave, and seemed to have planned when she would leave since the day she returned to the dream family. The night was accompanied by the sound of rain, and the siblings stayed up all night. Early the next morning, the rain got heavier and heavier, and the whole city was shrouded in a watery mist of white. There was no sunshine, and at 7 o'clock it was still as dark as it had been at 4 or 5 in the morning. Meng Yushu had been up all night, and when he heard a commotion outside, he got out of bed and went out, but just in time to see Meng Anren close the door and leave. He walked to the living room and pushed open the window. The sound of thunder was deafening, waited for a while, and through the rain curtain saw from afar that Meng Anren held an umbrella and walked briskly to the entrance of the neighborhood, and got into the commercial car that he had hitched a ride in last time. It's early in the morning and it's raining so hard, where is she going? At this moment, Meng Anren casually placed the umbrella aside, patted the water droplets staining her body, and instructed the driver to drive, go to Yadong. The driver did as he was told and drove the car. Meng Anren received a call from Qin Mu. Woke up from your nap? Her voice was laced with gentle laughter, unwilling to let her emotions affect Qin Mu. Aha! Qin Mu deliberated for a long time and said sullenly, Anren, I hope my parents can wake up as soon as possible, but I also don't want to make things difficult for you, so if you can't make this trip, forget it, don't force it. Meng Anren relieved him in a relaxed tone, don't worry, in the end he is my master. Besides, even if he doesn't recognize me as his disciple, a healer is kind, there's no reason for him not to save people. Qin Mu was silent. He was clear about how stiff the relationship between Meng Anren and Elder Zhao was back then, directly severing the relationship between master and disciple and not contacting them again for 5 years. Half a year ago, her parents' situation did not improve. Meng Anren also tried to contact Zhao Lao several times, but unfortunately, Zhao Lao did not answer her phone calls and was not willing to see her. This time she went over to the past as likely to beat the door again. Of course he wished he could ask Elder Zhao to come out, but he was a bit unable to bear to see Meng Anren suffer so much for him. He admitted that he was too selfish in this matter, ruthlessly letting Meng Anren go to the wall for him again in order to awaken his parents. Enron, thank you. There's no need to say thank you between you and me. Ruiming will send the chip samples to Qin today. Once this project is done, Qin's market value will at least double. Countless pairs of eyes are staring at you, wanting to see you capsize. There are still a lot of things you need to be busy with. You can't indulge in sadness anymore. I understand, don't worry about the company, I'll take care of it. You. Pay attention to safety. If Zhao Lao is still not willing to see you, don't push yourself too much. I'll think of another way to invite him. Good. The phone hung up, and Dream Anren leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes and sighing. The doctor said that the Qins had become vegetative, and it was unknown when they would wake up. At first, she had thought that the situation would not be too bad. Maybe they would wake up after a few months of sleep? However, after half a year, there was still no improvement in her condition. Seeing that Qin Mu was worried every day and had to fight to deal with the old foxes in the shopping mall, she began to try to contact Zhao Lao, but unfortunately to no avail. No matter how many times she went to the door and how many apology messages she sent to Zhao Lao always refused to see her. Yesterday, seeing the Qin's couples deteriorate in color, there are already signs that they will die at any time. The doctor's test results are also for the family to prepare for the worst. How can she stand by and watch Qin Mu lose his closest relatives and do nothing? The rain was pouring down, visibility on the road was very low. For safety reasons the driver's speed was not fast, nearly 1.5 hours before arriving at the entrance of the Yatang. Seeing that the driver was ready to accompany him out of the car, Meng Anren said, you wait in the car. She grabbed her umbrella and pushed her way out of the car. The raging storm made the umbrella in her hand useless, her shoes were soaked in the water, her pants were half wet, and her clothes were also wet with rainwater. Perhaps because the weather is not good, the streets do not see pedestrians, the elegant hall is also closed, doors do not accept customers. Looking at the wooden door in front of him, which was painted with red paint and permeated with majesty, Meng Anren sank a breath, slapped the door ring with force, and shouted loudly, apprentice disciple Anren, I beg to see Elder Zhao. I hope Elder Zhao will be magnanimous and see my disciple. The sound was muffled by the clatter of the heavy rain, and undeterred, she continued to tap on the door ring. Apprentice disciple Anren, seeking an audience with Elder Zhao. I don't know how long I shouted. The wooden door creaked open a crack. The woman was dressed in plain clothes, her long hair was coiled up in a high ponytail, her face was cool. Zhao Lao is unwilling to see you, please go back. Chapter 46. The new bamboo is higher than the old bamboo branches, supported by the old trunk. Seeing that the other party was about to close the door again, Meng Anren violently pushed the door open and squeezed in. You can't just barge in. Zhaoan was anxious and hurriedly closed the door and chased after him. Elder Zhao said he doesn't see you. In addition to Zhaoan, 3 or 4 other people wearing the same plain clothes came out to block her way. These were the apprentices of Yatang. and Meng Anren was stopped at the front of the hall, not allowed to take half a step into the main house. It seemed that Zhao Lao had made up his mind not to see her. The rain crackled as it hit the surface of the umbrella, and Meng Anren bit her lip as she looked at the few people in her way. Putting away her umbrella, she bent her knees in front of the steps, the rain instantly wetting her all over, her long hair plastered to her cheeks, mingling with the tears she had long since lost sight of. She raised her voice and shouted inward, "Apprentice knows she's wrong. I beg master to see apprentice." A few apprentices looked at me, I looked at you, and for a moment they didn't know what to do anymore. Zhaoan looked at the delicate person kneeling in the rain curtain, some of his heart couldn't bear to do so, and sprinted off to pass on Elder Zhao. "Hallmaster, Anren is kneeling in front of the hall, what if she gets wet in such heavy rain?" "Why Don? You go to see her for a while?" Zhao Xiai Zhang hand holding the brush, the pen forcefully into the wood, the brush stroke lingering in gentle, visible bones. The tip of the pen dipped into the ink, he carelessly opened his mouth. "Let her kneel, really think that this elegant hall of mine is a place where she can come when she wants to come and go when she wants to go? When her legs are numb and her knees hurt, she will naturally leave." Zhaoan pursed his lips tightly and hesitated for a while before saying, "Hallmaster, I see that Anran really has something to ask you this time, and anything that can be asked of you is a major event where your life is in danger, so you should go and meet it." "Humph, the people who come to me every day to seek medicine can't be counted on 10 fingers. I only save people who are sincere in their hearts, people like her who tends to favor others and forgets what's right and wrong. I won't help them." The brush was put down heavily, the remaining ink from the tip of the brush splattered on the table. Zhao Zixing's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at the words he had just written. "New bamboo is higher than the old bamboo branches, it is all supported by the old trunk." The anger was half dissipated and only resentment remained. He rolled up the word picture and spat out 2 words in a hoarse voice, "Not to be seen." Emotions were swirling with disenchantment, despondency, and unspoken disappointment. Zhaoan understood the mood of the hallmaster. To unring the bell, it was useless for her to say more. Respecting the hallmaster's decision, she went out to convey it. "Go away, the hallmaster said he won't see you, it's useless for you to kneel here." Drenched and dripping, Meng Anren was so cold that her body was shivering and her teeth were already chattering. Still she knelt there with her back straight. Today, no matter how hard she was made to work, she had to see Elder Zhao and ask him to go out and treat the Qin couple. "Please tell Elder Zhao that if he is unwilling to see me, I will kneel here for a long time." Zhaoan sighed, "Why are you doing this? Back then, when you left Yatang for the sake of the Lu family's power and wealth, the hallmaster persuaded you how many times but couldn't get you to turn back, and it was you yourself who broke the master-disciple relationship and broke the hallmaster's heart. Now even if you kneel here until both your legs are broken, the hallmaster won't see you." Meng Anren pursed her lips, irrefutable. She admitted that 5 years ago she was cruel and heartless to break the master-disciple relationship with Zhao Lao, and resolutely left the elegant hall. Regardless of the reasons, it is undeniable that she is sorry for Zhao Lao's painstaking efforts. Wrong is wrong, saying more is just an excuse for Zhao Lao. The main thing now is to sincerely apologize and beg for Zhao Lao's forgiveness. "Master." Dream Anren was as breathless as a swimmer. Shouting a sentence out loud needed to be slowed down for a long time in order to build up the strength to continue. "I know I'm wrong. Please see me." By the second-floor window, Zhao Zixing opened a crack and looked coldly at the girl fluttering in the rain, her pale eyes reddening. That was the first disciple he took in, watched him grow up with his own eyes, and now he was kneeling in front of his eyes in the pouring rain. How could he not be heartbroken? But this child has been proud since childhood. The heart is as cold as iron, refuse to bow down, but also do not know what human feelings are, and get along with people are always measuring the other side has no value. The style of action is always comparing how to choose in order to maximize the benefits, without ever really feeling the goodness of others, with eyes full of vigilance against the evil of others. 5 years ago Lu hung personally door to door to arrest, to take her back to not allow her to continue to study medicine. In fact, Zhao Xiaixin understand born in the Lu family, she has a lot of inescapable. Just his bitter persuasion, let her not submit to the arrangements of the Lu family, but she walked away from the desperate, threatened to cut off the master-disciple relationship with him to return to the mansion to chase fame and fortune. The disciple who had been spoiled as her own granddaughter spoke such hurtful words, as if a sharp sword had stabbed into Zhao Zixing's heart. Perhaps she had weighed the pros and cons and made her choice, but her considerations had never included the master and disciple love he had treated her with sincerity. Nowadays people who are full of pride are willing to put down their stature and dignity and beg on their knees to come to him. Perhaps they really met someone who can change her, so that her cold and hard heart will learn to feel the goodness of others. The driver waited outside for a long time but did not see Meng Anren come out, so he was so anxious that he hurriedly called his boss. "Mr. Xiaoqin, Miss Anren has been in the elegant hall for more than an hour and hasn't come out yet." The pen in his hand fell violently to the ground. Qin Mu's heart pumped, and he always had an ominous premonition. "You go in and take a look." Already knocked on the door, the people inside said that they are thankful for the guests today and won't let me go in. I heard Miss Anren shouting inside to beg Zhao Lao for forgiveness. Zhao Lao seems to still not see her, so heavy rain, will she still be drenched in the courtyard? Qin Mu sank a breath and thought for a moment before saying, "Notify me immediately if there is any news, I am now over." Before the words were finished, Zhuo Chang pushed the door in. Little General Manager Qin, several shareholders of the board of directors have already arrived, waiting for you to go over for a meeting. Qin Mu bit his back teeth, favoring this time. Meng Anren knelt in front of the hall for more than 2 hours, the coldness wrapped around her whole body, and as her consciousness gradually drew away, she finally saw a familiar yet blurred figure. Master, apprentice knows that I am wrong. She was already breathless when she spoke, but she still didn't forget to posture herself in a well-mannered manner and kowtowed heavily towards Zhao Xizheng. Hot tears slid down from Zhao Xizheng's furrowed cheeks. Looking at the pale girl in the rain, certain memories overlapped with the scene in front of him. On that sunny day, 7-year-old little Anren knelt before him, respectfully offering tea and kowtowing to him as his master. Today the rain poured down. 17-year-old Meng Anren knelt in front of the hall, full of remorse, kowtowing to him, begging for forgiveness. The thin figure seemed to be about to fall down when the wind blew. Zhao Xizheng closed her eyes and sighed long and hard, and finally loosened her mouth. Get up. Meng Anren's eyes flickered and her nose was so sour that she wanted to cry. Thank you, master. She braced herself on the floor and got up. Zhaoan hid an umbrella and was about to go over to help her, but Meng Anren suddenly swayed, her eyes went white, and her whole body collapsed in the pouring rain. Before he fainted, he only heard Zhao Xizheng's urgent voice. This unlucky kid. Quickly. Help her to the east room. Chapter 47. The way is different and the way is different. Qin's high-level conference room. When the shareholders saw that only Zhuo Chang had pushed the door in, their expressions immediately became gloomy and ugly. Where's Qin Mu? Zhuo Chang with a smile on his face, politely replied, Little Qin general temporary important matters, cannot come to the meeting is rescheduled, hard to run you all a trip. Humph. He has such a big face now. One phone call for us to come over for a meeting, and we've been waiting here for so long, only for him to say he's not coming? A yellow-haired brat, does he really think that he can walk sideways just because he's sitting in the president's chair? Does he still have us shareholders in his eyes? Qin's ability to get to where he is today is due to our support behind him, and now that he dares to let us off the hook, he will dare to cross the river and tear down the bridge some other day. Shareholders spoke one to the other, and grievances filled the conference room. Zhuo Chang, however, looked like he was used to it and still smiled politely. Everyone, Mr. Xiao Qin had a good news to share with you today. Qin's has got the latest chip technology, and the development of the new flagship will be completed in a few days. He also explained that if any of the shareholders have objections to him and want to withdraw their capital, please feel free to do so. Zhuo Chang is the heart of Qinhua specially cultivated for Qin Mu. The early 30s age has already dealt with things old and spicy. This year is also fortunate to have him to assist Qin Mu, so that Qin Mu quickly adapt to the Qin's affairs, in the capital circle to stand firm. There are only a few shareholders who can only flap their teeth and claws. Zhuo Chang can make them molt their asses in a couple of words. Qin's reached a cooperation with Meng, and with the latest chip technology, not only can the new flagship currently under development be prepared for production, but Qin's smart home and automobile will soon be able to rely on this chip to come out on top in the industry. At that time, the market capitalization of the Qin clan would rise wildly, and there was even hope that it would surpass the Lu clan, a family that had been in business for 6 generations. Anyone who divests and withdraws at this point is a fool. So as soon as Zhuo Chang's words left his mouth, the shareholders were silent. The air in the conference room was abruptly silent, and only after a long time did a voice come out softly. Since Little Qin has something to do, the meeting will be rescheduled. When Little Qin is busy, then notify me of the meeting. The rest of the group chimed in, pulling sardonic smiles as they left one by one. As the rain subsided, Qin Mu stepped on the gas steeper and sped all the way to Yatong. Just now the driver called and said that there was a lot of commotion in the elegant hall, as if Meng Anren had fainted. How can he still have the leisure to deal with that group of shareholders? Everything is not as important as his in Shaoran. When Meng Anren opened her eyes in a daze, what came into her eyes was the teenager's fair and handsome face, and that jawline was so sharp that she would be warned not to carry a sharp weapon past the security check. No, why is Qin Mu here? She turned her eyes and saw Zhao Xizheng sitting on the edge of the bed with arrogance written all over her face. Master, she called weakly. Humph, don't call me master. I don't have a disciple like you. Zhao Xizheng averted her face, clearly distressed by this disciple, and was still acting angry with a stiff upper lip. Meng Anren pursed her lips and lowered her eyes. Hall master. Zhao Xizheng, if you say you won't yell, you really won't yell. No conscience. Zhao Xizheng got up, the sleeves of his Taoist robe flung out, his hands behind his back. I'll go and see if the medicine has been boiled yet. Drink the medicine and you'll hurry up and leave. Zhao uncovered her mouth and snickered when she saw the hall master's mouth was out of place. When the hall master went out, she went to the table and poured water. Young Master Qin has already told the hall master about Mr. Qin and Mrs. Qin's situation, and the hall master has promised to go to the hospital tomorrow to diagnose and treat them. Meng Anren was helped up by Qin Mu and leaned in his arms, raising her eyes to look at him. Really? Aha! Qin Mu's expression was not joyful, instead, his eyes were full of heartache. Had he known that An Xiaoran would toss her body like this, he shouldn't have let her come. The hall master is a man with a hard mouth and a soft heart. You're his disciple and you've been kneeling in the rain for more than 2 hours. How can he still complain about you? Zhao handed Qin Mu the cup of water, and Qin Mu thanked him and took it. Meng ran on Qin Mu's hand, small sips of water in the cup, pressed in the heart of that big stone was washed away by a rain, the corners of her lips with an uncontainable leap of joy. Zhao Lao is willing to come out of the mountain, aunt and uncle are more hopeful that they can wake up, so that Qin Mu will not lose his closest relatives. Half an hour later, Zhao went to retrieve the clothes that had dried and gave them back to Meng Anren. Dream Anren changed back into her extravagant and expensive clothes. Looking at the plain Taoist robes she had changed out of, she thought to herself that she wouldn't have the chance to wear such clothes again. People in the world of fame and fortune are liable to be criticized for their clothing, food and shelter, and the light, simple life in this elegant hall does not suit her. She is ambitious, seeks power and wealth, desires fame and fortune. She wants to keep moving up the ladder and stand at the tip of the pyramid. Instead, he chose to stay here in anonymity as a healer away from the mundane world. Come to think of it, perhaps Lu Hong was right to take her away in the first place, and despite using coercion to strong-arm her into severing her ties with Yatang, at least she returned to the right path where she belonged. Zhaoan came in with the boiled medicine inside. Drink the medicine and leave. I picked up 2 doses of the prescription for you and have already asked young Master Qin to take it. Where is Master? Meng Anren was puzzled. Having been willing to treat her, his old man should be demoralized, right? Zhaoan placed the medicine on the table. The Hall Master said that the paths are different. He forgives you and treats it as if he has not forfeited you as his disciple. Meng Anren dropped her eyes in silence, understanding. She drank the medicine, thanked him and left with Qin Mu. Zhao Xijing stood by the second-floor window, watching the 2 cars outside go away, recalling Qin Mu's words in her mind. 5 years ago Lu Hong came to his door to arrest him, telling little Anren to go back and learn business from him, threatening to make Yatong disappear completely if she dared to waste time on worthless things again. Little Anren was well aware of Lu Heng's tactics, not to mention making Yatang disappear. It was even possible for Zhao Xijing to disappear as well. So, she compromised, said those words ruthlessly, severed the relationship between master and disciple, and vowed never to set foot in Yatang again. Qin Mu also told Zhao Xijing about Meng Anren's experiences over the years, how she was constrained by her own lack of ability, how she fought to the death with her 2 older brothers every day, and how she worked even harder to earn the capital that belonged to her after realizing that she wasn't a member of the Lu family. She's far from having it all as easy as it seems. She carries a lot of pressure to grow up. She's confined to a rock still trying to break out of it. Zhao Xijing was originally a Taoist priest in the mountain Taoist temple, self-taught a medical skill. A certain rainstorm came to flood the village and town below the mountain. He came down to the mountain to hang a pot to help the world. In this regard, he met the little Anren who came to the disaster relief, and he felt that the little girl had talent and took her as his disciple. As a result of the flood, his medical skills became famous for many miles, and the people who had received his kindness and assistance joined together to build this elegant hall in his honor. The so-called dead Taoist friends do not die of poverty. He lived his life in the elegant hall at his own pace, not used to seeing those rich people with a few stinking dollars in their pockets to command the face. He did not go to the clinic, never cared about whether or not it would offend the powerful and the rich. But it took Qin Mu's words to make him realize that the circle that Meng Anren grew up in didn't allow her to have such freedom, and the cold heart and cold feelings that he disliked the most about Meng Anren were the sharp tools that she had relied on for more than a decade. The paths were different, so let his little apprentice walk back to the path that suited her. Chapter 48 just for him to continue to feel the love of his family. And Xiao Ran, are you stupid? You're just going to get wet and kneel there for more than 2 hours in such heavy rain? Qin Mu frowned and reached out to probe the girl's forehead before holding her tightly in his arms. It's a bit of a low-grade fever, are you cold? Meng Anren shook her head and nestled comfortably into Qin Mu's embrace, smelling the lemon fragrance from his body, the corners of her lips tinted with a smile. It's much better after drinking the medicine. I at least practiced judo, this little illness won't bother me. Qin Mu's brows were not loosened. He tugged the girl's face grudgingly, and did not dare to push too hard for fear of really hurting her. Didn't I tell you not to force it? The girl wrapped her hands around his waist. Her relaxed posture was enough to show her dependence and trust. Qin Mu, I haven't felt the care of my relatives. I don't want you to lose the love of your mom and dad as well. Qin Mu's eyes trembled. He had also come to the elegant hall and begged Zhao Xijing, but Zhao Xijing had a strong prejudice against the rich and powerful, especially knowing that he knew Meng Anren. He was even more unwilling to take care of him. Coley said that since the person lying in the hospital is only comatose, there is no danger to his life. The vegetative person is also a human being, and not a person who will die. It is useless to look for him. Let the doctor cure it. The next few times Qin Mu went back, he couldn't even enter the door of the elegant hall. He knew that the only way to invite Elder Zhao was for Meng Anren to beg. Dream Anren knew it too, so she drenched herself in the rain for 2 hours just so he could continue to feel the love of his family. And Xiao Ran. Qin Mu hooked the chin of the girl in his arms, love surged into desire in his eyes, his gaze fell on the lips that were so weak that they were white, his reasoning snapped in an instant, and he uncontrollably lowered his head and kissed her. But it came to a violent stop when the 2 lips were only a finger's width apart. No, 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 no. She's underage and not in a committed relationship. A girl's first kiss is a precious treasure, how can you just take it away? Qin Mu, you can't be an animal. How, what's wrong? The girl's pretty, soulful peach blossom eyes held bewilderment, and her heart felt like it was being tugged by a thread, the stagnation of breathing brought on by nervousness causing the heartbeat to speed up abruptly. She thought Qin Mu was going to kiss her. At this moment, her ignorant and weak appearance is really tempting. Qin Mu quickly looked away from the window, reddening his ears and unnaturally clearing his throat, his voice slightly hoarse. Cough, it's fine. You sleep for a while, I'll wake you up when we arrive. Oh. Meng Anren hung her head and leaned against Qin Mu's chest, hearing his heartbeat drumming like thunder. She couldn't help but bend her lips, her heart dipped in honey. Dream Feather Book had a night play, and it was already after 11 when he got home from work. The living room was left with a small light, and Su Wanman was still sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Back? Su Wanman got up and went into the kitchen to pour water, casually asking, why did you make it so late tonight? I have 2 night scenes in the play, so I shot them together tonight. Meng Yushu tiredly sat down on the sofa limp, took the cup of water handed by Su Wanman, and gulped it down in one gulp. Su Wanman stared at Meng Yushu for a while until he put down the water cup, then she raised her hand to caress the left side of his face, her brows furrowed into a ball. What's wrong with this face of yours? Why is it red? If you look closely, you can still see the fingerprints, clearly being slapped. It's fine. Meng Yushu pulled away from her mother's hand and smiled faintly. The scene requires it. It just looks serious. It doesn't hurt. Even if he says it doesn't hurt, a mother's heart hurts. Su Wanman hurriedly rummaged through the cupboard to find ointment. Apply some ointment to get better faster, otherwise you'll go to school tomorrow, maybe people will talk about you behind your back. The cold ointment was smeared on her face and the fiery pain was instantly dispelled. Meng Yushu sat there obediently enjoying her mother's affection. Suddenly remembering that Meng Anren had gone out in the rain early this morning, his eyes moved slightly as he asked, is Anren back? Su Wanman sighed softly, I came back a long time ago. As soon as I arrived home, I went back to my room to sleep. I didn't even eat dinner. I saw that her face looked bad, probably not feeling well, so I didn't dare to go wake her up. Meng Yushu fell silent, very concerned about where exactly her sister had hurried off to today, but felt that her identity was already mysterious, and many things were not something they were qualified to ask about. Not feeling well, went to bed early. I guess I got a little cold from getting wet today. Let's go get her some cold medicine tomorrow. Where's Dad? How did the interview go today? Dreamfinder asked again. After applying the medicine, Su Wanman wrung out the ointment. Didn't go. It rained too much today. The interview was rescheduled for tomorrow morning. It's just as well. Let your dad drive you to school tomorrow morning. If Anrun is still not feeling well, you can go to her school and ask her for a vacation. It is a shame to say, Dream Anrun started school half a month. Do not have her class teacher's contact information as a parent. Want to help her to ask for leave, do not know who to look for. I'll have to ask tomorrow or she'll have some kind of problem at school and the teachers won't be able to reach them. Sleep comfortably. The next day when you get up, Dream Anren body has been much better. In addition to the voice is a little mute outside, no other major problems, and will not feel soft hands and feet. Changed into the Shanghua uniform and went to the bathroom to wash up, and was brushing his teeth when Meng Yushu also came. Is the cold better? Meng Yushu raised his hand to touch his sister's forehead and was relieved when he didn't feel any heat. Are you dizzy? Do you want to take a day off to rest at home? No need. Meng Anrun's speech was slurred with foam in her mouth. Looked like a spirit. The pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to have starlight dotted. Bright crystal is very good to see. Meng Yushu was finally relieved, raising his thin lips to show a smile. It's good if you're not uncomfortable. Dad is going to a job interview today, so he'll send us to school later. After a long hesitation, he asked one more question. Where did you go yesterday when you left so early? Just running for my friend. Meng Anrun answered casually, and Meng Yushu had the sense to stop pursuing the question. Breakfast was the egg and ham fried rice prepared by Su Wanman. She thought that even though she set up a stall to sell purple rice balls, it was impossible to let the children eat rice balls every morning. They would definitely get tired of it, so she decided to return to her usual routine, and spend some time every day to cook something different for the children's breakfast. Still no sunshine today, but at least it stopped raining. This weekend resolved the matter of Qin Mu being forced to marry by the Song family, eased the conflict with Zhao Xiaijin, and also invited Zhao Xiaijin to treat Qin Mu's mom and dad. Meng Anren's heart was indescribably relaxed, and she ate a few more mouthfuls of simple and ordinary scrambled egg rice. Change your shoes, it's time to go out. Meng Ron looked like she was in a good mood as well. It was a good sign that the rain stopped right when she was going to her interview. Meng Chenghong was the first to run to the shoe cabinet, hijacked the small bench, and moved quickly to put socks and shoes on his feet. Shoelaces are untied. Seeing that he got up and was about to run, Meng Yushu sprinted over and pressed the man back onto the stool, crouching down to tie his brother's shoelaces. Meng Anren looked at this scene and inexplicably felt some envy, and at the same time, felt a trace of warmth in her heart. Maybe the love of his family that Qin Mu was so attached to was like this? Chapter 49 Hair Tied by Mother. Su Wanman keeps an eye on her youngest daughter's every move, hoping that her daughter will feel their sincerity and integrate into the family soon. Noticing the emotions underneath Meng Anren's eyes, Su Wanman walked to her side, touched her long, soft, shiny, black hair, and smiled gently. Anren, let me tie your hair for you, okay? Dream Anren was jolted. No, I'll just put on a random high ponytail. I braided Natalie's hair every day when she was little, and mom wants to do your hair for once. Against the hopefulness in Su Wanman's eyes, Meng Anren pursed her lips and finally nodded. Su Wanman was instantly happily helping her own daughter tie her hair. Feeling the tingling sensation coming from her scalp as if it were a feather tickling dream Anren's heart. It was the first time since she was a child that someone had helped her tie her hair. Do all mothers in the world braid their daughters' hair? By Yujin wouldn't, she didn't even pick out a hair accessory for Meng Anren. The servants of the Lu family were all respectful and didn't dare to overstep the rules. Where would anyone dare to offer to tie the braid for the young lady? So Dream Anren from the age of 2 and long hair shoulders, every day is their own casually tied a high ponytail, not like other girls like to get a beautiful and complex braid, also did not wear a delicate and gorgeous hair accessories. She was so focused on studying hard to win her parents' approval that she didn't even want to dress up. Louis would occasionally get nice headdresses from somewhere and casually throw them to her, but she didn't use them once. Okay. Su Wanman moved quickly and fetched a mirror to give Meng Anren a look. Mirror in the girl's skin is smooth, temples fell a few strands of broken hairline gooseegg face more than a few points of soft, high ponytail youthful, but more texture than her usual own hand tied, the top of the skull fluffy and full. She raised her hand and touched it, wondering how Sawani Man had done it. The hair on the sides was only converging with the ponytail at the end, and she already had a lot of hair, but now it looked even more so. You're in high school, mom won't braid your hair anymore. Su Wanman's eyes were full of love, touching Meng Anren's long hair, sighing, this head of hair of yours is so beautifully raised, if you had followed mom since you were young, mom would have definitely braided different hairstyles for you every day. As he spoke, there was a touch of sadness in his tone, as if he was also regretting that he had missed out on his daughter's childhood. Dream Anren fell silent and guffawed, thanks mom, I like it a lot. Su Wanman's eyes suddenly lit up, all the sadness dissipated and disappeared. If you like it, go out quickly, don't be late. Meng Rong drove all the way to school humming a little tune as she drove her children, and the scenery on the road all became more beautiful. Meng Chenghong sat in the back row with Meng Anren and suddenly asked, second sister, when will I be able to see Grandpa Wu again? Is it because I behaved badly last time and Grandpa Wu doesn't want to take me to play anymore? Meng Anren laughed softly, how could that be? Grandpa Wu is just an old codger. I'll give him another call in a few days to come over. Meng Rong immediately dared not heckle. The country's famous national painting master Wu Chongxi, old gentleman, in the mouth of his youngest daughter actually became an old codger? If this were to be heard, it might be criticized a bit. Anren, do you know old Mr. Wu well? He asked carefully. Meng Anren thought for a moment, well, it's kind of forgettable. But after all, old Mr. Wu is famous and has deep attainments in the art world, and there is a difference of more than 40 years between you. Will your speaking too freely make the old man feel uncomfortable? Meng Rong was not being preachy, he was just afraid that his daughter was not deeply involved in the world and didn't understand the ways of the world, so he slightly reminded her. Dream Anren laughed, Dad, have you ever seen anyone talk to their friends using honorifics with salutations? One sentence caused Meng Rong to be dumbfounded instantly. Dream Anren mixed in the Beijing circle for many years, played the deal with the executives countless noble, see people's eyes old, also know clearly to treat what kind of people suitable for what kind of gesture, called the eight-sided exquisite. Wu Chongxi widowed for many years, no children, want to accept a disciple to inherit the mantle for his old age and has not been able to fulfill his wish. With no friends or relatives around, I would love to have someone to spend time with regardless of their status and background, rich or poor, to talk about the world, to tease each other, and to miss each other. Meng Anren is playing such a role, Wu Chongxi every time they meet, clamoring to take her as a disciple, she time and time again unwilling to also in turn suspected that his old man is too dull. Over time, not only did not break up, but also became friends. Wu Chongxi in front of her where like a 60 or 70 years old elder, is clearly a love of temperament of the loss of friends. When Dream Anren arrived in the classroom, there was already a thermos on the desk with a sticky note on it, remember to drink your medicine. The signature is Qin Mu. Dream Anren laughed softly and put the sticky note away in a drawer, unscrewing the thermos and exhaling the heat, taking small sips. Take this time to not forget to dial Wu Chongxi. The old man woke up early and was playing Tai Chi in the courtyard. When he received the call, his voice was full of excitement. Little Anren, I was just about to contact you. I've decided that in order to meet my disciple, I'm going to move into the city. Hurry up and find me a good house, or I'll go to your house and take over your room if I don't have a place to stay. Meng Anren hadn't even opened her mouth yet, but the other end said a whole bunch of things, and she lost her smile and responded, okay, you pack up your luggage, and we'll send a car over to pick you up tomorrow. What about my apprentice? There's school, wait for the weekend, I'll lead him to the door to pay his respects. Remember to bring a worship gift, or I won't drink the worship tea. TSK, you need to pay your respects after you've been given a villa? One size does not fit all, I'll only accept a gift of worship if the apprentice personally picks it out. Meng Anren rubbed her brow and was helpless. I know, just you are troublesome. Wu Chongxi laughed out loud in satisfaction and asked again, is that Qin Mu kid coming? I'll cook and have him come over for dinner. He's too busy to deal with an old man like you? That's too much. You can't not bring him to me just because you're jealous that his talent is higher than yours. Of course, if you also want to worship me as a teacher, forget I said anything. Meng Anren rolled her eyes. I've given you an apprentice, and you're still not dead? You can't have too many disciples with high talent. Big deal, I'll make you a big sister. Wu Changxi of course, not dead. In the art world for so many years, few can meet Meng Anren so talented seedlings. If Meng Chenghong is a genius, then Meng Anren is an artist by birth, with innate color sensitivity and high-end aesthetics. If you are willing to worship him as a teacher, you will surely rise to fame within 10 years and become a never-falling star in the art world. It's a pity that he's been chanting about this for years, but Meng Anren just won't budge, and all she knows all day is to engage in business to grow her assets. Money is nothing but a vulgar thing at your fingertips. What is there to pursue? Chapter 50. Without a mirror there's always pee, right? As soon as the event in Rongqing was over, Louis rushed back to the capital city without stopping with the trophy, and rushed straight to Lu's group to find Lu Hong to settle the score. The same as with Dream Anren do 17 years brother and sister, Lu Hong this kill the thousand knife and the end brain draw which root tendon actually want to marry Dream Anren, cannot do brother want to do husband, the continuation of the status of legal relatives. Dumped him in the end? Don't even think about it. Without kinship, Meng Anren doesn't recognize them as her brother anymore, and if Lu Hang is set on marrying Meng Anren and taking her for himself, he'll have to fight for it. Anyway, in Meng Anren's heart, both he and Lu Hang are not good people, and it is not certain who will lose or win. If Meng Anren knew exactly what Louis was thinking at the moment, she would have definitely dumped him with two big mouths. What's wrong with each and every one of them? Are they playing games with her marriage? But Dream Anren didn't realize that those two brothers had gone crazy to this extent. She just received a call from her own eyes planted in Lu's, saying that Louis went straight into the president's office without saying a word and gave Lu Hang a punch, and then the two of them fought, and at the moment they are both lying in the hospital. The fight at most scraped a bit of skin. Is it as bad as being hospitalized? Meng Anren frowned, suspecting that her own eye contact, Xiaoli, was not bribed by reverse, deliberately selling out for Lu Hang and Louis in front of her. Xiaoli's expression was unsightly and tight, the nerves at the corners of his lips twitching unnaturally. Ms. Anren, the matter is like this. The beginning of the story, Louis rushed into the president's office, grabbed Lu Hang's collar and punched the right side of the other's face, and cursed, "You dog, how dare you want to marry Lu Anren? Do your spring and fall big dream. There's no mirror, there's always urine, she can look at you this dull and boring old man is a ghost." Lu Hong, who was caught off guard by a punch, licked the blood from the corner of his lips. The fishy sweet blood seemed to stimulate some kind of genes in his body that had been deliberately suppressed, and a flash of viciousness flashed in the bottom of his eyes before he copied the glazed ornaments on the table and smashed them against Louis. "You have the ability to be arrogant in front of me, but you still don't have the ability to take Lu Anren away?" Luckily Louis dodged fast. The pendulum only hit his shoulder, but if he was half a beat slower, a hole would have opened up in his head. "Speak as if you are very capable. You can't persuade her to turn back and then you want to marry her, using such dirty tricks. Are you a human being you? What does it have to do with you if I marry her? Louis, don't be you have other thoughts about her. Asterisk 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 you think I'm as nasty as you? But if you want to marry her, it's absolutely impossible. She won't marry you even if she marries me." The two men fight while arguing. One moment Louis pressed Lu Hang on the ground clanging and punching. One moment Lu Hong pressed on Louis and broke his arm. Office can be smashed cannot be smashed or smashed all over. Anything that can be salvaged have become a murder weapon. Outside a group of employees watching as no one dares to go in to stop the two young masters to fight. They go in to help who are not right. It wasn't until both of them were lying on the ground unable to turn over that someone called an ambulance to take the two brawlers to the hospital. After the war, Louis's right hand was dislocated, and his forehead had a broken piece that looked like it had been smashed by an ashtray. Lu Hang's left leg was fractured, and his right cheekbone was scratched quite deeply. Other physical combat of broken blood bruises do not need to say, the two injuries are not bad. After hearing the whole story, Meng Anren held her forehead inside. Almost forgot, these two crazy people, one of them is not life-threatening and the other one is very punishable. Where would they fight like normal people who just rubbed their skin? The most outrageous situation is that the two of them beat each other when they also did not forget to pull her down. While beating and cursing, the words are discussing to marry her. So many employees on the scene to watch. Spread the word, maybe on the network those marketing number how to make up some secret news about the mansion. Cough. "Miss Anren, you don't come over to visit?" For a long time did not hear the other end of the phone to make a sound. Xiaoli spine chills, carefully test Meng Anren's attitude towards this matter. "What's there to visit? Don't you think the gossip reporters have enough snappy stories in their hands?" She directly pinched the line and pondered for a moment, even suspecting that Lu Hang and Louis were fighting this fight in the office just for her. The two young masters of the Lu family fought in the Lu group, and it was impossible for Lu Hong not to be aware of how much of an impact it would bring. Louis does things without considering the consequences. Lu Hong can still be a cutie. And yet it still happened and pulled her into the center of public opinion. These two are teaming up to play her? The news traveled faster than expected, and in just 2 or 3 hours, the top 5 phrases on the Weibo hot search were all talking about it. Hashtag pseudo-orthopedic love in the world? The Lu brothers fight for love. Hashtag fake millennials become young ladies? How attractive is Lu's fake millennial? Hashtag siblings to lovers, the forbidden love of a powerful family. Hashtag. All of this with lightning momentum in the capital circle and even the entire capital city spread, sharp and logical, but also like some people's premeditation. In City No. 1 middle school, Meng Yushu was eating in the school cafeteria at noon when he heard many people pointing and whispering at him. The fake daughter of the Lu family that was mentioned on the hot search was his sister, wasn't it? She's quite good at what she does, and after she was kicked out of the Lu family, she managed to seduce the 2 young masters of the Lu family, wanting to be the Lu family's youngest grandmother? The dream family is bankrupt and used to be a powerful family. Where are the thoughts and means of their rich people that we can guess through? You mean, the fake Shin Jin seduced the real young master, and there's the Meng family behind it? Whether or not the dream family ordered it is unclear, but how could he not know when his sister did such a thing? I've seen his sister, she does have a bewitching face, no wonder she can make the 2 Lu brothers swoon. Gods and Buddhas have 3 fires, not to mention that Meng Yushu is just immortal. Even if the character is gentle and kind on weekdays, he can't stand it when others talk about his own sister like this. Chopsticks were thrown down, he exuded a chilling feeling around his body, his cold eyes looked askance at those who were gossiping. People with dirty thoughts look at everything dirty. The Lu family young masters fighting. What does it have to do with my sister? If you have an idle mouth, go lick the toilet bowl, and if you slander my sister's reputation by telling right and wrong, I can sue you for defamation. It was obvious that Dream Feather Book hadn't argued with anyone before, and the only more damaging sentence was the one he'd learned from his sister. But perhaps because he is usually a very serious image, speak clearly, suing for libel a word out, the other people do not dare to talk nonsense. They feel that the character of Meng Yushu is really possible for Meng Anran alarm. If the police are brought in, the matter is not as simple as idle gossip. Xiaoyichen cold eyes swept over the group of people with the same tongue. Brother's sister is his sister, how can he stand by? He packed up his dinner plate and twisted his head to look at Meng Yushu. After such a big incident, you should go ahead and give your sister a call to show concern. Don't worry, whoever dares to chew on her behind her back again, let's see if I whip him or not and be done with it. Chapter 51. Each one of them started to fantasize about his little plum. The last sentence Xiaoyichen deliberately raised his pitch, obviously saying it for others to hear. In every school there are always 1 or 2 characters known throughout the school. Meng Yushu is the moral, intellectual, physical and aesthetic development of the school bully. Xiaoyichen is the naughty and unruly infamous school bully. Probably because of their complementary personalities, these 2 are very close, like sworn brothers. Xiaoyichen is a rich second generation. Since childhood has lived a life of arrogance and luxury, the family's biggest worry is that he cannot get into the university. The previous year, let Meng Yushu help him to supplement the knowledge of various subjects. The college entrance examination overshoots, can go to a good domestic university. Unfortunately, Meng Yushu was injured and played poorly. Knowing this, Xiaoyichen felt that it was too unrighteous for his brother to help him with tutoring for so long, and then he ended up leaving him behind to go to a good college. So with the family had a big fight, forcefully argued, non-accompanied by Meng Yushu repeat a year. He has been stubborn and arrogant since he was a child. His neighbors use him as a negative example, and his peers don't like to get along with him, but only Meng Yushu is not affected by the gossip, and still treats him kindly. A brother is bigger than a brother. It doesn't matter if you go to college or not. Anyway, my family has money, so it's a big deal to study abroad. Fortunately, he did not go to college, chose to stay in the city to repeat the first high school, otherwise encountered such a thing today. Meng Yushu alone in the face of these rumors and gossip, who will give him backing? Thanks. After picking up his dinner plate and placing it in the recycling, Dream Feather Book found a corner to call his sister. The other end picked up almost instantly, and his sister seemed to be dealing with it as well, her voice sounding a little cold. Hey, brother, what's up? Meng Yushu didn't mind her sister's coldness, her tone was gentle. Anran, I heard about the microblogging hot search, are you okay at school? Meng Anran's eyes moved slightly. She didn't expect Meng Yushu to specially call just to care about her condition. After being stunned for half a second, she couldn't help but soften her tone. I'm fine, none of the students in the class will believe this kind of empty news, you don't have to worry. That's good. Dream Feather Book was visibly relieved, and added, if there's a lot of trouble at school, take a vacation and go home, don't let yourself be aggravated. After hesitating for a while, Meng Anran asked uncertainly, brother, seeing the microblogging hot search, there's nothing else you want to ask me? For example, why did Lu Hang and Lu Yi fight over her? Did they really want to marry her? Did she deliberately plan some conspiracy in it? Meng Yushu laughed lightly, brother believes in you as long as you are fine, nothing else matters. Besides, wasn't it you who said that? The 2 young masters of the Lu family are both crazy, don't worry about what they said. Meng Anran bared her teeth and laughed. Clearly she hadn't been with the Dream family for long, and she couldn't say she understood each other too well. Meng Yushu's trust in her was really too unreasonable. Pure blind faith. Brother, you can go ahead after school this afternoon, I'll go back later, no need to wait for me to eat. Okay, be safe, message me when you're almost home and I'll pick you up at the entrance to the neighborhood. Aha. The phone hung up. Meng Anren's smile instantly dissipated and disappeared, her peach blossom eyes staring with coldness. There must have been rumors flying around the city's first high school, and the unpleasant comments were heard by Meng Yushu, who was so worried that he immediately called to care about her condition. Microblogging hot search she looked at, are some plausible remarks. No one dares to speak out of turn to make up Lu's right and wrong. After all, Lu's legal team is not vegetarian. The Beijing circle is full of such nasty and lowly tricks, and everyone has long been used to them. But unknowing people outside the circle but especially like to eat the melon of luxury families, the dream family, this ordinary family because of the real and fake Shenzhen matter with the Lu family involved, inevitably become the talk of the town after dinner. This time, it was sort of a daily fight between Meng Anren and the two young masters of the Lu family, implicating the Meng family. Anren, what did your brother say to you? He didn't blame you, did he? Blue Branch came up, not seeing concern, as if she was just asking casually. No, he told me to be safe. I knew it. Real relatives are unconditionally supportive of their own family members, unlike the Lus who are so heartless. As she spoke, Lanji also disgustedly skimmed her mouth and scolded. Lu Hang and Lu Yi are more or less a little sick in the head, you're not even an adult yet, and one of them is 10 years older than you and the other one is 8 years older than you, so how can they have the nerve to say that they're going to marry you? Also made a big fuss. When Qin Goblin sees the hot search, I'm afraid she'll explode with anger. He won't. Ma Nonan said with certainty. Why not? Qin Goblin is a hidden vinegar jar. Before I didn't just drink a mouthful of your milk tea, he hated me with that look in his eyes. Now all of them are starting to fantasize about his little green plum. It's only a ghost if he can stay calm. Thinking back to the past made Blue Branch upset. Obviously Anren is her kissing and good girlfriend. Qin Goblin is the junior who intervened to steal her wife. Dream Anren hooked her lips and didn't argue with Blue Branch about irrelevant topics. She flipped through the WeChat messages, and there was a new message in the Joyful Family group. Meng Rong's interview went well. Today at work heard the microblogging hot search, worried about whether she was bullied at school. Su Wanman also followed some hush-hush. Neither of the couple had a word of blame, which warmed Dream Anren's heart for a few moments. After returning a few words of comfort, she put away her cell phone and said to Blue Branch, borrow your car after school and take me to the hospital. Ah. Lanju was shocked and disapproved. Now at this juncture, there must be a lot of paparazzi staring at the entrance of the hospital. The moment you show up, isn't it equivalent to confirming that you still have a great relationship with the two young masters of the Lu family after leaving the Lu family? I'm just going to meet the paparazzi. Meng Anren smiled lightly, making it impossible to guess what was in her heart. Blue Branch didn't understand, but respected. At the end of the school day, Lanji left with Meng Anren, and when she walked to the entrance of the school, she saw Qin Mu's car parked here. Lanji sucked in a mouthful of cool air and tilted her body to whisper to Meng Anren, what did I say? Brother Qin is 80% knocking over his jealousy and coming after his wife. Meng Anren couldn't help but look at the upright teenager getting off the car and walking, not panicking in the slightest. She knew that Qin Mu wouldn't get into an argument with her because of this kind of unfounded matter. As expected, Qin Mu stopped in front of Meng Anren, the bottom of his eyes drenched in gentleness, and softly said, going to the hospital? I'll give you a ride. How did you know we were going to the hospital? Lanji's eyes rounded. It's hard to believe that there are still Qin Goblin's eyes in the class, always eavesdropping on her and Ran baby's conversations? Qin Mu shrugged his shoulders in a loose manner and raised an eyebrow at Lanji with a slight smugness. No one knows in Xiaoran better than I do. Blue Branch clenched his fists at once and gritted his teeth. Damn it! I wanted to tear the face of the Qin Goblin. Chapter 52 Gold miners can't dig up divine gold like the two of them. Can't. I have an appointment with Anren, I'll send her there. Lanji hugged Meng Anren's arm. Her best friend went to the hospital to step on the field of such a wonderful drama. Where can she not be on the side of the shouting and cheering? Qin Mu didn't have the intention to fight with Lanji to be jealous. We are all hair children, and he is also clear that Lanji protects Meng Anren in every way. What reason did he have to target someone who was good to in Xiaoran? Then he said, if you want to go to the theater, you can go with me in my car, and I'll take you home after dinner tonight. Obviously Lanji's thoughts were in line with Qin Mu's, and as soon as he opened his mouth, she decisively agreed, it's a deal. She pulled Meng Anren into the car, and the two girlfriends sat in the back row, letting Qin Mu go in the passenger seat. The Maybach headed for the city hospital. How are the aunts and uncles? Meng Anren asked with concern. Qin Mu twisted around to look at Meng Anren and said, Elder Zhao said that my parents have been in a coma for more than a year and haven't even opened their eyes, so now they can only do their best. You invited old Mr. Zhao from Yatong over? Lanji was surprised. This old gentleman was very mysterious. How many dignitaries would find it difficult to meet him? After her grandfather's death, her grandmother suffered from hysteria. The family went to Yatong many times but could not see Zhao Lao, and then it was Meng Anren who stepped in and took her grandmother to Yatong alone, and only then was Zhao Lao willing to cure her. Half a month later, when Dream Anren sent her grandmother back, she had recovered as usual. Since the beginning, they have not seen Zhao Lao, and can only dream Anren to send some thank you gifts over. Now Elder Zhao was actually willing to come out to the hospital to treat the Qin couple? What a face this must be. Meng Anren didn't answer Lan Ji's question and said indifferently, Elder Zhao's acupuncture has the ability to bring the dead back to life, so the situation will definitely slowly improve. Xin Mu gave a and in his heart, he also hoped that his parents could wake up. Even if they couldn't get out of bed and walk around, they could regain their consciousness and listen to him. The sun is setting in the west, dusk has arrived, and the colorful sunlight tints half the sky red. The Maybach was parked in front of the municipal hospital, and Meng Anren swept out through the window, keenly catching a few paparazzi dressed as passers-by guarding the place. What he was waiting for was certainly not news of Lu Hang or Lu Yi's injuries, but rather, he was squatting her. This heroine who was inexplicably swept up in the maelstrom of public opinion. I'll wait here. Xin Mu's voice was laced with laughter. Things had gotten big enough, and he, the bamboo horse, was afraid that if he followed the show, he would become the male third in the scandal. Lan Ji understood Xin Mu's concern, and hooked her arm around Meng Anren's shoulder as she said, I'll accompany Anren up there. Don't worry brother Qin, I'll make sure your little Qingmei is safe and sound. Meng Anren lowered her eyes and laughed softly. Who said I was going up? From the beginning she said she was here to meet the paparazzi. Whether Lu Hong and Lu Yi are dead or alive has nothing to do with her? The two girlfriends got out of the car, and Xin Mu propped her elbows on the inside of the window, watching the show peacefully. When the paparazzi who pretended to be passers-by saw Meng Anren, they were like seeing gold that had legs and could walk, and they all took out their cameras and wanted to take pictures of Meng Anren entering the hospital so that they could go back and make material. Unexpectedly, Meng Anren's footsteps stopped in front of the hospital's entrance steps, and with a sweep of his eyes, it was too late for them to panic and try to avoid. Don't even act, don't you want material? What's the point of hiding and filming? I'm standing right here. Why don't you come out and say hello? Meng Anren had a light smile on her face, generous and decent, with a lingering aura, just as if she was still that great lady in a high position. The paparazzi is supposed to be sniffing and playing peekaboo, unlike other gossip journalists, who would want to show their faces. For a moment, the scene was so silent that it condensed. Lan Ji sneered and raised her voice, I have people I know in all the media, if you don't come out to say hello, I'll go to your company and say hello to your boss. Blue Family Big Miss, the industry's top enterprise Blue Star Entertainment news of the only air, the paparazzi were dare to offend, listen to the word present, gathered in front of the Dream Anren. MS. Lan, we're just doing a job too, so don't make things difficult for us if you have a high hand. One of them said. It has nothing to do with me. Lan Ji raised her hand to stop the words of the crowd begging for forgiveness, looked askance at Meng Anren beside her, and continued, I'm just here to back up my best friend today. The crowd looked at Meng Anren again. Dream Anren curved her red lips and said tersely, isn't it about the material? When this was said, the crowd understood in seconds. Some turned on their cell phones to record video, and some used their cameras to record video. Started doing the job of asking questions of the gossipy reporters. MS. Lu. One of them just opened his mouth and received a glare from Meng Anren before he remembered to change his tone. Meng, what are your thoughts on today's hot topic on Weibo? Do you intend to choose one of the two young masters of the Lu clan as your marriage partner? Meng Anren laughed softly, smiling a bit coldly. Everyone has been working in the capital city for so many years, and has reported many scandals of the luxury families in the capital circle. Isn't it clear that Lu Hang and Lu Yi and I are on the same page? But now that you have left the Lu family, and the two young masters have openly expressed their intention to ask for your hand in marriage, are you saying that if I leave the mansion, I have to return to it in some other way? Even if that way is to marry my nemesis? I've been in business for over 10 years, and I've never heard of such a ridiculous means of getting rich. Didn't you come to the hospital specifically to visit the two young masters? What? Are you interested in going up there with me and enjoying how I slap them around? The crowd was silenced. Meng Anren attitude hard toned through the ruthlessness, half did not care about Lu Hong, Lu Yi injury implies, more like hate to be those two death by 1,000 cuts. It seems that the rumors in the previous Beijing circle are true. Meng Anren and Lu family two brothers are incompatible, and now that Meng Anren is not the Lu family female, it is even more from the secret fight to the open fight. These three, they are properly old and dead. In fact, they also feel strange at, previously seen the three people in the same frame a number of times, each time it is a state of lightning, thunder, wind and rain, all of a sudden said two brothers of the Lu family for the fight for the fake 1,000 gold. It is really unbelievable. Now it seems that this is also the two brothers of the Lu family who made a mess in order to make Meng Anren's life uncomfortable. Meng Anren has already left the Lu family, the circle is different, maybe there will not be a chance to see each other again in this life. Is it necessary to still drive to the end like this? People with absolute power are indeed ruthless. Once the video was uploaded, it instantly shot to the top of the Hot 100 and the tide turned. Blue Branch while rolling the pasta while brushing the microblogging, cannot figure out kissing girlfriends in the end is robbing their wives or digging their ancestral graves. How Lu Hang and Louis Fei is like to find Meng Anren stubble. Now you're actually talking about marrying Meng Anren? Can they get their hands on Missy? The more Blue Branch thought about it, the angrier he became, scared and cursed. Gold miners can't even dig up divine gold like the two of them. Chapter 53 Almost Cerebral Palsy. After dinner first sent Lan Ji back, Lan Ji got out of the car. Xin Mu quickly shifted to the back row. Every day he was either in class or at work, the time he could see Meng Anren was getting less and less, and he cherished it extraordinarily, wanting to stay by her side every moment. Moreover, his parents are still in a coma, the only person he can trust and rely on is Meng Anren, and staying with her can make his tense nerves relax a little bit. The carriage was dim, the bright and dark junction fell on the teenager's face to emphasize his excellent features even more seductive, thin lips and straight nose, deep eyebrows and eyes, the jawline was as harsh as a knife blade. Admiring the ghostly handsome face, Meng Anren didn't miss the exhaustion under the other's eyes, her voice was light but translucent with concern, busy lately? Fortunately, Ruiming's chip came in time, and the board of directors has finally subsided a bit. Qinmu pinched his brow, emaciation visible to the naked eye. However, Qin's affairs are busy, and the university's courses can't be left behind, so it's hard to avoid being distracted. Despite the major changes in the family, you can't give up your studies and have a high degree to avoid being criticized later on. With Zhuo Cheng helping with Qin's affairs, Qinmu was able to have a bit of leisure to cope with his university courses. It is also fortunate that I studied economics at Shanghua and grew up in business, so I can use the shortest possible time to ensure that I will not fall behind in my exams in various subjects because of my work. After all, Qin's group is the Qin family's industry, it's the mountain that aunt and uncle spent most of their lives to build, it's not good for me, an outsider, to intervene. Ruiming's affairs you don't care, usually pay more attention to rest, aunt and uncle are still not awake, if you boil bad body again, who else can take over Qin's? The circle of the luxury family is the most lack of shady, fall on the well of people, dirty tactics Meng Anren has seen too much. Qin's was founded by Qin Hua and Tanya, just in time to catch the wind of the age of technologization, and in just a few years it had grown from a small company to a large conglomerate, and had become part of the upper class circle. The shareholders who invested a little money in the beginning have now become the directors of Qin's, began to flail and flaunt, coveting Qin's waves of profit with the grace of a glass of water, itching to sit on Qin's chairman of the board of directors to grasp the real power, and become famous in the capital circle. Once Qin Hua and Tanya fell, only Qin Mu, a 19-year-old, was left to hold on. How many people wanted to bring him down? Coupled with the competition in the industry, many of the rival families want Qin to fall. It's hard to support a lone tree when you're surrounded by wolves. Qin Mu had never touched the Qin clan's industry before, and if it wasn't for Qin Hua's foresight in cultivating Zhuo Cheng as his right-hand man for Qin Mu, a year had passed, and the Qin clan would have long been divided up. 2 years ago, Meng Anren learned that she was not the Lu family's biological daughter, pulled Qin Mu together to create Ruiming technology. She accounted for 70% of the shares, Qin Mu investment accounted for 30%. This was the back road she had paved for herself, as well as the pedal she had patted for Qin Mu. Technology was developing too rapidly, and Qin couldn't stop if he wanted to thrive, so Meng Anren invested a large amount of money in research and development of chip technology. Once there were new technological achievements, she could continue to be her missy in the capital circle with Ruiming technology. Qin's entering into a partnership with Ruiming would also allow Qin Mu to quickly establish a good foundation in Qin's company. I didn't expect things to change so quickly. Lehigh Group developed a new chip technology first, and something happened to the Qin's couple. Qin Mu took over the Qin Group in advance and was subject to Lehigh. Fortunately, the early layout of the creation of Ruiming, the new chip development success, and Qin reached a cooperation. Qin Mu is considered to be temporarily stabilized Qin's infighting situation. And Xiao Ran, thank you. Qin Mu's body lulled and leaned against Dream Anren's shoulder, rarely able to relax and rest. Meng Anren gently stroked his head, as tenderly as if he were coaxing a child. It's me who should thank you. The Lu family couple had always been indifferent to her, without resources and connections. She couldn't make a name for herself in the capital circle, even with the title of the Lu family's daughter. She was always like a woman in an ancient boudoir waiting to be married, without the right to choose her life. It was Lu Hang and Qin Mu who supported her all the way, one helping her secretly and the other helping her openly, so that she could make friends with those powerful people in the circle and learn how to invest and run her own industry. Otherwise, when the incident of the real and fake Shenjin happened, she was afraid that she would not be able to do it in the face of danger and not be shocked, and would only be overwhelmed and pushed by fate. By the way, on the weekend, I brought Meng Chenghong to pay homage to Elder Wu, who said that he would personally cook and asked if you wanted to go over together. Elder Wu has been living in seclusion in the mountains for so many years, and now that he's moved back to the city on a rare occasion, I'll definitely have to pay him a visit. But I have to go back to school for the weekend, so I might not be able to arrive until the evening. It's okay, he's calling you over for dinner anyway, just in time for dinner. Qin Mu couldn't help but smile at the thought of meeting that old codger Wu Chongxi. Every time they met, they either persuaded Meng Anren to worship the master or persuaded him to worship the master, saying in front of him that Meng Anren's talent was higher than his, and in front of Meng Anren saying that his talent was even higher. It was as if he wanted to use agitation to make both of them his disciples. Unfortunately, none of it went as planned. Hospitals. Lui's injury was still not healed, and his arm was wrapped in gauze and hung around his neck. After being smashed on the head with a concussion and slowing down and not getting dizzy, he immediately ran to the next ward to look for Lu Hang. Lu Hang is not much better than him, lying in bed, his left leg in a plaster cast was hung up, still do not forget to deal with the work. The small table of the hospital bed moved out, is reviewing documents. Seeing Louis coming over, the crowd in the ward was shocked and rushed to stop him. Second young master, Mr. Lu has been hurt so badly, any anger you have should be gone, right? Yes, second young master, Lu's up and down are waiting for Mr. Lu to recover and leave the hospital and go back to preside over the big picture. You still have grievances then, white on. You hit me? Get lost. Louis shook off the man who blocked his way and pointed to his gauze-wrapped head. He hit me really hard. I almost became cerebral palsy. A group of people were clamoring to persuade Louis, but Lu Heng closed the document in front of him and said faintly, so what if you have cerebral palsy? It's supposed to be a brainless fool. Lu Heng. You murdering bastard. Louis exploded on the spot, making a move to rush over and beat him up again as the others formed a human wall to stop him. Second young master, your injuries haven't healed yet either, don't be impulsive. After being persuaded by the crowd with a few bitter words, Louis managed to suppress his anger and stared straight at Lu Hen. For the sake of the Lu group, I won't bother with you. However, you have to compensate me. Okay. Unexpectedly, Lu Heng agreed readily, and he swept a glance at the other employees. You guys go out first, I'll talk to him about compensation matters. The rest of them looked at each other and hesitated for a long time, but despite their uneasiness, they followed orders and went out. As he watched the ward door close, Louis's anger dissipated, and he paced to the bedside with a flourish, lazily sitting down on a chair. Lu Qingcheng appeared inexplicably. Have you found out anything yet? Chapter 54. So stupid. Last time, Louis thought that it was too fishy for Lu Qingcheng to be able to get a paternity test with Lu Zhong and take the initiative to come to his door to recognize his family. Meng Anren was the sister they had watched grow up since childhood. No matter how much they had fought to the death over the past 17 years, they could not allow others to count on her or bully her. Moreover, they knew Meng Anren well and understood her character and style of behavior. Suddenly having an additional person who was unclear about her background enter the house, they were afraid that it would jeopardize the whole game. I've already sent someone to investigate, and I've never been able to find out exactly who gave her the paternity certificate. Lu Heng's demeanor was light, and he didn't seem too concerned about this matter. However, Louis knew clearly that Lu Heng, who belonged to the type that could act calm and collected even if the sky was falling, was actually bothered by this matter. We've never even seen that paternity test, so if we knew which hospital issued it, we might be able to find a clue. Louis had a sly look in the bottom of his eyes. The meaning was obvious, a trip home to turn that one over. Lu Heng threw away the papers on the small table and collected the table. Counting on Lu Anren didn't work. It's just the right time to find someone to take it out on. Call the doctor, I want to be discharged. Louis made an okay gesture, copied the documents, and raised his voice. Big brother is hurt so badly. What company is he still in charge of? You're not the only son in the Lu family, so why should you be the one to make the decisions? The leg is lame, you just lie here. In the future, I'll be the president of the Lu family. The employees waiting outside the door immediately had their hearts hanging in their throats, letting Louis, the second-generation ancestor, make decisions. Could Lu's group still be alive? It's going out of business in less than 2 months. Seeing Louis strutting out with those documents, the employees swarmed into the ward. Mr. Lu, we can't let the second young master get his hands on the company's affairs. The group's thousands of employees are counting on you. Think of something. Louis pursed his lips and said, help me get discharged. Good. I'll get the doctor right away. I'll get you a wheelchair. I'll arrange a car. Lu Qingcheng put his head grips bald also cannot understand why return to the country for so long has not been willing to go home to the two brothers. A fight suddenly came back. Whatever the reason, this was a great opportunity for her. As long as she cultivated a brother-sister relationship with her two brothers and gained their approval, she would be the true daughter of the Lu family, and in the future, there would still be that Meng Anren? She raised a decent smile, but she couldn't help but be more than a little curt, and greeted them with light footsteps. Big brother, second brother, how is your health recovering? Lu Heng gave her a cold, sidelong glance and didn't make a sound. The special assistant knowingly pushed her boss straight back to her room. Lu Qingcheng's smile became stiff. It was the same last time at the entrance of Shenghua. Lu Heng only had Meng Anren in his eyes but ignored her as his own sister. Sister, long time no see. Louis hooked up a bad smile, looking lazy with both hands in his pockets, revealing his unruly nature between his hands and feet. Lu Qingcheng quickly came back to her senses, curved her lips and smiled sweetly. Second brother, I'm really sorry for the last recognition banquet. I've been afraid of dogs since I was a child. I didn't mean to not accept your gift. It doesn't matter, that dog has been given to someone else to raise. Louis always had an evil aura under his eyes, favoring a demonic face that called for hatred. Lu Qingcheng was almost dumbfounded, shyly reddened her face, hung her head and softly said, it's good that second brother doesn't blame me. I just entered this circle, I'm not too used to it, and I've made a lot of jokes. She felt that Louis looked gangly and bad, but was actually quite easy to get along with, so rather than getting tough with Lu Heng's paralyzed face, why not start with Louis? She continued, Mom and Dad don't come home a lot, and my classmates don't seem to like me much, and even Big Brother doesn't. Second brother hate me, right? Louis hooked his lips, of course not, you are our own sister. Lu Hang is a rather one-dimensional person. Lu Anren has been with him for 17 years, it's inevitable that he favors some. However, you are the blood-related blood sister, as long as you throw yourself at him, he will accept you sooner or later. Lu Qingcheng's eyes abruptly brightened, looking at Louis expectantly. Really? Second brother, can you help me? He and I haven't been on good terms since we were kids, and me helping you would only make him resent you more. Louis paused for a moment, looking at Lu Qingcheng's instantly darkening eyes. He smiled playfully and continued, but you're my younger sister, and I also hope that you'll integrate into this family as soon as possible. Lu Hang likes to collect famous paintings and calligraphy. I heard that Wu Changxi, a reclusive national painting master for many years, has moved back to the city to live. If you can get one of Wu Lao's paintings and give it to Lu Hang, he will surely change his mind about you. Wu Changxi, as a master of Chinese painting, was very prestigious in the art world. The news of moving to the city spread very quickly, and for a while everyone in the capital circle was poking around his new address. The old gentleman has been living in seclusion for many years, and now that he has suddenly moved to live in the city, the gentry families are eager to step over the threshold to express their admiration for art and their admiration for the old gentleman, and maybe they will be able to salvage a few paintings and calligraphies. The more reserved and rare something is, the more it is worth pursuing. They are the people who lack the most is money. The pursuit of money can no longer satisfy their vanity. Hang a few heavy gold hard-to-find calligraphy and painting in the home, show their taste at the same time, but also reflect the power. And since Wu Changxi and Meng Anren were friends who had forgotten their years, if Lu Qingcheng had gone through the trouble of finding Wu Changxi's new residence, only to be swept away, the scene would have been wonderful. Lu Yi's proposal was purely playing Lu Qingcheng as a playwright. It was only the second time they met, Lu Qingcheng, where she knew exactly what the second brother, who was so stubborn that he made the people of the capital circle scared, was playing, and she really thought that Lu Yi had come to give her advice. Shinran nodded her head in response and smiled with a spring in her eyes. Thank you, second brother. I'll go find old Mr. Wu right now. Louis looked at Lu Qingcheng's fluttering back and his expression instantly cooled down. He had said that he was not on good terms with Lu Hong, so how could he genuinely give her an offer? It's so stupid, it's no fun. Unlike Lu Anren, smart people are fun to fool. Auntie Liang. Louis twisted his head to look at the person waiting at the side. The latter quickly stepped forward. He lowered his voice and asked, the paternity test that Lu Qingcheng took when she came, where did she put it? Lu Qingcheng returned to her room and couldn't wait to pick up her cell phone to send a WeChat message to the person whose note was, Qingha. Lu Qingcheng, sister, I heard that Lu Hang likes paintings and calligraphy. I want to buy Wu Changxi's paintings for him. Do you think it's feasible? Qingha, it is indeed very necessary for you to strike a good relationship with Lu Hong, or else Meng Anren may return to the Lu family at any time to take your position. I'll check the address of Wu Changxi's new residence for you, so good luck. Chapter 55 His Disciple, His Responsibility, plus more. On Saturday, Meng Chenghong got up early, changed into the new clothes given by her second sister, and the bright smile on her face did not diminish. I can see Grandpa Wu again. The second sister also said that after studying with Grandpa Wu, she would be able to go over there every day after school to learn how to draw. He can paint the world in his mind with various colors of paint. Even though it was Saturday, the Dream family remained busy. Meng Yushu is going to shoot a movie, Meng Rong is going to work, and Su Wanman is going to the vegetable market to continue her stall. Since returning to the Dream family, Mom, Dad, and her brother had been quite indulgent to Dream Anren, or perhaps thoughtful with a bit of detachment, not daring to constrain her or bother her too much. The only person who dared to disturb her sleep was her younger brother, Meng Chenghong. Being woken up by the sound of tapping on the door, Meng Anren did not stay in bed, nor did she act out of bed, and still maintained the grooming of a family's daughter when she pulled open the door. Looking at her excited brother, Dream Anren rubbed his head. So early? Second sister, I want to go to Grandpa Wu early. Meng Chenghong was like a lively and joyful puppy, a pair of round eyes staring expectantly at Meng Anren. Instead, he stared at Dream Anren uncomfortably. Okay, I'll change and take you there after breakfast. Hopeless, unspeakably helpless. Having never dealt with children in 17 years, now that everyone had to be busy on the weekends, she became the babysitter with the kids and had to keep an eye on the little nub that was only about her waist height. What was the name of that movie and TV character that Blue Branch was talking about earlier? Deva? Meng Anren changed into the blue dress that she wore on the day she came to the dream home. Her long hair was combed smooth and scattered casually on her shoulders, and her whole body was smeared with sunscreen before she shuffled out of the room with her slippers. Anren, I'm counting on you to take care of Xiaohong. Meng Yushu was changing her shoes in the entrance hall, eager to go out to the theater group. The last 5 scenes, which should be finished in the next 2 days, he definitely didn't have time to watch over his brother and could only leave it to Dream Anren. Dream Anren smiled faintly, softly but falsely. Good, I'll take care of him. Missy doesn't know how to look after children, so when she brings Meng Chenghong to worship the master later, she will just leave it to Wu Lao. His apprentice, he has a responsibility. The factory is far away. Meng Rong also had to go out earlier, by the way, to send Meng Yushu to the theater group, already downstairs hot car waiting. Su Wan Man, needless to say, after the stall business get good feedback, every day with a chicken blood, 5 o'clock to get up to prepare materials, 6:30 in place to start selling, long gone. As soon as Meng Yushu went out, the house was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, leaving only Meng Anren and Meng Chenghong. Looking at her younger brother who had carried his small school bag and ran out of the room with a bounce, Meng Anren smiled on the surface and sighed in her heart. I keep comforting myself, it's fine, at least my brother knows how to go to the toilet when he's in a hurry, he can use chopsticks when he eats, and his character knows how to behave and doesn't make a fuss. I'm just a monitor, I don't have to be a nanny, that's good enough. After managing to get herself to think outside the box, Dream Anren sighed in relief, hooking her bag on her small heels and glancing at her brother. Do you have everything? Brought it. Meng Chenghong pulled open the chain of her school bag and counted it to her sister while checking, tissues, rechargeable treasures, keys, pocket money, gifts for Grandpa. Well, I've got them all. Meng Anren raised her eyebrows lightly. You still bring tissues and rechargeable batteries when you go out? Kids don't even have cell phones, why carry a rechargeable battery? Meng Chenghong obediently said, brother said, girls love cleanliness, go out with girls to bring paper towels. And sister's bags are very small, back charging treasure is very heavy, I want to bring in case sister's cell phone is out of battery. Being obedient and well-behaved and understanding, Meng Anren suddenly felt that her mindset of disliking her brother just now was sinful. It's obviously a simple and cute little beaner. In order to facilitate Meng Chenghong after school to go to find Wu Lao to learn painting, the villa arranged for Wu Lao is in the vicinity of the 7th primary school. A neatly and elegantly decorated 2-story house with lush greenery is named Jin Gui Huayuan because of the 2 osmanthus trees planted in the small yard. Not only is there a front garden, but there is also a back garden with a fish pond made of large stones, and all the koi carp that Wu has been raising for several years have been moved here. There is also Wu Lao's favorite eunuch chair. The previous one was too old. Meng Anren personally drew the design and had a new one made for him, which was placed in the backyard and was most suitable for him to sunbathe. Nay, Wu Changxi has no time for sunbathing at this moment. The new address was leaked, and the people who came to visit in the past few days almost burst the courtyard door. The front yard was noisy and the servants were dealing with the scantily clad riffraff who opened their mouths with uncivilized phrases. He's in his room on the 2nd floor hiding in the clear. How dare you stop me? Do you know who I am? I'm the eldest daughter of the Lu clan. If you offend the Lu family, can you afford it? Hearing this arrogant and domineering accent, Wu Changxi paused the skit that was playing on his cell phone, got up and went to the window and pushed open a slit to look towards the downstairs courtyard. Seeing the girl who wore a flashy high fashion but had no temperament or demeanor to speak of, Wu Changxi's eyebrows converged into a Sichuan character. It doesn't look like a prince even when wearing a dragon robe, and this is the real daughter of the Lu family who forced and ran away? Losing a pearl for a fish eye, are Lu Zhong and Bai Eugene blind? Downstairs, the servants remained polite. To Lu Qingcheng, he said, this young lady, Elder Wu has an appointment with an important friend today, and is close to guests, so please stop messing around. I'm messing around? Lu Qingcheng was infuriated. After being recognized back to the Lu family, no one dared to talk to her like this except for those few ungrateful ones around Meng Anren. How dare a watchdog talk to me like that? I'm here to buy paintings. The customer is God. No matter how famous your master is, he's just an old man who paints, how can he not make money? Do you really think you're so important to him? Tell him to come out and see me. She pushed the servant hard in indignation, her voice rising in pitch as she became scowling. The servant fell to the ground unawares, not caring about his skin palm. He hurriedly climbed up to stop Lu Qingcheng who wanted to barge in. Elder Wu's housewarming is a big row, and it's so lively today? Familiar and with a few points of arrogant voice came, Lu Qingcheng violently turned back, then saw want to visit but dare not overstep the group of people toward the sides of the retreat a few points. Dream Anren holding Dream Chenghong appeared in the doorway. Lu Qingcheng stopped at once, staring at Meng Anren as if she were an enemy. What are you doing here? Of course I'm here to worship the master. Meng Anren smiled in a pure and harmless manner, dotingly glancing at his younger brother beside him. Xiaohong is very talented in painting. If he receives a professional education, he is expected to become the next generation of new stars in Chinese painting. Ah, he. Lu Qingcheng looked as if she had heard some great joke, cocking her hand and looking at Meng Anren with a lofty gaze. Too early to dream, right? With his little painting skills, he still wants to be a national painting master? I see that you are poor and crazy. You hate to let the whole Meng family make profit for you. Now even your younger brother is not spared? Chapter 56. The scene was even more exciting than he thought it would be. As soon as the words fell, a broom knocked on Lu Qingcheng's head from behind. She looked back in shock to see anger written all over the old man's face with half-white hair. Asshole, is it your turn to dictate here? Wu Changxi raised his broom and hit Lu Qingcheng, cursing as he did so. Xiaohong is my recognized disciple. Where did this filthy thing come from to bully my disciple? Get the hell out of here. Lu Qingcheng dodged woefully as Wu Changxi chased after her, forcing her all the way to the courtyard entrance. Grandpa Wu, don't be angry. Meng Chenghong obediently went over and pulled the hem of Wu Changxi's coat, looking at Lu Qingcheng but not much good face. Sister Lu, I don't like you. You pushed and hurt my brother last year, causing him to be hospitalized and unable to go to college. Grandpa Wu doesn't like you either. No one here likes you, so hurry up and leave. Seeing you only puts people in a bad mood. The tender voice said solid words. The guests around the door to visit could not help but cover their mouths and snicker. Lu Qingcheng face hatefully glared at Meng Chenghong. Not just a wild boy from a poor family, how dare you humiliate me in public? Wait for me. Before the harsh words were released, the broom in Wu Changxi's hand had already hit her. Good, so it's still a poisonous woman who laid her hands on her brother. Hurry up and get lost. Don't dirty my place. Lu Qingcheng was already humiliated enough. As she grabbed the broom that was swung down towards her head, her eyes flashed with a fierce light as she pointed at Meng Anren and yelled loudly, Meng Anren is the one who was a poisonous woman. Stealing away 17 years of my life and bringing my classmates along to bully me. Anyone who gets along with her can be no good. Dream Anren, who was inexplicably chipped, raised her eyebrows innocently, paced towards Lu Qingcheng and curiously said, That's quite a funny thing for you to say. Can't it be that I'm so smart since I was born that I crawled into your bed and kicked you out and then was carried back to the Lu family instead of you? The classmates are even more innocent. It's obviously you treating them as dumbass, maliciously pouring dirty water on me, still wanting to use them as your knives. Isn't it normal that they don't play with people with lots of hard eyes? You! Feeling the gazes pointing around her, Lu Qingcheng glared angrily at Meng Anren, so furious that she couldn't catch her breath, but she couldn't say a single word in retort. And Meng Anren sure spoke, I am an old friend of Elder Wu's, so it's fine for you to scold me, but Elder Wu is a famous master of Chinese painting. So many people have come to visit today, so for you to insult Elder Wu's character in public, isn't it the same as insulting these guests? The people watching the show went from spectatorship to vociferousness when they heard this. Right, Old Wu's paintings are hard to find. Aren't they here to make good relations with Old Wu? How can you stand by and watch Elder Wu being slandered and still do nothing? For a while, Lu Qingcheng became a target, and everyone shouted to kick her out. In her panic, she remembered that the purpose of her trip was to buy Wu Changxi's painting to go back and please Lu Hang. She forced down the anger brought on by the humiliation, her voice and attitude lowered by a few points. Old Mr. Wu, my big brother likes your paintings very much. You sell me one, whatever you want to offer. Humph. You think I care about your stinking money? Get lost. Wu Changxi didn't bother to talk to Lu Qingcheng anymore and copied the broom to sweep her out. Seeing Wu Changxi's anger in full swing, the others didn't dare to intrude more and respectfully said goodbye and left. The maid closed the door behind her with a sigh of relief. What a difficult and unruly lady. Meng Anren's eyes moved slightly as she fell into deep thought. After spending so many years in the Lu family, she had never heard that Lu Hang liked calligraphy and painting. On the contrary, Lu Zhong, who collected a bunch of masterpieces, especially admired Wu Changxi. Today's door are all the big names in the capital circle. Lu Qingcheng make a scene, not only lost the face of the Lu family, but also indirectly annoyed Lu Zhong, afraid of the future in the Lu family villa cannot live a good life. Dream Anren hooked her lips, guessing that this was probably the work of those two brothers. On a century-old tree opposite Jin Guihua Yuan, Louis leaned against the trunk with wanton panache and finished enjoying the whole drama. Thin lips raised a demonic bad smile. Not for nothing did he think the scene was even more exciting than he had imagined. Second young master, you should hurry down. The injury on your hand hasn't healed yet. The butler stood at the bottom of the tree anxiously staring at the people on the tree, fearing that if the second young master accidentally fell down, not only would his hands be ruined, but his legs would have to be broken as well. At those words, Louis looked down at his hand, which was still hanging from his neck, and let out a light laugh. This hand is not that serious. Neither he nor Lu Han were stupid enough to cripple each other in order to make a play for Meng Anren. It's just that we're doing the whole show. It is a bit curious. Lu Qingcheng, empty title of the Lu family's daughter, no power and no connections, how can so quickly find out the address of Wu Changxi? It seems that the person helping her behind the scenes is not simple. Wu Changxi threw down the broom and pulled Meng Chenghong into the house to sit with joyful eyes. The joy is no less than having a grandson. He's finally going to have an apprentice, or a gifted and obedient and well-behaved disciple. Meng Chenghong pulled open the chain of his school bag and pulled out a square gift box, handing it to Wu Changxi. Grandpa Wu, this is my gift to you. Well, thank you, little Hong. Wu Changxi smiled so much that his eyes were only slits, ordering the servants to hurry up and bring tea. He wanted to drink the master worship tea. After the ceremony, Wu Changxi couldn't wait to teach his disciple to paint, and one old man and one young man went into the painting room to go. The maid lamented, it's been a long time since I've seen Elder Wu so happy. Meng Anren laughed softly, she hadn't seen it either. Turning her gaze to the maid, she spoke softly, your hand was just bruised, wasn't it? Fetch the medicine box and give you some medicine. The maid was flattered and waved her hands. No trouble for you, it's just a scratch, I'll just sterilize it myself. It's easy to get infected if you don't take care of it. If it gets inflamed, how can you still take care of Elder Wu? Meng Anren tilted her head and smiled lightly. I'm not that scary, am I? The young girl's skin was fair and flawless, her face lines were carved like a heavenly work with a bit of biting coldness, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes curved up when she smiled, like a heavenly god descending from the earth, friendly and at the same time have an innate sense of majesty, so that people inexplicably from the bottom of the heart to her to produce admiration and faith. The maid looked dumbfounded for a moment, dazed for half a moment before she went to fetch the medicine chest. Please. Servant Lu Jila is just a boy in his early 20s, even if he has seen it many times. Facing a young girl like Meng Anren with such a stunning appearance is more or less embarrassed. The slightly cool white hand took his hand to apply medicine to him. His face was already as red as a boiled shrimp. He was thinking, Meng Anren style decent, demeanor, but also had a bright atmosphere of the face, obviously pampered grown-up Miss Qianjin but not the slightest bit of barbaric arrogance, but easygoing, gentle and kind. Probably would be a much-loved presence in any circle. If, by some chance, he could do something about it, would he also have the chance to make her look at him more? Chapter 57 Becoming more in love with the world under the outpouring of affection. I heard Wu mention that you like music? Meng Anren held a cotton swab to sterilize Lu Jila. Her expression and tone were light, casually looking for topics that would not appear overly intimate nor too detached. She maintains a distance from people she doesn't know well, but it's just the right amount of distance to make people let their guard down. Not having nothing to say leads to an awkward atmosphere. Just like when she first arrived at the dream home. With a topic to talk about, Lu Jila did relax his stance and replied, I like it, but I might be almost talented. I wrote a few songs and took them to the record company for several interviews, but still didn't pass. It's a great courage to try, and success doesn't happen overnight. Applying the gauze, Meng Anren took the medicine back into the medicine box, and when she raised her eyes, she curved the corners of her lips and smiled softly. I also invested in a lot of money-losing deals when I was just learning to do business, and now there is still a money-losing project in my hands that I haven't disposed of. Life is so long as you don't slack off, I believe you can always be successful. Lu Jila stared at Meng Anren in fascination, his eyes twinkling and bright. Well, he also believed it would work out someday. Well, Elder Wu and Little Han probably won't come out of the drawing room for a while. I have other things to do, so I'll come back later. Meng Anren hooked her bag and got up. Lu Jila respectfully escorted her out the door. When Qin signed a contract with Ruiming, not only did Qin start to busy themselves with using the chips for new product development, but Ruiming also had a bunch of matters to deal with. Previously, it was originally thrown to Qin Mu to manage. A few days ago, to see Qin Mu tired to the bottom of the eyes can be seen aubergine. Meng Anren had to take on his own as the largest Ruiming power person's duties. Meng Chenghong, who was dumped to Wu Chongxi, had a good time, and did not show any nervousness or uneasiness when he heard the news of his second sister's departure, and earnestly followed his master to learn painting skills. Little Hong, do you think your second sister is good? Looking at the pure-eyed disciple, Wu Chongxi asked coldly. The look was more like a condescension. It's great, I love my second sister, and so do my mom and dad and my brother and sister. Children do not know how to lie, Meng Chenghong answered especially dry, even mentioning the second sister when the eyes are bright. Wu Chongxi's heart softened a few points, and softly continued to ask, why because the second sister herself is a very good person She's especially smart, and every time the family discusses things she has awesome opinions and knows a lot of awesome people. After she came, mom, dad and brother are happier than before. It can be seen that Meng Chenghong truly liked this second sister. Small eyes full of worship, expression also brought a few points of pride. Compared to his former second sister, he felt that his current second sister was simply a gift from heaven, beautiful, smart, and kind to them. They will care about whether they live comfortably or not. They will worry that their mom is unhappy at home and suggest that she go into a small business. They will be afraid that their dad is working too hard and introduce him to a new job. They will accompany their brother to interviews for part-time jobs, and they will buy new clothes for their whole family. The former second sister would never do such things. She would only blame her mom and dad for not working hard to earn money to buy her shoes and bags, blame her big sister for offending others so that she couldn't live in a mansion, and blame her brother for being so useless that he could only let her take the bus. Blame him, being a drag who can't afford to make money. He hated his former second sister, and fortunately, his current second sister was his real sister. After listening to Meng Chenghong's words, Wu Chongxi's heart sighed in relief. It seems that Enron has met a family that treats her well this time. To be able to see her giving, to recognize her excellence, to be happy by her presence. Artists are born with a keen sense of observation, observing everything in the world and perceiving human emotions. The first time he met Meng Anren, Wu Chongxi realized that this little girl was smooth and eight-sided, so perfect that she couldn't find a single mistake. Being too perfect is sometimes the very flaw. Just like Lu Hang on the surface looks refined, reserved and elegant, inside all the crazy batch attributes. After familiarizing himself with it, he knew that this flaw also originated from the Lu family. Lu family 3 children, Lu Hang violent, Lui wild paradox, Lu Anren indifferent. Wu Chongxi had always been worried that the little flaw in Meng Anren's heart would take root as she grew up and end up on a crooked path. Luckily, she met great family before she grew crooked. With affection, I believe she will change, become more in love with the world. In the theater group, Meng Yushu changed into her ancient costume and did her makeup and hair well, and sat on the sidelines waiting for her scene. Today's 2 fight scenes are not about taking on each other with swords falsely, but about him taking a beating for love pure. Memorizing her lines, Dreamfeather book-side silently. If you leave a wound, your mother will be upset when she sees it at night. Brother Hashu? Hearing the voice, Meng Yushu raised his head blankly and saw a sharp short-haired vibrant Blue Branch walking over with 2 cups of milk tea. Blue Branch? What brings you here? Meng Yushu put away the melancholy in his eyes and turned into a gentle smile. My winery is in the neighborhood. I saw you enter this courtyard today, guessed that you should be filming here, and came over to take a look. Lanji's demeanor was bold. Even though she had only met with Meng Yushu twice, she was not at all formal. She handed over a cup of milk tea. I brought you milk tea. Does that count as an entrance ticket? Meng Yushu laughed softly. You can stay here and watch if you're interested, but I'm not having a good day. I'm getting beat up the whole time. Lanji stared frankly at Meng Yushu, the bottom of her eyes filled with a demented smile. It doesn't matter, you're handsome. Being beaten is also handsome. The sizzling eyes in turn made Meng Yushu embarrassed. He lowered his eyes and lost his smile, not answering. Soon the director called out to Meng Yushu to get in position and get ready to start filming. Blue Branch sat next to him sipping milk tea and admiring the handsome face, his face blossoming with smiles. It didn't take long for her to stop laughing. Meng Yushu played the abused male third. The heroine hurt him 1,000 times. He treated the heroine as the first love, but also for the heroine is willing to take the male's second beatings, do not fight back. And the sticks that hit him were solid. Blue Branch frowned at the sight and scuffed up. What's the point of filming a skit? Dreamfeather book received all received. She dared not shout to stop, in case later reshooting and have to receive another meal. How to do? Lanji was so anxious that she jumped to her feet and hurriedly took out her cell phone to record a small section and sent it to Meng Anren. She remembered that this company was invested by Meng Anren, and even if Meng Anren didn't have much sibling love to speak of for Meng Yushu, she definitely couldn't see her own people being bullied. Meng Anren came out of Ruiming, intending to stop by to find Lanji for dinner and ask Lanji in advance if she was at the winery. It turned out that the message hadn't even been sent yet, and the other end wrote first. Blue Branch, Enron, take a quick look. Where is this shooting? It's clearly aimed at your brother. Chapter 58. Your father has a few collapses in his pocket that can make you bark all over the place. Stop. Seeing that the wooden stick in the second male's hand was about to strike Meng Yushu's knee, Blue Branch's heart stuttered, and without thinking about it, he immediately rushed up and grabbed the stick. She glared at the second male. Are you filming or murdering? Who is it? Seeing uninvolved people intruding into the shot, the director was so angry that he jumped up on the spot. Where are the idlers coming from when we're filming? I'd like to see what kind of scene you guys are filming. Lanji snatched the stick from Chen Pingwei, the second male, and threw it on the ground. The clunking sound of the wooden stick falling to the ground froze the director and he rushed over to pick up the stick for closer inspection. And then, furious, he yelled toward the crew, props team. What's going on? Why are you using solid sticks? A crowd dared not squeak. Chen Pingwei shrugged his shoulders diffidently and said in disbelief, Director, isn't acting the real deal? Although it's just a short drama, how much money has been invested for this? You also hope to use this short drama to gain a good reputation and move on to a TV series, right? The director pursed his lips tightly, irrefutable. It wasn't that he really cared that much about the matter of reputation, but Chen Pingwei's identity was not simple. A rich young male with a few good looks wants to get famous through skits and then go on to become a movie actor. They were only a small crew in the end, and if they offended Chen Pingwei, not to mention going to make a TV series in the future, it was questionable whether they could continue to hang around in the circle of short dramas. Seeing that the situation wasn't quite right, the female lead, Tang Yihan, also came over. Her eyes were red. Perhaps she was still in the middle of the drama and hadn't slowed down, but her eyes stared at Chen Pingwei with resentment. You slapped Feishu in last week's scene, and you switched to a solid wooden stick this week. You're targeting him on purpose? What's wrong with me deliberately targeting him? Chen Pingwei didn't think so, and emotions rolled under his eyes when he looked at Tang Yihan. My father is the financier of this drama. I can act however I want. Lanji picked up Meng Yushu and viciously gouged out Chen Pingwei. You've got some balls. Who raised a dog that dares to act like a bully here? Luckily she had rushed up to stop it just now, otherwise, it was not guaranteed that Meng Yushu would have broken her leg like Meng Anren did back then. It was even more injured than the original Meng Anren, and it was possible that he would never be able to walk normally. Chen Pingwei snorted coldly and looked resentfully at Meng Yushu, who was in so much pain that he couldn't stand up straight. You're really blessed with good looks. Unfortunately, no matter how good looking you are, you're still just a poor man. As soon as the words fell, a figure came with a swift wind. Slap. The sound of the slap was clear and loud, and the strength was so great that it directly slapped Chen Pingwei's head askew, and a red mark quickly appeared on his face. Not waiting for Chen Pingwei to react, the other party copied the wooden stick and gave him a hard blow on the shoulder. Chen Pingwei covered his arm and grimaced in pain, his brow wrinkled so much that he could squeeze a fly. Where did the dead come from? How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? If you offend me, my father won't spare you. Meng Anren's expression was bland, her tone cold and hard. I'd like to see how many collapses in your father's pocket can make you bark around. The crowd was dumbfounded, and Lanji and Meng Yushu were even more jaw-dropped, with unbelief written in their eyes. What? No. So mean? The scene is more and more uncontrollable. The director rushed to come to round up. After all, he really cannot afford to offend Chen Pingwei. Once the capital withdrawal, the company cannot spare him. Guys, stop arguing. Why don't we just go to the hospital and get checked out first? It is reasonable to say that in the face of a person whose status and position is higher than their own, when they encounter a step, they have to go down, and the director guesses that Meng Yushu, who works part-time and part-time, should also not want to offend Qin Pingwei. As a result, Meng Yushu did not say anything, but instead hit the hands of this girl's voice condensation. Let a person such as falling into an ice cave. My brother was maliciously targeted during the filming of the movie, beaten to serious injuries. This matter is not handled well today. You don't want to be a director in the future. Although he didn't know what the girl's identity was, she exuded an unspeakable pressure, causing the director to suddenly break out in a sweat. It can't be another big shot that can't be messed with, can it? With an awkward smile stacked on his face, he lowered his voice and snapped, "Little girl, this is the only son of Jetta Magazine's president Chen Yadong. Chen is the financier of this drama. We are really in a difficult situation. How about this, first send Yushu to the hospital for a checkup. Our theater group will definitely pay for the medical expenses." Jetta Magazine? Dream Anren raised her eyebrows and twisted her head to look at Blue Branch with a questioning gaze. The other party also shook her head in confusion and sent a message in the class group at the speed of fire. Blue Branch, does anyone know Jetta Magazine's Adam Chen? Ming King, what small company? Never heard of it. Others quickly messaged back. Some had heard of Jetta Magazine but didn't put much stock in it, others didn't recognize it at all. It's good that none of them recognize it, proving that it's not an important person. Seeing Blue Branch shake her head again, Dream Anren fished out her cell phone from her bag and directly dialed Lin Mi's number. The other end picked up in almost seconds. Dream Anren ignored Lin Mi's various pleasantries and spoke bluntly. My brother was maliciously targeted by the son of the capitalist on the set, and was seriously injured with a solid wooden stick. Send me the contact information of Jetta Magazine surname Chen. Without waiting for a response from the other end, she simply pinched the line. Meeting the director's baffled gaze, Meng Anren lightly said, "To introduce myself, I'm Yunchuan Film and Television's largest stakeholder, Meng Anren, and Meng Yushu is my own brother." The director's eyes quickly became round with the naked eye, while his legs then went limp and he fell to the ground. She is actually the legendary in general? A milquetoast little girl? Before the start of filming, he had heard that the brother of Yunchuan's largest shareholder, Mr. N, had also entered the group, but there was no actor surnamed N in the group, and he had always thought that it was just some rumors. Who would have thought that Mr. N's last name is Dream? Qin Pingwei hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation, mockingly and sinisterly looking askance at Meng Anren, saying, "So what if Yunchuan is the largest shareholder? This drama is invested by our Chen family, so it's up to us, the Chen family. You, Yunchuan, are nothing more than a party bee, a dog that gets paid to work." The wooden stick in Meng Anren's hand hadn't even been thrown yet. Looking at this person in front of him who did not know how to die to provoke, Ran sisters people ruthless words not much raised the wooden stick as another stick over. Beat Qin Pingwei to the punch. Tired, take a break. Let Blue Branch do it for you. Dream Anren handed the wooden stick to Lanji and took over the position of assisting Dream Feishu himself. Lanji naturally will not let go of Qin Pingwei. Feishu brother is so gentle and considerate, but also so concerned about her girlfriend's care. He was bullied, she can have to take this bad breath. Unable to offend either side, the director stood there like a stake, his mouth tightly shut in an effort to minimize his presence. Dream Anren, don't look at him, bring a chair over here. Okay. The director, with a servile demeanor, nodded and ran to move his most comfortable director's chair out of the way. Chapter 59. Kneel down and apologize to my brother. Being assisted to sit down slowly, Meng Yushu looked up at her thunderous sister. Her body was in pain, but her heart was warm. He hadn't seen his sister angry yet, and this time, in order to take it out on him, he fatally beat Qin Pingwei without saying a word, showing that his sister cared about him a little bit as well. Lin Mi quickly jetted Chen's contact information sent to the Dream Anren. One side is the shareholders, on the one hand is the capital side. He is sandwiched in the middle of the words, to the end of the responsible for out-of-pocket to pay the medical expenses on the line. Receiving the phone number from Lin Mi, Meng Anren dialed it backhandedly. It rang for a long time until it disconnected. Dream Anren dialed again and still couldn't get through. Fine, not picking it up was just right, by default. The Chen family did not intend to back up Qin Pingwei, then there was no need for her to be polite. Twiggy, don't hit him too hard, at least leave him half. Staying half means losing an arm and a leg. Don't you dare. I'm the crown prince of Jetta Magazine. Qin Pingwei hugged his head and curled up on the ground, still not forgetting his dead duck's mouth. The wooden stick spun around in Lanji's hand, the breeze blew her short hair, and she laughed in a wanton and dashing manner. The son of the owner of a small magazine also dares to call himself the crown prince? Then I must at least be the Empress Dowager. This kid is afraid that he is not a frog at the bottom of the well. The Chen family is perhaps considered to be the richer group in the ordinary people's family, and he is also the kind of rich and brainless second generation of the rich that people say. But a small, insignificant company like Jetta Magazine was still a ladder to the clouds from the giants, and was uniformly categorized into the pauper queue in their capital circle. Even if Qin Pingwei was really wasted today, Jetta Magazine wouldn't be able to make any big waves. Anren, why don't we just let it go? Seeing Lanji's posture looks like she's going to kill, Meng Yushu worriedly raised her eyes to look at her sister. Later on, if there is a human life, it will not be easy to end. Okay. Meng Anren cocked her head and raised her eyebrows, her posture diffident with the oppressive feeling of a superior. Chen Pingwei, kneel down and kowtow to my brother and apologize, and this matter will be overlooked today. Originally, Meng Anren didn't intend to really break Chen Pingwei's arms and legs, and Lanji understood what she meant. They weren't legal curry, unlike Lu Hong who was so punishable. It's just a matter of scaring Chen Pingwei. Chen Pingwei had been pampered since childhood, where had he ever been threatened? Kneeling down and apologizing for such a humiliating move was even more impossible for him to accept. Beat me to death if you can. Two mongrels who aren't so high and mighty, let's see what my father will do to you then. Even Tangihan could see that the identities of these two girls in front of her were not simple, and she didn't understand how Chen Pingwei could be so stupid as to actually refuse to give in. But this has nothing to do with her. She doesn't care what will happen to Chen Pingwei, even if he really gets his hands and feet cut off. It's still his own fault that he deserves it. Tangihan took the crew's medical kit and jogged over to Meng Yushu's side and squatted down, looking concerned and abnormal. Yushu, how are you hurt? Let me give you some medicine first? No need, it's nothing major. Meng Yushu smiled and politely declined. Meng Anren glanced at the furious Chen Pingwei, and then at Tangihan, who was showing kindness to Meng Yushu, and seemed to understand something. She wasn't interested in getting involved in other people's love triangles. All she knew was that her brother couldn't be bullied on her watch. Since Chen Pingwei was unwilling to kneel down and apologize, she had to have a way to make him do so. Isn't Chen Yadong not answering his phone? Then she would have to let Chen Yadong take the initiative to call her. Hey, Atone, do me a favor. Dream Anren contacted her friend and briefly said a few words. After hanging up, less than a minute later, Chen Yadong called back. Ma Nonan picked up and tapped on the speakerphone. Chen Yadong's curt voice came out from the receiver, Mr. And, I'm really sorry, I was in a meeting just now and didn't receive your call. Hearing his father's voice, Chen Pingwei was stunned in place, staring at Meng Anren incredulously. How is that possible? Why is father whispering to this yellow girl? Meng Anren smiled and said, it doesn't matter, if I can't receive your call again, you won't even need to have a meeting in the future. Dad! This crazy woman hit me. Chen Pingwei raised his voice to complain. No matter what the other party's status was, he believed that his father must still be heartbroken for him as his son. Shut up! Chen Yadong's furious voice shook the cell phone receiver and almost broke the tone, saying in a commanding tone, Brat, your family has indulged you in lawlessness, right? Hurry up and apologize to General Manager An. Chen Pingwei couldn't believe it was true that his father didn't help him, didn't even care how hurt he was, and just ordered him to apologize to his abuser? Obviously, since he was a child, his father couldn't spare a harsh word for him, he would satisfy him with whatever he wanted, and now he was yelling at him to apologize to an outsider? Not hearing his son squeak, Chen Yadong forced down his anger, gritting his teeth and imploring, if you still want to continue to be a rich second generation in peace, you'll give me an obedient apology to Mr. And until Mr. N is satisfied. This time it was hard for Chen Pingwei to understand. Even if he wanted to, this teenage girl in front of him had the ability to pinpoint their family's financial lifelines. If he couldn't get her forgiveness, today would be the day that the Chen family would go bankrupt. Despite the shame that haunts Chen Pingwei, he suddenly feels that sometimes dignity isn't so important when he thinks about the kind of life his family will lead after bankruptcy. He climbed up and reluctantly walked over to Meng Yushu and knelt down in front of him, hanging his head down in a tolerant manner. I'm sorry, it was my fault, please forgive me. The voice was so thin that Meng Yushu actually heard it, and he didn't want to count too much, but just as he was about to open his mouth to forgive, his sister pressed down on his shoulder, clearly not happy about it. Meng Anren's voice was as cold and clear as she was as a person. You were screaming so loudly just now, why is your voice so low now? I have bad ears and can't hear it. Chen Pingwei read warm visible to the naked eye, clenched his teeth and did a good half a time of psychological construction. There is a kind of broken pot of meaning. Raised the tone of voice to re-say once again, I'm sorry. I know wrong. Please forgive me. Meng Anren raised the corner of her lips imperceptibly. What's wrong? I shouldn't have changed the props to solid wooden sticks and used the shooting as an excuse to target you. Please forgive me. Now that Dream Anren was satisfied, she bent down to her brother's ear and asked in a low voice, Brother, are you relieved? Do you want him to kowtow to you? Meng Yushu pursed a faint smile and shook her head, understanding the reasoning that a dog will jump over the wall when it is anxious, let alone a human being. He responded softly to his sister, that will do. Good. Meng Anren herself didn't even notice that this good response was a bit good-natured. She straightened up and looked at Chen Pingwei coldly. Get up. My brother said he forgave you. However, you took personal vendetta and changed the shooting props without authorization, causing injuries to the actors and affecting the progress of the crew's shooting. So I'm informing you as the biggest stakeholder of Yunchuan that you're fired and are not allowed to participate in the shooting of Yunchuan short dramas in the future. Chapter 60. It's getting more and more human. Chen Pingwei were still dare to be arrogant. Do not shoot, just do not shoot. As long as the business of the Chen family is preserved, he can continue to be a rich second generation. There will be other opportunities in the future. Hearing the matter settle down, Chen Yadong cautiously inquired, Mr. And then you see Jetta's business. Since my brother doesn't care anymore, there's no need for me to make an enemy of Mr. Chun. Well, thank you, mister. And for raising your hand. I will definitely discipline my son well in the future. The call hangs up and Chen Pingwei is picked up by the Chen family's driver and taken to the hospital. Only after the matter was settled did Meng Anren have the time to care about Meng Yushu's injury. Brother, go change your clothes first, and let me see how badly you're hurt in the meantime. The director was an eagle-eyed one and immediately had 2 staff members come over to assist Meng Yushu. As a result, Meng Anren passed with a cold eye blade, "Get lost, don't touch my brother." All of a sudden, everyone stood still and dared not approach. Lanji patted the ash on her hands and ran over, holding one side with Meng Anren and taking Meng Yushu to the dressing room. Tang Yihan also followed over with a medical kit. Helping Meng Yushu to sit down, Tang Yihan put down the medical kit and went out with Lanji. Dream Unjun closed the door and went to relieve Dream Hashu of his costume. They were all siblings, so Dream Feather Book had nothing to mind and cooperated by taking off his top. Seeing her sister's increasingly gloomy face, Meng Yushu pinched her face in amusement. "Haven't you already gotten out of anger? Why are you still bitter and hateful? You're still laughing, knowing that Chen Pingwei is moving for real. Why don't you tell the director? You're just here for a part-time job. Is it necessary to work so hard?" Dream Anren really suspected that the Dream family members have a little problem in the brain. For more than $800 salary, took a beating and did not say anything. Pure little cutie. Chen Pingwei is the son of the capitalist, everyone in the crew flatters him, and I don't dare offend him for fear of getting you into trouble. Meng Yushu was very honest. He didn't know what kind of identity his sister actually had, even the matter that his sister was the biggest equity holder of Yunchuan Film and Television, he only just learned about it. Moreover, he didn't know much about Chen Pingwei's status and position, so what if he messed with Chen Pingwei and affected the business behind his sister? Meng Anren rubbed her nose. It was true that she had never mentioned to the Meng family what industry she had in her name and what connections she had in the capital circle. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Then you can't be beaten, the big deal is that you quit. I've heard that Chen Pingwei and Tang Yihan want to use this short drama to enter the entertainment industry, so I also want to try and see if I can earn some heat. Even if I don't enter the entertainment industry, I hope to make a name for myself in the short drama industry later on." Dream Feather Book has inquired about the salaries of the actors in the sketches vary, with ordinary part-time supporting roles earning a few $100s a day, while the famous ones are up to tens of thousands of dollars. Although not to be one of the top batch, he is also trying to raise the value of the body, earn more money, so as not to waste his sister to accompany him to interviews and also buy him new clothes. Hearing this, Meng Anren sighed, squatted down beside Meng Yushu and tilted her head up to look at him. "Brother, money isn't earned this way. You have to distinguish between a regular job and a part-time job. Your priority now is still the college entrance exam. Part-time jobs are just idle time to earn a little money to reduce the burden of life. The regular job is the goal you need to spend time and effort to think about to choose to work hard." Just like she used to use her free time to learn about business, investing in more businesses was just something she used to practice. Profit and loss wasn't that important to her. So after investing the money she basically doesn't care. Roiming, on the other hand, is considered to be a full-time job, and she has purposefully created this company and invested a lot of human and material resources for this purpose, and it will become a business that she will fully manage in the future, and it is her job. One cannot stop moving forward because of a small profit in front of him, otherwise the short-sightedness of this moment will turn into the highest point of life. It's hard to break through and keep climbing. Meng Yushu thought carefully about his sister's words, and then smiled gently. "Brother has been taught. I've caused you trouble today, and I need you to back me up." Meng Anren's pupils trembled and she pursed her lips unnaturally. She could not say what she thought. Anyway, after receiving the news of the Blue Branch, heart began to anxious, rushed over to hear Chen Pingwei humiliating words. She was on the spot, the blood on the hands to beat people. Obviously, she hadn't tried to be this impulsive before, but it just made her feel bad when she saw others bullying Meng Yushu. Ahem, also. Don't count as bracing, you're my brother, isn't bullying you the same as bullying me? A smile spread across Meng Yushu's face, his sister's mouthing off was excessively cute in his eyes. It was also evident that Meng Anren hadn't felt the love of her family in the past when she was in the Lu family, and didn't have any concept of affection, so she acted so squirmy when she was subconsciously worried about him defending him. Meng Yushu did not force her sister to get used to it immediately and changed the topic. "How did you manage to get Chen Yadong to take the initiative to contact you?" "Cut him off." Dream Anren said it easily, as if it wasn't a big deal. She rummaged through the medical kit and took out iodine vapors to disinfect the wounds on Meng Yushu's body that had broken the skin, and said carelessly, "The business circle is a circle, and the economic chains of each industry form a closed loop. I don't have the ability to do well in all industries, but that doesn't stop me from having familiar contacts in all industries. Ordinary people beg their grandparents for help, pay for treats and lower their voices, and they don't always get what they want. But for people in their circle, a phone call is all it takes to set things right. That's why Dream Anren is committed to making connections, and if she doesn't have connections she can make in a particular industry, she doesn't mind investing a small amount of money to cultivate an available one. Anyway, she was only 17, it would be enough to spend 10 years, and by the time she was 27 and in the prime of her career, this person would have accomplished something to be of use to her. Brother, do you like filming? Meng Anrun asked coldly. Well, don't like it so far. Maybe it's because of the problem of taking this role, the whole time is being beaten, Chen Pingwei also real swords, which people will like to be beaten? Meng Anrun laughed softly, then let's just take it as a part-time job for now, and seriously consider what major to choose in college, there's still a year left, there's no rush. What do you want to major in? I'm definitely going to study finance. Money is my favorite thing in this life. Meng Yushu was amused. Then I'll study law and do legal work for your company in the future. Are you sure you can win this argument? It's not like chopping prices in a food market, the law will be on the side of justice. Outside the locker room, Lanchi sipped her milk tea and listened to the siblings gossiping inside. The corners of her lips couldn't stop rising. God knows how excited she was just now. It's been a long time since I've seen Meng Anrun get angry and hit someone. This shows that Meng Anrun recognizes Meng Yushu as her brother in her heart. Gee, it's been 17 years since her own BFF finally felt her brother's love. It's becoming more and more human. Tang Yihan, however, was full of worry, not understanding what the girl beside him was laughing at. How can Meng Yushu still laugh when she's been hurt so badly? As soon as the door to the dressing room opened, Tang Yihan anxiously got up to meet her, her eyes red and tender. Hashu, I'm sorry, it's all because of me that you're so badly hurt. Meng Yushu raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. Mon Onan frowned breathlessly. This actress isn't too far into the movie and going crazy, is she? Chapter 61 Don't take yourself too seriously, extra. Tang Yihan hung her head low, her eyes unable to hide her sadness. Chen Pingwei has been pestering me for a long time, and he's deliberately targeting you because I had intimate contact with you in the theater. I'm sorry, I'm the one who dragged you into this. Tang Yihan long a goose-egg face, skin so smooth that you can see the fine fuzz, almond eyes large and round, the head flickering light is very nice, tears are even more choo-choo moving people. Put in the ancient morning hegemony text, designated as a human animal harmless little white flower heroine. Nah, this isn't the Overlord text, and Dream Anrun isn't the Overlord, and doesn't eat this. Even a little tired of this kind of persona, crying all day long so delicate that the wind is going to blow down, always hanging on the side of the mouth sorry, as if the whole world must have mercy on her. Don't take yourself too seriously, it's not like my brother was happy to take a beating for you. Dream Anrun's logic is clear, regardless of why Chen Pingwei targeted Meng Yushu itself, Meng Yushu was beaten and did not fight back as for its own benefit, there are only two main characters in this incident. It has absolutely nothing to do with Tang Yihan. But, Tang Yihan anxiously wanted to explain something, she was afraid that Meng Anrun would misunderstand her and have prejudice against her. Nay, the other interrupted her directly. No buts, my brother doesn't know you well, the matter itself is none of your business, and I don't understand why you're rushing to apologize, but in the future you and my brother won't cross paths again. If you must ask for a word of forgiveness, well, we forgive you, and you may go. Tang Yihan confused, his heart clenched into a ball, lowered his head and two hands stirred together, froze and could not hold back a word. All the words she wanted to say were blocked by Meng Anrun, leaving no room for her to play. In fact, she didn't figure anything, she just felt guilty. After all, if it wasn't because of her existence, Chen Pingwei wouldn't have targeted Meng Yushu, and Meng Yushu wouldn't have been injured. Unlike Meng Anrun's toughness, Meng Yushu's temperament was much milder. Seeing Tang Yihan's look of wanting to speak, he smiled faintly and opened his mouth to comfort him. Anrun is right, this matter has nothing to do with you, you don't need to apologize. My injuries aren't a big deal either, no need to worry. Even though it was clear that Tang Yihan didn't mean any harm, Lanji didn't really like this kind of character, and walked over to hand Meng Yushu's milk tea to him, saying, Brother Yushu, go and sit at my winery for a while, I've called to make a reservation, let's have lunch together. Good. The three of them left, and no one paid any attention to Tang Yihan's complicated emotions. When the director saw Meng Yushu come out, he hurriedly greeted him, Yushu, is the injury serious? The medical expenses will be borne by the crew, make sure you get well. I'm fine. Meng Yushu hung a faint smile, knowing in her heart that these pleasing words were actually said to Meng Anrun. Dream Anrun hooked her brother's arm and asked in a low voice, Brother, do you still want to continue filming? Finish filming. It's the first time I've been in a skit, and it's a start. Receiving the answer, Meng Anrun nodded knowingly, but her gaze was like quenched ice when she turned to the director. The staff can't be blamed for what happened today, replace all the people in the props team, and the next time this happens, you won't be mixing either. It will never happen again. The director held up 3 fingers in firm assurance. The three left the theater and made their way slowly and leisurely to Blue Branch's winery. The winery is called Branches and Leaves and is not particularly large, with 6 wine cabinets containing a wide range of wines. A long table for meeting guests at the innermost part of the room was already set with sumptuous dishes by now. The dishes from the Inkindu Hotel? Meng Anrun recognized it at once. Yes, Brother Yushu has been injured, so he needs to make up for it. Lanji joyfully invites Meng Yushu to take a seat, propping her chin up to look at him with a smile. What would Brother Yushu like to drink? There's grape juice, watermelon juice, mango juice, peach juice, orange juice, sugarcane juice, carrot juice. Dreamfeather Book pulled the corner of his lips in confusion. Is this not a winery for you? How come it sounds more like a fruit store? Lanchi smiled with a flourish, stars sparkling under her eyes. You can have whatever you want, freshly squeezed, and it will be delivered soon. If it weren't for the fact that Dreamfeather Book was injured and was a guest at the winery for the first time, she'd be high on opening a bottle of 82 Lafite to celebrate. During the meal, knowing that Meng Yushu couldn't understand the things in the shopping mall, so both Meng Anren and Lanji didn't talk about the economic topics, and chatted on the theme of the winery, and the atmosphere was cordial. Is this winery of yours doing well? Meng Yushu asked. He had seen many wineries with high-grade decoration that usually had few customers. It's also acquaintances who come to me for wine, mainly because I have access to it, and some of those who are looking for a collection will ask me to help them order it. To put it bluntly, the business of the winery relies on contacts, and anyone in the circle who holds a banquet will look for her to order wine, or borrow her channels to find some hidden wine as a gift. There will always be a demand for wine in the circle, and her winery is still doing well, at least not like the hot pot restaurant she used to own, which went out of business within a few months. Then how much is the most expensive wine you have here? Meng Yushu was suddenly a little curious as to what kind of circle her sister was in. Blue Branch thought for a moment and said, the most expensive one placed here is 390,000. Usually when you need higher grade wines you have to order them in advance and I'll get the goods, that way there's no upper limit, tens of millions of dollars a bottle is possible. Meng Yushu was shocked. Even when the Meng family was at its richest, he had never seen a $390,000 wine, let alone tens of millions. That's a couple $1,000 a sip? Don't be too surprised, we haven't drunk tens of millions of dollars either. Meng Anren lost his smile. Worth tens of millions of dollars or hidden wine level, even the top powerful people are just rich, not sick. Who has a meal at home open a bottle of tens of millions of dollars of wine to help? Young Yushu stared blankly for half a second and laughed, as if indeed she had overthought things. After eating, Meng Anren took Meng Yushu and left. Brother, I'm having dinner with little Hong at Wu Lao's place in the evening, and I have other friends there, so it's not convenient to bring you, so I'll send you home first. Good. Meng Yushu was a sensible one, old mister. Wu Chongxi was his sister's friend and his brother's master, they should logically pay a visit to the door. But Wu Lao's status was unusual. Even if he wanted to pay a visit, he had to ask Wu Lao's opinion through Meng Anren first and ask for consent before he made a visit, otherwise he would become an uninvited guest. The car stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. Meng Anren followed and got out of the car, holding Meng Yushu's arm to help him up the stairs. Anren, don't tell mom and dad about my injury to save them from worrying. Meng Anren nodded knowingly. Then don't take a bath at night, just wipe your body, the wound can't get wet. I'll give you medicine when I come back. Aha. Meng Yushu dotingly rubbed his sister's long hair, and when his peach blossom eyes filled up, his entire person radiated a soft light. Meng Anren looked dumbfounded for a split second, and then sighed silently in her heart. Alas, it was no wonder that Blue Branch was always making nymphomaniacs of Meng Yushu. Ming King's head is in danger. Chapter 62. Your second sister's future husband. Only after going to prepare some more gifts did Meng Anren return to Jin Gue Huayuan. Master and apprentice sat in the parlor drinking tea and admiring the day's paintings. Just in time. Come and take a look at my disciple's new work. Wu Chongxi was visibly happy, especially when he said the words, my disciple. He couldn't hide his pride. Accepted a disciple as if he had won $50 million. Cannot wait to show off to the world that he Wu Chongxi's successor. This time, the work is no longer an oil painting in which Meng Chenghong randomly applies paint, but is really the first Chinese painting created under the guidance of Wu Chongxi. Although still lack of skill, but I have to say that people with high talent is God chasing after the reward food. Color matching is excellent. A pick lotus shape is not like God, but also has some meaning. Your apprentice's first painting, this shall not be framed and hung in the most prominent place in the center of the living room? Dream Anren teased, placing all the things he was carrying in his hand on the coffee table. That's for sure, I'll go frame it tomorrow. Wu Chongxi hemmed and hawed and laughed a few times, and then curiously picked at the gifts that Meng Anren brought over, wondering, what did you buy? A gift for me? Or what? Can't rub you a meal for nothing. Dream Anren sat down on the sofa, took the tea served by Lu Jila, and after taking a sip, continued, bought some cordyceps, flower gums and other supplements, usually have to boil and drink, don't always mind the trouble. See, there are mooncakes for sale before remembering that tomorrow's Mid-Autumn Festival, so I brought a box for you. Mooncake? Wu Chongxi was purely an old codger. His eyes lit up when he heard something delicious, lotus seed paste with double yolk filling? You're diabetic, eat less lotus seed paste. Meng Anren gouged him out without a good look. That being said, Wu Chongxi likes mooncakes with lotus seed paste and double yolk filling, so she buys what is still his favorite. What else? Wu Chongxi continued to rummage through the bag and pulled out another box of pastries. Dream on, handmade green bean and sesame pancakes. Another of his favorite foods. Wu Chongxi cheered. Don't eat too much. Jila is watching you, 2 pieces a day at most. If you dare to steal them, I won't bring your disciple here anymore. Wu Chongxi bristled. Got it, little ancestor. Everywhere in his control. Do not allow to eat this, do not allow to eat that. But also always let Lu Jila make soup for him to drink. Those soups are not good at all. Which has milk tea happy. After chatting for a while, Jinmu also arrived. Again carrying a bunch of gift boxes in his hands. Elder Wu, it's been a long time. Jinmu greeted familiarly. Yo, you still remember me? I thought you'd forgotten all about me long ago as you dug yourself into your work. Wu Changxi arrogantly tilted his head, with a come and coax me look. Jinmu laughed lightly and raised the pile of things in his hand. I'm not here to make amends. Look what you bought. Wu Changxi couldn't wait to take those gift bags and rummage through them to see if there was anything tasty. Well, 2 new sets of clothes, a new pair of shoes, an American ginseng, deer antler, and sea cucumber. Gee, what's with the tonic again? Eat less snacks and drink more soup. Jinmu couldn't help but look at Wu Changxi's grumbling expression. Meng Qinghong's small eyes stared at Jinmu for a moment, unwilling to move away. This brother is so good looking. Oh, even better looking than his own brother. Second sister, who is this brother? He came over to Meng Anren and asked in a low voice. The words had not yet been spoken. Wu Changxi heard the thief and said, this is your second sister's future husband. Call out to your second sister's husband. Jinmu's face suddenly turned red. TSK. Don't teach the little kids a bad lesson. Meng Anren glared at Wu Changxi in exasperation before saying to her brother seriously, this is a friend I've known since I was a child, call him Brother Mu. Meng Qinghong nodded and politely stood up to greet him. Hello Brother Mu, I'm Sister Anren's younger brother, my name is Meng Qinghong, I'm 9 years old this year. Hello, my name is Jinmu. Jinmu squatted down to talk to Meng Qinghong and handed over a small gift bag. First time meeting, this is a gift for you. Meng Qinghong twisted his head and looked at his second sister, as if he did not know whether to accept it or not, and was asking for advice. Take it. Getting permission, Meng Qinghong took the bag with both hands and thanked him nicely. Thank you Brother Mu, but I didn't prepare a gift for you, can I make it up to you next time? Jinmu rubbed Xiao Hong's head and hooked his thin lips, then draw a painting and give it to me as a return gift. Yes. Wu Changxi, who said that he would personally cook tonight, went into the kitchen to fry vegetables, and Lu Zhile gave him a hand. Meng Qinghong sat next to him without making any noise and read the art book given by his master. Jinmu naturally came up beside Meng Anren. Tired. Like a big dog, he leaned crookedly against the girl's shoulder for comfort. The girl gently touched his head and asked in a low voice, tomorrow, will you go to the hospital to accompany your aunt and uncle, or will you go to K country to look for your grandparents? I'll see mom and dad in the morning and then fly to K in the afternoon. Jinmu wasn't being petulant, but was really tired, his voice dripping with exhaustion. The last few days have been back-to-back, busy as hell, just to get the last 2 days of mid-autumn out of the way and visit my grandparents in K. There's also a bit of a problem on the Yusen side, so I guess I won't be able to come back for more than a month once I fly this trip. Meng Anren lowered her eyes in silence, removed the sandalwood string on his wrist and played with it between her fingers, and softly returned, work is important, I'll take care of the hospital side for you. Well, Sheens may also need you to keep an eye on some. At present the new product is still in the research and development stage, and Ruiming has just signed a contract, the most afraid of this time out of chaos. Good, have Zhuocheng contact me if there's anything I can do to help. Right. After finishing the work arrangements, Jinmu sat up straight and remembered something important. There's a bit of news about what you said last time. Meng Anren was stunned for half a second, reacting to the fact that Jinmu was referring to Lu Qingcheng's inexplicable search for the Lu family. She had seen with her own eyes the paternity test that Lu Qingcheng had brought to the Lu family at that time, and knew which hospital had issued it, so she wasn't like a blind fly with no way to start. Jinmu said, tuned the hospital surveillance and confirmed that it was Lu Qingcheng herself who personally sent over the sample at that time, and it was also her who went to pick up the results. Zhuo Cheng said that he met Lu Hang's people at the hospital, and Lu Hang and Lui should also be suspecting Lu Qingcheng's attempts. Meng Anren thoughtfully, it is impossible for Lu Qingcheng to get a sample of Lu Zhong's hair, so there is indeed someone behind her helping her. However, she always felt strange, if the person behind the curtain really wanted to help Lu Qingcheng, wouldn't it be better to give the appraisal results directly to Lu Qingcheng? Why let Lu Qingcheng personally do the appraisal, appearing in the surveillance camera and leaving traces that make people suspicious? Moreover, if Lu Qingcheng is really the Lu family's own daughter, returning to the Lu family is justified, the person behind the curtain is considered to be doing a good thing. You can use this to climb up to the Lu family. Why hide so deep? Chapter 63 Who Will Miss You? Self-indulgence. Previously suspected that you and Lu Qingcheng back then was not a simple embrace error, but someone intent on mischief deliberately switched the two of you, but sent people to the hospital where you were born to investigate, more than 10 years ago, already cannot dig up any traces. Jinmu took a sip of the hot tea and suddenly had a kind of uneasiness haunting his heart, intuiting that this matter was not simple. This is because children born in the general ward are not even housed on the same floor as those born in the VIP ward. The person behind the scenes had gone to great lengths to change little Anren, who should have been in the ordinary room, to the VIP room on the top floor. What exactly did he want? Besides, what's in it for TA to replace a newborn baby? So complicated, Dream Anren's CPU is burning fast, and it is more difficult to sort out the thinking of the person behind the curtain than to make an investment. Whatever, since Lu Hong and Lu Yi are also looking into it, they will always know the results. Can't think of anything, don't think. Dream Anran felt that his brain cells should be saved and used to make money. The only thing that belonged to his vested interest was money. Shinmu lost his smile. There's no need to bother, Missy. I'm willing to saddle up for you. Humph, someone's been gone for over a month. Who's really saddled up for whom? Tough Missy, came back to bring you a gift. Shinmu hooked his right hand over Meng Anran's shoulder, his fingers pinched the girl's right earlobe, and under his eyes was a softness that couldn't be melted. Call me when you miss me. Meng Anran gave him a look away. Who would miss you? Make a fool of yourself. Shinmu couldn't help but laugh. Still the same loudmouthed Missy. Let's eat. Wu Changxi brought the food to the table. Today's disciple, happy, but also rare Shinmu over, deliberately opened a bottle of white wine to celebrate. Lu Jila and Shinmu accompanied him to drink a little. The two Dream family siblings are underage, so they drink cold orange juice. It was rare for the Lu family side to be full of people, but the atmosphere was permeated with an unspeakable coldness. I heard that Lu Qingcheng went to Jin Gui Flower Garden today and offended Wu Lao, and was driven out by Wu Lao with a broom, and many people watched the fun. Lu Zhong was so angry that he came back specifically to find Lu Qingcheng to settle the score. Do you know what kind of person Elder Wu is? How dare you run to the door and point your nose at someone? And barging in like a shrew, letting the onlookers see the joke. The Lu family's face is all disgraced by you. Lu Zhong's eyes were on fire. He shouldn't have picked up Lu Qingcheng. Grooming, demeanor, and temperament are all less than 1/10,000th of Lu Anran. After Wu Lao closed his pen and went into seclusion, Meng Anran had even brought him back an authentic painting of Wu Lao. And Lu Qingcheng? Once she came to the door, she offended Wu Lao. He was so blind when he traded a pearl for a fish eye. After being angry at Wu Lao and coming back to be criticized, Lu Qingcheng's entire body was wilted. Tears fell silently from the table with heads hung low, and the white rice in his mouth had a salty taste. She defended herself with a small sob. It's none of my business, it's all because of Meng Anran. It must be because she deliberately smeared me in front of Elder Wu, and Elder Wu was biased against me. You still have the nerve to mention Meng Anran? Lu Zhong slammed his chopsticks on the table, his face reddening with anger. Someone has already recorded a video of today's incident and sent it to me. It was you who insulted Elder Wu first. If you can learn a trace of Meng Anran's decency and generosity, you won't be swept away by Wu Lao. Finish high school and stay abroad until you are old enough to get married. Now it is really the degree of seeing her annoyed. Lu Zhong did not even have the appetite to eat, huffing and puffing to get up and go. Bai Yujin also gouged Lu Qingcheng deeply, really not liking this so-called real daughter. Making such an ugly scene in front of so many people from the upper-class circle, even if it was sent for marriage in the future, it wouldn't have much value. Who would want to marry a shrew? The only family in the capital circle that can be considered a match for the Lu family is the Qin family. Originally Dream Anran and Qin Mu too small, this marriage is almost already set. Qin and Lu can also be strong combination. Lu Qingcheng was brought back because there is a blood relationship, as the first daughter of the Lu family to send to the marriage is more valuable. Even if Qin Mu didn't like Lu Qingcheng, for the sake of the two families' interests, Qin wouldn't refuse. And the result? Who in the capital circle must not give Wu a few points of face? Lu Qingcheng even directly pointed at Wu Lao's nose and scolded him? It's going to be a lot harder to get a marriage with Qin now. Lu's couple left back and forth. Lu Han was too lazy to pay attention to Lu Qingcheng, and Louis also excused himself to go look at the new car. A meal that didn't go well. Lu Qingcheng was the only one left in the dining room. She felt suffocated in her heart and violently got up and swept all the dishes on the table onto the floor. Ah! She tore her voice out and screamed, more emotionally unstable than a patient in a mental institution, blood covering her eyes as if she were a frantic beast. Hate to tear Dream Anran into pieces. It shouldn't be. I'm the daughter of the Lu family. Who is Meng Anran? She's just a poor, broke, so why should everyone favor her and speak for her? What makes an adopted daughter who was kicked out of the house have a higher status than me in the Lu family's heart? Wait and see, I'm going to make her lose her reputation. Fame, status, position, resources, take what is hers and take it all away. Riverside 9 premium condominium building with a large one-story flat. The 32nd floor is Lu Hang's private residence. He doesn't like to go back to the Lu family villa to live, and usually lives alone here. At this moment, Louis was sitting lazily in front of him with his legs crossed and shaking his red wine glass. Are you really not going to take Lu Anran away? Her last name is Dream. Lu Hong lowered his eyes and took a sip of red wine. His words were short but his meaning was obvious. What's wrong with surnamed Dream? Louis frowned unhappily and put down his red wine glass. You don't care about her if her name is Dream? You're just going to let her live in that slum? Squeezing into a room with other people? Taking the bus to school every day? At least as his sister for 17 years, even in the Lu family did not receive much favor, but is also a brocade food and pampered up. Where can she look at the slums and the suffering? I'm sure she can't afford to suffer either. In his mind, he recalled that time when he saw Su Wanman holding Dream Anran's hand from afar with eyes full of favor. Lu Heng's eyes flickered slightly, quickly sorted out his emotions, and said in a light voice, there are at least 3 sets of real estate under her name, with liquidity of more than $5 million, and it's her choice to stay in the Dream family. If Dream Anran really didn't want to stay in the Dream family, she was fully capable of abandoning her family to live on her own. Since she chose to stay there, no matter what her intentions were, at the very least she recognized the dream family's character and was clear that she would not be wronged. Otherwise, without the need for them to persuade her bitterly, she would have already severed her ties with the Meng family and set up her own business. TSK. Louis annoyingly scratched his hair, and then tiredly closed his eyes and sighed. Also, she is almost an adult, her wings are hard, it is not our turn to meddle. Chapter 64. You're not falling in love early, are you? Plus one more chapter. Jean Gui Huayuan sighed. Wu Chongxi drank a full red face, began to drink nonsense, before finally dispersed the meal. Lu Jila sent Elder Wu upstairs to rest and came back down to see off the guests. By the way, can I hear the song you wrote? On the way out, Meng Anren smiled and asked Lu Jila. Since he had gone to the record company so many times to hand in his resume, he should have recorded simple demos of all the songs he had written, and she wanted to hear them. Of course. A smile spread across Lu Jila's face, and a light flickered under his eyes as he looked at Meng Anren. Add a WeChat, send me when the time comes. Meng Anren has always been thunderous, the attitude of discussing things without mixing other emotions, a business-like work posture. After adding his friends, Dream Anan went away. Qin Mu sent the siblings back. Just remembering the way Lu Jila looked at Meng Anren, he felt sour in his heart, and his tone was dripping with jealousy. Can you not go around exuding your charm? I have a heavy sense of crisis. Meng Anren froze for a split second, bared her teeth and laughed. You're jealous of unreasonable I'm not familiar with Lu Jila. Add him on WeChat just for the sake of the cause. You want to help him? Let's hear the songs he's written before we consider helping or not. Meng Anren had no interest in Lu Jila as a person, listening to his work to measure his value and examining whether he was a project worthy of her investment. She basically knows all the people in the capital circle, and the industries she holds shares in basically involve all walks of life in the business circle. But that's not enough for her, she wants to go for showbiz money now. Lu Jila was the first person she examined. Qin Mu sighed, his heart still unsettled for a long time, and Xiaoran, I'm waiting for you to come of age. So, will you wait for me too? Dream Anren's red lips hooked. I won't wait for you, I'll keep moving forward. No one can make her stop. The only way to have the right to speak on any occasion is to have money and power in her hands. That's what she learned back in the Lu family. The car arrived at the door of the neighborhood. Meng Chenghong politely thanked, holding a small bag, and Meng Anren get off. The siblings walked home holding hands. Watching a tall and a short figure enter the residential building, Qin Mu curved his lips and withdrew his sight. Drive. As soon as Meng Chenghong entered the house, he excitedly ran to Su Wanman on the sofa, jumped into his mother's arms, tilted his little head and said, Mom, today Master taught me to paint the lotus flower. In the evening, Master also cooked stewed prawns. It's delicious. That good, huh? Let Mommy touch your tummy to see if little Hong is full. Su Wanman never perfunctory child's every word, provide enough emotional value, really touch Meng Chenghong's bloated little stomach. I'll eat into a watermelon. It seems that Xiao Hong very much like to eat Wu Lao made stewed prawns. It. Right. Meng Chenghong sat up straight, pulled open the chain of her school bag, took out a gift box, and continued, there's also a very handsome and good-looking brother tonight, who's a good friend of my second sister, and this is a gift from him to me. Meng Chenghong opened the gift box and inside was a watch. Kids don't know how expensive gifts are, but how can adults not know the price of a brand? This children's watch is a brand of Qin's Group, Douwan produced, touchscreen, can make phone calls, can send WeChat, comes with a positioning system, priced at nearly $1,000. Douwan belongs to one of the top 5 well-known brands of electronic products in the country. The first time you meet the children to send such an expensive gift, parents cannot feel at ease? Su Wanman and Meng Rong both looked up at Meng Anren with rounded eyes, seemingly asking her with their eyes if it wasn't quite appropriate to accept this gift. Meng Anren read her parents' eyes and put a smile on her face, just as long as Xiao Hong likes it. What kind of friend sends Douwan's watch as soon as they meet? Meng Rong wasn't too comfortable with the idea, fearing that Meng Anren would owe a favor. A childhood friend, known for 13 years. Dream Anren spoke frankly. I confessed my relationship with this friend, but I didn't confess that the identity of this friend is Qin Mu, the current president of Qin Group. Meng Rong and Su Wanman exchanged a glance, and then simultaneously moved their eyes back to Meng Anren. Su Wanman asked cautiously, Anren, you won. Fall in love early, right? Or maybe she was betrothed as a child and already had a fiancé? Guessing what her parents were thinking, Dream Anren felt a bit amused. Not a boyfriend, not a fiancé, simply a confidant and friend who has known each other for many years. Regardless of whether she and Qin Mu were in love or not, their current relationship could really only be considered as relatively close friends. Oh. Meng Rong and Su Wanman breathed a sigh of relief. Her daughter left the circle of the rich family. If she still fell in love with those rich kids, I'm afraid that she was bullied by the Meng family can't support her. The family lineage is too different, and it's not destined to be happy. I have some business with my brother, so I'll go in first. Meng Anren finished softly and went to knock on the door of Meng Yushu's room, bringing him to his room to give him medicine. When I went to buy gifts for Elder Wu in the afternoon, I stopped by to mix up a bottle of special effect ointment, which was very effective in recovering from broken skin wounds. Meng Yushu sat backward on the chair, his upper shirt unclasped, revealing a slightly slimmer body. A trail of blood falling on his fair skin was particularly harsh. The mere sight of these wounds was like a ball of wet cotton clogging up Meng Anren's heart, smothering her with breathlessness. Bear with it. Meng Anren's brows knit tightly as she dabbed some yellowish ointment on her fingertips and gently applied it to the blood-soaked wounds on Meng Yushu's back. The cool ointment dispelled the pain of the searing wound, a slight sting, but negligible. Meng Yushu laughed softly and comforted her sister. It doesn't hurt. Meng Anren pursed her lips, feeling that Meng Yushu was holding on hard. She mixed the ointment. Does she know if it hurts or not? Fortunately, the ancient costume is thicker and acts as a layer of protection from injuring the tendons and bones, otherwise, you'll have to go to the hospital and lie down for half a month. With her rare nagging, it was clear in her tone that she was complaining that Meng Yushu was actually laughing when she was obviously hurt so badly. Meng Yushu only smiled. Of course he was happy that his sister was worried about him. Asterisk. After a period of time, Lu Qingcheng did not make any moths, restful to dream Anren feel strange, always feel that this little girl did not hold what good fart. It felt like time went by extraordinarily fast as classes went on and off every day. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed, and the first short drama Glazed Marigolds shot by Dream Feather Book is also officially online. Blue Branch is probably the first loyal fan of Dream Feather Book. As soon as the class is holding a cell phone and watching skits, no Dream Feather Book drama plot all open times the speed to skip. When the Dream Feather Book came out, it was dialed back to normal magnification, watched carefully, and studied over and over again. Finally came to a conclusion. Brother Hashu is really handsome. Monanan sweated. Look at your fiancé next to you. Sparks are coming out of his eyes. Chapter 65 Your nemesis is coming for you. The Glazed Marigold itself is an adaptation of a hit web novel, and with excellent production and casting of handsome men and women, it has received rave reviews since its launch. Even though Meng Yushu played only the male third in a small role, he gained a lot of favor with his excellent looks and not-so-crappy acting skills. Every episode of the skit had comments asking for his name and social accounts. Usually the second male lead was a villain, and Meng Yushu's temperament couldn't play a villain. Therefore, taking advantage of the heat of Glazed Marigold, Yunchuan Film and Television plans to make Meng Yushu a male lead in the next short drama. In addition to the short drama thing, Lu Qingcheng and Meng Anren's birthdays were coming up. Today is my coming-of-age banquet. Dad booked me the biggest banquet hall in the Yendu Hotel. Can everyone have the honor of coming to accompany me for my birthday tonight? Lu Qingcheng stood on the podium with a sweet smile, changing her previous image of a bratty white lotus and becoming gentle and generous, politely inviting her classmates to come to her coming-of-age banquet. Yendu Hotel? Isn't that the most luxurious hotel in the capital city? To pack the largest banquet hall there to hold a birthday banquet, it would cost $5 to $6 million at least. It seems that the Lu family is not ungrateful to Lu Qingcheng. In the past, when Ran was in the Lu family, she only booked a small box for us to have dinner on her birthday. Where did she try to be so generous like Lu Qingcheng? After all, it's a coming-of-age banquet. It's only once in a lifetime, and Lu Qingcheng has just been recognized back to the Lu family not long ago. At least she's a blood-related daughter. The Lu family won't be able to afford to give up this amount of money to make a row for her. Hearing the crowd murmur, Lu Qingcheng's eyes flashed with a touch of complacency, and she cast a condescending glance toward Meng Anren. Anren, why don't you come too? We share the same birthday. Consider it a celebration for you all together. Dream Anren, who was writing her homework, stopped her pen, lifted her eyelids to look over, and guffawed. Thank you for your kindness. Let your classmates spend time with you. I'll go back and celebrate with my family. Lu Qingcheng paced down the podium, walked to Meng Anren's side, and persuaded him bitterly. Anren, your adoptive parents' family's conditions are not good, so they can't give you a grand birthday banquet. On such an important day as adulthood, you should spend it with us. Your foster parents won't blame you. If you can come, your classmates will definitely be happier. No need. Big sister specially rushed back yesterday to say that she wants to make me a cake with her own hands, and mom and dad also said that they will prepare a big meal in the evening to celebrate for me. Meng Anren smiled serenely, stood up and patted Lu Qingcheng's shoulder. No matter how luxurious the banquet is, it can't compare to the heart of the family. What do you say? The corner of Lu Qingcheng's mouth twitched, her expression a little stiff. Last night she asked her parents if they could come to her birthday and support her. As a result, Lu Zhong just ordered someone to book the banquet hall of the Yendu Hotel and underwrote all the spending for the banquet. Bai Yujin ordered the servants to make a big cake with the fruits that were flown back to celebrate her birthday. All of them shrugged her off with the excuse that they were busy with work. The most excessive is Lu Hang and Lu Yi. Last night randomly sent someone to send her a gift, not even a birthday wish. Pressure is not willing to see her. It doesn't matter, she was able to host her own coming-of-age party at the Yendu Hotel and invite the entire class to celebrate her birthday. It was a 5-star hotel, eating all the delicacies of the sea, drinking all the expensive champagne red wine, even the cake was specially customized with fruits specially flown in from abroad. What is there to fool around with when Dream Anren can only spend her birthday at home with a couple of poor people? After this birthday party, soon the class will see just who was worthy of their favors. No matter how powerful Meng Anren was, she was already a thing of the past. Away from the Lu family, she was just a bumpkin from the slums. Thinking of this, Lu Qingcheng was in a better mood, raised her smile and continued, "That's really a pity. In the past, when you were in the Lu family, every year on your birthday, you were able to set up a banquet at the Yendu Hotel, so that your classmates could accompany you to celebrate, and I was thinking of setting up a banquet to celebrate with you, or else you might not have much of a chance to be able to go to the Yendu Hotel to have dinner in the future." Dream Anran was half not angry or jealous, and even wanted to laugh a little. "You are really kind, so good at thinking for me. But you're right, the 18-year-old adult banquet is only once in a lifetime. It's something that should be properly celebrated. So, on the weekend I'll host a banquet at the Yendu Hotel and invite my classmates to have another meal." "What?" Lu Qingcheng stared at Meng Anran with round eyes, unable to believe if she had heard wrong. "What about the 50 people in the class? Just to have a meal would cost a lot of money, plus drinks, even booking the smallest box would cost a few $1,000,000. There's no way she's not aware of how much the Yendu Hotel spends, right? How dare you be so bold as to invite the whole class to dinner? Ransan, are you serious?" One of the boys in the class asked uncertainly. They never ostracized Meng Anran because she was broke, but they were also aware that her financial level was definitely not as good as it used to be after she left the Lu family. If she really wants to host a banquet at the Yendu Hotel, she'll be hemorrhaging money. "Of course, in previous years, I've invited you all to dinner on my birthday. How can I not invite you all to celebrate with me as an adult?" Meng Anran wore a smile on her face and spoke lightly, not forgetting to joke, "You don't need to bring gifts, but all the people have to come, otherwise I'm going to suspect that you guys are looking down on me. If Sister Ran has asked, we'll definitely go. People must be there, gifts must be given, Ransan adult F, we must not show. The last pen factory project went back into profit thanks to you, and we made a little money, so where can we go wrong with your coming of age gift? It doesn't matter what we send, the key is what kind of gift will Qin Xiao send Sister Ran, it won't be in the form of a body, right?" Meng Anran looked at them with amusement. This group of people were as shameless as ever, they loved to make fun of her and Qin Mu. She re-looked at Lu Qingcheng and said with interest, "Since Miss Lu is hosting a banquet tonight, everyone should have fun, don't say for Miss Lu, otherwise where would she have a platoon as a daughter of the Lu family?" "Right, Ms. Lu." Lu Qingcheng bit her back teeth to force out a smile, "That's for sure, everyone eat and drink well tonight, I'll pay for all consumption." "Woohoo, then I won't be polite to Ms. Lu." Lan, she said with a smile, secretly poking and giving a thumbs up towards Meng Anran. Tonight she must go to the adult banquet, not letting Lu Qingcheng hemorrhage is not giving enough face. At the end of the school day, Dream Anran packed her book bag and prepared to bolt. "Sister Ran, your nemesis is looking for you." When she heard the words rival, Meng Anran's first thought was Lu Hang and Lu Yi, and when she turned her head towards the outside of the classroom, she realized that it was Duan Jingyao. "What does Duan Jingyao want with me?" With a question, Dream Anran hooked up her book bag and walked out. Duan Jingyao was carrying a gift box in his hand, with a warm smile on his face, so much so that the girls passing by couldn't help but look at him a few more times, curious about what the great god of the third class was doing in the first class. Seeing Meng Anran come out, Duan Jingyao handed over the gift box. "Student Meng, I heard that today is your birthday, this is the gift I picked out, happy birthday." Chapter 66 Seeing a Ghost in Broad Daylight? It was a sunny day with no clouds, and Dream Anran felt that it shouldn't be haunted in the middle of the day. She looked suspiciously at Duan Jingyao, her face still smiling politely and appropriately. "Mr. Duan, I don't seem to be familiar with you to the extent that we're giving each other gifts and blessings, right?" Going by the atmosphere of their last meeting, she had reason to suspect that this gift box contained dead rats. "Don't we get acquainted after a while? I came here to study in order to make connections, and you've been number one in every exam, so you're bound to be an uncomplicated person in the mall in the future. I want to get on good terms with you, what's wrong with that?" Some words said frankly good, but he looked at Meng Anran's eyes always do not bring goodwill, seems to be quenched poison, then Lu Qingcheng's blatant provocation but also a few more points of insidious and cunning. He is like a poisonous snake, hiding himself in the bushes, and once he meets his prey, he will come out silently, open his mouth and bite the other party, waiting for the other party to die of poison. Too mysterious and dangerous, Meng Anran didn't want to have much contact with him. "Isn't Ms. Dream curious about what kind of gift I'm giving you?" Duan Jingyao passed the gift box forward again. Ma Nonan raised an eyebrow. "Should I be curious?" "You'll like it." He said it with certainty, obviously not having met him a few times, but like he knew what Dream Anran wanted. Dream Anran stared at the gift box for a moment of hesitation, but still reached out and took it, smiling. "Thank you. On the weekend, I'll set up a banquet at Yendu Hotel to invite my classmates for dinner. Do you want to come?" But it's not a compliment. Duan Jingyao hooked up the corner of his lips, half missing the respect and politeness. "Is it convenient to add a WeChat?" Meng Anran nodded and took out her cell phone to add a friend with Duan Jingyao. Tucking his cell phone away, Duan Jingyao said, "Then I'll leave first, have a nice adult day." After seeing Duan Jingyao walk away, Lan Ji and Ming Jing quickly walked out of the classroom and surrounded Meng Anran on both sides. "What the hell is going on in the middle of the day? He even came over specially to give you a gift?" Lan Ji frowned as she stared at Duan Jingyao's fading back and muttered in a low voice. Meng Jing also said, it feels like he's not that kind. Since high school enrollment, you've always been the first in your grade, he's become the second in a million years, you two haven't had much contact in more than 2 years, and for him to suddenly come to give you a gift, it's 80% that his intentions are not good. Meng Anrun curved the corners of her lips and smiled in a meaningful way. I'm also curious as to what kind of medicine he's selling in his gourd. Instead of passively waiting for Duan Jingyao to reveal his fox's tail, it would be better to take the initiative and try to find out what secrets this person is hiding. The class is all her people, and there is no personal relationship with Duan Jingyao, so the weekend meal is a great opportunity for her to spy on the enemy in absolute safety. 7 p.m. Emerald Room, Yendu Hotel. Students changed into high-fashion dresses and brought gifts to the banquet. The banquet hall is magnificent. The table is full of delicacies, expensive desserts, dozens of champagne worth more than $1 million is placed there. Spare their family major happy event banquet is not such a big row. However, there were only 49 of them, which made the large ballroom seem a little too empty, and it felt like there was an echo when they spoke. Lu Qingcheng wore a pink princess dress, a pink diamond crown on her head, and the main diamond of the diamond necklace around her neck was as big as a pigeon's egg, and she was dressed up in a grand manner, like a real princess. Thank you all for the honor of coming to my bar mitzvah. I don't have any other friends in the circle, so I only invited you all. To liven up the atmosphere, I've invited a modeling team and a symphony orchestra to perform. I hope you all have fun tonight. She walked off the stage slowly, and soon the music started, and a modeling show began with a handsome man with long legs and a beautiful body. The students took turns to go and give Lu Qingcheng a gift, after which they began to watch the show, eat and drink. Lanju was holding a champagne glass. Her posture was diffident as she looked at Lu Qingcheng, who was hypocritically coping with the crowd, disdainfully raising an eyebrow. The modeling show was not as wonderful as the one she did. 49 people, packaged a banquet hall that can accommodate 500 people. She is not only rich, but also has a disease. Meng Jing, who was standing at her side, laughed softly. Lu Qingcheng's speech and demeanor are somewhat of a lady of the house now, but one banquet exposed her vulgarity and ignorance, going around flaunting that she's rich like a thug. She was already a thug. Lanji shrugged her shoulders, not hiding her contempt for Lu Qingcheng. Truly rich people are stingy, and powerful families sometimes need to make a spectacle to maintain their own face and majesty, but only to arrange the banquet in a rigorous and decent manner. Instead of spending money like Lu Qingcheng, booking the biggest banquet hall and opening the most expensive wine is just a matter of fact. Who would invite people to perform at a banquet? Does she think this is a clubhouse? Alas, I thought the two young masters of the Lu family would come over and let me watch a good show. Who knew it would be so boring? I might as well go and celebrate Anren's birthday. Lanji's interest was lacking, and every time this happened she couldn't wait for Louis to show up in a hurry. When it comes to who's the best at smashing up a scene in the Beijing circle, no one compares to Louis. Ming Jing thought carefully and said, this seems to be the first time Anran has celebrated her birthday with her family, right? Yes, in the past, we used to spend her birthday with her every year, and this year she finally has a family member to celebrate with her. Lanji curved her lips and smiled brightly. In her heart she felt happy for her best friend. She felt that the Dream family members were all of good moral character, and those who were good in their own right must have treated Dream Anren better. The cold-hearted Missy gets to feel the favor of her family. Where's Qin Mu? Ming Jing asked. Every year on Meng Anren's birthday, Qin Mu wouldn't be absent, but why is there no news this year? He's in Ozan, says it's a thunderstorm over there and all the flights have been cancelled, so he probably won't be able to make it back. The protagonist of this banquet is Lu Qingcheng. No matter what conflicts they had before, the students are all smart and decent to find topics to talk to Lu Qingcheng. In fact, I don't know what to talk about. After all, Lu Qingcheng knew nothing about business matters. All you can do is ramble on about irrelevant topics. Qingcheng, your necklace is so beautiful, is it specially customized? Lu Qingcheng raised her hand to touch her necklace. Her expression could not hide her vanity. This is the adult gift that Dad sent me, worth $30 million. I also just wear it today, such a big diamond, usually dare to wear out. $30 million? Zui Yi raised her eyebrows, exchanged glances with the few people beside her, and secretly poked and pressed down the corners of her snickering lips. Then your father is really good to you. Thinking that Zui Yi was genuinely flattering, Lu Qingcheng proudly stretched her neck. That's for sure, I'm his only daughter, my family spoils me. The bystanders could barely hold back their laughter. Do you really think they don't know what they're talking about? Although the necklace on Lu Qingcheng's neck is quite heavy in carat, the design and cut are not top-notch, and the diamonds are slightly yellowish and of average quality. The whole necklace, $10 million tops. She can be blown up to $30 million. She's quite the pretender. Chapter 67 Plain Wishes. Their family power is not as strong as the Lu family. There is a competition in their hearts to see the show, but the Blue branch can be the most good at tearing down the stage, especially demolishing the stage set up by Lu Qingcheng. Lu Qingcheng, don't pretend if you can't understand. The moment you open your mouth, it reflects your ignorance and stupidity. Your brain is not worth as much as the necklace on your neck. That necklace of yours is Phoenix Jewelry's style from the year before last, selling for 18 million. but this one of yours isn't genuine, stealing Phoenix's design and making it with diamonds of even worse quality. Presumably, it's only worth 8 or 900. Also $30 million, thanks to you to say it. Nonsense, this was given to me by Dad. It's not like the Lu family is short on money, how could I possibly bring a fake? Lu Qingcheng furiously glared at Lan Ji, suspecting that she was helping Meng Anren and deliberately denigrating her here. Don't believe me? I have an authentic one that I can bring back to school tomorrow for you to compare. You can tell at a glance the luster of the genuine versus the fake. Lan Ji's posture was loose, and she said it in a serious manner. Instead, it made Lu Qingcheng unsure of herself. This necklace is not at all the father gave her, is her own second-hand goods bought on the internet. The seller said that this is a big brand design, worth $30 million, in a hurry to use the money only low-priced second-hand out. It cost her $10 million. Now she's being told that the necklace is a fake and is only worth $8 or $9 million, so she's losing $2 million? And humiliated in front of his classmates. Eat people's mouth is short, take people's hands soft, in order to avoid the scene made too ugly, Zui Yi voiced to round off. Qingcheng, it's okay, maybe uncle does not understand diamonds before being cheated. Anyway, the Lu family is also not bad. This small amount of money, you don't care too much, so that uncle will know that is not happy. They are the most good at official talk, some words sound good, in fact, we all know in their hearts, even they can see the fake. Lu Zhong galloped through the shopping mall for decades, how can they be cheated? The family had a good face, Lu Zhong couldn't possibly buy a fake for Lu Qingcheng to wear around to Lu's face, so this necklace wasn't even a gift from Lu Zhong. Saying this was just to give Lu Qingcheng a step down. It also avoided affecting their relationship with the Lu family. Lu Qingcheng pulled a stiff smile. Maybe it's true that Dad looked away, but it doesn't matter, as long as it's a gift from Dad I like it. Yes, the gift is not expensive. Lan Ji rarely echoed Lu Qingcheng's words, and then said, today is Miss Lu's birthday, how can we not drink some wine? Come on, open all the wine, let's all have a toast together and wish Miss Lu a happy birthday. The waiter opened all 10 bottles of champagne on the table and everyone raised their glasses to congratulate Lu Qingcheng on her coming of age. Only Lu Qingcheng's heart was dripping blood. Those wines were over $1 million a bottle, she was just putting out a few more bottles for show, who would have thought that Blue Branch would have had them all opened? How much money had to be burned off her for this meal tonight? Unlike the subtle atmosphere of Lu Qingcheng's adult banquet side, the Dream family's hut was cozy and lively. Su Wanman made Meng Anren's favorite pickled fish and Meng Nico's favorite salt-baked chicken, and after the family happily ate dinner, it was time to make a wish and cut the cake. The cake was handmade by Nico, tinkering with it all afternoon, using animal cream and freshly bought fruit, not too sugary, delicate and healthy. Meng Chenghong was more excited to see the cake than the birthday boy today, and children are always hard to resist the temptation of dessert. Lighting a candle with the number 18, Meng Rong asked her daughter to make a wish. Dream Anren clenched his hands into fists and closed his eyes for a long time without coming up with a wish. Finally, I made a simple, unadorned wish, I hope to double my assets this year. The moment she opened her eyes, a cool touch dabbed her face. She touched it in confusion, only to realize that it was Man Yashu who had smeared cream on her face. This is joy. Meng Yushu hadn't laughed so happily in a long time, and he found it adorable to look at his sister's dazed expression. Oh. Dream Anren responded flatly and lowered her head to cut the cake. Everyone thought she was angry. Dream Anren had been back in the Dream family for over a month and had never acted too intimately with them, so maybe she disliked it when people messed with her face like that. The atmosphere stagnated for a split second before Dream Anren suddenly grabbed a small dollop of cream and barfed it onto Dream Yushu's face. Return the favor. The awkwardness was broken and everyone laughed. Taking advantage of this, Dream Anarchy rubbed some more cream on Dream Natalie's nose. Sister, come and get some joy too. Natalie Monk froze slightly, unable to stop a smile from tugging at the corners of her lips. She remembered that the previous year she also personally made a cake for Lu Qingcheng to celebrate her birthday, and as a result, Lu Qingcheng disliked the cake as too shabby, and knocked her afternoon's hard work directly to the ground. What's there to celebrate? Don't think that just because you're doing this kind of crap that the mistakes you've made will be glossed over. If it wasn't for you messing with people you shouldn't have messed with, how would our family have gone bankrupt? Did I have to spend my birthday so shabbily? That day, it went badly. She shed a tear as she gathered up the cream on the floor, self-blame racking her heart and smothering her. However, Meng Anren, who had been pampered for 17 years, didn't mind her handiwork at all, laughed happily, and said that she should be allowed to dip her hands in the joy. Natalie's nose was sore and tears welled up in her eyes. Sister, what's wrong with you? It's not just smearing you with a bit of cream, it's not so aggravating, is it? Feeling puzzled, Dream Anren hurriedly pulled a tissue and wiped the cream off the tip of Dream Nicole's nose. She had never known how to coax people, and she had never met a crybaby around. So whenever she saw someone shedding a tear she would hide away, refusing to comfort the chore that had fallen on her head. But, Nico Dream was her own sister, she couldn't still hide, could she? It's okay. Natalie raised her lips and smiled while crying. Anren, don't you blame me? If it wasn't because of me, the Dream family wouldn't have gone bankrupt, and you wouldn't have had to suffer after coming back. It has nothing to do with you. Meng Anren pulled another tissue and handed it over to Natalie Meng to wipe her tears. She knew better than anyone else the reason why the Meng family went bankrupt. It was just not easy to say anything about it. Then he said, "Don't I know what Louis is like? You're not to blame for this, it's purely because he's being a..." Natalie broke into tears, and the boulder that had been weighing on her heart turned to dust in an instant. "No more crying, no more crying. Today is Anren's birthday, everyone is happy." Su Wanman smiled and comforted. Dream Anren made a cut into the cake, counting the wishing ceremony as officially over. Meng Rong wrapped 2 red envelopes for Meng Anren. "Here, this is from Mom and Dad, wishing your baby girl a new year of academic success, all the best, health and happiness." Meng Anren received the red seal in a daze. 17 years, this is the first time to hear someone call her baby. Chapter 68, Too Much Heartbreak. Meng Yushu also offered a gift he had prepared, a pair of beautifully designed high heels. "Happy birthday sister, you are an adult from today onwards, I wish you a straight road ahead and a promising future." "Thank you brother." The closest thing Dream Anren had to her brother nowadays was her brother, and opened her arms to give her brother a big hug. Looking at Meng Rong and Su Wanman soured. "Oh, they want to cuddle with their good girls too." Meng Chenghong sent a portrait he had painted of his second sister. "The brush is young, but the person in the painting has a clear brow and a warm, moving smile. Second sister, I wish you to grow up fast and tall." Meng Anren smiled and rubbed his brother's head. Never heard of an adult being wished to grow up fast and tall. "Let's take a group picture. We don't have a family picture yet." Natalie took out her cell phone, turned on the camera and set it up on the table. "It took several group photos before I stopped." Immediately afterward, the cake began to be divided. Matcha-flavored cake embryo with a mango sandwich in the center, topped with a layer of blueberries and strawberries. Obviously it was just a very ordinary fruit cake, nothing special, but Dream Anren felt that it was the most delicious cake she had ever eaten. Probably because it was made for her by Nico herself and it was the first time a family member had spent her birthday with her. The affection she had once longed for but could not obtain was now, 18 years later, truly felt. Lu Qingcheng's birthday banquet was not a fun time. After the fake necklace thing was exposed, the atmosphere continued to be delicate, and after the show ended everyone saw that it was almost time, so they hurriedly said goodbye and left the venue. When she got the consumption bill, Lu Qingcheng hated her red eyes. 21 million? I blame that man-child Blue Branch. If she hadn't opened all the champagne, how could it have cost so much? Plus the commission for hiring someone to perform, and the $2 million or so that I lost on the necklace, what a big bill. It's just as well that I spent so much money, but I was also humiliated in front of my classmates, and I didn't succeed in making a good relationship with anyone the whole party. Lu Qingcheng was so angry that her chest rose and fell, her eyes swept over the several bottles of champagne on the table that were still unfinished, and she grabbed them as if venting her anger and poured them into her mouth. The money's all spent. $1 million worth of wine. Wouldn't it be a waste if we didn't finish it? In the end, it was the hotel manager who contacted the Lu family and had the drunken Lu Qingcheng taken away. Just after returning to Lu's house, Lu Qingcheng began to go crazy with alcohol, smashing everything visible to her eyes on the ground. The servants were quick to remove all the expensive and fragile vases and ornaments and put them away. The butler sprinted forward and stopped Lu Qingcheng. "Miss, you've had too much to drink, go back to your room and rest." Lu Qingcheng's vision was blurred, but her eyes were extraordinarily sinister. "Who the hell are you to stop me? Get the hell out of my way." She pushed the housekeeper so hard that the housekeeper stumbled back a few steps and almost hit the corner of the table, but it was only because Auntie Liang reacted quickly and blocked the corner of the table with her hand that the housekeeper didn't hurt her back. Lu Qingcheng's pupils abruptly widened by a few points, abruptly remembering that the previous year she had pushed so gently, causing Meng Yushu to hit his head, causing him to lose the college entrance exam. Panic streaked her face, like a crazy idiot who had escaped from a mental institution. "No, it's not my fault, it's his own fault for not standing still. Nothing to do with me." Murmuring to finally hissing and yelling like a madwoman, her eyes bloodshot and grimacing, she rushed for the stairs, knocking the butler who had blocked her way out of the way, and flinging Auntie Liang out of the way as she did so. The floor was covered with shards of teacups, and being thrown off guard, Auntie Liang fell to the ground, her palms pressed against the porcelain shards, dripping with blood. "Ah!" Hearing the screams, Lu Qingcheng suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned back to see Aunt Liang holding up her bloody hands. Breathing more and more sharply, past fragments swarmed into Lu Qingcheng's mind. She was stunned in place for half a second, turned around and flew up the stairs. "It's all because you guys forced me to do it. It's your fault. It's none of my business." The housekeeper went to help Auntie Liang up and looked at the injury on her hand. It was estimated that she would have to recuperate for a month or so to heal. "Have the driver take you to the hospital, and the medical and emotional compensation will be credited to your account." Auntie Liang was in so much pain that physiological tears fell uncontrollably, her gaze looking in the direction of the stairs, frowning as she asked, "What's wrong with Miss?" The butler fell silent and spat out a faint. "Too much of a bad thing. Evil people do not need the gods to punish them. The devil in her heart follows her at all times, tormenting her repeatedly in her midnight dreams, and she cannot get rid of it until she dies." After Dream Anren helped clean up, she received a call from Blue Branch. "Missy, Lu Qingcheng's side is over. You've come of age today, we want to celebrate you too. Do you have time to come out? Come to my villa for a drink? Just the two of us? That's definitely not true, Meng is there, and I've even called Zoe and Song Fonting. How's it going? Is it lively enough? Okay, send a car to pick me up. It's already in front of your neighborhood. When the call ended, Dream Anran said to her family, my friends and they want to celebrate my birthday too, so I'm going to stay at Blue Branch's house for the night. Recalling the bold and dashing Blue Branch, looking quite reliable, Suwan Man was much relieved. It's so late, let your father send you over, right? No, they're picking me up. Dream Anran quickly went into her room to collect a set of clothes and went out with her bag on her back. There were fewer people coming in and out of the neighborhood on a big night, so this time the McLaren was parked directly in front of the neighborhood. Meng Anran pulled open the rear door and sat in, turning her head to look at the teenager beside her. Why did you come back? Didn't you say you couldn't make it? Qin Mu looked at his wristwatch, 11 o'clock. He laughed, how could I miss Missy's birthday? Arrange for a helicopter to fly back. Not bad weather? Hard flying. Meng Anran frowned, don't want to die? In case of an accident. Don't worry, you won't be left alone. Qin Mu pulled a tissue and turned sideways to gently wipe off the cream from the girl's hair. Having fun? Dream Anran bristled unnaturally. It's okay. Qin Mu laughed lightly and took out the gift he had prepared long ago, handing it over, and Xiaoran, happy birthday. Thank you, may I open it now? Dream Anran inquired politely as she placed the box on her lap. Well, tear it down. Pulling the ribbon to open the box, Dream Anran hooked her lips into a smile when she saw what was placed inside. Blood gall agate? Why are you giving me this? Dug it up 2 days ago, fresh out of the oven. Wushan's mines have always produced crystals, and this time he went over and stumbled upon a few pieces of blood gall agate, and they were of a very good color, so he immediately sent someone to take them to create a string. A rare item that has to be given to someone who cherishes it. Thanks, it's beautiful. Meng Anran wore it on her wrist with joy, not caring about the value of the string, but in the fact that she was the first person Qin Mu thought of when he discovered the agate. It's nice to be cherished. Without waiting for her to admire the string more carefully, Qin Mu suddenly took hold of her hand, interlocked his fingers, and leaned over. Meng Anran was confused and met his sincere and provocative eyes, only to see his thin lips open and close, spitting out a seductive voice. And Xiaoran, are you adult enough to fall in love? Chapter 69. If you didn't know, you'd think she was getting married. The shock in the girl's eyes was hard to hide, so close that the crisp, clean scent haunted her, and her heartbeat was tugged by his warm breath as her mind went blank for a moment. Perhaps it was because they had known each other for too long, living together for more than 10 years, she hadn't realized that Qin Mu had become so provocative, fading away his youthfulness, and carrying a compulsion all over his body, like he was laying a hook into her heart. Ahem, just because it can be talked about doesn't mean I want to talk about it. Meng Anran unnaturally averted her eyes, the blush that rose on her face hidden in the dimly lit carriage. The girl's shy appearance was imprinted in Qin Mu's eyes, and his thin lips hooked up in a winning smile. It's okay to talk, so I can chase after it? Meng Anran's face turned even redder, with a few hints of exasperation. Qin Mu, I am. His voice was laced with laughter, and he seemed to enjoy watching her explode with shame. Proof that he was more than just a confidant and friend in her eyes. Ignore you. Dream Anran pulled her hand out of the teenager's palm and put on an angry face. Missy ignoring me again? Who let you tease me? I'm not teasing you. Qin Mu reached out and wrapped his hand around the girl's waist and hooked it into his arms, looking down into those bright peach blossom eyes. And Xiaoran, I've been waiting for you to come of age, and after today you'll be 18, so I'm going to start chasing after you. He was notoriously ambitious towards Meng Anran, and had long known Meng Anran's feelings towards him. It's just that being in a relationship isn't as simple as poking through a layer of window paper, and the process is sometimes more important than the answer. There needs to be a process of wooing to let her feel the transformation of the relationship, a formal confession to make it clear to her what he thinks, and a choice to be given to her in seeking results. Even if she got close as a confidant and best friend, a romantic relationship was always different, and she deserved plenty of time to think about it. Feeling the respect, the corners of Meng Anran's lips overflowed with a few moments of joy that she couldn't hide. Let's see how you behave. The Maybach parked in front of Villa No. 6 in Ever Bay. As soon as he entered the door, bang! The salute confetti flew all over the sky, staining Meng Anran. Happy birthday! A few people from Blue Branch popped out of the side, each looking happier than the birthday boy. Dream Anran smiled helplessly and patted the confetti off her body. Thank you. Qin Mu carefully removed the pieces of paper stuck to her long hair. You guys really know how to make surprises. This two-story villa is unused, more than 200 square feet of floor space usually only occasionally let people come to clean. Now there is no maid to wait, a few people can completely let go to the wild. Blue Branch fetched the treasured champagne and shook the bottle up and down vigorously, and when the cork was pushed out, snow-white bubbles spewed out and sprayed Dream Anran all over. Woohoo! Celebrate Missy's coming of age. Meng Anran smiled brightly as she dodged Blue Branch's physical attacks. That's too much. Dream Anran caught a glimpse of Ming Jing pushing over a cake and rushed over to grab the cream to counter Blue Branch. Then it became clear that it was a cake without a cake embryo, with 3 layers all stacked with buttercream. Please eat cake. The lump of cream in Meng Anren's hand snapped and smeared on Qin Mu's lips. Qin Mu grabbed a handful of cream and countered by snapping it and smearing it on the birthday girl's face. Ming Jing, come and put a mask on your face. Lan Ji pressed Ming Jing onto the sofa, and with both hands, she smeared the snow-white cream all over his face. Ming King's eyes were full of helplessness, and when Blue Branch wasn't looking, his right hand grabbed a dollop of cream and pasted it onto her short hair, gripping her hair like hair clay to make a small tip at the top of her head. After spoiling their childhood friends, Lan Ji and Meng Anren exchanged glances, their gazes impishly and simultaneously landing on Song Fongting, who was so elegant as to stay out of it. Heck, nobody's going to get away with anything tonight. Creaming turned into throwing snowballs and the battle was on. A few people play crazy, chasing each other in the villa, hands, face and body full of cream, everywhere filled with a sweet and creamy smell. The atmosphere was getting high when there was a doorbell. The crowd stops moving and you look at me and I look at you. I didn't call anyone else tonight. Who would come to the door at night? I'll get it. Holding her doubts, Blue Branch sprinted over to the front door, pulled it open, and was even more puzzled when she saw the old man standing in the doorway dressed in a tuxedo properly dressed as a butler. Which one of you? Miss Lan, I'm the butler of the Lu family, here to see Miss Anren. Lan Ji frowned. What good could come from someone from the Lu family? Hearing the butler's words, Meng Anren walked out, recognizing that the person in front of her was indeed the Lu family's butler. What is it that you're looking for me for? The butler respectfully handed over the 2 gift boxes in his hand. Eldest miss, this is the coming-of-age gift that the eldest young master and the second young master have prepared for you, instructing me to make sure that I personally deliver it to you. Meng Anren took it and said in a faint voice, tough on you. The butler left, and Dream Anren and Blue Branch closed the door and turned back to the living room. The others also gathered around, curious as to what the 2 young masters of the Lu family would send to Meng Anren. This box is so big, Anren, can I open it? Blue Branch couldn't hold back his curiosity anymore. Take it apart. Meng Anren didn't think those 2 lunatics could send her anything good. Maybe it's some kind of animal carcass inside. After all, the blessing card inserted on this box was in Lu Yi's handwriting, and given Lu Yi's well-behaved nature, with such a large box, she suspected that inside was the corpse of that border herder. Blue Branch, who was about to lift the lid, suddenly paused. Ahem, I don't even dare to open it when you say that. I'll open it. Ming Jing pulled away from Blue Branch and bravely lifted the lid. Unexpectedly, it contained a beautifully crafted model of a sports car. Red Flag S9, with cool red and black color scheme, has smooth body lines like a beauty's slender waist. What is Louis giving you a model for? If you have the ability to buy you a... She picked up the model, and when she saw the car keys pressed underneath, she couldn't say half of what she had said anymore. Did you really give me a car? Holy, this car has to be $15 million, eh? When did Louis get so generous? Lan Ji took out the car key and handed it to Meng Anren. Meng Anren pursed her lips and smiled. The car key played around in her hand and was stuffed back into the box by her. If he is willing to give it away, I naturally dare to accept it. Nobody messes with money. Lan Ji put down the model and rubbed her hands, starting to look forward to what Lu Hong will send. She unwrapped the gift box from Lu Hang and opened the lid. Inside were 7 or 8 real estate certificates, a few sets of villas, a few sets of flats, and 2 office buildings under Lu Hang's name, and the attribution was written in Dream Anren's name. Holy, is Lu Hong planning to retire? The offer is too generous, right? Those house books add up to at least 0.8 small goals. Blue Branch abstract, she has always thought that the 2 young masters of the Lu family and Meng Anren love each other. Adult gift is estimated to send some scary stuff. Who would have thought that the goods are really all private property? One sends a car and the other sends a house. Those who know is that Meng Anren is an adult. Those who don't know still think that she is going to get married. Chapter 70. No going, want to cuddle. Doesn't matter, let's play our game. Dream Anren covered the 2 boxes and casually tossed them aside. There were 5 rooms on the second floor, all of which had matching bathrooms, and there was also a communal bathroom on the first floor, so it was just as well that all 6 of them went to take a shower and changed into the pajamas that Blue Branch had prepared in advance. The living room was covered in cream and there was really no place to stay, so Lan Ji and Ming Jing went to the kitchen to get a few bottles of red wine and a bunch of snacks and fruits, and they all moved down to the audiovisual room on the basement level. You can watch movies here, but you can also do karaoke. Wearing blueberry pajamas on her body, Blue Branch stood on the small stage with a microphone and said in a serious manner, "Welcome to the birthday party of Miss Dream Anren. Next let's invite today's birthday girl to sing a song for us with a warm applause." Dream Anren cocked her head. "I'm the birthday girl and I have to come and perform? That's for sure, come on. It's been a long time since I've heard Missy sing." Blue Branch got off the stage, yanked Dream Anren up from the couch, and pushed her onto the stage. Dream Anren had no choice but to move a high stool and sit on the stage, taking the microphone and singing the hit song of the moment, Blaze. The more she listened to it, the more Zoe felt that something was wrong, and at the end of the song, she asked, "You're not the original singer, are you?" The singing was so good, every pitch was off and the accompaniment suited her voice like it was made for her. Meng Anren shook her head and laughed softly. "I'm not an original singer, but I am an original." "What? You wrote this song?" Zoe was so surprised that her eyes went wide. The song Blaze was a hit on all major video platforms and one of the top 10 playlists in all major music apps, winning no less than 5 awards in the previous year. Now they're saying that the song's creator, Seven Die, is Dream Anran? Didn't expect that, did you? Missy has a lot of vests. Blue Branch looked even prouder than Dream Anran. After all, she was the first to know about Dream Anran's identity as a music composer. She'll be one of BFF's first old fans when Kissing BFF hits the big time. In the past, Meng Anran had been hiding her fronts, clear that the Lus were profit-first people, and she was unwilling to expose her strength and be used by the Lus to drain her of her value. Now that she had left the Lu family, and she was an adult, there was no need to curb her sharpness. Come on, Missy, try the red wine I've kept in my private stash for many years. Lanji opened a bottle of red wine, poured a few glasses, and first handed a glass to Meng Anran. Before, he was not allowed to touch alcohol underage, but now that he was an adult, of course he had to let Dream Anran have a taste. Dream Anran, who does not drink a drop of wine, took a shallow sip with curiosity, and the smooth liquor slid into the throat with a little sourness, leaving a faint aroma of wine between the lips and teeth. Well, it's kinda tasty. That's for sure. This wine is so expensive, I wouldn't even open it if it wasn't your birthday. As soon as Lanji's words fell, half a cup of red wine in Meng Anran's hand went down all the way. Her fair and flawless face had already turned pink, and her vision gradually became disoriented. She's drunk. Drunk beyond reason. The crowd hadn't even reacted yet, and she was already dazed and sleeping against Qin Mu's shoulder. My good lord, getting drunk is too fast, isn't it? Blue Branch was so surprised that his mouth couldn't close. Ming Jing said in amusement, she hasn't drank alcohol before, and as soon as she arrived, Tons poured half a cup. It's only strange if she doesn't get drunk. Ugh, what's the point of playing when the birthday girl is drunk? Find a movie to watch, we should go to bed after that. Zoe suggested, tomorrow we still have to go to school, we can't continue to be crazy. Only this red wine all open, do not finish to waste, simply watch a movie, eat some snacks and drink a little wine, and wait for the movie to finish the broadcast to go to rest. Song Fontaine is also in favor of this proposal. Okay, you guys watch it first, I'll send her upstairs. Shinmu said, pinched Meng Anran's face, seeing her open her eyes in a daze, he couldn't help but smile, his voice softened a few points, like coaxing a child, going up to bed, can you walk on your own? Meng Anran held her little mouth and shook her head, no go, wanna cuddle. Shinmu's eyes stuttered, his throat rose, and his ears flushed red. Gee, that's too hooky. Okay, hug. Shinmu suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart and got up, ready to pick up Meng Anran in a horizontal hug. As a result, Dream Anran rolled over and pressed him back onto the sofa, crossed her long legs and sat on his thighs, wrapped both hands around his neck and hugged him tightly, and rubbed her face on his shoulder. Finally muttering in satisfaction, so warm and cuddly. Warm breath swept on the side of his neck. Qin Mu closed his eyes and swallowed. No one told him and Xiao Ran was so provocative when she was drunk. The remaining 4 people covered their mouths with anti-smiles as they watched the show, and Blue Branch hurriedly waved her hand and said meaningfully, you quickly send her up, take care of her, it doesn't matter if you watch this movie or not. Qin Mu looked away speechlessly, he didn't take advantage of people's danger, did he? Who does he think he is? I'm taking her upstairs. He clenched his fists and rose with his small arm resting on the girl's thigh, heading for the stairs. The drunken Xiao Ran was not restless, suddenly his face rubbed against his neck, then barfed and sipped, muttering with a naive smile, Qin Mu, you were so fragrant. Lemon flavored. And Xiao Ran, don't move. An itch came from his neck. Qin Mu's voice was slightly hoarse, straining out a hint of cold, hearing the drunken Meng Anran deflate her small mouth in aggression. It wasn't until he placed the person in his arms on the bed that Qin Mu saw the girl's aggrieved expression. Her eyes were red, like a soft and well-behaved bunny. What's wrong? He sat down on the edge of the bed and gently wiped the tears from the corner of the girl's eyes. You're mean to me. Getting concerned, Meng Anran couldn't stop dropping her tears, accusing Qin Mu of the crime. You wouldn't be mean to me before, when my brothers bullied me, only you cajoled me, now even you are mean to me. Do you not like me anymore? Missy, who was usually as arrogant as a Persian cat, was madly pampered when she was drunk, so adorable that Qin Mu found it funny. He pinched the girl's cheeks. Why yes, I will always love my and Xiao Ran. Really? Really? Qin Mu tucked her in, hurry up and go to sleep, and Xiao Ran still has to go to school tomorrow. Meng Anran wrenched both her hands out of the covers and opened them toward Qin Mu. You have to kiss before you sleep. The string that was taut in his heart suddenly snapped. Qin Mu's throat knot slid up and down, forcing himself to hold back his evil thoughts. Don't make a fuss, go to sleep. Don't! No kissing and no sleeping. Dream Anran was most likely really drunk and started to be a jerk, squirming under the covers as if she was playing a trick. Good. Qin Mu was helpless and moved up to drop a shallow kiss on the girl's bare forehead. Good night, Missy. Early the next morning, Meng Anran woke up in Qin Mu's arms. Opening her eyes was the handsome side face of a teenager close at hand, frightening Meng Anran to violently spring up from the bed. How did I end up sleeping with Qin Mu? Chapter 71. Aren't you going to take responsibility? Plus, awake? Qin Mu yawned, exhaustion visible to the naked eye. Why are you Dream Anran's brain was so confused that he couldn't even speak clearly. Shinmu looked over suspiciously and met a pair of even more puzzled eyes and suddenly smiled. Why am I here? It's not because you were restless last night, running to drill my quilt and had to be hugged before you could sleep. It's not the drunkenness that's scary, it's waking up and having someone remember it for you. Certain fragments frantically scurried into Meng Anran's mind after Qingmu's 3 words. She remembered how she had pestered Qingmu for a hug when she was drunk, and how she had made a scene about not going to bed until she was kissed after Qingmu sent her up to her room. As a result, not long after sleeping, he got up again in a daze to look for Qingmu, and looked for him one by one in the rooms, and after finding him, he lifted his quilt and drilled into his quilt without saying anything. Qingmu was still startled when she woke her up and told her to go back to her room to sleep, but she wasn't happy about it and used Qingmu as a hugging pillow with her hands and feet. Qingmu, you're so good looking. She said it herself, staring at Qingmu with a flowery face and sipping into his face several times before she settled down to sleep in his arms. Recalling the entirety of last night's events, Meng Anran held her forehead, wishing to dig a hole in the same spot and bury herself in it. She swore that she would never be rich in life if she ever drank again. Qingmu propped himself up and stared good-naturedly at the girl who was so regretful that she didn't have the face to see anyone, and laughed softly. More kisses? Meng Anran copied a pillow and smashed it over, her face red with shame. Shut up. What are you angry about? It's clearly me who was taken advantage of. Qingmu feigned innocence and bristled, hugging her pillow like a poor puppy. You kissed me so many times and hugged me to sleep for a night, aren't you going to take responsibility? Dream Anran wriggled her lips for a moment. In the end she couldn't say anything, and immediately rolled out of bed to escape. It's time to go to school. Looking at the girls fleeing back, Qingmu couldn't help but throw away the pillow in his arms. Not as soft as her body. Lanji went to tell Meng Anran to get up and go to school, but no one answered the knock on the door, and when she turned her head, she saw her kissing best friend coming out of Qin Goblin's room. Grass, Missy, you. How did it come out of Qingmu's room? Meng Anran swooped up and covered Lanji's mouth, threatening the other party with her eyes to keep her mouth shut. Don't misunderstand. Nothing happened between Qingmu and I just sleepwalked. Dream. Traveling? Lanji raised her eyebrows, making it clear that she didn't believe it. She pulled away Dream Anran's hand and said, actually, it's okay for you to admit it. After all, it's not like we're not clear about your relationship with Qingmu. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Meng Anran. What relationship do I have with him? A couple. He's been waiting for you to come of age, and now that you're 18, what's wrong with having a relationship in name only? It hasn't been talked about yet. Clam? Lanji's 5 senses crumpled into a ball, both hands grabbing Dream Anran's shoulders and rocking her back and forth. Why don't you talk about it? Can't it be that you have another dog in your heart? He hasn't confessed yet, so what's the point of talking about it? Dream Anran shrugged. Just between you two you still need to confess? You're already as good as done without talking, can't you just quickly and decisively confirm your relationship? Although Lanji always said that Qin Goblin had robbed her and Ran baby, in reality, in her heart, besides Qingmu, no one was worthy of Meng and Ran. A perfect marriage between 2 childhood sweethearts, 2 lovers in the same house. Can there be a more perfect marriage than this? Don't mess around, Qingmu and I have our own plans. Meng Anran pulled up a smile and touched Lanji's head. Be good. Blue Branch skimmed his lips. Okay, if you guys fall in love, you must tell me first. Oh. This is the status of the Iron Boudoir. Dream Anran gave an okay gesture. No problem. Definitely won't hide it from you. Today Lu Qingcheng did not look too good, seemed to have scattered half of his life, his soul was no longer in his body, and he was a walking corpse all day long. Meng Anran curiously went to ask Lanji what happened at the banquet last night, and Lanji was not sure how Lu Qingcheng was in a state of being taken over. Obviously when the banquet broke up last night, she was still fine. It's just a fake necklace, isn't it? It's not the first time she's been humiliated. Why is she so upset about it? After school in the afternoon, the Blue Branch driver came to pick up, and by the way, all the gifts that Meng Anran put in the villa last night were sent over. Anran. Meng Yushu came to pick up Meng Anran from school and saw her holding a bunch of boxes and hurriedly trotted over to help. What's with all the stuff? A gift from a friend last night. Afraid that Meng Yushu would be unhappy to hear it, Meng Anran didn't say that the biggest 2 boxes were sent by Lu Hong and Louis. Lanji, who was just about to get on the car, saw Meng Yushu and circled back, with that same flowery expression every time. Brother Yushu, long time no see. It's been a long time. Branch cut her hair? Meng Yushu was good at realizing that after more than a month had passed, Blue Branch's short hair was even shorter than before, and it looked like it had just been cut. Right. Blue Branch subconsciously touched her hair, looking slightly shy. Will it look bad? No, refreshing and dry, it suits you. Meng Yushu smiled gently, treating Lanji like her own sister. Lanji was so moved that she was about to cry. So many people said that she didn't look like a girl at all when she cut her hair so short, and she couldn't be found when she was mixed up with the boys. Coupled with her more boisterous personality, many people privately call her a manchild. Only Dream Feather Book doesn't see anything wrong with a girl with a super short haircut, and compliments her on how well it suits her. Brother Yushu, not being able to marry you is simply the biggest regret in this life. You must marry me in your next life. Dream Feather Book? Dream peacefully. Just hurry up and leave, don't scare my brother. Meng Anren pushed Lan Ji and sent her to the car before she sighed in relief. This chick has been talking less and less evasive lately. Every time she sees Meng Yushu, she puts her fiancé, Ming Jing, behind her. If this continues, the marriage contract between the Lan and Ming families will really be cancelled. Brother, from now on, you can go help mom close the stall after school, don't come to the school gate to wait for me. Meng Anren patted her brother's shoulder and delegated, for the sake of Ming Jing's happiness, you have to appear less in front of Lan Ji. Meng Yushu tilted his head doubtfully in thought and curiously said, is Ming Jing really Lan Ji's fiancé? Yes, their two families are family friends, and the family was betrothed when they were 3 years old. Oh, Dreamfeather Book nodded thoughtfully. He was still a bit in disbelief that teenagers who were only 18 years old already had betrothed who were destined to be with them for the rest of their lives. Life is so long, and if you can't choose the one you love, how are you going to make it through the next few decades? Meng Yushu suddenly looked at Meng Anren seriously and asked, what about you? It's not possible that the Lu family has also engaged you, right? Chapter 72 Here we go, time to pop the vest again. That's not true. Meng Anren acted frankly, there was nothing to hide about herself, and frankly told Meng Yushu, the Lu family is a lineage, and there aren't many families that can be a door-to-door match for the Lu family. I have a childhood sweetheart, both families defaulted that we will get married in the future, so there is no rush to get engaged. Only, no one expected that I am not the Lu family's own daughter. You also have a bamboo horse? Meng Yushu suddenly lit up with gossip. Who is it? Can you let my brother see it? Meng Anren smiled mischievously. Keep it a secret for now, I'll tell you when I'm with him. You really don't hide it from your brother? Not hidden. Alright then. Meng Yushu readily accepted his sister's decision. A boy who can make my baby sister like him must be excellent as well. Go and find Su Wanman. After closing the stall, Meng Ron came from work to pick up and go home with them. Meng Anren put all the gifts into the room and caught a glimpse of the gift from Duan Jingyao on the table. I came back last night and casually put it down without opening it to look at it. Thinking back to when Duan Jingyao gave it to her, he swore that she would definitely like it. She hesitantly unwrapped it. It was lined with a layer of raffia and only a thin sheet of paper. Dream Anren took it out and opened it to look at it, and immediately his pupils quaked. She rushed to dial the number. Hey, Auntie Liang, can you do me a favor? Tell me, Missy, I'll help if I can. A few brief words and the call ended. Meng Anren clicked on WeChat and looked at the empty chat box with Duan Jingyao, more and more curious about what the identity of this person is, and what is the purpose of approaching her. She sent over the message. Dreaming peacefully, Mr. Duan, see you tomorrow night at 6 o'clock at the White Jade Hall of the Yendu Hotel. Anren, wash your hands for dinner. Natalie Meng's voice came from outside. Coming. Dream and clipped the paper into a book and tucked it back into the shelf. The other gifts were placed casually on the floor to be cleaned up after dinner. Gathering herself, she walked out. Sis, have you settled on a job yet? Between meals, Dream Anarchy asks Nicole about her internship job. Well, the school arranged it, at a private hospital, and I'll be reporting there next Monday. As we all know, medical students are not paid for their internships. Not only do they not get paid for their internships, but they also have to pay tuition fees. If they make a mistake in the hospital, they will be fined hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So Nico was not happy about finding an internship, but rather a little worried. After all, she had studied for so many years, and she felt bad that she had to continue to let her family bear the financial pressure after graduating from the internship. Sis, what made you pick Chinese medicine in the first place? Meng Anren had been curious about this question for a long time. Meng Nick's so fond of Xiaohan, why didn't she study interior design? Instead she chose the heavenly medicine. Natalie took a sip of orange juice and hesitated for a moment before saying, Grandpa used to be seriously ill in bed and I went to take care of him for a period of time, picking up his medicines and boiling them for him. So I knew a little bit more about Chinese herbs, so I chose to take Chinese medicine in college. In fact, the most important thing she didn't say. At that time, Grandpa went to the hospital to check leukemia. Western medicine in addition to chemotherapy is chemotherapy. Grandpa's body is weak, cannot hold out, only to go home to recuperate and change to traditional Chinese medicine. However, after drinking so many Chinese medicines, his body got better and worse, and finally he could not survive the cold winter and passed away. She studied medicine because she hoped that in the future, when her family was facing life and death, she would have the opportunity to save and help her family with her own knowledge. Even if the final result was unsatisfactory, she would have no regrets. She was unwilling to put her family's life and death in someone else's hands again. Meng Anren nodded with seeming understanding and added, Do you want to find a more powerful master? The moment these words came out, the entire family abruptly looked up and stared at Meng Anren. Here it comes, Enron is going to pop the vest again. Meeting several pairs of expectant eyes, Dream Anren said, Have you guys heard of Yatang? Yatang? Meng Rong felt that it sounded a bit familiar, and after thinking about it, he was suddenly startled and asked, Is it Hall Master Zhao Xijin? Man Onan nodded. Natalie was so surprised that her mouth couldn't close. She had heard her mentor mention old Mr. Zhao Xijing a few times. Although he is only a charlatan doctor, but his medical skills are highly skilled, and all those who study Chinese medicine do not admire Mr. Zhao. However, people are eccentric. How many people come to the door to seek medical advice even people cannot see, but also unwilling to accept disciples, is a particularly powerful and mysterious characters. Anren, Hall Master Zhao wouldn't be your friend again, would he? Meng Rong asked hesitantly. That's not true. The whole family was inexplicably relieved when Meng Anren opened her mouth, only for the next sentence to make them drop their chopsticks in shock. He's my former master. Master? Meng Rong's eyes went round and ran. You even studied medicine? I studied for a few years, then something happened and I fell out with Elder Zhao. Meng Anren downplayed it lightly, mentioning this matter didn't change many emotions. She looked at Meng Nick and said, I can introduce you to Elder Zhao, as for whether he's happy to take you in, I can't make any promises. Those apprentices in the elegant hall are all orphans adopted by Zhao Xizheng after the flood that year, following him to pick up medicines and play the understudy, and are not considered real disciples. If Meng Nick was talented in this area and could be appreciated by Zhao Xizheng, he would become Zhao Xizheng's only close disciple. Dream Hasha stared at his sister for a long moment, dropping his eyes. No wonder the last time he was injured, the ointment that Dream Anren applied to him was in a small transparent jar, unbranded but extraordinarily effective, healed in just 3 or 4 days. It turned out that she had studied medicine under Hall Master Zhao, and although she had only studied for a few years, it was obvious that she had indeed learned real skills. If sister can also worship Hall Master Zhao as her teacher, she will surely have great achievements in the future. Anren, you've fallen out with Hall Master Zhao, will he still be willing to see sister? Although he and I have severed our master-disciple relationship, we are still considered acquaintances. However, Elder Zhao is a very picky person, so I'll have to quiz my sister before introducing her. Dream Anren's red lips hooked. Her peach blossom eyes filled up with curved crescent moon, but it gave Natalie a bad premonition. How do you plan to take the test? Well, Dream Anren thought carefully for a moment, and with a flash of light, said, come with me to a place tomorrow. The next day, 7 o'clock in the morning. Dream Anren yanked Natalie out of bed, and the sisters took turns washing up, changing clothes, and going out the door after each sat down at the dresser for a series of skincare treatments. Toyota commercial vehicle to pick up. Where are we going today, Missy? The driver respectfully inquired. Qinghe Street, Foshaotang Chinese Medicine Center. Half an hour later, the sisters stood in front of the mahogany doors of the Chinese Medicine Center, and Natalie Dream glanced suspiciously at her sister beside her. Come here to do what? Gathering medicine? Just go inside and find out. Dream Anren pulled Nico through the door, and there was a cacophony of patients who had come to pick up their medication over the weekend. Soon, a middle-aged man in a Chinese mountain suit welcomed him out, greeting Meng Anren with a smile on his face. Pawnbroker, why are you free to come over today? Natalie stared at her sister in shock. The man of the house? Chapter 73 Missy is here, get out of the way. Blessed Life Hall was funded and established 5 years ago after Meng Anren cut ties with Zhao Lao, not for profit but only to save lives. However, Sun Qingyu, the owner in charge of management, has run the Foshaotang very well, and has also developed a dietary retreat, using Chinese herbs to make food, which attracts many young people to come and spend money. Such a large medical center, the cost, store rent, labor are huge expenses. Want to make a profit is very difficult. At least the current income can maintain the operation of the Chinese Medicine Museum. Did not let her lose money. The ointment made last time was good. Follow the recipe and make a few more jars of spare for me, as well as 2 more bottles of the bumbling wine that invigorates blood and disperses stasis. It's already prepared. I'll go get it for you. Sun Qingyu got the order and walked away. Meng Anren led Meng Nico to the counter and casually took a prescription and handed it over. Come on sis, the test has begun. Tell me what this prescription is for. Natalie Meng received the prescription, carefully looked at the herbs on it, and quickly gave her answer. Cure for colds, and at the same time alleviate coughs. The patient should have symptoms of accumulated phlegm. Mononan nodded. The answer is correct. A few more formulas were given later, and Nicole Meng answered them all accurately. Okay, the second test is next. The two of them went to the acupuncture room, and Dream Anren took off his shirt and lay on the bed, reciting several acupuncture points for Natalie to point out, and not only did Natalie point them out correctly, but she also spelled out the body organs that corresponded to each of the points. The second test was also passed with full marks. The last item would be very difficult. It was the skill that Meng Anren had practiced only after being smoked for 3 days in the beginning, and the one that Zhao Lao had to test, smelling and recognizing medicines. In the medicine workshop, dozens of pill furnaces were operating at the same time, and the entire space was filled with the scent of medicinal herbs, with a hint of bitterness and a hint of fragrance. Dream Anren picked 3 random potions and uncovered them, allowing Dream Natalie to get close enough to smell them, to say which herbs were included in the dose. After stopping to say all of the first 2 dreamscapes, she was a little hesitant when it came to the last dose. This is Angelica, Atractylodes, Poria. After a few moments of hesitation, she named 5 herbs, but always felt that something was still missing. Meng Anren laughed softly and closed the lid. And the cowbone, this is not medicine, it's soup for you. Ha? Natalie was confused. Dream Anran fetched a bowl and poured a bowl of soup and handed it to Dream Nick. Sister, it's nourishing, drink more, you passed your test. Thanks. Natalie took the bowl of soup, blew on the heat, and took small sips. A bowl of soup down, feel the whole person refreshed, a warm current in the body surging, the whole body soothing. Pack the rest to go back and drink it slowly. Meng Anran had someone bring a soup pot and pack up the rest of the soup to take away. I have other things to do in the afternoon, so I'll take you to Elder Zhao tomorrow. Hard work, Anran. Natalie took her sister's hand, her eyes full of gratitude. Not only was she grateful to Dream Anran for helping her, but she was also grateful to Dream Anran for never blaming her and letting her come out of her 2-year-long low self-esteem and helplessness. There's no need to be polite as a family. Meng Anran smiled serenely, and with a twinkle in her eye, right, let's eat here for lunch, try the medicinal food here, there are quite a lot of patterns. Lu Qingcheng was woken up by a message from the class group. Dreaming peacefully, tonight at 6 o'clock in the White Jade Hall of the Yendu Hotel, is there any dish you want to eat? The dishes are not available, the desserts are, and the tofu flour and coconut milk at the Yendu Hotel is really good. It's called Jade Jelly. Honey barbecue pork is delicious, have one. One serving is not enough, there are so many people, at least one serving for each table. Scallops with garlic and shrimp with garlic, these two are a must. Probably considering that Meng Anran's financial situation is not as good as it used to be nowadays, everyone ordered ordinary dishes, and they didn't mention anything about the slightly more expensive ones. But I didn't expect Dream Anran to be as generous as ever. Dream on, where's enough of this stuff? Lobster, abalone, hairy crab are arranged on, I will order small program sent out. You see what you want to eat their own plus, for tables tonight, plus dishes remember to start for. You're so generous, aren't you? Is Qin coming? Dreaming peacefully, he's not available, I've called Song Fongting and Duan Jingyao. You guys see what kind of wine you want to drink and order it yourselves. Sister Ran, are you okay? When did you become so familiar with Duan Jingyao, that perennial dick? It's not like he's in the same circle as us. What the hell do you know? Ran doesn't have enough business in the capital to make a difference. Duan Jingyao may be from Shanghai, but he's at least a rich young man from the upper class. I get it, it's still Sister Ran who has a big style. Seeing the small program sent out from the group, Lu Qingcheng's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Dream Anran took $3 million when she left the Lu family. 2 months should have been spent. Where did she get the money to invite the whole class to eat at the Yendu Hotel? Don't be a swollen face, when you don't have the money to settle the bill will be a big shame. How could she miss out on this great show of Dreams of Anarchy tonight? Half an hour later, the class group sent out a voice storm from Blue Branch, *******, which screwed up and ordered 50 servings of each of the entire dishes? Hungry for food? Just ordering food is fine, it doesn't cost much. The outrageous thing is that the most expensive wine in the Inkwell Hotel was ordered in 50 bottles. What's the matter? Are you going to drink until your stomach bleeds and stay in ICU for a long time? If it wasn't for the phone call from the Yendu Hotel to book a drink, Blue Branch wouldn't have found out about it. Of course, she also guessed that with 50 people in her class, there was only a possibility that Lu Qingcheng was behind it. It is assumed that the day before yesterday, he set up a banquet and spent a lot of money and lost face, and wanted to take this opportunity to take revenge on Meng Anran. Not only did Blue Branch guess it, the other students also guessed it. They didn't say it explicitly in the class group, they just asked Blue Branch to return all the drinks and decide what to drink when they arrived at the hotel in the evening. Don't bother, I'm such a big winery, still worry about not having wine to drink? I'll bring a few bottles of red and foreign wines over directly, and put the bill on Missy's account. Dream Anarchy returned the voice, no problem. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a group of luxurious children arrived at the Yendu Hotel one after another wearing expensive high fashion. Most of their private clothes were privately ordered, and the flamboyance was visible to the naked eye. In addition, everyone is well-groomed, hand and foot are all elegant and decent. 3 or 2 groups to the hotel, attracted a lot of foreign guests' eyes. What day is it? It's rare to see so many rich young masters gathering in such a big way. Can it be that there's some big shot hosting a banquet in the Yendu Hotel? Missy is here, get out of the way. A shout caught everyone's attention. Meng Anran tugged at the corner of her lips breathlessly and looked past her. New security guard? The man nodded his head with a pleasing face. Meng Anran said with a cold face, play less awkwardly, and the next time, go to the personnel to receive the termination payment. Chapter 74 Feast, plus, Lan Ji and Ming Jing stifled their laughter. They never expected to see such an embarrassing pretend bridge in reality. Dream students have quite a row. With a laughing voice coming from behind himself, Meng Anran turned her head to see Duan Jingyao, who was dressed in a black dark patterned suit, walking slowly. Fine short hair with hair clay to make up the back of the head, more reserved than usual, less shady. Now so look, that face is quite handsome. How did Duan Shao walk over here? Meng Anran threw out the question. The Shanghai Circle young master shouldn't even have a driver even if he came to the capital city. The entrance to the car park is blocked, simply get off and walk a few steps. Duan Jingyao walked to Meng Anran's front, looked askance at the girl who was a head shorter than himself, and suddenly bent down and leaned over to her ear, whispering, a gift for you, do you like it? Seeing that Viper so close to her best friend, Lanji instantly became furious and was ready to rush up to fight, but was pulled back by Meng Jing's quick eyes and hands. Meng Anren laughed softly meaningfully, like, so I'm more curious about you. She took a step back, her bright eyes meeting Duan Jingyao straight on. Please, Duan Xiao. Duan Jingyao curved his lips. There were a few good manners in his smile. He was used to using this look to confuse people, making everyone think that he was really a gentle and modest gentleman. Duan Jingyao took the first step towards the white jade box. Meng Anren gave a wink to Lanji, who understood in seconds and planned a good show in her head with great interest. 5 tables were set up in the white jade hall, with Meng Anren, Lanji, Ming Jing, Zui, Song Fongting, Duan Jingyao, and Lu Qingcheng all sitting at the main table. When the people are all together, it's time to serve. Waiters lined up to bring up the colorful and fragrant dishes, mountain treasures, seafood, birds and beasts have everything, just that abalone, each one is as big as a palm. Blue Branch brought wine, a bottle of red wine and a bottle of foreign wine per table, not expensive, 100,000 a bottle, but good. This kind of specification is enough to entertain classmates and friends. Lu Qingcheng stared at the Australopithecine on the table, and could see that Meng Anren had put in the blood this time in order to pretend. She was waiting to see if Meng Anren would still be able to smile when she checked out later. Sister Ran, the newly found tea set. A boy tapped the box in his hand before handing it to Dream Anren. Happy birthday. It's not coincidental, I purposely ran through 3 antique markets to get back the tea favor. Sister Ran, please smile. Thanks. Dream Anren accepted it, and laughed. Didn't you say just come, no need to bring a gift? That being said, we also know that you don't lack anything, so it's not anything expensive, just a small token of appreciation. Others took turns giving gifts, from hand-baked cookies to vases that they thought looked nice and bought, to little pieces of jewelry they'd tinkered with, to gifts of tea. Indeed, there were no valuables, none of them lacked money. What was rare was the thought. The gifts were piled up into a small mountain against the wall, and Dream Anren's face was almost frozen with laughter before she finally got past the gift-giving part. She waved her hand. Have a seat, the food is getting cold. If there's anything you want to eat, you can ask the waiter to add more food, but don't be polite to me. If you guys don't have a good time eating here, how humiliating for me if word gets out. Of course the crowd wouldn't be polite with Dream Anren, even though they had only spent more than 2 years in high school. We were all in the same circle and had sort of known each other for years. Meng Anren was easygoing and generous, there was nothing to be embarrassed about with her. The atmosphere between the meals was completely different from the birthday banquet Lu Qingcheng had organized the day before. Everyone chatted happily, and the topics carried a lot of things in the business circle, which Lu Qingcheng didn't understand. Duan Xiao, I heard that you're from the Shanghai circle. What do you think is the difference between the Shanghai circle and the Beijing circle? Lanji took a sip of red wine and threw out a question. Earlier in the school on the rumor that Duan Jingyao is the Shanghai Circle Prince, parents died with his aunt, but no one knows who his aunt is. Naturally, his identity of the Shanghai Circle Prince is also doubtful. Taking advantage of today's meal to ask in person if Duan Jingyao is still talking about it, then it is 80% that he is faking his identity. Duan Jingyao sensed the temptation in Lanji's words and smiled calmly. There is no difference, the poor people in the world are poor in different ways, and the rich people are rich in the same way. Doing business to be successful is nothing more than those explicit ways of doing business and the nasty means in the dark. What can be different? The whole table turned pale at these words. They naturally know that many people in the circle for the sake of interests and make dirty tricks, know to know, hidden in the dark to speak in the open, another layer of meaning. This Duan Jingyao, not simple Meng Anren suddenly laughed. The crowd looked over in uncertainty. She twisted her head to look at Duan Jingyao. I do like your straightforward nature when you have something to say, so is it convenient to ask who your aunt is? A few words of flattery and then throwing out questions to get the point across is their usual way of talking. Duan Jingyao took a sip of red wine with a meaningful smile and joked, Auntie said, when you come to the capital city, you have to keep a low profile, or else a Shanghai circle, will be easily bullied in your young masters and young ladies of the capital circle. Meng Anren tugged at the corner of his lips. It's still a real barrel of steel, and it's invulnerable. But, Duan Jingyao twisted his head to meet Meng Anren's eyes and playfully hooked his lips. If you have the chance, you can be introduced to meet each other. Meng Anren actually saw a few hints of seduction in his eyes. Obviously the first 2 times they met, his deep eyes looked like they had been quenched with poison, as if there was some deep hatred and resentment that could not be brought to death. Now it was a reversal of the norm, trying to lure her closer. Changed course? What did he want from her? Dream Anren raised an eyebrow. An honor. On the sidelines, Blue Branch was on the verge of crushing the glass of foreign wine in his hand. God damn it. She admitted that Qin Goblin hooked up with her own best friend, and now this perennial dick wants to come and steal from her family? What's wrong with you? You know who that is and you dare to provoke? Lean. Ming Jing slumped in his chair with a show-watching attitude, and with a roll of his eyes, he saw Lanji staring at Duan Jingyao with a deadly stare, as if he couldn't wait to tear Duan Jingyao into pieces. Hey, calm down. He held the Blue Branch's hand on the wine glass in his big hand, afraid that she would crush the glass too hard and hurt herself. Blue Branch huffed and turned her head to Ming Jing. Bite him. Ming King. On the other side, Lu Qingcheng was on the verge of crushing the red wine glass in her hand. She's jealous. Why does everyone revolve around Meng Anren? I'm obviously the daughter of the Lu family. They are all in the same class, and the birthday gift for me is something that can be bought with money at hand, while the one for Dream Anren is sufficiently heartfelt. Qin Mu and Meng Anren were childhood sweethearts, and it's just a matter of being true to her, but even Duan Jingyao of the Shanghai Circle was attracted to Meng Anren? What's there to love about her if she's not just a broke, deadbeat pauper? I'm going to snatch it, no matter if it's Qin Mu or Duan Jingyao, I'm going to snatch everything from Meng Anren. Chapter 75. Not only am I not broke, I'm quite rich. Duan Jingyao chewed and ate his meal slowly, his eyes inadvertently glanced at Lu Qingcheng's eyes filled with jealousy, and the corner of his lips raised imperceptibly. Stupid people always take the bait easily. He glanced again at Dream Anren beside him. The girl's face was fair and smooth, her nose was straight and delicate, and those peach blossom eyes added a bit of flirtation to her looks with a touch of the raiders. The eyes, however, shone with a wise light. Thin lips with a natural cherry pink color, listening to the others with a slight smile. She is a well-educated and well-cultivated young lady of the world, elegant and sensible. Duan Jingyao slowly retracted his eyes, he preferred to deal with smart people. After the wine had been served, it was time for the feast to break up. Go back, I'll see you on Monday. Meng Anren smiled and said goodbye to the crowd. Lu Qingcheng sat there motionless, and opened her mouth in a conspiratorial manner. Anren, you haven't paid the bill yet. You're not going to let us eat the king's dinner and skip the bill collectively, right? If you really can't pay, I can pay for you. These words could make Meng Anren laugh. She spoke in a faint voice. How come I didn't know that Miss Lu still has the hobby of paying for others? It seems that the Lu family has been earning quite a lot lately, and doing charity has been done to me. Lu Qingcheng was smiling. The Virgin Mary didn't even have as much holy light as her. I know that you are not in a good financial condition, and Dad gave you the $3 million and I guess there isn't much left, but you can't skip out on the bill either. Pass it out. Where do you let the face of your classmates go? Tonight's meal could be more than $3 million. Even if she hadn't spent a single penny of the money that the Lu family had given to Meng Anren, she still wouldn't be able to afford to pay this bill tonight. There's a price to pay for being a swollen face. Let the students see clearly what a hypocritical and vain person Dream Anren is. The students who were supposed to leave had stopped and stayed to watch the show at the moment, and they were also curious to know how Dream Anren was going to settle this meal tonight. Meng Anren didn't lack money, but no one knew exactly how many assets she had and whether she could pull out a few million at once to pay for this banquet. If Meng Anren really can't afford to support her financially, they can secretly help out, and they can't let Lu Qingcheng look at Meng Anren's jokes. Dream Anren cocked her head, looking puzzled. I've never heard of having to pay for a meal in your own home. Anren, what time is it? Don't die trying to save face. Lu Qingcheng took a step closer towards Meng Anren. Her smile was gentle and tranquil, but she called for an uncomfortable look. You are Mom and Dad's adopted daughter. I barely call you a sister. Sister, you are already broke. Poor people don't deserve to hold up their faces. As long as you admit that you really don't have any money, this meal, I'll pay for you. Meng Anren snorted, genuinely speechless by Lu Qingcheng. Lu Qingcheng, I think you're mistaken, right? Who on earth spread the rumors? It was the Dream family that went bankrupt. It was never me, Dream Anren. Lu Qingcheng frowned, unsure of herself by Meng Anren's composure. What do you mean? Meng Anren glanced at Blue Branch. Branch, go get the manager. Okay. Blue Branch quickly went out. Meng Anren's eyes moved back to Lu Anren, meaning, not only am I not broke, I'm quite rich. You didn't take anything with you when you left the Lu family. You only needed Dad's $3 million. Where did you get the money? Lu Qingcheng's brows tightened. Her hatred could no longer be hidden. Couldn't it be that you stole it? Meng Anren was almost so speechless that she rolled her eyes on the spot. Her eyes flicked to Song Fongting as she said, I'm guessing that you don't know very many of the people present. That person is Song Fongting from Class 3, the founder of RT, and I'm the largest shareholder of RT. Zui Yi, the owner of the clothing brand Elsa, I hold 20% of the shares. Ming Jing has 5 different factories under his name, and I hold 15% of the shares in each. Lu Qingcheng's pupils were trembling, unable to believe that this was true. Coincidentally, that's when Blue Branch returned with the manager. The manager walked briskly to Meng Anren's side and bowed respectfully at 45 degrees. Boss, you're looking for me? Meng Anren raised her Qing Dai, a playful smile hanging at the corner of her lips, and said to Lu Qingcheng, the Yendu Hotel is owned by me, only that it has been listed under Qin Mu's name before because of her lack of adulthood. She glanced at the manager. I came here to eat, do I need to pay? The manager quickly reacted to what the situation was at the moment, and immediately replied respectfully, you are the only owner of Yendu Hotel, there are no other shareholders, and all the income belongs to you, so naturally you don't have to pay for your meal here. A few simple words could be considered to let Meng Anren put on a big show. She raised her hand and ruffled the long hair at Lu Qingcheng's temples, smiling in a pure and harmless way. Any other questions? Sister? Lu Qingcheng's pride completely collapsed. She didn't dare to open her eyes, hoping that everything was an illusion. How is it possible? How can Dream Anren be so rich? Obviously just a fake millennial who was kicked out of her house and is broke and poor. It was only right to return to the dream family and live the hard life she had lived before. To have to go squeeze into sweaty-smelling buses, or $100 or $200 rags, and live in the pickled, shabby house she deserves to live in. Instead, she is the star of the show, owning so many shares in properties, and being called Missy by everyone. Lanji didn't hide her disdain for Lu Qingcheng. Her tone was filled with mockery. Lu Qingcheng, do you really think that we call Anran a big miss because she is the daughter of the Lu family? To tell you the truth, the 4 words Lu family's daughter are only a treasure for you, but a liability for Anran. After leaving the Lu family, she can do many things she wanted to do but couldn't, while you are nothing after leaving the Lu family. A mockery was probably the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Qingcheng was close to a state of insanity. Her eyes were scarlet as she waited for Lanji. Shut up. I am the eldest miss of the Lu family. Your Lan family is just a small family. Is it your turn to bark here? Snap. A clear and loud bang slapped Lu Qingcheng dumbfounded. She covered her face and stared at Meng Anran incredulously. You dare to hit me? Meng Anran shook off her hand, her face cold, her voice indifferent. Who allowed you to speak out against my friend in my territory? Lu Qingcheng gritted her teeth. Do you believe that if the Lu family can bankrupt the dream family, they can bankrupt you? You now immediately kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize. Snap. Meng Anran backhanded another slap over, in the face of Lu Qingcheng. This kind of shrew, lady manners she did not even want to pretend. Icy cold eyes like looking at a dead person. Look at your little mouth blathering empty head. What is the situation of the Lu family? I know better than you. You don't really think that someone in the Lu family would care about a tool, right? I advise you, since you went to the Lu family, just clap your tail and be a human being, and also come to provoke me less, otherwise, it's hard to say whether you can still continue to be your 1,000 gold miss. Chapter 76. He's not aiming at me. It was a warning, but also a kind advice. Meng Anran's words fell into Lu Qingcheng's ears but became a provocation. She couldn't believe that her mom, dad, and 2 brothers would drive away her, their own daughter, for the sake of Meng Anran, an outsider. Meng Anran, what do you have to be arrogant about? All of your current properties were obtained by investing with the Lu family's money. They should also be counted as the Lu family's things. You are too naive. Meng Anran laughed contemptuously, as if she had never seen such a stupid person. The property is all in my name. What qualifications do you have to say that these are all the Lu family's things? You were still in the Lu family when you invested, so you were using the Lu family's money, so naturally all the assets are considered the Lu family's. Look at your zebra's head. There is something called law in our country. There is a law called property law. These assets in my name are my private property. It has nothing to do with the Lu family, and it has nothing to do with you. Meng Anran's expression carried a few points of complacency. She had never been fond of fighting for verbal victories and defeats. But this time she suddenly felt that the feeling of being able to make someone punch her in the face in just 3 or 2 words was quite refreshing. It's almost time for the good show to come to an end. She crooked her finger at the manager, who stepped forward, pulled her into the hotel's blacklist, and incidentally posted a notice at the entrance that dogs and Lu Qingcheng are not allowed to enter in the future. Yes. Oh no. Manonan thought for a moment, feeling out of place. The dog is innocent, and she, alone, is not allowed to enter. It was clear that Lu Qingcheng was not even as good as a dog. The manager almost couldn't help but laugh and answered and hurriedly retreated. The naked humiliation made Lu Qingcheng blush and run away with red eyes. Duan Jingyao looked thoughtfully at the girl who ran past in front of him, and after saying a brief goodbye to Meng Anran, he chased after her. Seeing the 2 silhouettes disappear in the doorway, Lanji leaned towards Meng Anran's side. Is there something wrong with Duan Jingyao? After making such an ugly mess, he still wants to comfort Lu Qingcheng? Didn't he just seduce Meng Anran? I didn't see him talking to Lu Qingcheng during the meal either. Now that Meng Anran has slapped Lu Qingcheng in the face, he should be more firm in his stance. Why did he suddenly change his camp? Meng Anran snorted coldly. Fighting from the very beginning, his target was not me. What do you mean? Lanji didn't understand. It's hard to believe that Duan Jingyao would like Lu Qingcheng, the dumbass who couldn't afford to pick up the pieces. Duan Jingyao was second in his grade every time he took an exam, so he doesn't look like an idiot, does he? There are too many twists and turns in it that Dream Anran couldn't explain in a moment. Anyway, you guys stay away from him in the future. This guy is not a good person. He is so calculating and sophisticated that he can be caught up in the chess game he is manipulating if he is not careful. Throughout the meal, she appeared to be talking to other people, but was actually observing Duan Jingyao, realizing that he was often pretending to be unintentionally observing Lu Qingcheng's reactions, including the fact that he had deliberately shown his seduction of her just now. It was purely to pull hatred for her, making Lu Qingcheng even more jealous of her and hate her. I can see that Duan Jingyao cares about Lu Qingcheng, and she has nothing to do with this game of chess, but was just pulled in by Duan Jingyao as a gun. As for what kind of medicine Duan Jingyao was selling, she hadn't figured it out yet. Duan Jingyao caught up with Lu Qingcheng at the fountain in front of the hotel. Miss Lu. He pulled Lu Qingcheng's wrist, but was shaken away. What are you following me for? Still want to continue watching my jokes? Lu Qingcheng's tears fell like rain, and her face was an ugly mess of fat and powder. Of course not. I didn't expect Meng Anran to speak and do things so excessively. Duan Jingyao lowered his eyes and sighed darkly, seemingly a little disappointed. He took out a piece of handkerchief from his pocket and handed it over. Don't cry, such a beautiful pair of eyes. How unfortunate it is to be swollen from crying. Lu Qingcheng stared at the handkerchief in a daze. Just now she made such a fool of herself inside. Everyone was laughing at her and watching her jokes. Unexpectedly Duan Jingyao came to comfort her. She raised her eyes, tears welling up in her eyes, darkly resigned. Won't you think I'm being spiteful? I think you're right. Dream Anren has been hogging your parents and brother for over 17 years, robbing you of your family and your affluent life. Anyone else would be resentful. It's her who went too far. Not only did she have no guilt towards you, but she also pushed you down in public. She's more ruthless than I thought. Saying that, Duan Jingyao took a step closer towards Lu Qingcheng and used a handkerchief to gently and tenderly wipe the tears from her face. Slowing his tone, he continued, so you're not at fault, and you don't have to shed tears over someone else's fault. Lu Qingcheng stared at Duan Jingyao in a daze. The other party's face was like a crown of jade, exuding an elegant temperament, causing her to fall in an instant. Her face flushed a strange pink color visible to the naked eye. Heartbeat uncontrollably in turmoil, Lu Qingcheng quickly lowered her eyes and took the handkerchief and took half a step backward, her expression blushing and unnatural. Thank you. Duan Jing looked at Lu Qingcheng from afar, and when she hung her head down and couldn't see his expression, the bottom of his eyes were filled with a condescending desire to control. For a brief second, the strange look disappeared from the bottom of his eyes, and the ultimate tenderness was restored. As if he was really thinking about Lu Qingcheng, he seriously opened his mouth to persuade, Miss Lu, there are too many disagreements in the luxurious family, and it's rare to see someone as genuine as you. You are the only daughter of the Lu family. Your family surely loves you, but your words and actions represent the face of the Lu family, so you can't leave a handle while demonstrating, otherwise how can your family back you up? The words were very subtle, but it was good that Lu Qingcheng, the pig brain, understood them. She looked at Duan Jingyao gratefully. Thank you, I don't have any friends in this circle, luckily there's still you who understands me. The class left from the gate. Most of them saw the two standing by the fountain pool behaving ambiguously, didn't go over to say hello, but they already had a judgment in their hearts. Duan Jingyao is a two-faced person, showing goodwill to Meng Anren while approaching Lu Qingcheng with ulterior motives. He is not a person worthy of deep friendship. Only Lu Ku, with eyes full of jealousy, stared at Lu Qingcheng. Damn, I wanted to get close to Lu Qingcheng and the Lu family to build a good relationship, so that in the future there may be a chance to negotiate a marriage with the Lu family. As a result, Lu Qingcheng is not useful, even her own brother can't be pleased, then it's worthless. Wanting to shift the target from the two young masters of the Lu family to the young master of the Shanghai circle, Duan Jingyao, Lu Qingcheng, however, made the first move again. The next day, after sending Meng Chenghong to the Golden Laurel Garden, Meng Anren led Meng Ye to the elegant hall to look for Zhao Xizhen. The hall master is still unwilling to see you, but he agreed to see Ms. Meng Nick for a meeting. Zhaoan returned with a message after questioning the hall master. Natalie suddenly tensed up and looked at her sister as if for help. She'd never met Elder Zhao before, and she'd heard he was an eccentric old gentleman with an eccentric temper. Wasn't it a bit inappropriate for her sister to bring her here on purpose, only to have her go in and visit on her own? It's okay, I'll wait for you in the car. Meng Anren smiled gently and gently patted Meng Nick's shoulder to cheer her up. Natalie took 2 deep breaths, nodded firmly, and followed Joanne inside. Meng Anren went back to the car and waited, and after sitting there for less than 5 minutes, Shin Mu came to the phone. Missy, where did you get this paternity test? Just after the morning meeting, he saw the photo sent by Meng Anren, which was the paternity test report of Lu Qingcheng and Bai Yujin. It shows that the two are not related and are not mother and daughter. Chapter 77. It's spring. A birthday present from Duan Jingyao. Magnificent families pay attention to face, but if those secrets were really thrown out, the entire capital circle would have to be blown up. Lu Zhong and Bai Yujin came together because of a business marriage, without any conjugal feelings for each other, and even having children is a task-oriented behavior. The two were away from home from time to time, appearing to outsiders to be a loving couple, traveling around hand in hand, but in reality having their own entertainment. Keep a long-term lover, not a long-term lover. Never sleep with someone once and never sleep with them a second time, so that they are less likely to be found out instead. How can you walk along the river without getting your shoes wet? For the matter of Lu Zhong having an illegitimate daughter, Meng Anren didn't feel much surprise. She was just curious about where Duan Jingyao had gotten the appraisal report from. As a matter of fact, Duan Jingyao shouldn't have been able to access Bai Yujin, just like Lu Qingcheng shouldn't have been able to access Lu Zhong earlier. Both appraisal reports came inexplicably, and she wondered if the person hiding behind the scenes to help Lu Qingcheng would be Duan Jingyao. However, this hypothesis is unreasonable. If Duan Jingyao only wanted to manipulate in the dark, why did he need to contact Lu Qingcheng last night? The first 2 appraisal reports were from Lu Qingcheng and Lu Zhong, confirming their kinship is equivalent to confirming that Lu Qingcheng is the Lu family's daughter, but I didn't realize that a biological daughter could also be an illegitimate daughter. Shin Mu snorted, realizing that this matter was becoming more and more absurd. Regardless of whether Lu Qingcheng is a biological daughter or an illegitimate daughter, that's the Lu family's family matter and has nothing to do with me. The point is, Duan Jingyao seems to be intentionally or unintentionally pulling up Lu Qingcheng's hate value towards me, trying to pull me down. This is the point that Meng Anren can't understand the most. No matter what grudges Duan Jingyao has with the Lu family, she is no longer a member of the Lu family. To settle the score should not be counted on her head. Why do you have to hold on to her? Just because she's enjoyed the Lu family's resources for 17 years? How much does Duan Jingyao hate the Lu family? But anyone who has anything to do with the Lu family is an enemy in his eyes? I probably understand why Duan Jingyao gave you this appraisal report. Qinmu leaned back in his office chair, spinning his pen in his hand, seemingly finding something interesting. Duan Jingyao thought that you would be upset after being a 1,000-year-old lady for over 10 years, and then suddenly being kicked out of the Lu family and losing your glory and wealth. Telling you the news that Lu Qingcheng is Lu Zhong's illegitimate daughter, wanting you and Lu Qingcheng to kill each other. This conjecture is very reasonable. Meng Anren listened to the smile, picked up Qinmu's words. But he did not expect that I simply do not care. Last night so many people were present and I did not pick this matter, so he will turn the target to Lu Qingcheng, provoking contradictions to forcefully pull me into the game. Aha, Missy is so smart. Qinmu favored and praised, and then returned to seriousness. I'm more curious, you don't have a blood relationship with Lu Zhong and Bai Yujin, and Lu Qingcheng is only Lu Zhong's illegitimate daughter, so where did the child that Bai Yujin gave birth to back then go? The question got to the point, and for a split second it creeped Dream Anarchy out. Isn't this a true-false $1,000 story? How did it become a mystery? For the time being, I don't know the authenticity of this appraisal. I'll ask Auntie Liang to find a way to take the hair samples of Mr. and Mrs. Lu Zhong and Lu Qingcheng, so I'll redo an appraisal at that time. She liked to do things with certainty. In case this report was fake and she gave it to Lu Hong, it would be bad if Lu Hong mistakenly thought that she still had something in mind for the Lu family. After confirming Lu Qingcheng's kinship with the Lus, if it was really Lu Zhong's illegitimate daughter, she would throw the report to Lu Hong. It was none of her business what conflicts would arise in the Lu family. You want to use this opportunity to retaliate against the Lu family? Qinmu threw out a question, but the tone was clearly that he himself didn't believe in this possibility. As expected, Meng Anren smiled and replied, I have no feelings for the Lu family, I don't love or hate them, there is no reason to retaliate against them. It's just that Lu Qingcheng has a coconut on her neck all day long thinking about how to find fault. It's too noisy. Simply make her disappear. Seeing Nico coming out of the yatong, Dream Anren gave a hurried two-word speech to the other end of the phone and was ready to hang up. And Xiao ran. The slightly low and seductive voice of a teenager came out of the receiver, and Dream Anren once again returned the phone to her ear. Then I heard the teenager's compelling voice laced with thick honey. I missed you. Dream Anren's heart skipped a beat, and half a second later she curled her lips and returned. Well, I miss you too. The phone hung up and Nico happened to pull open the back door and sit up, looking fleshy and excited. Anren, Elder Zhao is willing to accept me as his disciple. As she spoke, she felt that her sister didn't seem right. Why is your face so red? Fever? Dream Anren's eyes flickered and she touched her burning cheeks unnaturally. Cough, maybe the carriage is a bit stuffy. On the other hand, Qin's group president's office. The cell phone was still against his ear, but Qin Mu's ears were red and dripping with blood for a long time. Thin lips lifted into a dark smile, the simple words bringing him back. Zhu Cheng came and holding the documents, saw Qin Mu with this expression, and looked over his shoulder at the brilliant sunlight outside the window. Ah, spring is here. Ah. Asterisk. For some time afterward, Nico was as busy as a production team's donkey, rotating around the hospital and working night shifts, occasionally transferring a day off to run to Yatong to look for Zhao Lao again, basically not going home to live. Meng Yushu also took a male lead role, and had to go to the theater every weekend, sometimes rushing over after school in the afternoon to catch the night shoot. Meng Chenghong, not to mention, every day as soon as school is over, go to Wu Lao's place, the evening meal before returning home. The weekend is also early in the morning to go to Wu Lao's place, until Sunday night to return. The factory that Meng Rong was in charge of managing was also busy, but he would come back for dinner every night, except that during the day on weekends, Meng Anren and Su Wanman were left. The two mothers and daughters became closer as they spent more time alone together. Since the birthday banquet, Duan Jingyao did not contact Meng Anren. Lu Qingcheng is not too restful, although there is no whole what moth, but from time to time to Meng Anren in front of the dejected, speak also eccentric. It looks like it's not going to continue to play the little white flower persona. Meng Anren didn't bother to deal with her, stupid people would get themselves killed. Near the final exams, Meng Anren finally received news of Aunt Liang's appointment. It was a breezy weekend and the two met up at a coffee shop. Eldest miss, what you asked for? Aunt Liang placed a small square box on the table and pushed it in front of Meng Anren. Meng Anren's gaze, however, fell on Aunt Liang's gauze-wrapped hand, her eyes sharp. What happened to the hand? Auntie Liang immediately shrunk her hand under the table. It's nothing, I just accidentally hurt it when I was working. Meng Anren faintly retracted her eyes, picked up her coffee and took a sip. Lu Qingcheng got it? Auntie Liang pursed her lips and didn't make a sound. Last time was pushed down on the broken porcelain, hurt his hand. This period of time Lu Qingcheng and always in the house angry, mention a lot of unreasonable things to order her to do, resulting in the hand of the injury back and forth not good. Chapter 78 She Hates Me Too. Dreaming peacefully, she put down her coffee and stowed the box in her own bag, taking out a small jar of ointment in her hand and handing it over. For trauma, apply twice a day and keep the wound out of water. Take a week's vacation from the housekeeper until the wound heals. Auntie Liang received it with both hands, her eyes glistening with tears. Thank you, Missy. Eldest Miss, only you will care about us servants, Lu Qingcheng. She doesn't even treat us as people. Meng Anren was ancient. This bottle of ointment was given out just to thank Aunt Liang for helping her get the hair sample. It didn't mean that she existed other feelings for Aunt Liang. Her tone was cold. You do not have the right to decide how your master should treat you all, but you do have the right to change masters. Auntie Liang looked at Meng Anren unexpectedly. It was true that she was still the same young lady, cold and unfeeling, yet she would also respect their human rights. Soon she lowered her eyes again, and her lips quirked for a moment before she whispered, Eldest Miss, there's another thing I don't know if you're interested in. Tell me about it. The butler seems to be the first young master's man. Meng Anren's eyes stagnated, and after a long time, he hooked his lips in amusement. Interesting. It seems that not only me, but Lu Hang is also planning a revolt. That's right. Which of the people trained by the Lu family could have feelings for the Lu family? The smile fleetingly faded on her face as she looked at Auntie Liang again. Do your part well, the waves of the Lu family are no longer big, and it has nothing to do with you. Understood, then Missy, I'll leave first. Auntie Liang got up and bowed to say goodbye. After Auntie Liang left, Meng Anren finished her coffee and got up to take a taxi to the Marine Biotechnology Research Institute. This time, she'd have to keep an eye on the gene-matching process herself, just in case someone had a hand in it. Lu's group. Eldest young master, Auntie Liang took advantage of the grocery shopping break today to meet with eldest young miss, and gave eldest young miss a box, saying that it was a headdress given to eldest young miss by young master Qin, and left by eldest young miss at the Lu family home. Got it. Lu Hong had just hung up with the housekeeper when he received a message from Meng Anren. 2 genetic matching test reports, one for Lu Anren and Lu Zhong, the other for Lu Anren and Bai Yujin. After carefully reading it, he looked pale, but in the bottom of his heart, he was sneering. So, the biological daughter is illegitimate. He backdialed Lu Yi's number. Where? None of your business. I still have to report my whereabouts to you? Listen to the scene sound a little noisy, like in a bar. Lu Hong said coldly, you smashed my stereo, didn't you? Ha? Louis straightened up from the sofa, frowning with impatience. What's wrong with me smashing it? The group is in your hands. What's wrong with me smashing one of your stereos? Good, that Apollo in your garage can be scrapped. Damn it, Lu Hong, try touching my car. Do you think I dare? Just you wait. Your phonograph is ready to be fished out of the river. Louis pinched the line and glanced irritably at the group of second-rate people clustered beside him. Get lost. Citing Louis's figure as he left at a brisk pace, the crowd in the box stared wide-eyed. It seems that the rumor that the 2 Lu family brothers do not get along is not an empty rumor. Moving to hurt each other. How in the world did the Lukes raise a pair of nemeses? An hour later, Riverside 9. What's the rush to call me back? Louis threw his jacket aside and lazily paralyzed on the single sofa on one side. The 32nd floor of Riverside 9 was Lu Hang's private residence, and the day after he bought the place, Louis bought the 33rd floor. To outsiders, it looked like 2 brothers were competing, and Louis was bound to overwhelm Lu Hang. So no one thought there was anything wrong with the 2 of them going in and out of Riverside 9 back and forth on a regular basis. Lu Hong sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, exuding a reserved elegance around him, handing over the tablet in his hand. Look at this first. After reading it, Louis raised his eyebrows playfully and smiled evilly. Where did it come from? Anren sent it. After checking it out, the Marine Life is a genetic institute she invested in, and it was she who let Auntie Liang get the samples and personally do the appraisal, so there will be no mistake in these 2 reports. Louis leaned on the sofa and tilted his head to look at the ceiling. So, Lu Qingcheng is Lu Zhong's illegitimate daughter, and our 18-year-old biological sister is someone else? Things are really getting interesting. Real and fake gold drama with a twist, but also the hole on the suspense investigation bridge. Louis suddenly sat up and looked at Lu Hong diffidently. What about Lu Anren? What did she say? Any plans to come back and remain his sister? Didn't say anything, obviously didn't want to interfere. Lu Hong got up, went to the small refrigerator where the wine was kept and took out a bottle of unfinished red wine, twisting his head to look at Louis. Drinking, or not? Drink. Louis sat up, took the red wine poured by Lu Hong, drank it in one gulp, and leisurely said, Lu Anren is really heartless. It's just a matter of holding a grudge against Lu Zhong and Bai Yujin. But what's the point of holding a grudge against me? Lu Hong squinted over. Someone made her break a rib when she was 5. Gee whiz, didn't you cause her to break her leg too? She hates me too. Louis was dumbfounded. Alright, nobody's talking about anybody. Then what are you going to do with Lu Qingcheng? Louis asked. Lu Hang's ancient well was unperturbed. He sipped his red wine, but the words that came out were meaningful. A troublemaker is sometimes a perfect helper. Asterisk. Never waiting for Lu Hong to react, Lu Qingcheng still waved around the class every day, annoying everyone. But it didn't stay up for long, because when it came to the final exams, the school slag Lu Qingcheng completely wilted his ass off. The only thing that is mind-boggling is that Duan Jingyao, the second oldest man of 10,000 years, has been going out with Lu Qingcheng from time to time and is suspected to be talking about it. It's not right, 10 out of 12. Blue Branch stroked his chin with a deep look on his face. Ming Jing stared straight at her with his cheeks resting on his head. What's wrong? Duan Jingyao ah. Lanji jerked her head around, and after meeting those honey-filled eyes, she unnaturally averted her gaze and continued, does Duan Jingyao have an aesthetic disorder? He shouldn't have chosen Lu Qingcheng. Hearing Lanji's words, Meng Anren laughed softly and turned to look over. Where can you guess a man's mind? Better prepare for the exams. If you don't get into the top 50 this time, Uncle Lan will deduct your pocket money again. After the final exams to the winter vacation, Dream Anren became busy. In addition to managing his estate, he enrolled in a driving school to learn how to drive. The man who threatened to woo her didn't miss the opportunity, either, freeing up one day a week to teach her how to drive. Missy, whichever way the steering wheel swings when you're backing up, the car's but swings that way, why do you always go left and right? Shin Mu held his forehead, his helpless tone still carrying favor. There was no blame, he just thought it was kind of funny. It's amazing that someone as smart as Dream Anarchy can't figure out a steering wheel. It's kind of cute, this contrast. Meng Anren, don't give him a look, it must be your poor teaching skills. Yeah, it's all my fault. Shin Mu propped his elbows on the inside of the car window and stared at the girl with watery eyes. You don't want to let Louis teach you, do you? Chapter 79, Expression of Feelings. Just enrolled in the driving school, Louis received the news to come with the Dream Anren hair recommended. The national racing champion to teach a novice rookie driving is more than enough. Meng Anren, of course, refused, but Louis Ware will listen to her, hard to run to guide her for 2 days, successfully led her crash flying driving school in 3 coaches. At this rate, she won't get her driver's license for another 20 years. So she agreed to another furtive student, Shin Mu, who came over so she would have an excuse to get rid of Louis. I'm cultivating a relationship with Shin Mu. What are you doing? Get lost. In order to make Louis die, she blurted this out, but it was so cool to hear Shin Mu's heart. In the busy work hard to squeeze out a whole day a week free time to date. Practice with her. But Shin Mu also did not expect everything gifted Dream Anren in driving this aspect obviously not open-minded. The past half a month, reversing can still be a messy hands and feet cannot distinguish between left and right. Missy, it's not necessary to get this driver's license, I can be your exclusive driver from now on. After Meng Anren kissed the pole for the 36th time with her car's taillights, Shin Mu Xian was tired. It wasn't that he didn't have the patience to teach, but with this skill of Meng Anren, he was worried about the safety of the passers-by after Meng Anren got her license and hit the road. I just don't know how to park, I'm still a pretty steady driver, and technology makes up for it. Meng Anren argued, now the car has automatic parking function, she as long as safe to get a driver's license, all will not be a problem. Shin Mu thought about it carefully, and this crooked reasoning barely made sense, so he resigned himself to continuing to teach her to back up the car. After a winter break that was neither too long nor too short, Dream Anren finally got his driver's license before school started. Grasping the little book with both hands, she hadn't been this happy when she got her 10th grade piano certificate. To celebrate her ability to drive on the road, Shin Mu asked her out to dinner. The freshly minted driver's license was certainly in use, and Meng Anren yanked Shin Mu down from the driver's seat and sat up himself. Shin Mu smiled helplessly and obediently got into the passenger side. I have to say, Meng Anren, in addition to reversing hands and feet, normal driving is quite stable, did not become the newest roadkiller. The car is parked in the parking lot of the Yendu Hotel. Missy is out of school. Shin Mu teased her. Thanks to young Master Chin's good teaching, Meng Anren made a fake flattering remark. The two men got out of the car and had just walked through the front door of the hotel when the manager came sprinting over. Boss, there's a disturbance in the garden, you should go check it out. Shin Mu patted Meng Anren's shoulder and softly said, Missy, go take care of it, I'll go ahead and order the food and wait for you. Meng Anren nodded and watched Shin Mu walk away before looking at the manager. Who dares to come to Yendu and cause trouble? Where's the security? Meng Anren acted calmly, not thinking that the hotel's strict management could cause any major problems. Security has already gone over, that person's status is quite high, yelling to see the boss. The manager was anxious, so anxious that his forehead was covered in beads of sweat. Which garden? The Sky Garden on the top floor. Come on, get up there. High-heeled shoes stepped on the polished floor to make a crisp sound. Meng Anren strides out of the big sister's momentum. The manager also followed behind her. Taking the elevator to the top floor, as soon as the elevator door opened, I saw a group of people gathered there, bustling around, and I couldn't hear what they were talking about. What happened? Dream Anren stood on the periphery, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she was pushed forward by the crowd into the innermost part of the encirclement. That's when she saw that the grass was surrounded by a heart shape with clusters of flowers with light ribbons pulled over them. A girl she didn't know pushed her into the heart-shaped circle, and the strip of light suddenly lit up as if stars had fallen on the flowers, and it was beautiful. Meng Anren, however, was confused as she scanned the surrounding people who were up in arms and realized that no one was making a scene at all and that this was a confession scene. For his own part, he Mistakenly broke in and was mistakenly thought to be the one who was going to be confessed? Meng Anran exited the heart-shaped circle with a stunned look on her face until she saw Qin Mu, who was wearing a pure white suit, walk out from the crowd holding a large bouquet of delicate red roses. The foot that had just stepped out of the heart shape stepped back. Hoo-hoo, the people around them started to get up in arms. Meng Anran pursed her lips but couldn't suppress the upturned corners of her lips, her eyes slightly helpless as she looked at Qin Mu who was walking towards her. Qin Mu gently took Meng Anran's hand and pulled her to stand in the center of the heart-shaped encirclement. And then, kneeling down on one knee in front of her, he raised his head and looked up at her like a devout believer. Oni-sama, from the first moment I saw you when I was 3 years old, I had bad intentions towards you. I was thinking how wonderful it would be if such a lovely girl could be my bride in the future. 3-year-old Qin Mu followed his parents to move to the wealthy area of the capital city and visited with all the surrounding neighbors. When he was at Lu's house, he saw little Anran who was wearing a white puffy dress like a princess. This princess, however, was digging in the yard with a little pink shovel, and she didn't care when her skirt got dirty. Little Qin Mu ran over to her curiously and asked, "What are you digging for?" Little Anran, with a shovel in one hand, crossed his arms and said, "I'm digging for treasure. Big brother says there's treasure hidden in the garden, and as long as I can find it and give it to him, he'll play with me." Xiao Qin Mu thought the girl was silly. How could anyone hide money in the garden? But he had never seen such a cute-looking girl, so he decided to dig with little Anran. "My name is Qin Mu. Can I dig with you? If I dig, can you play with me too?" Little Anran's eyes shone brightly as she nodded heavily. "Aha, brother Mu, I'll play with you even if I don't dig it." Of course, in the end, they dug up Lu Yi's love letter buried under a big tree with words written in a crooked way. For this Lu Hong expressed his satisfaction and rewarded the two children with a big cake. That's not the point. The point is that the first time he heard little Anran's milky brother Mu, Qin Mu wanted to take her home. In the 16 years we have known each other, we have had misunderstandings and quarrels, but more often than not we have relied on each other and supported each other. I know I still have many shortcomings, and with many more 16 years ahead, I will become better and closer to you little by little. It's too early to talk about marriage, but I want to ask you for a definite relationship. Qin Mu offered the flowers in his hand, his phoenix eyes were soft like water, not leaving Meng Anran's eyes for a moment. "And Xiao Ran, do I have the honor to be your boyfriend?" Chapter 80. You can have a relationship if you want to. Without waiting for Meng Anran to reply, Blue Branch, who was standing on the half-story second-floor balcony looking at the whole situation, had already covered her mouth and was moved to tears. "Is it that good to cry?" Ming Jing glanced at Blue Branch in disgust. "It's not just a confession. Open a certain sound, randomly search all the same confession scene. There is no novelty." Ah. Lanji glared at him, suddenly cried out, "What do you know? Feelings should be so gradual. The pursuit, confession, in love and then later married, know each other, love each other. This process is the most touching." Speaking here, Lanji's nose soured. This time it was aggrieved and cried, "Which is like me. I was betrothed to a marriage partner when I was a few years old, and I didn't even have the right to choose." Ming Jing's eyes flickered and he couldn't speak anymore. He has always known, he and Blue Branch said ambiguous as a childhood friend, in fact, but is just a small child to play to the hair. Blue Branch had always treated him as a good brother, never as a man or woman. Even though, he had a crush on Blue Branch for 5 years. He was also clear that Lanji liked a gentle and tranquil type like Meng Yushu, not a foppish and unruly second-generation ancestor like him at first glance. It's hard to change his personality, but he has been working on it, going into investments and making his own business, and hopefully he's not as bad as he seems to be in Blue Branch's eyes. But she didn't look back once. "You can go into a relationship if you want to." Ming Jing spoke coldly, and the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Blue Branch gave him an inexplicable look. "What are you talking about? I'm your..." Before he finished speaking, Ming Jing interrupted. "Doll's marriage is inherently absurd. If you are concerned about the relationship between the two families, you can ask your aunt and uncle to withdraw from the marriage." Blue Branch froze, staring at Ming Jing for several seconds, unable to see through what he was thinking. Missy was right, it wasn't her place to guess what was going on in a man's mind. "What's your boy's sudden insanity?" Blue Branch pulled out a smile, trying to muddle through the awkwardness. Ming Jing, however, couldn't laugh. "I'll give you time to think about it. As long as you say you want to back out of the marriage, I'll immediately go to your house to discuss it with your aunt and uncle." With all the words out of his mouth, Ming Jing was in no mood to stay any longer and turned around to leave. Lanji's heart inexplicably panicked for a moment and shouted at his back, "How do you explain it on your family's side?" Ming Jing paused in his footsteps and said without looking back, "No need for you to worry. As a friend, I won't make things difficult for you." Downstairs in the Sky Garden, Qin Mu waited for a long time without waiting for Meng Anran to give a response. He moved the bouquet away a bit to see the expression on Dream Anran's face at the moment. There was no surprise, no emotion, no elation, just blandness. He had thought about whether Meng Anran would not like this way of confession, whether she would not like the scene setup, and even whether she would not like the clothes he wore today, but the only thing that had not occurred to him was that she might reject it. Just when Qin Mu thought his confession had failed, Meng Anran suddenly squatted down, reached out and pulled over his tie, and kissed his lips with downcast eyes. Qin Mu was dumbfounded. The shocking cries that erupted like thunder around him seemed to have nothing to do with him. He couldn't hear anything. His eyes only had the girl's face close at hand. He could even see the subtle fuzz on her face. A cool yet soft touch on his lips, a moment when his heartbeat drummed and his senses were magnified for a moment that made even 2 seconds seem like an eternity. Meng Anran let go of Qin Mu, her eyebrows curved in a warm smile. I'm willing to be your girlfriend. Qin Mu breathed a sigh of relief and laughed out as he moved up to give the girl a peck on the lips. Scared me to death. I thought you were going to reject me. Meng Anran pulled Qin Mu to stand up with her and took the bouquet from him. I was just thinking that one side shouldn't look up to the other between me and you. So she crouched down to be at the same level as him to receive his affection, pulling him up to join hands as she had done for the past 16 years. The confession to a happy ending, the crowd dispersed. Dream Anran realized that Qin Mu originally did not intend to confess in full view of the pressure on her, as the hotel guests heard that there are people confessing here, and spontaneously ran up to join in the fun. It took an arrow to make this happen. The girl who pushed her out, a hotel staff member, had planned to guide her over, but because of the crowd, it turned into pushing her out. Meng Anran couldn't help but feel the warmth of Qin Mu's hands and curved her lips. What's the point of making such a big fuss? Wouldn't it be better to talk about this kind of thing in private? Confessions definitely need to be formal. I even had Blue Branch come over and record a video. Qin Mu said, searching around for Lanji's figure, but found that he couldn't find anyone. Lanji is doing things more and more unreliably. Give her a call and ask. No need to fight, I'm here. Lanji flew over, hugged Meng Anran and cried. My Anran ended up in Qin Goblin's pocket. Meng Anran was helpless. I'm just in love, not married. Where's Ming Jing? Not seeing Ming Jing's figure within a 5-step radius of Blue Branch, Qin Mu was quite surprised. Mentioning this person, the Blue Branch's expression was a little uncomfortable. She scattered Meng Anran and skimmed her mouth. He has something to do. He left first. I'm also leaving. Don't bother your date. The video will be sent to you later on WeChat. After saying that without waiting for Meng Anran to react, she scurried into the elevator and closed the door in a puff of smoke. Meng Anran sensed that Lanji's mood wasn't quite right, but seeing as she didn't seem to want to say it to her face, she probably took into account Qin Mu's presence. Better go back tonight and make a video call and ask. The two of them went to the private dining room they had booked in advance, and the waiter came with a trolley to serve the food, and quickly retreated again. Qin Mu held Dream Anran's hand and clasped his fingers together without ever letting go. Meng Anran raised her 2 hands that were clasped together and asked him in amusement, how can we eat like this? I'll feed you. Qin Mu stared at Meng Anran's lips, his eyes burning and seductive. It wasn't like trying to feed Dream Anran, it was more like trying to eat Dream Anran. Qin Mu. Meng Anran gouged at him unhappily, and the latter laughed softly a few times, finally willing to spread his hands. Dream Anran was satisfied. Just as she picked up her chopsticks and was ready to clip the food, she was dragged away with her chair, and looking at the plate of shrimp that was getting further and further away from her original, her eyes were glazed over. It wasn't until the armrests of the 2 chairs leaned against one another that Qin Mu was satisfied, wrapping his left hand around her waist and giving her food with his right hand. Missy, I'll do the dishes for you. The teenager's love was naked and hot, flowing through those deep eyes. Dream Anran didn't refuse. I want shrimp. Qin Mu chucked a piece of ribs into her bowl. Eat the ribs first, I'll peel the shrimp for you. Good. Dream Anran finished the piece of ribs, took a sip of tea, and twisted her head to look at the teenager beside her, who had lowered his head and used a knife and fork to peel a small bowl of shrimp for her. She couldn't help but curl her lips and move over to kiss his cheek. Qin Mu, I'll always like you too. She was responding to what he had said to her the last time she was drunk. I will always love my Yin Xiaoran. I'll always like you too, Qin Mu. Chapter 81. Now that's what I call kissing. After the meal, Dream Anran said he wanted to drive his own car home. The red flag S9 that Louis had given her for her birthday had been parked in the hotel's underground parking lot and was collecting dust. It had been hard to get her license and she had to drive it back to put it to use. Where are you going to drive to every day except school? As the elevator descended, Qin Mu pinched Meng Anran's cheeks and really couldn't hold back, bending down to kiss her lips again. Such a cute girl is my girlfriend. I am simply the happiest man in the world. Meng Anran deflated her mouth and gave him a grudging look before replying, stopping to go to Li Huayuan. It's definitely more convenient to have a car to go out on weekends. Li Huayuan was her private villa, and she hadn't taken anything when she left from Lu's house just because most of her important things were kept in Li Huayuan, including clothes, jewelry, shoes, and books and documents over there. That's why she only bought 2 sets of sportswear after arriving at the dream home, but usually had so many other high-end clothes to wear out for social functions, which she took back to Li Huayuan. In the residential side of the dress, too expensive, easy to be read, sports car parked in the garden of the community is not safe. Simply drive back to Li Huayuan to go. It's not far away anyway, only a 10-minute walk. Arriving at the hotel's underground car park, Qin Mu was still surprised when he saw the red flag S9. I didn't think Louis would really be willing to give you such an expensive car. Who knows what he thinks? Meng Anran shrugged her shoulders, pulled open the driver's door and sat in, and then suddenly remembered something, turning her head to look at Qin Mu. I want to change into a more comfortable shoe. It's in the trunk. Help me get it. Good. Shinmu had no doubts and got out of the car and went to pull open the trunk. A ball of hydrogen balloons poured out. The flowers were especially delicate under the LED lights. The bottom was covered with pink petals, and 5 or 6 gift boxes were stacked on the petals, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Shinmu's pupils trembled, so unexpectedly that his mouth opened slightly for a long time. Like it? Dream Anren trotted over to him with a bright smile and what looked like a sea of stars hidden under her eyes, tilting her head as she asked him, I decorated it with my own hands. The car had indeed been parked here, but she had had it washed yesterday and had bought a bunch of stuff over today to set it up. It didn't seem like much work, but it took her almost 4 hours to get it right. Shinmu's long arm reached out and hooked over the girl's slender waist, circling her into his arms, smiling at her with downcast eyes, like, you shouldn't be planning to confess to me today as well, right? Not at all. Meng Anren averted her eyes, her soulful eyes twirling and twirling. I'm simply thanking young Master Qin for his attentive teaching over the past month, which allowed me to smoothly get my driver's license before the start of the school year. Shinmu bared her teeth and laughed, and Xiaoran was as mouthy as ever. But he had never seen In Xiaoran with such a soulful expression before, and he could feel her emotions growing richer since In Xiaoran had returned to the dream family. The love from the family is irreplaceable, and In Xiaoran's personality gradually became complete. Quickly open the gifts. Meng Anren urged. She couldn't wait to see Qin Mu's reaction to receiving various gifts. I'll take a picture first. Qin Mu took his cell phone and took a few shots of each of the distant and close-ups, and then sat on the edge of the carriage with his arm around Meng Anren and took a few selfies. Alright, I'm going to start opening presents. Qin Mu casually handed his cell phone to Meng Anren to hold. Meng Anren also casually clicked on it to see the group photo from earlier, only to find that Qin Mu's cell phone album was full of pictures of her. There were pictures of her participating in the school's foreign language speech contest the previous year, pictures of her taking her grade 10 piano exam in a gorgeous gown, and pictures of her first time eating hot pot when she was so spicy that she was dunking water. Scroll all the way down, even her reading a book while lying in a hospital bed with a broken leg at the age of 10 was filmed. Qin Mu, are you a peeping Tom? What sneak peek mania, every moment of In Xiaoran is worth recording. Qin Mu lightly laughed and pinched Meng Anren's cheeks before opening the first gift. It was Artist's Bluetooth keyboard and mouse set, with a pattern he hadn't seen before. The overall color is avocado green, like a thriving, lush forest. The design I drew, called Sycamore, is not yet on sale, and this is the first set made. Dream Anren said. Qin Mu closed the lid and kissed her. Like it, it's pretty. The second gift was one of Elsa's shirts with a gradient design from white to blue that was very juvenile. It's also a new model I designed, called Hao Chun, which implies that the vigor is like the sun. The third gift was a wristwatch, Lu's Group's brand Shi Yulai, priced at more than $1 million, which should be sold out at the moment. I feel that this style will look good on you. I asked a friend within the group to help me buy it. Dream Anren put it on him and admired it. Well, I have a good eye. Shinmu smiled favorably. Well, I have a better eye. The fourth gift was sneakers, also in a blue and white color scheme, officially named the Phantom Feather. You used to love playing basketball, but after graduation, you were so busy managing Qins that you didn't have time to play. This pair of shoes is for you. When you're free, I'll play ball with you. Good. The last gift. Shinmu opened the lid and was stunned for a moment. Inside sat a clay figurine of a small man, carved to life, with a look and clothing that was him at first glance. Cough. Dream Anren touched his nose. I took a few classes and pinched it myself. The skill is not fine, do a little ugly. Don't take offense. Shinmu raised his eyebrows. If this is considered ugly, just how good looking am I in your eyes? He sat amusedly on the edge of the trunk and pulled Dream Anren to him, tilting his head at her, and Xiaoran. And you say it's not for confessions? Dream Anren's ears reddened and she sophisticately said, I've said no. No. Shinmu smiled with his eyebrows and deliberately flirted. It's just a special coincidence that the 5 gifts are linked together as I like you so much, or did I misunderstand and you actually don't like me? He'd been paying attention from the moment Dream Anren had introduced him to the first 2 gifts, both of which specifically mentioned naming, and he'd wondered which brand would end up coming up with the word you. I didn't realize she made a clay figurine by hand. So cute. Excessive. Just guess. Do you have to make it so clear? Meng Anren cupped Qin Mu's face with both hands and lowered her head to kiss him, blocking his mouth to make him say less. The temperature gradually became scorching hot, and the girl abruptly opened her eyes, panicking and pushing him away a little, staring at him incredulously. How you stick your tongue out? Shinmu arm a force, hooked that soft slender waist close to the distance, voice low and hoarse. Fool, this is called kissing. Chapter 82 Super Blunt Great Beauty, 3 more. The ambiguous atmosphere was interrupted by the ringing of the cell phone. Shinmu gasped slightly and picked up the phone with a few moments of anger. You better be up to something heavenly. Mr. Little Qin, your father is awake. Shinmu never expected it to be a great joy. He was about to be smashed by happiness on this day. I'm coming over now. He hung up the phone hurriedly and met Dream Anren's confused eyes and said excitedly, my dad is awake. Dream Anren was surprised for a split second and smiled afterward as she backed away, then hurry over there and drive carefully. Aren't you coming with me? No, Uncle just woke up. you father and son must have a lot to talk about. Besides, Elder Zhao is there and probably doesn't want to see me. I'll go visit uncle another day. Good. Qingmu stood up and rubbed Meng Anren's head, then you drive back by yourself and also be careful, call me anytime if anything happens. Aha. In order to make it easier for Qingmu to rush to the hospital, Meng Anren exchanged car keys with him, letting him drive this car directly away as she slowly walked back to the ground car park to fetch his car. After sitting on the Maybach, Dream Anren didn't rush home, but first made a through video call to Blue Branch. The other end quickly connected, the eye is the red wine glass, Blue Branch both sides of the cheeks red, eyes a little confused, at first glance is to drink a lot. Look at the background behind her, the person is in a villa in Ever Bay. What's the matter with you? Suddenly start drinking to drown your sorrows? Dream Anren asked suspiciously, falling back on a cross-examination. Lan Shi deflated her mouth, Anren, will you come stay with me tonight? Meng Anren sighed, okay, you don't drink it yet, you can drink it when I get there. Aha. Blue Branch dutifully pushed his glass of red wine farther away, come on you, I've got 82 grape juice here. Okay, 15 minutes away. Hanging up the video, Meng Anren sent a report message to Su Wanman and drove to Hanhai Bay. There were fewer cars on the road at night, and it took less than 15 minutes for the Maybach to stop in front of Villa 6. Dream Anren directly entered by entering the password, and saw Lanji sitting in the dining room lying on the table, 2 red wine bottles in front of him, one empty, the other bottle left half. She locked the door and paced over to the fridge, where she got grape juice and a clean glass of red wine, and sat down next to Blue Branch. She poured herself half a glass of grape juice and half a glass of wine for Blue Branch, rounding it up to accompany the drink. Say pussy, what went wrong tonight? Lanji straightened up and took a sip of red wine, sighed heavily and shook her head to herself as she said, Anren, you're right, men's minds are so hard to guess. Dream anchor? Did you and Ming King have a fight? She asked bluntly. Lanji abruptly straightened her back and stared at Meng Anren in amazement. Ooh, you're awesome, you can even guess this? Dream Anren pursed her lips, what's so hard about that? Ming Jing left early for no reason, and Lanji stammered and looked unnatural when she talked about Ming Jing's whereabouts, so it was simply too obvious to be true. So what's the fight about? Lanji bristled, I just complained about being betrothed by my family since I was little, and not being able to go from knowing each other to loving each other like you and Qin Goblin and then he got upset. Mononan raised an eyebrow, just upset? Blue Branch put his head down, he said he was going to back out of the marriage with me. Withdrawal? This time even Meng Anren was not calm, her eyebrows converged into a Chuan character, does he know how much withdrawing from the marriage will affect him? The Meng and Lan families are longtime friends, and this marriage is not just a simple business union, it is also meant to add to the family and symbolize the continuation of the two families' friendship. Ming Jing also had a younger brother who was 3 years younger than him, and when the Ming family had contracted a marriage with the Lan family, his younger brother Ming Ju had just been born. The head of the Ming family, who was also his father, had sworn an oath in front of the Lan couple, threatening that if Ming Jing dared to fail to fulfill the marriage contract in the future or disrespect Lan Ji after the marriage, he would be disregarding the friendship between the Ming and Lan families. Then, the Ming family will treat it as if there is no Ming Jing as a son, and all the property will be left to his younger brother, Ming Ju, allowing Ming Jing to leave the Ming family to fend for himself. Meng Anren had met Ming Jing's father at the banquet, a man with righteousness and integrity written all over his brows. She believed that if Ming Jing really went to the Lan family to mention withdrawing from the marriage, he would really be swept away by his father. That's what I said, and he said he didn't want to embarrass me as a friend, so he went ahead and mentioned it. Blue Branch commiserated, assuring her that she had absolutely no intention of backing out of the marriage when she complained about that comment. At least they grew up together. Lanju would also be concerned about Ming Jing's situation, so even if she didn't have half of a man and woman's love, she never thought of withdrawing from Ming Jing's marriage. Who would have thought that Ming Jing would suddenly get involved in this? Dream Anren found a straw somewhere and stuck it in a red wine glass, sipping the grape juice while staring at Blue Branch with her cheeks resting. If he has considered the consequences, what are you despondent about here? Nonsense, I'm his childhood friend, so I must be worried about him. Besides, if he gets swept away by the Ming family for me, I won't be able to rest my conscience. Lanji spoke with such bravado that even her drunkenness dissipated quite a bit. Meng Anren seemed to understand with an O, so the current situation is that he is willing to leave the Ming family for the sake of your happiness in life, and you are willing to recognize this marriage contract for the sake of his affluent life. Then you have nothing to worry about. Just go directly and tell him that you don't want to withdraw from the marriage, isn't that enough? Speaking to the point, the Blue Branch began to worry again, poured 2 mouthfuls of wine after the atmosphere depressed on the table. Not Don't you think Ming Jing is very strange? Where's the weirdness? And he is a good brother, originally married is nothing, even if there is no feelings, the big deal is to maintain the current way of living together. He suddenly said, what do not want to make me difficult, Mononan blinked and shook her head, didn't get it. TSK. Blue Branch frowned and thought hard about how to explain, it's just that he and I can continue to get along like brothers even after we're married. It's not like it's the kind of atmosphere that would be awkward and respectful, so why would he find it difficult for me? Dream Anren tried to understand and got it. Lanji is thinking that standing in Meng Jing's point of view should be the same as hers, get along like friends, and later on, when they get a license, they also maintain this kind of relationship. At most, they are considered not married in this life. Besides, business marriages are a common phenomenon among the rich and powerful families, so it's better to get married to someone you haven't seen a few times than to get married to someone you've never met. You can also sit together and talk about which handsome guy is better looking and which pretty girl has a good body, instead of thinking about each other's marital happiness, even sacrificing all their current glory for each other's marital bliss. Lanji felt that Meng Jing's reaction like this was very uncharacteristic, but it made Dream Anran laugh. I'm a super obtuse beauty. Chapter 83 Screw the Big Picture, for more. To explain when Jing had started to like Blue Branch, Dream Anran wasn't sure. Anyway, it must have been at least 3 or 4 years. Meng Jing's heart towards Lanji, she and Qin Mu could see it clearly, but Lanji always thought that it was just a hairdresser, just a brother. Meng Anran was speechless and helpless. She cupped Lanji's face and rubbed it. Gigi, seriously, if you don't need to use this eye, take it and donate it. Ha? Blue Branch frowned in confusion. What's it about my eyes? Meng Anran shook her head, unable to say. Don't worry about what Meng Jing thinks. First tell me what you think. Have a favorite person? Want to fall in love with someone else? Like my brother? No, that was just a mouth high for me. Lanji pulls away from Meng Anran's hand, sits up straight, pours half a glass of red wine and pours it into her mouth again. In fact, I don't have anyone I like, I just simply like to look at handsome guys, and occasionally I'm a bit envious of you and Qin Mu. What do I have to envy with Qin Mu? Meng Anran was puzzled. She considered herself nothing too special. It's not like there's any kidnapping, car accident, amnesia, or heroic rescue drama. It's just a plain, simple, natural progression into the current relationship. But Dream Anran didn't know that it was this naturalness that Blue Branch envied. As the only daughter of the Lan family, she couldn't make her own choices about many things, including marriage. In this aspect of relationships, the process is often more important than the ending. But her marriage was set to end from the beginning, unable to feel each other's affections through meeting and getting to know each other, and then finally determining if that was the person she wanted. Alright, don't worry, the most important thing right now is academics. It's not like you and Meng Jing are getting married tomorrow. You guys still have to go abroad for further studies after high school, so it's not like anything will necessarily change. Dream Anran snatched away the red wineglass in Lanji's hand and helped the person up. Go upstairs and go to bed. You'll be able to figure everything out after a good night's sleep. On the other hand, the private hospital in the capital city. Qin Mu quickly rushed to the ward and pulled open the door to see Qin Hua sitting against the bed and Zhuo Chang reporting on the more important events of the year. Elder Zhao had said that a patient who had just woken up couldn't think too much, so Zhuo Chang picked out a few things that were necessary for Qin Hua to know about. This includes the matter of the Lu family's real and fake Xian Jin, as well as the Lehigh Group Song family's attempts to use cooperation to coerce Qin Mu into an engagement. Seeing Qin Mu arrive, Zhuo Chang didn't say any more and wisely stepped aside. Qin Mu walked to the side of the bed and gently held Qin Hua's hand that was still unable to move for the time being. Dad, how are you feeling? Looking at his son's reddened eyes, Qin Hua pulled out a loving smile. Mumu, it's been a hard year for you, letting you shoulder the complicated affairs of the group when you just became an adult. You must have suffered a lot, right? It's not bitter. It's good that you can wake up. Qin Mu was naturally tired, but being able to see his father awaken, what were those physical fatigue and mental burdens? Son has grown up. Qin Hua was very relieved. Having heard Zhuo Chang say a lot just now, he felt that he could safely hand over the group to the next generation. Suddenly the conversation turned. Qin Hua asked, how is Anran doing these days? The Lu family made such a big fuss about the real and fake Shenjin. Zhuo Chang must have already told Qin Hua in detail, so Qin Mu didn't mention the cause again, and straightly said, she's living quite well, the Meng family loves her very much, and she has her own business in her hands, so she won't suffer. That's good, Qin Hua murmured as if sighing, so that you can also rest assured. Qin Mu's expression froze. Dad, what do you mean? Qin Hua looked at his son, lying in bed for a long time unable to move, made his cheeks sunken, looking much older than a year ago. Only after a moment of deliberation did he speak again. The Song family's second daughter, Song Wanqiu, whom you've met, is only 3 months younger than you, so if you get in touch more, there should be a lot of conversation between people of the same age. Qin Mu frowned, unable to believe that his father had just woken up and was telling him this kind of thing. Dad, I confessed my love to Unran tonight, and she said yes, now she's my girlfriend. Qin Mu tries to resist. He's the one with a girlfriend now, unless Qin Hua doesn't care about Qin's reputation anymore and persuades him to do something like abandoning his beloved for the sake of profit. He believed that his father, who had single-handedly founded the Qin clan and had spent most of his life getting it to where it was now, would not turn his back on its reputation. But Qin Hua broke Qin Mu's fantasy when he spoke. I don't oppose you and Anran falling in love, but falling in love and marriage are two different things. I know that you and Anran grew up together and have a good relationship. You can be lovers but not husband and wife. Dad, what are you saying? Qin Mu was really angry. Wasn't the meaning of his father's words equivalent to letting him go and get engaged to Song Wanqiu and letting Meng Anran be his underground lover? Who do you think he is? What do you take Dream Anran for again? Xinhua had known that it wasn't that easy to convince his son. He wasn't in a hurry. Mumu, I didn't object to you getting in touch with Anran before because she's the daughter of the Lu family. The two families are perfect for each other, and if you guys can go with the flow it's definitely more perfect than a paper marriage contract. But now it is not. She left the Lu family. The dream family is what environment you know very well. She and your door is not the right household, even if you love her very much, even if your mother and I treat her as their own daughter, but the gossip of those people outside, you can block it? Can she handle it? Xinhua sighed and continued, I also like this child Anran very much, and I have long treated her as half a daughter. But you and her are not on the same level right now, and are not destined to be happy together. Xinmu sulkily pestled in place, those beautiful phoenix eyes filled with despondency. Could it be that I will be happy if I marry Song Wanshou? Over the past year, it's Anran who has been by my side. She's the one who's been helping me all along. If it wasn't for her leading Wei Ming and rushing to produce the chip, Qin clan would still be under the control of Li Hai right now. And yet you're asking me to ignore her dedication, ignore my own wishes, and go marry the Song family? Xinhua tried with difficulty to control his hand to touch his son's head, but he could not move it, and only his fingertips regained a little bit of consciousness. He sighed and said, Li Hai not only chipped this technology, Qin's banner is not only this project. Qin family and Song family marriage is a strong combination, can make Qin's another step higher, breaking loose half of the situation of the business circle of the capital city. You have grown up, should be mature, learn to take the big picture into account. Screw the big picture. Before Qin Mu could say anything, Zhao Zizheng, who had finished acupuncture for Tanya on the side, couldn't sit still at all. He packed up his acupuncture bag and got up, pointing at Xinhua's nose. If it wasn't for the fact that Anran knelt in the rain for 2 hours until she fell unconscious, begging me to come over to give you and your wife medical treatment, you'd still be lying here like a corpse. As soon as you woke up, you said that Anran can't do this or that, and you also stirred up the feelings of your juniors, so why don't I just give you a needle to mute you? Chapter 84 The old gentleman who shunted by and was kind. Elder Zhao, calm down, Mr. Qin, he didn't mean that. Zhuo Cheng hurried over to stop the person, fearing that Xinhua just woke up and had to sleep back again. What else could it mean if not that? Zhao Zizheng was so angry that his white hair was standing on end. His little disciple has had enough suffering over the years. It is not easy to meet a person who makes her sincere, beautiful to talk about a relationship. There are still uninterested to come out of the stick to beat the lovebirds? They were all poisoned and mute. Elder Zhao, don't be angry. Xinmu gently patted Zhao Zizheng's back and smoothed his hair. It's been a hard day for you. I'll send you back to Yadong first. Xinmu persuaded him in a good voice, but Zhao Zizheng gave this face. He glared at Xinhua, snorted coldly, and pulled Xinmu away. Sitting on the co-pilot of the Red Flag S9, Zhao Zizheng looked left and right and asked, did your kid get a new car again? No, this is the car Louis gave to Anran. Just now he went to the hospital in a hurry and drove her car over directly. Xinmu had heard that Zhao Zizheng was most annoyed with the kind of nature of the luxury family that loves to splurge and flaunt around when they have money, so he explained a few more sentences. Zhao Zizheng gave a knowing "oh" and didn't dwell on the matter, changing the topic. What do you think about what your father said just now? If Xinmu dared to say that he broke up with Meng Anran and went to get engaged to Song Wanshou, he would have kicked the brat down on the spot. He's my father no matter what. I'm not in a good position to argue something with him, but I'm definitely not going to give up on Anran. Xinmu spoke firmly. It was at the age of 13 that he deeply realized that he would be the sole heir of the Qin group in the future, but Meng Anran was the person he had identified with from the first time he met her at the age of 3. When he knew that Meng Anran was not the Lu family's own daughter, he had thought about whether he would be forced to marry a young girl from another powerful family in the future as well, and it was not his turn to make a choice. So after that, not only did Meng Anran work harder to accumulate assets to expand his strength and get rid of the shackles of the Lu family, he also took more and more initiative to get in touch with group affairs and expand the scale of the industry, trying to get his parents to recognize him and not meddle in his marriage. He had succeeded, and Qin's current market capitalization had increased by 21.7% over the previous year, and was expected to increase by another 30% when the new flagships using the new chips went on sale. But he didn't expect that after he had tried so hard, the first thing his father did when he woke up was to ask him to marry Song. In that case, he is going to make the Qin family stand higher, standing in the cloud of the attention of all people, so that no family in the capital circle can be called with the Qin family, so that the Qin family does not need to rely on the help of any business. At that point, no one will have the right to meddle in his marriage, including his parents. The words of faith made Zhao Zizheng listen with great satisfaction. This girl Anran grew up with a cold heart and cold feelings, the only one who really poured out her heart and lungs to you. You are only more than 2 years away from marriageable age, right? You kid, don't let her down. Xinmu smiled faintly. Although she hasn't felt affection in the Lu family, there are quite a few people who love her. Elder Zhao, you claim to disown her as your disciple, but you actually still care for her. Zhao Zizheng arrogantly turned her face away to look out the window. Humph, who cares about her, just a heartless little white-eyed wolf. Xinmu laughed lightly and added, Anran has opened a Chinese medicine center on Qinghe Street, called Fushaotang, and it's doing quite well, so if you're interested, you can take the time to go and take a look. I'm not interested in a place like that that's just about making money. Asterisk. Boss, an old gentleman has been here for 3 days in a row, tasted all of our Fushaotang's medicinal meals, and made quite a few suggestions for improvement. Receiving Sun Qingyu's call, Meng Anren frowned in confusion. What kind of person is so idle? Running to the Chinese medicine center for dinner every day? What is the old man's name? He didn't say, he just said he was stopping by to take a look, and he looks like an old Chinese doctor, and the improved opinions he offered were all very good, and I didn't charge him. Dream Anren fell silent and suddenly smiled. Okay, I know. She probably guessed which passing and kindly old gentleman it was. Su Wanman came in carrying 2 sets of clothes and placed them in front of her body to compare. Anren, which set do you think looks good on me? Meng Anren pondered for a moment and pointed to the set on the left. Beige it is, it complements your temperament. Good, then this is what I'm wearing. Su Wanman went to change her clothes with a smile on her face. Today Dream Anren's cousin is getting married, and his uncle invites the family over for a wedding drink. Natalie couldn't spare the time for his hospital shift. Now that school has begun, Meng Rong will pick up Meng Yushu and Meng Chenghong after work, and then come back to bring Su Wanman to the banquet. Shenghua has a study trip, Meng Anren has to leave in the afternoon, can't go to the banquet, and has to go for half a month. Gathering her important papers, Dream Anren slung her own sheepskin backpack on her back and called out to the master bedroom, Mom, I have to go. The master bedroom door opens, Su Wanman wearing a long beige dress, the whole person warm atmosphere, temperament just like a book family from a famous lady. She quickly walked over to Meng Anren, took her hand and stuffed her with a few $100. You have to carry some cash in your pocket when you go out, be sure to pay attention to safety. I'll be safe, no need for the money, keep it for yourself. Meng Anren pushed the money back and didn't even give Su Wanman a chance to continue arguing, turned around and ran to the shoe cabinet and kicked off her slippers, stepped on her chunky-heeled small leather shoes and went out the door. I'm off, you guys be safe too and call me if you need anything. Looking at the wooden door bang closed, Su Wanman pinched the $500, smiled and sighed lightly, this child wants to give you some pocket money are difficult. Walking 18 minutes to Li Huayuan, Meng Anren entered the password, went inside, locked the door, and twisted her head to look at the teenager sitting on the sofa drinking a Coke. Why are you so free today? Not idle, by the way. Man Onan laughed, another side trip? Xin Mu was puzzled, again? Meng Anren shook her head and lifted her foot towards the second floor. Since you're here, help me pack. Yes, Missy. There are 3 rooms on the second floor, except for the master bedroom. The other 2 rooms have become Dream Anren's check room, full of all kinds of high-grade clothing, shoes and bags, accessories. Shinmu took out a large suitcase from the cupboard and spread it out, taking the clothes that Meng Anren threw at him and folding them and putting them back in place while asking, where is Shenghua's study trip going this year? Shenghua has a study trip in the second semester of each academic year, in order to let students experience the customs of different cities and understand the main economic industries developed in different cities. Meng Anren took a pair of high-waisted jeans and threw them to Qin Mu after removing the hangers, first go to Tongzhou, then Man City, and finally to High City. She turned around, picking out the right clothes in her closet, and said languidly, by the time I get back, your engagement party should be over, right? Chapter 85 What you paid for again. Qin Mu's movements in his hands came to a violent halt, raising his eyes to stare at Meng Anren. Seeing her relaxed expression, he became more and more flustered. Anren, what are you talking about? Who am I engaged to? Lehigh Group's Song family's second Miss Song Wanchoa. Meng Anren took a thin seahorse velvet longsleeve, folded it while walking towards Qin Mu, put the folded clothes into the suitcase, raised her eyes to look at him and smiled lightly. I went to visit uncle the day before yesterday. When she arrived at the hospital, Lehigh Group's chairman Song Chunlai and president Song Yen were both there, just in time for her to hear the Song family father and son discussing the marriage between the 2 families with Qin Hua. Qin Hua's meaning is that marriage is always a matter of parents' orders and matchmakers' words, so the marriage contract can be made first, and then Qin Mu and Song Wancho can slowly cultivate their feelings. After she went and the Song family father and son left, Qin Hua talked to her a lot, but after all was said and done the words meant nothing more than for her to be smart and take the initiative to leave Qin Mu. She had thought that Qin Mu was kept in the dark, but now, looking at his reaction, it seemed that he had been informed for a long time. Qin Mu completely panicked, tightly pulling on Meng Anren's hand, frantically wanting to explain clearly but not knowing where to start, and Xiaoran, I have no intention at all to get engaged to Song Wanxiu, you know that you are the only one in my heart. I know, but how much can I be worth in a place of fame and fortune like the capital circle? Meng Anren sighed darkly and pulled her hand out of his palm. Her expression was bland, not seeing sadness. Even her tone was icy cold that she had never seen before. Uncle is right. I'm not right for you. It's me that doesn't deserve you anymore. The icy words were like an ice pick stabbing into Qin Mu's heart, hurting him so much that he couldn't catch his breath as he pulled on Meng Anren's wrist and yanked her into his arms to hold her tightly. Baby, believe me, I won't marry the Song family. The only person I want to marry is you. No matter what my father told you, no matter what he thinks, I only want you. Meng Anren closed her eyes in annoyance and sighed, speaking gently, Qin Mu, you're not all I have in my life, I won't hold a grudge against you because of this. You go back, I'm going to pack my bags. In those 17 years of living in the Lu family, she understands that there are too many bodies in this circle, and she has made many choices that she can't help but believe that Qin Mu will be her exception. But he had forgotten that Qin Mu might also have things that were not up to him, and at that time, the one who would be sacrificed would ultimately be her. She had thought that maybe Qin Mu didn't know that he was contracted to marry the Song family by Qin Hua, so she still believed in Qin Mu these 2 days, and even waited for Qin Mu to give her an explanation when she brought up this matter just now. It turned out that he knew had long been informed, but always hid it from her. Is it that he can't explain, or that he thinks she's a doddering flower that can be trampled on at will and can't survive without him? Baby, don't want me? Qin Mu tightened the arm circling around Meng Anren's waist, hating to set her into his body. I'll cry, I'll really cry. Meng Anren let him hold her because it was clear that she couldn't defeat Qin Mu's strength, but her heart was also cold and hard. I'm going to be late, go away, and don't delay me. Obviously talking about a research trip, Qin Mu heard another layer of meaning. He found it very strange. Within Xiao Ran's character it was unlikely that 2 or 3 sentences from others would affect what she had decided to do. She was pinching a bunch of industries in her hands, dashing and confident. How could she suddenly say something like she was not worthy of him? Besides, they had grown up together, had a deep bond, and knew and trusted each other well enough, so how could they be so easily provoked? Something must have happened that he didn't know about. Qin Mu slightly let go of Meng Anren, lowered his head and pecked on her lips. Baby, there must be some misunderstanding here. You go to the research first, pay attention to safety on the road. I'll go to clear things up, and when you come back I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Dream Anren fell silent and gave a faint hum. Qin Mu finally had a smile on his face and rubbed Meng Anren's head as he got up and left. Dream Anren was the only one left in the large check room. She sighed in annoyance and continued packing. Lu Hong was right. Once the news of Qin's marriage to Song became public, she would become the joke of the entire capital circle. Originally she wasn't worried, but the engagement came up after she confirmed her relationship with Qin Mu, so now she really became an outcast. Qin Hua also used this to persuade her to take the initiative to break up with Qin Mu, so that everyone would look better in terms of face. Unfortunately, she chose to believe in Qin Mu and had to hit the southern wall before she would turn back. Packing her bags, Dream Anren pushed the huge heavy suitcase down the stairs and struggled to carry it up to the trunk of the car, took her supercar and headed for St. Hughes. On the way, I received a call from Lu Hang. Split? The head didn't even say hello, he opened his mouth with those 2 words. Meng Anren smiled contemptuously. You are quite well informed. Thought you were going to be a crybaby, didn't seem that sad by the sound of it. Sadness can't be talked about. Love has never been the whole of Dream Anren's life. She's always been able to take what she can get. She's just sure to be a little disappointed. It's paid for with all my heart, and it's gone down the drain. Called specifically to taunt me? Meng Anren asked coldly. Lu Hong had long been accustomed to this ruthless attitude of hers and casually asked, I'll ask you once more, do you want to come with me? Otherwise, once the news of Qin and Song's engagement spreads, it'll be a lost cause if you leave again. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your kind words. I, Meng Anren, have never been a doddering flower dependent on anyone, and I don't need to prove my worth by marrying someone. Lu Hong had a rare smile with a few moments of appreciation, worthy of being my Lu Hang's sister. Not anymore. Dream Anren finished and directly pinched the line. Dozens of luxury cars gathered in the playground of Shanghua Middle School, those who knew it was the school organizing study activities, those who didn't thought it was some kind of business summit for high-end people. The most surprising thing is that Lu Qingcheng didn't come in the Lincoln of the Lu family today, but hitched a ride on Duan Jingyao's Land Rover to the venue together. The 2 got out of the car, one in a long satin skirt and the other in a satin blouse, and stood together looking surprisingly dapper. The driver carried out 2 suitcases from the trunk, and Duan Jingyao naturally took Lu Qingcheng's as well. Lu Qingcheng shyly glanced at him and whispered her thanks. Lanji's lips twitched as she watched. How long has it been since the new year? Why is Lu Qingcheng still in heat? Ming Jing glanced at Lanji and leisurely said, You had the same expression when you saw Brother Yushu. Blue Branch? That's a personal attack, isn't it? Chapter 86. Kick the crap out of your brother and sister. A cool sports car in red and black color scheme drove into the playground at a very fast speed, shining brightly in a crowd of business cars. Lu Qingcheng, by the recognition of marriage banquet sports car straight into the scene of the venue of the psychological shadow, saw the sports car, subconsciously to the section Jingyao hide behind. Holy, whose car is so cool? The sports car came to a steady stop on the side, and the crowd looked on wondering who not only drove such a cool car back, but was also so good at it. Oh ho, it's Ransan coming. So late? I thought she wasn't going. Go, 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 help Sister Ran with her luggage. Dream Anren pushed open the car door and got out, and saw a few boys from her class walking this way. Yo, Sister Ran is dressed so beautifully today? Did you go on a date this morning? Why didn't Brother Qin send you over? Not gentlemanly enough. Otherwise, why don't you consider thinking about me? Asterisk 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 you, is Missy not for mere mortals like you to get your hands on? Meng Anren wore a black and white small perfume suit today, a pair of thin legs straight and long, stepped on a pair of Mary Jane thick-heeled single shoes, and hooked a white shoulder bag on her shoulder. With her long hair draped over her shoulders and pearl earrings and pearl necklace, the air of $1,000 lady was instantly revealed. Hearing the nonsensical jokes of a few people, she cast a funny glance over at them. Alright, all day long, netball asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing Meng Anren walk in surrounded by her classmates, exuding a million rays of light, even the people from the other classes couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Lu Qingcheng was so jealous that she was about to pull out a hole in the hem of her skirt. She hated it so much that she had to vent the pain in her heart. Anren, what kind of car is this? It doesn't even have a license plate. It can't be a miscellaneous brand, right? Wow, you're really showing your ignorance as soon as you open your mouth. I've heard of miscellaneous necklaces, I've never heard of miscellaneous cars. Lanji disliked back relentlessly, her eyes contemptuously sizing up Lu Qingcheng from top to bottom, and quickly retracting her gaze like she saw something dirty. Ming Jing also deliberately raised his voice to support Meng Anren. This red flag S9 of yours is quite handsome. If I remember correctly, it costs more than $15 million, right? Obviously have long seen this car, deliberately pretending to see for the first time only to hit Lu Qingcheng's behavior, childish to make Meng Anren feel funny. She nodded perfunctorily. Yeah, you really know your stuff. Several people sang together, but Lu Qingcheng was angry enough. She glared angrily at Meng Anren and said viciously, what's there to show off? Even if it's expensive, it's still just domestic trash. Meng Anren's smile withdrew, and her backhand was a slap over. When is there still the vice of fawning over foreigners? You dare to hit me? Lu Qingcheng's eyes widened in anger, covering her hot and sore face. What's wrong with hitting you? It's not like I haven't done it before. Dream Anren's attitude is calm as if she is not the one who hit the person, took the wet paper towel handed over by Lanji and wiped her hands stained with fat powder, carelessly looked at Lu Qingcheng, the corner of her lips hooked. This car is sent by your second brother, hitting you is for your own good. Just now, if those words are letting Louis hear them, it's not as simple as a slap. Louis, this person loves cars like life, can let him send out the car is certainly after his affirmation. Lu Qingcheng dared to say that the car he picked out was garbage. Perhaps next month Lu Qingcheng's body would appear on some mountain. What did you say? This car is from my second brother? Lu Qingcheng was incredulous, so angry that her chest rose and fell visibly. Back in the Lu family for half a year, the two brothers did not send anything else except for 2 bracelets casually given to her on the day she became an adult. But to give Dream Anren, a fake millennial, a $15 million sports car? Yeah, my coming-of-age gift. Dream Anren smiled and said it out word by word, making it clear that he was killing people to kill them. Lu Qingcheng was so angry that she almost rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. Okay, what's all the noise about? Class teacher Taoya walked slowly in a black uniform, looking like an insurance seller. This is your last study trip at SC. Edwards, so all settle down and spend it perfectly. Any questions? No. Very well, as in previous years, in order to avoid causing congestion on Airport Boulevard, all of your private cars will be parked at the school, and you will take the bus to the airport as a group. Take your luggage, keep your belongings safe, and get on the bus in an orderly fashion. Shanghua's bus is not an ordinary bus, but a luxury version of the bus, with a spacious location, comfortable seats, and the bus is equipped with a refrigerator and snack cabinet, all stuffed full of drinks and snacks. It is indeed the high-end version of traveling. After getting on the bus, Meng Anren chose the center window seat, and Blue Branch sat next to her. Dream Anren, I have something to say to you. Luca walked over and looked at Meng Anren seriously. Meng Anren pondered for a moment and exchanged a glance with Lanji beside her, who plainly got up and went to share a seat with Ming Jing. Luca took his seat and handed Meng Anren a bottle of yogurt. When the class was all seated in the car and the car was started, she said in a low voice, the women's shoe brand Ace in our family's name is very profitable. I have 7% of the shares in my name, and I'll give you 2%. Meng Anren unscrewed the yogurt and took a sip. If it's so lucrative, why sell off your shares? It's not a dump, it's a voluntary gift. Luca said, rummaging through his bag and handing over a document. Dream Anren suspiciously took the document and scrutinized it, while asking, conditions? You helped me facilitate my engagement with Duan Jingyao. Meh. Dream Anren suddenly laughed out loud, folding up the equity grant and handing it back. You think I'm a god? Luca pursed her lips, lowered her eyes and whispered, yesterday, my parents were planning to let me go and join the Wang family in marriage. Wang family? Meng Anren pondered carefully with the back of her head resting on her pillow. I remember that the Wang family only has one son, and 4 years ago he married his son. Ah. Marrying you off as a concubine? No, it's to marry the head of the Wang family. Dream Anren was shocked. Wang Cun, the head of the Wang family, is 58 years old, a balding uncle with a full belly, widowed for 10 years with countless women outside. Marrying him would be better as a concubine. Otherwise, Luca wouldn't have had to be so eager to find Meng Anren's help. The only way to dissuade mom and dad from this idea was to find a better marriage partner. But she has been around not much trustworthy friends. The only person she knows who has a method and reliable is only Dream Anren. Not enough love and justice, she will give benefits. Please Dream Anren to help her solve this problem. I can't help you if you hit Duan Jingyao, but I can show you a clear path. Meng Anren spoke indifferently and put the grant back again. What bright path? Luca looked at Meng Anren expectantly, as long as she didn't marry Wang Cun, everything was fine. Meng Anren twisted her head to meet those eyes that were filled with hope, and raised the corners of her lips in a pure and harmless smile. It's simple, kick the out of your brother and sister. Chapter 87 Public opinion will force him to admit it. You, what do you mean? Luca looked at Meng Anren in horror, his hand knife hesitantly wiping across the front of his neck. Overthink it, I'm a good law-abiding citizen. Meng Anren tucked the documents into her bag and said carelessly, your brother is in charge of most of the industries under the Lu family's name, and your brother is currently trying to take over an entertainment company, so your parents letting you marry Wang Cun is nothing more than a dowry for their 2 sons. Since it's all unprofitable for you, why are you so obedient? If you don't want to be at the mercy of your family, lose the family. But, I'm not like you, I have my own industry and millions of savings, and I can walk so elegantly when I leave the Lu family. I have nothing and live dependent on my family. After leaving the Lu family, where can I go? Live on what? Luca sighed heavily. She also did not expect that there would be such a day when she would confide in the once most hated Meng Anren. Now that she didn't even have a trustworthy person by her side, thinking about it, she was surprised that only Meng Anren's character could still let her trust a few points. What a pathetic life she had lived these past 18 years. Meng Anren did not care about Luca's situation. She had never had any friendship with Luca to speak of. She didn't like to be a living Buddha, she only liked to make investments, and when it was profitable, she didn't mind helping Luca in passing. I can help you get the management of Ace, provided you transfer all the shares you currently have to me, on the condition that I want 15% of Ace's shares when it's done. Luca's eyes suddenly bright. If she can get Ace, then just this one brand's revenue is enough for her expenses. Even if she defies her parents and leaves home, she doesn't have to worry about not having a life to rely on. Meng Anren continued, I'm not afraid of you cheating after it's done. I have the ability to help you get it, so I have the means to make it go bankrupt. I'm not going to cheat. When the study trip is over. No, when we get to the hotel, I'll immediately draw up an equity gift agreement and a guarantee. Xinhua's state was much better than the previous days as far as the naked eye could see. His color and spirit were very good, both hands could move, just that his arms could not be lifted up too much yet. The doctor suggested massaging the muscles more often to help with recovery, so the caregiver massaged Xinhua 4 or 5 times a day. On the contrary, Zhao Lao, not wanting to see Xinhua this unlucky, simply moved the ward for Tanya, and only gave Tanya acupuncture, so as not to see Xinhua's chest tightness. After leaving Li Huayuan, Xinmu went directly to the hospital to look for his father, intending to ask for a clear picture of what happened, and after knowing what the misunderstanding was due to, he would then go and explain to Meng Anren. Dad, Anren came over to visit you the day before yesterday, what exactly did you say to her? Xinmu was in a hurry and his tone wasn't too good. Brat, are you interrogating me? Xinhua was annoyed on the spot, but quickly calmed down a bit. No chat, what's the big deal? She herself knows that she's not compatible with you, what can it have to do with me? Xinmu took a deep breath, not wanting to argue with his father. Did you tell her that I'm getting engaged to Song Wanshou? I didn't. It's not what you said, then why would she suddenly say that I'm having an engagement party with Song Wanshou? No, I said, are you kid being overwhelmed by love? What's wrong with Wanshou? Pretty, excellent grades, well-read, gentle and virtuous, and her family lineage is comparable to that of the Qin family, so maybe you'll have feelings if you get in touch with her more often? Where is Enron worse than her? Anren is too career-oriented, suitable for a friend, a partner, but not a wife. Xinmu's eyes darkened in an instant, his eyes filled with disappointment, gray as if covered in a layer of fog. Dad, you've changed a lot. In the past, Xinhua did not say so. He praised Meng Anren wit and intelligence, praised her to be decent and generous in dealing with people, 8-sided exquisite talent, not only academic excellence, career is also a good hand. A strong woman with strength, drive and ambition is more suitable to be the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. However, after Meng Anren lost her title as the daughter of the Lu family, all of the advantages she once had now became flaws in Xinhua's mouth. Qin family is not a few generations from the business of the family. From Qinmu was born that year only gradually flourished, just 3 years up among the rich family moved into the rich areas of the capital city, and then now more than 10 years past is expected to be rivaled by 100 years of the foundation of the Lu family. Money and power can really make you lose yourself, and the kind, gentle father you were at first has turned into the ugly beast you are today who weighs the pros and cons and trades his children's marriages for favors. Mumua, Qins is what mom and dad have spent most of their lives on. In 2 or 3 more years, when you're a bit more mature, you'll understand me. Xinhua's eyes flashed with watery light. He knew too well how deep the water in this circle was, wanting to climb up the ladder. A lot of things can't be done by your willingness or not, the state of affairs will push you to go. Xinmu wasn't in the mood to argue about right and wrong anymore. He asked again, did you tell Meng Anren that I was going to get engaged to Song Wanshou? Never imagining that she would be interrogated by her son with such a tone and eyes, Xinhua wept. I swear, I really didn't mention this to her. I only said that your statuses are not equal and that there is no good result together, and she left. But that day the Song family father and son came over to visit me, and she met them. Xinmu's eyes trembled, and without much nonsense with his father, he turned around and left. It must be that Enran had seen the Song family talking to her father, and maybe Song Yen had even said something plausible to her, which made her misunderstand. He's going to go find Song Dawn and ask him about it. The caretaker continued to massage Qin Hua's arm and hesitantly asked, Mr. Qin, I see that little Mr. Qin likes Miss Anren very much. Aren't you afraid that he will hold a grudge against you if you hide the engagement with the Song family from him like this? Qin Hua closed his eyes and enjoyed the massage, not thinking, I'm his father, hating me is only for a moment, when he grows up he'll understand me. Then you are not afraid that he will disown this engagement? Qin Hua slowly lifted his eyes, public opinion will force him to admit it. Asterisk. For the Tanzhou trip, Shang Hua arranged dormitories for the students in a resort area. A row of log cabin villas, 6 to a block, 2 to a room. Meng Anren and Lan Shi chose the king-size bedded room in the villa, and the other 2 twin-bedded rooms were left for the remaining 4 people. The suitcase was casually pushed to the side of the closet and the door to the room was locked with a backhand. Why don't you go ahead and take a shower, and I'll call home to check in. Dream Anren took the cell phone and sat down on the small double sofa next to the bed. Oh yo, our Missy is now learning to report to her family when she goes out, Lan Ji teased while pulling open the suitcase to look for clothes. She had short hair and it took her just over half an hour to wash and shower her hair along with blow drying it. When he walked out from the bathroom he found that Meng Anren was still sitting in that position holding his cell phone, with a chill hidden in the bottom of his eyes. What's wrong? Blue Branch asked, concerned. Dream Anren turned her head and looked over with an expressionless face. It's fine, just dealing with a few small scumbags. Chapter 88. Some things feel more atmospheric when talked about at night, plus more. This video call was the first time that Meng Anren had made a video call to Su Wanman in such a long time, preparing to report his safety, and by the way, asking if they had a good time going to the wedding wine tonight. As a result, the video had just connected, letting her see a flash of Meng Rong's red and swollen face. It was only after repeated questioning that Su Wanman was willing to explain the truth. Tonight they went to eat wedding wine, with the gift package of 500 yuan. Cousin sister-in-law opened the red envelope on the spot, said Dream Anren, a rich girl even if back to the dream family should also bring a lot of private goods, how to follow a gift so stingy. Su Wanman listened to the uncomfortable, and argued with her a few sentences. Just 2 or 3 sentences of mouth. Cousin sister-in-law suddenly covered 7 months pregnant belly shouting pain, said it is moving the fetal gas, shouting to let Su Wanman compensation. Originally, it is the problem of compensation, but the cousin came over to help his cousin's wife, but also sour and smelly talk about the Dream Anren a few sentences. When 17 years of Miss Chen Jin really enough to be unself-conscious, all do not put us in the eyes of these relatives. The wedding banquet does not come, the gift money is not more to show that, do really shabby unmarried people go to drink wedding wine originally do not need to pack gift money. Cousin is clearly coveted Dream Anren pocket money, cannot get it to start rumors. At this time, Uncle also came over and chimed in, and Ran is not as filial as half of Qingcheng, but Ran has known a lot of rich and powerful men in the past 10 years, right? In the future, by virtue of her beauty, she will be able to catch a golden son-in-law at random, which will allow you to eat for the rest of your life. The 2 fathers and sons sang and praised and criticized each other. How could Meng Rong tolerate others talking about his own good daughter like this? He fought with his uncle on the spot. Meng Yishu saw that his father had made a move, then he himself did not have to be polite, and immediately rushed over and pressed his cousin to the ground, clanging 2 punches. Not to be outdone, Meng Chenghong, as one of the manly men in the family, took advantage of the chaos to pounce on his cousin and bite him on the leg. To the end of the trouble, cousin sister-in-law really moving fetal gas, directly sent to the hospital. Uncle's family demanded compensation for medical expenses and moral damages, do not want to report to the police to warn them of intentional injury. Meng Anren roughly read the injury report of his uncle and cousin. This level does not constitute intentional injury, at most it is a provocation. But even if it was just for a few days, she didn't want her family to have a record, especially Meng Yushu, who still had 3 months to go before the college entrance exams, and it would be troublesome to get into the police station at this time. So, you're really going to pay them back? Lan Ji lay comfortably on the bed, twisting her head to stare at Meng Anren. Any problem that money can solve is not a problem. Dream Anren put down her cell phone and got up, going to her suitcase to rummage through her pajamas. How much are they asking for in damages? 1 million. That much? Blue Branch sat up abruptly. How dare a petty family ask for so much? Do they know what $1 million is? Enough to build a Hope Elementary School for a poor mountainous area. It's better to give this money to an extreme relative than to donate it. They want it, then give it to them. Meng Anren spoke lightly. She had already arranged it all and transferred the money to her uncle's bank card. The transfer records and the security camera footage from tonight's reception would be kept as evidence, and when she had the leisure to do so, she would send it to the police station to sue for a blackmail and extortion. Of course, she didn't do it to send her extreme relatives in. After all, it was really Meng Rong who made the first move on the monitor. Only one more bargaining chip that can threaten the relatives, to ensure that they will not report to warn Meng Rong and Meng Yishu. Otherwise, extortion can be much more serious than provoking trouble. As for the $1 million, the police would ask the other party to return it. She would have a way to settle the score with them in secret for talking about her and slandering her. The next day at noon, Meng Yashu was eating a meal, received a phone call from his mother, said that his uncle was sued, and a lawyer came to the door to say that they want to help them fight the lawsuit? Is this some kind of new scam? Seeing his dazed expression, Chen came over to eavesdrop on the call. Who is it? Found that the head is a lawyer, and after a brief understanding of the situation, Chen directly grabbed the phone and the conversation with the head said, I'm familiar with this, suing the opposite side of extortion, right? Oh, but also beware of the opposite of a rake. You don't worry, Yashu's injury report I will help him get good. Dream feather book. Seemingly, it was arranged plainly. The matter was quickly resolved. The uncle's family not only did not claim any benefits, but also because of the spending lavishly with the $1 million to buy a car, currently unable to return the amount of extortion, now Dream Anran fell into their debtor. But letting them work to pay back the money, they wouldn't necessarily be able to earn $1 million in their lifetime, so Meng Anran also very kindly introduced them to jobs. I won't say exactly what it does, but it won't be anything good anyway. On the 5th day of the study trip, Blue Branch could hardly hold on any longer, and as soon as he returned to his room, he was so tired that he collapsed directly on the windowsill. Alas, other schools envy our school every year to fund the organization of a half-month study trip, but I do not know that this trip is a field trip. After the investigation also have to hand in a report of 5,000 words. Run 3 cities, hand in 3 reports, that's 15,000 words. Painful. Take an early shower and get some rest. You have to get up at 7 tomorrow morning to go to the airport. Blue Branch sat up mischievously. I'll wash first then, I'm so tired. Yes, you go ahead. Dream Anran sat down in front of the desk and took out her notebook to organize the details of today's expedition for the convenience of writing a report afterwards. The sound of water had just come from the bathroom when her cell phone rang. Duan Jingyao, is it convenient to meet you? I'll wait for you on the 2nd floor of the restaurant. Calling her out in the middle of the night would not be good, but earlier, she had to guard against Duan Jingyao's plotting and scheming, and now that she had already figured out the other party's little plan, she was just in time to go and have a chat. It was nearly a 7 or 8 minute walk to the resort's restaurant, and talking about things could be done in 20 minutes tops. Dream Anran estimated the time and went to knock on the bathroom door. Twiggy, I'm going out, it's 9:50, if I'm not back by 10:30, you meet me at the cafeteria. The sound of water in the bathroom suddenly stopped, and Blue Branch pulled the glass door open a crack and poked her head out. What are you doing out so late? Duan Jingyao is looking for me. You'll go if he asks for you, right? Can't you talk during the day? Do you have to be called out at night? Dream Anran smiled meaningfully. Some things are more atmospheric to talk about at night. Lanji was speechless and skimmed her mouth. Alright then, be safe. I'll come over and find you after I take a shower. Aha! It's nighttime, but the resort is lit up all around. The pathways are openly lit, and the occasional security guard patrols by in their motorized vehicles. While there were still guests eating late-night snacks on the 1st floor of the restaurant, Duan Jingyao had asked Meng Anran to meet him on the 2nd floor, which was no longer open for business. It was empty, dim, with only the faint light from the windows filtering into the hallway. Seeing the silhouette standing in the darkness, Meng Anran paced over. Duan Xiao has been out and about with Lu Qingcheng lately, but he called me out this late. What's so important that he has to say it face to face? Chapter 89. How about we join forces? In the dimness, Duan Jingyao's eyes flashed with sharp light. He hooked up his lips, both hands lazily copied in his pants pockets, his posture straight, quietly watching that delicate figure approaching towards him. It wasn't until the other party had walked up to him, so that he was able to see the other party's features for the time being, that he spoke. Miss Dream's words sounded tinged with jealousy. Meng Anran was in no mood to be poor with him. Speak up, what is it exactly? Simply want to cultivate a relationship with MS. Dream. Duan Jingyao was caught off guard as he reached out and hooked his hand over Dream Anran's waist, his body close as he stared down into those flirtatious peach blossom eyes. I quite like you, you're very smart. If his eyes weren't so playful, perhaps the scene would be a bit ambiguous at this moment, but right now Dream Anran only felt provocation. Ka-ching! The light was like a bolt of lightning scurrying through the large, silent space, and Dream Anran looked out the window warily, and saw a figure quickly flashing past and disappearing into the corridor. Her mind was made up, and she turned her gaze to the man in front of her with interest, gently pushing him away, and he let go without a care in the world. Obviously, on purpose, so that the peeps outside could get some interesting scenes. Meng Anran leaned on the table, her tone lazy. Tell me, 3 times designing to pull me into the game, what is your purpose? Couldn't it have been simply liking you? Heh, do you believe yourself when you say that? Duan Jingyao leaned on the other side of the table and came face to face with Meng Anran, his eyes revealing a few points of danger. I just said that I really like how smart you are, why don't you take a guess? Meng Anran slightly tilted her head, her eyes turned a few times, as if she was thinking, let me guess the words. Her eyes abruptly fell on Duan Jingyao's face, so sharp that it seemed like she could pierce the other side through. I guess you're the Lu family's own son. Even Duan Jingyao, who was as insidious as a viper, had a flash of panic in the bottom of his heart at this instant, and he quickly recovered as normal, pulling up the corner of his lips. Your conjecture is even more daring than I imagined. It's definitely bold to rely on conjecture alone, but if it's been proven, do you think it should be called bold, or absurd? Dream Anren curled her lips, with a posture of having won the battle long ago. Duan Jingyao laughed contemptuously. I never reveal my identity or address at school, so it should be hard for you to plant eyes around me, right? And how could you possibly get my hair? Who told you that genetic tests must use hair? Dream Anren cocked her head in an innocent and harmless manner. Don't forget we had dinner together. As the owner of Yendu Hotel, how difficult can it be to order the staff to leave the tableware used by Duan Jingyao after the banquet at Yendu Hotel? Duan Jingyao quietly stared at Meng Anren for a long time, then suddenly hooked up the corners of his lips to reveal a sinister smile. So you started to suspect me even before that, inviting me to dinner to get my DNA. You're smarter than I thought. I can't talk about suspicion. At that time, I just thought you were too mysterious, so I kept a mindful eye. Later, when I took Lu Qingcheng's DNA to do the test, I had a flash of insight and sent yours over as well. Who knows, it really let me discover a big melon. Then why don't you poke me? Why should I poke you? Dream Anren pulled out a lollipop from her pocket and stuffed it into her mouth after pulling off the candy paper. It's not like your feud with the Lu family has anything to do with me. She is still as nosy as ever. As long as she is sure that Duan Jingyao is not rushing at her, let him do whatever he wants, even if he tears the Lu family apart. It has nothing to do with her. Since you know, why don't we join forces? Duan Jingyao threw out an olive branch. Together, take down the Lu family. Dream Anren waved her hand, not interested. Duan Jingyao unexpectedly raised his eyebrows. As soon as Lu Qingcheng appeared, the Lu family swept you, the daughter they raised for over 10 years, out of the door. Don't you hate that? Meng Anren laughed. Do you really think I was kicked out by the Lu family? Or what? Do you think the Lu family is a good place? Meng Anren sat down towards the table, crossed her legs, and leisurely said, the only value a girl has for the Lu family is the marriage, and I was planning to leave long before Lu Qingcheng came to the door to recognize her. Speaking here, she paused and looked at Duan Jingyao. Although I don't know how you went to the Sea City and became the Duan family's child, but at first Bai Yujin and Lu Zhong had planned to have another son. If you hadn't been switched away, there wouldn't have been this drama of the real and fake Shenjin at all. Duan Jingyao half narrowed his eyes. Are you saying that what Bai Yujin wants is a son? Yes, the Lu family is a big family, only the son has the right to inheritance. Louis from a young rebellious unbearable. Bai Yujin want to have another son less Lu Hung family is dominant. The results did not expect to give birth to a daughter. Her health is not good, can't want 4 children, this is the end of the matter. Meng Anren said it easily, not hiding it at all, seemingly unable to see the complexity of Duan Jingyao's emotions at the moment. Duan Jingyao had begun to be a bit skeptical. Why wasn't the truth he heard like this? He forced down his gradually confused thoughts and continued to ask, then what did you mean when you said just now that the Lu family is not a good place? The girl is a tool for the union, and the boy is the machine that manages the company. Bai Yujin and Lu Zhong have no conjugal love, and how much love can they show to their children when they have children mission style? Meng Anren jumped down from the table and patted Duan Jingyao's shoulder. You should be thankful that you didn't grow up in the Lu family. That place isn't at all a place to raise people. If you really want to take revenge on the Lu family, instead of looking for me to join forces, why don't you go find Lu Hang? At this instant, Duan Jingyao suddenly felt that he had been living in a huge deception for the past 18 years, and that he had always thought that Bai Yujin and Lu Zhong had wanted a daughter, which was why they had given birth to him and then abandoned him. But what he learned from Meng Anren was another story, one he had never heard or even dared to think about. You won't lie to me, right? He looked suspiciously at Meng Anren. There wasn't much friendship between him and Meng Anren. It was hard to say if she would intentionally swindle him. Meng Anren snorted lightly and breathlessly. What good does it do me to lie to you? You've been studying at Shanghua for 2.5 years, so you should have quite a few eyes in the capital circle, right? Outsiders may not know exactly what's going on within the Lu family, but you can ask around about the ridiculous things Lu Hang and Louis have done over the years, and you'll understand that if one grows up in a loving family, they won't turn out to be like this. Listening to Meng Anren's affirmative and sarcastic tone, Duan Jingyao believed a few points, or rather he also thought from the bottom of his heart that there was no need for Meng Anren to deceive him. In terms of the contact during this period of time, his repeated attempts to provoke Meng Anren's hatred towards Lu Qingcheng were fruitless, enough to prove that Meng Anren had lived in the Lu family for 17 years but had no feelings for the Lu family. Indirectly, it also showed that Meng Anren was not valued in the Lu family. Regardless of how children were raised within the Lu family, Meng Anren's treatment of the Lu family had been able to confirm that Bai Yujin's claim that he had abandoned him because he wanted a daughter was a big lie. Duan Jingyao sank his breath and smiled sadly and wryly. The last stop of the study trip is the Sea City. Are you interested in meeting my aunt? Chapter 90. No explanation is the best explanation. Meng Anren's eyes moved slightly, guessing Duan Jingyao's intentions. She cultivated you into a monster, but now that you're flipping out on her, have you considered that you have the ability to withstand the repercussions that come with sin? Duan Jingyao was silent for a split second. She ruined my life. Do I have to continue to pretend I don't know and be used by her? Aren't you a viper? Should know best how to hide a blade. Meng Anren smiled flirtatiously as if she was smiling, and in the afterglow Blue Branch appeared in the corridor and was heading towards the door. She put one hand on Duan Jingyao's shoulder, and went to his ear and whispered, go find Lu Hong, he'll help you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Blue Branch rushed in through the doorway. Duan Jingyao. What the hell are you doing to Enran? The space was so dim, and the dining room so large, that all Blue Branch could see from afar were two figures overlapping. It must be Duan Jingyao molesting her Enran baby. Duan Jingyao's back was to the doorway, and when he heard the voice, he quickly wrapped his arms around Meng Anran's waist and whispered back in her ear, the play of the viper, occasionally it needs to be cooperated with. Lan Shi rushed over and violently pulled the two apart, shielding Meng Anran behind her. She stared fiercely at Duan Jingyao. Anran is the one who has a boyfriend. What are you doing? Rushing to be a mistress? Duan Jingyao raised a harmless smile. Her boyfriend is about to become someone else's fiancé. What's wrong with me pursuing her? Blue Branch froze. What fiancé? Meng Anran also looked over suspiciously. The news of Qin and Song's engagement hadn't even gotten out yet. How did he know so quickly? Regardless of where he got his information, it's not a good time to dwell on it. Leave him alone, let's go. Dream Anran dragged Blue Branch away. Watching the young girl's back fade away, Duan Jingyao hooked his lips. She was more interesting than expected. After leaving the restaurant, Lan Shi asked after Meng Anran in a serious manner, what did you guys talk about? And what did he mean by fiancé? She didn't believe that Qin Goblin would abandon Meng Anran to get engaged to someone else, but she also didn't believe that Duan Jingyao's words would be empty. Meng Anran never hid Lan Ji, but the engagement of the Qin and Song families was a major event that could shock the entire Beijing circle. Qin Mu had not given her clear news for the time being, and this matter naturally could not be spread out from her mouth. Better to keep it under wraps for now. Paper cat rapfire. Even though Meng Anran was reticent and Qin Hua didn't want to be found out by Qin Mu so soon, the news still spread. It didn't hit the papers and make a big deal out of it, but the word is out in the community. On this day, just after transferring from Tongzhou to Manchester and arriving at the hotel where he landed, Blue Branch received the information and was so furious that he exploded from the sofa and ran to interrogate Meng Anran with his cell phone. What the hell is going on here? Qin Goblin is actually engaged to Song Wanqiu? She could not have expected that Meng Anran was not as angry or hurt as she had imagined, but instead was calmly brewing black tea, as if she didn't care about it at all. Missy, give some reaction. Your boyfriend is engaged to another woman behind your back. I know. You know? Lanji's eyes were rounded. She couldn't believe that Meng Anran actually knew about this a long time ago, but her mouth was so tight, and she didn't see any sadness. Qin Goblin explained it to you? No. Meng Anran glanced at her cell phone. A week had passed and Qin Mu still hadn't sent her a message. Until the engagement was spreading in the circle, he hadn't even explained a word. She carried 2 cups of black tea from the bar to the living room. Lanji also followed to the sofa and settled down, her eyes staring straight at her. It's all over the news. He didn't come out to clarify or explain to you. He's really planning to abandon you? This Qin Demonis, if you get it and don't cherish it, I'll immediately fly back to beat him up. The more Lanji said, the more angry she became, and she picked up her cell phone to buy a plane ticket to fly back to the capital city. Meng Anran pressed her hand and laughed lightly. Not explaining is the best explanation. He said the other day that there must be a misunderstanding in it and that he was going to check it out before giving her an explanation. If he really knew that he and Song Wanqiu were engaged to be married, he would have long ago called to apologize to her, regardless of whether or not the revolt was successful. But he hadn't even contacted her until the news of the engagement had spread in the circle, which meant that most likely he had only just found out about it, and with his nature he must have felt that even apologizing to her now would be useless, so he might as well wait to coax her when it was all cleaned up, so she might as well wait a little longer. Lanji looked askance at Meng Anran with contempt. Missy, I didn't expect you to be a love brain as well. Dream Anran curled her red lips. It's not love brain, but I know him well enough. Don't forget who brought me up. As I said earlier, Meng Anran was brought up by Lu Hong and Qin Mu, and most of her tactics were learned from Lu Hong, and she grew up together with Qin Mu towards the end of the day, so her thinking and dealing with things was more like Qin Mu. She didn't dive head first into love before she was willing to unconditionally believe that Qin Mu loved him, but because she understood Qin Mu, and judged that there was indeed a misunderstanding through the reaction Qin Mu had made so far, and that Qin Mu would deal with all the problems and then come back to give her a satisfactory explanation. And Qin Mu, indeed, just learned of this matter. Leaving behind the conference room, a group of shareholders went straight to the hospital. Seeing Qin Mu bring Zhuo Chang in an aggressive manner, the caretaker wisely went out, closing the door of the room in the process. Qin Mu walked over to the bedside and asked word for word, "Did you sign the marriage contract with the Song family?" Qin Hua's eyes dodged for a moment, wondering how Qin Mu knew so quickly, when he had clearly agreed with the Song family to make an announcement 2 months later. But Qin Mu already knew, so there was no need for him to hide it any longer. So what if it is? How well does this child Wanqiu match you? Qin Mu clenched his back teeth. When I asked you that day, why didn't you say anything? You only asked if I told Enron. I really didn't mention it to her. So how did she know? Maybe. She heard me when I was discussing the marriage contract with your Uncle Song. On his lips, he said that it was possible, but in actuality, Qin Hua knew that Meng Anran was the one who heard it at the entrance of the ward that day, so he didn't even have to deliberately mention this matter in any of the subsequent conversations he had with Meng Anran, and she understood everything. Qin Mu closed his eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. You hid my engagement from me and provoked Anren to take the initiative to break up with me. Am I really your own son? What kind of words are you saying? I'm the chairman of Qin's group and your father, can I still harm you? Qinhua also angry on the head. He spent half of his life to make Qin's group to the height of today. How is it that he is partial to give birth to a love brain? Qinmu already didn't want to say another word to his father. You have a good rest, I'll go check on mom. He turned and left the ward, and Qinhua frowned and asked Zhuo Chang hurriedly, what's going on? Where did the news get out? Zhuo Chang respectfully stood by the bedside and said, it's not clear, it's currently well known in the capital circle. Qinhua clenched his fists, rolled his eyes several times, and took a decision. When will the new flagship go on sale? Early next month. On the day of the conference, find the media to put the two families' marriage contract in the newspaper. Qin Mu, this kid is overwhelmed by love, not to force him. Zhuo Chang lowered his eyes, understood. Mr. Qin, you recuperate here, and I will take care of Mr. Little Qin sighed. Chapter 91 Louis that well-behaved lunatic is the best choice. Coming out of the hospital, Zhuo Chang sat in the driver's seat and surveyed Qin Mu's expression next to him, a fleshly annoyance visible to the naked eye. Mr. Little Qin, won't you give MS and run a call? What can I say on the phone? Tell her I just found out about the engagement too, and then what? Things still aren't settled. It's better not to say anything. Qin Mu pulled out his cell phone and sent a Weibo message to Lanji asking her to take care of Meng Anren. Zhuo Chang glanced at Qin Mu's chat background which were all pictures with Meng Anren, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, Little General Manager Qin, you might as well preemptively tell the outside world that Miss Anren is your girlfriend. Qin Mu put away his cell phone and secretly sighed, making the romance public. Once the Song family's side announces the engagement, the impact on Anren will only be greater. He gathered himself and ordered, drive, back to the group. Yes. Zhuo Chang started the car and drove away from the hospital. Qin Mu's cell phone came into a message just then, a Weibo message from the HR manager. Personnel, Su Wen, Mr. Qin, someone anonymously submitted a photo to the group's mailbox. Qin Mu clicked on the photo and after zooming in, he could clearly recognize the people hugging together in the photo as Duan Jingyao and Meng Anren. This camera angle looks a lot like kissing. His fingertips gouged the edge of the cell phone case, and a nameless fire rose up in Qin Mu's chest. This photo was not only sent to the Qin group's email address, but also uploaded to the official forum of Shanghua Middle School. Lu Qingcheng admired her masterpiece with satisfaction, her eyes filled with resentment. Damn Meng Anren, hanging on to a man with excellent conditions like Qin Mu is just that, but she even came to seduce Duan Jingyao. That'll make you a basket case. If you have a private meeting with the opposite sex at night during a study trip and act in a sleazy and lowly manner, you can expect to lose your reputation and be disciplined by the school. After seeing the photos on the forum, Ming Jing immediately went to knock on the door of Dream Anren's room. It was Blue Branch who came to the door. What are you doing here? Lanji looked askance at Ming Jing without any good humor, a boy running to the girls' dormitory. He wasn't afraid of being gossiped about. Ming Jing half-assedly lifted his cell phone and flashed that picture in front of Lanji's eyes, who was shocked. Holy! Who took that picture? Ming Jing lightly said. Lu Qingcheng uploaded it to the school forum. Hearing the two of them talking about some photos, Meng Anren curiously walked out and laughed after looking at them. She's actively handing me the evidence. Ming Jing understood the meaning of Meng Anren's words. You want to sue her for violating her portrait rights? More than just portrait rights. Meng Anren pointed to Lu Qingcheng's accompanying text when she posted the photo. Stealing a photo violates the right to portrait and privacy, and also maliciously spreading rumors to ruin my right to reputation. It can be convicted of libel. It's just a small thing though. Even if you go to report it, odds are the police will suggest a private chat to apologize. Not much of an impact. But this does not prevent Dream Anren to make a big deal. To the identity of the student naturally stolen a photo will not have much impact, but if she is the identity of the president of Weiming Technology to sue, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to make light of the situation. Good. I've been putting up with her for a long time. Finally I have a chance to shut her up. Lanju was filled with righteous indignation, righteously hooked onto Meng Anren's shoulder, and said boldly, I'll lend you the Lan family's legal team, and make sure that this lawsuit looks beautiful. No need to trouble the Lan family. Meng Anren returned the cell phone to Ming Jing with a meaningful smile. There are more than enough people rushing to help me take over this lawsuit. For example, Lu Hong, who couldn't wait for the Lu family to mess up a bit more, and Duan Jingyao, who couldn't wait to ruin his aunt's plans. Of course, if you want to make things even bigger, joining that well-behaved lunatic Louis is the best choice. Dream Anren boarded the official Shanghua forum, took a screenshot of the topic Lu Qingcheng had posted, then additionally saved the photo and backhanded it to Louis. Dreaming peacefully, mind your sister. It's as simple as that. Louis will take care of everything for her. Louis, who was fooling around in the bar, saw that there was a letter from Meng Anren, and immediately pushed away the woman in his arms wearing a halter dress. Get out of here, a cheap perfume smell smoke me. The woman was scolded and snapped as she got up and walked to sit farther away. Two more beautiful women fawned over Louis on both sides of the seat and pestered him. Louis coldly looked askance, Tell you guys to get out of here, don't you understand human language? At once all the escort ladies in the private room were shocked for a moment, not daring to interrupt again, and wisely lined up and went out. It was only then that Louis clicked on WeChat to read the message from Meng Anren. A few seconds later, thin lips hooked into an evil smile. It's time to discipline your sister. Asterisk. Unexpectedly, the matter didn't calm down in a short time. On the contrary, for several days in a row there were photos of Meng Anren with different men appearing on the school forum, and all of them were sent out under Lu Qingcheng's account. Lanji was so angry that she cursed, but the person in question, Meng Anren, was as happy as a spectator. The more things get out of hand, it just shows that Louis has made a move. With Louis's character, he must have felt that one photo wasn't enough for him to play with, so he simply made the game a little bigger, big enough to make Lu Qingcheng lose a layer of skin. Anren, are you really not in a hurry? Louis dealt with Lu Qingcheng but pulled you down too. Those photos are enough to completely ruin your reputation. Lanji didn't understand how Meng Anren was still laughing. She was in a hurry. Meng Anren opened a can of Coke and sank comfortably into the sofa. Those photos were used to confuse the public and blur out the fact that I met with Duan Jingyao at night. The more photos that come out, the easier it will be for people to forget that the cause of the incident was her suspected affair with Duan Jingyao, and in the end, once the photos with evidence are clarified, even the photos of her and Duan Jingyao will also become fake. Oh, so the photos these days are Louis's handiwork? Lanji seemed to understand something. There seemed to be more confusion, but haven't you and Louis always been on bad terms? Why would he help you? He is not helping me, but to get Lu Qingcheng killed. Things have gotten so far that my reputation is basically ruined, but once it's reversed, the one who will be devoured will be Lu Qingcheng. Lu Qingcheng is Louis's own sister no matter what. How can you be sure that he will help you deal with Lu Qingcheng? Meng Anren took a sip of iced cola, squinting from the cold, and slowed down the hiccups before speaking faintly, because the Lu family has a common trait and aversion to stupidity. Chapter 92 Man on the ground, soul still flying. It doesn't matter if it's biological or not, it doesn't matter if it's blood-related or not, they only like smart people because smart people are valuable to use. Stupid people only cause trouble and don't deserve to be part of their family. Po ha 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 ha. Lanji hilariously laughed, thinking of the way Lu Qingcheng ran over to pick a fight every time. It was indeed quite stupid. No wonder Lu Hong and Louis didn't treat Lu Qingcheng well. Instead, they always wanted Meng Anren would go as their sister. Lu Hong has a team of gold medal lawyers who are said to be the best in the country, plus Louis's bluff. Lu Qingcheng will definitely not get a good ending. Soon, it will be abandoned by Yujin and Lu Zhong. Without letting Meng Anren down, the day before they were going to shift their position and head to the Sea City, Louis drove in style in his Apollo sun god that was so cool that he didn't care about people's lives, shoveling an airplane line out of someone's lawn in the factory. Lu Qingcheng, you're in big trouble. Mom and Dad want you to go back immediately right now. Louis leaned on the front of the car. His diffident appearance did not look anxious at all, and a playful smile roamed his face. From a long distance Meng Anren could smell the tawdry perfume on him and silently took a few steps back and stood behind the crowd. Hearing Louis's words, Lu Qingcheng took a few steps forward in disbelief. Second brother, I've been studying at the Enterprise. What kind of trouble can I get into? When it came down to it, Louis didn't bother to act like a good brother and said bluntly, you've been sued for posting the photo of you secretly taking pictures of Meng Anren on Shanghua's forum, damaging her right to portrait and privacy, and intentionally discrediting it, causing damage to her right to reputation. What? Lu Qingcheng was in a trance. How could she be sued when she had only taken an inconsequential photo secretly? She turned around and caught a glimpse of Meng Anren standing at the very back of the crowd. Her eyes suddenly turned scarlet and roared, Meng Anren, you! It was you who intentionally harmed me, right? The crowd gradually dispersed to the sides, making way for Meng Anren. Meng Anren remained standing in place, staring at Lu Qingcheng with a bland expression. Stealing a photo is in itself an illegal act. What's wrong with me reasonably defending my legal rights and interests? Also, it's not me who is suing you, it's Ruiming Technology and Qin Group. As I am the chairman and president of Ruiming Technology, you maligning my reputation, causing damage to Ruiming Technology's reputation and affecting Ruiming's cooperation with Qin's group and its economic benefits. This is not a personal grudge. Lu Qingcheng's eyes flashed, even her body swayed a bit. How could this be related to Qin Group again? Louis threw a smug look at Meng Anren, seemingly inviting credit, only to be met with a blank stare from the other party. Hey, it's still this sister who's funny. Alright, don't cry and wail here, Mom and Dad are still waiting for you at home. Louis pulled open the passenger door, his eyes coolly threatening Lu Qingcheng. Lu Qingcheng dared to resist, obediently got into the car and went. Seeing the supercar crashing and disappearing, leaving behind only a gust of white smoke, Meng Anren stretched her waist in a rare relaxation, which could be regarded as sending away the annoying Lu Qingcheng. Louis personally drove to Man City to pick up someone. It always feels like he doesn't have a good heart. Lan Shi walked over to Meng Anren and muttered a few words. Meng Anren curled her lips and smiled. There was a chance for Lu Qingcheng to experience the high level of car skills of a professional racer. After living for 18 years, it was the first time Lu Qingcheng had done something so exciting, her heart beating fast, her blood pouring upward all over her body. causing her to be flushed and breathing rapidly. A contest between life and death, where victory or defeat is at her fingertips. Who can explain why Louis didn't take the highway back to the capital city, but instead took her up the 9-curved mountain road playing drift on a narrow mountain pass next to a cliff face. Several times she felt like she had flown out and been yanked back, throwing up her lunch. Half an hour later, the sports car stopped at the top of the hill flat slope. Lu Qingcheng immediately pushed open the door, bowed body flung to the outside, gorgeous vomit. The man is on the ground, the soul is still flying. The pupils were still trembling, and his face was already white. Louis got out of the car and leaned on the door to leisurely light a cigarette. Exhaling a thick white mist, he glanced over in disgust. What a shock. I'm glad I didn't throw up in his car, or I would have thrown her off halfway down the road. When Louis finished his cigarette, Lu Qingcheng also finished puking, but just had not yet slowed down. The whole person was confused. There were no outsiders here, so Louis didn't pretend to be the usual dashing and prodigal second generation, and spoke with a cold face. Go back and honestly apologize to your parents, and they'll send you out of the country. If you dare to make a scene and say something you shouldn't, don't think you can live in peace. That's not persuasion, it's a blatant threat now. Lu Zhongmin by Yujin. Look at Lu Qingcheng is the Lu family's own daughter. Even if they send her abroad, they will arrange for a good villa and servants, so that she will not have to live a hard life. Lu Hang and Lu Yi are too lazy to intervene. Out of sight is out of mind, as long as Lu Qingcheng doesn't hang around under their noses. However, if Lu Qingcheng still dared to make trouble and was not willing to obey the arrangement, then Lu Yi and Lu Hong had ways to make Lu Qingcheng stay in the capital city as they wished. But what awaits her will be hell on earth. Lu Qingcheng vomited to the point that her body was weak, arching her body and prostrate on the ground. When she heard Lu Yi's words, she raised her head resentfully. Are you taking out your anger for Meng Anren that? Lu Yi's eyes darkened, flashing a few shades of gray, even his voice sank downward. What did you call her? Lu Qingcheng's pupils trembled, frightened by this expression of Lu Yi's. She hurriedly averted her eyes. Although her heart was unwilling, she didn't dare to anger Lu Yi in this wild mountainous area. I'll go apologize to Mom and Dad. She gave in. Louis then loosened his eyes. Remember what you said, get in the car. The car went down the mountain and into the city, onto the highway, and Lu Anren, who was afraid of being left in the middle of nowhere, then dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Louis hooked a Bluetooth headset in his left ear and received a call from Lu Hang. Hey, what's up? Where are the people? Just got on the highway, be there in about 3 hours. Lu Hong sat in his office chair, crossing his legs, the sharp eyes behind the lenses staring at the tablet in his lap. With the phone against his ear and a moment of deliberation, he said, found something more interesting that should interest you. Louis raised his eyebrows, listening to your tone. Are you waiting for me to smash the scene? Isn't that what you do best? You're such a dog. Every time, he was allowed to do the things that attracted Black and did not please him, and Lu Hong was then responsible for cleaning up the mess and gaining a good reputation. The red and white faces kind of make Lu Hang's play understandable. Lu Hong looked as normal and calmly said, your good sister sent something. Louis choked. Since it was sent by Meng Anren, there was nothing he could do. If he didn't pull out all the stops and make a scene, he would be sorry for Meng Anren's hard work. The gas pedal stepped on by his right foot gradually pressed deeper. The car's speed suddenly soared, frightening Lu Qingcheng to tightly clutch her seatbelt. Louis said to the other end of the phone, 2 hours away. Chapter 93. I don't have the bad habit of being a mistress. Dream Anren never dreamed that Song Wanxiu would come. She chose to fly all the way from the capital city to the sea city to look for her on a holiday weekend, and the only thing she talked about was the marriage contract with Qin Mu. Sending a message to Talia to take leave, Meng Anren followed Song Wanxiu to a cafe outside the corporate campus where she was visiting to study and sat down. Something to drink? Song Wanxiu handed Meng Anren the menu, no hostility in sight. Meng Anren didn't see the panic either. It didn't take long for the two to order before the waiter brought up the coffee. Dream Anren took a sip of her cappuccino, circles of milk foam stained around her lips, which she gently wiped off with a tissue. She raised her eyes to Song Wanxiu, who was sitting opposite her. I don't have much time, so you have something to say. Song Wanxiu sat elegantly, her long, dark hair scattered over her shoulders, her whole person looked gentle and soft, even her speech was soft and gentle. Miss Anren, I'm not here to declare my sovereignty. The marriage contract between the Qin and Song families was not something I wished for, but of course, I have to admit that Qin Mu is about the same age as me, and his appearance, personality, and ability are all extremely outstanding, so marrying him can be considered my best choice. My marriage is not up to me, and under this premise, I definitely hope that the more desirable my marriage partner is, the better, and I hope you can understand. Meng Anren curled her lips. I heard you mean that although you don't have feelings for Qin Mu, you are satisfied with Qin Mu's conditions and don't intend to back out of the marriage with the Qin family. In that case, what did you come to me to talk about? What do you want me to understand? Song Wanxiu lowered her eyes and fell silent. I've seen you at banquets before, following young Master Lu around, wandering between all sorts of characters, common, proper, eight-faced. I envy you and like you a lot, so I don't want you to misunderstand me. I am satisfied with this marriage, but I am not interested in Qin Mu. I merely need this marriage and won't care about the relationship between you and Qin Mu, and I hope to be able to live in harmony with you. Meng Anren frowned slightly and smiled. I think it's you who misunderstood. I don't have the bad habit of being a mistress. Although I don't deny that I do like Qin Mu, but it's far from being a third for the love of knowing 3 is a third. If he chooses to marry you, I will break clean with him. I don't mean that. Song Wancho eagerly wanted to explain clearly, but she didn't know how to make her thoughts clear. Meng Anren cast a faintly sidelong glance at her, picking up her coffee and taking a sip. If that's not what you mean, please deliberate before you speak, and I don't want to waste time debating right and wrong with you. I can see that Song Wancho listened to it, and kept her head down to clear her thoughts and organize her language. As a deep-rooted young lady, never she had to learn just how to put words in her mouth, how to play official, how to be a big girl to please people. But no one ever taught her the logic of meticulous thinking in the mall to state something clearly and concisely. So much so that she had only learned to act gentle and virtuous when gossiping about her family, and in the face of a veteran like Meng Anren, who had been in business for many years, she couldn't even articulate what she was really thinking. It wasn't until the coffee in Meng Anren's cup was at the bottom that Song Wancho weighed her words and reopened her mouth. Miss Anren, young Master Qin has been busy with the affairs of the Qin group lately, and I can see that he is trying to think of a way to back out of the marriage with my family. I came over to find you, not because I want to bite the bullet on this marriage contract, but I was afraid that you would see me as an enemy, so I purposely came over to make my attitude clear to you. Regardless of whether or not the marriage contract between the Qin and Song families will work out, I have absolutely no thoughts about young Master Qin. The matter of the marriage contract, I really can't make the decision and can't help much. I quite admire you, so I don't want you to hold prejudice against me. A canary pampered in a deep bosom will always yearn for a free bird in the mountains. Once in the eyes of Lu Zhong and Bai Yujin, Meng Anren was nothing more than a pawn to be manipulated, and could probably understand Song Wancho's feelings towards her. Since she was a child, Song Wancho has not had her own pursuits, and even in marriage, she only expects that the marriage partner her family chooses for her will be better. Apparently, Qin Mu's conditions made Song Wancho unexpectedly satisfied. Even though she knew that Qin Mu and Meng Anren were in love with each other, she still couldn't find any reason to stop the engagement, nor did she have any ability to defy her family's arrangement. He could only come here to show his loyalty to Dream Anren and say some heartfelt words to try to have it both ways. But how in the world can you have the best of both worlds? Meng Anren laughed. You're overthinking it. You as a bargaining chip in a business deal only have value to speak of between the Qin and Song families. You are not related to me, so why should I waste my energy to hate you? Song Wancho was dumbfounded, and thought that Meng Anren would blame her for stealing Qin Mu and therefore hold a grudge against her. As a result, Meng Anren was so penetrating that she made this trip to say these words from the bottom of her heart, all of which became a joke. Finally understand the saying, to stay at the foot of the mountain talent will be for the small trivial annoyance, standing on the mountain top of the people, the ear is the sound of the wind, in front of the eyes is a great river and mountains. Do you really love Qin Mu? Song Wancho a little skeptical, 16 years of acquaintance, if truly loved, how can so easily put down, accept each other to marry another woman? Do you think I should cry and cry and cry and cry, and lose sleep and pine my face for him? Meng Anren snapped in amusement, and seeing Song Wancho silently pursing her lips in what appeared to be an admission, she laughed. To be honest, Qin Mu is the only person I want. But, I'm lucky to have it, and I'm lucky to lose it. Without love, use that part of your time to run your career in family and friendship. Why waste time being sad? Song Wancho stared at Meng Anren with eyes full of admiration. She really admired this kind of penetration. She occasionally wondered if she could be as dashing as Meng Anren if she found out one day that she wasn't the Song family's own daughter. Nah, after all, people have their own destiny, right? On the Lu family's side, the storm is coming. Lu Qingcheng had just entered the door, and what greeted her was not a warm greeting, but a teacup filled with anger that flew quickly towards her. She subconsciously sidestepped and dodged, the teacup falling to the floor, broken pieces of china splashing up and scratching her proud face. Dad! Tears fell quickly from the corners of her eyes, and she looked timidly at Lu Zhong. Shut up! Lu Zhong simply didn't want to listen to more of her nonsense. How many times have I warned you not to cause trouble for the family, but you're so good that you directly messed with the head of the Qin group. Qin's group has recently used the new chip, and in addition to the new flagship phone it is preparing to release, it is also preparing to use the chip in its automobile industry. Lu also wanted to get a piece of the pie, and was about to go and talk to Qin about cooperation, only to find out that Lu Qingcheng had offended both Qin and Wei Meng. Now that the chip technology is not coming and the project cooperation has also failed, taking Lu Qingcheng back is simply the most wrong decision in his life. You get the hell out of the country. Don't come back without my permission. Chapter 94 Suffocating and Kicking a Father in the Teeth. Dad! Mom! I don't want to go. Lu Qingcheng cried and begged for mercy. How was she going to live in a foreign country where she didn't know anyone? No one paid any attention to her wailing. The bodyguards came forward and dragged her away directly into the car, not even taking the time to deal with the injuries on her face. Louis leaned against the front door from the beginning. Seeing Lu Qingcheng being taken away, he leisurely lit a cigarette, and twisted his head to look at the house, giving a wink to Lu Hong, who sat on the side without saying a word. Lu Hong averted his face to ignore his eyes, took a document and handed it to Lu Zhong. Dad, this matter must give Qin a satisfactory explanation, otherwise future cooperation will be hindered in every way. How will the shares under Lu Qingcheng's name be handled? The meaning is very clear, you have to remove Lu Qingcheng from the Lu clan before you can continue to talk about cooperation with the Qin clan. Nowadays, Qin is in the ascendant. If Lu can't pull the face to come to the opportunity of cooperation, sooner or later, it will be replaced by Qin, and finally kicked off the altar. If you can cooperate with Qin's, it is a powerful combination. The capital city of this cake Lu's always be able to share the largest share of the Lu family's century-old foundation will also be able to thrive. Lu Zhong sighed darkly, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, you're gradually taking over the company as well, so let's transfer it to your name. Good. The day that Shanghua's study tour ended coincided with the launch of the new flagship machine of Dohuan, a subsidiary of Qin Group. As it is the first batch of products to be put into use after the successful development of the new chip, many people in the industry are paying attention to this launch. The venue was packed on the day and tens of thousands of people watched the live stream online. Even Zhao Xiaijin and Wu Chongxi, who had always scoffed at business matters, turned on the TV to see what this Qin Mu kid had gotten up to. It's Brother Mu. Meng Chenghong excitedly pointed to the person in the TV set. No wonder the master did not let him watch cartoons after dinner today. It turned out to be Brother Mu on TV. Wu Chongxi handed the young apprentice a cup of orange juice and brought a few boxes of pastries, and the master and apprentice nestled on the sofa to watch the live broadcast. Your Brother Mu is awesome, he's a big boss of a big company. Meng Chenghong blinked and said curiously, Brother Mu is so powerful yet he's still willing to be friends with second sister, then isn't second sister also very powerful? Wu Chongxi laughed out loud, little Anren must be awesome, what about the people with unknown assets? Scene. Such an important occasion but Qin Mu did not show up in formal attire, but wore the shirt and sneakers that Meng Anren sent him, and casually put on a pair of jeans, with a knee-length trench coat on the outside. On his left wrist he wore his sandalwood string, and on his right wrist was the watch given to him by Dream Unjun. It seemed that he wanted to use today's occasion to show that girl his true heart through the air. After introducing the newly released flagship and answering many questions from reporters, Qin Mu announced another heavy news on the eve of the end of the conference. You should all be aware that my father, Qin Hua, is still bedridden and my mother, Tanya, has yet to awaken. After yesterday's Qin's internal shareholders meeting, the resolution for me to be the new chairman of Qin Group was unanimously passed. The room was abuzz with these words. A company as big as the Qin Group, to let a teenager less than 20 years old be the chairman? This is not in line with common sense at all. Qin Hua has obviously awakened. Could it be that this is Qin Hua's intention to let Qin Mu officially take over? That's right, over the past year or so, under Qin Mu's management, the Qin Group had not only not declined, but had instead moved up a level, which was enough to prove Qin Mu's strength. Qin Mu continued, in addition, the Qin Clan Group will be officially renamed as the Cloud Group starting today. At the elegant hall, Zhao Xijing looked at the spirited teenager on the screen and couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. Good for you kid. Muffled and kicked as a father. The hospital woke up from a sleep holding a flat screen to watch the conference replay. Qin Hua cannot smile. Suddenly no chairman of the position is not a big deal. Anyway, the company sooner or later is also to be handed over to his son. But the nature of the group name change is different. This is clearly a change of dynasty, is a plot to seize power. Qin Hua hurriedly exited the live broadcast and clicked into Weibo to see what news was coming in. Qin's group changes name to Cloud Group. Bean Happiness new concept flagship machine. The youngest chairman of the board Qin Mu. Quite a lot. The only thing he didn't order Zhuo Cheng to arrange that Qin and Song marriage news. Hearing someone knocking on the door, Qin Hua closed the tablet, enter. The visitor was Zhuo Cheng, respectful as always, Mr. Qin. Seeing him, Qin Hua was not in a good temper. How dare you come over? Where are the things I ordered you to do? If you don't take this opportunity to bite the bullet on the marriage between the two families, that kid will not recognize it later. Zhuo Cheng stood in place without humility, lowered his eyes, and said, Mr. Qin, I am Mr. Little Qin's special assistant, so I naturally put Mr. Little Qin's interests first. It was fine that he was trained by Qin Hua, but Qin Hua had originally trained him to be the sharpest sword after Qin Mu took over the group. Sooner or later, the rivers and mountains would change hands, so of course he had to stand in line. Perhaps Qin Hua didn't expect that the sword he had cultivated would end up stabbing him. Don't take it out on Zhuo Cheng, it's my orders. A clear and crisp voice came from far and near, and in the next second, Qin Mu appeared at the entrance of the ward. He looked relaxed and natural as he smiled bashfully at Qin Hua. Dad, it's time for you to retire. Qin Hua was instantly enraged, copied a pillow and threw it at Qin Mu. Asshole. Why haven't you grown up at all? Why did I give birth to such a loving brain as you, defying your own father for a woman? I'm telling you, you're a rebel. It's treason. I'm the biggest shareholder of the group, I have veto power. If I say you're not the chairman, you're not. Qin Mu's heart is like being gouged out. Things have come to this point, everyone in the outside world recognizes his ability, only his father still does not give up on arranging his life. It's like a feud between father and son just to control his marriage. He dropped his eyes forlornly, picked up the pillow and patted the ash on it, slowly walked over and handed it to Qinhua. I'll take my grandparents' and grandparents' shares, plus my mother's share which is temporarily vested in me according to the agreement she wrote earlier, and I currently hold 3.75% more shares than you do, making me the largest shareholder in the group. What? Qinhua was stunned on the spot, turning to sneer. You're willing to take back your grandparents' and grandparents' shares in order to be with Meng Anren? You unfilial son. What kind of mesmerizing soup did Dream Anren give? Nothing to do with Enron. Qinmu couldn't stand to hear his father smearing Meng Anren again and again, his eyes mixed with anger and disappointment. Since I was a child, you've had high hopes for me, and I've worked hard on my schoolwork, worked hard on my business studies, and worked hard to gain your approval, wanting to become an excellent heir to share your busy affairs. Now that I can afford the group, I just want to decide on my own marriage. Is it that hard? Chapter 95 Tiptoe Kiss, plus. Qinmu a little emotional, the bottom of the eyes filled with tears, no matter how hard and tired the not getting the parents to understand to be aggrieved. A few heavy words made Qinhua dumbfounded, and seeing his son's heartbroken look, he hung his head knowing that he was at a disadvantage. Compared to ordinary people, he and his wife's concern and companionship for their son is indeed too little. Qin's as he spent half his life's efforts to forge up the rivers and mountains, but forgot that his son is the real treasure of his own blood. Alas! Qinhua sighed heavily, it was his own ill consideration. You have indeed grown up, just do as you wish. Qinmu's eyes flickered slightly as he stared at Qinhua for a long time before finally revealing a smile. Thank you, Dad. Qinhua was about to comfort his son a few more times, but then he saw Qinmu turn around and run away. I'm going to look for Anren. Yelp! Ungrateful son. He wants a daughter-in-law but not a father. Zhuo Chang lowered his head and snickered. Sure enough, as long as a person holds absolute power, all problems can be solved. Little Qin succeeded the chairman of the group, in charge of the group power. He does not recognize the marriage contract with the Song family. Even if the Song family forced to marry Song Wanqiu will not be able to get the benefits of this marriage is no longer meaningful. The marriage contract naturally null and void. Mr. Qin can't control Mr. Little Qin, since he can't control, he can only leave his hands and quit. And he, Zhuo Chang, officially became the president's special assistant, which position stands. What a great ending. On the way back to Shanghua from the airport, Meng Anren watched the Qin group. No, it was the Cloud Group's conference and received the full answer that Qin Mu gave her. The bus pulled up at the Shanghua playground, and Meng Anren asked the two boys to help her put her suitcase on the bus. Enron. As she was about to leave, Song Fongting walked over. Sycamore is getting ready to go on sale. Do you have any ideas? Aren't you always in charge of decision-making? Meng Anren put on her sunglasses and answered perfunctorily. Alright, look like you're rushing off to a date. Song Fongtung tugged on his collar and flirted with her. Meng Anren laughed softly and didn't deny it, pulling open the car door and preparing to get in. Anren. Luko hurriedly ran over, gasped for air, and asked, what you promised me? On it. Dream Anren made another perfunctory remark. Finally, she got in the car and had just fastened her seatbelt when Blue Branch came knocking on her window again. She lowered the window, and Blue Branch playfully asked, Missy, it's not easy to end the study, go to my villa for an all-nighter tonight. Meng Anren pulled up the corner of her lips. It's not easy to end the study, so I'm going home tonight. It's been half a month since I've been back, so I can't say I'm not staying home tonight. Let's go. She raised the window and drove off. Blue Branch looked at the taillights of the car that gradually disappeared from sight and bristled, and said it wasn't a love brain. I just cleared up a misunderstanding and I can't wait to go on a date with Qin Goblin. Red Flag S9 slowly reversed and parked into the garage of Li Huayuan, parked the car. Meng Anren took the handbag placed on the passenger side and pushed the door to get off. Let's leave the trunk suitcase for now, can't move it, find time to find a workforce to pack it up again. Entering the code just pushed the door into the house and was hugged. Smelling the sea salt and lemon scent on the other party, it was only because Dream Anren didn't reflexively give him an over-the-shoulder drop. Baby, I miss you so much. Qin Mu buried his face into the nape of the girl's neck, coveting the scent of her body. Today it's cherry blossom scented body wash and freesia scented shampoo. Feeling the warmth of the teenager's embrace, Meng Anren wrapped both hands around his strong and thin waist. It's been hard work lately. I was the one who misunderstood you before. It's my fault. My dad told me the day he woke up that he wanted me to get engaged to Song Wanqiu. I refused at the time. I should have told you about this in advance so you wouldn't be imagining things. Qin Mu apologized sincerely. If he hadn't failed to take precautions in advance, and Xiao Ran wouldn't have gotten the wrong idea when she heard about the marriage contract. 1,000 mistakes were his fault. What fault couldn't Xiao Ran have? Meng Anren couldn't help but laugh. Qin Mu, I just realized now that you're a love brain. I'm an Xiao Ran brain. Qin Mu straightened up and lowered his head to look at the girl in his arms with ambiguous eyes. So can you give me some reward and let me kiss for a while? Meng Anren immediately straightened up. Qin Mu, don't be a hooligan. You haven't seen your girlfriend for half a month and you can't even kiss her? Qin Mu raised his eyebrows, his eyes filling out a few points of flirtation. Dream Anren pursed her lips and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him. The height difference between the teenager approaching 5'9" and 5'7" her was too great, and tilting her head to look at his neck was too tiring, let alone standing on tiptoe to kiss. Chinmu laughed lightly and bent down to kiss the girl's lips. Dream Anren had just closed her eyes to feel the other party's hot love, and as a result, she was suddenly picked up, so frightened that she abruptly opened her eyes and climbed onto the other party's neck. At the moment, she was hanging on Chinmu like a tree bear, and he held her hips and pressed her against the back of the door, his voice low and muffled. You won't be tired if you kiss like this. Warm breath sprayed. Meng Anren has not yet pacified the dry and chaotic heart, was violently blocked lips, all the words to say were forced to eat. Lips and tongue intertwined when grinding, body temperature also gradually climbed, breathing more and more rough with charming, close to the posture so that the two can clearly feel each other's body changes. A limp as water, one hard as iron. Chinmu let go of the girl's lips, looking at the brimming watery light under her eyes, and couldn't help but gulp. He carried her to the sofa and set her down there, bent down and pecked lightly on her watery lips, his voice as if it had been ground on sandpaper. That horse, you rest for a while, I'll go to the guest room to take a shower, and later take you to dinner. Dream Anren hadn't gotten over it yet, his head was a bit oxygen deprived, and he nodded dully. Chinmu first went to the kitchen to pour a glass of orange juice and took a few packets of snacks for Meng Anren before entering the small guest room on the first floor. After consciousness returned, Dream Anren's ears were so red that they could drip blood, and she took a few gulps to fill a whole glass of juice in an attempt to suppress the dryness. Realizing that nothing was working, he scurried upstairs to take another shower. When Chinmu wiped her short, wet hair and came out of the guest room, she looked at the empty living room and paused in her steps. Where are the people? He hasn't done anything too outrageous to scare people away, has he? Walking to the second floor, ready to knock on the door of the master bedroom, he passed by the check room and caught an afterimage of a figure inside. He took a step backwards and twisted his head to look in. Dream Anren was rummaging through the closet with her head down in her yellow pineapple pajamas. Which dress are you looking for, baby? I'll help you find it. Chinmu encircled the girl's waist from behind, smelling the scent of her body. Well, it turned into lavender-flavored and Shaoran. Meng Anren was startled and turned back to glare at him slyly. You go out first. I haven't changed my clothes yet. Chinmu inexplicable, and it is not that I have not seen her wearing pajamas, and even lying together to sleep. He reacted abruptly to what she meant, covered his face, his ears reddened, and immediately turned to go out, taking the door with him in the process. I'll go down and get your suitcase. Chapter 96. Can we have an official announcement? Plus more. Having not seen each other for half a month, this date was taken extra seriously by Dream Anren. A dark brown suit was chosen, with a small suit on top and a pleated skirt underneath, with a pair of brown boots, purposefully curled hair, light makeup, and a black purse to complete the set. Chinmu sat on the sofa and looked at his cell phone, seemingly having calmed down. At the sound of the voice, he looked up at the girl coming down the stairs, and his brows were suddenly drenched in tenderness. Is Missy ready? Aha! Chinmu got up and went over, took her hand and slipped a ring onto her middle finger. Meng Anren raised his hand and examined it. The white gold ring, the pattern is plain and elegantly carved. It is quite good looking. What's this? Chinmu flashed the slightly thicker version of the same model on his own hand. Couple's ring, to save someone from coveting my little green plum. There was something in the words, and Meng Anren heard it. Are you talking about Duan Jingyao? Yeah. Chinmu took the girl's hand and interlocked his fingers. Lu Qingcheng sent the photos of you and him to the group's email. I definitely believe you, but there will be a crisis. Meng Anren smiled. Trust me that much, huh? That's for sure. I know that Missy has me in her heart. Chinmu twisted his head to look at the girl beside him, and the two of them smiled at each other. For lunch, I made a reservation at a very famous Italian restaurant along River Road. Meng Anren wore high-heeled boots. It was inconvenient to drive, and the driver's seat was given to Chinmu. Even though Chinmu believed that she and Duan Jingyao were innocent, she wouldn't let Chinmu get carried away and took this time to explain clearly. Duan Jingyao some time ago with Lu Qingcheng out of the pair, close the distance deliberately seduce, that day intentionally lied about me to go out to reach out and hug me, is to let Lu Qingcheng see, trying to provoke Lu Qingcheng to my hate, in order to pull me into the game. But he also didn't expect Lu Qingcheng to steal the camera, and even more so, he didn't expect that I would take advantage of the situation to prosecute Lu Qingcheng, making Lu Qingcheng an outcast of the Lu family. Chinmu was thoughtful. Why does he always want you and Lu Qingcheng to fight each other? Because he's the child that Bai Yujin gave birth to and replaced back then. Chinmu was surprised for a moment and quickly figured everything out again. Duan Jingyao's hatred has always been the Lu family, and he has been living in exile as the real biological son for more than 10 years, while there are two fake millennials who have taken over the nest to enjoy the life that should belong to him, and are still playing the drama of the real and fake millennials. He's not happy about it, so he wants to take revenge on the Lu family. He thought that Meng Anren was unwilling to be forced to leave the Lu family, so he initially gave the news that Lu Qingcheng was an illegitimate daughter to Meng Anren, wanting to use Meng Anren's hand to make trouble for the Lu family. But he didn't expect that Meng Anren didn't care at all and didn't poke Lu Qingcheng's birth into the open. He then shifted his target, allowing Lu Qingcheng to provoke Meng Anren, forcing her to counterattack, and then wreaking havoc on the Lu family. So first, he hooked Lu Qingcheng's favor towards him, and then in front of Lu Qingcheng's face, he was intimate with Meng Anren's night meeting, which triggered the conflict. Now that you know about his life, what else did you talk about that night? It's just talking about this matter. From what he said, he should have been tricked into thinking that the Lu family didn't want a son before abandoning him. That mysterious aunt of his is probably the one behind it. Dream Anren finished what she needed to say and stretched, but this is all about his grudge with the Lu family. I've already made it clear to him that I won't get involved with him again in the future. Unless business cooperation, which she did come to. To the restaurant, waiting for the food. Qin Mu has been holding the phone, when the chairman is different, and no longer the acting president, to be busy with more affairs. Work is important. Meng Anren had no complaints about this. Flipping through the cell phone album was looking at the photos taken during the study. I picked a few satisfactory group photos and sent them over to Blue Branch, who said that I needed to pee them before I could send them to my friends. After a flurry of whitening, makeup and filters, the photo came back again. Blue Branch, I'm done. I really don't know how to do it with that face of yours. You do it yourself. Meng Anren carefully compared the photos before and after retouching, and couldn't see any difference. Dreaming peacefully, where did you move except to adjust a filter? Blue Branch, cheekbones. My cheekbones are too high to look good. Quietly press down a little. Dreams in peace. Okay, then she can send a friend. The standard 9-panel grid. The first row is a photo of her with Blue Branch and Zoe. The second row is 2 full-body photos of herself sandwiched by a food summary photo. And the last row is a landscape photo. With the text, final year of the study tour ends successfully. Not long after it was posted, there were comments at the bottom. Mom, is baby coming home for dinner tonight? Dad, what time do you get to King City? Dad will pick you up. Brother, sister is so beautiful, did you have a good time? Louis, what about hand-me-downs? Meng Anren speechless, the same is to do brother. Look at this contrast. Really do not blame her for Louis no good feeling. Really is this person is too cheap. She finished replying to each of them just as the food was being served. The two put down their cell phones and dined in silence. Qin Mu deliberated for a moment and suddenly raised his eyes to the girl in front of him. Baby, I'm officially taking over the group now. Yeah, I know. And the largest shareholder in the group. Aha. No one can meddle in my marriage anymore. So, Qin Mu's lips unconsciously pursed out a smile. Can we officially announce our relationship? The reason he didn't make an official announcement before was because on the night of the successful confession, his father told him about the union, and even though he didn't agree, he was afraid that something would go wrong. It turns out that there was indeed a change of heart, but now that the problem is solved, no one gets to decide who he's going to be with. He wanted to be honorable and let his close friends, side relatives, and business associates know that he had a girlfriend. His girlfriend, and Xiao Ran, a young green plum who has known him for 16 years. Meng Anren raised her eyes to meet the teenager's expectant gaze, silent for a long time, and asked uncertainly, by official announcement, you mean? Guessing what she was thinking, Qin Mu lightly laughed, just posting a circle of friends. I'm not so flamboyant that I have to use the name of the group to send out an announcement when I fall in love. Who knows, after all, you are a love brain. Dream Anren laughed and teased him. Since the relationship was confirmed, he's changed the way he addresses her, calling her baby all the time, and it's so annoying. Is it possible? Qin Mu held his cheeks and stared at Meng Anren expectantly. Sure, just send it. Qin Mu pulled over Meng Anren's hand that was wearing a ring and took a picture. The official announcement was definitely going to light up the couple's ring. He was about to bring the photo from before when Dream Anren surprised him with the backup car, and once he sent it to his friends, he saw that Dream Anren didn't have much of a reaction. He asked, you don't want to disclose me? Listening closely, there was a bit of aggression in his voice. Meng Anren shook her head. No, I promised my brother before that I would tell him when I fell in love. Tonight I go back and tell my family about this first, and then I'll send a friend circle to make an official announcement. Qin Mu's eyes stagnated. You want to tell your parents? Mononen blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Qin Mu is fine. Chapter 97 Publicly Funded Romance? Plus more. After the meal, Meng Anren drove Qin Mu back to the Cloud Group, and after seeing that the time was still quite early, she went to the place where Meng Yushu was filming. Newly picked up this short drama called Spring Like This, about the heroine in her previous life chasing after the scum run. The result of abuse and abuse of the body was also cheated out of the family property. Death is not finally reborn back to the college campus. Well, abusive slag face text. The play was set at a private university in the city with academic buildings built like the White House and dormitory buildings built like castles. Campus on both sides of the goat path planted with cottonwood trees. It is the time of blooming. As far as the eye can see a piece of colorful, very nice. Pick up the scene here today. Meng Yushu as gentle and elegant has been silently following the heroine of the male number one. The whole tender and considerate, looking at the heroine when the pair of peach blossom eyes deep love. Highly sweet warning. Hashu's eyes are so on point, I can't help but fall in love just looking at them. Other youngsters are young and pure and sweet and wonderful. No one wants to talk about it, right? Ugh, I should have known I would have gone to a college back then. Is college something really cheap? You can just go to school if you want to? Dream Anran had just arrived at the shooting site when she heard the two staff members next to her enjoying the cliched intimate drama of the male and female leads while disliking each other in low voices. Sweet is indeed quite sweet, very much a sense of the atmosphere of youthful love, and even the director behind the monitor has an obsessive anti-smile on her face. Those eyes of Meng Yushu, looking at the dog with deep love. Rather, it's perfect for this kind of sweet romantic drama. It doesn't require much acting skills, those peach eyes are very dramatic. So sweet. Does Brother Yushu and Xiao Xiao count as a publicly funded relationship? Shoo, don't talk nonsense, Xiao Xiao is still studying. Even if she's talking, she can't make it public, don't let people hear about it. Hey, yeah, no talk. Two girls with work permits whispered next to each other. Publicly funded relationships? Meng Anran looked at the two people who were acting against each other. The female lead was wearing a uniform, her long brown hair was tied up in a high ponytail, she said she was a college student, and her costume was made to look more like high school. The appearance of Qingli is also quite temperament, and dream feather book with eyes hiding stars, dear eyes bright crystal, face flooded with peach powder, the kind of sticky and sweet half not like acting. Click. Great, next get ready to go to class for the next scene. The director gave the word and everyone got busy. Man Yushu immediately spread his arms around the actress's waist and took a half step back on his hind legs to keep his distance. The line of sight turned and saw Meng Anran who had been standing beside him for an unknown length of time. Instantly his warm face raised a watery smile and he walked over briskly. Anran, when did you arrive? Asked when he returned to the capital city, Meng Anran handed over the lemon tea he had just passed by the school cafeteria to buy. I arrived in the morning, had a lunch with my friends, and thinking that there was nothing to do in the afternoon, I came over to look for you. Dream Feather Book took the lemon tea, thanked him, and poked it open for a sip. When handing over the cups the two hands touched each other, his hands were very cold. Seeing that he was only wearing a thin shirt, Meng Anran rummaged through her bag for hand warmers. There are still a few scenes left? Why don't you add a jacket? Temperatures don't warm up that quickly after the new year, and yesterday it rained in Kyoto, so today's temperatures are quite low, and it's easy to get sick if you don't pay attention to keeping warm. It's okay, just this one outdoor one, there are two more to be shot in the classroom later. Meng Yushu covered the hand warmer, getting her sister's concern made her heart even warmer. The director wanted to call on Meng Yushu to go with him and talk about the next scene. When he turned his eyes, he saw the major shareholder standing there. Hurriedly stepping over, Mr. And, why are you here? Did you come for an inspection, or to visit your class? The director is the same familiar one. Since the last time I saw Dream Anran's series of pugnacious, sharp short protection operations, I have extra respect for her. The person who could bankrupt the Chen family in 3 or 2 words could naturally also make him unemployed in 3 or 2 words, and could not be offended at all. Dream Anran didn't bother about the past, her manners were generous and smiling. Come to visit the class, you guys are busy, I'll be a transparent person on the side. The director smiled flatteringly and asked this great Buddha to move. Yu Xiaoxiao also wanted to go with Meng Yushu, only to see him walking towards another girl with tender eyes, looking very close. He also heard the director respectfully call the other party Mr. and couldn't help but frown slightly. Who is that woman? She's quite pretty, and judging by the way she's dressed, she should be a second-generation rich girl, right? What's so great about a rich second generation? I guess it's because Brother Yushu looks handsome that he wants to chase him. How many real feelings can there be? Xiao Xiao, you have to persuade Brother Yushu, don't let him be cheated. The two little followers spoke one to the other. Feeling the sight cast her way, Meng Anran glanced that way as she followed the director and bumped into Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes with a few hints of hostility. Coincidentally at this time, a staff member heard the two men's discussion and hurriedly suppressed his voice and said, "You two can cut the crap. That's Fei Shu's own sister, our boss's boss. Clam? She looks like she's 20 at the most, right? Don't judge by appearances, she's a major shareholder of Yin Chuan." The staff member's eyes warned a few people and turned around to walk away. No. One follower's eyes immediately glowed and he tugged on Yu Xiaoxiao's sleeve. Xiao Xiao, since that girl is a second-generation rich girl, then Brother Yushu is also a son of a rich family, so you have to take advantage of it. The hostility in Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly dissipated, pursing her lips and blushing slightly. What are you talking about? I like Yushu and not his money. The filming site was transferred to the classroom. In order not to disturb Meng Yushu's filming, Meng Anran wanted to find a corner to stay in, but the director moved a bench and gave up his comfortable canvas chair to her. She then made herself at home and sat behind the monitor with the director. Looking at the two who were staging various sweet bridges, Meng Anran coldly asked, "What is the background of this female lead?" The director was stunned for a moment, reacting to Big Buddha's question about the actor's identity, and quickly replied, "There's not much of a background. Her name is Yu Xiaoxiao, she's the schoolgirl of this school, and seeing that she's pretty and matches the heroine's persona, I recruited her." Monin nodded knowingly. Halfway through, he asked, "She's in a relationship with my brother?" The director was asked in a daze, turning his head to measure Meng Anran's expression. Seeing that she didn't have a lot of emotional ups and downs, he then spoke with serious deliberation, "I'm not too sure about this, I only see them when I'm shooting a movie, who knows if they have any contact in private?" Besides, what our company signed with the actors is a labor contract, not a brokerage contract. Where does it matter if the actors are in love or not? After saying that, he stared at Meng Anren and waited for a few seconds, not seeing any change in her mood, before he secretly sighed in relief and returned his attention to the display. Damn it, why does Mr. On have so many questions today? Chapter 98. It's not polite for you to call me that. Due to the male second's travel problems, the male and female lead had to temporarily insert a scene between the two scenes of the male and female lead. Meng Yushu came to sit beside Meng Anren and sipped 2 mouthfuls of lemon tea, gently staring at her. Will it be boring? Meng Anren shook her head and smiled good-naturedly. No, it's quite fun to watch you guys act. Director on the sidelines. He didn't half feel that she thought it was interesting. Just sat here the whole time without seeing expression. All gave him a cold sweat. Meng Anren gazed at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was acting opposite the second male lead, and opened her mouth to ask, Brother, you and Yu Xiaoxiao are in a relationship? Meng Yushu froze and almost choked on his lemon tea. He smoothed out his breath and looked at his sister suspiciously. No, I haven't met her other than filming. She does send me messages often. I usually reply politely with a few sentences. After all, they are the man and woman in the same crew, and they usually exchange contact information with each other by communicating about the script or coordinating their time before shooting starts. But he was a senior in high school, with a heavy study load and time constraints. How could he have so much leisure to chat with Yu Xiaoxiao, a college student? Every time she sends a tweet over, if it's a problem with the script he'll communicate seriously, but for other small talk he'll just politely reply and go about his business. Even sometimes focusing on brushing the problem. Yu Xiaoxiao noon sent him a message he did not see until the evening dinner, a casual sentence, sorry, busy, even if the topic is terminated. Why would my sister ask such a question? Meng Anren raised her eyebrows. Then why did she just hear the two girls beside Yu Xiaoxiao say that these two were talking? Is it a figment of your imagination? Or do you make it up? Either way, since Meng Yushu didn't have that kind of intention for Xiaoxiao, she wasn't really a stick in the mud. Meng Anren twisted her head to look at the director. In the future, my brother's scenes are not allowed to be used for Xiaoxiao. It's an order, not a negotiation. The director's head got big. Mr. And there aren't many actors of similar age to Yushu who can act opposite each other. You kicked out Tang Yihan last time, and you kicked out Yu Xiaoxiao this time. It's really hard for me to do it. Besides, the director's voice lowered, carefully saying, your brother is 20 years old. It's not a big deal to really fall in love. You don't have to be so strict. Seen brother not let sister to fall in love. Never seen sister not let brother to fall in love. Dream Anren do sister do too strong, right? Manages more than being a mom. Meng Yushu was confused. Anren, you're the one who ordered that Tang Yihan not be allowed to be in the same crew as me? No wonder, he'd done 5 or 6 short dramas up to now, and only the first one had worked with Tang Yihan. He heard the director fretting about the casting of the female lead before the start of this drama, and was puzzled at the time that Tang Yihan's age and acting skills were quite suitable, so why didn't he let her come? But it turned out to be his sister's early order. The director tightly closed his little mouth, his eyes sizing up Dream Anren, also wanting to hear what she really thought. Brother, I'll explain this to you later. Stop for a while after shooting this drama. You're about to take the college entrance exams. Wait until you finish the exams before deciding whether or not to take on a new drama. Hearing her say that, Meng Yushu had no problem with it. He was sure that his sister would definitely not harm him. It was also true that he should put more time into his revision, otherwise there would be no point in repeating the year on his own. All of today's plays were finished and the departments began packing up props and machines. Come on, the K-pop path here is quite pretty. Wanna go ahead and take some pictures of you? Meng Yushu came back from changing his clothes and took the initiative to carry Meng Anren's bag for her, asking her gently. Yeah, let's take a picture together. I don't even have a picture with you. Meng Anren hooked her brother's arm, smiling playfully and good-naturedly. If it were a year ago, Dream Anren would never have imagined that she would also be pampered, and with her family. Meng Yushu looked at his sister favorably. Good, let's take a few more pictures. Go back to mom and dad and my sister will definitely envy me. None of them have had a separate photo with Dream Anren yet. The siblings walked together arm in arm, looking as close as they should have been for more than a decade together. And who would have thought that it had been less than a year since they first met? As night falls, the lights placed under the kapok tree come on, reflecting the delicate blooms on the tree from below. There was a great sense of atmosphere, with many of our students knuckling down to take photos, as well as campus couples walking hand in hand everywhere. Single photos, group photos, and a number of photos were taken, and when they saw that it was almost time, the siblings were satisfied to leave. Hashu. Hearing the voice, Meng Yushu moved his eyes away from the cell phone photos to look over and saw Yu Xiaoxiao walking briskly with a bright smile. The smile that had been drenched in doting tenderness turned into polite courtesy. What a coincidence. Meng Yushu is not a cutie. The way Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him, coupled with the fact that she always shared her daily life with him on WeChat, it was clear that she was interested in him. That's why he also keeps his distance at all times, lest he give the other person the wrong idea or hold expectations that shouldn't exist. Yu Xiaoxiao pulled the broken hair at her temples behind her ear. Yes, what a coincidence. She turned her eyes to look at Meng Anren, her eyes tinged with the compassion of an elder to a junior. Sister, how are you? Meng Anren had received a long education in high-end etiquette, and rarely crumbled her image in front of outsiders unless under special circumstances. She maintained her tranquil smile and slowly opened her lips. Miss Yu, I am not related to you, and it is not polite for you to address me like this when we first meet. Yu Xiaoxiao's complexion stiffened, and quickly pulled up a slightly embarrassed smile. You're Fei Shu's own sister. I'm not calling you sister to be closer. Meng Anren said, you and my brother are merely co-workers, not friends. Besides, he is a bit older than you. It would have been disrespectful for you to address him so intimately. Furthermore, I am his sister, not yours. With the relationship between me and you, even if you don't learn from the director to honor me with the title of Mr. N, you should at least address me as Missin. Yu Xiaoxiao slowly put away her awkward smile. It was unexpected that Meng Yushu's sister was so difficult to deal with, looking good and soft, but in reality, her temper was harder than a steel plate. It's just a term of endearment? How can you find so many faults? There's nothing to do, we'll leave first. Meng Anren guffawed. The whole time not see hostility, and even the departure also politely say goodbye. Called people cannot pick out the fault as even more people heart-blocked panic. Looking at the two of them as they walked through the K-pop path toward the parking space not far away and got into a sports car that was expensive at first glance, Yu Xiaoxiao secretly bit her back teeth. So what if my sister is tricky? As long as we take down Meng Yushu, let's see what else she has to say. Anren, when did you buy the car? Meng Yushu, who was sitting on the co-pilot, couldn't stop being shocked and looked left and right. This car isn't cheap, is it? I don't know, someone else gave it to me. Dream Anren answered casually, not really wanting to discuss money with her brother. She pulled on another topic. Brother, I'm in love. Chapter 99 never wanted to be her brother. Meng Yushu's attention instantly jerked away from the car and looked at her sister in surprise. Talk to your little bamboo horse? Dream Anren hummed and started the car to drive away from the school. I'll tell you first, I'll send a friend tonight. Am I the first to know? No, Blue Branch and Ming King were there when the confession was made. But I was the first to tell you. Also considered special treatment, Meng Yushu began to gossip about her sister's boyfriend. How did you guys meet? Is he a classmate of yours? Recalling her first encounter with Qin Mu, Meng Anren couldn't help but smile. He's more than a year older than me. In his first year of college, he met him when he was a child digging for love letters. Whose love letter? Lu Yi. After digging up that love letter, Lu Hong rewarded her and Qin Mu with a big cake, then posted the love letter on the door of Lu's house and publicly executed Lu Yi for a week. Louis, angry mad, would like to find her to settle the score, may still be a little conscience. To the 2-year-old she could not hit hard, and finally tore her a bear doll to vent their anger. She wasn't sad because when Qin Mu found out, he gave her a huge bear doll the next day, the kind so big that she wasn't even as big as the doll's legs. Meng Yushu laughed softly. Looks like he's treating you well. Well, after 16 years of knowing each other, he hasn't said a single heavy word to me. When I was in the Lu family, he was the one who coaxed me when I was unhappy, and he was the one who took care of me when I was injured. The Lu family doesn't let me learn business. He comes after every tutoring class to teach me again what the teacher taught me. When she was a child, she was able to get in touch with the knowledge of economics, all thanks to Qin Mu as her little teacher. Later, when she grew up and was able to attend public occasions, Lu Heng intentionally or unintentionally brought her into contact with people in the shopping mall. Having a knowledge base allows her to face business bigwigs in those kinds of settings without stage fright, and having her own insights into economic development makes them want to talk to her for a moment or two. Over the years, she's grown in insight and accumulated contacts. That was why she always said that it was all thanks to Qin Mu and Lu Hang that she was able to get where she was today. But, you've grown up with him, could it be that you've just taken him as a brother? Meng Yushu thought that the feelings of childhood sweethearts were indeed pure and beautiful, but at the end of the day, they were still young, so don't mistake affection for love. Dream Anren hit the steering wheel as the car turned a corner. He never treated me like a sister, so how could I have misjudged this emotion? At first she called him Brother Mu, but at the age of 5 he said very seriously that she could call him by his first name or call him Mumu like his family did, but not brother. She was very young at the time and didn't understand what he was trying to do. She just obeyed and respected his requests. 10 years old when she broke her leg, he was anxious at her bedside, every day instructed the maid to boil different bone soup. Once school was over he brought the soup over to stay with her, saying that it was to make up for the shape, had to see her finish it before she could rest assured. At that time Qin Mu was also still young and not very strong. She went back to school as the driver carried her up and down the stairs. Since then, he insisted on exercising every day, wanting to be able to carry her on his back if she had any more ailments in the future. 14 years old, her first menstrual period, pain straight back, read the junior Qin Mu immediately rushed across half of the campus to her classroom, carrying her to the school nurse's office. That night personally boiled brown sugar ginger tea, in her bedside lying down all night. At that time she realized why Qin Mu didn't let her call her brother, because he never wanted to be her brother or be treated as her brother. After listening to the story told by Meng Anren, Meng Yushu's eyebrows brought a smile in the guise of a kowtowing scholar, confirming that the boy was very, very good to his sister. He was relieved. When can I meet? Dream Anren thought for a moment. After a while, there's definitely a chance. Recently, Qin Mu has been as busy as a dog. Dog is not as busy as him, not to mention that Meng Yushu wants to see it, even she may not be able to see it. There was no rush in this moment, her emotional path with Qin Mu had no obstacles now, as long as she didn't fall out with the Meng family, both sides would always meet one day. The car pulls into the garage of Pearly Waverly Court. Seeing the villa in front of her, Meng Yushu was no less shocked than seeing this sports car half an hour ago. He had known that his sister had some assets, but this sum was much more than he had imagined. Although this place is only 2 streets away from the neighborhood they live in, but it is already a different lot, he has more or less understood the price of the house, such a 2-story villa less than 3 million to start. Meng Anren had always refrained from displaying her assets in front of her dream family, and even now that she was close, she was unwilling to reveal her bottom card. However, Meng Yushu was a bit different to her, probably because when she first returned to the dream family, it was easiest to communicate with Meng Yushu, who was of a similar age, and was the first to get acquainted. Compared to others, she also had the most trust in this brother. So pick him up in a sports car, so bring him here. It wasn't that he intended to reveal himself to him, he just didn't mind being known. Want to come in and sit down for a while? Seeing how surprised Dream Yushu was, Dream Anrun offered an invitation. No need. Meng Yushu waved her hand, just suddenly can't figure out why you're willing to live in that little house with us. Property is just a type of real estate, and you don't necessarily buy it to live in. It's just a bed to sleep in, and it's nice to live with you guys. Dream Anrun didn't tell his brother about his initially nasty thoughts, wanting to see how the pride of heaven would behave when he fell off the pedestal. But after time and being close to her family, she really thought the cottage was okay. Lu family so big a villa, from time to time only she stayed alone, empty, cold. Although the dream home is small, but all around is full of warmth, every night the family crowded at a small table for dinner, the small space is full of laughter. Besides, having Xiaohan redecorated, neat and clean, the bed she sleeps on has become comfortable, nothing to be picky about. Seemingly guessing her previous life in the Lu family, Meng Yushu glumly rubbed his sister's head. I really don't know whether little Anren used to enjoy the blessings or suffer in a rich and powerful family like the Lu family. Suwonman called to hurry, and the siblings walked home slowly. Meng Yushu found a topic and asked about Meng Anren not allowing Tangihan and Yuxiaoxiao to be in the same theater group as him. Meng Anren did not hide, Tangihan's small white flower nature, what wrongdoings are taken on themselves, obviously nothing to do with her, she can blame herself for some guilt. Brother, you are a soft heart, with this kind of people contact more sooner or later get into trouble. You treat people gently and courteously, even if I told you, you see that she has something to do certainly will not turn a blind eye to her. Then I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands and eliminate the hidden dangers. Meng Yushu thought carefully, it was indeed as his sister had said, if he saw Tangihan in trouble, there was no way he wouldn't help. One way or another, you're sure to get acquainted and become friends. What about you, Xiaoxiao? Chapter 100. The second thing. Meng Anren glanced meaningfully at her brother, Yuxiaoxiao. She's not simple-minded. Meng Yushu froze, I only hang out with her when we're filming. It's not so bad that I'm not allowed to have contact with her at all, right? No, I'm not saying she's not pure of heart for you, I'm saying she's not pure of heart as a person. Dream Anren has been wandering around the world of fame and fortune for many years, and has seen people from all walks of life and all kinds of mouths and faces, so her eye for people is definitely a bit more poisonous. Just from the short 2 seconds that he locked eyes with Yuxiaoxiao today, he could probably see through this person. Before figuring out who she was, just because he saw her talking to Meng Yushu a few more times, he was harboring hostility towards her and couldn't hide his eyes. There was a superficial arrogance about her, supposedly due to the fact that her pretty looks had been sought after since she was a child, and the fact that she was surrounded by 2 small followers gave her a sense of superiority. Being chosen to be the heroine of the short drama and filming it at our school reinforced her sense of superiority. She was content with the status quo, not just treating this skit shooting as a way to gain experience. And most of such people are greedy and vain, jealous, impetuous, short-sighted and snobbish. Meng Anren didn't want to meddle in Meng Yushu's relationship matters, as the director said, he was 20 years old, even if he was in love, it was normal. If Yuxiaoxiao was really Meng Yushu's girlfriend, she had nothing to say. Since it wasn't, and her brother didn't have anything else in mind for Xiaoxiao, she was definitely going to weed this kind of goods out of her brother's side. But Yuxiaoxiao has a pretty decent attitude when she works and her acting skills are passable. Those flaws simply meant that she was not a good person to be a lover. As a younger sister, she didn't want her brother to have too much contact with Yuxiaoxiao. As the owner, Yuxiaoxiao still makes money for her. That's why Dream Anren didn't say those words in front of the director and didn't cut off Yuxiaoxiao's acting path. Are you such a good judge of character? Meng Yushu was skeptical, to be able to point out so many shortcomings of Yuxiaoxiao after only meeting her once, how did it sound like she was making it up? Don't you know it by observing it yourself? Meng Anren held her brother's arm and said petulantly, she saw my car today and knows that I'm a shareholder of Yunchuan, so afterward she'll definitely openly and secretly inquire about your financial status and family background, and her attitude towards you will be even more fawning and pleasing. Meng Yushu half believed, finally smiled, and said, okay, if it is accurate by you, brother treats you to a cupcake. Say it is not accurate, you will. Accompany brother to the library to review. It doesn't sound like I'm losing anything, does it? Arriving home, they were greeted by the pungent aroma of a meal. Half a month did not see Meng Anren. Meng Nico deliberately changed shifts with colleagues to come back for dinner. Meng Chenghong also did not stay at Wu Lao's place to eat, came back early to help clean up the house. Su Wanman bought a lot of vegetables. Meng Rong came back from work immediately into the kitchen to help play the hand. The couple cooked a table of dishes. Both daughters ate unhealthily outside the home, and it's rare that they're both back, so they need to make up for it. It's still home cooking that smells good. Meng Anren put down the bag she was carrying in her hand and ran into the kitchen to wash her hands. Come on, baby, try a piece of braised pork. Meng Rong picked up a piece of braised pork and fed it to Meng Anren. Dream Anren was about to open his mouth when Su Wanman lined up a slap on Dream Rong's arm and glared at him. What are you doing? Anren doesn't like fatty meat. The braised pork is for Nico, the ribs are for Anren. Oh, then try a piece of ribs. Meng Rong hurriedly put down the braised pork and picked up the ribs, chucking a piece to Meng Anren's mouth. Thanks, Dad. Dream Anren smiled and ate it, slurring, It's so delicious, Mom's a great cook. Meng Yushu put away her things before coming to wash her hands to help start the meal, and seeing the trio's interaction, she said sourly, so excessive, only Sis and Anren like the dishes, have Xiao Hong and I lost our favor? Su Wanman smiled cheerfully. How come? There is the steamed sea bass that you love to eat, and the cola chicken wings that Xiaohong likes. What? Seeing how lively the kitchen was, Natalie dug in and saw Dream Anren puffing her cheeks and chewing on something. She pointed at Dream Anren as if she'd grabbed the bag. Oh, Anren is stealing food. Meng Rong laughed out loud and chucked a piece of braised pork and fed it to his eldest daughter. Here, you steal a piece too. Natalie took a bite and was filled with happiness. Thank you, Daddy. The harmonious and joyful atmosphere allowed Dream Anren to quickly integrate into the family. Perhaps there was a hint of gambling in the beginning when she refused to go with Lu Hang and Lu Yi, but now she genuinely liked it here in her new family. The food was served on the table, but there was no sign of Meng Chenghong. Where's little Hong? Su Wanman asked. He went to get a drink. Natalie replied, the kiosk downstairs didn't have any grape juice, so he went to the supermarket at the intersection. Only Meng Anren in the family loves to drink grape juice, and Meng Chenghong deliberately traveled so far to buy it for her. Is it okay for him to get it himself? Man Onan asked. It's okay, he's almost 10, and it's safe to be in a neighborhood full of people, you know. As soon as Nico's words fell, he heard Meng Chenghong shouting at the door, Big sister. Open the door, I'm back. She rushed to open it, and her brother's small frame seemed to struggle as he carried a large bottle of orange juice in one hand and a carton of grape juice in the other. She took the drink and told Mönchengladbach to change his shoes and wash his hands for dinner. Dreamfeather Book got up self-consciously and went into the kitchen to bring out a couple of glasses. Pouring a few drinks, Dreamfeather Book accompanied his father with a few beers, and the family of 6 clinked glasses and cheered. Peace and joy. All is well. There's no talking at meals rule here, and the family eats and talks, taking turns reporting on how they're doing. First, there's Monrong, who went to manage the factory and is exposed to things he's good at, and is doing a great job, and has recently gotten a raise, and is planning to sell the place and rent a bigger house. Well, a unanimous vote against letting him save up some money to restart his business, and then it's not too late to move it when the business is up and running. Next is Su Wanman. Stall business is doing well, but every day to Meng Rong transport stall car, moving around is also quite troublesome, so want to rent a small store. The people's opinions are not unanimous. Dream Anren hammered agreed. She has an empty store near the second primary school, can be in the form of shares to Su Wanman use, and this is settled. Then it came to Natalie Meng, who was now interning at the hospital and was so busy that she didn't have much time to go to Elder Zhao, and wanted to quit her job after she got her internship and got her diploma, so that she could go and learn more from Elder Zhao first. Unanimous vote, kids raise both hands and feet in favor. Dreamfeather Book has nothing to say. Now this drama can be killed by the end of next week. After that, it is all about sprinting for the college entrance exam. When it was Dream Anren's turn, she thought carefully and said, there are 2 things. The first one, next week is the school field day, so you can invite your relatives in to watch. Although I won't be attending, you guys can come in if you want to come and play. Second thing, I'm in love. The whole family was stunned with their mouths slightly open. Dreamfeather Book? You just blurted it out in front of Mom and Dad? Chapter 101. No wonder Meng Anren said that there are no good people in the Lu family. Dream Anren wouldn't be holed by the crowd's gaze. What's wrong? What's the problem? It's just a date? It's not like you're a minor, so you can't count it as early love, can you? Su Wanman didn't know how to speak and looked at her husband beside her. Meng Rong sank his face, thinking for a moment before saying, Anren, you are still young and preparing for the college entrance exam. Your mind should still be focused on your studies first. Meng Yushu lowered her head to eat, and silently came to say, she's number 1 in the city every time she takes the monthly exams, and if there's no accident she'll be the top student in the capital city this year. Meng Rong. Then what if I get addicted to love and don't care about studying and my grades drop? Meng Anren blinked. Oh, he's already graduated and has been quite busy with work lately, so he won't delay my studies. Meng Rong pursed his lips. Dad is afraid that you can't read people well. You're pretty. What if the other party just covets your beauty and doesn't treat you with care? The daughter was born like a heavenly fairy. Sheng Huali is full of foppish rich second generation, the best at slick talk. Who knows whether they will cheat the daughter into their hands, get tired of playing and then throw it away? I've known him for 16 years since we were childhood friends. After finishing, Meng Anren thought again, it's the boy who gave Xiaohong a watch last time. Meng Chenghong was delighted. Brother Mu? Second sister, you're with Brother Mu? Is he my second brother-in-law then? Meng Rong gave him a look. Don't make a mess. Meng Chenghong bristled. No dad, Brother Mu is very nice, tall and handsome, but also particularly powerful, are on TV. On TV? Meng Rong frowned in confusion. So the internet can search for this person? Seemingly guessing his thoughts, Meng Anren said in a cloudy manner, his name is Qin Mu, the new chairman of the Cloud Group. The Cloud Group? Qin's? Seeing Meng Anren nodding, Meng Rong abstracted, he thought that his daughter was just a little bit of connections, who would have thought that she would be a childhood friend of the Qin family's child. Meng Yushu was also shocked. You didn't mention to me that the other party was in this kind of status. Natalie Meng recalled after her surprise, Qin Mu? His parents seem to be staying in the ward on the top floor of our hospital, right? I've seen him a few times, he's indeed tall and handsome, quite polite and cultivated. Elder Zhao also praised him. Meng Anren took a sip of grape juice, full of doubts. What are you guys surprised about? Didn't I just fall in love? Around the friends early marriage abound. In the dream of Anren's understanding, love is the most basic intimate relationship between men and women. In the eyes of the family, that is a small thing that cannot rise to the wind and waves. Why did Meng Rong react so strongly? Seeing her youngest daughter calm as if she had simply eaten a slab of ribs, Meng Rong sighed. Perhaps it really was the difference in her upbringing that had made her mind stand at a height that they could not touch. A boy who can get her to look at him is probably not a bad person. He couldn't control her affairs, couldn't intervene. It's quite good, as long as he treats you well. In the future, if you are aggrieved, remember to tell mom and dad. Even if the other party is the president, mom and dad have to go to seek justice for you. Meng Anren smiled warmly. Thank you, dad. Don't worry, he won't bully me. Sending people to find out the ridiculous things that Lu Hang and Lu Yi have done over the years and figuring out their true temperament, Duan Jingyao suddenly didn't dare to recognize her two brothers. Lu Hang injuries a total of 10 incidents, although did not give people a death certificate, but at least it is a disability certificate. Every time either break people's arms and legs, or beat people half to death and send them to the ICU for permanent residence. The previous year there was someone who talked about Meng Anren because he said a nasty word at the banquet. Lu Hang cracked the glass and pressed the other person's mouth to the glass slag, and also broke one of the other person's arms. Louis smashed the scene of the incident is more, the wedding banquet to put the groom and other women in great harmony with the movement video, birthday banquet to send wreaths, business cocktail party lifted the table, the launch of the face of the live camera molestation of the hostess. The list of absurdities is endless. It's a miracle the brothers didn't play the Lu family down after all these years. No wonder Meng Anren said that there were no good people in the Lu family. Unloving parents, a brutal older brother, and a misbehaving second brother make up a cold home. To Duan Jingyao's surprise, he hadn't even considered whether or not to contact Lu Hong, but Lu Hong took the initiative to contact him instead. Watching WeChat pop up a new friend request, the other party noted that it was Lu Hong. He dwelled on it for a moment and passed it. There was a quick message from the other end. Convenient to meet? Duan Jingyao, I'm being watched. Lu Hong, how many? Duan Jingyao, 1, he's been guarding my neighborhood. Whenever I go out, he'll follow me. Lu Hong, Louis will take care of the heels. See you at the Golden Jade restaurant. Duan Jingyao was a bit confused. Weren't Lu Hong and Louis incompatible? Why did Lu Hong call Louis to help him solve the problem? Not allowing him to think too much, he hurriedly changed into a set of clothes, cleaned up his image, copied the car keys and went out the door. Sure enough, after his car hit the road, there was an extra black sedan right behind him keeping a distance of about 30 meters to follow closely. At that time, the aunt said that she was afraid that it would be dangerous for him to come to the capital city to study by himself, so she sent a bodyguard to follow and protect him secretly. He trusted his aunt, who had brought him up, too much, and after learning the truth from Meng Anren, he realized that it wasn't protection, but surveillance. Auntie keeps an eye on him in case the pieces get out of control and go off track. Suddenly, a high beam flashed a few times behind him, and he saw a red convertible supercar through the rearview mirror. He didn't see the person driving, but with such a cool sports car, it was Louis. The red supercar jammed left and right on the road, and when it reached the black sedan, Louis hooked down the sunglasses that were set on the bridge of his nose, revealing those sexy and demonic eyes. Raising his thin lips provocatively, he raised his middle finger at the people in the sedan, and then scurried away with a crash of his foot on the gas. The bouncer frowned. Where did the madman come from? But when he came back to his senses, he realized that the car he was going to follow was gone. Duan Jingyao sat in front of the table with a good-natured smile on his face, allowing Louis to bow his body in front of him to look around. Well, it doesn't look like Bai Yujin, and it doesn't look like Lu Zhong, but it just looks a little familiar. Louis finished sizing it up, straightened up and leaned on the table, unable to think of exactly who it looked like. Lu Hong sipped the hot tea, put down the teacup, and said faintly, like uncle. Right. Louis clapped his hands and remembered. nephews are more like uncles, it's the right kind of brother. Duan Jingyao drew in his lips slightly, unexplainably nervous. Can someone tell him what the hell is going on right now? Why did you suddenly meet with Lu Hong Louis above? They still know that he is the real brother. Hiss. With the nature of these two people, it is not possible that they intend to silence them, right? Chapter 102. Not a single solid heart among the 800 heart eyes. Despite Duan Jingyao's efforts to appear thriving, Lu Hong could tell at a glance that he was rushed. No need to be nervous, I don't eat my own brother with Louis. Duan Jingyao can't laugh at a serious joke. Back when Dream Anren was your own sister, I didn't see you treating her much better. Ahem, Lu. Duan Jingyao pondered what to call him, since they all knew about his birth. Big brother, second brother, why did you find me? He grew up in the city of Haiyang and hasn't revealed any information about his identity since he came to the capital city. Plus it shouldn't be easy to suspect the gender of his biological son back then with the Lu family's real and fake Shenjin. How did you find out about him so quickly? Lu Hong poured 3 cups of tea. Sit over here. The pressure on the other party was too powerful, and Duan Jingyao obediently sat over and drank tea. Louis also picked up his own cup and drank it, leisurely saying, "It was Meng Anren who told us that she sent over your paternity test. Originally there was no hurry to find. He and Lu Hang intend to complete the immediate plan, and then get his own sister back, otherwise the Lu family made a big mess, and could not care about picking up the person back. As a result, Meng Anren found it first, his own sister became his own brother, and the person happened to be in the capital city, so he always had to meet up." The golden-colored tea broth in the tea bowl fell into the fair cup, and Lu Hong opened his mouth. After talking to Meng Anren that night, did your resentment towards the Lu family subside? Duan Jingyao lowered his eyes. Well, it's me who was cheated for 18 years, it has nothing to do with the Lu family. Lu Hong stared thoughtfully at Duan Jingyao. Half a moment later, he withdrew his sight and divided the hot tea in the fair cup. There's no need to be too sad, the Lu family isn't a good place. Since you came to the capital city by yourself, stay in the capital city under the pretext of studying, or study abroad after graduation. Don't contact that so-called aunt of yours for now, and don't let her get suspicious. Duan Jingyao was puzzled. Do I have to continue to accompany her to act? Meng Anren had said that Lu Hang would help him, and he thought that Lu Hong had called him out so that he would no longer be his aunt's puppet. Louis glanced at Lu Hong and then at Duan Jingyao. Conceal it. The Lu family will gradually decline. As long as you don't reveal anything, she won't suspect you. When we're done with the Lu family, we'll recognize your relationship with us and let you take over a portion of the industry, and you'll be able to sever ties with the high city side in name only. Duan Jingyao frowned. The more he heard the more unthinkable. You are dealing with the Lu family? The Lukes are going to bankrupt the Lukes. What kind of game is this? Besides, isn't Lu Hang the heir to the Lukes? He'll have absolute power after he inherits, so why does he have to destroy Lu's company? These two brothers are crazy, aren't they? Lu Hong sipped his tea calmly. You don't need to know too much, just remember, don't trust your aunt, don't trust Bai Yujin and Lu Zhong, only I won't harm you. TSK, I won't harm him either, okay? Louis glared at Lu Hong in dissatisfaction, pulled open the chair beside Duan Jingyao and sat down, playing with the flavor. Trust me, I'm more reliable. Duan Jingyao used up all his brain cells and couldn't figure out what was going on right now. Lu Hang and Louis, who were rumored to be incompatible, seemed to be quite close, and two people who grew up in the Lu family were trying to bankrupt the Lu family? The two older brothers who were not good people in Dream Anren's mouth did not seem to have any hostility towards him as his younger brother, but instead were quite sincere in considering for him. Who the hell does he believe? Have you eaten yet? The food here is not bad. Lu Hong coldly cared. Duan Jingyao snapped back to his senses and said, no need, I should go back. If the people watching are thrown off and I don't go home for too long, Auntie will get suspicious. Aha. Lu Hong didn't stay long and casually asked, how much money is in the account? Duan Jingyao didn't understand how he was suddenly fixated on his property, but thinking that Lu Hong and Louis weren't people who lacked money, he honestly said, over 1,400. The latter unit is naturally 10,000. Lu Hong nodded. Find an excuse to deal with your aunt tomorrow and by the 34th floor of Riverside 9. Seeing Duan Jingyao's blank face, Louis' lips hooked. That is, live upstairs, Lu Hong lived downstairs. I'll help you think of an excuse. Just say you want to monitor the two of us at close range. Living upstairs is convenient. The two of us usually in and out is not easy to bump into you. After buying, I give you a decoration team contact information. As my people, you symbolize a phone call. The house interior decoration you do not have to worry about. Then arranged will let you move over to live. Oh yes, add a WeChat. Scanning the code to add Louis' WeChat, Duan Jingyao got up to say goodbye. Big brother and second brother, then I'll leave first. Bring a bottle of red wine back. There is also an excuse for being asked. Lu Hong finally got up, went to get the wine that had long been prepared on the cabinet, and handed it to Duan Jingyao. This is my place, usually contacted by WeChat, and if there is an unexpected situation, you can come here, it's safe. Thank you big brother. Duan Jingyao is gone. Lu Hong returned to the tea-making seat and sat down, continuing to drink tea. Louis sat paralyzed in a loose manner and lit a cigarette. Exhaling a mouthful of white mist, his eyes looked askance at Lu Hong. It feels like he doesn't quite believe us. I like this brother, he's smart. Our plan is not yet complete, we can't care about him. I don't know if that aunt of his has pinched any handle on him in her hands, and if she wasn't afraid of him being in danger, she wouldn't have continued to hide his birth. Lu Hong shivered a mouthful of hot tea, his eyes moving slightly. However, even if he doesn't believe us, he will still buy the 34th floor. Why? He believes in dreaming peacefully. Meng Anren thought that after telling Lu Hong about Duan Jingyao's life, she and Duan Jingyao would no longer have any contact. However, she felt that Duan Jingyao trusted her more than her own brother. Duan Jingyao, MS. Meng, can I learn something about Lu Hong and Louis from you? Dream on, there's no need to pretend to be a gentleman and a lady between us, is there? Whether it's a rabbit or a wolf has been known for a long time. Duan Jingyao, you don't have a good relationship with them, and they don't have a good relationship with each other, right? Seeing this message, Dream Anren probably guessed what he wanted to ask, indeed, but the hostile relationship only exists between the three of us. Duan Jingyao held his cell phone and lay on the sofa, reading the sentence twice and understanding what Meng Anren meant. The three are hostile to each other, but, in the face of great events, are united. In that case, Meng Anren's relationship with them wasn't as bad as he thought, and there was still a bit of sibling love. Duan Jingyao, tonight Lu Hang asked me to meet with him, and Louis is also there. Dreaming peacefully, you'd rather trust me than them? Duan Jingyao, after all, it was you who helped me first before Lu Hong came to me. Dreaming peacefully, overthinking it, I'm not helping you. No matter what machinations Lu Hang and Louis are planning, how you get along with them, that's your Lu family's business now, and it has nothing to do with me. Duan Jingyao, then why are you so convinced that Lu Hong will help me? Dreaming peacefully, because you are their own brother. These two people have 800 hard eyes without a solid heart, but they can't be said to be bad. Chapter 103. I can see that the resentment is very heavy. Dream Anren was not stupid, though at one time she had suspected that her two brothers were deliberately targeting her, filling her childhood with malice and either grounding her or breaking her bones. But then after her thinking was characterized and she was able to chat with people in the business circle, she realized that Lu Hong had intentionally brought her to public occasions so that she could make friends with those people. Louis, this guy is more crazy, not moving to pull her to drag race, but she also therefore exercises a strong psychological resistance to pressure, even if the sky is falling can maintain calm thoughts. She hated these two brothers, since the beginning. She had suffered and fallen at their hands over the years. However, she never wasted her emotions on insignificant people, whether it's love or hate, like or dislike. Therefore, in fact, her relationship with Lu Hong Louis is not as bad as the outside world thought, and there is still a trace of love between each other. It's as Blue Branch describes it, love for each other. Being able to get what was considered a positive evaluation of the two Lu family brothers from Meng Anren, Duan Jingyao felt that his banditry today should come to an end. Duan Jingyao, whether you help me or not, for now I only trust your character. Lu Hang asked me to buy the 34th floor of Riverside 9, what do you think? If I remember correctly, Lu Hong lives in 32 and Louis lives in 33, it's good that you bought the 34th floor, so it's convenient for you to communicate with each other in the future, and it's not easy for you to be watched. Duan Jingyao, tomorrow I will buy it, and it will take more than a month to decorate it. I will graduate soon, so I won't be able to live there for long. Although you can go abroad to study, but the vacation back to the country will definitely have to go back to the sea city. Why don't you just stay in the capital city? What kind of surveillance people around you are also clear. Lu Hong can also help you, relatively safe. Really go abroad or return to the sea city, you are truly isolated. Since the people behind the scenes want to deal with the Lu family, Duan Jingyao was originally the Lu family's own son, and now is being used as a pawn in order to be safe and sound. If the pawns become abandoned, he was the one who bore the brunt of it. His aunt is far away from the sea city, the handlonger cannot reach the capital city, stay in the capital city to study in the university, one Lu Hang-wide network. Can always pay attention to his safety, the second cannot see the face of his aunt, but not easy to notice that he defected. Duan Jingyao pursed his lips and smiled, staring at the words sent over by Meng Anren in the dialogue box, as if he could see her coldly analyzing calmly with that ice-clear face. He liked her a lot. Smart and clever, cool and calm, such a girl is very attractive. If Qin Mu hadn't appeared in her life 16 years earlier and become the only partner she had ever recognized in this life, perhaps he would have wanted to pursue it. Duan Jingyao, Meng Anren, can I be your friend? Dreaming peacefully, I like people with values. Duan Jingyao, if Qin Mu goes bankrupt one day, will you discard him without mercy? Dreaming peacefully, emotional value can be done for intimacy, and business value can be done for connections. He is the former. After replying to this sentence, Meng Anren contacted Qin Mu and successively sent a circle of friends to officially announce the relationship. There were always a lot of people swiping their friends' circles at night, and in less than a minute after sending it out, she had gained more than 30 likes. The first comment was posted by Duan Jingyao. Duan Jingyao, maybe one day I'll be able to provide you with value as well. There is no way of knowing whether it is the former or the latter that is being said. Dream Anarchy didn't care much either. After taking a shower and returning to his room to brush up on a set of problem papers, it was already past 12, and Dreamfeather Book thought that he would have to get up early for school tomorrow, so he turned off the desk lamp and lay down on his bed to prepare for sleep. Common problem with young people, you have to check your cell phone before you close your eyes and go to sleep. He then saw a message from Yu Xiaoxiao just after 8 o'clock. Yu Xiaoxiao, brother Yu Xiu, I saw your sister wearing a pretty dress today, can you ask which brand it is for me? I also want to buy the same model. It was really right by Meng Anren, that dress of hers today was expensive at a glance. Yu Xiaoxiao was trying to spy on their family's financial status through the price of the dress. Dreamfeather Book returned, sorry, not sure. 12 o'clock is late for high school students, but for college students, the nightlife is just beginning. So there was a quick reply from that end, so mind if I ask you the brand of your clothes? That trench coat you're wearing today is also very nice, would like a link. This time, Dreamfeather Book is more certain. Yu Xiaoxiao is testing, physical store randomly bought, forget the price. Yu Xiaoxiao, oh, that's okay. Can you go shopping with me next weekend? I want to buy some clothes for my brother, you have such good taste in clothes, come and help me refer to it? Dreamfeather Book, sorry, I'm not available. It's quite late, I'm going to sleep. He just turned his cell phone off and went to sleep. I closed my eyes and my mind was still wondering what flavor of cupcake would be good for my sister tomorrow. The next day, Dream Changhong was more punctual than an alarm clock, coming to tap on the door of his room as soon as it was 6 o'clock. Big sister, get up and go to work. Second sister is up for school. Dream Anren sat up, brain a moment to empty, even half a month early 7 to 9 to corporate learning, did not expect to come back after, also did not have a vacation to let her sleep, even got up earlier. She tugged at the pajamas she was wearing and raised her voice, up. Pulling the bed curtains back to go out just as the one next to her was pulled back, she twisted her head and saw an equally sleepy dreamy Nicole. The two sisters smiled at each other and took turns getting out of bed. I thought high school was the hardest, and after college I realized that advising people to study medicine is not a lie. I thought it would be good to stay up for a few years and work until I graduated, but it turned out to be even more painful when I got into the hospital for my internship, and I was busy every day, and I had to work the night shift at night, and I spent my money to find out what I was going to do. Natalie spat, shaking her head helplessly as she copied the comb on the table to smooth out her shoulder-length hair. Meng Anren bared her teeth and laughed, sister, it's the first time I've heard you complain, I can see the grievances are heavy. The sisters changed and left the room together. A small bathroom after the house, where the sisters squeeze in to brush their teeth, the brothers sit outside on the couch to brush their teeth, and the husband and wife with toothbrushes in their mouths, one rinsing in the kitchen and the other by the window watching the people coming and going downstairs. A family of 6 at the Dream Home Lodge, and so begins a new day. Su Wanman is not setting up a stall today, she is going to take a look at that empty store of Meng Anren, clean it up, see what utensils need to be added, and write a list. Meng Rong drives to work and drops off Su Wanman, Meng Nick, and Meng Chenghong on the way. Meng Yushu and Meng Anren took the bus to school as usual. Coincidentally, I met Xiao Yichen when I arrived at the station. Yo, old Meng. The teenager came over in 2 or 3 strides and hooked onto Meng Yushu's shoulder, a pair of eyes sizing up the watery-looking girl beside him. This is your sister, isn't it? Meng Anren raised a smile and took the initiative to greet him. Hello, my name is Meng Anren, what's your name? Xiao Yichen. Good day, brother Yichen. Treating her brother's friend, Meng Anren behaved politely and nicely, unlike yesterday when she was aggressive. Io, this sister good Lu. Xiao Yichen eyes full of love, but also do not forget to hold a step on a, unlike Meng Qingcheng, a princess disease. Speaking of this person, Xiao Yichen suddenly said curiously, by the way, did Meng Qingcheng transfer to your class? It didn't bully you, did it? Meng Anren almost forgot about this person, and casually returned, oh, she got into trouble last week, and was sent out of the country by the Lu family, so she won't be seen at school in the future. Chapter 104 being the top stream twin stars of the entertainment industry. Messed up? Xiao Yichen would like to gossip a bit, and then felt that Lu Qingcheng, that character, put into the capital circle, offend the rich and powerful seems to be very normal. Harm, that does not care about her, you have not been bullied on the line. If someone bullies you, you tell me, I'll beat him up. Meng Anren laughed softly. It is true that things come in groups and people come in groups. Those who can become good friends with Meng Yushu will not have a bad personality or character. When they reached the entrance of Shanghua, Meng Yushu rubbed his sister's head. Go inside and call me if you need anything. Aha. Ma Nonan turned and walked away. Didn't walk a few steps and then turned back, pulled out his cell phone and looked at Xiao Yichen, brother Yichen, add a WeChat. Xiao Yichen froze, and then looked at Meng Yushu beside him, unsure if this micro letter he should add. Seeing his hesitation, Meng Anren laughed. Didn't I say that I can find you when I'm in trouble? In case someone bullies me, I always have to be able to contact you, right? It was a joke, and Xiao Yichen was relieved to add, okay, I'm not good at studying, but my fists are pretty hard. Dream Anren smiled, said goodbye and went into the school. Xiao Yichen walked back to the first middle school with Meng Yushu. This sister of yours is really pretty. Like your dream family's genes. There are so many dudes inside Shanghua. Aren't you afraid that your sister will be cheated by someone? Meng Yushu pursed her lips somewhat helplessly and sighed darkly. she's already been tricked into going. Her boyfriend is Qin Mu, the chairman of the Cloud Group. Holy, such a big origin? Xiao Chen, a rich second generation, was shocked, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Meng Anren grew up in the Lu family. Hands and feet are the manners and cultivation of the world's young girls. Lu's group is the capital city, stands in the tip of the pyramid of the set. Know the Cloud Group of Qin Mu. Talk about a relationship. Quite reasonable and reasonable. Xiao Chen changed the topic. When will you finish shooting that skit? It's time for a review sprint too, right? 3 more shows to kill this weekend. That said, I've watched all your dramas, your acting skills are not bad, and with your good looks, why don't you just enroll in drama school and become an actor later? Consider this. What about you? Study finance and inherit the family business? My dad is still young, let him retire a couple years later. I have a dream to be a singer. Your dream doesn't sound too promising. TSK. Don't hit me. In the future, you'll be a movie star, I'll be a singer, and we'll sign with the same company and be the top 2 stars in the entertainment industry. How about that? That doesn't sound good. Dream Anren returned to the classroom, looking at the once Lu Qingcheng's position is now empty. Suddenly the mood is quite relaxed. Finally, no flies coming to make noise in front of us. But she forgets that her BFF is pretty loud too. Eldest Miss Lanxi pounced on Meng Anren as soon as she returned, crying, the situation is urgent, support is urgently needed. What's wrong? The day Qin Mu confessed his love to Meng Anren before the study trip was the first time Ming Jing mentioned the withdrawal to Lanji. They were in a subtly awkward atmosphere for some time after that. But when he went to the seminar, Ming King acted as if nothing had happened, as if the incident had never happened, and the relationship between him and Lanji gradually eased and returned to the way it was before. Originally, Blue Branch thought that this matter had already passed, and everyone forgot about it and continued to be brothers as usual with the marriage contract hanging on. As a result, last night Ming Jing suddenly messaged Lanji again, asking her if she had thought about withdrawing from the marriage. She didn't know how to respond and simply didn't, waiting for today to come and have her best friend analyze for her what men think. Meng Anren sweated. She thought that this problem had been solved, but it turned out that it hadn't been made clear yet. What did you do yesterday? He couldn't have asked you to back out of the marriage for no reason, could he? I didn't do anything, just had dinner with him. Lanji had an innocent look on her face. She was fine during dinner. Who knew that after returning home and taking a shower, he would suddenly send a message? What did we talk about at dinner? Didn't talk about anything. I just watched 2 episodes of Brother Hashu's skit and made a bit of a nymphomania. Dream peacefully. She really didn't want to meddle in her friend's relationship affairs. She could only make investments and wasn't an emotional guru. She couldn't do the job of pulling the strings. But Lanji stared at her pitifully. Ming Jing was probably depressed at this moment, and if she didn't dip her hand to mediate, she really didn't know what kind of trouble these two would get into. Dream Anren sighed helplessly. Alright, I'll go ask him what he thinks. Need you ask? What else to think? I've been thinking about you. These words couldn't come out of Meng Anren's mouth. What was it for a bystander to relay love? If they were to be said, they should also be told to Blue Branch by Ming Jing himself. As soon as she spoke, Ming King came in through the front door of the classroom. In the past, Ming Jing was just a posture of loose temperament, lazy, but today really sleepy as a dog, obviously did not sleep well last night, a circle of darkness under the eyes. Blue Branch pursed her lips and cast Dream Anren a look of high hopes, pretending to walk back to her seat as if nothing was wrong. Meng Anren took a deep breath and sighed through her nose, resigning herself to getting up and walking towards Ming Jing. Pulling off the bag hooked to his shoulder, he casually tossed it to his position, tugging on his sleeve with his other hand to take the man away. Come out here with me for a moment, there's something for you. The two stood in the hallway, leaning against the porch window. Meng Anren glanced towards the classroom and met Lanji's hopeful gaze. She slowly withdrew her gaze and said to the person in front of her, why don't you just pick a fight with her? Ming Jing snorted lightly and tilted his head to take a deep breath, knowing full well that she doesn't have any interest in me. She can't even be a brother if she confesses. Now she doesn't even dare to ask me a question about what I think, and she even lets you be the bridge, clearly afraid to hear that I really do have uninterested thoughts about her. Meng Anren thought for a moment and organized her words, not for you to make a big show of confessing your love, but to pick your brains with her about what you think of her. Anyway, you've thought of withdrawing from the marriage. Can it get any worse than that? If you really like her, then you should pick it out and go straight after her. Keep dragging it out. No matter whether you withdraw from the marriage or not, it's not a good result. Lanji is a big-hearted person who is rather slow in emotional matters, not only slow in other people's feelings, but also half knowledgeable about his own feelings. He says that he only treats Ming Jing as a brother, but he is distressed and troubled by Ming Jing's mention of withdrawing from the marriage, and he is obviously straightforward and bright, but he doesn't dare to ask Ming Jing what he thinks to his face. What seemed like evasion to Ming Jing was cowardice in Dream Anren's eyes. Perhaps Lanji wasn't completely indifferent to Ming Jing, but she just hadn't realized it herself yet. Ming Jing was silent and let out a bitter laugh. She likes your brother's type. Meng Anren almost couldn't hold back from rolling her eyes. She didn't want to persuade, these two were both stubborn. Chapter 105. The frogs have lost their color and the water has not yet boiled. You wait. Meng Anren patted Ming Jing's shoulder and walked towards the classroom. Just as Ming Jing was wondering, a call came into his cell phone, from Dream Anran. He saw the classroom, where Dream Anran had pulled up a stool and sat next to Blue Branch, and he hesitated for a moment, picking up the phone against his ear. The sound of two people talking came out. Well, what did he say? Blue Branch asked eagerly. Meng Anran pursed her lips and shook her head, then said, it's pretty much the same as what he said to you before. I have a feeling that he really thinks you like my brother. But then again, my brother has a pretty good impression of you, and since Ming Jing has taken the initiative to back out of the marriage, and you don't like him, why don't you just back out of this marriage, and I'll arrange for you to date my brother? What are you talking about? Lanji was shocked. I told you last time, I'm a pure nymphomaniac. I have absolutely no ill intentions towards brother Yushu. Do not like my brother Then you withdraw after finding a favorite talk. Tisk, why are you talking about withdrawing from the marriage too? If you withdraw from this marriage, what will happen to Ming Jing? Is it possible to watch him get swept away by the Ming family? What are you afraid of? The Ming family doesn't want him anymore. He still has us friends. You have money, I have money, Shin Mu has money, can you let him live a hard life? Meng Anran spoke softly and was indeed reasonable. Lan Shi thought about it, but still shook his head. No, it's not the same. He inherited the Ming family's property in name only. We friends, even if we offer more money to help him, he will certainly not feel good in his heart. His self-esteem will be hurt. Dream Anran rested her cheeks and stared at Lan Ji with interest. So worried about him? Putting other things aside, if the Ming family hadn't taken that kind of oath, would you have withdrawn from the marriage with him? That hypothesis doesn't hold. Tell me about it. Lan Shi pursed her lips, thought seriously for a moment, and said, I definitely won't mention it. Anyway, since I was a child, I've been mentally prepared to be joined in marriage. I've known him for so many years, I know my roots, and I'm a good friend, so it's considered to be the best marriage partner. But if he wants to withdraw from the marriage and take the initiative to bring it up, I don't have to have concerns. So you actually think it's good to join forces with him now? Well, let's just say that if I had to marry someone I wasn't emotionally attached to, he'd be the most acceptable person for me to marry. If there is no love, at least there is friendship. It's better than not knowing each other at all, right? Dream Anran nodded slowly, understood. Lan Ji was anxious. What's the point of understanding? Hurry up and persuade Ming Jing. I'm not good at talking, you go talk to him. Meng Anran bristled. Fine, I'll go talk to him. She got up and walked down the hallway again, and Ming King disconnected the call at that moment. Meng Anran laughed lightly. Hear that? It's not like my brother's type at all, it's simply face control. Ming Jing had actually heard through Lan Ji's words that even though she always complained about the engagement on her lips, she had actually accepted him in her heart to be her fiancé. There was just one more question he couldn't figure out. If she didn't want to back out of the marriage, why didn't she just tell me? Dream Anran laughed at that. What do you want her to tell her brother? I think it's good to marry you, you're the one I want to marry the most. It's a joke. Ming Jing was stunned for a moment and smiled. Then it seems that I still have a chance. Suggest that you directly chase warm water boiled frog boiled for 5 years. Frogs are soaked off, the color of the water has not yet boiled. Meng Anran sure fell a sentence, turned around and went into the classroom. This engagement will have to break up sooner or later without her. At noon Ming Jing asked Lan Ji to have lunch with him, and the two of them chatted for a long time in the cafeteria, and when they came back to class in the afternoon, they made up. From the looks of it, Ming Jing still hadn't picked out his affections, but he was even more active in showing affection to Lan Ji than before. Lu Ku also came to find Meng Anran. She felt that Meng Anran was really a god. She received a call from her father at noon and asked her to be in charge of managing Ace from now on. How on earth did you do that? She was curious as to what method Dream Anran had used to get her father to relent and give her, a girl, the management of the estate. This you do not need to know. Dream Anran sipped milk, posture as usual idle. Next week with your father said, you have no shares in hand, no real power, the company employees do not listen to your call, cannot control. Good. Lauko pondered for a moment, holding a few hopes. After taking over Ace completely, isn't it perhaps possible to refuse the union? Heh, you're overthinking it. Compared to Ace, it's still more valuable to let you marry Wang Cun. Luca lowered her eyes in disappointment. Meng Anran glanced at her and continued, you don't delude yourself into thinking that Ace can completely belong to you. Ace's legal person is your brother. You just need to get Ace's shares and leave the Lu family to have the ability to live independently on the line. And one of these days, when the Lu family finds a better marriage partner than Wang Cun, you'll still have the chance to choose to go back. I see. Thanks anyway. These things are over for now. Sunday is Dream Yushu's 20th birthday, and Dream Anran plans to prepare a birthday party for him a day early, the kind that is secretly planned. That was why she had added Xiaoichen's WeChat, her brother's 20th birthday. Of course she had to invite his best friend to come along and celebrate. She built a WeChat group, and Xiaoichen changed the name of the group to Dream Shadow Emperor Birthday Party Logistics Planning Department. The personnel are the family other than the main character, best friend Xiaoichen, Fan Lanji and her fiancé Ming Jing, and Song Fangting, who was dragged in as a photographer because he has a DSLR camera. By Friday night, the group was buzzing with more and more discussion. Blue Branch, Missy, has the venue been finalized yet? Dreaming peacefully, the presidential suite on the top floor of the Yendu Hotel, the soundproofing is huge. Others report back. Ming Jing, the decorations are ready, so we can leave tomorrow morning to set up. Over. Natalie, ordered 3 pounds of cheesecake. Over. Song Fong Tan, camera charging and tuning complete. Over. Suwonman, pictures, drinks at the ready. Over. Jo Ichan, the salute is loaded. Over. Dreaming peacefully. Iboshi, remember to bring wine. Blue Branch, Feishu Brothers' 20th birthday. High and low have to open my bottle of 82 years of Lafite to help the fun. Dreaming peacefully. Very well, tomorrow Ming Jing will pick up brother Chen, dad will drive mom and Xiaohong over there, and I'll leave it to you guys to set up the scene. Gigi, contact my sister and pick her up to get the cake. Song Fongting, you, the photographer, just remember to bring your camera. I'll pick up the birthday girl. Any questions? Blue Branch, no. Promise to finish the job. Dream clarity, guaranteed to complete the task. Meng Yushu suspected that he was sidelined. After dinner the whole family held the phone in the chat. He WeChat a new message or not? Is there an extra group in the house without him, cricketing him behind his back? Chapter 106. Do you have a quest? The next day, Meng Anren, who should have taken advantage of the weekend to catch up on her sleep hard, got up early and looked at Meng Yushu, who was standing in the bathroom brushing her teeth, with a refreshed look. Good morning, brother. Morning. Confused for a couple of seconds, Yushu asked, you're up so early today to go on a date? No, just getting used to it. Dream Anren lied without blushing, picked up her own toothbrush, squeezed toothpaste and poked it into her mouth. By the way, you're killing the movie today, right? Well, with 3 scenes, it's going to take until the afternoon, too. Then I'll drive you there, and I can have lunch with you at noon. It's not like I have anything to do anyway, I'm pretty bored at home by myself. In Meng Yushu's perception, Meng Rong and Meng Nico had to go to work, Su Wanman had to go clean up the store, and Meng Chenghong had to go to Elder Wu's place, so it was really only Meng Anren who was at home by herself. Don't you need to review? He was worried that his sister had gotten bored with her playthings and was thinking of running away all day long. It's not that bad, let's go to the library and review together on weekends from now on. Good. Being able to spend more time with his sister, Meng Yushu was naturally happy to oblige. After the siblings washed up, Meng Anren compulsively helped Meng Yushu match his clothes, beautifully saying, going out people rely on their clothes. After cleaning up their image, the siblings headed out the door, walking to the pearly gates to pick up their car. Hearing the door of the house change, the door of the master bedroom quietly opened a crack. Meng Rong and Su Wanman poked their heads out like thieves. Gone, right? Su Wanman asked. Dreamling hummed, there's no sound, I think he went out. The door to the second bedroom opened as well, and Nicole poked halfway out and looked around the living room. Come on, all of you, come out. Meng Rong and Su Wanman sighed with relief and opened the door of the room. After living for more than 50 years, preparing a surprise for their son is like being a thief. But it's exciting. Mom, I'll wash up with you first, and I'll help you with your makeup later. Natalie Meng spoke up. Today for Meng Yushu birthday party, his friends and Meng Anren's friends will come, as a family member must also have to dress up properly, cannot lose face. Meng Chenghong violently pulled open the door of the room. Big sister, help me see which set of clothes to wear. His second sister had given him a couple of outfits, all of which were quite nice, and he was having a hard time making a decision. I'll help you choose later, I'll help mom with her makeup first. Good. During the time when the two big beauties were putting on their makeup and dressing up, Meng Rong held his little son and went downstairs to buy breakfast. It was a man's duty to serve the ladies of the house. And the heavy responsibility of supporting Meng Yushu, Meng Anren accomplished very well, went to Li Huayuan to pick up the car and drove his brother to the set. She had to follow Meng Yushu throughout the day today, just in case Meng Yushu suddenly had some kind of schedule change that crashed the surprise plans for the birthday party. Driving by yourself is definitely faster than taking public transportation by Meng Yushu. Arriving at the university where the filming took place when the time was still early, the siblings first went to the cafeteria to eat a breakfast. Meng Yushu tall, face clear and moist, today wearing a beige turtleneck sweater with black narrow-legged pants, removed a pair of short boots, outside and then set a curry-colored long coat, just like a model walks the show. Coupled with the fact that there was a bright and flamboyant girl standing next to him, the pairing of a handsome man and a beautiful woman drew envious gazes from the people in the cafeteria. Perhaps having long been used to these looks, Meng Yushu didn't care and focused on scanning the cafeteria's meals. What do you want to eat? Fried noodles? Noodles and soup? Intestine noodles? Or buns and soy milk? Well, fried noodles are too oily, buns are too choking, you choose one of the remaining two. Dream Anrun hugged her brother's arm and spoke in an extraordinarily petulant tone. Then let's have the intestinal noodles. Meng Yushu said, taking his sister to order 2 servings of intestinal noodles, and went to the next stall to buy 2 cups of soybean milk. Choosing an empty seat in the corner and sitting down, Meng Yushu focused on eating breakfast. Meng Anren swept her eyes at the gazes cast around her, and then looked at her brother in front of her who had a cool temperament as if he didn't eat earthly fire. Brother, have you ever thought of enrolling in drama school to become an actor? Dreamfeather Book lifted her eyelids to look at her sister. I'll read law and do your legal work later. Aya, I don't need you to work for me. Just pick a major you like and do what you like later. Meng Yushu was thoughtful. I'm different from my sister, She has an obsession with medicine, so she studied Chinese medicine. And I've always studied for the sake of studying. What specialty to study and what job to do is the same for me. He grew up with few hobbies and interests, and he didn't read because he liked to read. He just felt that since he was doing this he had to be serious about it, so he always maintained excellent grades, and that's what he gave himself. But it's a different story past the high school level, where he has to choose his college major and the industry he wants to work in later in life, and to be honest, there's not much of an idea. No matter what he learns or does, he still maintains the same mentality he has now. As long as he chooses to do it, then he will do it well. It's not about liking it or not. What do you want me to learn? If his sister gives him a suggestion, he goes and learns it, and no matter what industry he is in, he always believes that if he is willing to put in the hard work and effort, he can do well on his own. Brother, don't you have any hobbies of your own? Nothing to pursue? Meng Anren felt unbelievable that Meng Yushu would only read books for 20 years. And, of course, he was good at reading, ranking in the top 5 in the city on every monthly test. Dream Feather Book thought for a moment and asked rhetorically, do you have a quest? Dream Anren fell silent in a rare moment. Born in the Lu family kind of business family, from a young age contact or business matters, with 2 brothers fight to the death, never had the opportunity to let her stop to think about their own interests, has been committed to cultivate contacts to develop the industry, want to stand taller. Until now, she hasn't had any hobbies. Ask her if she enjoys making investments. Come to think of it, not really. Only in the hands of more and more assets, she had to spend time to run the business, let her give up, then these more than 10 years of hard work in vain again. She decided on economics and finance because she knew nothing but business, just like Dream Feather Book only knew how to read. Brother, if you don't have any hobbies, why don't you just become an actor? You're so handsome and quite talented in acting, you have an advantage in this line of work. If you don't have a direction, then pick from your own strengths, and you'll be right. Meng Yushu smiled. Also, listen to you. I heard that movie and TV actors get paid quite a lot, so when the time comes, you can buy a big house and move the whole family in. After breakfast, it was about time. There was only one scene this morning, filmed at a milk tea store inside the school, a scene where the hero and heroine are on a date. Dream Anren sat in the corner seat, not affecting the shooting, and she was in a hurry to go out in the morning, so she could also take advantage of this time to put on a makeup. Meng Yushu ordered her a cup of milk tea and treated her to a cupcake, telling her to take her time. Seeing that black forest cake, Meng Anren knew that she was the one who guessed correctly. Yu Xiaoxiao really did pry into Meng Yushu's financial situation. While filming was going smoothly over here, there was a bit of a logistical situation at the birthday party. Chapter 107. He abducted in Xiaoran with no good intention. Blue Branch, at Dream Anran to Master Planner. Emergency. Dreaming peacefully, what's wrong? Blue Branch, photo, businesses do wrong cake style, do wrong even if, or a Hello Kitty. Luckily, Blue Branch contacted the cake vendor ahead of time to ask if the cake was ready yet and to see if it was ugly. Otherwise it's not even known that even the style is wrong. Dream Anran looked at the kitty cat and bared her teeth. Ask the merchant how long it will take to redo it now. If you can't make it in time, change to another one that can make it in time. You have to get it by 5 in the afternoon. Blue Branch, roger that. Ming Jing, at Meng Anran Daisuki, a bigger situation than the cake has arisen. Just looked at the ribbons used for the setup and the colors are so ugly. Dream on Ran, the hotel should have the usual layout of the banquet with the rest. You ask the manager. Are the balloons okay? Ming King, the balloons are nice to look at. I'll ask the manager for the ribbons. Receiving Dream Anran's reply, the crowd was once again busy. Ming King ran to the manager to ask for a ribbon. Come a little this way. Yes, that's it. Su Wanman commanded Meng Rong to paste decorations on the wall. Meng Chenghong was putting all the snacks and drinks he bought on the table. Xiao Yichen directed the hotel staff to relay out the room, move the sofa this way, towards this direction. Then the dining table moved here, can put it down, right? Sit 7 people. No, don't be so next to the window, that position is too crowded. After Blue Branch wired a merchant to remake the cake, he also picked up the right wine at the winery. Feather Book Brothers' birthday, 82 Lafite on the band. Will he not like red wine? A bottle of sparkling wine. Will uncle not be able to drink it? Get another Hennessy. When it came to the last scene in the afternoon, Meng Anran sat squatting on a small bench with her cheeks resting on her cheeks, watching Meng Yushu play against the male second. MS. And, have a cup of coffee. Meng Anran looked up and saw Yu Xiaoxiao smiling fawningly handing her a cup of coffee that cost more than $30. No thanks. She politely declined and continued to stare at her brother in disbelief. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't care about her coldness, sat down with her but on the curb next to her, and said to herself, your brother and I are quite compatible. I wonder if we'll have a chance to work together in the next movie. No chance. Dream Anran blandly uttered these words, and Yu Xiaoxiao was stunned as she continued. My brother is going to take the entrance exam, and won't be taking on any more theater after today's killing. Yu Xiaoxiao was inexplicably relieved, and thought that Meng Anran had explicitly forbidden her to work with Meng Yushu again behind her back. The entrance exams are in June, and there's a long vacation after that, so there's still a chance to work together. Tall and handsome rich kid, warm and gentle as a jade, she definitely won't miss it. As long as there was still a chance to do the same drama with Meng Yushu, she would have more chances to cultivate her feelings and take someone down sooner or later. Dream Anran pursed her lips and smiled, not answering. She doesn't like communicating with stupid people. Change the camera and do it again and the scene is over. The director flirted with the idea of getting together for dinner tonight. Meng Anran took out her cell phone and sent a message in the group. The killing is done, all departments are ready, I'm bringing people over now. Seeing Blue Branch return, everything was ready, just waiting for the birthday girl to arrive. Dream Anran tucked away her cell phone, went over and hooked Dream Feishu's arm, politely saying to the director, we're leaving first, we're going to have dinner with the family tonight. The director's image of dinner with the family is of a big family, all dressed in couture gowns, in a big box, exchanging glasses, laughing and discussing the recent business of the family's industry. He nodded hastily, not daring to get involved. Go about your business then, our little get-together isn't important. Going first. Dream Feather Book smiled and nodded, counting it as a goodbye. He wasn't interested in the gathering in the first place either, and there was no one in the crew he could talk to, and with Yu Xiaoxiao as a follower around, it was even more boring. Might as well go home and have dinner with mom and dad. The car drove on the road for a while. Meng Yushu realized that something was wrong. This is not the direction to go home. Where are you going? Dream Anran looked calm, lying at all did not see any weakness. Go to my name of Yendu Hotel. There are some things to deal with, by the way, take you to visit It was probably because Dream Anran had fallen off the horse too many times in the past half year, and now that she heard that Yendu Hotel was an industry under her name, Dream Yushu was only surprised for a second before accepting the fact. On the way, Dream Anran's phone rang. Meng Yushu helpfully looked at it. It was Qin Mu calling. Want to answer it? He wasn't sure he was comfortable listening in, and it wouldn't be a good idea to answer if he couldn't put it on speakerphone and his sister was driving. Answer it, put it on speakerphone. Good. Dream Feather Book picked up the phone and tapped the speakerphone. A teenager's sweet voice soon came out on the other end. Baby, what are you doing? It took so long to answer the phone. This low voice, tickling the bones of people, Meng Yushu was so embarrassed that he coughed unnaturally lightly and turned his head to look out the window to snicker. Qin Mu instantly regained his seriousness. Who's next to you? Man Onan said in amusement, my brother. This time the embarrassed person became Qin Mu. He licked his lips and snapped a greeting. Hello brother, my name is Qin Mu, I am Anran's boyfriend. Meng Yushu's laugh was clear and moist, like flowing water in a mountain stream. Relax, our whole family knows you're her boyfriend. Ha? Didn't she even post it on her friend's page? She didn't shield her family, huh? There's no need for that, she told us to our faces before she sent it to her friends. Sweating it out. And Xiaoran is only 18, it's not like the Dream family thinks he abducted her with ill intent, is it? Feeling that Qin Mu already didn't dare to squeak, Meng Anran spoke with a light smile. Looking for me for something? Ahem, it's nothing important, I'll talk to you later on WeChat. Good. The phone hung up. Meng Anran pursed her lips and smiled, all the way to the chairman of the cloud. Why are you so nervous about saying a few words to you? In all the years she had known Qin Mu, she had never seen him stutter. Dream Feather Book laughed. It means that he likes and cares about you, that's why he's nervous when he talks to your family. Dream Anran's eyes rolled. Is that so? She didn't understand. She had met Qin Mu's parents since she still didn't know any better, and after knowing them for so many years, the relationship was very familiar, and she didn't have the chance to feel the kind of nervousness that Qin Mu's party was feeling. The car arrived at the Yendu Hotel, and Meng Anran led Meng Yushu into the elevator from the underground parking lot. Looking at the silhouette reflected on the elevator door, Meng Anran quickly thought of a good excuse in her head. It will take me about half an hour to deal with things, so I'll find a place for you to rest for a while first. Don't bother, just go about your business. That won't do, you're my brother, how can I not take care of you when you come to my place? Meng Anran smiled and cocked her head, looking well behaved. She was secretly relieved when she saw that Meng Yushu didn't refuse anymore. Soon arriving at the top floor, leading Dream Feather Book to the door of her room, she handed over her room card. This is my private suite, go in and rest for a while, I'll have someone bring you a drink later. Good. Chapter 108. Do you have some misunderstanding about joyful celebrations? After seeing Dream Anran into the elevator, Dream Yushu brushed open the door to his room and went in to turn on the light. Snap! Bang, bang, bang. The moment the lights came on, 5 salutes went off in quick succession, startling him and making him shudder, then laugh when he came back to his senses. He looked down and patted the confetti that had gotten on him. What the hell? Happy birthday! Blue Branch yelled. Natalie pushed the cake out. Surprise? Surprised? Did you like it? This time Meng Yushu was completely frozen. Someone behind him tapped him on the shoulder, and when he looked back, he saw his sister, who said she had business to attend to, looking at him with her head tilted. Brother, today is the last day of your 19th year, and after 12 o'clock tonight, you'll officially run too. So, we're throwing you a birthday party a day early, and playing all night tonight to accompany you as you step into your new departure. Brother, come over quickly. We've prepared a lot of delicious food. Meng Chenghong ran out of the room and hugged Meng Yushu. He then realized that his sister and brother, his mom and dad were all there, and he even called Xiao Chen over. Customized balloons were attached to the wall wishing Hashu a happy 20th birthday and a bright future. Ribbons were used all around to create a joyful atmosphere, snacks and drinks were piled high on the tables, and a dozen or so delicious dishes were laid out on the dining room table waiting for the lids to be lifted. It's a good sign of intent. Meng Yushu covered his face not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He had never had such a grand birthday. Life is divided into many stages. 0 to 10 years old is growing up, 10 to 20 years old is developing, and 20 to 30 years old is the busiest, facing many choices. Graduating from college, working, falling in love, and getting married are mostly concentrated in this decade. Entering the age of 20 means that a new phase of Dream Feather Book's life is about to begin. Come. Our birthday girl is sitting in the center, make a wish first. Xiao Yichen pulled Meng Yushu over to the sofa to sit down, and Meng Nico also pushed the cake to follow him over. The candles were lit, the lights were turned off, the birthday song was sung, and the crowd urged Meng Yushu to make a wish. Dream Feather Book hands together, closed his eyes for a moment had actually have a moment of blank, he does not know what he wants. Then, wishes family and friends peace and health and all the best. Lan Shi stared at Meng Yushu who was making a wish, her arm bumped Ming Jing beside her, and she lowered her voice, can I get this many people to come and celebrate me on my 20th birthday as well? Ming Jing raised an eyebrow, having me isn't enough? You? Blue Branch looked past him in disgust, the corners of his lips twitching, there's enough of you. Ming Jing lost his smile and said seriously, when you turned 20, you were abroad for further studies, so I was the only one who could spend your birthday with you. Blue Branch instantly collapsed, can Anren come too? Ming Jing shrugged, now that she's left the Lu family, her family and boyfriend are all in the country, there's no reason for her to study abroad. By then, she'll also be attending college and running the company, so how can she fly to accompany you for your birthday? Wowo Lanji cried falsely, flinging herself into Ming Jing's arms and pounding his chest with her small fists, how can I live without Anren? Ming Jing rolled his eyes breathlessly, it was good that Meng Anren wasn't there, without his best friend, he could have more time to cultivate a relationship with her. Where is it like now? The mouth says it is a brother, but the brother is far less than a hairline of bosom friend, only when Meng Anren is not free, he will come to ask him out, either to play together. Time alone is scarce. When he graduates from high school and goes overseas, that's when he'll make his mark. After dinner, a group of people sitting together to chat and eat snacks, Su Wanman and Mang Rome had thought that they could not fit into the young people's conversation, but unexpectedly these children have seen a wide range. Offer to come and talk to them about an industry they are familiar with. For example, the Blue Branch will ask Su Wanman to open a store how things are, on the store's location to start a chat about the customer base, business model, including the matter of hiring employees to share the work or thought of in advance. Ming Jing knew that Meng Rong was currently doing factory management, and he also had a few factories under his name, so although the scope was different, they could share their management experience with each other. Song Fongting's family, on the other hand, had factories that did car paint, and joined the chat as well. Dreamin asked how Nicole's job at the hospital was going, quietly listening to her sister's various tirades, smiling now and then and giving her opinion. Brother Meng Chenghong is also listening to the side. A moment, this person is so bad, a moment, how he is like this, angry little face bulged into a bun. Meng Yushu was pulling a fast one on Xiao Yichen about his decision to go to drama school. Good boy. I asked you to become an actor, and you said I was unreliable. Your sister casually mentioned it and you immediately decided on it? Xiao Yichen's mind exploded. When did his good brother become a sister controller? A word from his sister is better than 100 words from him, right? Meng Yushu justified, my sister has a sharp eye, she said I have a talent for acting, so I'm going to be an actor. True or false? Xiao Yichen narrowed his eyes suspiciously. After she came back, everyone in our family found a specialty area in which they excelled, how could it be false? Then I have to try. Xiao Yichen's words fell and he ran upside down to find Meng Anren, interrupting the two sisters' conversation. He came over to Meng Anren's side, smiling falsely and flatteringly, Sister Anren, what do you think of me? Dream anchor? Natalie? Lanji silently pulled out her cell phone, tapped on Qin Mu's WeChat chat box, and sent a voice, emergency alert, emergency alert. Someone is prying at your corner, please reply when you receive it. Ming King. Meng Anren pulled up a smile, Brother Yichen, what are you referring to? Xiao Yichen said, I have a dream to stand on stage and sing. Do you think I have hope to become a singer? Dream Anren heart ruthlessly relieved, scared her, well, I do not know how to tell fortunes, suitable or not always have to look at your strength, right? Okay. Xiao Yichen clapped his hands and immediately got up and went to turn on the projector, rummaged through the cabinet for a microphone, and was about to put on a show for everyone on the spot. Everyone stopped talking and was drawn to him. Ahem, today is Feishu's birthday, so I'm going to dedicate a more festive song to you all, best loser. Dream Feather Book? Do you have some misconceptions about celebrations? The music started and Xiao Yichen sang along with the accompaniment, every pitch and beat stuck just right, he sang with a personalized voice, and the end notes were handled skillfully. Honestly, it made Dream Anarchy's eyes light up. His voice was a blessing from God, and since he loved to sing himself, he should have taught himself some skills, and if he sculpted it, he would be a diamond in the rough. a more talented player than Lu Qingcheng's maid. Only after listening to the entire song did Blue Branch suddenly come back to her senses and silently sent another voice to Qin Mu. Alarm lifted, a misunderstanding. On the other side, Qin Mu, who had listened to Blue Branch's last voice and was about to ask for the address and received a second voice, frowned in confusion. Are they playing some really new game? Chapter 109 The Most Kindly Lies. Xiao Yichen finished his song and asked Meng Anren with gusto, "Sister, how did I sing?" Meng Anren raised a smile and praised without mincing words, "It's especially impressive, and with a little more professional training, it's sure to debut as a top stream." She didn't like to put words in her mouth when there were still 8 words in the air. Since she can boast with such certainty, it means that even if Xiao Yichen has not yet taken a step forward, she is certain that she will make him a top stream singer in the future. That's an extremely high compliment now. Seriously? There's hope that my dream will become a reality? Xiao Yichen walked over to sit next to Meng Anren. This was the first time he had heard someone say that they thought he could be a singer. Brag more, I love it. Bows. Blue Branch couldn't help but chime in, grandly introducing, "In front of you is the composer of the popular pop song Blaze 7 Die." Everyone threw shocked gazes, and Dream Anrun awkwardly pursed her lips and tugged at the corners of her lips. "Very well, let me drop my horse in public again." How can Xiao Yichen, who likes to sing, not have heard of fire? He loved the song. That kind of narration hidden in the majestic, passionate momentum, seems to be able to make people's blood boil like a blazing fire burning. The original song was beautifully sung, but he preferred the song itself. Who would have thought that it would be written by Dream Anren? Dream Anren earlier thought of doing showbiz business, but has not been able to find a suitable person to bridge the gap, so that she understands the specifics of this aspect of the artist. Simply write a few songs thrown into the showbiz to see how much splash can be smashed out. As a result, the song Fire directly set off a huge wave, although it did not recognize a few popular singers, but at least got acquainted with the producer of a famous record company in China, which is also considered to be half a foot into the entertainment industry. This reinforced her idea of getting into the entertainment industry. More than actors, she was going to start with the singing category first. That's why she asked Lu Qingcheng for his demo of his own lyrics and music before. To be honest, Lu Qingcheng was quite talented in terms of songwriting, but his voice didn't have much character, and his looks weren't outstanding, so he might be able to succeed in the path of a music composer, while it was difficult to become a top-notch singer. On the contrary, Xiao Yichen, with his unique voice, excellent appearance and personality, has the potential to be a hit, and investing in him will definitely get a high return. However, Xiao Yichen is not an art student and can't go to the conservatory, so Meng Anren suggested that he enroll in a financial management major and then participate in a music talent show to make his debut. After all, he is the only son of the family, sooner or later is going to inherit the family business. This choice can realize the dream, but also can take care of the family's situation. His parents must be more acceptable to him to become a singer, to give him a few more years for the dream to break through. Xiao Yichen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. High. It's really high. Sister Anren, you're also too good. Meng Anren laughed lightly and continued, so, for now, it's better to prepare for the college entrance exam. Blue Branch is the heir of Blue Star Entertainment, so when the college entrance exams are over, you can ask her to keep an eye out for a more suitable singing talent competition, and you go sign up for it. There's no need to rush to the top in one step, just showing off your strength and letting the agency notice you is enough. Blue Branch patted his chest and packed his ticket. Brother Yichen, don't worry, I'll choose a reliable match for you. Xiao Yichen immediately pulled out his cell phone and sent a friend verification to Blue Branch. Add a friend first, but don't let you run away. The crowd burst out laughing. Since someone started the song, the next thing was all kinds of craziness with the microphone, noise and heckling. Meng Anren didn't forget to talk to Qin Mu about chatting on WeChat in the evening, and sat herself in the corner and looked at her cell phone. There was a message from Qin Mu half an hour ago. Qin Mu, baby, where is it? Lanji said someone was prying into the wall 1 minute, and then said the alarm was lifted the next. Are you guys playing Sherlock Holmes? After looking at the others, all of whom were playing madly, Meng Anren simply got up and went outside to the Sky Garden, and returned a call to Qin Mu. The other end picked up quickly. What are you playing at, baby? It took so long to call me back. The teenager's voice, which had just passed the stage of mutation, was slightly low and magnetic, and it went straight into her eardrums through the handset of the cell phone, making it particularly seductive in the stillness of the night. Heartbeat abruptly accelerated the rhythm of beating, cheeks flushed with a smear of powder. Dream Anren realized that despite getting along for 16 years, behavior and demeanor to be able to be naturally close, the feeling of really falling in love is still completely different. One can hold hands, one can kiss, even the hugs that have been there and done that, or even just hearing his voice, one gets a special kind of happiness. After a long time without hearing the other end make a sound, Qin Mu was puzzled. Baby, why don't you say anything? Dream Anren's realization returned, pursing out a smile. It's fine. Tomorrow is my brother's birthday. We are organizing a birthday party for him in Yendu, and we plan to play all night tonight. From the sound of it, Missy is having quite a good time? Qin Mu's voice was laced with favor and tenderness. His and Xiaoran didn't have much entertainment growing up, and if she had fun tonight, it meant that the love that was missing from her character was really filled with affection. Aha! Dream Anren responded approvingly and added, I've also found talented and good candidates suitable to be singers. Missy really thinks about making money all the time. Shinmu helplessly laughed softly, going to his brother's birthday and being able to dig up people, this luck is also excessively good. Dreaming peacefully as she slowly swayed in her hanging chair, she asked, what is it that you are calling me about tonight? It's not urgent, you relax and play, I'll tell you tomorrow, lest she be distracted from all the fun. However, if it was bad news, Meng Anren was rather relieved, good or bad? Bad things might as well tell me now. Good thing. Shinmu replied quickly, with joy in his voice. Dream Anren thought carefully and asked hesitantly, Auntie is awake? Shinmu raised his eyebrows, baby, why are you so smart? This can all be guessed. Meng Anren smiled, you're in the hospital with Auntie? How is her situation? I woke up for more than an hour, drank some kanji and went back to sleep. Zhao said that my mom's condition is much better than when my dad first woke up, and that the subsequent recovery will probably be faster as well. It's good to have regained consciousness. Since Auntie is back to sleep, I'll pay a visit tomorrow. Tanya finally woke up after lying there for more than a year, and Meng Anren was not only happy for Qin Mu, she herself was also relieved. After all, Tanya was the only person in those past 17 years who had ever given her the warmth of family. When she was 5 years old, her ribs were broken by Louis, and Tanya came to visit her in the hospital a few times. Feeling the warmth of loving kindness for the first time, she was so moved that she bawled, sobbing and asking Tanya, Auntie, do mom and dad and big brother and two brothers not like me? I hurt so much but they don't come to see me. At that time, Tanya's eyes reddened and she gently hugged her in a heartbroken manner. Her tone was so gentle, how could it be? Little Anren is obedient and well-behaved, and still looks so cute, everyone loves you. Your mom and dad are just too busy working, they still love you in their hearts. Then Dream Anren saw that Tanya was lying to her with those words, but it was the kindest lie she had ever heard in her life. It soothes the fragile heart of a 5-year-old toddler from living as an evil spirit in a home filled with malice. Chapter 110 Unilateral Scolding. Hi to 12 o'clock, everyone sent gifts to wish Dream Featherbook a happy birthday again. The couple, Meng Rong and Su Wanman, couldn't stay up, so Meng Anren asked the manager to take them to the pre-arranged room to rest. It wasn't long before Nico, who had been working all day, couldn't hold out any longer and went into one of the suites rooms with Meng Chenghong to sleep. The soundproofing was really good, the noise outside was cut off to a minimum, and the siblings collapsed, dipping into the bed. Lanji was carrying a bottle of wine in one hand and holding up a wine glass in the other, drinking so much that her whole face was red and still giggling. Brother Yushu, I've watched all of those skits that you've acted in, and they were so well done. I toast you. With that, a tilt of the head and half a glass of red wine ton down. Pouring another half a cup, his eyes looked at Xiao Yichen in a daze, and he smiled out again, Brother Yichen. Wish you realize your dream soon. I toast you. Another half a cup in one gulp. Then poured, the next is Dream Anren, Missy. Burp, don't say anything. I toast you. Dry. Half a cup more. Ming Jing's brows furrowed as he watched, pulling Lanji's hand that was going to continue pouring wine. Stop drinking, you're drunk. Blue Branch raised her eyes, feeling the sky spinning in front of her, she shook her head, barely able to see the person in front of her. Oh, it's you kid. I haven't honored you yet, right? Don't worry, I'm raining on the parade. Come on, dry. She raised her glass to drink again, and Ming Jing directly snatched it away from her. No more drinking, go to bed. Meng Anren also went up and snatched away the red wine glass, incidentally taking the bottle of wine in Ming Jing's hand. You take her inside. Gigi is even more stubborn when she drinks too much. She can't be persuaded. Who said I'm stubborn? Lanji frowned in dissatisfaction, turned her head to see that it was Meng Anren, and muttered, Anren, you've changed for the worse. After falling in love you don't have me in your heart anymore, right? Now you dislike me. Saying that, his mouth dropped and he was about to cry. Ming King took the man straight away on his shoulder, interrupting the spell casting. Watching Lanji flopping around on Ming Jing's shoulder like a fish out of water and being forcefully brought into the room, Meng Anren held her forehead inside. Every time I drink, I don't have a clue, and when I drink too much, I start wailing. Let Ming King coax it. Sleep. Ming Jing placed the person on the bed and pulled the covers over her. I'm not sleeping. The nightlife has just begun. Blue Branch struggled, and with a fling of both hands, he lifted the quilt that had just covered him to the floor. Ming Jing was helpless and pressed her shoulders to pin her down on the bed, so spirited, why don't you do something else? Blue Branch's eyes darted around, play what? Ming Jing hooked his lips and leaned down, touching the tip of her nose, kissing. If you don't sleep, I'll kiss you until you're all soft, until you're disoriented, until you pass out. Warm breath mixed with the odor of alcohol ambiguously intertwined. Lanji stared at Ming Jing in a daze for a while, his mind seemed to clear up quite a bit. She squeezed her eyes shut hard. I'll sleep. Sleep. For some reason, she always felt that Ming Jing really dared to do this, and it seemed that he was more concerned about the status of an unmarried couple than the status of a hairdresser. In his mind, she wasn't like a brother, but a fiancé. Lanji didn't dare to be stubborn with Ming Jing and obediently closed her eyes to sleep, probably because she was really drunk. Her chaotic thoughts were quickly thrown out of her mind, and it didn't take long for her to fall asleep after the whole person calmed down. As he watched the tightly wrinkled muscles at the corners of the girl's eyes gradually loosen, Meng King sighed darkly and sat on the edge of the bed, gently stroking her short hair. Wouldn't it be nice if you liked me a little bit too? Meng King went in and didn't come back out, and the rest of the group sat on the couch and chatted, not noticing the time until the sky was light. Dream Anran opened a few rooms and told them to just sleep in the hotel and wake up comfortably before going back. The manager went to the trunk and brought her spare clothes, found an empty room and took a shower, and asked Shin Mu to send a car to pick her up. Natalie had to go back to work at the hospital as well, and Dream Anarchy piggybacked on her and visited Tanya. Tanya was yellow and thin, but looked in good spirits, because Dream Anran had just arrived and heard her cursing. Good you Chin Hua, you dare to arrange to get my son while I'm not awake? It was so hard for him to fall in love with Anran, you actually dared to make them break up, and even stirred up the relationship in front of Anran. Anran is the daughter-in-law I've decided on. If she doesn't want to marry into the Chin family in the future, let's see how I'll punish you. Meng Anran stood at the entrance of the hospital room carrying a soup pot and couldn't help but have a footstep. How about waiting a little while before going in? She sat down on the bench in the corridor and listened to the quarrel. Inside it was Chin Hua who was unilaterally scolded. Don't look at the fact that Chin Hua used to be the chairman of the group and the head of the Chin family, and that he acted so forcefully and majestically in arranging Chin Mu's marriage when he first woke up. In reality, it's a wife-beater who doesn't dare to fart in front of Tanya. Chin's couple business start, it is Tanya visionary, from the cell phone store to the brand intermediary, after making a little money began to create their own company, switch to software development, in the information age of the wind, have a little achievement, slowly put his savings into the development of electronic products, one step at a time. The size of the company is getting bigger and bigger. Listing, investment and mergers and acquisitions, and gradually have the prototype of Chin's group, among the luxury circle moved into the rich area. Tanya is very hardworking, in order to pull the investment to drink until the stomach bleeding, often modify the plan all night sleepless rely on coffee to renew their lives. Fortunately, Chin Hua did not let her down, carried the matter, always trust her judgment, got the command to work hard to do. This is how the couple was able to make a place for themselves in such a watery place as the Kyoto Circle in a short period of time. In the hospital room, Tanya grabbed the pillow she was leaning on and threw it at Chin Hua, who had come over in his wheelchair to see his wife, and was so angry that her yellowed face had a little more redness. I've been blessed to carry my child to term to give you a son, but you're so good, you're treating my child like a tool person, aren't you? Chin Hua wrinkled his face in aggravation. Honey, I wasn't doing it for the sake of the group. How dare you argue? With a brain like yours, you should have retired long ago. The shares under my name have been officially transferred to Mumu. Let's see what you can do with my son in the future. Tanya had just woken up, her body was still weak, and she almost fainted after being so angry with him twice. Chin Hua didn't dare to retort anymore, immediately swinging his wheelchair over and holding Tanya's hand, his eyes full of concern. Don't be angry, wife, I know I'm wrong. Mumu said that Anran will come to visit you today, so calm down and let Anran accompany you for a chat later. Chapter 111 She loves her children. With the topic of conversation here, Dream Anran felt that it was time to go in, and that's when she got up and went over to knock on the door of the hospital room. Hearing the answer from inside, she raised a gentle smile and pushed the door in, greeting politely, Auntie and Uncle. Auntie, last night, I heard Chin Mu say that you woke up, but you can't eat yet, so I brought some light soup over to replenish your body. Seeing Meng Anran, Tanya's fire all but disappeared, her face full of loving gentleness. Still Anran is sweet, hard work. No, I'm happy to see you awaken. Meng Anran pulled a chair and sat down on the other side of the hospital bed, unscrewing the thermos and feeding Tanya soup by the spoonful. Tanya took the time to coldly gouge out a glance at Chin Hua, who awkwardly pursed his lips and had to speak under his wife's intimidation, that, Anran, what Uncle said before, don't take it to heart. Meng Anran looked over and paused for a second before she seemed to understand what he was referring to. She put on a decent smile. Uncle is also thinking about Chin Mu and the Chin group. I can understand that. Even though she genuinely liked Chin Mu, she had never felt that Chin Hua's original decision had been wrong in any way. After all, in this pool of unpredictable depths in the capital circle, a wrong step could lead to sinking to the bottom of the lake. What is talked about in the world of fame and fortune is profit. How many people will look at sincerity? Being a businesswoman herself, she could understand this and could also understand Chin Hua's decision. After the words of apology were said and the matter was over, Tanya glanced at Chin Hua. You go out, I want to talk to Anran. Disliked by his wife, Chin Hua, who dared to make a sound, rocked his wheelchair and left the hospital room. Without the person in her way, Tanya's smile became much easier as she reached out and took the soup pot. I'll just drink it myself. Dream Anran was surprised for a moment. Auntie, you can move your hands? Yeah, still thanks to this period of time when Elder Zhao was administering needles for me, I woke up feeling in pretty good shape. Tanya held up the soup pot, and tons of soup was finished. Putting down the soup pot and taking the paper napkin handed by Dream Anran and wiping her mouth, she stared at Dream Anran with glowing eyes. After all, I should thank you. If you hadn't invited Elder Zhao, I don't know how long I would have to lie here. Dream Anran pursed her lips and smiled, not denying it or taking credit for it. Tanya stretched out her hand and Meng Anran consciously shook it. Tanya asked with concern, Anran, Mumu told me that your current parents treat you quite well, are you having a good time? Well, they were very attached to me, just like you were to Qin Mu. Over the years, although Tanya rarely had time to spend with Qin Mu due to her busy schedule, she would carefully prepare gifts every time she saw him, and she also extraordinarily cherished the time she spent with her child. I could feel just from her eyes that she loved her children. Meng Rong and Su Wanman also loved their children, especially Meng Anran who had been left behind for 17 years before finally returning to the Dream family. Tanya was relieved, her eyes were as gentle as water, the child is the crystallization of the parents' love, there is no pair of parents who will not love their own children. Lu family. You can leave is also a blessing, these years you suffered, in the future there will be more people to love you. Meng Anran shook her head, it's not bitter, it's a blessing in disguise. Although I grew up without my real parents, I haven't felt the love of my family. But, if I hadn't been born in the Lu family, I wouldn't have the person I am now, I wouldn't know so many friends around me, I wouldn't know Qin Mu, and I wouldn't know you. She never resented the past, growing up in that cold home and being teased by her two older brothers, so that she could become as sensible, confident, and good as she is now, with available contacts, an excellent career, and decent conversation and social skills. Before maturity, he used the resources of the Lu family to grow himself, and after maturity, he returned to the Dream family to know how to love. It's not a bad idea to think about it. Tanya smiled comfortably, when I first met you you were still a simple and ignorant little girl, thinking all day long about how to please your two older brothers, and feeling that the whole world didn't love you when you suffered a little bit of aggravation. Now, you've also grown into a big girl. It's a good thing to live a transparent life. No matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, you'll be able to solve them. Tanya liked Meng Anran, never because her son liked So Love House, but she watched Meng Anran grow step by step, with a rapid speed to the height that others spend more than 10 or 20 years cannot go. She admired this trait of self-improvement, as if it made her see herself back in the day. Even Dream Anran was younger than she was back then, but lived a much more exciting life. By the way, Auntie, you and Uncle, that car accident is really just an accident? Meng Anran asked coldly. Previously, Jinhua and Tanya were in a coma and slept for more than a year. The group was in chaos. Qin Mu was close to turning into a gyroscope 24 hours a day. I only hope that my parents will wake up soon, and I have no time to think about whether that car accident might be hiding some conspiracy in the dark. Since now Jinhua and Tanya have both awakened, Dream Anran inevitably thought about this issue. After all, the hearts and minds under the trend of fame and fortune have always been like a flood beast. There will always be people who are desperate for power, status, and wealth and step into the forbidden land of darkness and sin. At the mention of this issue, Tanya's soft face instantly clouded over, with more than a few moments of bitterness in her eyes, but she quickly returned to loving kindness and gently squeezed Dream Anran's hand. Anran, you don't need to worry about these things. You are about to take the college entrance exam. Prepare for the exam by heart. Now that you've left the Lu family you don't need to go abroad to further your education. Staying in the country to study at university will depend on the results of the college entrance exams. Which institution you can be admitted to determines your future. Seeing Tanya's expression just now, there was indeed an inside story to the car accident. Meng Anran couldn't let go of her heart, but she also didn't want to make Tanya worry, so she obediently smiled. Got it, Auntie, you can rest for a while longer. I'll come back to visit you some other day. After leaving from the hospital, Meng Anran spoke to Qin Mu on the phone at the first opportunity. Since she, a high school student, was flawless to intervene in this matter, let's leave it to Qin Mu. His parents were being framed, how could he stand by and do nothing? In particular, Jinhua and Tanya were currently merely awakened, their bodies had not yet fully recovered, and they still needed to recuperate in the hospital for a period of time. If he was poisoned again while this was going on, this time it might not be as simple as becoming a vegetable. Got it, I'll arrange for 10 bodyguards to go over to the hospital to keep watch. Qin Mu flipped through the contract in front of him. Lu Qingcheng stood in front of his desk still holding a pile of documents waiting for him to handle in his arms. I wasn't focused on the phone when I was busy and didn't notice that my voice seemed a little cold at the moment. Having never heard Qin Mu speak to her in such an icy manner, Meng Anran was nearly stunned for a moment before she reacted to the fact that he was busy, and casually said, well, Qin Mu, I miss you. Qin Mu's hand that was signing trembled, and he couldn't help but bend the corner of his lips upwards. And Xiaoran, you're the one who's going to tease me. Chapter 112. If you have a brother, you don't want a boyfriend. Qin Mu moved quickly, and 10 bodyguards arrived at the hospital in the afternoon, standing guard in front of Jinhua and Tanya's hospital room. After a busy day's work, Qin Mu left work on time and went to the hospital to visit his mom and dad with a meal and tonic soup. Dream Anran had relayed such a big matter to him, there was no way he wouldn't come and ask about it himself. Tanya obviously didn't intend to hide it from her son either, and said one by one, our family's car will be sent for a complete overhaul every month, but any parts that are a little bit aging will be replaced immediately. But that day the left rear tire suddenly blew out, it was nighttime and on the highway, the car behind us couldn't slow down in time and crashed. Rich people extraordinarily life-threatening. The family's car every month overhaul. This thing Qin Mu was aware of. When the police investigated the garage maintenance records, and tire wear and tear situation also matches. It was checked from beginning to end and finally characterized as an accident. After all, even the newest tires don't rule out a 0.1% chance of having a problem. Actually, we don't have evidence to prove that it was someone else's intention at this point. Everything is just speculation. Xinhua chimed in and sighed heavily with downcast eyes. A month before the accident, Chu Liang had a conflict with us over the position of the chairman of the board. He wanted to join the other directors in re-electing the chairman of the board to take charge of the group's power, but unfortunately, it didn't work out as he had hoped. Chu Liang is one of the directors of Qin's, who became a director after investing $3 million in the early days of Qin's establishment, and is considered an old shareholder. But after Qin's development, he had more than one side the group, always wanting to take over the group's power from Xinhua and change Qin's surname to Chu. There is no evidence in the car accident that points to Chu Liang being behind it, but Qin Mu is the current chairman and president, and Xinhua is doing this to remind his son to take more precautions against Chu Liang. As for whether the car accident was an accident or man-made is not that important anymore. After being in a coma for more than a year, the Beijing circle has changed drastically. Even if they really want to trace to the end, it probably won't change the results of the investigation at that time. Your mom and I are officially retired. Now you're the one in charge of the group. If Chu Liang really wants to overrun the group with his nasty tactics, his target will be you, so it's better for you to take those bodyguards with you and act with care. Qin Mu was silent and finally nodded. Since my father had said so, I thought that even if the police were called, there would be no new clues to the accident in the first place. The bodyguard stays here and keeps watch until you are discharged from the hospital. Your bodies haven't recovered yet now, I don't feel at ease. Seeing that Xinhua wanted to object, he followed up with, I will hire another bodyguard, you guys don't have to worry. Upon hearing this, Xinhua and Tanya exchanged a look and accepted the arrangement. Qin Mu relayed his parents' decision to Meng Anren, and the matter was turned over without further investigation. Dream Anren listened to the arrival did not have much reaction. The parties have decided not to investigate. She did not have to find things to do for herself. In that case, go about your work and travel more safely. She returned casually. Qin Mu hummed, baby, do you want to go to the movies next weekend? I have an appointment with my brother to study at the library. What about next weekend? Library. Next month is always okay, right? All the weekends before high school are booked by my brother. Qin Mu instantly hee-hawed not to come out, suddenly felt that in Xiaoran was recognized back to the dream family is not much better. Work and study outside of the free time is occupied by the family. He fell into the cold orphan. Obviously they used to see each other several times a month. If you have a brother, you don't want a boyfriend, overdo it. I'm fighting for my future. Can you bear to disturb my revision? Can't you bear to see me fail in the college entrance exam? Less fool me. You can take the city scholar exam with your eyes closed, obviously to accompany your brother and leave me aside. Qin Mu was grumbling and helpless. The only thing he didn't blame. Just as well, and Xiaoran had been missing her affection for 17 years, and now there was finally someone who could make up for her regrets, and it would be good to leave more time to cultivate feelings with her family and familiarize herself with them sooner. I'm going to see you after the entrance exams. I'll be outside the exam room waiting for you to come out. If you dare pigeonhole me, I'll do what? Meng Anren raised her eyebrows in interest, and couldn't help but be a little curious as to what Qin Mu, who never spoke harsh words to her, would threaten her with. Qin Mu said half of the words stuck in his throat, for a moment could not think on how, thinking for a few seconds, feigned seriousness, I'll just lift you directly into the car, hard to kiss. Meng Anren was stunned, her face abruptly reddened. Qin Mu, can you think of something serious? What's wrong with me kissing my own girlfriend? Qin Mu's voice was laced with laughter, and every time he heard In Xiaoran call out his name in shame, he thought she was so cute. Already I could imagine her pale face turning red and frowning in exasperation at the moment. Ignore you. Meng Anren realized that since confirming their relationship, Qin Mu had become more and more shameless. Could it be that all boys in love were like this? Ignoring me again? Qin Mu teased, Missy is so condescending. Oh, she ignores me when she doesn't move. You're so annoying. Yes, I'm annoyed. Qin Mu laughed slightly, and Xiaoran is so good at pampering, or the type that pampers without realizing it. Meng Anren grew more and more shy. She could barely catch Qin Mu's words, no more, hanging up. She pinched the cord and touched her burning face. It's over, he's going to be infected by Qin Mu and turn into a love brain. Just as he entered the house, he heard Sawani Man leaping up to talk to the others about her breakfast place. With a storefront, the style of meals she sells is not limited to rice balls, but she wakes up early every morning to make a batch of rice balls and a pot of kanji to bring to the store, and also sells noodle soup in the store. There are limited quantities of rice balls and kanji, but noodle soup and soup noodles are always available, and when someone needs them, they cook them in the pot, which not only makes for breakfast, but is also a business at noon. There weren't many customers during this time in between, so she was able to fry up some ham hocks, which many students would come and buy once school was out. Overall, the store is in a good location and business is great. But it's quite tiring to be busy from morning to night, so I was wondering if I should hire a handyman to help out, so I can still make a few more kinds of snacks at that time. Su Wanman solicited her family's opinion. She had never done business, so every time she had an idea she would discuss it with her family first. It is possible, but after all, you have to help out in the store all the time, not afraid of hiring a lazy one, just afraid of finding one with unclean hands and feet. Dreamfeather Book has done a lot of part-time jobs, also seen some sneaky things, inevitably some worry. Meng Rong gave an approving It's best to find a trusted acquaintance, or else see if there's anyone in the neighborhood who's willing to do it. Su Wanman frowned with difficulty. She and those people usually chat gossip okay, but really cannot say familiar understanding, not to be able to trust wholeheartedly. Seeing everyone fall into silence for a moment, Dream Anran thought for a moment and said, if there's no good candidate, why don't I go steal one back? Chapter 113 You're not pursuing me. Stealing people? Su Wanman stuttered, not just hired a handyman back to help watch the store? As for stealing? No, people can be stolen? How? You can't just pick a nice-looking sack and sneak into someone's house and take it away, can you? Mom, I have a stake in your store, so leave the hiring to me. Meng Anran smiled warmly and softly, looking at Su Wanman's worried heart instantly relaxed. Since her daughter had said so, let's leave it to her. Maybe she already had the most suitable person in mind, someone who could make Anran trust guarantee that there would be no problems. The matter was settled. Meng Yushu dotingly rubbed his sister's head and laughed. Anran is really a blessed treasure of our family. You can handle everything from starting a business to hiring people. With you around, our family is expected to become fully rich before long. Meng Rong laughed boldly, and Ran has a lot of ideas. Follow the direction and Ran pointed out and work hard. Maybe in 5 or 6 years our family will be able to move into a big house. Hearing that he was going to move to a big house, Meng Qinghong's eyes glittered with light and began an infinite reverie. I want a house with lots and lots of paint, just like the place where Master used to live. The crowd laughed. Su Wanman thought about it. Then I want a big kitchen, preferably an open kitchen, so I don't have to be smothered by grease and fumes, and I can watch TV while I cook. Suddenly everyone began to fantasize about what their future house would look like, and Dreamfeather Book pondered his request and said, I want a study with a cupboard full of books, and every time I go in there I can smell the wood pulp of the paper. You're also too flat and uninteresting, aren't you? Meng Rong slightly disliked, said his own best thinking, when the time comes, we have to buy a swimming pool, swimming in the summer, soaking in the hot springs in the winter. We also need to have a big yard, connected to the living room with a panoramic glass door, so that sitting in the living room to drink tea and can see the flowers planted in the yard. The house must have 2 floors, and it is better to have more rooms. In the future, we will all live on the 2nd floor, and the rooms on the 1st floor will be used as a study and drawing room. Dream Anran rested his cheeks. Listening to their reverie cannot help but feel funny. According to such requirements, with a heated swimming pool and back garden of 2-story luxury big bio, with a large open kitchen and at least 7 rooms, the price of less than 8 million. If you choose a better location and convenient transportation, it is more than 10 million. According to the current economic conditions of the Dream family, there is still a long way to go to realize such a dream. But it was just a thought, it didn't cost anything, and she didn't interrupt her family from living the good life in her head, and even thought it would be nice to fantasize about it once in a while. Have a goal to go further. Anran, what kind of house do you want to live in? Meng Rong dropped his eyes on his youngest daughter, who had not been making any comments, curious as to what kind of opinion her daughter, who had grown up in a worldly family, would have about the residence. Meng Anran thought for a moment. I don't have any requirements, just a comfortable bed. The house of their fantasy she had, and she had seen even more beautiful and luxurious villas. She doesn't enjoy flowers in the backyard, jump in the pool for a few laps every day, cook without using the kitchen, or spend all day in the den reading. The house had always been just a place to sleep for her. Really, by the time the Dream family was fully rich and could afford the mansion of their dreams, they would become just like her, so busy as dogs every day that all they wanted to do when they got home was to lie down on a soft bed and sleep. Meng Qinghong nuzzled, second sister, you're not pursuing. Sawani Man laughed softly and couldn't help but think again, what kind of house would Nico like? Meng Yushu teased his sentence, she likes whatever Xiaohan designs. The family laughed. Meng Nico usually looked stable and mature, but was actually Xiaohan's little fangirl. When she came back from school earlier, she was so excited that she walked inside and out of her home, which she could obviously see in one glance, and she was so happy at night that she couldn't sleep all night. The next day Dream Anran saw Nico with a panda eye, but her eyes were glowing with spirit. If there was a chance for Meng Nick to meet with Xiaohan one day, she was afraid that she would be so excited that she would just cry. After dinner, Dream Anran took a shower and went back to her room. Sitting at his desk holding his cell phone and flipping through his WeChat contacts, he agonized over whether he should look for Lu Hong or Lu's housekeeper on the matter of stealing people. After a few moments of deliberation, she tapped into the dialogue box with Auntie Liang. It would be easier to go directly to the person himself. Dreaming peacefully, are you free tomorrow afternoon? Meet up. Auntie Liang should already be off work and quickly replied, Missy, Mr. and Mrs. We'll be home tomorrow. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until after dinner before I can see you. Dreaming peacefully, 9 o'clock, I'll meet you. Since he was stealing someone, of course he had to find his way to the house and take the person when the head of the house wasn't looking. The next morning, the dream family each started another day. Su Wanman once again took on the job of helping Meng Anren tie her hair, today tying her in a side twist and pulling the braid a little looser after braiding it. Then use a black and white polka dot patterned ribbon to tie a bow at the end of the braid to hold back the hair strands. It's fluffy but not messy, and lazy with a touch of sweetness. Meng Anren ruffled the broken hair at the corner of her forehead in the mirror. The curved corner of her lips revealed her satisfaction. It was true that mothers were all dexterous. "Thanks, Mom," she softly thanked, her heart rippling with warmth. She was liking this feeling of having a loving family more and more. Su Wanman's eyebrows were as gentle as water. "My baby girl is so beautiful. Quickly change your shoes for school, don't be late." "Good." Dream Anren ran into her room to get her school bag and came out just in time to see Dream Yushu putting on her shoes. She sat on the stool to put on her socks, and Meng Yushu obediently hooked up her bag and slung it over her own shoulder. Whether going to or from school, the bag was never on Dream Anren's own shoulder. The siblings went out to take the bus, and on the way they stopped to buy 2 meat buns for breakfast. The bus came quickly and they sat in the back as usual. Dream Anren pulled open the window, felt the wind blowing in from outside, unzipped the plastic bag, and bit into the meat bun, in a good mood. Meng Yushu looked at her sister beside her quietly with a smile on her face, and after a long time she spoke. "Today is the city's mock exam, will Shanghua participate? Our school is on a voluntary basis, and many people study abroad after high school and don't care about high school grades. That's why the school only sets up a mock exam for students who have signed up to take the test, while the rest attend classes as normal, and their grades are counted as 0. So, are you in? Participate ah." Dream Anren turned her head to meet her brother's line of sight, and after swallowing the bun in her mouth, she said, "Don't I also have to participate in the college entrance examination?" "Brother, cheer up oh, don't fail the exam and I'll lose face oh." Meng Yushu couldn't help but smile. "What's there to be ashamed of? I am honored with my sister's high score on the exam. Between siblings, there's only helping each other, how can you be jealous of each other?" Chapter 114. She's the best sister in the world. After dinner in the evening, Dream Anren carried her bag and prepared to go out. Seeing her change her shoes, Meng Rong put down her teacup and asked, "Where are you going?" "Stealing." Dream Anren replied simply, hooking the heel of her shoe and swinging, "I'm going out, I'll be home by 11. Meng Rong immediately got up and worriedly followed. "It's so late, I'll give you a ride." How could he feel comfortable going out on a dark night and saying he was going to steal someone? One is afraid that it's not safe for a little girl like her to hang around outside, and the other is afraid that if she's used to being dashing as a young lady in the Lu family and doesn't have a plan for what to do, she'll cause trouble. "Dad, I'll just go by myself." Seeing Meng Rong bending down to fetch shoes from the shoe cabinet, Meng Anren hurriedly pulled him back and pushed him in the direction of the living room. "It's inconvenient for you to follow me there, I'll make sure I get home at 11 o'clock. "Inconvenient?" Meng Rong frowned, his tone serious for a few moments. "Where the hell are you going?" Meng Anren didn't hide it, the Lu family. Meng Rong froze in place, having not heard those 2 words for what seemed like a long time. Ever since confirming that Dream Anren was willing to stay in the Dream family, he hadn't thought that she would ever go to that place again, as if that villa had been left far, far away, so far away that it couldn't exist in Dream Anren's mind. Now hearing her say she was going to the Lu family, Meng Rong suddenly didn't know how she should react, surprised while insecurity wrapped around her heart. He was afraid that if his daughter went to the Lu family again and saw the magnificent villa, she would have the idea of staying in the Lu family. Meeting his flickering eyes, Meng Anren instantly guessed what her father was thinking, and she emphasized with a single word, "Dad, I'm just going to look for someone, don't worry, I'll definitely be back if I said I'd be home by 11. She spoke with conviction, and Meng Rong pursed her lips and lowered her eyes and hummed, "Then be safe, I'll wait at home for you to come back." Meng Anren smiled and nodded, and turned to go out the door. Hearing the sound of the iron door opening and closing, Meng Yushu walked out of her room and said in confusion, "Where is Anren going so late at night?" Meng Rong hung her head inside, as if she had aged 10 years in an instant. She said she wanted to make a trip to the Lu family. Meng Yushu thoughtfully felt his father's mood, and hurriedly took 2 or 3 strides to go to the entrance out to put on his own cavernous shoes. "I'll accompany her, Dad, you rest early." Before Meng Rong could say anything, Meng Yushu had already run out the door, and the only thing that responded to him was the sound of the iron door closing with a bang. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. These 2 kids are really good at bonding, they are inseparable everywhere they go. Dream Featherbook trotted down the stairs and caught up with her sister when she reached the bottom of the building. Seeing him panting and following up, Meng Anren couldn't help but wonder, "Brother, what are you doing down here? Wouldn't you also be worried that I won't come back after going to the Lu family?" She thought that in this family, she had the closest relationship with Meng Yushu, and naturally, Meng Yushu also understood her the most, and having seen what her attitude towards Louis was, it should be clear that she would no longer have any thoughts about the Lu family. But to follow in such a hurry, was she still not convinced of her determination? Meng Yushu slowed her breath and raised a gentle smile. "You're going to pick up your car from Li Huayuan, right? It's not safe this late, I'll accompany you there, and I'll walk back with you when you return from the Lu family." Of course he believed in his sister, and was convinced from the start that since she had said she would accept everything from the dream family, she would no longer have any attachment to the Lu family. Walking from here to Li Huayuan is not far, but there are 10 minutes away. What if my sister meets a hooligan in the middle of the night? He could send her to Li Huayuan, then wait in Li Huayuan until she finished her business at the Lu family, then walk back with her. Otherwise, when she came back, it would be after 11 o'clock, and it would be dark outside, and she would be wandering around as a girl. How could he feel relieved? Meng Anren was slightly surprised. She didn't expect her brother to consider so much. Sensing her brother's concern, she smiled and affectionately took his arm. Brother, you are the best brother in the world. Hearing these familiar words, Meng Yushu trembled violently and uncontrollably, as if his heart was being pinched by a large hand, and as if his entire body was drowning at the bottom of the sea. My brother is the best brother in the world. Lu Qingcheng's voice echoed in his mind, and the sight of lying on his back and wiggling his legs was still vivid in his mind, but as if it were a yellow dream, it quickly dissolved into fragments and fell, stabbing his heart with blood and flesh. The choking sensation made his breathing become rapid. Sensing his abnormality, Meng Anren immediately stopped and looked at him worriedly, his tone dripping with nervousness. Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Meng Yushu stared at his sister in a daze, her eyes showed undisguised worry, but a voice in the bottom of his heart kept asking him. Once he was doted upon by his sister who had been backstabbed viciously. Do you want to pull out your true heart to love the sister in front of you again now? Truth is ever changing, and one day the best brother will be the doll left in the trash. He always believed that Anren was different from Lu Qingcheng. She was independent, confident, sober, committed to improving herself and never felt sorry for herself. She was kind and generous, always giving to the family and never complaining. When the consciousness returned, Meng Yushu curved up the corner of his lips to show a warm smile. I'm fine. Maybe today's practice test is too exhausting. A little distracted. Then you'd better go upstairs and take an early rest. I can go by myself. Don't look at my thin arms and legs. I've practiced taekwondo. Perhaps to reassure Meng Yushu, Meng Anren bent her arm and patted her arm to show that she was strong. Rarely seeing his sister joking so adorably, Meng Yushu couldn't help but smile, his peach blossom eyes curving up into a crescent moon. I know our family Anren is very powerful, but protecting his sister is originally what a brother should do. Meng Anren worriedly surveyed his face and reached out to probe his pulse, confirming that he wasn't sick before relenting. Alright then, later on, if there's any discomfort, I'll send you straight to the hospital. Aha! Dreamfeather Book lifted her arm. Still wanna hold on to your brother? 2. Dream Anren nonchalantly pulled up, and couldn't help but nag a few more times. Brother, you're also too skinny. I wanted to say that when I was putting medicine on you before, so skinny that you can see your ribs, you need to eat more meat and more meals, and replenish proteins and carbohydrates to be able to grow fat, and with fat to be able to grow muscle. Fine, listen to you. Meng Yushu obediently responded without a single word of rebuttal. She's different. She deserves all the favor. She's the best sister in the world. Chapter 115. Have the face to pretend to be great in front of me. Meng Anren didn't let her brother wait in Li Huayuan for fear that no one would know if he fainted in case he was unwell, so she simply drove him along to the Lu family. Not much traffic at night, the sports car sped on the road, all the way smoothly into the villa area, parked in front of the Lu family villa. The car was left running, with the air conditioning and music on, so Meng Yushu was told to wait in the car, and Meng Anren went in by himself. The housekeeper came and opened the courtyard gate for her. Eldest Miss, Liang Yuzhen is waiting for you in her room, this way. The butler took Meng Anren around the villa and went straight from the courtyard to the servants' quarters. Liang Yuzhen sat on the edge of the bed, her hands folded in her lap and seized into a ball, seemingly waiting with some anxiety. The last time Missy had reached out to her, it had been to ask her to help get hair samples from Mr. and Mrs. She wasn't sure how the DNA test that was eventually done would turn out. Now that Missy had even made a special effort to come to the Lu family to see her, there might be something even more important, and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to handle it. The door of the room was pushed open. Liang Yuzhen raised her eyes and saw the familiar person. She got up as if by reflex and greeted her respectfully. Eldest Miss. Sit and talk. Dream Anren waved her hand casually, dragging a small bench to sit down herself. I'm not your big miss anymore either. Just call me Anren from now on. How is this okay? Whether you are the daughter of the Lu family or not, you are still my great miss. If it wasn't for you back then, how could I have gotten my son back? Liang Yuzhen was originally from the countryside, and when she was young, she came to Beijing to join her relatives, trying to find a job in the city. She later married, opened a noodle store and had a son. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long, as an electrical leak caught fire near the store, and her husband died in the fire. The store also burned down, and all her savings were used to organize her husband's funeral. After her husband's death, she was uneducated and uneducated, so it was difficult for her to find a full-time job, and she could only find casual work and bring up her son alone. God always loves to play jokes on poor families. The third year after her husband's death, her 7-year-old son disappeared. The police were called and have been looking for her son, and the police said the odds are that her son was abducted by a human trafficker. Without her husband and having lost her son, she lived a muddled life while working as a casual laborer and posting notices looking for her son. Until Meng Anren was 5 years old when he broke his ribs, and when he was discharged from the hospital, he met Liang Yuzhen, who was depressed with a missing person notice, in front of the hospital. She had merely stared at Liang Yuzhen for a few more moments before Liang Yuzhen was brought into the Lu family by Lu Hong, responsible for taking care of Meng and Rant's living and eating. Meng Anren asked Louis to retrieve Liang Yuzhen's son to compensate for the crime of breaking her ribs, and the next year Louis retrieved Liang Yuzhen's lost son. In the Lu family has a stable and objective income, and to find a son, Liang Yuzhen's days are gradually back on track. Eldest miss, just say whatever you command, I will definitely do it for you. Liang Yuzhen recalled the past and couldn't help but redden her eyes. She would never forget Meng and Rant's kindness in her life. Rather than command, my mother recently opened a snack bar, need to hire a helper, remembered that you have done the restaurant before, the first time I came to ask you. There is no base salary, you will be given dry shares, the higher the earnings the higher your income. But compared to the Lu family's salary, it's probably just a drop in the bucket, so you can take your time to think about it, there's no need to rush to give me an answer. Dream Anren calmly finished these words, and then roughly talked about the current business situation of Su Wanman's store. According to her judgment, this store will definitely be able to do it in the future. Because the location is very good, there are elementary schools and residential buildings nearby, the business of office workers and students is the best business, although the unit price is not high, but the victory is the amount of customers. Liang Yuzhen with dry shares is equivalent to be a small boss. If Su Wanman subsequent not do this business back with Meng Rong together entrepreneurial words, this store can also be fully handed over to Liang Yuzhen management. Take your time to think about it, and send me a message when you're done. After saying what needed to be said, Meng Anren got up and prepared to leave. As she was about to leave the room, Liang Yuzhen called out to her. Missy, I would like to come and work for you. This villa of the Lu family was just too depressing, and since Meng Anren left, it was as if this place was devoid of life. Lu Qingcheng after living in all kinds of difficult to her, temper like a firecracker, a little on the explosion, and no one in the eye, they are servants as slaves, the servants every day do not even dare to gasp the atmosphere. Now Lu Qingcheng was sent out of the country, but Bai Yujin and Lu Zhong's return became frequent, and everywhere was filled with oppression. She didn't want to stay any longer, fearing that she would become mentally unhinged if she lived in this atmosphere any longer. She was willing to go no matter how much money she could make by going to the breakfast place. Meng Anren was easygoing, and it was thought that her mother was also a gentle and atmospheric lady. She has saved some savings over the years, her son has finished school and entered the workforce, and now she is more interested in a pleasant change of job than in making money. Good. Meng Anren guffawed, do you need me to arrange for the rental? No, I can stay at my son's. Then contact me when your side is taken care of and you're ready to go to work. Liang Yuzhen desperately wanted to leave this place. She glanced around the room and said, I don't have much luggage here, so I'll move to my son's place tomorrow, and I'll be able to work the day after tomorrow. You can rest for 2 more days. Meng Anren reminded, after all, Su Wanman's snack bar had a good business, and the odds were that it would be busy from morning to night. It's okay, I said I'd be given dry shares, I'm only happy when business is good. Liang Yuzhen laughed out, Meng Anren's eyes trembled, the last time she saw her laugh like this, it seemed like it was when she retrieved her son. With things settled, it was inconvenient for Dream Anren to stay long, as her brother was still waiting for her in the car. In front of the villa's floor-to-ceiling glass door leading to the back garden, Lu Zhong and Bai Yujin were sitting opposite each other in front of the rattan coffee table, one sipping hot tea and the other sipping coffee, the atmosphere seriously condensed. Where have you been all this time? Lu Zhong's voice was dripping with anger, it was not an inquiry, but a question. Bai Yujin took a sip of coffee, looking impatient. When we first got married, we agreed that it was a form of marriage. The prenuptial agreement is still in the safe with you. When did you become qualified to ask about my whereabouts? Lu Zhong snorted coldly. You think I'm happy to care about you? Don't forget how much trouble your daughter stirred up. The person was sent away, but she offended the Qin clan, and until now the Qin clan is still unwilling to cooperate with the Lu clan. As soon as she heard this, Bai Yujin was dissatisfied. Her hand full of jewelry rings slapped on the table, and her body subconsciously leaned forward. That's a funny thing to say, if she is my daughter, isn't she also your daughter? Don't act as if you care about the group. If you really knew anything about business, you wouldn't have handed the group over to 20-year-old Lu Heng in the first place. What kind of face do you have to pretend to be great in front of me? Chapter 116. You can come back anytime you want. The sound of the two arguing happened to be heard by Meng Anren, once she had stumbled over the couple's arguments a few times at the Lu family home. The two are in a formal marriage, playing their own game during the day and rarely returning home, but playing the role of a loving and powerful couple when attending public occasions. The quarrels are nothing more than for the good of the group, and occasionally they mix a few words with each other in a conflict of interest. In Dream Enron's understanding, their conflict of interest could perhaps be an uneven division of the spoils. Lu Zhong is not accustomed to Bai Yujin spending the joint property to buy a bunch of jewelry. Bai Yujin is not accustomed to Lu Zhong taking the joint property to buy a bunch of jewelry for other women outside. There were occasional fights, but no one wanted a divorce. The reason was simple. The Bai family was one of the shareholders of the Lu group. Lu needed to rely on the Bai family's capital injection, and the Bai family had to rely on Lu's position. Bound for half a lifetime for profit, only their children will suffer in the end. Lu Zhong didn't argue with Bai Yujin to get any results, but the moment he parted his eyes, he saw Meng Anren walking out of the servants' quarters. Meng Anren had wanted to leave quietly, but since they saw her, she politely went over to say hello. This is the Lu family after all. Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, long time no see, how have you been? The attitude is generous and decent, not condescending, as if meeting a guest you know but are not familiar with at a banquet and casually exchanging pleasantries. Lu Zhong was as emotionless as ever. What are you doing here? Meng Anren displayed a polite smile. Auntie Liang has taken care of me for so many years. I would like to ask her to continue working for me. Lu Zhong and Bai Eugene didn't make any comments when they heard this. After all, Auntie Liang herself was the person that Meng Anren brought back, and was also mainly responsible for taking care of Meng Anren's living for so many years. It's just a servant. The Lu family isn't so reluctant to let go. On the contrary, it was Meng Anren, and they felt more and more that it was a wrong decision to let Meng Anren leave the Lu family at that time and pick up Lu Qingcheng. Lu Qingcheng is not at all like a lady of the house, selfish and petty, greedy and vain, although she has taken a lot of etiquette lessons still cannot change her jealous face. Originally, the girl was of the greatest value to the Lu family, waiting until marriage age to be sent to the marriage, and exchanging some of the resources for the group. As a result, Lu Qingcheng hadn't even created value for the group, but had first poked such a big hole and offended the Qin clan. Now that Qin's name has been changed to Cloud, and Qin Mu is in charge, given Qin Mu's relationship with Meng Anren, and Meng Anren's relationship with Lu Qingcheng, Lu's wanting to work with Cloud again is afraid that it will be much harder. Thinking about this, Lu Zhong's tone suddenly eased a few points. Anren, after all, you have lived in the Lu family for 17 years. If you want to come back you can come back at any time, even though you are an adopted daughter. The Lu family won't treat you poorly, and will treat you like a real daughter. Meng Anren almost laughed out coldly, speaking as if your Lu family is just as good to your own daughter. Letting me come back is nothing more than because the Cloud Group doesn't want to cooperate with Lu's, and looking at my relationship with Qin Mu, they want me to be the bridge board in the middle. The reasoning is understood by everyone, and Meng Anren didn't bother to find some euphemisms to refuse, and said bluntly, Mr. Lu, you bought off the father-daughter relationship between us with $3 million, and everything in the Lu family has nothing to do with me anymore. Lu Zhong was about to say something when Bai Yujin opened his mouth and interrupted him. Since you've decided to stay in the Dream family, it's not good for us to force you. We'll meet in the mall in the future and there will still be opportunities to cooperate. Of course. Dream Anren smiled. She occasionally quite liked Bai Yujin's sense of humor. Some things bite off more than they can chew, but instead they end up in vain. There was no more chatting after that, and Dream Anren left with a polite goodbye. Meng Yushu waited in the car, glancing at the time every now and then, until she saw her sister come out, and then she was completely relieved. How afraid he was that his sister would be pestered by the Lu family and not be able to leave. After all, he had seen how obsessed Lu Hang and Louis were about taking away the matter of Meng Anren. Brother, the deal is done. Meng Anren sat in the driver's seat and fastened her seatbelt. I found Auntie Liang, the maid who has been taking care of me for many years. She'll resign tomorrow, and she'll be able to go and help Mom with the store the day after tomorrow. It was sort of sharing, and sort of reporting, so that her brother would know exactly what she had done when she came into the Lu family and could worry less. Compared to Meng Yushu, the ones who waited more anxiously were Su Wanman and Meng Rong at home. Su Wanman after the bath out to hear her husband say good daughter went to the Lu family. The couple has been sitting in the living room and waiting, and from time to time and look up to see the wall clock. On the 7th time I looked at the wall clock, the hour and minute hands coinciding to point to 10, the sound of a key in the door finally came from outside. The couple stood up excitedly. Su Wanman sprinted over and pulled open the wooden door. Seeing that Meng Anren had returned with Meng Yushu, she almost couldn't hold back her tears. Anren! She hugged her daughter, her nose sour. Mom thought you wouldn't come back. Suddenly being hugged full of arms, Meng Anren was still a bit confused, gently patting her mother's back after coming back to her senses. How could it be? Didn't I tell Dad that I'm just going to the Lu family to find someone? Meng Rong touched his nose and said, your mom and I are also worried. You're worried that the Lu family is so powerful that you'll want to stay there in case the Lu family asks to stay. These words did not come out of Meng Rong's mouth, but Meng Anren guessed it. She could understand Meng Rong's and Su Wanman's worries. After all, Lu Anren, whom they had once spoiled for 17 years, was for the sake of the Lu family's life of brocade and jade, and unceremoniously abandoned them. She consoled her mother for a few moments and pulled her mother through the door. Dad, Mom, I want connections and people, I want money. What can I want from the Lu family? In the past, when she was in the Lu family, her family gave her $2 million of pocket money every month, and now the Yendu Hotel under her name has a profit of more than $2 million a month, together with the other businesses that she has a stake in. She didn't even dare to count her assets for fear that she wouldn't be able to resist spending them all. Besides, the Lu family is a cage for her, every aspect is restricted. How good it is now, she can go to business wholeheartedly, go wherever she wants to go, and socialize with whomever she wants to socialize with. Unless she had been struck by lightning and kicked in the head by a donkey, she would not choose to go back to that dark and infinite ice cave again. Meng Anren told her mom and dad again what she had told Meng Yushu. I'm just going to look for someone. I have the love of my mom and dad's brother and sister here. Even my brother favors me in everything. Why would I want to go back to that inhuman place, the Lu family? Upon hearing this, Meng Rong and Su Wanman truly and completely put their hearts down. It seems that the youngest daughter not only has no emotion towards that place, but even said to be disgusted with it. In the future, Meng Anren would just be their daughter forever. Chapter 117. I'll recognize you as mom and dad, right? After being discharged from the hospital, Xinhua transferred half of the shares in his name to his son and then took his wife on a trip around the world. After working most of my life, it's time to let go of fame and fortune and enjoy the world for two. The remaining half of the shares were not to be given to their son, but to be kept as a safeguard for their family, so that if any changes occurred within the group in the future, they would have the capital to start up again and rise again. Xinmu is still very busy. Every day is either in a meeting or on a business trip. Meng Anren has to study for the college entrance exams, also have no time to take care of him. It's hard to meet up with a girlfriend for a date. You can only drop in for a video chat during the hour you spend working out every day. Mr. Qin. Zhu Cheng pushes open the door of the office and confirms that Qin Mu isn't on the phone or video before stepping in, placing the folder in his hand in front of Qin Mu. The information about Chu Liang that you asked me to investigate. Waiting for Qin Mu to start flipping through the documents, Zhu Cheng continued. Chu Liang started his business at the age of 27, and in the 10 years until he turned 37, he had done catering, clothing printing, and metal plating, all of which ended in failure. Then he dismissed the idea of starting his own business and went to work in an electronics factory. Then 5 years later he met your father and invested all his savings in Qin's, which was still a small company at the time, gaining a 15% stake. Qin's gradually got on track, and he led the team to negotiate a few projects until Qin's became a conglomerate and he was left without a position. Share dividends are his main source of income, a little money in hand, and then tried to start a business twice and still failed. Only after that began to hit the idea of the already stabilized Qin's group. So it's not entrepreneurship that Chu Liang has not given up on all these years, it's being a boss. Since starting your own business doesn't work, steal the fruits of others. Qin's group had developed into one of the largest groups in the capital city, with a stable foundation and a complete system already formed for internal operation. He was unsuccessful in his business venture, so he snatched the successful Qin's, and as usual, he was the boss, and he was still a shareholder. Since we all have shares, why can Xinhua be the chairman of the board and he can't? Xinmu finished reading all the information, closed the folder, and fadedly said, the new flagship is on the market. The group is going to research and develop new products next, and make an announcement that the group is going to carry out the third financing. Zhuo Cheng listened and instantly understood that Qin Mu was planning to cut Chu Liang's shareholding through financing, slowly kicking the assholes out of the game. Okay, is it okay to schedule the shareholders meeting for tomorrow at 2 p.m? Could be. Okay, I'm on it. Zhuo Cheng left the office, and Qin Mu propped his elbows on the desk and pinched his brow bone. Even if mom and dad say there's no proof that the car accident was Chu Liang's handiwork, it's an indisputable fact that Chu Liang is eyeing the group. In order to avoid chaos within the group, some people have to cut down the power in each other's hands even if they can't be completely eliminated. Soon it was time for the college entrance exams. After 3 years of high school, 3 days of exams decided their future. On the day of the end of the college entrance examination, there were crowds of people outside the examination center, and parents and teachers in Cheongsams kept stretching their necks to look around, waiting for their children to triumph. Su Wanman wore a big red cheongsam, holding a bouquet of red roses in his arms, beside Meng Rongsuits, holding a bunch of sunflowers. Do not know also thought that the two of them married today. The two of them weren't the only ones waiting here, there were also Lan Ji and Ming Jing who hadn't taken the entrance exam. Blue Branch was wearing a revealing tank top with black leather pants, stepped on a pair of Martin boots, a sharp short hair heroic, lazily leaning next to the blue and white color scheme of the imitation race motorcycle. Ming Jing wore a black and white printed short sleeve, underneath work pants with brown high-top boots, leaning against the outer wall of the examination room, looking down and playing with his cell phone, with a solid black cruiser motorcycle parked in front of him. Although these two stayed in the most marginal position of the crowd, it is still difficult to ignore. The aura looked like a triad ready to rob people. Actually, Ming Jing lowered his head and frantically messaged Qinmu, where is everyone? Have you arrived yet? Hurry up and pick up your girlfriend, or my fiancé and I will become a threesome again. Qin Mu, who was driving, could not help but get a headache when he received Ming Jing's message bombardment. Is it because I don't want to hurry? There's a traffic jam near the exam center. A 3-minute walk took 13 minutes and I'm still not there. He sent a voice back, on my way over, keep an eye on and Xiao Ran for me, don't let her get away. Ming King, running is probably not going to happen, but you have to be prepared, her parents are here. Qin Mu, the hell you didn't say earlier? People have been with the car a piece of card halfway. Qin Mu want to turn around and go back to prepare a gift can only be hard to continue to move forward. The bell rings in the exam room, symbolizing the end of 3 years of high school. The invigilator collects the rolls and after counting the number, prompts that you can leave the room. Dream Anran went out with her own pencil bag, hooked up her bag that she had placed on the floor, and headed for the exam room where Dream Yushu was. The teacher on his side was slow to count the rolls, and waited at the door for 2 minutes before Meng Yushu finally came out. Xiao Chen was also in this exam room, and once he came out, he asked Meng Anran excitedly, "How did Sister Anran play?" "Not bad." Meng Anran was more concerned about her brother's situation, but after the exams was the time to relax, so she chatted about something else. "Brother, this vacation is more than 2 months. Do you want to continue to be a skit actor? I'll personally choose a book for you." Meng Yushu took the bag on Meng Anran's shoulder and laughed. "It's okay, I had also planned to find a part-time job to earn some pocket money, and continuing to film short dramas is a good choice. Okay, I'll go to Yunchuan tomorrow to pick out a script for you. What about me?" Xiao Chen walked 2 steps faster to follow on the other side of Meng Anran. "Doesn't sister take care of me more?" Meng Anran looked askance and snickered. "Your family is so rich that you still need a part-time job? What? I'm talking about my dream." Meng Anran laughed. "Remember, Lanji has already chosen a more reliable singing competition for you. She should be waiting outside the examination center at this moment. You can ask her face to face later." The three of them walked out of the exam room door together, and Meng Rong and Su Wanman immediately greeted them with smiles holding flowers. "Hashu, Anran, congratulations on finishing your 3 years of high school. The delicate and passionate red roses are for Meng Anran, and the sunflowers with champagne roses, which signify a life towards the sun, are for Meng Yushu." The siblings received the bouquet, and Meng Yushu said, "Dad, Mom, it's not my first time taking the college entrance exam. Why did you still buy me flowers?" "Aya, you siblings took the exam together, of course you have to have what Anran has." Su Wanman said as a matter of course, both are her own children, she has never been partial. Xiao Chen watched from the side and his heart sank. "Uncle and auntie, I'll recognize you as mom and dad, right? I want flowers too." Chapter 118. It seems like he really does have a family. Su Wanman and Meng Rong were dumbfounded by what they heard. Suddenly a painless extra son? Meng Yushu elbowed Xiao Chen and said in disgust, "My parents already have 2 pairs of children, there's no room for you." After saying that, he pulled a champagne rose out of his own bouquet and handed it to Xiao Chen. "Here, a little bit of a brother's intention." Meng Anran looked down at the flowers in her arms and followed suit, pulling out a red rose and handing it over. "Brother Chen, mean it." Xiao Chen gratefully accepted the 2 roses and threatened, "In the future, when I'm on fire all over the country, I'll be sure to give you 2 autographed photos the first time." "Dream feather book huh, that's really appreciated." "What kind of expression is that?" Xiao Chen was not happy, he felt a strong sense of dislike. 2 detrimental friends are fighting with each other. Dream Anran listening to feel so familiar. "Isn't this the Blue Branch and Myung Kyung from middle school? Anran." Hearing a hearty voice, Dream Anran just turned her head when she was nearly knocked over by a flying lunge from Blue Branch. Luckily, Meng Yushu was behind her to support her back, and she was able to stabilize her footing. "Staggering all day long." Ming Jing paced slowly to follow, his tone of voice filled with helplessness. "It's up to you." Lanji twisted her head and glared at the past, then returned to her good behavior in a second and politely greeted Meng Rong and Su Wanman. "Good day, auntie and uncle." Hello Gigi." Su Wanman was more and more fond of Lanji, lively and cheerful, unlike her own 2 daughters, one introverted and reticent, the other calm and precocious. Children in their teens and 20s should be like Blue Branch, cheerful and lively, dashing and free. Meng Rong is not so think, in his eyes his 2 daughters is the heaven to his baby, a painstaking study of medicine, a 8-sided business rich, that can be a great success of the pillar of talent. Of course, he also loves his daughter's friends, so he also thinks that Lan Ji and Ming Jing are very good kids. "Ji, Xiao Jing, why don't you 2 take the college entrance exam?" Meng Rong asked the mouth. Ming Jing was polite without being distant and replied, "The family has already made arrangements to send us abroad for a few years of training." Lanji added, "If I could choose for myself, I would also like to stay in China and go to college with Anran. It's a pity that I'm the only daughter in the family, and they all wish I could take over the family's business earlier." This is the big truth. Traveling abroad is to enjoy the scenery and feel the humanities, but studying abroad is equivalent to living in an unfamiliar place for a few years, eating unaccustomed meals, speaking an unaccustomed language, and not having many acquaintances around. Already I can fantasize about how uninteresting such a life would be. It's okay, a little bit of suffering now is for the comfort of the future. Su Wanman, with her children, inevitably likes to use the same rhetoric as other parents. Blue Branch didn't argue something. "You're right, a few years of hard work now is also for the sake of being able to be more competent at work later on." These words heard Meng Anran couldn't help but snicker, and I don't know who was spouting off 2 days ago about receiving a decade of business education and having to go abroad for 2 years, as if soaking in seawater could be gold-plated. After the small talk was almost over, Su Wanman and Meng Rong invited a few of their little friends to go eat with them. Meng Anran looked around and saw no sign of Qin Mu, so she asked Ming Jing, "Didn't Qin Mu say he was coming over? Where is he?" Hearing this, both the Dream family couple and Meng Yushu immediately perked up their ears. They had a chance to meet Anran's boyfriend with their own eyes? Cough. Ming Jing subconsciously glanced at Meng Rong and Su Wanman, and came to Meng Anren's ear and whispered, originally, the person had already arrived, but he didn't know that your parents were also there, and for the first time, they had to show a little bit, and went back to buy the gifts. Meng Anren frowned and wondered, and not officially meet the parents, just met by chance to eat a meal together were so much to talk about. However, when she thought of what Meng Yushu said last time, that Qin Mu would be nervous about her family, which just showed that he valued her mood became a little more fluttery. She frankly told her parents, Qin Mu said he couldn't meet his parents for the first time empty-handed and went shopping. Let's go to the hotel first and tell him to go straight over to the rendezvous later. Su Wanman and Meng Rong glanced at each other, both happy to smile. These children's emotional intelligence is higher than one. According to high school students in love, to see the other parent is afraid to avoid, where will be so thoughtful, but also specially to prepare gifts. Good. Your father has booked a place at Golden Jade Restaurant, let's go over first. Su Wanman held her daughter's arm, seemingly flirtingly said, let your little boyfriend not be in a hurry, drive safely on the road. Dream Anren pursed her lips and smiled, okay, I'll send him a message. In the black sedan, Duan Jingyao sat in the back row, looking out the window at the street scene that flashed by, his mind constantly recalling the scene he had just seen. Dream Anren and her brother were greeted by their family and friends as soon as they exited the exam room, flowers in their arms and a harmonious and cheerful atmosphere. Looks happy. He'd never felt care, whether it was family or friends, he'd never had it. He was born without parents, and only had an aunt who was not related to him by blood, and over the years he had felt the importance that she attached to him, but that importance was more accurately described as harshness. To polish him into a perfectly sharp blade, the sharp blade that stabbed his own parents. He couldn't help but wonder, if he had returned to the Lu family by now, even if Bai Yujin and Lu Zhong didn't care about him, would his two older brothers have waited outside the examination center to greet him? He wasn't sure, and up until now he hadn't been able to accurately feel out what Lu Hong and Louis were thinking. All he knew was that he had developed envy today for the first time in over a decade. I envy Meng Anren to have the love of her family and the favor of her friends, and I envy that she is always surrounded by a group of people who treat her with sincerity and can never be driven away. The car was parked in the parking lot of the Riverside 9 development, and the driver was the bodyguard who had been monitoring Duan Jingyao. Young master, Mr. Duan has ordered that I will transport you on your trips from now on. Got it, hard work. Duan Jingyao smiled faintly and didn't show any dissatisfaction, getting out of the car and taking the elevator directly from the parking lot to the upper floors. Ever since he moved to this side of Riverside 9 last month, his aunt has been watching him more and more closely, itching to put a camera in his room as well, fearful that he would contact Lu Hang and Louis in private and dismantle her lies. Back on the 34th floor, Duan Jingyao threw his school bag onto the sofa, skimmed the surveillance in the living room with his afterglow, and went straight to his room. When I turned on the light, I saw 2 bouquets of flowers sitting on the desk. A bouquet of eustoma with a starry sky, blue and pink color scheme looks elegant and advanced, and a greeting card was inserted between the flowers. Bought on the way, happy graduation, big brother. The other bouquet was sunflowers with small daisies, bright and energetic, and a card was hanging on the ribbon of the bouquet. The one I picked is definitely better than the one Lu Hong picked. Duan Jingyao's eyes flashed as warmth flowed through his heart. He seems to actually have a family. Chapter 119 Leaving the Way, Reversing the Big Dipper. Golden Jade Restaurant. Probably because of the end of the college entrance examination today, there are quite a lot of people coming here to celebrate, mostly parents bringing their children to have a meal, or a few classmates meeting to celebrate together. Meng Rong booked a private room, and when the group arrived they were directly let in by the waiter. Mom and Dad, why don't you go to Yendu Hotel to eat? Dream Anren just sat down and couldn't help but ask. It's not like she didn't have a restaurant, why did she come here? Going to the Yendu Hotel you surely won't let us pay again. Today it's us as parents celebrating you guys, of course we have to choose a different place. Meng Rong said with a straight face. Although Dream Anren always said that she didn't have to pay for her meals at the Yendu Hotel, but where in the world was there a free lunch? Isn't the cost still deducted from her earnings? Isn't that like spending her money? No matter how rich their children are, parents can't just enjoy their children's assets, they want to treat their children to a meal too. Since Meng Rong had said so, Meng Anren just smiled and didn't tell Meng Rong that this store was also hers. Because she likes to eat the desserts here, Lu Hong buys this store and gives it to her. But at the end of the day, it was something that Lu Hong had given her, and besides, Lu Hang and Louis would come here for tea from time to time, and she didn't want to run into those two crazy people, so she didn't come here very often. It was even a little tempting to throw the store back at Lu Hang. Just after ordering the food, Qin Mu arrived late. Sorry to be late. He was carrying a bunch of stuff in his hands, and Dream Anren consciously got up and went over to take some of it, being on a united front with him. Auntie and Uncle, I didn't know what you guys liked when we first met, so I picked out a belt for Uncle and a bag for Auntie. As Qin Mu spoke, he delivered the gifts he had prepared to his counterparts. Looking at Meng Yushu again, he handed over the rectangular box. Brother, I didn't think to send you something good. I heard Anren say that you like reading books. This is the VIP card of the major bookstores in the capital city, as a small token of appreciation. Thanks. Meng Yushu smiled and accepted. He had thought about what Qin Mu would send, and to be honest it was a gift he hadn't expected at all, yet it was his favorite gift. Su Wanman and Meng Rong also couldn't wait to open their gifts and give Qin Mu some positive feedback. This bag is so pretty. Xiaomu, did you pick this out yourself? The crocodile print tote bag in polarized baby blue is just the right size to hold some cell phones, keys, and tissues, and any larger bag would be too heavy and cumbersome. Small, pretty and practical, Su Wanman especially likes it. Meng Rong also praised her gift. Aya, this belt looks good too, it's really well made. That belt of mine is losing its skin. The gift from Xiaomu came at the right time. Looking at her mom and dad's exaggerated bragging, Meng Anren felt embarrassed for them and hurriedly handed the pile of things in her hand to Qin Mu. The latter had the sense to move on to the next part. I heard that auntie usually likes to make soup, so I brought some common soup ingredients. Why don't we put this aside first? Well. Su Wanman's eyes narrowed into a slit with a smile, completely like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked, the more she was pleased. My daughter has a good eye. This kid can handle it. On the other side, Lanshi tilted her body and whispered to Ming Jing next to her, after knowing each other for so many years, when have I ever seen Qin goblins so formal? It's not exactly formal, right? It's just a little. Ming Jing thought seriously for a moment before saying, overly formal. It was more formal than meeting a client, so well-mannered that it was completely free of the stance of the president of the Cloud Group, and not as casual and relaxed as when he was with them. So it looks like this Qin Mu is very awkward. Lanji laughed lowly. Who made Anren the soft underbelly of Qin Goblin? The college entrance exams were over, but a few people didn't stay idle because of it. Meng Yushu has picked up a new drama. His sister personally picked the script for him. It's still in the urban romance genre. He plays the male lead who works as a dentist, and the female lead who works as a food blogger who goes from being a doctor-patient to a neighbor, and comes together after a series of interesting things happen. After a day off from high school, the third day was the opening ceremony. Xiao Chen also did not idle, signed up for the Blue Branch recommended to him singing competition, hired a teacher at home honestly for a period of time on the vocal lessons, for the district competition to prepare. When her high school career came to an end, Meng Anren went from school to work. School is 7 to 5, work is 9 to 8, sometimes even overtime, more tired than before. In the end, the only ones who are idle are Lanji and Ming Jing. There is still a period of time before they leave the country, and every day they just have a date and watch a movie and drink a little wine, so the days are very pleasant. After just about half a month, the results of the college entrance exams were announced, and it was time for them to go back to school for the graduation ceremony. The city's first high school. After the classroom teachers distributed the paper copies of the results, they began to give instructions on how to fill in the volunteers, and the classes took turns going to the school computer room to fill in the volunteers. Xiao Chen hooked Meng Yushu's shoulder. Sure said, your year was not wasted, 718 points, higher than your previous year's third model score, eh? Meng Yushu guffawed and smiled. It's probably because there are a lot less things to worry about at home after Anren came, so he was able to sink his teeth into his studies. Packed ah. Xiao Chen very much agreed with this statement, said, in the past, when Lu Qingcheng was in your house, see you come back to school every day like a walking corpse, and then look at you now, Spring. Those who know is that you got back your own sister, those who don't know still think that you kid Spring has arrived. Meng Yushu lost his smile. The past is past. He didn't want to talk about it too much, so he changed the topic. You're going to enroll in the finance major? Don't wait and secretly enroll in an art school. Uncle will definitely chase you 5 streets with a cane. Since I said to apply for finance, certainly apply for finance. Your sister has given me a plan. Why should I change my mind? Xiao Chen said in a cheerful manner, thinking of being able to realize his dream in the future. His mood brightened up. I drove the locomotive back today. Haven't you always wanted to try it? Later take you for a ride. Good. St. Edward's High School. The school does not have a uniform application process and most of their time is spent on graduation ceremonies. This year's outstanding graduate is undoubtedly Meng Anren, who sits at the top of every exam, and she was invited to speak on stage as a student representative. It's all just a bunch of grandstanding and beating around the bush. The end of the graduation ceremony symbolized the perfect end to their high school. When the show dispersed, Blue Branch excitedly hooked onto Dream Anren's shoulder, both eyes glowing, finally graduated. Meng Anren looked over suspiciously. You still have to go to college after graduation. Why are you so excited? You don't understand. Blue Branch came to Dream Anren's ear and whispered, I'm already an adult. It's not like I'm a high school student after graduation, so I can order male models when I go to a bar in the future. Dream anchor? Deviate from the scriptures and reverse the Big Dipper. Do you remember how hard you had to work to get your fiancé back? Chapter 120 on No Better Than a Male Model? After Duan Jingyao finished dealing with the girls in his class who flocked over to take a picture, his line of sight subconsciously searched for Meng Anren's voice. Catching up with her as she walked out of the auditorium, Dream student. Dream Anren stopped and looked back at him. Is there anything else? Duan Jingyao slowly approached towards her. The Blue Branch violently blocked in front of her, and he stopped at that, hooking his lips in a smile. I look forward to having the opportunity to work together in the future. I'll become valuable to you and stand before you again with honor. Monon guffawed, will do, happy graduation. Happy graduation. Duan Jingyao's smile was calm, just like his gentle, jade-like demeanor when dealing with outsiders. The eyes that looked at Meng Anren at this moment no longer had the previous hostility in them. Lanji suspiciously looked askance at Duan Jingyao for a few seconds and pulled Meng Anren away. This man is so strange. When they walked to the school entrance, they saw Qin Mu's car. The rear window was rolled down, and the handsome face of the teenager was illuminated by the sunlight as if the god of heaven had descended to earth with a layer of golden light. His eyes fell straight onto Meng Anren, not moving for a moment. Missy, where are you going to play today when you're not working? Dream Anren's lips curved into a soft arc. Branch said to take me to the bar to order a mail. Lanji, abruptly startled, pounced up to cover Meng Anren's mouth, which if Qin Goblin knew, would have to knife her. Too bad it's late. Die. This last word spat out in its entirety from Meng Anren's mouth. Qin Mu's complexion was gloomy for a second, and Ming Jing secretly clenched his back teeth. Blue Branch. The wind and rain are coming. Pouncing on the temporary gloom, the Blue Branch awkwardly pulls the corner of his mouth, touching his nose and snapping. I'm just kidding. How could I possibly take Missy to that kind of place? Oh. Qin Mu snorted coldly. You better really think so. Ming Jing half narrowed his eyes, a few hints of danger hidden in his smile. So, without bringing Anren, you can go by yourself? Lanji shuddered and avoided Ming Jing's eyes that seemed to want to eat people. How could that be? I'm such an open and pure girl, how could I possibly go looking for that kind of person? Ooh, I want to. A high-class male model with good looks. Sexy collarbone 8-pack abs, ah. Little puppies, little wolf dogs, little munchkins, ah. But where did she dare to say in front of Ming Jing, in case he went to the Blue House to snitch, and was known to mom and dad that she went to find a male model to play with a male model, and 100% broke her legs? Missy, it's all your fault. Compensate me for my tall, handsome, 8-pack abs, sweet-talking, cozy little puppy. Once again saving the precarious marriage contract between the Meng and Lan families, Meng Anren deeply hid her merits and fame, got into Qin Mu's car, and smiled gently towards Lanji. I'm leaving, we'll make another appointment after today. Looking at the Maybach away, Blue Branch aggrieved and deflated mouth. It is not easy to survive until high school graduation, but also thought that finally have the opportunity to touch the legendary Absit. The hand hanging down at her side was suddenly gripped. Lanji turned back violently in shock and met Ming Jing's slightly smiling eyes, which always felt a little dangerous. What for? She didn't take it well. Ming Jing raised his eyebrows. Go to my house, I'll drink with you. You? Blue Branch frowned, seeming a bit suspicious. What's a good reason to drink? Are you in a good mood in the middle of the day? Or have you suffered a setback and want to get drunk? Ming Jing took a step closer to her, his tone meaningful. I'm not in bad condition, right? Handsome, with abs, haven't touched another girl, not cleaner than those male models? Blue Branch was stunned for a moment, and after reacting to what he was saying about tigers and wolves, his face swished red. You're not right. What's wrong with that? I'm your fiancé. Ming Jing wrapped his arm around Lanji's waist and hooked her into his embrace. His voice was put extremely softly. Feel as you wish. Lei Hua Court. Baby, I miss you so much. Qin Mu, gently. Just as she entered the door and sat down, Meng Anren was embraced by Qin Mu on his lap, his large palm imprisoning her waist, making her unable to move. Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other for too long. Qin Mu was more eager than ever, and the hot kisses invaded like a raging storm, so fierce that she couldn't even find an opening to catch her breath. He kissed her so hard it made her tongue ache a little too. Hearing the accusation that leaked out from the charming touch of lips and teeth, Qin Mu eased his strength and gently took possession of the square inch of the girl's mouth. There's always something that will remind them to stop at the right time. Qin Mu let go of his delicate lips, panting slightly, staring into the girl's watery eyes, tilting his head to drop a kiss at the corner of her eye. Just let me hold you for a while, without tossing you. Noticing the concealment under Qin Mu's eyes, Meng Anren moved her waist uncomfortably. Let go, I'm going to take a shower. The person in his arms twisted her body, which was undoubtedly a kind of torture for Qin Mu at this moment, and he spoke in a muffled voice, don't move around, it will dissipate. Dream Anren's ears were red to the point of dripping blood as she blushed and whispered, it's not that I'm uncomfortable. Qin Mu froze for a moment and immediately released her, and Meng Anren quickly got off of him, not daring to look at him for more than a second, turned around and ran upstairs. Qin Mu hadn't reacted to what had happened yet, and when he looked down, his pants were inexplicably a little bit wet. Upon realizing what this was, his face abruptly exploded red, and the veins on his neck collapsed out, which nearly snapped the remaining shred of sanity, and he immediately got up and went to the small guest room to take a shower and change his clothes. How can In Xiao Ran be so seductive? Hung Hai Bei No. 6. Blue Branch Private Villa. I was talking about going to Ming's house. It didn't feel convenient with the servants around. Ming King's property is all empty again, just like the showroom. It's got booze and snacks and everything, so it's just a matter of turning up at the old place. Hiss, are you sure I'm allowed to touch? After a few drinks, Ming Jing lifted up his shirt, and Blue Branch stared at his well-defined six-pack abs with curiosity and greed in his eyes. It was the first time in her long life that she had ever witnessed a boy's abs, let alone gotten her hands on them. It is said to feel good in the hand, soft to the touch but hard to the touch when pressed, so I don't know if that's true or not. Feel free. Ming King feigned composure and looked away, but in reality, his ears had already reddened. Then I won't be polite to you. Blue Branch ventured up and poked at the hard muscles before his fingertips gently traced over the contours of his abs. Completely unnoticed, Ming Jing closed his eyes, his breathing became more and more ragged, and his muscles tightened as he squeezed the armrests of the chair with both hands. Cool fingertips roamed over his abdomen, seeming to run gently over it like a feather, evoking the slightest tickle. It is said to let her feel free, but I didn't expect her to touch so. Ah! Chapter 121 New. Time passes and 5 years pass. The advertising screens outside the tallest office building in the capital city were showing the popular news that had recently stirred the nation. Yesterday, the Institute of Drugs of the National Academy of Medicine released major news that the development of new anti-cancer drugs has gained a major breakthrough. The deputy director of the institute, Nicole Meng, made a speech. The bus stopped at the stop below the advertising screen, and two girls in school uniforms cheekily got on and went to sit down at the back. Did you watch the live broadcast of the National Youth Ink painting competition yesterday? No, I went to see Qiao Yichen's concert yesterday. The scene was super fried. Top stream out of the gate. I hear your voices muffled. You must have gotten high yesterday? Indeed, the fans sang along. How did the ink drawing contest turn out? Needless to say, it was Meng Chenghong who won the gold medal again, and his painting Mountains, Rivers, and 10,000 piece was so shocking. I've studied art for 7 years and I can't even compare to a little kid. That's for sure. Without some talent, can you be Wu Chongxi's disciple? How can Wu Chongxi's disciple not be great? It's really worse than old age. Do you think these geniuses have been reincarnated and drank expired Mona soup? In the recording studio, the host wore a white suit and enthusiastically interviewed the cool and handsome man beside him. Mr. Dream, you just debuted with the play Sai Wang the Male Third Fire. So far 5 years to take the Golden Flower Award movie star. Netizens call you and Mr. Qiao Yichen for the entertainment industry's top stream double star. What do you think about this? After 5 years, Meng Yushu's smile was still as gentle as jade, only that he had experienced many things, and there was more maturity and majesty in his eyes. Qiao Yichen and I have indeed been friends for many years, when we agreed that I would be an actor and he would be a singer, and that we would meet at the top. Top stream can't be called, we still need to continue to learn from our seniors. The moderator asked a few more questions. Dreamfeather Book raised her eyes to look at the time and smiled, interrupting the host's desire to spout questions. Sorry, it's almost time. The host felt that Dreamfeather Book was good to talk to and still kept a bright smile on her face. Your first time participating in a live interview, many of your fan friends would like to talk to you for a while longer. Meng Yushu still smiled, but his eyes showed their sharpness in a moment. I'm sorry, I have a private trip next, so that's it for today. The host was shocked by his aura and didn't dare to delay any longer, closing the broadcast with a few hurried closing remarks. Dreamfeather Book got up and politely said, hard work. Turn around and walk away. Airport. The young girl looked cold, with a pair of thin high heels under her long white legs, dragging her suitcase towards the departure gate with great strides. Accompanying her steps, her graceful body was filled with thousands of gestures, attracting the bystanders could not help but take a few more glances at her. Until she reached the exit and saw the boy waiting by the Maybach, she hooked off her sunglasses to raise a smile and quickened her pace. Xin Mu. Xin Mu looked up from his cell phone message, and the moment his eyes touched Meng Anren, a gentle, watery smile immediately lifted up on his face. He slipped his cell phone into his pocket as he walked towards her, taking the suitcase in one hand and holding her up with the other. Tired? Meng Anren shook her head. Fortunately, I sat in first class and slept on the airplane. How come you personally came to pick up? The group is not busy? No matter how busy I am, it's not as important as you. How long has it been since I've seen you? Walking over to the Maybach, Xin Mu pulled open the passenger door. Missy, please. As Meng Anren got into the car, Xin Mu put the suitcase in the trunk before going around to the driver's seat. Just sitting in the car, seeing Meng Anren buckling her seatbelt, he leaned over and kissed her cheek. Don't fasten it yet, let me kiss it for a while. Dream Anren pursed her lips and couldn't suppress the upturned corners of her lips, welcoming over to kiss his thin lips. After 2 months of not seeing him, all the thoughts were vented through this kiss. It took a good deal of making out before the car finally started up and hit the road. Is it still going well? Xin Mu asked. The contract has been signed. Meng has officially gotten board's AI technology and will start putting it into development the day after tomorrow. It's not in vain that I flew over to soften the deal for 2 months. At present, Meng has a special effects animation production company under its banner. In order to take the advantage of all the special effects production in China at present, she specially flew to Europe to buy AI technology from a famous foreign animation company. 2 months of work and happy results. Xin Mu relaxed and smiled, and Xiao Ran hadn't changed a bit after so many years. She would still put her best foot forward for her career. Awesome baby, looks like it won't be long before you surpass me. Meng Anren laughed lightly and moved over to kiss him on the cheek. Yun Duan and Rui Ming are in a cooperative relationship, not a competitive one. Say what super not beyond, the market is so big, she can't chew it alone, cooperation and win-win is the perfect decision. The Maybach stopped at a red light. Shinmu twisted his head and held Meng Anren's hand. Do you have other plans today? No, I just got back from signing a big project, so I had to give myself 2 days off. What about the evening? No dinner with your aunt and uncle? My mom is now a little famous internet celebrity, and she's busy. My dad's company is preparing to raise funds to go public, and he's flying all over the country from province to province. Older brother is filming in Jiang City, older sister can't come back from her research institute, and Xiaohong is probably staying at Wu Lao's place. The house is empty. What am I going back for? The tone of his voice was light, and it was obvious that he had long since gotten used to this kind of life. Su Wanman suddenly became popular 3 years ago because of the Netflix punch card video, and was asked by a short video company to make an account of her own in the food category, teaching housewives to cook all kinds of home-cooked dishes and stews and old fire soups. The number of fans was significant, and she was later picked up by another platform that made her instructional videos into a recipe book for which she could collect royalties. The original snack bar is now entirely in the hands of Yuzhen Liang. Meng Rome, on the other hand, 2 years ago found a business opportunity, re-entered the business, founded a tire brand Wind and Fire Tires, is still a small company, but recently embarked on the financing of the IPO, their own incarnation of the Wind and Fire Wheel. Dream Anren herself is very busy, the family is also busy. She in turn easier, do not always think of taking time to go back to maintain the relationship. She has always believed that work comes first, and it's a good thing that each member of the family now has something of their own. Then we'll go on a date to the playground this afternoon? In the evening, Xiao Han has a dinner date, so I'll push him if you don't want to go. Xin Mu asked. Meng Anren nodded. It's okay, when I was an adult Lu Hong gave me a house on Riverside 9, I plan to move there to live closer to Weiming. I was thinking of looking for Xiao Han to talk about the decoration. With this appointment, Xin Mu first sent Meng Anren back to Li Huayuan to take a bath and rest. Li Huayuan still hasn't changed. Every day at a fixed time there will be a housekeeping home to clean. Even if Meng Anren didn't come back for 2 months, the house is still spotless. Entering the door, Xin Mu couldn't wait to circle the girl into his arms and continue kissing. He tried so hard to restrain himself when people were coming and going in front of the airport, and now he was really venting his thoughts. Dream Anren caterwauled and climbed onto his shoulders, and in no time at all her legs were too weak to stand. Xin Mu hooked her waist, afraid that she would get tired if she tilted her neck, and while kissing fiercely, he moved his feet and pressed the soft and boneless person onto the sofa. Baby, you have a sweet mouth. Meng Anren gasped and hammered at his shoulder grudgingly. If I kiss my mouth again, it will swell, and I still have to have dinner with Xiao Han at night. Looking at the charming spring color under the girl's eyes, Xin Mu couldn't help but gulp down his saliva, and in the end, he resisted the urge to continue. He had always had good stamina, or he wouldn't have been able to endure 6 years. Chapter 122 Lu's group on the verge of bankruptcy? Xin Mu got up, picked up Meng Anren in a crossbody and sent her upstairs to her room to take a shower. Which outfit do you want to wear? I'll get them for you. He was attentive and skillful enough that it obviously wasn't the first time he'd helped her with her clothes while she was in the shower. Take a nightgown, I'll pick my own clothes after the shower. Meng Anren smiled and pushed Xin Mu out of the bathroom, closing the door with her backhand. Hearing the sound of water resounding from inside, Xin Mu sighed. I'll put you on the bed later, I'll also go down and take a shower first. Aha! Dreamin answered, stripping off her clothes and standing under the shower. The hot water was soothing as it wrapped around her body, but it couldn't wash away the blush that rose in her cheeks. Since she was 20 years old, she could feel Xin Mu's desire for her getting stronger and stronger, and every time he was holding back and wouldn't do anything further than kissing. He'd given her absolute respect, even if she'd once offered to have borderline sex to help him out a bit when she'd been afraid he'd put up with too much, and he'd balked. Baby, I'm not with you to address needs, I'm happy just holding hands, hugging and kissing you. It's normal for it to react when I'm near you, you don't have to force yourself to do that sort of thing. According to scientific research, men would have a physiological reaction when they approached a woman they liked. Meng Anren was aware of this and didn't doubt what Xin Mu said. However, sex also belonged to one of the 3 elements of love, and it was definitely impossible to say that Xin Mu had no thoughts at all. Love is respect, so refrain. Especially at that time was still in the stage of physical development, he was afraid that a failure to tense up and go with the flow would cause damage to her body. Cough. Maybe the water is too hot. Dream Anren's face is even more red. She's 23 now, actually, so he could have mentioned it. When he changed his clothes and went downstairs, Xin Mu was still in the bathroom of the small guest room and didn't come out, and Meng Anren was probably clear why he stayed in there for so long. She didn't bother prodding and sat on the couch and swiped through the Twitter news. Of the most popular ones, apart from the ones related to her family, the one that attracted the most attention was the one about Lu's group. Is it a rumor or the truth that Lu's group is on the verge of bankruptcy? During these 5 years, the Lu family's side relatives were basically kicked out by Lu Hong, and the industries they were responsible for were returned to Lu Heng's hands, and Lu's group gradually became Lu Heng's world alone. Just half a year ago, once by the side relatives' management eventually returned to the hands of Lu Hong, those industries gradually decline, bankruptcy, Lu group vitality greatly injured, the outside world speculated that Lu is close to twilight, it is difficult to escape the fate of bankruptcy. But dream Anren clear, Lu's more than bankrupt more than those industries, the whole Lu's group has been Lu Hang and Louis hollowed out, has long been an empty shell. Now it's just a matter of putting the word out bit by bit. Layout for so many years has not been found out the clues, these two brothers' tactics are powerful enough. This ambiguous news article was probably put out by Lu Hong, and they're going to start working on Duan Jingyao's problem. Duan Jingyao was studying at the university in the capital city, and the surveillance on him from the Sea City side had never stopped over the years. However, Lu did gradually decline, his aunt did not suspect him, and let him spend 5 years in the capital city peacefully. I was just about to check out some other news when Qin Mu came out after taking a shower. He wore a simple t-shirt with wide-legged jeans, but the man had morphed into a peacock in full bloom since she graduated from high school, dressing up for every date with a little extra finesse and a little perfume. It had been a long time since Dream Anarchy had smelled that simple, clean sea salt lemon scent on him. Qin Mu, I don't like the smell of perfume on you. Meng Anren poked at the location of his shoulder blade and continued, it smelled good before. Qin Mu froze for a moment and suddenly smiled, I used to use one family's sea salt and lemon scented body wash, now that body wash has been discontinued, where can I get that flavor back for you? Dream Anren pursed her lips and thought, can't you just acquire the one family? Qin Mu had a helpless face, Missy, it's impossible for Cloud Group plus Rui Ming Group to acquire one family. Okay. Meng Anren shrugged her shoulders like a compromise, she'll find someone to mix a perfume of that flavor when the time comes. The destination for today's date was an amusement park. It was marvelous to say the least, many people assumed that she had no childhood growing up in the Luke's home and had certainly never been to an amusement park. In fact, when she was 5 years old, her ribs were broken, and after she would recuperate, Qin Mu came to pick her up and discharged her from the hospital, and went straight to the playground. It was the first time that Meng Anren went to the amusement park. The body can't play the exciting projects, just 2 rides on the carousel. She felt very happy. This was the second time, still with Qin Mu. They go to ride the jumper, feel the excitement of the heart jumping out of the chest, go to ride the roller coaster, braking through the wind at a blistering speed, go to ride the Ferris wheel, kissing when it rises to the highest point, letting the bright sun and white clouds outside the window witness their love. Did you have fun, baby? Coming down from the pirate ship, Qin Mu held Meng Anren's hand and interlocked it with his fingers, the other hand straightened the loose hair at her temples, and his phoenix eyes were forever drenched in extreme tenderness when he looked at her with downcast eyes. The girl reflected in his phoenix eyes was always the most beautiful and moving. Aha! The corners of Dream Anren's lips lifted into a smile drenched in honey, she hadn't been this relaxed and playful in a long time, I'm thirsty. Qin Mu attached himself to her and pecked her lips, let's go buy a drink first, find a place to rest for a while, and then go play on the flying chairs later? Good. The amusement park has a lot of carriage house-styled stores that sell some drinks and snacks. Randomly picking a lemon tea that looked quite good, Qin Mu asked the girl beside him, baby, what do you want to drink? Meng Anren stared at the young couple not far away sitting under the sun umbrella facing each other and drinking the same drink. She twisted her head to look at Qin Mu and pointed over there, we'll take that one too, okay? Qin Mu looked along, the couple was drinking a large cup of lemon tea with red and blue straws inserted into the cup, shaping a heart. So and Xiao Ran would be interested in this kind of stuff too? He laughed softly and turned toward her, a duck-scented lemon tea, couples cups, less ice and half sugar. The drink was soon ready, and Dream Anren took it with the red one in the straw and took 2 sips to quench her thirst. Qin Mu paid the money and saw the girl sip her drink, bending down to contain the blue straw. Bang! Forehead hit. This design doesn't make sense. Meng Anren rubbed her forehead, raised her eyes to meet Qin Mu's slightly grudging gaze, and let out a puff of laughter. Let's go sit over there, sit and drink so we won't hit our foreheads. She took Qin Mu's hand and together they walked towards the sun umbrella. Wait a moment. Qin Mu's hand slightly exerted force, yanking Dream Anren to a halt, narrowing his eyes and staring at the pair not far away who were buying egg daikon. Doesn't that boy look a bit familiar? Meng Anren suspiciously followed his gaze. The boy had to be 1 meter 8, with fair skin, wearing a summer sportswear, and didn't look too old, not much more than a teenager. The girl beside him wore a white lace dress, stockings with Mary Jane shoes, and long silky hair draped over her shoulders with a pearl hairpin in her ear. The boy had his arm around the girl's shoulder and was slightly bent over to speak to her, clearly a young couple in love. But, does look kind of familiar. Chapter 123 So delicious, don't you treat me to one? You eat first, the first bite is always for you. The boy put the still warm egglet he had just gotten his hands onto his mouth and blew on it, feeding it to the girl. The girl smiled sweetly and shyly and took a small bite, her heart sweeter than an eggplant. Is it good? The boy's eyes were on the verge of popping out little stars, and when he saw the girl nod her head in his heart rippled with flowers. Why can one's girlfriend be so cute? It's so good, you won't buy me one? The teasing voice came from behind. The moment Meng Chenghong turned his head and saw Meng Anren, he was so scared that his expression was colorful, and he timidly shouted, second sister, second brother-in-law. Isn't second sister out of the country? Why is she here? Gee, I should have known to check with my second sister's husband about her schedule before going out on a date. What if your sister catches you having an early crush? Online, etc. Urgent. Meng Anren glanced at the girl being guarded by her brother with a smile. This your girlfriend? Don't you want to introduce her? Second sister. Meng Chenghong tried to muddle through by being petulant, pulling and tugging at the hem of Meng Anren's coat and lowering his voice. You'll scare her like this. Meng Anren hated his iron and nodded his head. Can't you be a little responsible and introduce her to us in a big way? Meng Chenghong pursed her lips. You're not going to tell mom and dad about me? He is very clear, the second sister early love mom and dad cannot control, but if he dares to early love, I'm sure to open a dipper in his head. Shinmu laughed leisurely from the side. Your second sister doesn't like to snitch. Meng Chenghong tangled for a moment, cleared his throat, took the girl by the shoulders, and introduced, this is my girlfriend Su Qingli, also a member of the youth group of the Chinese painting class, and the 6th place winner of the last ink painting competition. Su Qingli had a sweet and sticky round face, like a cute and adorable non-aggressive little milk cat, grabbing both hands and greeting in a nervous but polite whisper, second sister, second brother-in-law. Hello. Dream Anren's smile became softer, as if she was afraid of scaring this little milk cat. How old are you? Where do you go to school? I'm in the same year as little Hong, in the same school in different classes. Su Qingli's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. She felt that this sister in front of her looked so temperamental and imposing, obviously smiling, but for no reason at all. It made her feel a sense of oppression belonging to a superior person. Seeing that she was a bit scared, Meng Anren didn't continue to ask questions and turned her head to look at Meng Chenghong. You, come over here with me for a moment. She tugged on Meng Chenghong's sleeve and dragged the man away. Su Qingli's pair of deer eyes looked at Meng Chenghong's figure that was forcefully dragged away in a daze. This second sister is really still so scary. She stole another glance at the boy still standing in front of her, just as the other looked over, and the moment she met her eyes, she shuddered and immediately lowered her head. The second sister's husband is so handsome, looking at it is better than the second sister to talk a little better, it should not be fierce, right? Noticing that she was imagining things and was so nervous that her palms were sweating, Shinmu let out a light laugh and said, don't worry, his second sister is very gentle. Su Qingli pursed her lips and nodded silently. Your own girlfriend, of course you say she's gentle. On the other side, Meng Anren hooked her brother's arm and crickets in a low voice with her back to Su Qingli's side. You kid. You're only in your second year and you dare to secretly have a girlfriend behind your back? Meng Anren's tone was laced with laughter, but it was creepy. Meng Chenghong reasoned a bit, second sister, you do not also high school did not graduate with Mu brother in love, I am just earlier than you so. 4 years. Meng Anren don't give him a glance. What are my accomplishments and what are your accomplishments? What is my status and what is yours? If you have the ability to control the future, I won't stop you from falling in love. I have. Meng Chenghong said very quickly, after meeting her second sister's stern eyes, her aura instantly lowered again. I'm not learning Chinese painting from my master. When I get the gold medal of the National Chinese Painting Competition, I'll count it as an achievement, right? So did you take it now? It hasn't even started yet. The National Painting Competition is held once every 4 years, and there's still a year and a half before the next one opens. Do you think you're capable of taking the gold medal? Meng Chenghong patted his chest. I must. I will definitely bring you back a trophy. Okay, I'll hide it for you for the time being. If you can't get the gold medal by then, I'll tell mom and dad about your early love. If you get it, I don't object to you falling in love. Even if you reveal yourself one day I'll speak for you. Deal. Meng Chenghong agreed without thinking. It had been a long time since Dream Anren had felt this way about lying to a child. Where's the gold medal in the national painting competition so easy to get? Meng Chenghong is indeed very talented, but there are many people in the world who have the talent of painting. There are many masters of Chinese painting in China, and the national competition is a competition between these masters. They are equally talented and also have decades more painting experience than Meng Chenghong, who can be said to be a fool's errand if he wants to win the gold medal. However, the boy has always been a champion in youth competitions, and Wu has always been an encouraging educator. Pride comes before a fall, so it's good for him to get a taste of nationals and a little frustration. Is there enough money to spend? She asked coldly. Meng Chenghong froze for a split second, nodded his head after reacting. Enough, second sister, don't keep asking me this kind of question, I'm not a child anymore. Meng Anren was silent. In fact, she wasn't quite sure how to express her love. Besides giving her family ideas, she only had money. There's no way to repay my mom, dad, brother, and sister with money, so I'll just have to give my brother more pocket money. Being in a relationship requires capital. You can't let a girl pay for a date, and you usually need to give some small gifts. Where is your little competition winnings enough? Meng Anren took out her cell phone and transferred $2,000 to her brother. Don't play too late. Remember to send people home safely. When Meng Chenghong saw the transfer records, he hugged Meng Anren. Second sister, you're so good to me. He used to try hard to integrate his second sister into the family, but it was always like a river between them, and although she was kind to him, she was more like a cousin than a real sister. Now is more and more like a sister. We'll blame him where to do not do well, we'll educate him some reasoning, but also always worried about him living in straitened circumstances, from time to ask if he has enough money to spend. Every time his second sister lectured him, he felt, oh, second sister, she cares about me. She doesn't want me to go down the wrong path because she cares about me. Okay, you. Meng Anren uncomfortably pushed him away, realizing that this younger brother had grown up to become a coquette, not at all as understanding as he was 5 years ago. However, she never thought of understanding as a positive word, and her brother lived more and more freely, becoming more and more his own color of character. This is what growing up is all about. And her character was basically set in stone before she returned to the dream family. Chapter 124, Forgetting Him in a Deserted Corner. The two siblings finished their chat and went their separate ways to continue their appointments for the day. Su Qingli held Meng Qinghong's hand, seeing that he was happier than just now. She couldn't help but wonder what he and his second sister had talked about. You fall in love, doesn't your sister talk about you? My second sister can be good. Meng Qinghong scattered her hand, the fur wrapped his arm around her shoulder, looked at her sideways and said, she also instructed me to take you to eat more delicious food, and to make sure that you are safely delivered to the doorstep of your home at night. Su Qingli seemed to understand a sound. She also quite want to have a brother or sister, but unfortunately she only has a sister. The family always said that she should give way to her sister. Chicken legs have to be given to her sister. Fish belly with fewer spines has to be given to her sister. She has to give her sister toys she likes. She can't fight back when her sister hits her, and whenever her sister cries it's definitely her fault. Not only did she not have the love of her older siblings, but even her mom and dad seem to love her a little less than others. That's probably why she likes Meng Qinghong. When she's with him, all her feelings are cared about, all her thoughts are valued. She can relax and do what she wants to do without having to bend herself over backwards for anyone. I want to go on the jumper. She pointed to the motorized facility not far away. Meng Qinghong nodded. Okay, you sit here for a while first, don't get sunburned. I'll go buy the tickets. Good. Su Qingli looked at the boy who ran away, and in the bottom of her heart was an unspeakable feeling of happiness. See, no matter what she wanted, he would always make it happen for her and would always be the first to consider her feelings. Xin Mu and Meng Anren didn't play in the amusement park for long and went to a nearby mall to shop for a while. In the evening, he met with Xiao Han at the Yindu Hotel for dinner. As soon as this man arrived, the entire box became noisy. Hey, it's been a long time since I've seen you. You two are really not righteous enough to fall in love and not invite me to dinner. Now that you're the chairman of the group, you haven't seen me come out to celebrate. If not for the fact that I'm calling you guys, did you forget all about me long ago? I'm telling you, if you're so unkind, it's easy to lose friends. Xiao Han twittered and settled in the empty seat, coming up to accuse the two of evil behavior. Do you know how lonely he's been for the last few years? He doesn't even have a friend he can go out and play with. He is surrounded by a bunch of unsuspecting villains, and the old bastards in the company are still giving him trouble every day. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, except for sleeping is cursing. This kind of torture can anyone understand? No. No one can understand him. He held a bellyful of bitterness nowhere to talk about, alone in the night self-healing when the group of friends but in pairs, groups of 3 or 5 outside the dashing. Forgot him in a deserted corner. Meng Anren was speechless and amused. She got up and poured him a cup of tea. You're not right. Shouted designer is internationally renowned. If you don't contact us, where would we dare to disturb you? Xiao Han frowned and looked askance at Meng Anren suspiciously. Missy, do you have a fever or have you been taken over? Is this something that can come out of your mouth? Dream Anren's smile tightened and she gave him a displeased look. Xiao Han immediately looked relieved. Cool, this is like the Missy I know. Dream Anren sweat face. This guy is still this kind of rogue. 26 years old people have not changed a little. The food was served and the three of them started chatting about what was going on. Didn't you move your studio to Haymarket? When did you come back? Xin Mu asked. The Sea City is the capital of fashion. Whether it is clothing design, jewelry design, home design, interior design, most of them are concentrated over there. 3 years ago, taking into account the integration of resources, Xiao Han also moved the studio. Not to say that settled in the Sea City. Anyway, he often take a single fly around the world, just most of the time will stay in the Sea City, unless the new year, or rarely back to the capital city to live. Harm, don't mention it. Xiao Han drank a mouthful of tea, his face showed annoyance. It's not my mom, smacked me 26 years old without a home, afraid that I often go abroad. One day we'll give her a blonde blue-eyed foreign daughter-in-law to go back. Recently forced me to match it. Strict orders, must find a local, can't find a girlfriend, don't want to leave the capital city. Xiao Han's grandparents were all from the army, and all of them had fought in the war before, so they couldn't accept marrying a foreign woman as the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family. Xiao Han did not become a soldier, but did the design. Xiao mother had to keep a close eye on him, so that he would not fool around outside, get back a foreigner to break the rules of the ancestors. The worst thing is that Xiao Han is 26 years old, the age of love and blood has passed, and he has not even had a girlfriend. Xiao mother is worried about whether her son does not like women. Talking about this topic, Xiao Han had a flash of light and looked at the two men expectantly. Do you have some good-looking and good-tempered friends or something like that? Introduce them. Where else would he find a daughter-in-law for his mom? I don't have one. Shinmu immediately brushed off the relationship and wrapped his arms around Meng Anren's waist. I don't have the opposite sex around me, the special assistant is a man, and the entire staff of the secretary's office is also male, so I don't have the resources to introduce them to you. Taking a sharp bite of dog food, Xiaohan almost didn't hold back from cursing. You two really don't care about other people when you're in love. He moved his eyes to Meng Anren. Do you have any good introductions? I remember that your sister seems to be 3 years older than me, right? Got a boyfriend yet? My sister? Meng Anren raised her eyebrows and sipped her hot tea contemplatively. It seems like no, but she's pretty and I heard that there are quite a few people in the institute who want to chase after her. Why are you hitting on her? A woman with a big heart? It doesn't have to be for real. If she's not interested in those suitors, she might as well work with me. I can deal with my mom and she can keep the annoying flies away. The big deal is that after a year and a half, then we'll claim to have broken up. He has no desire to be in a relationship at all at the moment, and doesn't want to spend the rest of his life weighing the pros and cons of choosing someone to marry through a blind date who has no feelings for him, which wouldn't be fair either to him or to the woman. Might as well find someone to play along and gag mom first. You'll have to go talk to my sister in person about that. I can't her make the decision. However, my sister she loves interior design and adores you. You'll have to think about whether it's really fair to her too in case she agrees. Ha! Xiaohan was stunned. He had never met with Meng Nick, and had never heard of Meng Nick worshipping him. If that was the case, indeed this proposal was unfair to Meng Nick, as if he was taking advantage of her feelings. Anyway, I'll go meet her. It's the first time I've known I had a fan. Okay. Meng Anren pushed Meng Nico's contact information to Xiaohan and incidentally left a message for Meng Nico, telling her in advance that Xiaohan wanted to ask her to meet him. Followed by a chat about decoration design. Chatting about the topic ran off. Xiaohan began to frantically spit out the strange customers he met in the sea city. Anyway, it's not a few bites of rice, but 2 pots of tea first. With him as a broken mouth, 3 people sitting in a box also seemed extra lively. When he was about to leave, Xiaohan remembered and asked, by the way, where are Lanji and Mingjing? They haven't returned to China yet? Studying abroad, you should have graduated and come back long ago, right? Said it was to play over there for a while and then come back. Meng Anren is not quite sure anymore. When Blue Branch graduated, he called, this has been playing for almost a year, and still not seen back. Is the scenery abroad that good? Chapter 125 When did you get together? Don't bite, you're a dog. The atmosphere in the room was charming. The warm, ragged panting made the whole space hot and filled it with an ineffable aroma. The bell that rang unexpectedly disturbed the excitement of the 2 people entwined in bed. Blue Branch suffered a violent shock, and with great difficulty, she touched the cell phone at the bedside ready to hang up, only to find that it was Dream Anren who was calling. Stop, Anren's on the phone. Can't stop, just pick it up. The man's voice was as hoarse as if it had been ground on sandpaper, his thin lips inching shallow kisses on the collarbone of the person underneath him. Asshole. Blue Branch was paralyzed, her head nearly blank. She still didn't miss her best friend's call and tried to sound normal. Hello, Anren. Hearing the voice coming from the other end, Dream Anren frowned. What's wrong with your voice? Sick? No. Blue Branch grunted softly and uncontrollably. Dream Anren quickly realized that the other end was engaging in the great harmony of humanity, and she asked through clenched teeth, Blue Branch, did you really look for a male model? How many has this been? If you keep a white boy, I can still help you out. If you keep 4, 5, or 6, I can't save the marriage contract with the Meng family, and I can't say anything on Uncle Lan's side. Since it was heard out, Blue Branch didn't hide it anymore and said brokenly, it's not a male model, it's Mingjing. Twiggy. Stop chatting. Mingjing's voice followed, and Meng Anren froze, sighing darkly and hurriedly saying, alright, I won't bother you guys, have fun. After that, she immediately hung up the phone, tugging her lips breathlessly. Let's just say that Lanji hasn't been quite right lately. When she was in college she hated to call her every day on video, talking about her life abroad, and saying that it was just like that with Mingjing. As a result, all day long said that the person who wanted her to graduate did not see back. The past 2 years, even less phone calls, it turned out to be surrounded by obsessive people with When did these two get together? What's wrong? Seeing that Meng Anren's face didn't look too good, Qingmu asked. Nothing, becoming a part of someone else's play for no reason. Meng Anren shrugged. Qingmu raised his eyebrows, Lanji and Mingjing? Aha. Meng Anren still felt puzzled. It was reasonable to say that if Lanji was really talking to Mingjing in a serious way, there was no way he wouldn't tell her. It can't be a pure sleeping relationship, can it? Qingmu secretly sighed. Mingjing secretly in love for so many years, even if they did not talk about it at least it is considered to have got it. He's been talking to Xiaoran for more than 5 years, and so far he hasn't gotten any meat yet. Frustration. Let's go, send you back. Qingmu put away his dirty thoughts and took Meng Anren's hand towards the parking lot, going home or back to Li Huayuan? Perwax Court, I think. Get in the car and buckle up. Meng Anren received a message from her assistant, Xiaoli. Xiaoli and Dong, there's a charity reception over in the Sea City. The organizer is the Green Harvest Club, and has delivered an invitation to Rui Ming. The time is next Friday. Hey Market? Green Harvest Club? Dreaming peacefully, I know, I'll go there myself. Lu Hong had sent her a message, and according to Duan Jingyao himself, that aunt was the president of the Green Harvest Society, Duan Shi. Meng Anren is too lazy to intervene in the affairs of the Lu family, but if it comes to Duan Shi, there is really a score to settle with her. After glancing at Meng Anren staring at her cell phone and wondering what she was thinking, Qin Mu leaned over and kissed the girl's tender cheeks, asking with concern, "What's with the expression? Did something happen to the group?" This group refers to the Ruiming Group. After graduating from high school, Dream Anren proceeded to raise funds and go public, merging and acquiring many tech-related companies to incorporate into Ruiming, transforming Ruiming from a tech company to a group that operates multiple types of businesses. These include the game industry, the electronics technology industry, and the film and television special effects production industry, with the main focus still on chip research and development. Due to each industry, she is in advance of the back adjustment, find the most advantageous resources and then invest into the market, with the top technology into the market. Ruiming Group in the past 2 years, the momentum of the rapid, has been in the Beijing Circle of Dragons coiled place standing on the top of the mountain, will be able to stand with the Li Hai Group, the Cloud Group in the same echelon. Meng Anren looked up at Qin Mu and smiled faintly. "Are you going to the charity reception hosted by the Green Harvest Society next Friday?" Qin Mu instantly realized that she was done storing up her strength and was ready to go and settle the score with Duanxi. "I was going to let Zhuochang go, but if Missy asks, I will definitely accompany her personally." Asterisk. Riverside 9, 32nd floor, Lu Heng's private residence. Aromas wafted out of the kitchen as Lu Heng served the pan-fried steak on a plate and sprinkled it with some basil leaves. Hearing a voice, he turned his head to see Duan Jingyao coming down the stairs. He walked over to the open kitchen counter with 2 plates of steak. "Have a seat." Usually 2 people eat directly at the high stools at the kitchen table, saving them from having to clean up the table again. His house was open to Lu Yi's house upstairs, and the communal elevator outside was 1 flight of stairs, but a staircase was made inside. The outside world thought that he and Lu Yi were fighting to the death, but in fact they were allies, true brothers equivalent to living in the same house. Duan Jingyao bought the 34th floor. The decoration thing is Lu Yi handle, also in Duan Jingyao bedroom next to the desk in the corner to do a dark ladder. Just lift the carpet and pull up the floorboards in the corner piece, and you'll see the telescoping staircase that leads downstairs to the porch in the doorway of Lu Yi's room. This was because it was clear that Duanxi had been spying on Duan Jingyao, and especially since Duan Jingyao had suddenly moved so close to them, it was hard for Duanxi not to get suspicious. According to Duan Jingyao, the villa he used to live in High City was filled with surveillance everywhere except his room, which is why he thought of installing the culvert in his room. Not using the public elevator outside, the living room monitored to the point that he was living a normal life, so much so that no one knew that Duan Jingyao had been in contact with the 2 Lu brothers during these 5 years. Duan Jingyao took a bottle of red wine out of the refrigerator, took 2 glasses, and casually asked as he poured the wine, "Where did second brother go?" Fragrant city competition. Lu Hong cleaned up the kitchen and walked out with a knife and fork. The Green Harvest Society held a charity reception and handed Lu's group an invitation. "Well, I know." Duan Jingyao put one of the cups of red wine in front of Lu Hong, sat down beside him, and continued, "Duanxi mentioned to me that the recent news of Lu's group being on the verge of bankruptcy has been spreading like wildfire, and that the Lu family has been in the business for 6 generations, with 100 years of foundations, and that she had asked about the truth of the matter from me but still suspected that there was a deception, and so she had planned this cocktail party in an effort to try to find out if it was true or not from your mouth." Lu Hong quietly ate his steak, seemingly not worrying too much about the matter, and only after Duan Jingyao's words fell did he faintly open his mouth, "Taking all the trouble to plan a cocktail party, inviting me from the capital city to the sea city, I'm afraid that it's not purely for the sake of trying to find out an answer." Chapter 126. The army comes in, the water comes out. After following Duanxi for more than 10 years, Duan Jingyao had never guessed through her thoughts. "Now that I've heard my big brother say this, it does make a bit of sense," and after a moment of contemplation, I asked, "Big brother, then what do you think Duanxi is trying to do by planning such a reception?" "Who knows?" Lu Hong took a sip of red wine. Even Duan Jingyao, who was brought up by Duanxi, couldn't see through her, let alone himself who hadn't met with her. No matter what kind of drugs Duanxi was selling, he could only see what he was doing. "Dream Anren will be there too," he said coldly. Hearing this name, Duan Jingyao was obviously stunned for a moment, as if some very long ago memories had surged into his mind. He hadn't seen Meng Anren since his high school graduation ceremony 5 years ago. Obviously both stayed in the capital city to study at university. Obviously the 2 schools are only separated by a road, but never met. He could only find out how she was doing through his circle of friends. Unfortunately, she is not a person who loves to share her life, and the only time she will post a photo of a dinner with her family is during the holidays. Will she be there for this reception? Lu Hong thoughtfully surveyed Duan Jingyao's complexion, understood something but didn't pick it out, and only after a long time did he speak again. "Not only the Ruiming Group, but the Cloud Group has also received an invitation." Duanxi had a deep enmity towards the Lu family, and if he just invited him to the Sea City, he couldn't say that he wanted to use the opportunity to get rid of him. Without him, Lu's group will surely fall. However, Meng Anren, who had long ago had no relationship with the Lu family, had also received an invitation, and then together with Qin Mu, who had a close relationship with Meng Anren. They were the only 3 families in the capital circle that had received an invitation from the Green Harvest Club, and this matter was getting more and more fishy. Duan Jingyao lowered his eyes in deep thought. He couldn't figure out what exactly Duanxi was plotting. She's been asking me every now and then lately if I can pry into when Lu Qingcheng will return to the country, so I guess that in addition to the cocktail party, she's still keeping her backhanded approach. After finishing the steak, Lu Hong put down his knife and fork and drank the red wine in one go. Soldiers come, water comes. He once didn't know how to care for his younger siblings, leading to a more or less watertight relationship with Lu Yi and Meng Anren. Since Meng Anren left the Lu family and refused to go with him 3 times, he also began to reflect on how to be a true brother. He thought there was no chance for him to change, but he never thought he would find his own brother, Duan Jingyao, and he wanted to try to bring him back to him without any harm. Therefore, no matter what Duanxi wanted to do, he would accompany him to the end. Asterisk. On the following day, Xiaohan made an appointment with Meng Nick's free time to meet up for lunch at the Japanese restaurant across the street from the institute. Natalie was surprised that the interior designer she once admired the most was now sitting in front of her, and eating alone, looking like a date. See what you want to eat. Xiaohan handed over the menu. Natalie thanked him and took it, flipping through it. Xiaohan took advantage of this gap to survey the woman in front of him. She was indeed very pretty, looking more like her father, Meng Rong, with softer features, unlike Meng Anren's looks which carried a bit of aggression. Her complexion is white and red, and at 28 years old, she is still as hydrated as a young girl, wearing a simple white tee and a low ponytail, like a freshly graduated college student. Natalie raised her eyes and Xiaohan pursed his lips and smiled, tactically taking a sip of tea. It really isn't very polite to stare at someone. After ordering, Nico also took a sip of tea to hide the nervousness in her heart that she hadn't felt in a long time, and for a moment she didn't know how to start the conversation. She wasn't good at dealing with the opposite sex, let alone dealing with Xiao, the designer whom she had admired for a long time. Being able to calmly sit here and drink tea was already the best she could do. Since it was Xiaohan who had asked the person out, it was naturally impossible to let the scene get cold, and he took the lead and said, "Sorry, asking you out in a hasty manner didn't disturb you, did it?" Natalie Meng shook her head and smiled lightly. "No, it's better to say it's still quite an honor. Since I was 20 years old, I've always loved your designs, only knowing that I don't have the talent for it, that's why I didn't choose the interior design major. I still remember that you used to do the design for our home, and then when I came home and saw the changes in my home, I was so excited that I didn't sleep the whole night." When she finished speaking, she paused for a moment and snapped as if she had only just reacted. "I'm sorry, am I talking too much?" No. Xiaohan quickly waved his hand and said with relief, "Anren said that you have a rather dull personality. I was afraid that you would feel embarrassed, but after you said this, I feel a lot of relief in my heart. Let go of chatting, don't mind me making noise later even if it's good." Natalie Meng laughed lightly. She did hear her sister spit out Xiaohan's broken mouth, and the tension in her heart was cleared a lot by Xiaohan's words. Seeing her relax, Xiaohan felt that it was almost time to get to the point. He started the conversation. "You're so pretty and capable. There should be quite a few men in the institute who want to pursue you, right?" Natalie Meng's smile converged for a few points, her eyes flickered, and she hesitantly said, "Actually, I'm quite troubled. There are a lot of people who show affection, but it always feels like they all approach with a strong purpose, never really considering my feelings from my starting point. I don't think that's courting, it's more like a form of harassment." Xiaohan stared at Meng Nico for a moment in silence. He seemed to understand what Meng Anren meant by Meng Nico was quite dull. It was not that this person was silent, but that Meng Nico was too serious, so serious that he was a bit old-fashioned. She doesn't know how to rebuff the advances of the opposite sex, she's not good at expressing herself, so she doesn't know how to find a topic of conversation when she gets along with people, and in the end, people treating her too warmly will only cause her distress, which she defines as harassment. After realizing this, Xiaohan bared his teeth and laughed. "My god, you're so funny." Natalie was confused. "Is it me that said something wrong?" No. Xiaohan waved his hand and couldn't stop laughing, his chest heaving with laughter. "People approach you in order to pursue you, it is a purposeful behavior. But you're right, if you don't think about your feelings, and you don't have some eyesight, then it's harassment, and it's normal that you don't like it. I tell you I do interior design also often meet this kind of customers, on the basis of their own a few stinking money will not respect people, all day long pointing his finger he know what the hell every day do I am the manager of XX Enterprises hanging mouth, think he gave me a single I have to be grateful to him, this kind of person I generally scolded a direct fork out, next time he will not dare to appear in front of me. You have to do the same, those dog-eared stinking flies always want to toad eat swan's meat, and you can't shake it off if you're always wriggling to give people a good look." Chapter 127. You two fought 300 rounds yesterday? Natalie Meng listened with glowing eyes and looked at Xiaohan with even more admiration. "You're really good. Not only are your professional design skills so strong, but you also have a lot of personality and dare to dryly reject people or things that you don't like." Xiao Han froze for a split second and was made uncomfortable by Meng Nick's burning eyes. He covered his face and his ears turned completely red. No. You don't look at me like that and say something complimentary about me. A man would not be able to stand it. Natalie's pupils quivered and snapped back to her senses, her face flushed with powder. Ahem, sorry. Too excited to meet my idol, I didn't control my fan enthusiasm for a while. Xiao Han quietly surveyed the expression on Meng Nick's face at the moment. What was wrong with a bit of cuteness? It's over. It seems to be a bit of a heart attack. Originally, I thought that I would have fans quite new, so I thought of coming over to meet. Besides, the other party is Dream Anran's sister. There is nothing wrong with having a meal together and making friends. It was too unkind to propose a fake relationship through an idol, but now he was absurdly surprised to think that being human sometimes didn't have to be too kind. The waiter came to serve the food, and Xiao Han held the teacup and slammed a few mouthfuls. After the waiter left, he greeted Nico with chopsticks, and after a moment's hesitation, he said with a heartfelt sigh, actually, I asked you out today because there's something I'd like to ask you for a favor. Natalie had just taken a piece of goulash into her mouth, chewing on the meat, and raised her eyes to him quizzically. What is it? Xiao Han put down his teacup. It's like this. My parents said that I'm not small and still haven't talked about my girlfriend. They are going to suspect my sexual orientation, and they are forcing me to go on a blind date, find a local girl in the capital city to fall in love with and get married, or else they won't allow me to go back to the studio over there in the sea city. I heard Anran say you are currently still single. I want to ask. Can you be my girlfriend? Natalie. Seeing her round eyes shocked to the point that a piece of meat in her mouth couldn't be spit out and swallowed, Xiao Han hurriedly explained, fake. Acting. Just accompany me back to meet with my parents and let them believe that I did talk. You can continue to busy with your career and I can go back to busy with mine. Relieved to have finally swallowed her meat, Nicole hung her eyes in thought for a moment and asked, why don't you just talk about a real one? The tea Xiao Han had just drank into his mouth almost spewed out as he looked at Meng Nick in surprise. Natalie Meng quickly reacted and explained, I don't mean talk to me. I mean find a girl you like and have a real relationship. A relationship can be fake, but marriage can't be fake. It's not good for you to keep dragging it out like this. Xiao Han put down the teacup, sighed, harm, if you can meet like, I as to 26 or a mother single? Feelings of things reluctant to come. I also do not want to find a blind date randomly find a suitable person to get married, which is not fair to other girls. So I thought, please accompany me to play a scene, temporarily to cope with my parents, otherwise my studio side of a large number of affairs how to do? Natalie nodded knowingly, dropping her eyes in serious thought. She was indeed a most suitable choice, with the identity of the deputy director of the institute in place. She only needed to meet with Xiao Han's parents, and at that time, if his parents contacted her to ask her to have dinner, she would be able to excuse that the institute was too busy to put off the meeting. If Xiao Han asks other girls to act, maybe they have met once and will meet many times in the following. Too much trouble for other girls, and Xiao Han will have to owe a lot of favors. Moreover, his sister in Xiao Han is a good friend. She help Xiao Han is not equivalent to help his sister. Let Xiao Han owes his friend's favor is better than owe some people who are not familiar with the favor. The future trouble is worse. After thinking clearly, Meng Nick raised her eyes to look at Xiao Han and agreed in a single breath. Alright, anyway, I don't have an urgent need to get married at the moment, so I can play your girlfriend for the time being. She was an idol and her sister's friend. Her character must be trustworthy, so how could she not help? Xiao Han didn't expect Meng Nick to agree so readily, and immediately his face blossomed with a smile. Thank you. You've been a great help. We'll take a picture together later. I'll take it back to deal with mom and dad first, and then bring you to meet them when you're free. Oh yeah, if you don't mind, you can also use me as an excuse to block out those suitors, and post the photo to your friends, whatever you want. Natalie was in a trance. Won't it affect you? Xiao Han waved his hand uncaringly. It's fine. What impact can it have? I'm not an entertainer. I'm happy to really be your boyfriend. The latter was a joke, and Nico heard it, but his heart still gave a small beat. At 4:30 p.m. Dream Anran received a video call from Blue Branch begging for forgiveness on her knees. The cell phone stood on its side on the nightstand, and Blue Branch sat on his knees with a pleasing face. Missy, I've committed a mortal sin. I beg your forgiveness. Meng Anran said with a wry smile. You two fought 300 rounds yesterday? Sleeping until now to call me back? Blue Branch smiled sarcastically. Missy, there's a time difference. It's only 10:30 a.m. On my side. Oh, I forgot there was a time difference if you didn't mention it. As if Dream Anran suddenly realized, she did some math in her head, so when I called you last night, it was after 3 in the afternoon on your side. What's with all the excitement in the middle of the day? Blue Branch covered her face. I was wrong, Missy. I deserve to die. I wasn't afraid that you were looking for me in a hurry and I didn't want to miss your call. I didn't know that Ming Jing, this dog, wouldn't even stop when I asked him to. Stop. Dream Anran made a fork with both hands and shouted to stop Lanji's tiger and wolf speech. I'm not interested in the details of your lingering and fishy lovemaking, so don't dirty my ears. I only want to know when did you two get together. Blue Branch just wanted to retort don't use screw such vulgar words to describe, but on the girlfriends as if quenching the eyes of the poison immediately goat. Heartily touching his nose, he whispered, just the day he graduated from college. Graduated from college? This shall not be more than a year, you are really not a word revealed. Dream Anran was dissatisfied. Her best friend got involved with a man and actually hid it from her for more than a year? Blue Branch's head hung even lower, not having the face to see her best friend. She'd seen Ming King's abs on the day of her high school graduation and had even gotten her hands on them, but she hadn't done anything back then, and was still a clean brotherly relationship. After leaving the country, neither she nor Ming Jing lived in the school dormitory, each renting apartments outside, occasionally going out on dinner dates together when they didn't have classes, or having a little drink in each other's apartments. After the college graduation ceremony, her classmates went out for a get-together and had a little drink. She didn't have a good time and went to Ming Jing's apartment after the party broke up. Then later, when Ming King was pouring water, he accidentally knocked over his water glass and wet his clothes, and casually ripped off his top. Blue Branch was a little dizzy. Think Ming Jing more and more look good. That body is really attracted to crime, so a moment of ghostly mind on. Meng Anren frowned as she listened. Why did she feel that this kid Ming Jing was doing it on purpose? Chapter 128. What a coincidence, I like you too. Lanji also felt that there is something strange, but anyway, we are going to get married in the future, so sleep on it. The first taste of forbidden fruit is more or less a bit indulgent. The two people in Ming Jing's apartment lingering for 3 days pressed not out the door. Afterwards intended to play nearby and then return to the country. The result of getting along under the tacit understanding has reached the level of a look to understand each other's intentions. All day long lingering sentimental, procrastination hard to the present have not returned to the country. Dream Anran laughed breathlessly. So what kind of relationship are you guys in now? Blue Branch weakly replied, unmarried couple. And what if there is no engagement? Neither a couple nor a husband and wife, gun pals? Dream Anran hit the nail on the head. Blue Branch was silent. In fact, she also thought that the current relationship with Ming Jing was a little too crazy, but she did not seem to hate this feeling. Not in the sense of the pleasure that came with the exercise, but the fact that she didn't seem to hate being alone with Ming King, being intimate with him, staying in the apartment with him for two. Occasionally, we go out to the supermarket together, buy a lot of ingredients and come back to fill the refrigerator. He will cook a lot of delicious food for her. Often nestled together on the couch watching movies, eating snacks and drinking wine. Even if they don't do that, they still get along. Not only did she not hate it, she even felt quite at home and comfortable with it. Lanshi snapped back to her senses and looked at Meng Anran with wide eyes in shock. It's over, Anran, you said I shouldn't be falling for Ming Jing, right? Having long since seen Blue Branch's slowness when it came to emotions, Dream Anran's eyes were sultry. Which on are you referring to? Blue Branch scared. Oops, the sentimental kind. That's easy to verify. You go and kiss Ming King, without color very purely like that slapdash kiss. If it makes you nervous, if it makes you shy, if it makes your heart race, that's like. Of course, Dream Anran said she was asking Blue Branch to verify it, but she already had her answer. Ever since high school when Lanji had been obsessing over why Ming Jing would suddenly mention the withdrawal to her, she probably had been interested in Ming Jing, just that even she hadn't realized it. She is in love all the way smooth. Dream Anran naturally hoped that girlfriends can also early recognize the heart, sincerely accept this marriage contract, in order to be happy and prosperous in the future. Lanji has always been a windy and hot temperament, and after only thinking for a second, she quickly nodded her head and agreed, okay. I'll try it later. Trying is trying. I haven't settled the score with you for what you've hidden from me. Meng Anran feigned anger and averted her face in a bad coaxing manner. Blue Branch muttered mouth begged for forgiveness. I'm wrong well and ran big lady don't be angry with me okay. Hearing her pampered voice, Meng Anran frowned slightly and looked past her in disgust. Less burying me, having Xiaohan disgusting me is already enough. Lanji regained her seriousness for a second. Has Miss Anran forgiven me? Forgive you for now. Meng Anran laughed softly. Not to forgive what can be done, she is such a best friend, even if the murder and arson must be hidden for her not to mention just slept with a man. Sleeping or fiancé. Long live the great miss. Blue Branch clasped her hands together and knelt in reverence. Hearing a sound coming from outside, Lanji subconsciously looked towards the entrance of the room, and then lowered her voice to the cell phone and said, Ming Jing is back, I'll try. Aha. Dream Anran knew exactly how anxious Blue Branch was in her heart at the moment, so she took the initiative to hang up the video. Ming Jing entered carrying a shopping bag from a superstore full of ingredients and snacks that Lanji loved to eat. He had just locked the door when he heard the sound of hurried footsteps, obviously the snapping of bare feet on the floor, and he turned back just to ask Blue Branch why he wasn't wearing slippers. As a result, the slender figure flashed before his eyes, and before he had time to speak, the girl stood on tiptoe and hooked her arms around his neck and kissed him. Ming Jing was confused. This slapdash can only be described as a touch of lips, completely different from the usual hot and desire-filled kiss. But it made his heart speed up for no reason, and for a moment he couldn't figure out what she was trying to do. He looked down slightly, meeting the girl's eyes with a few moments of curiosity, and after waiting a moment without waiting for a follow-up, his slightly flickering eyes sank abruptly. Want it again? He spoke as usual. Unexpectedly, Lanshi frowned and stared at him unhappily. Can you think of me better in your head? My back is still hurting, and I'm not 30 years old enough to be this much of a wolf. Ming Jing's eyes loosened and the tips of his eyebrows flicked up. So what are you doing? He was looking forward to it, to hearing the answer he'd been waiting for 10 years from his favorite girl. Blue Branch scattered away from him, unnaturally averting her eyes as she walked towards the living room. I just played video with Anren. Ming King thought that Blue Branch was digressing. It seemed he couldn't wait for the answer he wanted. He carried his things and lifted his feet towards the refrigerator. Well, I know. Lan Shi sat on the sofa with her legs bent, hugging her knees and staring at Ming Jing as she organized the bag of ingredients into the refrigerator one by one, and after a moment's hesitation, she spoke. Anren said that I'll know if I like you or not if I give you a kiss. Ming Jing's heart suddenly began to race as he moved. He closed the refrigerator door and casually tossed the remaining snacks on the coffee table, walked over and picked up Blue Branch's chin, bending down to kiss her on the lips. The action was done in a single motion, not allowing Blue Branch a chance to react at all. Blue Branch's head went down, unable to react for a long time, only the sound of his heart beating echoed in his chest, passing through his eardrums from the inside out. It was so strange, having obviously done more and more intimate things earlier, it never felt like this. Ming Jing rubbed Blue Branch's short hair, locked eyes with her straight on, and asked seriously, do you have an answer? Blue Branch's eyes flickered a few times, and she looked back, blushing and averting her face. Ahem, what about you? You were the one who was drunk that day. I wasn't drunk. I'm not a random man. Ming Jing curled his lips and smiled. Gigi, I've been waiting for you for 10 years, can you give me an answer now? Blue Branch's pupils trembled, recalling the past. She was always a phone call away from making an appointment with Ming King, who didn't seem to be busy at all and waited for a letter from her every now and then. She always had something in common with Ming Jing. She fell in love with motorcycles after a race, and Ming Jing would talk to her about all kinds of cars and even bought a car with her as an adult to go for a ride. She always managed to annoy Ming Jing without realizing it, as if she complained about the marriage contract, as if she watched a short skit of the Dream Feather book for a while longer, and he lost his temper with her on rare occasions. She always had coincidental encounters with Ming Jing when she was in a bad mood, and every time she was so angry after a fight with her old man that she ran away from home, Ming Jing would appear in front of her in less than an hour. 10 years, when it was clear that everything was in order, was too much for her nerves. I can't believe I always thought it was brotherly love. She violently hooked Ming Jing's neck and pulled him down to drop a kiss on his lips, me like you. Ming King sat down beside her and took her waist to hook her into his arms. What a coincidence, I like you too. Chapter 129. It's not like we're on the same page. Back to the capital city side. Meng Anren takes Xiaohan to Riverside 9 to see the house so that Xiaohan can come up with a design as soon as possible. Lu Heng gave her this house and they are not in the same unit, they are in the largest area of the A unit. She this set in the entire community's most remote and quiet D unit. The 2-bedroom, 1-kitchen, 2-bathroom apartment was adequate as a temporary home for her convenient commute to and from work. Xiaohan took the measurements while chattering to Dream Anren about the conversation he had at lunch with Dream Nicole. Your sister is really pretty, she looks much gentler than you, and her personality is quite talkative, not as dull as you say. And also very kind-hearted. I mentioned the matter of fake love, she did not ask me a few more sentences, directly agreed. However, her nature is also a little bad place, the institute of so many people to pursue her, she did not know to say a few harsh words to reject away, be entangled in how troublesome ah. Xiaohan chattered on and on without listening. Meng Anren stared at him thoughtfully for a long time, and spoke leisurely. You've got your eye on my sister? Xiaohan was stunned and immediately retorted, no. You're thinking too much. How could that be? A trifecta of denials, which would make anyone who heard it think there was something inside. Meng Anren's eyes were meaningful, but he didn't say a word. A look that had seen him through long ago. Xiaohan averted his eyes and pursed his lips, almost forgetting that this guy has the ability to read people's hearts through his eyes. All of his little thoughts simply can't escape her eyes. Not really. He avoided Dream Anren's line of sight and continued to measure the kitchen area. It's just that I think your sister is quite nice, and if it was a blind date with her, I would have the idea of moving on. Unfortunately, today's meeting was not a blind date, and he and Nico were just a fake couple with no possibility of progressing. Meng Anren leaned against the wall and laughed softly. There is no chance to develop even if you want to develop. She is a career brain, she hasn't talked about a boyfriend at 28 years old. You two are one in High City and one in Beijing City, you don't even have much free time. What development is there to talk about when you're separated by 1200 kilometers? I don't agree with you on this. Xiaohan put away the tape measure and recorded the dimensions on his book. You and Qin Mu, one of you is the chairman of Cloud, the other is the chairman of Weiming. The dogs aren't as busy as you guys, and you only see each other once in a couple of months from time to time, and you're not still in love and talking about it well? How can this be the same? Qin Mu and I have known each other since we were 2 or 3 years old and have an emotional foundation. You and my sister have only met for the first time, and after a few busy months I guess you can't even remember what the other looks like. Xiaohan skimmed his lips. This was a reasonable statement. Just as well, he didn't have the luxury of going with Nico per se, so he'd just have to deal with mom and dad, but don't even fool yourself. At present, there are only a few good feelings for Nico, and it is better to have less contact in the future, so as to save it from getting to the end of begging and not being able to get it. Wouldn't it be harder? Measuring the size of the whole house, Meng Anren not only had to pack Xiaohan's dinner, but also had to drive him home after the meal, which can be considered as the treatment of a young master. After the drawings are drawn and sent to your mailbox, you remember to check in time whether there is any dissatisfaction, otherwise I will let the construction team side of the construction cannot let you change. Xiaohan playfully stood outside the driver's seat window and waved goodbye to Meng Anren. I still need to worry when Grand Designer Xiao is out. Meng Anren flirted, but saw that behind Xiaohan, a woman walked out. The flirtatious smile immediately withdrew, transforming into a decent and generous smile, undoing the seatbelt and getting out of the car to politely greet, Auntie Xiao is good. Xiao family generations are soldiers, married daughter-in-law are all female soldiers in the army or in the university. Dean grew up in the military. Daughters, with the business circle rarely contact. Dream Anren from the past have not seen the mother of Xiao, only to see Xiaohan in the circle of friends sent a photo with the family. In the photo, Xiao mother smiled amiably, but now that she saw herself, it was a kind of woman's solemnity. Xiao mother sized up the girl in front of her. This girl was born pretty, elegant and calm, extraordinary temperament, so late and personally drove her son back. It can't be the girlfriend her son made, right? Mother Xiao instantly raised a smile like a flower. Hello, it's hard for you to send Xiaohan back. Come in and sit for a while and have a cup of tea? It was rare for this kid to have a girlfriend. He had to entertain himself, so as not to make it seem like their family was slacking off and ended up having a falling out. Meng Anren instantly understood that Mother Xiao was misunderstanding. She didn't act flustered, and said in a generous manner, "It's too late, so I won't bother you. Auntie, I'll go back first. I'll pay a formal visit next time. Let Xiaohan explain everything else on his own." Meng Anren politely nodded slightly to count as a goodbye and got into the car to leave. Mother Xiao immediately grabbed her son's arm and asked, "That girl is quite nice. What's her name? What does her family do?" The car she drove was quite expensive. Her family's condition should be good. Is she a wealthy family? Xiaohan was tired of being asked by his mom and pulled her into the house. "Mom, I've known her for more than 10 years, just a good friend, don't think too much." "Nonsense, ordinary friends people. A girl will drive specially send you back at night off? You two are not ambiguous period, not yet determined relationship?" Xiao mother gossip appearance with a pregnant girl like, face wrinkles or less a few. Finally confirming that my son is into women can't help but make him a few years younger. Xiaohan was speechless and held his forehead. Her name is Meng Anren, the chairman of Weiming Group. Her boyfriend is Qin Mu, the chairman of Yunwan Group. I've known both of them for many years. Today I went to help her look at the house. She invited me to dinner and sent me back on the way. Just, there is a boyfriend. Ah. Xiao mother suddenly lost interest, thought her son could finally bring a future daughter-in-law home to her. Xiaohan sighed darkly, can finally explain clearly, glanced at his mother's lost look. He sheepishly touched his nose, said, "But I talked to her sister." The light in Xiao mother's eyes returned in a flash. "Really? You're not lying to me, are you? What kind of work do you do? Are you in business too?" "Didn't lie to you." Xiaohan took out his cell phone and flipped to the photo he took with Meng Nico temporarily at lunch, handed it over, and said as his mom scrutinized it, "She's the deputy director of the National Institute of Pharmaceutical Research, and she's usually quite busy, so I'll bring her to meet you guys after a few days when she's free. Egu, she's very pretty looking, and she's a public food eater. Your kid is quite lucky." Mother Xiao twisted her head and sized up her son, suddenly frowning in disgust. "What do people see in you?" All of a sudden he said he has a girlfriend and he's got such a good one. He's not lying to her, is he? She likes interior design. I'm not the right match. I used to help their family do design, so I know each other. Well, send me this picture. I'll have to show it to all your 7 aunts. Mom, it's not even 8 yet. It's all about love, it's not about skimming. Chapter 130 on the palace. Turning to the day before the charity reception, it was time to leave for Haymarket. In the backseat of the business car, Meng Anren leaned in Qin Mu's arms, playing with his fingers, looking a little distracted. Noticing the downturn in her mood, Qin Mu lowered his head and kissed the top of her hair. "In a bad mood?" "No." Meng Anren tilted her head in a drowsy manner. "It's just that I've been rather tired lately and haven't slept much." Qin Mu lowered his head and pecked her lips, as if he was treating a small child with care. "The Cloud Group has entered a period of stabilization, and I intend to hire a professional administrator to serve as the president to manage the company's large and small affairs, so that I can spare some of my time to go to Weiming to help you." There were also his shares in Weiming Group, and although the percentage in his hands became smaller after the financing and listing, he was still one of the members of the board of directors and had the right to participate in the company's decision-making. "But don't." Unexpectedly, Meng Anren refused. Weiming and Yunwan are in a cooperative relationship, not a subsidiary relationship. You, a chairman of Yunwan Group, came to meddle in Weiming's decision-making. In case something goes wrong with the cooperation between the two companies in the future, you will not be given a false publicity and self-interest charge. I just don't want you to be too tired. Qin Mu held the person in his arms tighter, leaning his crooked face against the top of her head. Dream Anren nestled in the warm embrace, listening to Qin Mu's powerful heartbeat. Then she felt very secure. Weiming is now in the ascendant period, can't be messed up. When I'm busy for a while, I'm also going to hire someone to be in charge of taking care of it. Managers should learn to appropriate decentralization, layers of supervision and management. Do not pinch all the big and small matters in the hands, they can be much easier. Both Meng Anren and Qin Mu understood this, so they never complained about the other's busy work schedule resulting in less time to see each other, because they knew that there would be plenty of time for them to have a two-person world in the future. 3-hour flight to Haymarket. When they left the airport, someone came to pick them up. It was the car arranged by the Green Harvest Club, sending them to the hotel where they had arranged to stay in advance. 2 cars, one for the rhyming group and one for the cloud group. Qinmu pulled Meng Anren into one of the cars and drove Zhuo Chang and Xiaoli to the other one. They say they are 2 different groups, but they look like a family. Arriving at the hotel and entering the room, Meng Anren casually put her suitcase aside while following Qinmu to his room. It always feels like Duan she is testing the waters. Dream Anren paced to the sofa and sat down. Qinmu locked the door and put away his suitcase, paced over and settled beside her, smoothly and spontaneously hooking over her waist. Bus arrangement? He also sensed that his relationship with Meng Anren Duan she should have known about it from Duan Jingyao's mouth long ago. Obviously sending a 7-seater commercial car would have done the trick, but he sent 2 sedans. Perhaps it was more appropriate, but when he and Meng Anren went out holding hands at the entrance to the airport and were about to get into the car, the driver of the other car made a point of welcoming him and emphasizing that the other car was to pick up the VIPs of the Ruiming group. It seems to be testing whether the 2 of them will be separated because of this, to be more accurate. Really test the depth of their feelings. Of course, it was also possible that they had overthought things and held prejudice against Duanxi, so they thought that Duanxi had other plans regardless of the arrangement. Forget all that for now. Are you hungry for something to eat in the restaurant on the 3rd floor? Aha! The 2 of them didn't expect to meet Duan Jingyao, whom they hadn't seen for 5 years, in the hotel restaurant. Duan Jingyao is much more mature than in high school, less of the darkness, more elegant, comfortable light green shirt tied into the curry suit pants, looks simple and clean. The moment he saw Meng Anren, he was visibly stunned. Haven't seen her for 5 years, she has become more elegant and moving. The temperament has the flavor of a working woman, a satin long dress, ink hair and red lips, race like a heavenly fairy. What a coincidence. He raised a soft smile and greeted her as naturally as if she were a friend she hadn't seen in a long time, without formality, intimacy, or awkwardness. It's been a long time. Dream Anren curved her lips in response. It looks like you've had a pretty good time these past 5 years. The implication, not being brought down by those 2 lunatics, Lu Heng and Louis. Even the temperament became a little sunnier than before. Well, it's nice to see you again, Miss. Dream. Should be called in Dong. After a long time of reunion, Duan Jingyao really couldn't hide the turbulent emotions in his eyes when he looked at Meng Anren, but he always maintained a polite distance and quickly looked away to extend his hand towards Qin Mu. Nice to meet you too, Qin Dong. Qin Mu maintained the etiquette and manners of the shopping mall, and shook hands with Duan Jingyao. I've seen you in high school, there's no need to be so polite, let's eat together? Duan Jingyao glanced at Meng Anren and saw that there was no change in her expression. For a short second he shifted his gaze again. Good. By all rights this lunch should have been a cultivated scene, but the atmosphere of the 3 seemed to be quite ordinary, without the tit-for-tat between love rivals, nor did they put Dream Anren in the middle to make her embarrassed. Casually chatting about what's going on, as if it was really just a get-together of old classmates. Those who stand in high positions will not lose their decency because of their children's personal feelings. Jealousy and mutual detriment are all too childish for them. In the world of fame and fortune, obsessive love will only be a weakness and a stain, and get only shame, and no one will think that pursuing true love against all odds is a courageous performance. I didn't expect Auntie to invite you over, Duan Jingyao said with a smile, his tone carrying a few hints of meaning. Qinmu raised his eyes and looked over, probably able to guess that Duan Jingyao was being watched at all times in the Sea City, and that many things could not be said. He then also asked cryptically, it seems that we are considered somewhat famous in the capital circle to receive an invitation. Duan Jingyao seemed to have said the wrong thing and apologized. Auntie invited Lu's group. I had thought that with Miss Meng's relationship with Mr. Lu, Auntie would have recused herself. Meng Anren pursed her lips in silence for a long time. Duanxi was far away from the Sea City, and it was not surprising that he planned a cocktail party to invite the 3 enterprises at the tip of the pyramid of the Beijing Circle. But Duan Jingyao deliberately brought it up like this, so it seemed that this reception was not as simple as imagined, and it was very likely that only Lu, Ruiming, and Yun Duan were invited in the capital circle. She guffawed and said, Lu Hang and I are private arch-rivals, we don't talk about personal grudges in the business world, so there's no need to avoid it. Duan Jingyao was just delivering the message and giving the 2 a heads up, and since the 2 had heard and understood, there was no need for him to continue talking about this topic down the line. The 3 of them finished the meal uneventfully and dispersed. Baby, he looks like he can't get enough of you. Back in the room, Qinmu buried his face into the nape of Meng Anren's neck, his tone carrying a few hints of jealousy. In fact, I do not care much, couples always love each other to be pampered. Meng Anren poked Qinmu's shoulder, then you were acting so generous just now? Qinmu lightly laughed, wringed the girl's waist and embraced her into his arms. I'm the main palace, I must behave generously outside, to give you a long face. Chapter 131. It feels more like shifting the tiger away from the mountain. Meng Anren snickered. What proper palace? There's no one else but you ah. Shinmu seemed to be satisfied with this answer and came up to him just as he was about to do something intimate. A series of bells interrupted his amusement. Meng Anren grabbed her cell phone and looked at it. It was Louis calling. In the past few years almost no contact with Lu Hong. Louis, tonight's charity reception should be attended by Lu Hong, the president of the Lu Group. As a representative, Louis at this point to find her can do what? After a moment's hesitation, she picked up. Something? Haven't seen you for a few years. Your sister is still so cold. It's sad to hear me as a brother eh? Louis's playful teasing voice came out. Hearing Meng Anren instantly cold-faced. Hang up if you're fine. Louis stopped joking and complained. How come your temper hasn't changed at all? Shinmu can actually stand you. Meng Anren was speechless. What exactly are you looking for me for? If you don't say it I'll really hang up ah. Louis lazily said, I've arrived at the Sea City. Will you take me in for the evening reception? The Green Harvest Club is an invitation handed to Lu's group. Lu Hong attends on behalf of Lu's group, and the outside world thinks that he and Lu Hong don't get along and shouldn't attend together. But he couldn't get in without an invitation, so he could only look for Meng Anren. Meng Anren raised an eyebrow. It's reasonable for you to go in with me? That's for sure. You and I are brother and sister, and we are equally displeased with Lu Hong, so it makes sense to go over there together. People who are shameless are invincible. That's what Louis said. Brother and sister? If you're not brother and sister, how can you be? Meng Anren was too lazy to scold. This trip over was just to meet Duanxi. It was not bad to bring Louis, the mad dog, in to smash the scene and give Duanxi a downward spiral. Just get the people in there and enjoy watching the show yourself. The venue for the charity reception was lavishly and solemnly decorated, and the logo of the Green Harvest Club glittered under the lights. The guests are dressed in formal attire, talking and laughing, and I wonder how much intrigue is hidden behind this apparent prosperity. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Meng Anren took Qin Mu's arm and slowly stepped into the venue, and on the other side was Louis, who was dead set on letting her bring him in. Louis looked around at the incoming and outgoing guests and realized that they were all from the Shanghai circle. It seems that Duanxi only handed out invitations to Lu, Ruiming, and Yunwan from the Beijing circle. His intentions are obvious. The Green Harvest Club is a charity union, established by Duanxi's leadership. Planning this reception today in the name of the Green Harvest Club, Duanxi is still hiding his true identity. Louis's thin lips hooked in a diffident smile, and corresponded with the person beside him in a low voice. Meng Anren hung a generous and decent smile. Did Duan Jingyao not tell you about Duanxi's background? How much can a pawn know? Before Duan Jingyao went to the capital city to study, Duanxi raised him to be a viper with a heart full of hatred towards the Lu family, but never brought him to any public occasions, and even Duan Jingyao only knows that she is the president of the Green Harvest Society, but nothing else. This woman was devious and cunning, with a deep city, able to plan out the drama of the civet cat for the prince 20 years ago, and had the foresight to lay out the drama of the real and fake Shenjin for more than 10 years later. Let the Lu family firmly believe that Bai Yujin's third child is a daughter, and Lu Qingcheng's appearance will be the curtain call for this drama. Who would have thought that even Lu Qingcheng was just an illegitimate daughter, and that the real crown prince had been raised by her? I'm kind of curious as to how much Duanxi has a grudge against the Lu family, going to the lengths of decades to stomp the Lu family to death. Louis snorted coldly and added, but she went to all the trouble of inviting us here, so she mustn't be treated to a good show? It was known that his relationship with Lu Hong was deep and hot, and every time they met they either quarreled or fought, so it was reasonable for the arch-rivals to meet at the banquet today and set off the venue, right? Meng Anren laughed lightly. Don't forget that this is the High City Green Harvest Club, Duanxi's territory. Just now I saw that there are no less than 30 people in the security outside. If you really make a scene, aren't you afraid of being forked out? A mere Green Harvest Club. Little Master really didn't put it in his eyes. Louis was unimpressed. He dared to make a mess in the capital circle, let alone the fact that this place was full of small shrimps. The person who dared to control him, Louis, hadn't even been born yet. Meng Anren brought a slight smile and didn't retort. Bringing Louis in was in itself meant to make a scene. It would be best to tear down the entire banquet hall. A great gift of this magnitude would be worthy of a first meeting with Duanxi. Here. Louis fished out a small box from his pocket and handed it to Meng Anren. But don't say that brother didn't take care of you. Dream Anren curled his lips and took the box and tucked it into his suit pocket. Louis looked around for a second and went to prepare for his big show. Shinmu wrapped his arm around Meng Anren's waist, and the distance between the two of them was so close that even though the venue was noisy, they could still hear each other when they lowered their voices. This banquet is full of people from the Shanghai circle except for us and the two Lu Hong brothers. Coupled with Duan Jingyao's deliberate reminder, it looks like Duanxi didn't just want to meet us as simple as that. Aha! Meng Anren understood Qin Mu's meaning and picked up. It's like a stage was specially prepared for us. Qin Mu's eyes sank down a few points. If it was just to set a stage for Meng Anren and Lu Hong to fight each other, then why was the Cloud Group also involved? Just because he and Meng Anren were a couple, Duanxi thought the scene would get even uglier if he was present? Unlike, it feels like, is more of a tune-up. Meng Anren was stunned for a split second. She hadn't thought of this aspect. You mean, Duanxi invited us to High City in order to take on our group? But it's not quite right. Duanxi is eyeing Lu's. If he wants to move the tiger away from the mountain to attack Lu's, why would he move her and Qin Mu away too? On the basis of her relationship with Lu Hong, she was still afraid that she would intervene to help? It's not clear. Qin Mu couldn't see through it either, but only had this vague premonition. Soon, the eyes of the two men caught the figure in the center of the ballroom who was climbing with others. The woman was around her early 40s, wearing a pure white neck-hanging evening dress, her short hair permed with delicate curves, her makeup bright and atmospheric, and her manners generous. The figure is slim, but the exposed arms have obvious muscle lines, and from the traces of workout on the figure, one can tell that this person not only has a sharp mind, but also is very self-disciplined in his habits. Such a man is bound to be a formidable opponent. Although she had never met, Meng Anren was certain that the other party was the mysterious aunt Duanxi. Chapter 132. You're a vase, I want to be a flower. Seeing Meng Anren and Qin Mu, Duanxi casually said a few brief words to the people in front of him and welcomed them towards the two honored guests. Dong'an, Dongqin, first time meeting, I'm Duanxi, the organizer of the Green Harvest Club. Duanxi's voice deliberately creates a bit of gentleness, as if he is welcoming an old friend that he hasn't seen for a long time. Meng Anren returned a polite smile, and Qin Mu was in charge of opening his mouth to respond. Better known than seen, President Duan is organizing this reception quite grandly today. I wonder what type of people this charity fundraising is to subsidize? Duanxi calmly introduced, the Green Harvest Club has recently set up a fund program to care for left-behind children, firstly, to improve the living conditions of left-behind children in remote mountainous areas, and secondly, to fund the construction of a Hope Elementary School so that the children can receive an education. These children have grown up without their parents and without the care and love of their loved ones, so I'm sure that in addition to having a bad life, their hearts are easily traumatized. President Duan is kind-hearted and is willing to specially plan a fundraiser for them. They will definitely remember President Duan's kindness. Meng Anren was still smiling, and his words were meaningful, not knowing whether he was talking about the left-behind children or himself, filled with strong irony. Obviously hearing the dark sarcasm in her words, Duanxi was still able to keep her face unchanged. In her opinion, Meng Anren's words were not so much a provocation as they were a stab in the back. Dream Anren is a smart person. Before Duan Jingyao all kinds of behavior should let her guess the real and fake Shenjin matter is premeditated, and Duan Jingyao has never shown the aunt will be her biggest object of suspicion. He had only invited Ruimeng, Yunduan and Lu from the capital city this time, and his surname was Duan, so it wasn't hard to associate himself with Duan Jingyao's aunt. Dream Anren was merely guessing, to test whether the person manipulating the whole conspiracy behind the scenes was her. It was all something without evidence, one didn't have to mess oneself up. Duanxi politely replied back, Dong'an has said too much. Since the establishment of Green Harvest Club, it has accomplished a lot of charitable projects, relying on everyone's help. How can it be my credit alone? Meng Anren pursed her lips and smiled without saying anything, and Duanxi also stopped circling around with them and said, the reception is about to start, so I'll excuse myself first. Qin Mu nodded slightly as Duanxi turned to leave. He glanced at Meng Anren beside him, went to the long table and took a glass of orange juice placed on the far side of the vast array of liquors and handed it to her, taking a glass of champagne for himself. Trying to get her to reveal herself verbally is going to be difficult, I'm afraid. Meng Anren nodded approvingly. I tried to get words out of Duan Jingyao's mouth before, and I couldn't find a single crack at all. Compared to him, Duanxi has never been better. Qin Mu took a sip of champagne, thoughtfully surveying the arrangements within the venue, and spoke in a faint voice, planning such a luxurious reception for the sake of a charity fundraiser. Do you guess the cost of the banquet was drawn from the donations raised, or did Qinghe pay out of its own pocket? Meng Anren's eyes sank a few points. It couldn't have come out of Duanxi's fanny pack anyway. Although Jingyao had never said anything to the public about her aunt's real identity during the high school hours, she had personally said that her aunt was a businesswoman in the Shanghai circle. But now that he already knew that his aunt was Duanxi, he couldn't find any relevant information about this person on the internet, and even the founder of the Green Harvest Club wasn't Duanxi's name. Duanxi, however, said that she was the organizer of the Green Harvest Club. How many secrets is this woman hiding? I've always had a question. Qin Mu wrapped his arm around Meng Anren's waist and whispered with his head slightly hanging down, why did Duan Jingyao address Aunt Duanxi? Duanxi should only be about 20 years old at the time of the change of the prince. Even if she did not want to be a mother, it was okay to let Duan Jingyao call her sister, so why did it have to be an aunt? A very simple title, but Qin Mu felt that there might be some twists and turns here. If we push according to the relationship, Duanxi is Duan Jingyao's aunt, then mom and dad will be Duanxi's brother and sister-in-law or brother and sister-in-law. Dream Anren holding the glass, index finger on the top gently tapping, inquire about it. Here are all the Shanghai circle of people. The business world want to sidestep to hear some gossip is not difficult. But the biggest problem lies in the fact that this is the Shanghai circle, full of people Duanxi knows, who would talk to outsiders about the gossip of their acquaintances. The champagne in Qin Mu's hand touched Meng Anren's glass, and the glass made a crisp clink, a smile on his face, his eyes clearly intent. With just a look, Meng Anrun understood what he meant, and unconsciously curved her lips as well. Let Louis sacrifice his beauty, and this will be a done deal. After she said that, her eyes searched for Louis's figure in the venue. This guy just said that he was going to prepare the props for the big show, and as a result, she didn't know where he ran off to. Instead of finding Louis, she saw Lu Hang and locked eyes. Lu Hang expressionlessly looked at her steadily for a few seconds and averted his eyes, not coming over to greet her. It was as if two people who didn't know each other happened to meet in sight. Meng Anren hooked her lips into a smile, turned around and lifted the glass to take a sip of orange juice, and said to Qin Mu beside her, "The good show is about to start, let's find a corner and stay there, so we don't get hurt by mistake." Qin Mu was puzzled, "You know again?" Without further ado, Dream Anren took his arm and headed for the edge. Love each other for so many years, Lu Hongfang's eyes she is more than familiar with, a glance to know that Lui's side is ready to shine, let her avoid it. After all, there is no part for her in this drama, if she is involved in it and can't catch the scene, what can we do? The two headed off to the side, hearing a number of people whispering along the way. This is the chairman of Weiming and Cloud? Can two little kids afford such a big group? Who knows what they think of the people in the Beijing circle? Look at Lu Hang is not 20-something years old to take over Lu's industry. Lu's 100 years of foundation is now not 10 years or so will soon be played down. Lu's downfall is not only Lu Hang's problem. I heard that Lu's two boys are ridiculous, relying on the family's money and power to make it. I think it won't be long before Weiming and Yunduan will have to follow. It's this girl, Weiming, who still has some good looks, so she might be able to make a good living with a man in the future. When these words came out, the people around them whispered and laughed in a particularly sarcastic manner. The Beijing and Shanghai circles are like feuds, always looking the other way and fighting endlessly in childish battles over who was the all-rich family in the country. Originally, Meng Anrun also planned to come to this trip, can make some contacts to broaden the scope of business. Now it seems that there is no need for this. Listening to these words, the two did not have the slightest emotional ups and downs. Qin Mu even crookedly hung his head to Meng Anrun's ear and whispered and teased, "Missy, he complimented you on how pretty you look." Dream Anrun couldn't help himself, "He's not calling me a vase? If you're a vase, I want to be the flower." Qin Mu. Chapter 133 Tigers that live deep in their caves. Qin Mu wrapped around Meng Anrun's slender waist, smiling, slightly sideways half hugging her, and started to smooth the hair again when he got angry. "I was wrong, don't be angry, anger will grow wrinkles." Meng Anrun gave him a grudgingly different look. "Who's angry?" "I'm not angry with you." "Then you might as well be angry." Qin Mu lowered his head, his lips touching her slightly cool ear. "Missy, ignoring me is better than not caring about me." Flirting openly in plain sight, even if it was a well-known couple's relationship, Meng Anrun still felt uncomfortable and gently pushed him away a bit. "Stop it, forget what we came for. Remember, come to the theater." Originally, he came over for two purposes, one was to spy on Duanxi, and the other was to make contacts. Now, I can't get any useful information out of Duanxi's mouth, and I can't look at the faces of these people present. So settle in for a big show and pull out after the fundraising phase. On the other side, Duanxi took the initiative to go up to greet Lu Hong. This charity reception today was for Lu Hong. How could she not have a few words with the main character? "Mr. Lu." Duanxi put on a polite smile and stretched out her slender white hand. Despite being in her 40s, she still didn't see a single fine line on her hand. "I've heard a lot about you, and I'm honored to invite you to our charity reception." Lu Hong politely shook his hand. Even though he was in a business occasion, he still wore that face paralyzed, no smile. President Duan is polite. The Green Harvest Club has been committed to charity for more than 10 years, funding the construction of Hope Elementary School, homes for the elderly, and helping many left-behind children and the elderly. President Duan can't be faulted. When there is a chance, Lu's group also wants to make a small contribution to the charity cause. Duanxi covered her lips and laughed lightly. "Mr. Lu is still too modest. Lu's group has donated a lot to the mountainous areas over the years. The Green Harvest Association is just a small labor union, round contribution, where is it comparable to Lu's group?" After finishing her polite remarks, she glanced around and asked suspiciously, "Mr. Lu came here by himself today? Who does Chairman Duan think I should come with?" Lu Hang asked rhetorically. Duanxi seemed to have just noticed that he had said the wrong thing and smiled embarrassedly. "I'm sorry, I've heard that Mr. Lu has been focusing on his career, and I thought that Mr. Lu would at least have a female companion in his life to mediate the pressure." 30-something years old man did not fall in love and did not get married. Even if it is a career, brain will always have a need. Besides, like Lu Hong, this kind of high-position, rich and powerful man, to raise a few canaries is not difficult. Like Lu Zhong, he has countless lovers and throws them away after sleeping with them. Sons follow their fathers, and Duanxi thought Lu Hong would be more or less genetic in this regard. The meaning of the words Lu Hong heard and understood, he coldly said, "Why would I spend money to raise a loser?" It was very straightforward, very much in line with Lu Heng's personality, but it left Duanxi stunned for a moment. It seems that Lu Hong didn't inherit Lu Zhong's amorous and colorful nature, but only inherited cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness. The gene for sentimentality and colorfulness all fell on Louis. The waiter walked by with a few glasses of wine. Duanxi took 2 glasses of red wine and handed Lu Hong a glass. "It's me who slipped up. I heard that the second young master Lu is unruly, Mr. Lu is managing the group while dealing with the mess left by his younger brother. I guess it's not easy, right? I won't bother President Duan with the Lu family's family affairs. Lu Hong took a sip of red wine. His words seemed to be defending the Lu family's decency, but they were deliberate as if confirming the Lu family's internal disagreements. Duan Shi laughed softly. It seems that the news that Duan Jingyao sent back is not wrong at all. There is a big contradiction between Lu Hong and Lu Yi, even if it is intentionally hidden from the outside world, but it is still so bad that the whole Beijing circle knows that their brothers are not compatible. The so-called maintenance of decency is nothing more than a futile attempt to cover up the situation. The glass of orange juice was almost half over, and Meng Anren stared thoughtfully at the duo who were climbing in the distance, murmuring, Lu Hong can be really great, he can talk for so long even when he's playing official. In her place, it would be a waste of expression to say more than a few words to her enemy. It is worthy of being able to endure for so many years, not revealing half of the cracks, and eradicating the side relatives in Lu's group in the dark, hollowing out the group. Lu Heng's paralyzed face is sometimes his best disguise, making it impossible for people to understand his thoughts. Duan Shi is even better, able to talk to such Lu Hong for so long without being too boring, but also have the cheek to change the topic of nonsense, and do not know how much useful information can be spied out. Seeing those two separate and Duan Shi heading towards the stage, Qin Mu drank the champagne in his glass. It's about to start, Louis should show up too, right? Meng Anren hooked her lips. With Lu Yi's temperament, of course he would wait for the reception to reach its climax. When everyone's attention is focused on one place, then he would come back to break up the scene. The lights on the stage lit up, and Duan Shi slowly walked onto the stage in a graceful manner, first giving a welcome speech, and then introducing the charity program. Meng Anren and Qin Mu watched Duan Shi acting from afar. The woman didn't hold a script in her hand, but she spoke word for word, officially and perfectly, with extremely strong verbal logic. If the once Duan Jingyao is a snake hidden in the grass, then Duan Shi is a tiger living deep in the cave, hidden in the darkness, not easy to show people, and occasionally a few low roars to make a little noise, can make the forest tremble. Being in the city of the sea, a handful of planning but can make thousands of miles away from the capital of the circle of clouds and rain, to this day have not been able to let people recognize her true colors. The city is frighteningly deep. Just as the two were absent-mindedly listening to Duan Shi's speech, a man in a waiter's uniform walked over with a glass of champagne in one hand. After accidentally bumping into Meng Anren, Qin Mu subconsciously reacted by shielding the girl in his arms, so much so that the champagne in the glass spilled all over his suit. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry for dirtying your clothes. The waiter hurriedly apologized, his eyes showing a few moments of anxiety. But, he did act quite average, and from not bumping into it longingly to apologizing at the moment, it gave the impression that he did it on purpose. Meng Anren glanced over and quickly retracted her eyes to look at Qin Mu. I didn't bring any paper towels, why don't you go to the bathroom and take care of it? Okay, wait for me here. Qin Mu reminded her with his eyes not to walk blindly, and only when she nodded did he ask the waiter to take him to the restroom. Leaving the venue through the side door and walking into the quiet, unoccupied corridor, Qin Mu hadn't opened his mouth to speak, and the waiter had merely led the way with diligence. Until they entered the men's restroom, the waiter checked that none of the cubicles were occupied and immediately went to lock the door. Qin Mu took off his suit jacket, the shirt inside was still clean and tidy. He leaned on the side of the sink and looked at the other party in a calm and composed manner. Speak up, who do you belong to? At the first glance, he recognized that this waiter was the caretaker who was responsible for helping Qin Hua with the massage after Qin Hua had awakened at that time. Chapter 134 Chaos. The waiter folded both hands in front of him and bowed respectfully. Sorry for dirtying your clothes. I am Mr. Duan Jingyao's assistant, Wu Ping. Since it's Duan Jingyao's people, it's one of his own. Qin Mu turned around and washed his hands, pulling a tissue and wiping it carefully. What's the matter with luring me out on purpose? Wu Ping related one by one. A signal blocker was installed in the banquet hall, and no network messages could be collected. Duan Shi kidnapped Bai Yujin with the intention of convicting Indong's parents and forcing Rui Ming into the game. Qin Mu furrowed his brows. Already tied up? Yes, Mr. Duan only received the news that Bai Yujin had been kidnapped and wasn't sure where the person had been sent. According to a letter from the Lu family, someone sent a forged letter to Lu Zhong to the Lu family, pointing directly at the Meng family couple. Knowing that Bai Yujin was kidnapped, Lu Zhong immediately rushed back to the house, and someone came to deliver the letter in the front foot and the back foot, not giving the housekeeper a chance to intercept. The letter mentions the matter of the real and fake Shenjin, complaining that the Meng family has brought up the Lu family's daughter as if she were their own daughter, while the Lu family has made Meng Anren lose her childhood and suffer a lot, and is bound to teach the Lu family a lesson. The entire piece is not identified, but is written in the tone of the Dream family couple, clearly planting evidence. Deliberately planning a charity reception, handing invitations to Rui Ming, Yun Duan, and Lu to lure them out of the capital city to the sea city. Shield the signal so that they cannot receive news from the capital city. Take this opportunity to kidnap Bai Yujin, planted Meng Rong and Su Wanman. By the time they left from here, things were afraid to be finalized, and the Lu clan had long since declared war on the Dream family. At that time, even if Meng Anren didn't want to be hostile to the Lu family, she would be forced to strike back. Duan-shi did a really good job with this scene. Taking great pains to screw the Lu family. Is Lu Zhong digging up the Duan family's ancestral graves? Got it. Thank Duan Jingyao for me. Qin Mu grabbed his suit jacket and pulled open the bathroom door to leave. Inside the venue, Duan-shi stood on the stage and spoke eloquently. This time, Green Harvest will launch a fundraising campaign to the general public to collect donations for the left-behind children in remote mountainous areas, so that they can also have a warm winter. As soon as her words left her mouth, there was a sudden burst of electricity in the arena, like a piercing sound when a microphone is pointed at the stereo. Duan-shi hurriedly turned off the microphone, but the sound didn't disappear. She anxiously ordered toward the staff at the stage, "Quickly go turn off all the sound. It's off." The staff couldn't stand the sound, and the sound in the venue had been turned off a long time ago, but the sound still didn't stop. That proves that it's coming from the hotel's amplifier radio, and this has to be turned off in the control room. Contact the hotel attendant. Duan-shi covered her ears. The ear-piercing sound seemed like it was going to pierce through her eardrums, and the unbearable physical discomfort made her no longer able to maintain the calm decency of the party, and her expression became a bit grim. Some people tried to leave the venue but found that the side and main doors were locked and they could not leave. The sound of electricity grew louder and louder, glasses pinged and broke from guests' hands and tables, and the venue was a mess, with many frightened and panicked, crouching on the floor with their hands over their ears to try and isolate the devastating sound. The scene was a mess. Meng Anren wore the earplugs that Louis had handed to her earlier, leaning diffidently against the wall and indifferently watching the people in the arena wailing in pain. "Louis, this kid did enough." Informed Lu Hang left the scene early, but instead left her here, a little bit of righteousness. His eyes leisurely fell on Duan-shi on the stage, only to see that she wasn't much different from the other guests, that placid face now grimacing in pain, the veins at the corners of his forehead bulging out, and his entire face rising to the color of pig's blood. If it wasn't for the fact that her cell phone was on Qin Mu, she really wanted to take a few shots and make them into emoticons and send them to Weibo. Withstanding this high-intensity beeping sound for a long time would rupture your eardrums, not to mention the glass. The noise went on for about 10 minutes, and when it stopped everyone was still into a short period of deafness. Meng Anren was wearing soundproof earplugs and couldn't feel much of a change, and she realized that the farce had broken up when Qin Mu came back at some point and pulled her out through the side door. 36 security personnel rushed into the venue, helping guests out, and the main doors had been opened, with hotel paramedics coming over to check on the situation. "Quick, get everyone out of here. The eardrum is bleeding. Doctor, get over here. Transient shock requires prompt medical attention. Where's the ambulance? Hasn't the ambulance arrived yet?" Duan-shi was helped up by 2 bodyguards. Her hair was messy, and the elegance and knowledge of Chairman Duan was completely gone. She was in a trance, the sound of electricity still lingering in her ears, and subconsciously glanced around the venue as she stepped off the stage. Lu Hong, Qin Mu, and Meng Anren had all disappeared. Who the hell was behind this, ruining her reception and the reputation of the Green Harvest Club? Duan-shi retracted his gaze and was assisted to leave from the direction of the side door. She saw Duan Jingyao running towards her with an anxious look, and although she couldn't hear him, she could see him shouting "Auntie" and see the undisguised panic in his eyes. Duan-shi's agitated heart suddenly sank a few points. It does not matter, no matter whether it is Lu Hong or Meng Anren Ghost, at least their hands still pinch Duan Jingyao. This bottom card. This card, if used properly, is a king bomb. Duan Jingyao ran to Duan-shi and took the bodyguard's place to hold her up. "Auntie, are you alright?" When he didn't get a response, the bodyguard next to him explained, "Duan Xiao, the boss can't hear you at the moment and needs to go to the hospital to check if his eardrums are damaged. Quickly go prepare a car." Duan Jingyao gave the statement a parting glance and helped Duan-shi out of the venue himself, going to the restroom to let her slow down first. Duan-shi lay down on the long sofa, one hand resting on his forehead and closing his eyes, looking very uncomfortable. Duan Jingyao then guarded the side without saying a word. He knew all about it. The accident at the venue was caused by Louis. Rather, he was the accomplice who told Louis where the hotel's amplifier control room was. After learning what Louis wanted to do and being certain that Meng Anren would be spared, he chose to betray Duan-shi without hesitation. No, I should say that he had long since ceased to be a pawn cupped in Duan-shi's hands. It was Duan-shi who stole his life, stole Dream Anren's life. Duan-shi lied to him for more than 10 years. After knowing the truth, he hibernated and accompanied Duan-shi to act for 5 years. Today this drama, as a little revenge for Duan-shi. Going forward, the pain he experienced all those years of being tormented by hatred, the remorse he felt when he realized that he had been deceived for more than 10 years, he would return it to Duan-shi 1,000 times 100 times over. In the silent space, Duan Jingyao's mind was filled with resentful thoughts, but they didn't show on his face in the slightest. Duan-shi slowed down, and after the electric beeping in her ears faded away, she slowly sat up, her gaze fell on Duan Jingyao, and she coldly said, "Jingyao, stay in High City when you come back this time. Go to the airport in a few days to help your aunt pick up someone." Duan Jingyao nodded obediently and asked curiously, "Who are you picking up?" Duan-shi put on her shoes, and when she raised her eyes to look at him, the corner of her lips curved into a meaningful arc. "Lu Qingcheng." Chapter 135 Snipes and Snails. Before Meng Anren could react to what had happened, she was hurriedly dragged back into the room by Qin Mu. Sensing that the atmosphere was off, and suddenly recalling his guess that the reception was Duanshi's diversionary tactic, Meng Anren twisted his head and asked the teenager beside him, "There's a situation in the capital city?" "Aha." Qin Mu briefly relayed what Wu Ping had told him. Duanshi sent someone to kidnap Bai Yujin and plant the evidence on your parents. Lu Zhong reported it to the police and blocked the Dream family in the name of the chairman of the Lu group. On aunt and uncle's side, they should have received news from the police. Ha! Meng Anren was speechless and laughed, cursing, Lu Zhong, this idiot, digging a hole for him really jumped into it. Qin Mu handed over Meng Anren's cell phone and continued, the banquet hall blocked the signal. I originally wanted to go back to look for you, but I found that the side door was locked. Today's flight is gone, bought a ticket for tomorrow morning. Dream Anren checked WeChat, and the 99 plus unread messages in the family group meant that things had expanded rapidly. Meng Rong and Su Wan Man were invited to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. Natalie works for a state organization that is subject to political trials, and with her parents making such a big deal out of the kidnapping, she's been temporarily suspended along with it. The blocking announcement issued by Lu's group, on the other hand, affected Meng Yushu. The entertainment industry is full of capitalists behind the scenes, so who would go against Lu's for an actor? The agent told him to go home and rest for a period of time until the matter is cleared up. Duanshi's move is really wonderful, in the name of the Dream family to provoke the Lu family, and then make the Lu family against the Dream family. The Dream family suffered losses will certainly counterattack the Lu family. Even if the public security would soon find out the truth and clear the Dream family's name, the power of Rui Ming and Yin Duan would be enough to deal a heavy blow to Lu in the meantime. It was the Dream family and the Lu family that were damaged in the fight, but she had taken herself off the hook. The Snipe and the Mussel are fighting for the benefit of the fisherman, and Duanshi is used to playing this trick. Missy looks calm. What are you going to do about it? Qin Mu unscrewed a fresh bottle of mineral water and handed it over to her. Dream Anren took a sip of water to moisturize her lips and clicked on the multiplayer video in the family group. Calm them down before you say anything. Even though everyone is an adult, and their experiences in the past 5 years have made them much more mature, but suddenly kidnapping such a big pot on their head, all the work is stopped, facing the unknown, they must still be a little anxious inside. The bell rang for a while, and one after another, everyone connected. As soon as she saw her youngest daughter, Su Wanman's eyes instantly reddened, and she nervously asked, Anren, are you alright? I see that you haven't been replying to messages in the group, did it involve you as well? Will it be tricky on your company's side? I was suspended from my job for being nothing more than a little food blogger myself, and there was a lot of gossip in the comments section. With her youngest daughter running such a large company, there are a handful of business rivals, and there are surely far more people falling on their sword than her. The higher you stand, the heavier you fall, this truth Su Wanman always understand. Meng Anren never expected that after such a big mess, Su Wanman's first reaction was not to complain and question, but to care about her. She smiled lightly, I just heard the news, things have probably been understood. You guys relax, the police come to investigate how to cooperate, the law will return your innocence. Meng Rong scratched the short, half-white hair on his head and sighed despondently, alas, I'm on my way back to the company now after just being questioned by the police. The company is in the financing stage, and with such a big incident at this juncture, I'm afraid it's going to be troublesome. The drama team has temporarily suspended all of my scenes, and a variety show that was ready to be released is also discussing a rescheduling because of this reason. Our family doesn't seem to have offended anyone, right? So how did we suddenly get thrown into such a big pot? Meng Yushu sat in the business car and headed to the airport, buying an afternoon ticket to fly back to the capital city. He just hadn't figured out exactly what he had offended. The connection with the Lu family is just that they carried the wrong child in the first place, and it's been so long since this happened that the Lu family wouldn't be able to frame them by directing themselves, would they? It's hard to explain clearly with just a few words. What Dream Anren can do now is just to appease her family's emotions. You guys have been busy working, how long have you not rested? Take this time as a vacation, play around and relax. Don't worry about any other problems, everything has me. Meng Yushu's short drama Fire was scouted, just entered the drama school to act in a big IP adaptation of the web drama, after that is all the way to the stars, in just 5 years will get the first movie star award. Natalie is extremely gifted in medicine, and has her heart set on researching cancer drugs. 2 years ago, she met the director of the National Institute of Drug Research by chance, and was specially recruited to do research on cancer drugs. While doing research, he would occasionally consult Elder Zhao on any difficulties he encountered, and remained the chief great disciple of Yatang. Meng Chenghong, as the youngest member of the family, is still in junior high school, not to say that there is any remarkable income or fame, but Wu Changxi loved him as his own grandson, and took him to participate in a variety of painting competitions, and in the art world is considered to be a budding artist. Now they are being falsely accused, and all of the family's 5 years of hard work, jobs, and reputations are on the verge of collapse. Meng Anren would not allow such a thing to happen, not just because they were his family and he had a responsibility to guard them. What's more, their successes were all supported by her using her own connections, and if their efforts were lost, she would be doing the equivalent of losing money. She didn't like the feeling of being counted out, much less making a losing investment. Anran, do you have any idea what this is about? Natalie Meng could see the end of the story. Her sister's calmness seemed to have everything under control. There was no complaining or wondering. Instead, she had been comforting them. Although I know that my sister has always been stable and precocious, but Meng Yishu also saw that my sister seems to have known the inside of things, followed by, Anran, we are a family, there is something we all shoulder together, don't push yourself too much. Dream Anran pupil a tremor, stunned for a moment, quickly and curved up the corners of the lips smile good soft, what can be a big deal, it is originally planted and framed, the police will find out to return you. Our family a clean slate. I am just dealing with a business rival, completely at hand. Really? Meng Yushu looked askance at Meng Anran suspiciously, or could she not understand her own sister? One look and she knew she was lying. But my sister said with certainty, really, I can handle it, so just put your thoughts aside and relax and rest for a while. She knew that her family was willing to share together, but there were some things that were not theirs to take on just because they wanted to. Chapter 136 Will you stay with me tonight? After chatting with her family for a while and calming everyone down, Dream Anran hung up the call. She leaned wearily against Qin Mu's shoulder, her fingertips tickling the buttons on his shirt. The air was still for a long time before she coldly spat out, Brother Mu, will you accompany me tonight? Qin Mu grabbed her messy little hand and said in amusement, Missy can be petulant too? The orange juice isn't laced with vodka, is it? Dream Anran drew back her own hand and wrapped it around his waist, relaxing into his arms, so tired, I want a cuddle. Rarely being able to see her pampered like this, Qin Mu curved his lips and hooked the crook of her leg to carry her onto his lap, letting her lean sideways into his arms. And Xiao Ran was indeed tired recently. Weiming Group had just ventured into the game development industry, and she kept a close eye on it, and was so busy that she didn't have enough time to rest her head. Coupled with the fact that she flew to the Sea City early this morning, and the Dream family made such a big news, the pressure was all on her. It was time to have a good sleep and rest her brain. Do you want to change into a more comfortable set of clothes before going to sleep? He gently touched in Xiao Ran's head as if he was coaxing a child. Aha! Then I'll change into a pair of pajamas and go to your room later to rest. Qin Mu placed her on the sofa and rubbed her head, grabbed his pajamas and went into the bathroom to change. When he came out, Meng Anran was chatting on the phone with one hand propped on the arm of the sofa pinching her brow bone. It looked like the blocking announcement issued by Lu's Group had caused the shareholders of Weiming Group to start to stir. Nasty tactics in the business world naturally have a greater impact on people who are in business, and Dream Nicole and Dream Feather Book are only off work and on vacation for a period of time, and will be able to go back to work when the storm subsides. But Meng Rong and Meng Anran these two business, this period of time under the name of the company I do not know how much trouble, causing much damage. Moreover, the foundations of the two companies have not yet been stabilized, and it is very likely that all the efforts made in the past few years will be lost after this. Notify the group directors of the directors meeting at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. After Meng Anran instructed this sentence, she hung up the phone, raised her eyes to see Qin Mu coming out, and immediately opened her hand towards him, cuddle. Qin Mu went over, bending down by having Meng Anran wrap her arms around his neck, and holding her hips with one hand as he picked her up. The other hand took the cell phone on the table and pulled the room card before leaving the room. All the way to Dream Anran's room, she was already drowsy on his shoulder. Very tired, the only way to temporarily relax for a moment was in Qin Mu's arms. The girl's breathing coming from her ears gradually evened out and gentle, obviously already asleep. Qin Mu touched the room card from her pocket, opened the door and went in without turning on the indoor lights. Bending over, he gently placed her on the bed, trying not to wake her. And then he went and locked the door, turned on the small light in the foyer, rummaged through her suitcase for her pajamas, and made a move to change her into them. Afterwards, he tiptoed around and removed the powder from her face, dipped a washcloth in it, wiped her face clean, and put on the cream. He finished this before he turned off the light, lifted the covers to bed, and swept the man into his arms. The person seemed to wake up for a moment, consciously burrowing into his arms, finding a comfortable position and settling down again. Qin Mu curved his lips, the drowning tenderness in the bottom of his eyes hidden in the darkness as he lowered his head to drop a shallow kiss on the top of her hair. Good night, baby. The night was the same night, the atmosphere on the other side was not so calm and peaceful. Lu Hong took a shower and sat on the bed in his robe, leaning against the bed to make a phone call, and Lu Yi's huffy sneer came from the other end. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of sow did Lu Zhong give birth to? No brain. A piece of broken paper, without even checking it, convicted the Meng family, as if he cared about Bai Yujin. Duanxi dug such a deep hole, he did not even look at it and jumped down. Too easy now? Louis wasn't concerned about the situation of the Dream family, otherwise he wouldn't have casually bankrupted the Dream family back then. He was angry that Lu Zhong had jumped into Duanxi's trap with the Lu Group, not only messing up the plan, but also affecting Meng Anran's business. Clueless douchebag. Originally, he was having quite a good time tonight after ruining Duanxi's reception, and his good mood was ruined by Lu Zhong's pig brain. Lu Hang's expression didn't change as he said in a deep voice, he was bent on acting out the couple's love in front of outsiders to cover up the prodigal affair of him and by Eugen each finding a lover. What consequences it will cause is not in his mind. Lu Zhong really do not have business talent. Before marriage as a woman countless prodigal son, originally Lu's group should be handed over to his big brother, he was content to be a second generation, not at all contact with the shopping mall things. Unexpectedly, his elder brother died in an accident, and he was forced to inherit the family business. His father was afraid that he would ruin the Lu's 100-year foundation, and he had been working hard until he was 76 years old. Lu Zhong was 42 years old when his father died and officially took over the Lu group, dumping the group at 45 to his 23-year-old eldest son Lu Hang. At the end of the day, he's merely going through the motions in the middle. Caring about the reputation of the Lu family and valuing the benefits is because he has a stake in the Lu group, and the only way he can splurge outside is to let the Lu group stand undefeated and make more money. Instead of really valuing the Lu family's generational foundation, Louis lazily paralyzed on the sofa and lit a cigarette. What do you say now? Declare Lu's bankruptcy directly? Wouldn't that be just what Duanxi wanted? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Louis cursed in a low voice, his tone filled with dissatisfaction with Lu Heng's idea. You should know how much this incident will affect Ruiming, right? If you drag this out any longer, Anran will hate you to death. Meng Anran knew that Lu had become an empty shelf, and she also knew that it was Duanxi who had set up the scheme. And Lu Hang obviously could have solved Ruiming's crisis by simply declaring Lu's bankruptcy, but he had to delay until Ruiming had caused serious economic losses before he took action, so who would he hate if he didn't hate him? Lu Hang didn't say anything, he was waiting for Meng Anran to take the initiative to come to him for help. As long as Meng Anran opened her mouth, he could overthrow the whole plan, even if it suited Duanxi's wishes. Of course, he knew he couldn't wait. Silent for a long time, Lu Hang thought about a good countermeasure and said in a deep voice, Duan Jingyao has returned to High City, Duanxi won't let him leave again. You send someone to find Bai Yujin, the police side should soon be able to find out that the letter was forged, and I'll deal with Lu's group's problems. Louis exhaled smoke rings in annoyance, his tone aggravated by a few points. I'm asking you what to do about Ruiming. You don't know her yet? Louis was stunned, and when he thought of Meng Anran's temperament, he immediately felt that he was worrying excessively. For one like her, there's no way she'd grovel and give in even if she was broke. Alright, I'll let you know if I hear from White Tulip. He pinched the line straight away. Lu Hang clicked on WeChat and found the chat box with Meng Anran, and the last message was still stuck 5 years ago. After a few moments of hesitation, he didn't send anything after all, pressing rest on the screen and sighing. Fine, hate it, it's a nice treat to have hate in her heart. Chapter 137 Let's Get Married. The following day was clear and cloudless. Rarely slept a peaceful sleep to replenish the spirit, dream Anran body comfortable, open your eyes as Qin Mu near the handsome face. The teenager's skin was fair and delicate, his eyebrows were deep and his nose was high, and his thin lips were a natural pink color like cherry blossom petals. She couldn't get tired of looking at this face for more than 10 years and tilted her head up to peck his lips. When the person in front of him stirred, he didn't open his eyes, but the arm pressed under her waist gradually tightened, pressing her into his arms. And Xiao Ran, don't tease me early in the morning, take responsibility for the consequences. With her body close, feeling the hot temperature that passed through the fabric to her belly, Dream Anran laughed lowly a few times and kissed his lips again. What can you do with me if I don't let you? The teenager lifted his eyelids, staring at the evildoer in his arms, and rolled over to crush her underneath him, not waiting for the girl to cry out in alarm before he had gagged her lips. After a passionate kiss until the person underneath her cheeks were so red that she couldn't catch her breath, he let her go, his low voice carrying a muffled, little bad boy, you do know how to torture me. The girl smiled, peach blossom eyes filled with a brief lack of oxygen flooded with water, like spring wildflowers bloomed all over the mountain like Rosie. Qin Mu couldn't help her, kissed her forehead, rolled out of bed and went into the bathroom. Hearing the sound of water ringing inside, Meng Anran also got up and looked at the pajamas on her body, guessing that it was Qin Mu who helped her change, only she didn't think that Qin Mu would dare to take off the one inside her as well. Apart from the only time she was drunk, this was the second time she had shared a bed with Qin Mu, and as usual nothing had happened. Her trust in Qin Mu was not unreasonable, he was indeed worthy of her trust. Words like gentleman and gentleman rested on men and were thrown away by them when they faced the person they liked, and Qin Mu was naturally the same, but he loved and respected her, so he wouldn't do anything to take advantage of the situation. Meng Anran rummaged through her suitcase and pulled out a set of clean clothes, took Qin Mu's room card, and went to knock on the bathroom door. Qin Mu, I'll go to your room to take a shower, and I'll help you bring your luggage over later. Good. Hearing an answer from inside, Dream Anran left the room. The two of them picked up and went to a diner for breakfast for the return trip back to the capital. The Beijing Circle has caused such a big storm, it is really inappropriate to stay in the Sea City for a long time. The original plan to go on a date to a famous spot in the Sea City after the reception all went out the window. Suspended from work waiting for the results of the investigation period, busy outside for a long time without home. Dream family members rarely have time to go home to get together. Instead of living in a former 70 square foot shack, he has now moved into a luxury villa with a front and backyard and an indoor pool. luxurious, but did not live much, one by one, not home, this house is fast accumulating dust, or come back before the dream feather book specially asked the housekeeping to clean up once. You shoo, Nico, I'm back. Su Wanman entered the door and looked the two children up and down front and back. You've lost weight, you've suffered outside, haven't you? Natalie took her mother's hand and laughed. Mom, you've mellowed out a bit, your face is quite rosy. Su Wanman touched her face in embarrassment, recording the program every day to teach others to make soup and cook vegetables. I did eat some weight. She is now a little-known food blogger on the internet, teaching housewives to make home-cooked dishes with common ingredients in different ways, and old-fashioned soups are even more popular, and she has published 2 recipe books. I've been cooking and explaining in the studio on weekdays, and I've been cooking out a lot, so I've been nourishing some of it. That's good, see how you have enough chi and blood now, you look much more energetic than before. Dream Feather Book chimed in. The 3 had just reached the couch and sat down when there was another commotion at the door. Mom! Big sister, brother, I'm back. Meng Chenghong stumbled through the door, dragging his small suitcase. The 3 of them looked over unexpectedly, and Meng Yushu hurriedly got up and went to help her brother carry his suitcase in. Why are you back too? I don't have to go to school today, Saturday, after such a big incident at home. Master gave me 2 days off. Meng Chenghong changed his shoes, went straight to the living room and jumped into his mother's arms. Mom, I missed you so much. Natalie skimmed the side of her mouth. Oh, it's all about Mom, not me. Also want. Meng Chenghong spilled her hand and ran to her sister to spill her guts again. Meng Yushu pulled the box and placed it by the living room wall, looking amusedly at his younger brother who still likes to be pampered even after reading the 2nd year. You're quite favored at Wu Lao's place plenty of nutrients, growing so tall. It was only up to his shoulder height at New Year's Eve, and now it's almost up to his ears. Master said that it's the right time for me to develop, I have to eat more to grow taller, or else I'll always be a little beanstalker in the future. The family laughed. Natalie looked at Su Wanman and asked, Mom, isn't Dad coming back yet? Su Wanman lowered her eyes and sighed darkly. It's quite tricky over there at the company, he has to stabilize a few of the shareholders first and come back at night. Since Meng Rong's company was causing so much trouble, it was thought that Meng Anren's side wouldn't be any better. Meng Yushu pondered for a moment and fumbled for his cell phone. I'll give Anren a call and ask if she's coming back for dinner. The call went through within seconds of dialing. Dream Anren had just come out of the airport and got into the commercial car. Hey, brother. Anren, have you arrived in the capital city? Are you coming home for lunch? Just arrived, the group is going to hold a shareholders meeting. Time is a bit rushed, I won't go home to eat at noon. I'll see you in the evening. Meng Yushu's eyes darkened, he could hear that his sister's voice was even colder than usual. Things should be quite tricky, suddenly in such a situation. Brother can't help you much. Meng Anren froze and couldn't help but soften her tone a bit. Brother, you've made a lot of money for me in the entertainment industry over the past few years. Saying this makes my conscience uneasy. Meng Yushu laughed lightly, no longer dwelling on the issue, relaying the situation of the others. Mom, along with Sis and little Hong, have already gone home, and on Dad's side, he also has to deal with company matters, and will be back in the evening. Let's see what time you can get home tonight and wait for you to have dinner together. Meng Anren raised her hand and looked at her wristwatch. 8 o'clock. I'll try to go back earlier, I'll be there at 8:30 at the latest. Good. Hanging up Meng Yushu's phone, Meng Anren looked at Qin Mu beside her. My father's side. I'm afraid he can't cope with it. Previously, Meng Rong entrepreneurship is considered to be smooth sailing, even if the trouble is only to pull the investment harder. Where to try to be such a head-on blow? Qin Mu understood and simply said, tell uncle that I'll have Zhuo Chang make a trip over there. Good. Meng Anren immediately sent WeChat to Meng Rong. She is not afraid to owe Qin Mu this favor, sooner or later we'll be a family, to help each other should be. Just like she had once knelt in the rain for 2 hours for Tanya and Qin Hua to beg Zhao Xijing to come out, now it had become Qin Mu to help her mom and dad out. She lazily leaned into Qin Mu's arms, and he wrapped his arm around her shoulders quite naturally. Still tired? Qin Mu asked. Meng Anren shook her head slightly. Qin Mu, when this matter is over, let's get married? Chapter 138 I'll always be there for you. Qin Mu was stunned, his brain buzzing, his mind blank for a moment. What did she just say? Did I hear you wrong? Married? And Xiao Ran, say that again. He looked down at the girl in his arms, his tiger's mouth stuck on her chin, and 2 fingers pinched her cheeks. Meng Anren tilted her head to meet the teenager's unbelieving eyes and repeated what she had just said. After we finish dealing with Duanxi, we'll get married, okay? Qin Mu moved his eyes away in a daze, his brain running for a long time, the stagnant pupils under his eyes gradually regaining movement. He spat out 2 unsavory words, not good. Completely not anticipating that Qin Mu would refuse, Meng Anren stared at his jawline for 2 seconds, slowly retracting her eyes, relaxing her body and leaning into his arms to close her eyes. She understood what he meant. Even after dealing with Duanxi, the trauma that Ruiming had suffered during this period of time would still require energy to make up for it. Moreover, Ruiming's foundation was still unstable, and with such a big change, no one could predict what would happen in the coming period of time. He's also right not to want to think about marriage for a while. Marriage is not as simple as getting a license. You need to formally meet the parents of both sides, the two families sit together to discuss the gift, the wedding, and so on. There are many, many things to prepare. Emotional matters will always cloud rational judgment. Better to wait until the dust settles. Xin Mu's next words confirmed that Meng Anren's suspicions were right, and Xiaoran, I know you've been tired lately, and you can rely on me, but I can't give you an accurate answer to your spur-of-the-moment mention of marriage. When the immediate trouble is resolved and you can settle down and think about whether we can take things further between us, I will be honored if you were still willing to marry me at that time. Of course he wanted to marry her, and had been looking forward to having that day since a long, long time ago. But she was only proposing marriage now because she was tired of trying to find something to fall back on, and he couldn't give her an answer lightly. He hoped that Xiaoran had thought deeply about him and decided that he was the right one, that he was qualified to accompany her through her life. Therefore, no matter how much he wanted to immediately drag her to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license right now, he still didn't want his and Xiaoran to make regretful decisions. I understand. Dream Anren kissed his jawline and nestled into his arms and rubbed against him. I'm just a little tired. Xin Mu lowered his head and kissed the top of the girl's hair, holding her tighter, and Xiaoran, I will always be with you, and have been waiting for you. Lu Heng's guess is right. This morning run into the room attendant Wu Ping on behalf of Duan Jingyao to pass the message. Now Duan Jingyao has graduated from university. Duan Shi ordered him to stay in the Sea City. Duan Jingyao was afraid that if he forcefully tried to return to the capital city, he would make Duan Shi suspicious, so he could only obey the order to stay by Duan Shi's side to take care of her damaged eardrum. Back to the Sea City, Duan Jingyao naturally act everywhere obstructed, go out tailing people from 1 into 5, live in the house in addition to the room outside the room everywhere is monitoring. It is difficult to say that the room will not have a wiretap. Talk about house arrest. Wu Ping's identity is clean, is a part-time odd jobs, any Duanxi how to find out cannot find out the clues. He pretended to be a housekeeper to clean the villa where Duan Jingyao was under house arrest, which allowed him to deliver the news. Duanxi is insidious enough to plan a reception to lure us over, and behind our backs, she has provoked the relationship between the Lu family and the Meng family, and when the police really go after the root of the matter, they won't necessarily find out about her yet. In the Golden Jade restaurant, Louis leaned against the back of his chair, a cigarette between two fingers, his wrist propped up in front of the ashtray on the table, shaking the ashes. Lu Hong calmly brewed kung fu tea, his wide hand holding the tea bowl and pouring the golden-colored tea broth into a fair cup. Duanxi knows Lu Zhong and Bai Yujin very well, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to make this setup. Knowing the whereabouts of Bai Yujin is the only way to accurately find someone to directly kidnap. Knowing that Lu Zhong does not understand business tactics and only cares about acting as a husband and wife is the only way to ensure that after luring Lu Hong to the Sea City, Lu Zhong will seal off the Meng family as the chairman of the Lu Group. The internal grudges and feuds of the Lu family may not even be known to the people in the capital circle, but Duanxi seems to have already figured out all the people in the Lu family and is secretly manipulating the chess game. Lu Hong didn't like this feeling of being counted, so even if he could solve all the problems by just declaring Lu's bankruptcy at the moment, he wouldn't let Duanxi have his way. Although he and Duanxi both wanted to bring the Lu family down, they couldn't be allies with each other and were enemies to the end. Because his own brother, Duan Jingyao, who should have grown up under his watchful eye, had been stolen as a pawn by Duanxi at birth, his heart filled with hatred, and had been deceived for more than a decade. This is a score that should be settled. And it should be counted clearly and explicitly, so that Duanxi will suffer the evil consequences that he deserves. Louis finished the last mouthful of smoke, pressed the cigarette into the ashtray and snuffed it out, slowly exhaling white mist. It can't be delayed for too long, Wei Ming's side can't afford to delay. Don't worry about her. Lu Hang pursed a mouthful of hot tea and spoke in a deep voice. The connections around her are enough to support Wei Ming from harm. At those words, Louis skewered undeniably. Inwardly, he sighed softly. Outsiders say that he has a bad personality, playboy, and is a crazy person who does things without any regard for consequences. He admits to all of these negative labels. He is such a thrill-seeker who does as he pleases. He knew he had a flawed character, but he also thought he had left all the little human kindness he had left to his sister, and he wanted to protect her. But I don't know if God wants him to be a natural destructive king, only destroying from childhood, not knowing how to take care of him, so that he can't even do such a small thing well. My sister hates him. From his 17th year to her 17th year, there had been hatred, so she had left the Lu family without a trace. Little Anne Rana, you really have no conscience. Obviously, it was me who allowed you to develop the character of being calm and unperturbed in the face of danger, and it was Lu Hong who gave you the evening's human resources. But why is it that in the end we are no better than your worthless own brother? Lu Hong poured a cup of hot tea and placed it in Lui's hand, saying in a cold voice, have you found any clues about Bai Yujin? Louis came back to his senses and glanced at Lu Hong. He knew that Lu Hong had seen through his thoughts. This was to remind him that his top priority was to settle Duanxi and fetch Duan Jingyao back. Right now, Duan Jingyao was the one who was their blood brother. He twisted the teacup between two fingers and sipped the rain-scented dragon well that lingered in his mouth, the teacup being played with between his slender fingers. Not yet. Bai Yujin was taken away from the Wanfu Hotel. which belongs to the Zhao family, and the Zhao family has always been at odds with Lu and refused to give the surveillance. But the police side should have already seen the surveillance. Even if I can't find it on my side, the police will soon be able to find out where Bai Yujin is currently located. Lu hung color indifferent, hanging eyes. People do not see what he thought in his heart. Go to the dream family name property one by one to check. Chapter 139 Lost him his pants. 3 p.m. Rhyming board meeting. Dream Anran sat in the main seat in a small dark brown suit, silent and thoughtful, his fingertips gently tapping on the desktop, making a series of rhythmic sounds. There was no heated argument as expected. The crowd underneath just looked at her without a word. The shareholders had seen Meng Anran's business tactics, and the fact that she was able to develop Ruiming, a small company specializing in chip development, into a multi-industry involved conglomerate in 5 years' time showed that she was a person with ambition, talent, and ability. It can be said that Meng Anran is the backbone of Ruiming Group. They invested but want to follow her to make money together, just not to fight with her for some unwarranted right and wrong. This time, Lu Zhang's accusation was too ridiculous. They didn't care what kind of grudges the Dream family had with the Lu family, they only wanted to hear Dream Anran's next arrangement. We can't just sit back and watch the group's share price go down, can we? The office chair turned slightly, and Meng Anran finally opened her mouth to say the first sentence. Everyone has read the news, and everyone knows the situation of the stock price, so if you have any dissatisfaction or proposal, please feel free to publish it. The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, and then dropped their eyes back to Meng Anran. Dong'an, if you're going to say that, I'm going to be rude. Fang Yi tentatively gauged Meng Anran's demeanor, and when he saw her nod slightly, he instantly slapped the table in anger, startling the crowd. It's so hateful. Lu Zhong, what does he think he is? He's only been involved in the Lu group for 3 years, and now it's Lu Hong who's in charge, and he has the nerve to play the blockade game as chairman of the board? I think he is crazy. Do you really think that everyone in the world is as ignorant and brainless as the Lu family? He's the only one who would believe in a scam like kidnapping, which seems to be a frame-up. I think he was kicked in the head by a donkey back then. With regard to Fang Yi's exasperation, Meng Anran seemed to have been used to it for a long time and remained in a calm and collected posture. Fang Yi and Lu Zhong is from middle school on the eyes of each other's rivals, Lu Zhong on the strength of his family's power to flaunt around. Fang Yi is not good, but never inferiority complex has admitted defeat. If you can't compare family history, then you can compare grades. After entering the society, he also has always been unconquerable nature. That time, and catch up with the rapid development of the domestic economy, he began to start a business, until today has its own company. Although he still can't compare to the Lu family with 100 years of foundation, he never thought he was inferior to Lu Zhong. When Ruiming financed the project, he felt that Meng Anran's style of behavior was very similar to Lu Heng's, and thinking about the news of the Lu family's real and fake daughter, he asked more. After learning that Meng Anran is the fake Xian Jin who was carried by mistake, he is more curious about this person, and in the subsequent time together he gradually learns that this young girl's business vision is far-reaching and poisonous, and that she is easygoing in dealing with people but has her strong side that cannot be criticized. So he decisively sold all of his properties and invested all of his assets into Ruiming, thinking that with Meng Anran in charge, Ruiming would have every opportunity to overwhelm the Lu family, a tree that had been perched in the capital for 100 years and had sucked up most of the nutrients from the capital's business circle. Lu's group is really getting more and more arrogant. Relying on its deep roots, it completely disregards other enterprises. Over the years, they've given no quarter to other newborns, monopolizing the entire city. Bah! As far as Lu Zhong's style of behavior is concerned, sooner or later Lu's group will have to go bankrupt. He'll lose all his pants. He is not afraid to play bankruptcy. Only early Lu stumped to Lu Hong well. But I don't think Lu's will survive long in Lu Heng's hands. After all, Lu Zhong is not only Lu Heng's son, there is also Louis, that lunatic. With Fang Yi at the start, the other shareholders also began to let loose with their curses. The conference room became a place for them to vent their dissatisfaction, but not a single trace of this dissatisfaction was directed at the Meng family. What could be wrong with the Dream family? What could be wrong with Dream Anran? The rapid development of Ruiming in the past few years is enough to prove Meng Anran's business vision and management ability. Where else can she find such a good leader to lead them to make money? They were hoping that Lu's would hurry up and close down, so that Ruiming could quickly seize the market resources that had been released and move up to the next level. Meng Anran pursed her lips and smiled, thinking that they were scolding quite interestingly. Waiting for the crowd to be almost done cursing, one by one, they all got tired of cursing before she spoke again. Alright, everyone's grievances have been vented, so feel free to say what you have to propose next. There was a moment of silence. It's not that they don't dare to mention it, or that they don't have any ideas, but they simply don't know what caused the incident, and without even a cause, where can they find a solution? The air was silent for a long time before someone mentioned, and Dong, Lu Heng is the current director of Lu's, perhaps you should go and talk to him? As long as Lu Clan doesn't target Ruiming under his management, then Lu Zhong's blocking announcement is equivalent to waste paper. Meng Anran has not yet spoken. Fang Yi waved his hand. No. You are not unaware of how rigid the relationship between Indong and Lu Heng is. You are not unaware of the relationship between Indong and Lu Heng, how stiff, even if Ndong pulled down the face to beg for peace will certainly be a hot face on the cold buttocks. Are Weiming's chairman of the board of directors why should be subjected to this agreement? Meng Anren laughed softly. In the seat is her partner, is a colleague, sometimes but more like a friend. We sit in a piece of what to say, occasionally spit on the opposite company, occasionally joke with each other, in case of trouble and will be unanimous in defense of their own people. So while she would have been tired in the last 5 years working on various industries, she also found it quite interesting and not a boring job. Meng Yishu once asked her if she had any pursuits, and she thought that the current working condition and working atmosphere was probably what she had been pursuing for so many years in business. Peacemaking is out of the question. She spoke in a faint voice, and the people who were discussing stopped and looked at her. She arched her eyebrows and continued, regardless of what small maneuvers Lu Zhang will follow up with, we have to be prepared for everything first, and we cannot affect the project that Weiming is currently progressing on. But, since Lu's group issued a blocking order, Weiming's stock price is falling, many partners are now entering a wait-and-see state, only the chip development is not affected. Meng Anren had obviously thought of a countermeasure, and said without hesitation, Lu's group has already entered the twilight, and is unable to have much impact on Weiming, only that the outside world is not yet clear about this fact, and so it has entered a wait-and-see state. Next Sunday is my 23rd birthday, at that time will be held in the Yendu Hotel birthday banquet, I hope you all have the honor to attend. Chapter 140 Little Anren has grown a conscience. At 5 in the afternoon, when the directors' meeting was over, Meng Anren asked Shaoli to send out invitations to all the powerful families in the capital circle. The official establishment of Weiming's Tianjin Film and TV Special Effects Production Company coincides with the chairman's 23rd birthday, a double celebration, and a banquet will be held at the Yendu Hotel at 7 p.m. Next Sunday. At the same time, Dream Anren also sent a side message privately to all her friends in the circle, asking them to attend. Lu Hong had also received an invitation, and as he looked at the electronic version of the invitation that Meng Anren had sent over privately, his thin lips pursed out a faintly invisible smile. My sister has grown up, handling things calmly and maturely, out of such a big thing can quickly think of a response. No longer the little girl who just ran after his ass. In the next second, Lu Yi's message came in. Louis, yo, little Anren has grown a conscience, birthday banquet actually sent me a private invitation, not afraid that I will go to smash her party? Lu Hong, I was invited because I represent the attitude of Lu's group. Outsiders know that although Lu Zhong is the chairman of Lu's, I am the real person in charge. If I attend her birthday banquet, it means that Lu's blocking order is virtually null and void. You were invited because there are giants from all walks of life at her banquet, and if you ruin her banquet, it's equivalent to ruining the reputation of the Lu family and Lu clan. So, whether we go or not, this invitation she sent over will do her more good than harm. Louis, really still a heartless one, really worthy of being brought up by you. Lu Hong, didn't you learn to be heartless from you? Louis, how am I heartless? I'm sure I'll be dressed up for her birthday party, isn't that kind of you? Lu Hong, it is indeed time to go. It's also time to return some gifts to Duanxi. After sending out invitations privately to friends, many of them stopped by to ask how Dream Anren was doing nowadays and chat a bit more. Only Blue Branch, who immediately made a video call, eagerly, as if they wanted to come right back through the screen. Anren, I just saw the news from the capital city, it's been raining heavily over here for the past few days, I bought a ticket for the day after tomorrow, wait for me. Dream Anren laughed, no need to rush, just remember to come and back me up on my birthday next week. It's a must. Not to mention what this banquet is being held for, I can't not go just for your birthday. Blue Branch righteously patted his chest and firmly said, wait, I'll give you a big surprise gift at that time. Dream and laughed softly, just don't be a shock. Ming Jing came over to Lanji's side and squeezed into the screen, saying, Anren, I'm afraid it's not enough just to have friends in the circle backing you up, so why don't you let Gigi arrange for some media to go over there then? The purpose of organizing the banquet was to invite all of Meng Anren's veins to the venue, so that the outside world would know that with the Lu Group's current strength it was simply unable to shake Ruimeng. However, many of Weiming's partners may not attend the banquet at all due to Lu's blocking order, and if the internal scene of the banquet is not spread out through the media, the drama will be in vain. Meng Anren did have such an intention, forget the media, I'll have my brother start a live broadcast on Weibo in his name. Gigi, borrow your company's equipment at that time. Blue Branch immediately gave an okay gesture, no problem. I'll have someone arrange it. After briefly talking about the requirements for the equipment and the arrangements for that time, Meng Anren hung up the call and drove home. The sports car pulled into the villa garage and parked next to the white Land Rover. Land Rover is Dream Rong's car, so Wan Man will not drive, Dream Fei should travel with a nanny car, Dream Nico and the national unit of work to drive two good car is not appropriate simply did not buy. So currently there are only 2 cars in the Dream family, and the garage fits right in. The house was bustling, everyone was helping to start the meal, just waiting for her second sister. As soon as Meng Changhong saw Meng Anren, she rounded the handrail between the kitchen and the living room, jumped down the stairs, and swooped towards her. Meng Anren originally wanted to open her hand to hug him, but as a result, she swept a glance to see that his clothes were full of oil stains, and immediately changed her gesture, grabbing both of his shoulders to lag and stop. Don't hug me if you're so dirty. Naked dislike from the cleanliness freak, she surveyed the brother in front of her. Have you grown taller again? How come it feels like you're taller than me? She'd been so focused on teaching him about early love at the playground last week that she hadn't even realized she'd had to look up at him slightly. His features had become more stern and defined, the bones in his shoulders pinched and hardened, and he'd really grown into a big boy. Meng Qingcheng smiled cheekily. Second sister, isn't it good that I've grown up? I'll be the one protecting you from now on. He hooked Dream Anren's shoulder and led her towards the dining hall, saying, in the future, I'll wear a leather jacket and sunglasses, and walk beside you as your bodyguard, so majestic that no one will dare to bully you. Meng Anren raised his eyebrows, grabbed the hand hooked on his shoulder, slightly force. Meng Qingcheng suddenly pain mask ghost cry. Oh ha! Ouch ouch ouch! Second sister. Meng Anren laughed softly and let go of him. It's not hard yet, look at you shouting, just like you still want to protect me? Meng Qingcheng crosses his waist unwillingly. Second sister. It's not fair, you have learned taekwondo, when I also go to practice a little bit definitely better than you. Meng Yushu walked over towards him and slapped him on the back of the head. Stop messing with your second sister. She's been busy all day, let her rest for a while. Meng Qingcheng rubbed his head and let out a resigned oh. Seeing him like this made me laugh. Nico Meng came out of the kitchen with 2 plates of dishes and chimed in, our whole family is on vacation, only your second sister doesn't get to go on vacation, and you're still messing with her. Go change your clothes, look how dirty you are. Not only I don't have to put it, Dad is still working as a laborer too. Meng Anren joked, put down her bag and went into the kitchen to wash her hands. Su Wanman was frying vegetables and smiled when he heard her. He came back early and is bathing in his room. The company's troubles were all squared away, and he was able to rest for a few days. As soon as he arrived home, he was full of praise for your boyfriend. What an honor to have the special assistant to the president of Cloud's End to help out, chanting about when you can bring Qin Mu home for a meal. After talking for more than 5 years, only letting Qin Mu meet with his parents on the day of the end of the college entrance exam, Meng Anren never let Qin Mu come to the house. The meaning of eating outside and meeting at home is completely different. Su Wanman and Meng Rong are both particularly satisfied with Qin Mu. The 2 children are also 23 or 4. To the age of being able to talk about marriage, they are looking forward to being able to discuss the marriage of the 2 families together. Only meeting the parents itself would have to be something the parties involved felt that the relationship could be a step closer, and maybe Meng Anren was still examining Qin Mu, so they didn't dare to rush. After a while, every time he asked, Dream Anren answered the same way every time. Previously, it was because she and Qin Mu were tired of the group's work and really couldn't find the time, and besides, Su Wanman and Meng Rong also had their own careers, so the schedules of both sides couldn't be coordinated. Now because of the kidnapping trouble, Duanxi that old fox may still have some backstabbing, there is no time to consider the issue of marriage, there is no hurry. During the meal, the family had a rare gathering and chatted extraordinarily vigorously. The atmosphere was at its most lively when a ringing phone interrupted them. Chapter 141. What if it's a boyfriend? Natalie's heart snapped tight as she glanced at the caller ID, noticing several pairs of eyes staring at her. She raised a smile and waved her hand. You guys go ahead and eat, I'm going to take a call. She left the table and walked over to the living room to get it. Meng Rong looked worriedly at her eldest daughter's back. It can't be their unit calling, right? Dream Anren took a sip of grape juice and smiled meaningfully. What if it's a boyfriend calling? Natalie not only walked to the living room, but crossed it to the patio and closed the glass door before furtively picking up the phone. Hey, Xiaohan. Finally picked up the phone, sent you a lot of tweets you didn't reply, is everything okay? Xiaohan's voice came out of the receiver, audible with obvious worry and relief when he picked up the phone. It made Nico's heart beat heavily for no reason. She never expected Xiaohan to make this call to her just because he was worried about her. After all, she had only met him once. If she was concerned about the situation of the Meng family, it was clear that calling Meng Anren would have been more appropriate. But by calling her, did it mean that it wasn't the dream family he cared about, but her, Natalie? As soon as the idea popped into her head, Natalie Dream was shocked by herself. Xiaohan is my idol. I only have the honor to know Xiaohan because of Enrance Light, so how can I have non-interesting thoughts about him? Natalie quickly calmed herself and said as if nothing had happened, I've already gone home. I was just having dinner with my family and didn't see the message, sorry. Xiaohan on the other end of the phone frowned slightly. How do I feel that Meng Nick is talking so official and polite today? We had a good conversation the other day. Is there a distance between the phones again? Without waiting for him to figure it out, Natalie Meng continued, I'm really sorry that I can't help you much with this kind of negative news at home. Xiaohan was confused by what he heard. Something happened to your family. What do you want to help me with? That's what I said before, for you to cope with the family urging marriage. Well, now, I'm afraid your parents are more anxious to let you change a person, right? Clam? You think too much. Xiaohan was helpless and amused, being adorable by this kind of idea of hers. My mom has seen the photos and is old to you. Although the news this time made quite a big fuss, but anyone with a brain can guess that it was planted. My mom saw it as if she didn't see it, and chanted about wanting to see you. Oh. Nicole hung her head down and after a moment of hesitation asked, so you're calling to set up a time to meet your parents? Xiaohan was stunned and immediately denied. No, I just heard Anren say that you were temporarily suspended, so I was afraid that you were in a bad mood and called to ask. Are you free tomorrow? Do you want to go out for a walk together? Mom let her rush. Nico is probably not in the mood to play with him, might as well take her out to relax while she doesn't have to go to work anymore. Natalie had a jolt and 2 words popped into her head. Date? She blushed and asked deliberately, anyone with you? Call up Anren? Xiaohan touched his nose, seemed to ponder for a while, said, she has to work, definitely not free. Just the 2 of us, no? Natalie's heartbeat swiftly accelerated. It's not impossible. In the dining room, the family watched from a distance on the terrace as Nico, engrossed in chatting on the phone, narrowed their eyes suspiciously. Why do you think Nico isn't quite right? Meng felt that the big sun outside fell on the eldest daughter, unlike the heat of the summer, but instead the bright blooming flowers surrounded her, like spring is full of. Suanman nodded approvingly. Is Nico in love? Mon Anrun was silent, only snickering. Sis is 28, isn't it normal to have a boyfriend? Meng Yushu lifted his wine glass and touched Meng Rong's, calling his father back to his senses. Maybe Sis hasn't gotten into a relationship yet, so you guys should keep your mouths shut, so as not to give her pressure. Meng Rong slowly retracted his sight, holding up his wine glass and taking a sip. I'm just afraid that your sister, who has never been in love in her long life, will be cheated. In the eyes of Meng Rong, daughters or babies, it does not matter if they marry or not, the big thing is to stay at home and be his little coat. This world is so complicated, all over the place are unsuspecting scum. See, a few women will use all kinds of sweet words to trick people into hand, play tired and throw. His greatest fear is that his daughter will meet a bad person and end up with 2 empty pockets. Don't worry, Sis isn't a child anymore, she will polish her eyes to recognize people. Meng Anren followed with a few words of relief and filled Meng Rong's wine glass with white wine. After the meal, the 2 brothers, Meng Yushu and Meng Chenghon, cleaned up the dishes and put them in the dishwasher, cleaning up the dining room and the kitchen in the process. Meng Rong drank a few more cups and went to his room to rest. Su Wanman prepared some sober tea for him. The rest of the sisters went to their respective rooms and showered. The villa was chosen and decorated exactly as everyone wished it to be back then. On the first floor, in addition to the living room and dining room, there is the open kitchen that Su Wanman wanted, there is Meng Yushu's study filled with all kinds of books, and there is Meng Qinghong's colorful painting room filled with paints. On the second floor were the rooms for all the people. The most spacious master bedroom belonged to Meng Rong and Su Wanman, and the 4 children also had their own rooms. Each room is equipped with an ensuite bathroom, so no more having to take turns taking a shower or getting up in the morning to squeeze into a cramped few square meters to brush your teeth and wash your face. Dream Anrun's room was adjacent to Nico's, and the balcony was connected. As she finished her shower and sat at her dresser to take care of her skin, Natalie came over from the balcony and knocked on her floor-to-ceiling glass door. Finished your shower? Natalie pulled the door open and poked her head in, the twinkle in her eyes clearly having something to talk about. Dream Anrun laughed lightly, guessing it had something to do with that phone call tonight. Sister, come in. Natalie came in and gently pushed the glass door closed, pulling the curtains back in the process, before walking over to the bed and sitting down, staring at her sister, who was applying a face mask, weighing what to say. Seeing that she didn't say a word, Meng Anren glanced over. The face mask on her face made her speech a little slurred. Sister, just say what's going on. Why are you still squirming at me? Natalie Meng unnaturally cleared her throat, not noticing that her ears had reddened a few points, and whispered, Anren, Xiaohan asked me to go to the movies tomorrow, saying that he was taking me for a break, ISN. This not very appropriate? Meng Anren slightly raised her eyebrows. I didn't think this kid would really see the light, but what's inappropriate? The 2 of you have eaten alone, and you helped him cope with his family's urging for marriage. Isn't it normal for him to treat you to a movie? But, Meng Nick frowned and thought about it. She was actually quite happy. She was afraid that she would become greedy if she had too much contact with Xiaohan. She confessed, Anren, going out to see a movie alone is just like a date. I'm afraid that I might be interested in Xiaohan with true feelings. Chapter 142. It's not a provocation, it's a question. Meng Anren looked at her askance in disbelief. So what? You're single, he's also single, one doesn't break the law and the other doesn't lack morality, so if you're moved, you're moved. Someone had moved on a long time ago anyway. But he's your friend. Meng Anren was puzzled by what she heard. He's my friend, he's not my boyfriend, how can I not let him fall in love? Nico pursed her lips and was silent for a moment, her heart saying something strange. The feeling was probably awe, and the awe stemmed from low self-esteem. She was 3 years older than Xiaohan, and had always idolized him and was used to looking up to him. This time, after stumbling into a glimmer of connection with him, she greedily wants to go one step further, but is afraid that it will bother him or even ruin his friendship with her sister, and has low self-esteem, believing that she's not worthy to stand beside him. Meng Anren could see the uneasiness within Meng Nico, but didn't pick it out. Instead he digressed, Sister, have you picked out your clothes for going out with him tomorrow? Natalie raised her eyes, bumped into her sister's flirtatious-like sight. All of a sudden the party's wild thoughts were all thrown out of her mind, only to redden her face. I spend all day in the research institute, how can I have any clothes to pick? Then you wear mine. Meng Anren pulled open the closet with gusto, and the wide array of clothing inside was simply dazzling. She chose. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she took out a goose yellow three-dimensional cut dress and handed it to Nico. Wear this, a new dress, I haven't worn it once. Natalie Meng took the dress and tried it on the spot, full of difficulties. This collar is a bit low, isn't it? The dress was sleeveless and v-necked, with a neckline that wasn't particularly low, but Natalie was quite plumply developed and a hint of a cleavage could be seen when she wore it. Dream Anran sized her up and gave her a thumbs up. Nice looking. This is the one. And then she turned around, pulled open the other side of the closet, and picked out a beige pearl-stitched bag and tossed it to Nicole. Dream, match this bag, and she pulled open another dresser drawer and selected a pair of zircon pearl earrings and a simple white gold necklace from a variety of sparkling jewelry. This completes the set. Hitch up a little high heel tomorrow, it's beautiful. Meng Anran stared at her sister with glowing eyes, imagining how stunning this heavenly face would look when dressed up. It's guaranteed to make that Xiao Han kid look dumbfounded. Well sis, hurry back to paste a mask to sleep. Tomorrow's date can be full of spirit and color will be good. Oh. Natalie froze, clutching a pile of stuff, and before she knew it, her sister was arranging things in a clear way. About meeting? Ahem, okay. She can be greedy once in a while, right? Sending away her bewildered sister, Meng Anran tore off the mask, went into the bathroom to wash off the excess essence on her face, dried her face and then plopped down on the bed holding her cell phone and made a video call to Qin Mu. The person on the other end quickly picked up and was greeted by someone's handsome face and his well-trained shoulders with smooth, sexy muscle lines. Beads of water hung in his short hair, falling out of his collarbone to form a watery nest that could have held a goldfish. Baby. His eyes were charming, his cheeks flushed a natural pink color from the hot water, and his voice was low and ambiguous, like he was laying a hook for Dream Anran. Meng Anran curled her lips in amusement. What, planning to color and seduce me? Qin Mu pursed her lips in frustration, set the cell phone on the table and pulled a towel aside to dry her hair. Ming Jing's trick works well, how come it doesn't work well for me? Dream Anran leaned her hand against the bed, pulled a pillow under her hand, rested her cheeks, and laughed, because I don't want a man, only you. Qin Mu was stunned, and suddenly the corners of his lips were harder to suppress than AK. He bent down close to the cell phone screen, staring at the girl's still flawless and translucent face without powder, hooking up the corners of his lips to flirt playfully. And Xiaoran, you'd better not always provoke me, otherwise one day I can't help it, I'm afraid you can't get out of bed. The girl bristled in disbelief. Oh, you're so confident in yourself? Qin Mu raised his eyebrows and stared at Meng Anran in a good-natured and amused manner. And Xiaoran, are you provoking me? No. Meng Anran shook her head and said in a single word, I was questioning you. The man's dignity was trampled on. Qin Mu nodded his head with a smirk. Okay, and Xiaoran, you're done. I'm going to go get a small book to write down your crimes. Meng Anran couldn't help it. What did I say? Scientific studies have shown that the average time for men is around 5 to 10 minutes, and the first time will be even shorter. Unless it's not your first time. I can't be gifted? Well, you'll have to try it to find out. Qin Mu covered his face, his ears were red beyond words. He picked up his cell phone and walked to the closet to casually pull a short sleeve. Wait, I'll go up to your house now to catch you and try it together. Don't! Dream Anran rolled over with her cell phone in her hands and lay flat on her back. I have to work in the morning, you should rest early, good night. After saying that she immediately pinched the line, Qin Mu stared at the suddenly disappeared video screen stunned for half a second, was angry, and laughed. And Xiaoran, you are really good. You can sleep now, but my life is not my life? This night Qin Mu had a dream about Xiaoran. The beloved becomes the person under him, hooking his necklace to tease him recklessly, his tone is as playful as his eyes. How do you know if you can do it without trying? Waking up in the middle of the night and changing his pants, Qin Mu leaned against the bed and stared at the ceiling, his eyes obscure in the dim environment. He took a heavy, deep breath and stayed up hard until dawn. And Xiaoran the little villain. However, Dream Anran didn't get a good night's sleep either. I had just turned off the lights and laid down when countless messages popped up in my high school class group, and I could already guess what kind of stuff the conspicuous pack was talking about. Click on it, and it's true. Ransan was not successful in bankruptcy 5 years ago, this time is really to experience life? What's all this bull asterisk 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 asterisk? I believe the Lu family is bankrupt, but I don't believe that Sister Ran will go bankrupt. Sister Ran is a woman with unknown assets. If you want to make her go bankrupt, where is the Lu family alone enough, unless Brother Qin defects? It's a foregone conclusion that Brother Qin can't defect, so Sister Ran can't go bankrupt. Is it true that Lux Group is closing down? Is there anyone in the know who can tell us? Informed? You're obviously pointing at Sister Ran. Dreams of peace and quiet. Dreams of peace. Lu Hen and I haven't been in touch for a long time, so where do I get any inside information? All I can say is that maybe there's a chance to work together in the future. Ran, you've been distant for a few years, haven't you? Now you're talking to us like an official? Take advantage of Ran's 23rd birthday, it's time for us to get together, and those who aren't there will be dragged out and shot directly. Right, not to come is not righteousness, do not give face, directly expelled from the group chat. Looking at these childish remarks, Meng Anran laughed lightly, this group of people hadn't changed at all. She silenced her cell phone and went to sleep. Chapter 143 It's still cuter when you're a kid. Early the next morning, after a long night's sleep, Meng simply got up and dressed. The first time you officially go out with your idol, you can't embarrass him. After washing up, she changed into the dress her sister had picked out and sat down at the dresser to nurse her skin and makeup. I had just put on a foundation when I heard a knock on the glass door over the balcony. She went over and pulled back the curtains, and saw her sister smiling with an arched eyebrow and a good-natured look. But Nico always felt that her sister's smile was a bit meaningful, and it made her heart flutter. She pulled open the door, and Meng Anren's voice was warm and soft. Sister, I knew you were already up. You sit down and put on your makeup, and I'll help you with your hair. Usually didn't he help my sister with anything. My sister's first date with her favorite idol, Dream Anren, definitely wants to do her part. Besides, she had known Xiaohan for more than 10 years, and no one knew better than her what type of girls Xiaohan liked. Well, shouldn't say type, should say that she knows very well which kind of dress Xiaohan likes. After all, people who are related to design are more demanding about aesthetics. Natalie sat in front of the mirror applying her makeup while Dream Anarchy stood behind her and permed a large curved half-curl for her. The curls are combed out in a natural, unexaggerated arc, with a little more elegance and sophistication. You guys shouldn't be this early for a movie, right? Dream Anren asked as she put away her curling iron. Well, it's actually a lunch date for lunch and a movie afterwards. Natalie was slightly embarrassed that she had gotten up at 7 to wash and dress at 11 o'clock when she had an 11 o'clock appointment, and that she had bothered her sister to come over to help her with her hair. Then why don't you come with me to the company? Meng Anren sat down by the bedside and sincerely proposed, You're dressed up so beautifully today, Mom and Dad will definitely pull you to ask questions when they see you. Anyway, you don't have much to do at home. Why don't you just go to the company with me and let Xiaohan pick you up at the company then? Natalie sucked in a breath of cold air. No need to have him pick me up. I'll just take a cab there myself. He took the initiative to ask you out. How can he let you take a taxi by yourself? Meng Anren was the first to express her dissatisfaction. Her friends would have been cut off long ago if they could do such ungentlemanly things. Today, Xiaohan had to personally come to pick up whether he was free or not, otherwise he would never want to see Meng again. Not giving Natalie Dream a chance to say more, Dream Anren put the curling iron away and patted her shoulder. Sis, I'll go back to change into a set of clothes first, so come out with me later. Dream Anren went back to her room, casually changed clothes, 5 minutes to put on a light makeup that lifted the color, picked a bag to pack the necessities, from leaving the room. He meets Meng Chenghong, who has just woken up from a nap. Meng Chenghong topped a chicken nest head, yawning, the moment he saw the second sister's footsteps jerked to a halt. I can't help but think about being caught red-handed by my second sister on a date at the amusement park last week. Yesterday the family was there. He and his second sister pretended that they had not seen each other during the period since New Year's Eve. And fortunately the second sister kept her word and didn't talk too much. But now, at the moment, his heart is weak. Meng Chenghong smiled sarcastically. Second sister, good morning, you're going to work, ah? Hurry up and go, don't be late, be safe on the road. Finishing all the words in one breath, Meng Anren looked at him with the corners of her lips curled up in a mocking smile. Your kid can't wait for me to disappear in a hurry, right? How could it be? Meng Chenghong took 2 strides forward, hooked Meng Anren's arm and shook it, whispering, Second sister, I know you're the best. You'll definitely help me keep my secret, right? Meng Anren gave him a disgusted look away. If I wanted to poke you, you would have died through and through yesterday. Meng Chenghong hemmed and hawed. Second sister, you are a great person. I wish you eternal youth. Get rich soon. With brother Mu, the Qin and the music, and grow old together. Mon Onan. You're still cuter when you're a kid. Hearing the siblings fighting, Nico pulled open the door to her room and walked out. The moment she saw her, Meng Chenghong's eyes abruptly lit up. Big sister, you're so beautiful today. Going to Cannes to walk the red carpet? Natalie was only a bit reticent, but not an introvert, and she had rehearsed with her classmates to perform in a performance at the university, and she had never been a person who would shy away from the stage. It is only when facing an idol that one's heart races uncontrollably, revealing a bit of little girl shyness. So when she heard her brother's flirtation, she didn't give a good-natured look away. Don't tease me. Better hurry up and clean up your chicken nest head. Meng Anren looked at his brother's hairstyle as if he were a creation of heavenly work, also felt funny, and did not hold back to take out his cell phone to take an ugly picture while he was not paying attention. She clearly didn't used to enjoy doing such boring things, but now she felt that any aspect of her family that was either happy or special was worth recording. I can feel that I have changed a lot in the last few years and have become more connected to my family. From the very beginning, I watched from the sidelines as an upperclassman, thinking it would be quite interesting to see the fallen pride of heaven up close. In later years, when you feel the sincere treatment of your family, you will feel uncomfortable and afraid of having expectations of affection like when you were a child, but in the end, you will end up with nothing. With Qin Mu's encouragement, she gradually opens up and lets down her defenses, tries to accept her family's goodness, and tries to return some of her sincerity. By now, she was fully integrated into the family, open and comfortable with the love of family and giving to the family from her heart. She is lucky to be back in the loving place that is dream home. Sister, let's go. Dream Anran pulled her arm out of her brother's arms, while then took her sister's hand and led her towards the stairs, leaving her brother with a sentence without looking back. Tell mom and dad later that we sisters won't be coming back for lunch. Ha? Where are you guys going? Can't you take me with you? Meng Chenghong stared at the backs of his two sisters in complaint. He also wanted to go play with his sisters. Take me with you. I can help you carry your bags. Unfortunately, the two beauties didn't care for him. Well, I'll just have to stay home and watch TV with mom and dad today. After going downstairs for a glass of water and going back to his room to wash and change, he was about to go downstairs to the drawing room for his daily training when he saw his parents dressed up and ready to go out. Where are you going? Meng Qinghong's tiny eyes were filled with doubt. Su Wanman smiled like a flower, intimately holding her husband's hand and said, going on a date. It's a rare occasion that your father and I don't have to work anymore, and we're going to find the goodness we once had. Meng Qinghong? You guys are wonderful. What about me?